But you don't have to thank me too much. I love helping others, Zhou Linger chuckled. Rin Yang suspected that if he continued talking with Zhou Linger, he'd get himself worked up into a rage. Her tongue was sharp indeed, and he wondered whether Cheng Feng had lost control because of words like these. After all, he sensed no martial strength emanating from Zhou Linger herself. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being unfriendly. I'm challenging you. Rin Yang sniffed disdainfully. Sure, where and when? Zhou Linger questioned. Rin Yang observed her carefree manner, as if sparring with him was as simple as eating a meal. Could she possibly be a true expert? 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on the school playground. Hopefully, by then, your mouth won't still be so hard and you'll beg for mercy, Rin Yang responded coldly. Don't worry, I won't come to the point of begging for mercy from you, Zhou Linger said confidently. After hearing Zhou Linger's words, Rin Yang coldly huffed and left. The next day happened to be Saturday, without any classes, which made it perfect for combat. It was a bright, sunny day with warm breezes ruffling her hair, giving her a sense of ease. Zhou Linger practically arrived at the last possible moment. By the time she reached the location, many people had already gathered. The news that Rin Yang had returned to seek trouble with Zhou Linger had been circulating in the school for a week. Such an exciting scene was too good to miss, especially since it was Saturday without classes and many students had come to watch. The female demon's here. No one knew who shouted it, but the man sitting on the bench with his eyes closed, Rin Yang, opened them immediately upon hearing it. Cheng Feng whispered cautiously into Rin Yang's ear. President, this Zhou Linger really is formidable. I wasn't careless last time. She's just too powerful. Even though Cheng Feng said so much, Rin Yang only became slightly more cautious about this battle. He didn't think he would lose, confident in his own abilities. He assumed that Zhou Linger managed to defeat Cheng Feng mostly through brute strength, surprised as he was that such a seemingly fragile girl could harbor so much power. But even if her strength were immense, it wouldn't matter unless she hit him. In no time, the two stood facing each other at the center of the playground, surrounded by a large vacant space. The spectators were well out of their fighting range. Rin Yang go! Rin Yang go! Some girls appeared, shouting excitedly with their faces full of infatuation. Clearly, they were Rin Yang's fans. Rin Yang, wearing a taekwondo uniform, looked handsome and dashing, tall and slender like the male lead in a Korean drama series. The hearts of those girls were shining with red light, clearly filled with adoration. Zhou Linger, on the other hand, was dressed in school uniform, standing only 160 centimeters tall, and appeared significantly weaker. I won't hold back once we start, Rin Yang declared coldly. Humph, can't wait, Zhou Linger retorted. Although she had defeated Cheng Feng, most of the crowd still placed all their confidence in Rin Yang, given how far superior he was compared to Cheng Feng. Let's begin, Rin Yang said in the tone of a martial arts master. Huh. Zhou Linger laughed coldly. Was he looking down on her? She'd show everyone just what she was capable of. Rin Yang roared, rushing toward Zhou Linger, unleashing an impressive spinning back kick aimed straight at her. He wanted to take control of the fight from the get-go. Although confident in himself, he hadn't underestimated her, especially not in battle. Chapter 252, the title of Female Demon Head, is well-deserved. As Rin Yang delivered a kick, his body twisted and rotated significantly in the air, aided by the power in his waist. The speed of that kick was extreme, and the friction with the air produced an intense whistling sound. Even before his foot arrived, the wind preceding it had already swept across Zhou Linger's face. The fierce wind stung her cheeks painfully and blew so hard that she could not open her eyes. Humph, this is somewhat interesting. His skills far surpassed Cheng Feng's, Zhou Linger thought inwardly. It was clear that Rin Yang's abilities had reached the pinnacle of the Ming level. Though there was only a single step between the Ming level peak and the Yin level initial stage, that one step truly marked a world of difference. The onlookers watched as Zhou Linger stood motionless, her eyes closed from the gust of wind that had forced them shut. They muttered amongst themselves. It seems the female demon head isn't up to the task this time. Rin Yang really is as powerful as the rumors suggest. The surrounding female students couldn't help but scream excitedly upon seeing Rin Yang's striking pose. I wonder how Zhou Linger plans to deal with this kick. Cheng Feng wondered silently. If it were him, he would have no choice but to retreat to avoid the attack. However, even dodging it would place him at a disadvantage, followed by a relentless series of attacks from Rin Yang, a true example of capitalizing while the iron's hot. But unexpectedly, Zhou Linger didn't evade this strike. Instead, she crossed her hands firmly and blocked the kick with ease. How is that possible? Rin Yang's face showed disbelief. Even if he overestimated Zhou Linger, he never expected her to be this powerful, to effortlessly block his full-powered attack. Continue, Rin Yang roared angrily. He quickly retracted his leg and executed his special technique, the 6 consecutive kicks. Using the strength from his waist, he turned and delivered a kick, each one stronger than the last. Experts in martial arts could see that these 6 kicks were extraordinary, becoming increasingly powerful with each hit. This was a highly advanced form of taekwondo legwork. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Linger once again used her 2 palms to stabilize Rin Yang's assaults. Remarkably, she showed no signs of retreating. Even those who knew nothing about martial arts could perceive that Zhou Linger exuded the bearing of a true master, her calm handling showing her superior skill. How could Zhou Linger be so strong? Rin Yang's mind raced with unease. The voices cheering for Rin Yang gradually softened, and even they could tell that Zhou Linger was not easy to beat. Could Rin Yang lose? The audience started pondering this possibility. You've delivered many kicks now. It's your turn to taste my move, Zhou Linger said with a smile. This smile did not relax Rin Yang's vigilance, but rather made him feel more terrified of her. She was indeed playing possum, masking her true strength. Zhou Linger then adopted a horse stance and swiftly threw a punch at Rin Yang. Her whole body moved like a taut arrow ready to fly into the enemy's chest. Rin Yang, directly facing Zhou Linger, could feel the overwhelming might of this punch. His face changed instantly, causing him to unconsciously take several steps back. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Linger charged toward him like a roaring tiger, the fast punch closely following. This punch was akin to a ferocious tiger leaping out of its cage, seemingly intent on tearing everything in front of it apart. The speed of the punch caused the friction with the air to produce a tearing sound. Facing such a rapid punch, Rin Yang had no choice but to cross his hands to resist her assault. However, Zhou Linger's punch was both too swift and powerful, and Rin Yang's hands failed to withstand this aggressive momentum. The punch broke through his guard, smashing heavily against his chest. At that moment, Rin Yang felt his internal energy churn violently, suffering serious internal injuries. Since Zhou Linger feared delivering a fatal blow, she restrained herself to using only 3/10 of her strength. Despite this, Rin Yang still could not bear the force of her punch. Instantly, he was sent flying several meters away, landing harshly on the playground floor. Cough cough. Uncontrollable coughs racked Rin Yang's body. He now felt entirely drained of strength, his chest throbbing with excruciating pain. With great effort, he held back, spitting out blood. A deathly silence fell over the playground. Everyone stared wide-eyed, astonished. No one expected that Zhou Linger could defeat Rin Yang so easily. Wow, I didn't know Zhou Linger was so skilled. She actually defeated Rin Yang. Isn't she the strongest person in our school? Truly a female demon head. That title is well earned, someone whispered in amazement. Even the fans who had cheered for Rin Yang secretly regretted their actions, fearing retaliation from the formidable Zhou Linger. Only one person walked to Rin Yang's side and helped him stand up. It was obviously Songbo. Songbo looked at Zhou Linger with a resentful glare and said, "Zhou Linger, please don't involve others in our grudges. Our president acted out of vengeance for me." Huh? I didn't involve others, nor did I provoke you first. It was you who came one after another to challenge me. Do you think I am an easy target? Zhou Linger said, not understanding the logic of the opponent. After a moment's thought, Songbo, Cheng Feng, and Rin Yang realized that it was indeed true. All three had voluntarily challenged Zhou Linger, mistakenly assuming she would be an easy opponent. But they never imagined they would end up being so thoroughly defeated. Zhou Linger's current strength was already close to the late stage of cultivation in her energy refining skills. She just needed a bit more to break through, and once she did, her power would rise even further. I said before that Taekwondo is like a showy but ineffective style, and you didn't believe me. Unless you reach the pinnacle of Taekwondo, you will never be able to match me, Zhou Linger declared confidently. At this point, Rin Yang's mind fell into utter desolation. He was a proud man, confident in his Taekwondo abilities, always boasting about his talent. Yet he was unexpectedly defeated by Zhou Linger, defeated with just a single punch, and in such a dismissive manner. His confidence was shaken to its core. Zhou Linger, don't be smug. Just because we can't beat you now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. People have bad moments, horses stumble sometimes. Just wait and see. Songbo shouted angrily. Fine, I'll wait. Zhou Linger coldly smirked. For them to surpass her was simply impossible. As they advanced, so would she, and her pace of improvement would surely outpace theirs. After saying this, Zhou Linger left with a flourish. As the crowd watched her retreating back, they were filled with mixed emotions. Previously, the girls had been jealous when they saw Zhou Linger walking closely with Xiao Muting, looking for opportunities to deal with her. Now, everyone abandoned this thought. This Zhou Linger was too formidable to mess with. Some girls even thought Xiao Muting might have been coerced. A girl as strong as Zhou Linger, who could knock a boy down with just one punch, who would dare get close to her? Especially a godlike figure like Xiao Muting. My idol has suffered so much. This person sighed deeply inside, yet against Zhou Linger, she felt completely powerless. Chapter 253, The Class Monitor's Birthday Invitation. A month passed quickly, and Lin Qing and others gradually got used to the campus life. However, there were many people who disliked Lin Qing and Zhou Linger, especially girls. They were filled with jealousy towards the two of them. On what grounds? How can these two girls from poor families be so close to Xiao Muting? Everyone knew that Lin Qing and Zhou Linger had a very good relationship, and it was impossible to deal with the two in the campus. Because Zhou Linger was such an excellent martial artist, no one wanted to suffer unnecessarily. Though they couldn't confront her at school, they could use societal means to deal with her. These two didn't have money, right? So they would hit on their weaknesses in terms of finances. Jiang Ran was one of those who kept thinking about Xiao Muting. She envied Zhou Linger endlessly. Even though there wasn't any rumor about Xiao Muting and Zhou Linger being in a relationship, she still thought poorly of both Zhou Linger and Lin Qing. If these two girls didn't have bad intentions, why did they try so hard to get close to Xiao Muting? As the National Day holiday approached, the rich students from No. 1 middle school started discussing where to go for vacation. Some said they wanted to go see the cherry blossoms in Japan, others wanted to experience romance in South Korea, while some others expressed interest in the European guys with blue eyes and blonde hair. They planned to go to Europe to admire them. Meanwhile, students from average economic backgrounds also wished to tour domestically. Just then, Zheng Ruiyan, the class monitor of Class 1, approached Lin Qing and Li Shuang and said, Lin Qing, Li Shuang, tomorrow happens to be Sunday. It's my birthday, and I've invited everyone to play at a nearby hot spring villa. Let's all go. Zheng Ruiyan is the son of Zheng Qian, the head of the Jiang family. It probably never occurred to Zheng Qian that his son would be classmates with Lin Qing. No problem, class monitor, Lin Xing. How about you? Li Shuang asked with a smile. Sure, no problem. Seeing Li Shuang accept the invitation, Lin Xing didn't object either. She didn't have any plans for tomorrow, and relaxing a bit wouldn't hurt. Even though Zheng Ruiyan doesn't possess Xiao Muting's level of looks, his background and appearance are impeccable. Plus, his gentlemanly and graceful character makes him more popular than Xiao Muting's aloofness, making him quite well liked. Early the next morning, Zheng Ruiyan organized a bus trip to Lishan Hot Spring Resort. About 20 or 30 people went this time, mostly classmates who performed academically well and came from good family backgrounds. Lin Xing and Li Shuang obviously fell into the former category. As the third-generation offspring of the Jiang family, Zheng Ruiyan learned social skills from a young age. To him, those who perform academically well may achieve something later, so it's beneficial to be friendly with them. And those with solid family backgrounds belong to the same circle and might interact through future family businesses. Therefore, he made an effort to establish relationships. Among this group were not only students from Class 1, but also some from Class 2. The latter all came from good families and recognized each other, naturally including Jiang Ran and Zhao Ya. As descendants of the Jiang and Zhao families, though neither family matched up to the Zheng family, they weren't far behind. The bus departed from the school gate and drove out of the city toward the suburbs. The suburban area of Zhengzhou City is full of mountains. Since it was morning when they set off, the distant peaks were covered by a light mist, hazy yet distinct, floating in the ethereal clouds, appearing now closer, now further, elusive yet inviting. It was as if a few strokes of faint ink were painted on the blue horizon. Compared to the noisy urban life, the scenery of the suburbs indeed provided a refreshing break, captivating and memorable. About 2 hours later, the group arrived at Lishan Hot Spring Resort. Located in the suburbs of Zhengzhou City and near surrounding cities, it was newly developed and quickly became extremely popular, becoming a famous wellness destination in Zhengzhou City. Lishan Hot Spring Resort is located in Lishan Town, which is known as a renowned small town in Zhengzhou City with many ancient buildings. It is also a well-known tourist town, attracting even many foreigners. Hey, there are really a lot of foreigners here, exclaimed Li Shuang. Country bumpkin, making a fuss over nothing, Zhang Weiwei mocked. Born into a superior family background, Zhang Weiwei looked down on classmates like Lin Xing and Li Shuang, whose families were average or poor. She believed associating with them lowered her standards. From the differences in maturity between Zheng Ruiyan and Zhang Weiwei in their behavior, one can see that their families had different expectations for them. Clearly, the Jiang family was grooming Zheng Ruiyan to become the successor, which explained his broad-mindedness and sense of proportion. On the other hand, Zhang Weiwei was destined for an arranged marriage, which led to her spoilt and disrespectful behavior lacking tact. What do you mean by that, Zhang Weiwei? Li Shuang retorted angrily. Don't understand? You're really dense. Zhang Weiwei sneered mockingly. You? Li Shuang was speechless in anger. Li Shuang, don't stoop to her level. Would you retaliate against a dog just because it bit you? Lin Xing spoke up. Lin Xing's words immediately made Li Shuang burst into laughter, her anger dissipating. Lin Xing, who are you calling a dog? Zhang Weiwei snapped furiously. Whoever admits it is, unless you want to admit that you're a dog. Lin Xing retorted with a cold laugh. You? Lin Xing's few words left Zhang Weiwei speechless. That's enough. We're all classmates. Don't engage in meaningless squabbling. Today is my birthday. Please give me some face, Zheng Ruiyan said mildly. Since Brother Ruiyan asked, I won't bother calculating with the two of you, Zhang Weiwei replied haughtily. As everyone walked inside, Zhao Ya revealed a look of regret. It's a pity this provocation didn't create too much trouble, but once seeds of suspicion are planted, they will eventually ignite jealousy, Zhao Ya thought privately. The reason Zhang Weiwei was so hostile toward Li Shuang and Lin Xing was because she liked Zheng Ruiyan. Moreover, Zhao Ya had whispered bad things about Lin Xing and Li Shuang in Zhang Weiwei's ear, saying Lin Xing excelled at luring rich men. Otherwise, how could she possibly be close to Xiao Muting? And now Zheng Ruiyan even invited them to Lishan Hot Spring Villa, which suggested he might have an interest in either of the two girls. Besides, Zhao Ya also told Zhang Weiwei about some poor scheming girls who used all kinds of tricks to charm men, hoping to escape their impoverished lives. Once Zhang Weiwei heard Zhao Ya say this, she immediately became wary of Lin Xing and Li Shuang. Among all those who came together, Lin Xing and Li Shuang clearly had the poorest family backgrounds, as seen from their daily lives. They owned no branded items and dressed rather plainly. Though everyone noticed Lin Xing and Zhou Linger often ate at the Yulai restaurant, they also saw Xiao Muting frequently dining with the two. They assumed Xiao Muting must be paying the bill, otherwise, how could Lin Xing, a girl from the countryside, afford it? The Yulai restaurant would strain the budgets even of middle-class families. Chapter 254, Hot Spring Resort. The hot spring resort was built at the foot of a mountain, and it was already autumn. The whole area was permeated with the atmosphere of autumn. In autumn, the mountains were no longer lush and green. Some poplar leaves had turned yellow, hanging on the trees like small yellow flowers. Drifting in the air, they resembled yellow butterflies. Falling into the little river beside the trees, they looked like golden boats. The surrounding emerald maples suddenly turned red, their red hues innocent and lovely. When the wind blew, they all fell together, as if laying a red carpet on the ground. Of course, there were no shortage of common osmanthus trees around. If you shook an osmanthus tree, the flowers would fall like golden raindrops. People who had been bathed in the osmanthus rain would have a scent on their bodies that was even stronger than half a bottle of perfume. However, this natural and captivating fragrance was obviously much better than perfume. A row of wintergreen trees remained steadfast under the cool autumn breeze, just like a line of soldiers dressed in green military uniforms undergoing rigorous training. Under the gentle sunlight of autumn, patches of white clouds shone brilliantly, colorful and vivid. They floated lightly, sometimes as soft as gauze, sometimes as fluffy as cotton. Autumn, when the weather just started to get cooler, was also the perfect time for soaking in hot springs. As soon as everyone got off the car, they saw the large words, Lishan Hot Spring Resort. This hot spring resort was built according to national 5-star standards as a thermal spring holiday destination. It featured 5 main business projects: villa hotel guest rooms, hot spring wellness, high-end restaurants, expansion bases, and a conference center. The scenic area relied on its rich hot spring tourism resources, carefully crafting an integrated vacation spot centered around outdoor hot springs that combined leisure, recreation, business, and entertainment. The hot spring resort lived up to its reputation indeed. Various sizes of hot springs were scattered around, like stars scattered across the Milky Way, flowing gently. Suddenly, a lower-lying hot spring came into view before everyone. This naturally brought to mind the poem. The water of the hot spring boils and is clear, its source remote, born from cinnabar. Bathing in the moonlight, floating in the mystical liquid, ripples flow gracefully. Since lunchtime was approaching, Jiang Ruihan arranged for everyone to eat first. He booked a buffet for them, but the buffet here was relatively upscale. Besides lobster and oysters, it also featured cuisine from other countries. Mainly because foreign tourists often arrived here at irregular intervals, the services here were thus higher standard and more diverse to meet the needs of different customers. Li Shuang happily grabbed a plate to pick up some lobster and steak, Western dishes she rarely had the chance to eat. Although her family was moderately well off, her parents seldom took her out for lobster or Western meals. Of course, she understood her parents' reasoning. Given their rather ordinary financial situation, lobster and Western meals were too expensive. Spending money on such extravagant dining wasn't as worthwhile as saving it for more important uses. Lin Qing, on the other hand, selected various delicious Chinese dishes to enjoy. In no time, Lin Qing's table was filled with plates, which contained abundant gourmet food. Lobster and such were still indispensable. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Weiwei sneered. Huh, must be dirt poor at home, seems desperate to finish every single dish. Why should you care? You're not the one footing the bill. We'll eat however much we want. Li Shuang coldly snorted. You? Jiang Weiwei started to speak, but only managed to utter a single word. Lin Qing cast a cold glance at Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Weiwei immediately felt as if she'd fallen into an icy abyss, her body trembling under the piercing gaze like frost-bitten wind. How could Lin Qing's eyes be so terrifying? Truly a rude person from a backwater village, Jiang Weiwei thought secretly. However, this one look made Jiang Weiwei refrain from making further insolent comments, and she quickly turned away and walked off. Hey, isn't Jiang Weiwei acting abnormally now? She left after being countered a few times, which doesn't fit her usual style, Li Shuang asked in puzzlement. Ignore her. Let's just enjoy our food properly. Anyway, we're here to eat, drink, and play, Lin Qing laughed. After lunch, Lin Qing and Li Shuang strolled around the hot spring resort. They found not only hot springs, but also fish spa treatments. After changing into swimsuits, they first went to the women's hot spring pool. The natural hot spring had absolutely no artificial additives. Its salty taste was laced with sulfuric aroma, pure and crystal clear. Immersing oneself in the warm water immediately made one feel refreshed and relaxed. Gently embraced by the water, they closed their eyes to fully enjoy the comfort provided by nature. Additionally, each different hot spring pool had various ingredients added to it, such as lavender and rose petals. These generally helped with beautifying the skin, brightening complexion, and nourishing the spirit. Immersed in the warm spring water, Li Shuang felt all her fatigue instantly vanish. Around the pool, green trees and cleverly arranged rocks complemented each other. The most eye-catching feature was the numerous little adorable kittens scattered gracefully on the stone steps, among the trees, and within the grass. Some were sitting, others lying or lounging around, in a myriad of poses, some daydreaming, others dozing off, and still, some cuddled together, their cuteness irresistible. Wow, there are so many adorable little kittens here, Li Shuang exclaimed with delight. These cats came in all sorts of colors. Some were pure white, others yellow and white with mottled patterns, and a few had mixed hues. Among them, one cat caught the eye. It was entirely black, without a single speck of another color, its fur glossy and jet black as if oiled. This pitch-black cat had blue eyes that sparkled like 2 shining sapphires. Possibly this is one of the local features, Lin Qing said, slightly frowning, with doubt brewing inside her. Cats with completely black fur are usually believed to possess spiritual awareness. Could there be something special about this place? Otherwise, why would there be so many cats here? After soaking for about half an hour, both women emerged pink and tender. They made their way to the fish spa pool. Above the fish therapy pool stood a uniquely rustic 4-cornered pavilion, topped with a straw roof, exuding a distinct ethnic charm. Fish therapy is a unique beauty treatment originating from Turkey and Japan, highly popular for alleviating fatigue and treating ailments. The therapists in this case are toothless tropical fish, less than 5 centimeters long. During the fish therapy process, as soon as a person enters the pool, these little fish swarm around and nibble continuously. When someone enters the hot spring pool, the fish cluster around the body, working diligently to nibble away at old skin layers, bacteria, and pore secretions, thereby clearing blocked pores, expelling internal toxins, and enhancing the body's absorption of multiple minerals from the hot spring water. This accelerates human metabolism, producing miraculous effects of beautification and longevity. Wow, it's so itchy. Li Shuang couldn't help but cry out due to the ticklish sensation caused by the little fish pecking at her. What's this? Lin Xing sensed some unusual movement beneath the fish therapy pool. Chapter 255. The anomaly beneath the hot spring pool. Lin Xing felt a trace of ominous energy emanating from below the hot spring pool. This trace of energy was faint, and thus she did not notice it at the start. In fact, from the moment she saw the black cat, Lin Xing had already sensed that something was off. Cats have long been associated with mystery because of their swift movements and elusive nature, making them appear supernatural to people. Coupled with their black fur, they exude an eerie atmosphere. In ancient times, black cats were once considered as unlucky omens, as misfortunes often occurred where black cats appeared, so they were unjustly blamed for everything without discrimination. Actually, black cats ward off evil. They tend to suppress malevolent forces voluntarily, so places heavy with negative energy always see the presence of black cats. As a result, people mistakenly assume encountering a black cat leads to great misfortune. Having a black cat at home can greatly enhance the effect of dispelling evil. Could it be that there's something lurking underground? However, even if there is something here, it would be better to investigate at night. There are too many people during the day, making it inconvenient to check, Lin Xing murmured to herself. With this thought in mind, Lin Xing spoke up. I'm done soaking, let's go. Ah, so soon. I wanted to soak a little longer. Li Shuang pouted as she spoke. Soaking in a hot spring isn't about the longer the better. Staying in too long might cause dizziness. All right, let's get out quickly, Lin Xing said. Since she felt something was amiss, she couldn't possibly let Li Shuang stay alone here. It was dangerous. All right, Li Shuang replied helplessly. After both women had dressed, Li Shuang asked, what do we do next? I want to stroll around a bit, Lin Xing smiled and said. She had just focused on observing the scenery here, forgetting to inquire about any abnormalities from the staff. At that moment, two female attendants walked past the two of them. One short-haired woman whispered softly, this is truly strange. I heard another staff member has fallen ill suddenly. This is already the 10th one this year. I wonder if the feng shui here is bad. I'm considering resigning. The long-haired woman beside the short-haired one made a shoot gesture and said, don't speak recklessly. We have guests here. Truly, things come when you least expect them. This place really seems odd, Lin Xing muttered to herself. Regarding what the other person said about sudden illness leading to death, from her perspective, slight manipulation could achieve such outcomes for some individuals. At that moment, a classmate of theirs spotted the two and immediately called out. Oh my, how are you two here? The class monitor is organizing an event, and we've been looking for you for ages. Let's head over together, Li Shuang said. Following the person, Lin Xing and Li Shuang arrived at a villa near the hot spring resort, which was built into the side of a mountain. Hence, each floor offered distinct scenic views. Upon entering through the gate, there was a small path paved with pebbles, flanked by stone benches adorned with various shaped flower pot landscapes, offering a delightful sight. Turning left along the path led to a moon-shaped door. Passing through the moon door revealed the first-floor courtyard of the villa. Upon entering the villa, its opulence was immediately apparent. Decorated luxuriously for a birthday party, rows of tables covered in white tablecloths featured an array of delicious pastries and fruits. In one corner of the villa stood a white piano, its crisscrossing black and white keys harboring countless different melodies. With a gentle touch, a harmonious chord vibrates into incredible music, making the piano captivating. Its antiquity and vitality allow any unimaginable sound to express through its clean black and white keys. Alongside the pedal, though unassuming, it elevates the soul of the music. When hands fall on the keys and play tunes, it's like a painting. On the large dining table in the living room sat a massive cake, evidently ordered by Jiang Ruyan. Inside the villa played soothing music while classmates ate and chatted leisurely. Seeing that all the classmates had gathered, Jiang Ruyan announced, classmates, later tonight, I'll likely entertain some family friends, so I may not have time to hang out with all of you tonight. But you can eat and have fun here. After soaking in the hot springs, we'll head back. No problem, monitor. If you're busy, go ahead and deal with your own matters, the crowd chimed in. Since the monitor has matters tonight, let's collectively sing him a birthday song. I'll provide the accompaniment, Zhang Weiwei suggested. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Accompanied by melodious piano notes, everyone sang the birthday song together. Once the birthday song ended, Jiang Ruyan smiled and said, thank you everyone. Next, I will play a solo piece, dedicated to Brother Ruyan, Zhang Weiwei said shyly. Everyone watched as Zhang Weiwei smiled gently, and her slender fingers danced nimbly over the black and white keys of the piano. The cheerful rhythm of the sonata enveloped her in its music, immersing her fully while she attempted to weave a beautiful and touching story through her nimble fingers. Gradually, it reached its climax. What was originally a joyous, soft, and sentimental tune took on a hint of sadness with the flowing accompaniment from her left hand. It seemed to express some hidden emotions. Perhaps it was unrequited love. At this moment, Zhang Weiwei appeared nothing like her usually arrogant self. Instead, she looked like a modest flower just about to bloom, and had an air of grace around her. No wonder many children from wealthy families start learning piano at a young age. Girls who play the piano really have great poise. Li Shuang whispered in admiration. Zhang Weiwei stepped down from her seat in front of the piano and said shyly to Jiang Ruyan, Brother Ruyan, I've prepared a gift for you. Happy birthday. Jiang Ruyan accepted the gift without even opening it before speaking. Thank you, Weiwei. Brother Ruyan, aren't you going to open it and take a look? Zhang Weiwei asked. Having no choice, Zheng Ruiyan opened the package. Inside was a small square box. Upon opening it, a watch lay revealed. Wow, it's a Rolex. This one must cost several 10,000 yuan, someone exclaimed. This is a bit too expensive. Zheng Ruiyan furrowed his brows slightly. Brother Ruiyan, neither of our families lack for money. When my birthday comes around, you can just return the favor by giving me something equally valuable. Zhang Weiwei smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ruiyan could only accept it helplessly. Afterward, everyone presented their gifts one after another. They had all bought presents yesterday after receiving the invitation since Zheng Ruiyan invited them to such a high-end place for food, drinks, and fun. Their gifts were definitely more proper and thoughtful, a matter of reciprocity. Chapter 256, Lin Qing's Gift. Everyone was busy giving gifts until it was Lin Qing and Li Shuang's turn. Feeling a thread of yin energy coming from beneath the hot spring pool, this trace was faint enough that she didn't sense it right away. In fact, since seeing the black cat, Lin Qing had felt something strange here. Cats have always been associated with mystery because they move quickly and quietly. To people, they seem almost supernatural. Added to their black fur, it lends an especially eerie feel. In ancient times, black cats were often seen as ominous creatures. Since misfortunes would occur where black cats appeared, all blame fell upon them without investigation. However, black cats actually repel evil influences. Often, in places heavy with malevolent forces, black cats will appear to suppress such energies. Therefore, people mistakenly believe encountering a black cat is extremely unlucky. In fact, keeping a black cat at home can significantly ward off evil spirits. Could there be something beneath the ground? But even if something does exist, I'll need to check at night. There are too many people during the day, and it wouldn't be convenient for an inspection. Lin Qing muttered to herself. Having thought that through, Lin Qing spoke up. I'm done soaking, let's go. Oh, already? I wanted to soak a bit longer. Li Shuang pouted as she replied. Soaking in the hot springs isn't better the longer you stay. Staying too long might make one pass out. All right, let's go upstairs, Lin Qing said. Since she sensed something amiss, there was no way she'd leave Li Shuang alone in the hot spring. It could be dangerous. All right, Li Shuang said helplessly. After dressing properly, Li Shuang asked, what should we do next? I'd like to take a stroll around, Lin Qing smiled. She had been preoccupied observing the scenery here and hadn't inquired with the staff whether anything unusual was happening. Just then, two female waitresses walked past them. One of the women, with short hair, whispered, this is truly strange. I've heard another staff member became unwell. It's said to be sudden illness. This is already the 10th case this year. I wonder if it's because of the feng shui here. I'm considering quitting. The woman beside her, with long hair, signaled for quiet and said, don't talk nonsense. There are guests around. Truly, things do seem quite strange here, Lin Qing thought silently. Regarding what they mentioned about sudden death due to illness, in her perspective, it might be achievable for some individuals with a slight effort. At this moment, a classmate from their group spotted the two girls and immediately called out, oh, how come you two are here? The class monitor is organizing an event, and we've been looking for you both for ages. Then let's go together, Li Shuang responded. Lin Qing and Li Shuang followed the classmate to a villa near the hot spring resort. This villa was built into the side of a mountain, so each level offered its own unique view. Upon entering the gate, they found a small path paved with pebbles. On either side of the path were rows of stone benches, decorated with flower and plant bonsai, making the place look delightful. Taking a left, there was a moon gate leading to the courtyard of the first floor of the villa. Once inside the villa, they discovered it was opulently decorated, adorned for a birthday party. A series of tables were covered with white tablecloths, and atop these lay various delicious pastries and fruits. In one corner of the villa stood a white piano, whose interwoven black and white keys harbored countless melodies. A soft touch brought forth a harmonious chord, vibrating into unimaginable music, making the piano such an enchanting instrument. Its sound was simple yet profound. Any unexpected note could be played on the pure black and white keys, along with the pedals which, though easily overlooked, elevated the soul of the music. When hands landed on the keys to play, it painted a picture of sound. On a large table in the living room sat a massive cake obviously ordered by Zheng Ruiyan. Inside the room, soothing music played while classmates ate or chatted leisurely. Looking at the assembled students, Zheng Ruiyan said, classmates, tonight I plan to entertain some friends from my family, so I may not be able to hang out with you all tonight. But you all can enjoy yourselves here, and return after the evening hot spring bath. No problem, class monitor. You go ahead with your business, everyone chimed in. Since our class monitor has plans tonight, why don't we give him a collective birthday song now? I'll accompany on the piano, Zhang Weiwei suggested. Wish you a happy birthday. Wish you a happy birthday. To the accompaniment of melodious piano notes, everyone sang the birthday song in unison. When the singing was finished, Zheng Ruiyan smiled and said, thank you all very much. Next, I'll play a solo piece, and I'll dedicate it to brother Ruiyan, Zhang Weiwei said bashfully. Zhang Weiwei was seen smiling, her slender fingers dexterously jumping over the black and white keys. The lively rhythm of the sonata immersed her in the music, as if she were trying to play a beautiful and touching story with her leaping fingers. Gradually, the music reached its climax. The originally cheerful and gentle lyrical melody suddenly carried a hint of sorrow, seemingly expressing a certain emotion, an emotion that appeared to be unrequited love. At this moment, Zhang Weiwei was completely different from when she acted arrogantly. She now looked like a shy flower on the verge of blooming, appearing quite graceful. No wonder many children from wealthy families start learning piano at a young age. Girls who learn piano really have so much grace. Li Shuang whispered in amazement. After stepping down from her seat at the piano, Zhang Weiwei, looking incredibly bashful, said to Zhang Ruishuan, "Brother Ruishuan, this is my gift for you. Happy birthday." After receiving it, Zhang Ruishuan replied without even opening it, "Thank you, Weiwei." "Brother Ruishuan, aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Zhang Weiwei asked. Zhang Ruishuan had no choice but to open it. Inside the packaging was a small square box, and upon opening the box, a watch was revealed inside. "Wow, this is actually a Rolex. This watch costs tens of thousands," someone exclaimed. "This seems too expensive," Zhang Ruishuan said, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Brother Ruishuan, neither of our families lacks this kind of money. When my birthday comes, you can just give me something valuable in return, right?" Zhang Weiwei smiled and said. Hearing this, Zhang Ruishuan could only helplessly accept the gift. Then everyone took turns giving their gifts. After being invited yesterday, they all went out and bought presents, as the other side was treating them to such a luxurious venue for food, drinks, and fun. Their gifts naturally had to be proper. This was reciprocity in action. Chapter 257. Lin Qing is too terrifying. This was a magical artifact Lin Qing had casually refined earlier, using some inferior jade. All the artifacts she refined would have a fire-shaped mark, which was extremely unique as it was burned with red lotus infernal fire, just like there being a real flame existing inside the jade, something that others could not imitate even if they wanted to. Especially after she opened the Red Lotus auction house. Every magical artifact she made would be marked to prevent some people from creating counterfeits. However, the artifact Lin Qing gave to Zhang Ruishuan was only able to strengthen the body if worn for a long time and could not prevent a single accidental injury. The artifact that could resist an accidental injury had some high requirements for the quality of the jade. Giving it directly to Zhang Ruishuan, Lin Qing was somewhat reluctant, as their relationship wasn't that close. And clearly, Zhang Ruishuan recognized this mark. He had accompanied his father multiple times to the Red Lotus auction house. His father had always hoped to bid on a magical artifact from the Red Lotus auction house, but came away empty-handed each time. After all, Master Lin's artifacts were too rare, in short supply, and highly sought after. Although his family was wealthy, there were too many rich, powerful, and influential people in China. They couldn't compete against them and didn't dare to offend those with more power. He remembered this mark deeply because at the Red Lotus auction house, the auctioneer would specifically explain that this Red Lotus mark was Master Lin's refining symbol, impossible for others to imitate. Who exactly is Lin Qing? How does she have magical artifacts refined by Master Lin? Isn't she from a mountain village? Master Lin's artifacts are worth millions each, yet she casually gives one away. What kind of wealth does she possess to do so? Zhang Ruishuan thought privately. Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in his mind, leading him to form a guess. Lin Qing's surname is Lin, and Master Lin also has the surname Lin. Wasn't that too coincidental? Could it be that Lin Qing was related to Master Lin? As far as he knew, many capable and extraordinary individuals liked living in the mountains, thus explaining why Lin Qing came from a mountain village. He would never have guessed in his wildest dreams that Lin Qing was actually Master Lin. Jiang Ran saw Zhang Ruishuan's trembling hands and inadvertently revealed expressions of regret, assuming the other party was angry that Lin Qing gave such a poor gift. Wasn't this a sign of disrespect? She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhang, this Lin Qing, who comes from a mountain village, can only give such gifts. This might be her food expenses for several days. Or perhaps she scrimped and saved to afford it. If you really don't want it, you can throw it away. I doubt Lin Qing would care." Her words seemed gentle, but between the lines were sharp barbs, aiming to sow discord between young Master Zhang and Lin Qing, stirring up his anger. Jiang Ran, shut up. Zhang Ruishuan snapped angrily. Zhang Ruishuan usually had a polite demeanor and rarely got angry at others. But Jiang Ran had gone too far, trying to incite conflict between him and Lin Qing. Did she know who Lin Qing was? Lin Qing could very well be a relative of Master Lin. Master Lin was the first big boss in Central Plains, with numerous resources and unpredictable abilities. Would their merchant family dare offend a possible relative of Master Lin? That would simply be asking for death. Seeing Zhang Ruishuan's anger, Jiang Ran was about to smile smugly until she realized that he ordered her to shut up, leaving her expression incredulous. "You?" Jiang Ran said disbelievingly. "What are you saying? Apologize to Lin Qing right now. Regardless of wealth or poverty, we are equal in terms of personality. No matter what birthday gift the other party sends, it represents their sincerity. How can I be critical? Your attitude will only make people think you're uncouth. Moreover, in my heart, the gift given by Lin Qing is no less valuable than yours," Zhang Ruishuan coldly said. Zhang Ruishuan believed that since Lin Qing had not revealed her connection to Master Lin, it must mean she preferred to remain low-key and not rely on Master Lin's influence. Hence, it wasn't appropriate for him to reveal it either. Moreover, the reason why he scolded Jiang Ran with such fury was also for her own good. Otherwise, based on the words Jiang Ran had just said, if Lin Qing had a slightly petty mindset, then the Jiang family would have brought trouble upon itself. The Jiang family and Jiang family both belonged to prestigious clans with long-standing ties. Though Jiang Ran might occasionally say unpleasant things, she didn't harbor malicious intent. Zhang Ruishuan couldn't let her suffer alone. "What do you mean, Zhang Ruishuan?" Jiang Ran glared furiously at Zhang Ruishuan, as if meeting him for the first time. "What do I mean? Exactly what I said. Apologize to Lin Qing immediately." Zhang Ruishuan remained steadfast, unswayed by Jiang Ran's anger. Jiang Ran suddenly seemed to realize something, especially when Zhang Ruishuan mentioned that in his eyes, the gift from Lin Qing wasn't any worse than theirs. A street stall item being deemed not worse than their gifts left only one possibility. Zhang Ruichuan, do you like Lin Qing? Otherwise, how could you defend her so much? Huh, Lin Qing is truly a vixen. Zhou Linger managed to charm Xiao Mutant, and she has quickly aroused your romantic feelings. You're getting angry for her sake. Lin Qing gets along well with Zhou Linger. Haha, it's really a case of birds of a feather flocking together. Jiang Ran sneered coldly. Slap. Lin Qing could no longer stand it. The Jiang Ran in front of her kept defaming her. Thinking she was some kind of decoration, she stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Even though Lin Qing controlled the strength, it still made the other party immediately spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with several bloody teeth. Jiang Ran's face instantly swelled red, looking just like a meat bun. Originally, Jiang Ran had a delicate oval face, but now one side had suddenly become hugely fat, making it quite ridiculous. Are you daring to hit me? Jiang Ran mumbled unclearly while revealing an expression of terror. If I were to truly deal with someone, I wouldn't need others to step in on my behalf. You've defamed me time after time. Do you think I am weak and easy to bully? Lin Qing said coldly. At the same moment, her overwhelming aura pressed toward Jiang Ran, who stared wide-eyed. Jiang Ran felt as if a mountain-like pressure was rushing towards her. It felt like facing a fierce wild beast. Oh no, worse than a fierce wild beast. This overwhelming pressure almost suffocated her, making the pain on her face and in her mouth seem utterly trivial in comparison. Am I dying? Lin Qing is too terrifying, even more frightening than Zhou Linger. Although Zhou Linger has always been known as the female demon head, what exactly is Lin Qing? Jiang Ran whispered inwardly. Just when Jiang Ran thought she couldn't endure it any longer and would faint on the ground, the pressure disappeared from her body as if it had never existed. If not for her trembling legs and barely suppressed urge to urinate, she would have thought that the previous incident was all a nightmare. Do you think you have done anything wrong now? Lin Qing asked calmly. I'm sorry. After saying this, Jiang Ran covered her face, sobbing, and ran away. Wailing, Lin Qing is too scary. Chapter 258, The Secret of the Hot Spring Villa. Others, seeing Lin Qing so cruelly strike someone with a harsh slap at the slightest provocation and knock out several teeth, began to feel intimidated. They no longer dared to speak ill of her casually, at least not in front of her. For these rich second-generation individuals, even if there were conflicts, they usually wouldn't resort to physical violence but instead use intrigues and scheming, as direct violence would be undignified. However, Lin Qing's willingness to resort to violence effectively countered such plots. Despite this, deep down, they all mocked Lin Qing, thinking she was a vulgar person from the countryside who acted rashly without thought. Others could restrain themselves from speaking up, but Zhang Weiwei couldn't hold back. She remembered what Jiang Ran had said earlier, that Rui Xian's brother liked Lin Qing. How could that be? Rui Xian was hers alone. She would never allow anyone to take him away. But why did Rui Xian stand up for Lin Qing? Rui Xian brother, is it true that Jiang Ran said you like Lin Qing? Zhang Weiwei asked. Although she could sometimes act impulsively and let love cloud her judgment, she wasn't stupid. Seeing how Jiang Ran suffered before Lin Qing, Zhang Weiwei certainly wouldn't provoke Lin Qing herself. Moreover, Lin Qing's icy stare from lunchtime remained fresh in her mind. Thinking about that frightening look made her tremble slightly. How could someone have such a terrifying gaze? Besides, it wasn't yet confirmed whether Rui Xian liked Lin Qing or not. After all, that was only Jiang Ran's speculation, unreliable. If Lin Qing dared to seduce Rui Xian, Zhang Weiwei vowed that she would make Lin Qing pay dearly. Even though she couldn't beat Lin Qing, she could hire someone to do it. And she wasn't foolish. Anything solvable with money wasn't an issue. That's just her spreading rumors. How could it possibly be taken seriously? Between me and Lin Qing, how could that ever happen? Zhang Rui Xian replied. What he meant was that Lin Qing was related to Master Lin, beautiful, and academically outstanding. Even though his family background was decent, there was no guarantee that Lin Qing would reciprocate his feelings. Now he finally understood why Lin Qing was so close to Xiao Muting. Wasn't Xiao Muting responsible for the Red Lotus auction house, which was part of Master Lin's business? It made sense for them to collaborate closely. Zhang Weiwei, however, interpreted his words differently. To her, the meaning was, someone like Lin Qing, with her background, how could I ever be interested in her? Instantly, Zhang Weiwei set aside her concerns. Night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, and countless stars emerged through the night's veil. The dampness of the night seeped into the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. In front of the villa, cars streamed by endlessly, and guests milled around, all wealthy second-generation individuals attending Zhang Rui Xian's birthday celebration. While Zhang Rui Xian greeted his guests, the students dispersed to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Qing quietly slipped away unnoticed and returned to the edge of the original hot spring pool. Upon arrival, she noticed that the black cat was still waiting there. The night was pitch black. If it weren't for the glowing green eyes of the black cat and Lin Qing's cultivation in spiritual awareness, everything around would have been completely invisible. Lin Qing began to probe beneath the hot spring pool with her spiritual consciousness, and gradually, she sensed an increasing amount of yin energy. Normally, where there are hot springs, there must be underground magma. But why does this place have such an intense yin energy? Could the deaths of those employees be related to this? Lin Qing wondered silently. Her spiritual consciousness continued deeper until she found an array laid beneath the hot spring pool, the yin-yang transformation array. This formation transformed yang energy into yin energy. Normally, yin and yang should coexist harmoniously, But when yin becomes deficient, the unspent yang energy turns into heat. It was no wonder she discovered no natural conditions forming the hot spring earlier during her inspection. There was no underground magma beneath this mountain nearby. Hot springs form when atmospheric precipitation seeps deep into geological fault zones and comes into contact with subterranean hot magma over decades, eventually reaching the surface. Clearly, this hot spring was artificially created. The purpose was likely to harness yin energy for cultivation. This hot spring villa must be within that person's sphere of influence. Such cultivation reminded Lin Qing of the ghostly fiend sect. She had previously killed the young master of the ghostly fiend sect. Clearly, the sect's grandmaster had failed to track her down. Otherwise, there would have been some action by now. It seems she truly clashed with the ghostly fiend sect. Though she didn't oppose the ghostly fiend sect's use of ghostly qi, yin qi, and fiendish qi for cultivation. Since she herself utilized such forces, their use of formations to absorb people's yang qi and convert it into yin qi for their own practice was extremely damaging to karma. It must be that the relevant national departments have been monitoring them very strictly, leaving them with no choice but to adopt this method of slowly stealing life energy. There are so many people coming here every day. For ordinary people, losing a little yang energy might only lead to some minor illnesses, and after resting for a while, they will recover. But the staff who live and work here every day are different. Their yang energy is constantly drained, which will definitely make them gradually lose their vitality over time. No wonder it was mainly the workers who died. Workers closer to this hot spring pool were probably affected more seriously. And through this method, the authorities would not be able to find any leads. Besides, there was another concealment formation above the yin-yang conversion array, making it hard even for those with cultivation skills to detect anything abnormal. Lin Qing was an exception due to her extraordinarily powerful spiritual awareness, which allowed her to unintentionally notice something unusual. Having said that, Lin Qing began absorbing the yin energy from underground before she decided to destroy the yin-yang transformation array. Otherwise, if she broke the array carelessly, the yin energy would spread, affecting innocent people nearby. Lin Qing acted immediately. She sat cross-legged beside the black cat, made a small breach in the formation, and started absorbing the yin energy. Her absorption speed was astonishing. Within just 15 minutes, all the yin energy accumulated by the unknown manipulator was entirely absorbed by Lin Qing. Break! Lin Qing murmured softly as she sat cross-legged. In an instant, the seemingly complex formation was broken apart by Lin Qing. What's considered complex to the people on this planet was utterly trivial to her. After finishing these tasks, Lin Qing prepared to leave. Meow meow. The black cat grabbed Lin Qing's clothes with its two paws and called out to her. Xiaohei, what do you want? Lin Qing looked at the black cat and asked. Meow meow. I'm not Xiaohei. I want to leave with you. The black cat was a particularly intelligent one. It sensed a comfortable feeling from Lin Qing that made it feel rejuvenated. It had a premonition that if it followed her, its destiny would change. You want to leave with me? Lin Qing asked in puzzlement. Chapter 259. Little fairy, take me with you. Meow meow. Yes, little fairy, take me with you. In the black cat's view, the girl in front of him was incredibly beautiful, almost like a fairy. Although it had seen many pretty women with delicate features, none of them deserved the title of little fairy, mainly due to the lack of an appropriate aura. If you really want to follow me, you can, but you'll have to go out first and wait for me at the entrance of the hot spring resort. Lin Qing whispered. Upon hearing her words, the black cat immediately ran towards the direction of the resort's entrance. While running, the black cat was astonished that the little fairy could actually understand its meaning. It was incredible. Seeing the black cat disappear into the distance, Lin Qing also headed towards the resort's entrance. She guessed that the master behind the hot spring resort would soon discover the issue here. Once they realized that the yin energy had completely disappeared and the yin-yang conversion array was broken, they would surely be furious. Not long after, those who were soaking in the hot springs began to feel something amiss. Why is the hot spring water getting cold? How can the hot spring become cold? Yeah, mine is getting cold too. Let's get out quickly and ask the staff what's going on. These tourists complained about their bad luck today, not knowing that if the hot spring hadn't cooled down, they would have definitely fallen ill after soaking. The fact that the hot spring cooled down proved how lucky they were. So sometimes, people shouldn't dwell excessively on gains and losses. As the old saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a blessing. Gains and losses are like a mirror that reflects everyone's heart. One must dialectically consider the relationship between gain and loss. A loss may turn out to be a blessing. Gain and loss are contradictions, both opposing yet interdependent. If one person gains, it means someone else loses. Losing signifies contributing. If one loses in one aspect, they may gain in another. Heaven will reward your efforts. Gains and losses in life are common, so don't focus overly on temporary gains or losses. Don't value money too much and become obsessed with fame and fortune. Besides wealth, status, and fame, there are many wonderful things in life. People should not pursue profit merely for profit, focusing only on short-term benefits. What's rightfully yours will eventually come to you. Regarding gains and losses, some people might verbally claim they treat them lightly, but in reality, when faced with fame and fortune, it's a different story. It sounds easy to say, but doing it is hard. In all matters, one should be broad-minded and look further ahead. One shouldn't overly nitpick and should make every effort to be considerate to others. This is a skillful way to deal with situations. Sometimes, gaining is losing, and losing is gaining. Su Shi put it well in his famous work, The Front Chibi Ode. And indeed, in heaven and earth, each thing has its own owner. Unless it belongs to me, Even the slightest bit cannot be taken. How philosophical. Without a grand spirit transcending life and death, it's difficult to truly let go of fame and material gains. All things are made by heaven and earth to sustain humanity, and everything has its fate, so there's no need to exhaust oneself over it. Whatever is yours won't diminish in the slightest. The service staff quickly noticed the anomaly and reported it to their superior. Soon, the person behind the scenes learned of the situation. How could the hot spring possibly cool down? Ah, it's bad. The yin-yang conversion array must have malfunctioned. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe said. As he spoke, he rushed towards the hot spring resort. Lin Xing hadn't been gone from the hot spring for long before the black-robed man arrived. After all, he lived nearby, and as a cultivator, he couldn't be judged by normal standards. After leaving the hot spring, Lin Xing returned to the villa where the birthday party was being held. At that moment, the villa was filled with revelry, and many rich second-generation heirs were enjoying themselves thoroughly. The black cat followed Lin Xing to the villa's gate, but couldn't enter. You stay outside. When we return, you can follow me again. Lin Xing telepathically communicated to the black cat. Though she couldn't speak cat language, she could communicate telepathically with the black cat through brain waves, making sure the black cat understood her meaning. Meow meow. Many thanks, master. But why can I understand what you're saying? It's incredible. The black cat emitted a deep and magnetic sound, gracefully stepping to a corner outside the villa to rest. However, Lin Xing didn't respond to its question and instead entered the villa. As soon as Lin Xing walked in, she saw Li Shuang looking around for something. Hey, what are you looking for? Lin Xing suddenly appeared next to Li Shuang and patted her shoulder. Geez, Lin Xing, did you know scaring people can kill? Li Shuang exclaimed, startled. All right, I'm sorry for frightening you. What were you looking for earlier? Lin Xing asked next. Of course I was looking for you. Where did you run off to just now? Don't you know that running around randomly in a strange place is dangerous? Li Shuang spoke with the demeanor of an older sister. With so many people around, how could there be any danger? The corner of Lin Xing's eye twitched involuntarily. If anyone were dangerous, it would be her. She was arguably the most dangerous person in the world. Who could possibly match her level of peril? Hey, Lin Xing, I didn't expect you to be so naive. But being overly innocent isn't good. There's a dark side to this world. Haven't you seen all those TV shows or news reports about girls going missing or getting murdered? So as women, who are the weaker members of society, we need to always be careful and learn how to protect ourselves. There's an old saying, right? One should not harbor harmful intentions, but must guard against others' evil motives. Li Shuang added, living on this blue planet, most of us enjoy the sunshine every day and lead happy lives. However, everything has two sides. Where there's light, there's also darkness. Most people live in their own small, idyllic worlds and have no idea what the other side of this world is truly like. People filled with beautiful fantasies don't realize that while they're shouting slogans and embracing a wonderful world, somewhere every minute someone is disappearing into the shadows and becoming a slave. In the places we don't know, in the dark corners of this planet, at least 2.5 million people vanish without a trace each year. They might be sold into slavery, have their organs removed, or even be killed indiscriminately, among many other horrors. Too many unimaginable and dark aspects of human nature are spreading unchecked, and acts of depravity are occurring quietly and persistently. In recent years, tragic news has reached China about Chinese citizens mysteriously disappearing or being killed overseas. Among the many speculations about the whereabouts of these missing individuals, some suggest they may have been kidnapped by foreign human traffickers and victimized. The illegal business of human trafficking has never stopped. Although over the past decade, the preferences of both buyers and sellers have changed constantly, and even the proportion of male victims has gradually increased, women still remain the primary targets. Chapter 260, The Black Hand Behind the Scenes. Some might ask, how can I prevent such a crime from happening to me? You may search the entire internet, ask all your family and friends, and browse through all the safety tips in your social circle, but it's still hard to find a perfect answer. The rampant display of these dark sides of human nature exposes a shortcoming in the current methods by which human society maintains order. Governments, police, armies, etc., are all made up of people who also have their own dark sides. Therefore, when someone stands up to expose darkness, reveal injustice, and demand fairness, openness, and justice, we should fully support them. This is our best way to fight against the dark side. Lin Xing looked at Li Shuang with her nagging expression and smiled, saying, all right, you big chatterbox, I know already. What? You dare to say I'm nagging when I'm worried about you? That's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin for being ungrateful. Humph, Li Shuang angrily retorted. All right, I apologize. Thank you, Li Shuang, for caring about me. I deeply reflect on myself, Lin Xing said apologetically. That's more like it, Li Shuang replied proudly. By the way, how did you notice I was missing? Lin Xing asked curiously. With so many people here, noticing one person was gone isn't that easy. Just now, my idol Xiao Muting came. He came for Zheng Ruizhuan's birthday. When he heard you were here, he came to ask me, but I couldn't find you after searching for a long time. Then he seemed to have something urgent, so after giving a present to the class president, he left, Li Shuang explained. I remember at the start of the semester, I told you that I knew Xiao Muting, and you didn't believe me. Lin Xing laughed. Who could have thought that in our third year, you'd actually be classmates with Xiao Muting? And you're from Pingshan County? It's truly hard to imagine that Xiao Muting would go there for junior high school, considering he's the young master of the Xiao family. Lin Xing, you're really lucky to be friends with such a handsome guy. Li Shuang replied enviously. To meet me, that's his luck, Lin Xing smiled confidently. Humph, give you some color, and you open a dye shop. Your pride has gone straight to the clouds. Everyone in our school knows that Xiao Daxiao has a cold character, yet he only shows joy in front of you and Zhou Ling. Li Shuang's eyes filled with envy, but no jealousy. Lin Qing felt a little helpless. Every time she spoke the truth, the other party wouldn't believe her. It was exhausting. By the way, it's rumored in our school that Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting are a couple. Is it true or not? Li Shuang's expression showed curiosity. Currently false, but we cannot predict what the future holds. Lin Qing said as she tapped her chin. You mean Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting might end up together? Li Shuang seemed to detect some subtle hint. Matters of the heart. Can anyone foresee them clearly? I just feel they somewhat remind me of bickering lovers, Lin Qing responded. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching outside the villa. Of course, this power was relative. Compared to ordinary people, he was strong, as he possessed the peak Taoist cultivation strength. But compared to Lin Qing, he wasn't worth mentioning. Lin Qing recognized the same aura she had sensed at the yin-yang transformation array in the hot spring villa, meaning this person was the mastermind behind the scenes. Since she hadn't particularly hidden her own aura, it was likely that the individual followed her aura to track her down. Had she deliberately concealed the traces of where she had been, the person probably wouldn't have been able to find her. It was deliberate on Lin Qing's part not to hide her aura. Although she didn't consider herself entirely good, she had never done anything that went against her conscience. In the cultivation world, there were rules for cultivators, and the means used by this person were against the natural order and thus were always despised by her. Just like before, regarding the suppression of the dragon vein incident, she acted without hesitation. Since she had already made an enemy out of the ghostly saber sect, she wasn't afraid of offending them again. Lin Qing's guess turned out to be correct. The person was indeed the master behind the hot spring villa. His name was Hu Wan, and he was an elder of the ghostly saber sect. Since the sect's young master went out and mysteriously died, unable to trace the real culprit, the ghostly saber sect assumed that the state intended to take action against them. Therefore, they became more cautious and didn't recklessly kill people. This was also why the ghostly saber sect didn't go looking for revenge from the Xian society, even though they knew the young master's death was related to the Xian society. But the strongest individuals of the Xian society could not possibly hold back the followers of the young master. Clearly, some unknown external force must have intervened invisibly. From their perspective, they believed this unseen force must belong to the state because otherwise, there wouldn't be any clue left. In modern society, no matter how powerful you are, you can't defy the state. Otherwise, one missile from the state could destroy any sect or organization. No matter how skilled you are, you might be able to evade gunfire, but can you withstand cannons and missiles? Let alone even more powerful weapons like nuclear bombs. This hot spring villa is indeed a property of the ghostly saber sect and one of their more secret cultivation sites. The area close to the mountain offers better concealment for them. They thought that by practicing in this more secretive way, they wouldn't be detected. Who would have expected that the yin-yang transformation array inside the hot spring villa would be broken? Hu Wan was the head of the ghostly saber sect's branch at the Lishan hot spring villa. He squatted outside the villa trying to see who had broken their yin-yang transformation array. He could feel that the person was inside the villa. He initially guessed that it might be a highly skilled cultivator since experts proficient in array formations were extremely rare. However, looking at the villa where there was a constant stream of vehicles coming and going, Hu Wan became doubtful. He had just inquired and learned that inside the villa, a rich second-generation heir was celebrating a birthday with a banquet. The person didn't seem like someone who would attend such a banquet, did they? After all, usually cultivators with high-level skills were older and had achieved great realms. How would they waste time attending such a birthday celebration? Lin Qing felt the evil aura outside the villa and realized that today's matters probably wouldn't end peacefully. She said aloud, Li Shuang, I think it's too noisy inside. I'll go out for some fresh air. Let me accompany you. Li Shuang immediately responded. She always felt that being alone in unfamiliar places was dangerous. No need, I want some time alone. Don't worry, I won't go far. I'll stay near the entrance to the villa. There are many people coming and going here, so there's no danger. Lin Qing refused politely. All right then, Li Shuang replied helplessly. Afterward, Lin Qing walked toward the villa exit. As soon as she stepped outside, Hu Wan noticed her presence. The person has come out. I must see who dares to oppose our ghostly saber sect, Hu Wan thought to himself silently. When he saw that the one emerging was a young girl, he was utterly shocked. Chapter 261, Jealousy of a Genius. How is this possible? Could it be that he guessed wrong? Was the person not an expert in cultivation, but an expert in formations instead? Otherwise, why couldn't he sense their strength? In such situations, it usually meant one of two things. Either the person was stronger than him, or they were too weak. If the person was stronger, then at least they would have the power of a Xiao Fa true person. How could that be possible? In his Guixia sect, only the sect leader was on the level of a Xiao Fa true person, which kept many other sects from opposing them. Furthermore, across the entire country, there weren't many who had reached the level of a Xiao Fa true person, and all of them were invariably elderly people looking like rotten wood. From this, it was evident just how difficult it was to reach the level of a Xiao Fa true person. How could he possibly believe that a young girl, not yet 20, could be a Xiao Fa true person? Hu Wan was silently speculating. He believed that the person must be a cultivator with considerable talent in formations. Unlike strength, formations didn't require much prowess. As long as one could draw qi into the body, they could master formations. Therefore, even someone very weak could still be a formation expert. Yes, she must be a formation expert who just happened to come here for a classmate's birthday party. accidentally discovered this formation and broke it. Moreover, Huan was certain that the person had seen through the intentions of the yin-yang conversion formation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken the formation for no reason. That girl probably thought she did a good deed, unaware that her death was imminent. There was no way he would let go after she destroyed his formation. Moreover, a young genius like this, once fully grown, would pose a threat to their Guisha sect, making it even more impossible for him to overlook her. Huan was not a genius. In fact, one might say he lacked talent in cultivation. He had once joined some righteous sects, but there his cultivation advanced very slowly. If he continued like that, he would likely never achieve anything significant in his lifetime. However, Huan was an ambitious man. During a conflict with a talented disciple of his sect, he took advantage of the other's unpreparedness, killing the talented disciple and beginning his life as a fugitive. Living in the darkness, unseen by light, made it easier to encounter darkness. By chance, he came across the Guisha sect. The people of the Guisha sect barely had to tempt him before he joined them. Their lure was simple. They could help him quickly enhance his strength in the Guisha sect if he dared to act. Sure enough, as expected, in the Guisha sect, due to his willingness to take underhanded actions and being proactive, his cultivation advanced rapidly. Eventually, he became an elder of the Guisha sect. Huan was envious of geniuses. If he had such talent, would he have to be a man who lived in shadows? In society, there are always such people who attribute all their dissatisfaction to external factors, like society, family, or talent, never finding fault within themselves. Just like attending a school reunion, you'd hear all sorts of complaints. Some said the job pressure was immense and the salary low, feeling there was no future in life. Some said life was as monotonous as a stagnant pond, devoid of any great surprises but full of troublesome matters. Others said the relationship with their spouse grew increasingly indifferent, while their children's grades dropped dramatically. They wondered why all misfortunes seemed to happen to them. Yet, if one was dissatisfied with their current job, why not try improving one's professional skills or simply switch jobs? If life wasn't satisfying, why not make use of leisure time to explore more hobbies and immerse oneself in a wider, more interesting world? If one was unsatisfied with their family life, why not try enhancing communication and understanding with loved ones and show more patience with children, allowing oneself to mature into a qualified adult? Everyone encounters setbacks, difficulties, grievances, and pain in life. Some merely blame heaven and earth, attributing everything unpleasant to external causes. Smart people, however, start from themselves, viewing failures as experiences, and constantly strive positively to change their present situation. And Huan stood out among such individuals. Not only did he fail to find reasons within himself, but he also harbored resentment towards every genius, wishing to eliminate and replace them. However, replacement was impossible. All he could do was try every method to deal with these young geniuses. Of course, regarding those already successful geniuses, even if he wanted to counter them, he couldn't, because such people were backed by sects and supported by powerful figures. He dare not offend them. Though cunning and devious, he wasn't stupid. Huan watched Lin walk out of the villa toward the nearby forest, fire flickering in his eyes as he unconsciously licked his lips. Humph, when heaven offers you a way, you refuse to take it. Without a door to hell, you deliberately walk right into it. He could tell that she was beautiful, an absolute top-tier beauty. He could also see that she was a novice. It would be such a waste to simply kill her outright. If he were to take her primal yin energy, not only would his strength increase, but it would also satisfy his wicked desires. In the Guisha sect, there were indeed techniques like absorbing yin energy to supplement yang, but these techniques weren't like the dual cultivation methods of the immortal continents that benefited both parties. The sect's methods caused significant harm to women, resulting in rapid aging at best and death at worst. Huan had clearly practiced such methods before. Due to the Guisha sect's low-profile policy and restriction against indiscriminate killing, he could only target inconspicuous women. For them, he took their yin energy once, which left them gravely ill but not fatal. Yet many of the women he targeted had already lost their original yin energy, providing little help for cultivating. After all, in this increasingly open society, virgins were becoming rarer. Some even joked that the only place to find virgins was in kindergartens. Though exaggerated, this highlighted how casually people now regarded certain things. This woman was different. She clearly wasn't yet an adult, and her body exuded a strong aura of untouched yin energy. This scent made him even more restless inside. Huan followed Lin deep into the forest. Lin moved quickly, and Huan hurried along as well, the urgency evident in his pace. After about 10 minutes, Lin felt they were far enough from the villa and spoke up. "Come out. I know you're following me." "Humph, since you've already noticed me, you still dare to walk further. You've got guts," Huan sneered coldly. At this moment, the mountain forest was very dark, with no moonlight, but it didn't bother either of them. Occasional autumn winds blew through, rustling the leaves and causing many yellowing ones to fall. A strange tension filled the air between the two. Chapter 262, Evil Begets Evil. At this moment, the eerie atmosphere fit that old saying perfectly. A dark moonlit night is good for killing, and a high wind makes it perfect for arson. Lin at this point was feeling both murderous and like starting a fire, especially as the other party stared at her with evil eyes, making her feel utterly disgusted. She intended to kill him first and then use the fire to destroy his body completely without a trace. This would be almost perfect. Ho ho, when it comes to people like you, I've always been bold, Lin said with a cold laugh. "Humph, you dare to act so arrogantly at your tender age. Do you know who I am? Do you know how high my cultivation level is? Don't think that because you're a genius in your surroundings, you can look down on everything. Huan sneered. Who you are doesn't matter to me, nor do I want to know. All I need to know is that you're no match for me. Lin Qing responded coldly. I see you want to die. But don't worry, I won't let you go so easily. I will make sure your death is a happy one. Huan's eyes gleamed with an evil light, making his whole demeanor even more sinister. You are looking for death. You're nothing but a peak-level beginner cultivator, yet you dare to insult me. Rest assured, I won't let you die that easily, Lin Qing angrily said, clearly understanding the implications of his words. You, how did you know I'm a peak-level beginner cultivator? Could it be that you have divine eyes that can see through those with higher cultivation than you? Huan exclaimed, shocked. Evidently, he didn't notice the tone of disdain in Lin Qing's words regarding a peak-level beginner. He was more concerned about how the other party could figure out his cultivation level. I have no divine eyes. I can see through your cultivation because my strength is greater than yours. Lin Qing smirked coldly. Impossible. How can your strength possibly surpass mine? You brat, aren't you the legendary youngest master Lin, the youngest master ever? Huan looked disbelievingly. At that moment, Lin Qing moved faster than lightning, reaching Huan's side and throwing a punch at him. Oh, I am the master Lin you spoke of, Lin Qing whispered quietly. Although her voice was extremely soft, each word still entered Huan's ears without missing a beat. Huan was slammed by Lin Qing into a pile of broken stones, leaving a large pit behind. Huan coughed up blood after being severely injured, dazed, and seeing stars from the collision. Struggling from the heap of shattered rocks, Huan spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, impossible. How can you be Master Lin? How can Master Lin be a woman? Though his lips refused to believe, many doubts rose within his heart. If she wasn't Master Lin, how could she be so formidable? Although Master Lin's reputation resounded widely, rumors about him were rife in various circles outside, but there had been no specific rumors concerning his gender. Everyone only knew that Master Lin was an exceptionally young individual barely 20 years old. Master Lin was not only the top boss of Central Plains, but also defeated the famous long-time, renowned martial artist Sheng Haoyan, becoming the youngest master of the current era. How can Master Lin not be a woman? It's you underestimating women. Women are not inferior to men, Lin Qing said coldly. After finishing her words, Lin Qing moved forward again, landing several punches on Huan. These were restrained blows by Lin Qing. Otherwise, a single punch would have exploded Huan into bits, making it too easy on him. After approximately 10 punches, Huan's ribs broke, his nose fractured, his legs snapped, and his teeth were knocked out all the way from deep inside. At this moment, Huan lay limp on the ground like a pool of mud, devoid of the confidence and vigor he exuded at the start. He realized that even if he survived, he would become a cripple, and Ghost Slaughter Sect wouldn't accept someone useless. Alive, he would merely endure torture from his enemies. To secure the position of elder in the Ghost Slaughter Sect, he had offended quite a number of people within the sect. If he returned alive to Ghost Slaughter Sect, the sect leader certainly wouldn't consider his past contributions to take care of him. Instead, the sect leader would look at him indifferently, treating him as an encumbrance. Ghost Slaughter Sect was exactly such a place where the weak were devoured by the strong. Once you became useless, your situation would absolutely turn unbearable. Despite his excruciating pain, Huan pleaded, "Kill me. Please, kill me." Lin Qing was curious about Huan's willingness to die. Even worms struggle for survival, and there was still a chance to save him, yet he begged for death. She asked incredulously, "Humph, you don't beg me to spare you, but rather ask me to kill you?" "Yes, I beg you kill me. Even if I survive, I'll just be a cripple. Our sect won't want a cripple. Then I'd live a miserable life. Might as well die now," Huan said sorrowfully. "How can your Ghost Slaughter Sect treat its own members so cruelly? Why did you join Ghost Slaughter Sect in the first place?" Lin Qing voiced the question, puzzling her. "If I were a genius like you, would I have to join such a shady sect? How could I have reached my current cultivation level without joining the Guisha sect? It's truly unjust how fate favors geniuses." A look of jealousy and resentment flickered in Huan's eyes. But what good was his resentment? Now he was but the flesh under the knife of his enemy, and all he could do was submit to his fate. Lin Qing just rolled her eyes at his words. The man had done evil and become an evildoer, yet blamed this on cosmic injustice, because he wasn't a genius. If people like him were allowed to become geniuses, that would truly be against the balance of the cosmos. At this point, Lin Qing had lost all interest in his complaints. Such grievance-filled excuses were too common in their society, usually from those who would amount to nothing. Lin Qing gave a cold laugh. "Do you think death will absolve you of everything? What do you mean?" Huan didn't understand. However, Lin Qing had already lost patience explaining to him anything further. A red flame appeared on her fingertip, its blood like crimson glowing unervingly eerie in the dark night. Even before the fire touched him, Huan could feel its heat. It felt so hot even from afar. How could it stay stable on her fingertips like that? Questions swirled in his mind. But these doubts disappeared in a flash as something much more startling happened next. With a flick of her finger, Lin Qing sent the tiny flame flying towards Huan with astonishing speed, and it remained lit even in midair. Does she intend to burn me alive? But such a small flame can easily be extinguished. Wait, my limbs are broken. I can't stop it even if it's just a little flame. Truly, the hearts of women can be cruel. Huan's face twisted in both fear and hatred. The process was swift. The moment the flame touched Huan's body, it erupted into roaring infernos. His legs vanished first, then his torso, arms, until finally, Huan's head dissolved in flames. Throughout this horrific ordeal, Huan screamed in excruciating pain, his cries sounding like those of howling wolves or wailing ghosts. Chapter 263, Torment. Lin Qing clearly saw through the other person's thoughts and coldly sneered. Humph, do you think dying will let you off scot-free? What do you mean? Huan asked, puzzled. However, Lin Qing was no longer willing to explain much to him. A cluster of red flames appeared on Lin Qing's fingertip, red like blood, and it looked strange in the dark night. Even before the flame approached Huan, he could already feel its heat from afar. He wondered how the other could keep the flame alive on their finger. But this doubt only lingered for a fleeting moment in his mind, as the events that followed left his brain unable to function properly. With a snap of Lin Qing's finger, the flame shot rapidly toward Huan. Not only did it not extinguish at such speed, it burned even more fiercely, as if it had come into contact with gasoline. Could it be that they want to burn me to death? But such a small flame should be easily put out. Ah, no, my hands and feet are broken. I can't even smother this little flame. Truly, women are the cruelest. Huan's eyes revealed both fear and hatred. This process happened very quickly. As soon as the flame touched Huan's body, it began burning furiously. First were the legs disappearing, then the torso, arms, and finally Huan's head. Throughout the entire process, Huan screamed in agony, wailing like an animal crying and howling like a wolf. His cries traveled far. Occasionally, someone near the forest would hear them, assuming it to be wild animals in the mountain. Of course, the process from Huan's body catching fire to its complete disappearance happened very fast, probably lasting just a few dozen seconds. However, within these few dozen seconds, Huan endured extreme torment, feeling there was nothing more painful in the world. At this point, Huan felt some regret for provoking the demon before him. Yes, the other party was a demon, despite looking beautiful, but in essence a wolf in sheep's clothing. Why was he so base? If the yin-yang conversion array broke, then so be it. Why did he seek the truth? Why couldn't he control his greed and attempt to harm this girl? Now it was truly a mistake made that would bring endless remorse. When Huan's head disappeared, he thought he might have found his final relief. Yet, he still felt a pain deep to the bone, much worse than when his body was burning. He opened his eyes and saw a sea of fire. The fiery tongues, red as blood, devoured the quiet night. That blazing fire seemed like a brushstroke, crazily painting everything it touched with its fiery color. The wind carried it everywhere, swallowing all indiscriminately. The crimson flames transformed into a blood-red lotus. Ah, this hurts too much. Wasn't I dead already? Could it be that I'm now in a spiritual state? Can fire actually burn souls? Damn, what kind of fire is this? Could it possibly be the mythical three pure elements fire? Numerous questions filled Huan's mind, yet there was no one to answer him. At this time, all he could do was endure the deep-seated pain alone. Only then did he fully understand the meaning behind Lin Qing's words earlier. Humph, do you think dying solves everything? It was only now that he finally believed this young woman was indeed the renowned Master Lin. Who else but Master Lin could be so young yet so powerful? Huan was utterly desperate. She was Master Lin. Even the master of the Gui Sha sect may not necessarily be able to contend with her, let alone any hope of vengeance. In the flames, Huan's face turned pale, his lips twitching. His whole body crouched in the corner, trembling violently. Clearly, his vision became blurred, indicating his eyesight was severely impaired. Clutching his thighs tightly with his hands, he gritted his teeth to endure the agony. With brows knitted, his headache felt unbearable, as if his head would explode. His fingers clawed his thighs until streaks of bloody marks formed, and he hadn't realized it. Oh, it hurts too much. Please give me a quick death, Huan shouted, shaking uncontrollably. At this point, no one could hear his cries except Lin Qing. Humph, I said I wouldn't let you die so easily. How dare you look at me with that disgusting gaze? Lin Qing replied coldly, and Huan regretted even more now. Why had he allowed himself to be swayed by lust? Why had he dared to eye the other with ill intent? At this moment, death itself seemed like a luxury. The other was a devil, a devil. Though Lin Qing planned to torture the man further, after about 10 minutes, Huan's soul vanished entirely, unable to bear the torment anymore. After withdrawing the crimson lotus heteroclite flame, Lin Qing hurriedly headed toward the villa where Zheng Ruiyan held his birthday celebration. Meanwhile, in a very remote place stood rows of spirit tablets. Suddenly, one of them shattered. The young man in hemp clothing who was supposed to be on guard duty had been dozing off. A sudden loud noise startled him, and when he saw that the spirit tablet of one of the elders had shattered, he immediately ran toward the core area of the sect. At that moment, the sect master of Gui Sha sect was meditating. Someone reported that there was an urgent matter outside. Let them in, came a raspy voice. Accompanied by a core disciple, the young man in hemp clothing entered. What exactly has happened? Asked the man seated in the main position. This man seated in the primary position was an emaciated old man with a gaunt face. He looked like a withered cormorant, having almost no flesh left on his bones. However, his short white speckled beard appeared energetic, and his deeply sunken eyes were razor-sharp, like those of an eagle, inspiring both awe and fear. The core disciple beside him looked to be about 30-something years old. Of medium build, he had a square face, with slightly rough skin, indicating a long history of rigorous training. His hair at the temples was slightly receding, and his black eyebrows were thick and dense, giving him a trustworthy appearance. Yet, this image was marred by his small, narrow eyes, which though small, emitted sharp gleams, revealing a cunning and deceitful nature. Truly, it was a pair of eyes that ruined his whole face. Master, Ameo says Elder Four's spirit tablet is broken, said the middle-aged man. The elder raised an eyebrow, uttering just a single syllable. But not a sound could be heard from those below, demonstrating the great authority of the elder. What really happened? Ameo, tell everything in detail to the sect master. If there's even one word of falsehood, watch out for your life, warned the middle-aged man coldly. Sect master, I was carefully watching over the spirit tablets when suddenly, I heard a cracking sound. I turned toward the source and found that Elder 4's spirit tablet had shattered, said Ameo timidly. Did anyone else enter the area? The elder in the main position asked in his raspy voice. No one, Ameo mumbled. Chapter 264, Return to School. Ameo obviously dared not admit his laziness, but it was a fact that no one else had been to the spirit tablet. In his view, this lie wasn't really lying, since he hadn't lied about anything crucial. Elder 4 has clearly died. Someone must be trying to target our Gui Sha sect, said the elder seated at the main seat calmly, as if the death of this person was utterly insignificant. Then, Master, what should we? Asked the middle-aged man softly. Zhou Feng, you go to Elder 4's location and investigate who killed him. Moreover, you mustn't act rashly or engage in combat with the other party. After identifying the person, report back to me, said the sect leader Sun Peng. But Master, are we not going to avenge Elder 4? Zhou Feng questioned. If someone else had raised such a doubt, Sun Peng might have slapped them away for daring to question him, questioning whether they wished to live. But as this came from one of his favored disciples, Sun Peng's hoarse voice reached their ears. Revenge? For what revenge? Huan lacked skill and got killed by others. It's only his bad luck. However, our Gui Sha sect isn't one to be trifled with. Whoever killed a member of our sect will have to answer to me, and their blood shall be used to make amends. As for avenging the death of those within the sect, Sun Peng had no interest in that. Once entering Gui Sha sect, one must accept the possibility of death. The only way to avoid death is to become stronger. But for insulting Gui Sha sect, Sun Peng would not let it slide so easily. With confidence, Zhou Feng set off toward the direction of Lishan Hot Spring Villa, yet unknown to him. Even though he arrived, he wouldn't uncover a single clue. Firstly, Huan's body had already been obliterated by Lin Qing, not leaving a trace behind, and his soul had vanished completely. Moreover, Lin Qing had just wiped away her traces earlier to save herself trouble. She guessed that Gui Sha sect would definitely send someone to investigate Huan's cause of death. To Lin Qing, Gui Sha sect wasn't something she feared, and destroying Gui Sha sect wasn't a hard task for her. However, she truly didn't have time to waste on such disputes between sections. 10 years might seem long, but for eternal cultivation, it was incredibly short. When Lin Qing returned to the villa, the birthday banquet was about to end. Lin Qing boarded the school bus with classmates from her class, while the black cat stealthily slipped onto the bus unnoticed and came over to Lin Qing's side. At first, it was cautious about being discovered, hiding under Lin Qing's seat quietly. After some time passed as the bus left, the black cat stepped out from beneath Lin Qing's seat and leapt into her lap, purring coquettishly. Meow? So comfortable, master. Seeing how the black cat looked like it wanted to be petted, Lin Qing whispered, Shoo, don't make noise and disturb others. Upon seeing Lin Qing's expression, the black cat dared not vocalize anymore. Perhaps others hadn't noticed this black cat, but Li Shuang beside Lin Qing immediately spotted it. Wow, Lin Qing, where did you pick up this black cat? But why does this black cat feel familiar somehow? Li Shuang asked in surprise, seemingly forgetting her previous encounter with this black cat at the hot spring villa. Maybe all cats look somewhat similar, so you feel they're alike. Earlier, I went out to calm down outside the villa in the mountain forest, and I met this black cat. It insisted on following me, and I helplessly brought it along, Lin Qing explained faintly. But Lin Qing, though this black cat is very beautiful, I heard from others that black cats are ominous objects. You'd better get rid of it, suggested Li Shuang. The black cat glared at Li Shuang after hearing her words. How dare you defame me in front of my master? I want to bite you. Bite you. Thought the black cat, gritting its teeth silently, remembering Lin Qing's orders not to make any more noises. Oh, nonsense talk. Ancient books record that Xian cat wards off evil and is auspicious. Place it towards the south. It is beneficial for descendants. Lin Qing replied nonchalantly. You mean that black cats aren't ominous, but instead serve to ward off evil? Li Shuang asked curiously. Yes, Xian cat refers to a black cat, which is used to ward off evil. Later generations probably only see the surface phenomena, thinking misfortunes happen when black cats appear and blame everything on black cats without discerning the truth. Placed easily to the south means it's best to keep them near the door since ancient gates face southward. Beneficial for descendants implies its continuous effect, protecting the house owner or even future generations. Or perhaps it simply means the offspring of this black cat as well. Black cats ward off evil. They usually take the initiative to suppress unclean presences, so places heavy with malevolent energy often have black cats appearing. Thus, people mistakenly assume encountering a black cat is extremely ominous. In fact, keeping a black cat at home can significantly help ward off evil. Therefore, we should not blindly follow what others say. The purpose of learning is to discern truth from falsehood and distinguish right from wrong, Lin Qing explained. Wow, Lin Qing, you're so knowledgeable. I'll learn from you in the future, Li Shuang praised. After hearing Lin Qing's words, the black cat couldn't help but curl its lips into a smile, looking very pleased. It rubbed its head against Lin Qing, showing its gratitude for her defending black cats. Their race had suffered too much discrimination and banishment over the years. Li Shuang was gradually drawn to the tranquil blackness of the black cat's eyes, as if falling into endless darkness. The black cat stared back at Li Shuang, alert, full of hostility and a desire to drive her away. A gentle breeze brushed past the bus window, and with an agile flick of its tail, it turned its rear towards Li Shuang, leaving only a pair of unforgettable golden eyes imprinted on her memory. Why do I feel like this black cat doesn't like me? Li Shuang murmured softly. Maybe it's because you said something bad about it earlier. It tends to hold grudges. Lin Qing replied indifferently. What? Are you saying that this black cat understands human speech? If that's true, it's simply incredible. Li Shuang exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. I don't know whether it can understand human speech, but I do know that it has high intelligence. It likely comprehends our meaning through actions, expressions, and how we treat it, Lin Qing said. Seeing Li Shuang's shock, she wanted to laugh. If the other person ever saw Xiao Yin, their eyes might pop out, considering Xiao Yin could actually speak human language. Wow, Black Cat, you're so amazing. I'm sorry, I underestimated you before and misunderstood you. Can you forgive me? Li Shuang said sincerely. Meow meow. The black cat let out low cries. What does it mean? Li Shuang looked utterly confused. It says it forgives you since you've sincerely apologized, Lin Qing smiled. Chapter 265, Endless Longing. After Lin Qing returned to school, she was pondering how to obtain the few millennium-old medicinal herbs from Medicine Valley. Her cultivation had slowed down greatly, relying solely on practice, and without external assistance, it would be very difficult to reach the Yuan Ying stage within 10 years. Moreover, this was Earth, where the concentration of spiritual energy was thin. Even on the Cultivation Continent, advancing from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Yuan Ying stage within 10 years would be like a wild dream. Once, she had wasted 100 years cultivating the Devil's Way to advance from Foundation Establishment to Yuan Ying. Of course, since she began practicing the Dine Dao method, her cultivation speed increased significantly, far surpassing her past achievements in Devil's Way cultivation. Indeed, this Dine Dao method, a heavenly-level technique, lived up to its reputation, and thus, Lin Qing still held a shred of hope that she could reach the Yuan Ying stage within 10 years. The last time Medicine Valley sent representatives to negotiate, they failed to reach an agreement. Afterward, she hadn't given much thought to going to Medicine Valley, though she envied those millennia-old medicinal herbs. But as a former demon lord, what kind of celestial treasures had she not seen? Could she really go as far as stealing or seizing them? She had indeed considered stealthily taking those millennium-old medicinal herbs, but she guessed their storage location would be heavily guarded. She had no great confidence in being able to steal the herbs without anyone noticing. Moreover, there were Grandmaster-level experts in Medicine Valley. Would she really engage in a fierce battle with them? What if they vowed to protect the millennium-old herbs at all costs? If war broke out, it would inevitably lead to countless casualties. If so, she wondered whether the nation would interfere, as from some perspectives, it wouldn't be reasonable. She didn't want to come into conflict with the nation since this was where she planned to live long-term. Damn, once one has concerns, actions can't be reckless anymore, Lin Qing muttered to herself. At this moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing it was Jiang Beichun, her lips involuntarily curved upwards, revealing a shy girl's love-struck expression. Qing Qing, are you asleep yet? Came Jiang Beichun's deep, magnetic voice. Nope, why are you calling so late? Lin Qing replied. I'm carrying out a mission in Haozhou City, and I discovered there's going to be a traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference here soon. I thought you might be interested, so I'm calling to let you know. Also, your school is off for the holiday, so you could visit this side. It had been over 20 days since their last encounter after the military training camp. Though he contacted Lin Qing daily via calls and messages, such contact felt inadequate, unable to alleviate his yearning for her. An endless longing, like an untethered little boat, sorrowfully drifted in his heart. Longing was like the graceful small bridges and winding rivers of Jiangnan, the vast grasslands under the clear sky outside the Great Wall, the continuous mountains of Miao territory, and the ceaselessly flowing bloodlines of the earth. Longing was the dripping sound of rain against eaves during lingering autumn showers, the ripples forming on a lake's surface as the spring breeze arose. Longing was the blazing sun of summer, the silent nights of winter. Longing was the gentle affection like water and the floating mist at dawn. Longing was intoxicating music, subtly expressing profound emotions. Longing was meaningful poetry, every word and line echoing the soul. Longing was a beautifully moving landscape painting, each one captivating the heart. Longing was a gleaming photo album, capturing every unforgettable moment deep within the soul. These poetic phrases seemed to resonate with his feelings. He often felt as though they were together all the time, but reality did not allow it. Both had many things to do, truly embodying the phrase, if love lasts long enough, who cares about day-to-day? So when he heard there was something related to Lin Qing's interest, he immediately called her. His ultimate goal was to see her. Haha, it seems like you're using the herb conference as an excuse. You just want to see me, Lin Qing teased. You've seen right through me. Yes, I miss you. Terribly. I wish I could tie you to my belt. Then I wouldn't suffer this torment of longing. When studying literature, I came across poems describing longing, such as every day I think of you but cannot see you. We drink the same Yangtze River water. On a delicate dice, red beans represent yearning. Do you understand my unspoken deepest longing? Do not let the blossoms stir your heart. Every inch of yearning turns to ashes. Before, I thought those poets were overly sentimental. How could such feelings exist? But after meeting you, I deeply understand their sentiments. Truly, art comes from life. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of sweetness, a feeling more comforting than any miraculous pill or elixir. This sensation was new to her. She knew these were Jiang Beichun's sweet nothings. Normally, she thought people who always spoke sweet words weren't trustworthy, but when Jiang Beichen said them to her, it made her incredibly happy, giving her immense comfort. I'm so corrupt. Jiang Beichen, has anyone ever told you that you're good at speaking sweet nothings? Usually, those skilled in saying such things are often bad men. Lin Qing opened her eyes full of laughter and spoke, though her voice carried a hint of coolness. One had to listen carefully to detect her current emotions. Ah, have they? I've never thought I was good at saying sweet words, nor has anyone said I excelled at it. Usually, others think I will be lonely forever. I merely wanted to tell you what's in my heart. That's all. Jiang Beichen hurriedly explained. His heart was restless. He feared Lin Qing might mistake him for an experienced rogue. But the truth was, Lin Qing was the first girl he truly liked and dated. He hadn't been in love before, nor did he have much experience. It was because he deeply cared that he would be apprehensive about losing her. Jiang Beichen, I am very happy. I am glad you miss me so much. In fact, I miss you too. Though I usually don't express feelings well, I know I equally yearn for you. Lin Qing smiled and said. Lin Qing's words made Jiang Beichen's uneasiness vanish, leaving only a heart brimming with sweetness. After hanging up, Lin Qing reminisced about the sweet moments, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Ha ha ha, talking on the phone with your lover? What did the other party say to you? Look at how giddy you appear, Li Shuang suddenly said. Li Shuang's words startled Lin Qing, and she immediately reined in her smile, retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing like that. Come on, nothing? You're oozing an aura all over. Li Shuang teased. Huh? What kind of aura? Why can't I smell it? Lin Qing sniffed herself a few times as she asked. The spring breezes aura, Li Shuang winked. Chapter 266, heading to Haozhou City. Smell of spring? How could there be a smell of spring? It's already autumn now, Lin Qing said with a look of confusion on her face. She couldn't understand how Li Shuang's train of thought had leaped so far, leading to talk about the smell of spring. But it was good that the other person stopped teasing her at least. Lin Qing, haven't you heard a certain joke? Li Shuang asked mysteriously. Joke? What joke? Lin Qing asked puzzled. Someone who hosts a national channel program also serves as the voice actor for Animal World. Once he did this piece, spring has come, everything is reviving, and it's mating season for animals in the grasslands again. With the arrival of the rainy season, torrential rains poured down on the parched land, stirring everything to life. Li Shuang imitated the host's voice. The host had an incredibly magnetic voice, with high notes rising passionately and low ones being deep and resonant. His ethereal tone and immersive voice naturally led listeners into the animal world, blending them with nature and letting them experience its boundless charm. Whenever people hear his magnetic voice, they feel transported to the African savanna where their ears undergo a cleansing massage. Although Lin Qing didn't watch TV frequently, she wasn't entirely oblivious or detached from society. She still retained some memories of little Lin Qing, including the voice of that program host. Lin Qing immediately understood what Li Shuang was getting at. The latter was still making fun of her. Li Shuang, I never expected you to be such a dirty-minded person, Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise. Shoo, Lin Qing, please don't tell anyone. I still want to act like a lady in front of everyone, and then find a godlike boyfriend. Please, please help me keep this secret, Li Shuang whispered, begging. Humph, do you dare to tease me again? Lin Qing coldly huffed. No, I'm sorry, Li Shuang pleaded pitifully. Alright, I forgive you. But if you ever make fun of me again, I'll expose your embarrassing secrets. Lin Qing smirked evilly. Wow, Lin Qing, I've noticed you've changed. Li Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? How have I changed? I'm still the same, aren't I? Lin Qing asked perplexedly. Not the same. When you first came to school, you gave off this unworldly aura. Although you were very graceful and pretty, it felt like there was a gap, a distance between you and us. Like you're a celestial maiden who accidentally descended into the mortal realm. Even though you lived among mortals, there was always this sense of estrangement. But now, you even know how to threaten me, which means you've changed and are starting to integrate into this world, Li Shuang said excitedly. Unintentionally, she hit on some truths. For instance, Lin Qing indeed wasn't from this world, but came from a cultivation continent through a transdimensional journey. Although she lived in this world, she hadn't truly integrated into it yet. She was also seeking opportunities to return to the cultivation continent. However, as her bonds with this world grew stronger, she began liking this place subconsciously. After all, her boyfriend and her disciple were both in this ordinary land. From her active improvement of her cultivation level to fight against the suppressed black dragon, preventing it from destroying the world upon release, it was evident that she gradually started caring about this world and treating it as her home. Very early the next morning, Lin Qing set out toward Haozhou City. Haozhou City wasn't particularly far from Zhongzhou City since Yuan Province and Wan Province bordered each other. Lin Qing didn't take a plane or train since her departure was last minute, and it happened to be the Golden Week holiday. Tickets for planes and trains were in great demand, almost impossible to secure. Being a legal national holiday, this break was relatively long. Many working in public institutions or companies finally got the chance to travel, and children also had vacations during this period. Consequently, tourist spots around the country would be packed with visitors during this time. Additionally, ticket prices and general costs at scenic locations would skyrocket. Some even joked that traveling at this time wasn't for enjoying the scenery, but for counting heads because it would be so crowded with only heads visible everywhere. For convenience, Lin Qing simply carried a backpack and boarded a bus heading to Haozhou City. In reality, all of Lin Qing's luggage was stored in her spatial ring. She carried the backpack merely as a disguise. Of course, before leaving, She entrusted Li Shuang with the black cat since it would be inconvenient to travel with a pet. Next to Lin Qing sat a young man roughly her age. Seeing the beautiful girl sitting beside him, who looked about his age, the young man blushed shyly. The young man's name was Hua Qing, a descendant of the Hua family, which was a renowned medicinal family. This time, he accompanied his father and grandfather to attend the Chinese Herbal Medicine Exchange Conference. As a healer, he was eager to obtain rare herbs, because no matter how skilled one's medical techniques were, they would be useless without herbs. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. And every year at the Chinese Herbal Medicine Exchange Conference, many herbs with extremely high age ratings would appear, which was also the purpose of their trip. To avoid traffic jams, this bus didn't take the national highway but instead went through some small roads. Lin Qing had been sitting there with her eyes closed when suddenly, she sensed a slight disturbance. She immediately opened her eyes and saw an unassuming young man who was about to steal something. His intended victim was none other than the young man sitting beside Lin Qing. The young man sitting beside her looked refined and elegant. Judging from his attire, his family background must not be poor. He was sitting close to the aisle and seemed half asleep due to the several hours journey ahead. Many people would doze off during the bumps in the bus, which just made it easier for the thief to work. The impression that young man left on Lin Qing was very good, so she did not stand idly by. She immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Hearing Lin Qing's shout, the young man beside her abruptly woke up. He immediately noticed the hand of the thief trying to pry open the zipper of his bag, which had already been pulled down. You're a thief," Hua Qing angrily exclaimed. Inside this bag, there was an important item, a piece of ore. This piece of ore was incredibly hard, even harder than a diamond. His family tried everything possible, but couldn't chip a piece off from it. Therefore, they assumed that this ore was not ordinary. Even though his family had spent years studying it and hadn't discovered much, he knew this ore was certainly not simple. This piece of ore was prepared by his family as part of the deal to trade for herbs with a high age rating. Thus, he carried it close to his body. If it got lost, his father and grandfather would surely scold him to death. Chapter 267, The Bully Thief. The thief, exposed, immediately became enraged and said, "You're asking for death." With that, he pulled out a dagger and lunged at Lin Qing. "Ah no," the young man nearby shouted loudly. He was truly afraid that the thief might harm this pretty girl before his eyes, but the thief's speed was extremely fast, leaving no time for him to stop it. However, the anticipated scream never came. Instead, the pretty girl effortlessly grabbed the thief's wrist. With her forceful pull, the dagger fell to the ground instantly, and at the same moment, the thief let out an inhuman scream. "Ouch, my God, it's killing me. Who do you call lousy?" Lin Qing narrowed her eyes coldly. Her beautiful eyes emitted a captivating glow, too intense to look at directly. Meanwhile, she applied more force on the thief's wrist. Though it appeared as if she wasn't using much strength, the thief could not break free. "Ah, it's killing me. Miss, you're my lousy, all right." The thief helplessly opened his mouth. Under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow down since he couldn't overpower the other party. Seeing the tough nut before him, he immediately surrendered without any backbone. If he truly had spirit, he wouldn't have been doing all these sneaky, despicable deeds in the first place. This thief was just a minor figure. Although skilled at petty thievery and daring to fight when needed, this was only towards the weak. When it came to facing stronger adversaries, he was accustomed to backing down. He didn't see any problem with such behavior. Essentially, it was a case of preying on the weak and fearing the strong. Many people possess such a mentality, appearing weak before the strong, even willing to humble themselves completely, disregarding their dignity. Yet, when confronting the weak, they act like the mighty, full of bluster, unruly and violent. For individuals like this, if you continuously yield, their arrogance will grow day by day, becoming increasingly brazen. However, when you stand firm at the right moment and don't back down, the opponent starts to show restraint. Why does such a psychology develop? Actually, many people have inferiority complexes. As most individuals transition into adulthood, with increasing age, capability, and experience, they gradually transform their inferiority into confidence. During this transformation, with the increase in age and social achievement, most people become more tolerant, understanding past hardships, thus cultivating compassion. However, there are those who struggle during the conversion from inferiority to confidence. For instance, if someone experienced pain or disgraceful events early in life, these painful marks will leave deep imprints on their psyche. These scars may lead to excessive compensatory behaviors during their growth process. From a psychological perspective, being a bully and fearing toughness reflects an incomplete personality development and lack of self-respect. They never consider enhancing themselves to gain others' respect and attention, but rather seek superiority by degrading and hurting others. Such personalities are extremely common in everyday life. People who appear vicious might likely be cowards against the strong, yet cruel toward the weak. Li Mucho can be considered one of the fiercest characters in Jin Yang's novels. She's arrogantly untouchable, traveling around beating and killing people indiscriminately. Even glancing at her is a mistake. Mentioning her name wrong incurs a sin. Li Mucho carries the title Qi Lian Immortal, referring to the highly venomous snake Qi Lian, indicating how deadly and ruthless she is. Evildoers love to boast and intimidate, and Li Mucho is no exception. Due to her hatred for her rival, He Yuanjun, she declared menacingly, anyone mentioning this wretch's name would be killed by her. She once destroyed 63 cargo warehouses and shipping companies along the Yuan River merely because their signs contained the character Yuan. Appearing very formidable, emitting terrifying vibes. Numerous common folk were frightened and trembled in fear. In reality, Li Mucho's ferocity represents just one side of her, the side she shows to the weak. Confronting the strong, however, she has a different face entirely. At the beginning of the novel, she ruthlessly bullied the weaker Lu family, drawing interference from the Dali Kingdom and the Peach Blossom Island factions. How did Li Mucho react? Interestingly, she actually laughed and said, "I have no feud with the master of Peach Blossom Island, or Deng. You two please step aside." What? Do you mean to say you have no quarrel with Deng of Dali? That's the biggest joke ever, a ridiculous claim. The two have serious conflicts. 10 years ago, Li Mucho disrupted her lover Lu Zhanyuan's wedding, wanting to ruin their marriage ceremony. But unexpectedly, the host had great influence. The venerable monks from Dali's Tianlong temple stepped forward. They thrashed Li Mucho thoroughly, forcing her to publicly swear not to cause trouble for 10 years, telling her to get lost as far as possible. As a result, Lu Zhanyuan got married, leaving Li Mucho glaring helplessly for 10 years. The high monks from Dali's Tianlong temple probably had a close relationship with the One Lamp Master, or might even be his juniors or elders. So this is what you call having no feud. Li Mucho, are you here to entertain us? Li Mucho, shouldn't you be someone who repays every slight and vents anger on others? Why are you now pretending to have lost your memory? In short, it's still about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After being disciplined and driven off the bus, that thief immediately restored his overbearing demeanor once he stepped off the bus. Little girl, just wait and see. I'm under Lang Sir's command. You'll pay for this, just wait. In a moment, I'll make sure you suffer dearly. The thief shouted loudly. Lin Qing gave the other party a disdainful glare, which startled him, making him flee immediately. At this moment, the bus driver spoke to comfort her. Young lady, that thief earlier isn't easy to deal with. He's an underling of Lord Lang from Haoyou City. Although that thief is insignificant, he is still one of Lord Lang's people. So they say beating the dog must take into account its owner. I estimate that in a while, the thief will definitely bring people back for revenge. And since our bus route is fixed, they will surely intercept us ahead. You'd better leave Haoyou City as soon as possible before they come. No worries, they're just minor troublemakers. Don't give them too much attention. It doesn't matter if a few more people show up. Even 100 wouldn't be my match, Lin Qing replied calmly. Young lady, I guess you've had some training, which allowed you to handle that thief. But it's true that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and even a strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. A fact you should understand. This world is not as simple as we imagine. Sometimes one must know when to yield and when to act, instead of displaying brute courage recklessly, said an elder sitting in front of Hua Qing. From his appearance, he was undoubtedly related by blood to Hua Qing and was likely the latter's grandfather. Respected sir, you don't need to worry. I'm not displaying reckless courage. I'm simply stating the truth, Lin Qing replied gently. Chapter 268. Every man has a martial arts dream. Truly arrogant, the elder said, a little upset. This elder's name is Hua Feng. He is Hua Qing's grandfather and a well-known traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Originally, he had a good impression of this young girl in front of him because she was righteous and helped others. But her words just now greatly diminished his opinion of her. She was too overbearing. An old saying goes well. That which is utterly firm is easily broken, while the highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention, staying in places everyone else dislikes. Thus it is close to the Tao. Those who contend with others always reveal their overly rigid nature. Everyone knows that rigidity leads to easy breaking. Observing ancient sages and great men of our times, none are not humble and peaceful, finding no excessive rigidity within them. Thus we can know that those who achieve great things in history must guard against being too rigid, for brute courage alone makes it hard to stand among the wise. To accomplish something, one should be outwardly round but inwardly square, flexible in dealing with situations. This is the key. And what Lin Qing did just now, from Hua Feng's perspective, was foolish. Even after being persuaded by others, she still insisted on her own view. Such a person, in his eyes, would have difficulty achieving anything. However, given that she had helped his grandson, he wouldn't let her die needlessly. It so happened that he had some connection with the Gu family of the Medicine Valley. Although their relationship was rather shallow, protecting someone's life should be achievable. Yet favors work this way. The more you use them, the fewer you have. Because of this arrogant young woman, he would owe the Gu family a favor. A headache indeed. The Medicine Valley was a behemoth in Haoyou City. Even Lang Yi had to give the Gu family some face. Remember, everyone faces birth, aging, sickness, and death. And since the Medicine Valley possesses inherited alchemical arts, they can treat many difficult diseases. This results in the Medicine Valley having a vast network of connections, let alone possessing master-level strong individuals inside. How could an ordinary person like Lang Yi possibly offend them? Miss, I'm really sorry, my grandfather didn't mean it personally. He was only worried about you, so his tone was a bit heavy, but his heart is kind, Hua Qing explained. It's fine. I know your grandfather didn't mean harm. Lin Qing smiled, clearly not putting any weight on what happened earlier. She knew that in the other party's eyes, she was overconfident. But how could sparrows understand the ambition of swans? Her world isn't something the other side could imagine. To her, she simply doesn't need to engage in tiresome psychological struggles. Any provocation can be cut down by a single sword strike. Why should she torment herself when force can resolve the issue? To the other side, that Lang Yi is a big figure, but to her, he's just an ant she could crush effortlessly with a flick of her finger. And if she wanted to silently eliminate him without others finding out, that wouldn't be hard either. She doesn't even care about that Lang Yi, let alone one of his dogs. You're really good. Miss, what's your name? Let us get acquainted. I'm Hua Qing. Hua Qing revealed a gentle smile. Just seeing that girl fight off the thief was enough to shock his soul, making him unconsciously attracted to this beautiful girl of the same age. She was incredible cool just now. Since he was premature, his body had always been weak as a child. As he grew up and adjusted for a long time, his physique eventually strengthened, but at that point, he'd already missed the best time for martial practice. Moreover, his family expected him to inherit the family business, leaving no choice but to abandon his dream of martial practice. He knew that in this world, there were warriors, some extraordinarily powerful, capable of flying across roofs as described in martial arts novels. In childhood, every boy harbors a dream of martial arts, hoping one day to carry a sword and wander through rivers and lakes, cultivating supreme martial skills, leaping over eaves and walls. Relying on swords, righteousness flows freely across the lands as an elegant, unencumbered knight-errant. Just as many girls dream of a prince on a seven-colored cloud coming to take them away. This dream of martial arts was deeply rooted in Hua Qing's heart. Seeing Lin Qing casually show her skill, Hua Qing became even more emotionally charged, extremely excited. Plus, Lin Qing was beautiful. Naturally, he took interest in her. My name is Lin Qing. Lin Qing introduced herself. Lin Qing, it's a good name. That skill you just showed was truly impressive. Oh right, are you a martial artist? Hua Qing asked with excitement. Yes, you could say that. Lin Qing hesitated briefly before replying. Actually, strictly speaking, she wasn't exactly a martial artist but a cultivator. To attract less attention, she chose to express it this way. Wow, you're amazing. A girl becoming a martial artist must have been tough. Hua Qing said with shining eyes. Not really. I don't consider it tough at all, Lin Qing replied. Hua Qing secretly glanced at Lin Qing's hands and noticed that they were pale, delicate, and smooth like a peeled egg. This didn't look like the hands of a martial artist. However, he didn't think too much about it. To him, it must be because her cultivation technique was unique. Her move against the thief couldn't have been faked. I've heard that some extraordinary martial artists are almost inhuman. They can run as fast as galloping horses, jump between rooftops, even walk on water. Is this true? Hua Qing's face lit up with curiosity. He hadn't left home often, so he'd had limited contact with martial artists, only hearing stories others told. It is indeed possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean being exceptionally strong. It simply indicates that one is an expert among common people. Lin Qing responded indifferently. Lin Qing's calm tone did nothing to diminish Hua Qing's enthusiasm, who continued. I've also heard about a master named Lin in your martial arts realm. He's not yet 20, but has already achieved the strength of a grandmaster. It's said he once fought Saint Hu Tiannan of the Hong Gate in Hong Kong Island, defeating and killing him. That battle was described as a breathtaking masterpiece. They both walked on water, turning it into weapons, akin to celestial beings. Truly incredible, like novel protagonists making dramatic comebacks. All I feel for Master Lin is admiration and envy, no hate at all. Wait, didn't you just say you're not part of the martial world? How do you know all these details? Lin Qing asked curiously. She felt a tiny thrill inside when praised openly. I am not involved in the martial world, but I have a relative who is a martial artist. I often visit him, and he shares many fascinating stories about martial artists with me. Hua Qing smiled. By the way, Lin Qing, why are you heading to Haoshou City? Is it for tourism? I'm attending a traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, Lin Qing replied plainly. There was no secret here, so no reason to hide it. What? We're also attending the TCM exchange conference. It's truly a coincidence. Hua Qing exclaimed with delight. Chapter 269. Are you a doctor too? Oh, by the way, Lin Qing, are you a doctor too? Hua Qing asked curiously. I guess so, Lin Qing replied. Although she didn't understand many of the theoretical aspects of traditional Chinese medicine, she could quickly locate the source of a patient's illness and use spiritual energy to make them better. Moreover, as an alchemist, she had also saved lives before, so she could be considered a doctor, albeit reluctantly. Wow, what a coincidence. I'm a doctor too. My family has a long tradition in traditional Chinese medicine. Is your family the same? Hua Qing said excitedly. He rarely encountered a pretty girl he liked, and suddenly found himself opening up. My family doesn't have a background in traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Qing stated plainly. Oh, I see that you're not much older than me, probably around 16 or so, and surely couldn't have attended a TCM university. Could it be that you're naturally talented and were taken as an apprentice by some master of traditional Chinese medicine? Why don't you tell me their name? Maybe I know them. Hua Qing guessed aloud. In modern society, studying traditional Chinese medicine usually happens through one of two paths, either by becoming an apprentice or by attending a TCM university. Generally, those who take on apprentices are the top-notch practitioners in the field with considerable reputations, and apprenticeship often starts from childhood, allowing for significant experience by adulthood. Inheriting through family lineage can also be considered a form of apprenticeship, but involves learning from an elder within the family. No, I haven't apprenticed under anyone. Lin Qing smiled as she responded. No mentor? Could it be that you're a genius who passed the entrance exam for a TCM university at such a young age? Hua Qing was shocked, wide-eyed. In his opinion, this young woman appeared to be only around 15 or 16 years old, yet if she had already gained admission to university, it would indicate extraordinary intelligence, often referred to as a prodigy. Not really. You guessed wrong. I'm still in my first year of high school, Lin Qing chuckled softly. How did you learn about traditional Chinese medicine then? Hua Qing asked in astonishment. Actually, what he meant to say was, without these two conventional ways, how could she possibly understand traditional Chinese medicine? I taught myself, is that so bad? Lin Qing laughed. She looked at his expressive face and found it amusing. What? Self-taught? Hua Qing widened his eyes again, incredulous. And Hua Feng, seated in front of the two of them, immediately felt dissatisfied upon hearing this. In his view, this young girl claiming to be a TCM doctor was simply insulting the profession of traditional Chinese medicine. What she called self-study in his mind was just reading some books on TCM. Such a person calling themselves a doctor was simply absurd. He couldn't hold back his sarcasm any longer and remarked, "Humph, truly overestimating yourself. Do you even understand traditional Chinese medicine? Do you know the fundamental theories behind it? Have you read works like The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Medicine, The Difficult Classic, Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, The Divine Farmer's Materia Medica? Do you know how many meridians and acupoints there are in the human body? Do you realize how hard it is to become a TCM doctor? Have you passed the medical practitioner qualification examination?" Lin Qing was momentarily speechless in the face of the barrage of questions. It felt like being bombed by nonstop criticism, leaving her with a headache. Helplessly, she replied, "Yes, I admit I don't understand most of what you've mentioned, and I indeed don't have a medical practitioner's qualification certificate. And yet you dare call yourself a doctor. Do you even know what a doctor is? A doctor, as its name suggests, saves lives and treats injuries. Are you that kind of person? If you practice medicine with half-baked skills, you won't be saving people, you'll be killing them. Patients dread doctors like you who pretend to know when you don't. They are dangerous quacks." Hua Feng snapped in growing anger, openly berating her. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Hua Qing also started, momentarily alarmed. Traditional Chinese medicine wasn't something that could be fully grasped merely through self-study. It required vast experience and insight. Yet Lin Qing had left a good impression on him. He thought she wasn't arrogant or pretentious. Her clear, clean eyes gave off a sense of honesty that made others naturally trust her. Once a person decides to believe in someone else, they find all sorts of reasons and excuses. To Hua Qing, Lin Qing's simple reply, "I guess so," sounded less like arrogance and more like someone deeply interested in TCM, perhaps even aspiring to become a real doctor one day. "Lin Qing, my grandfather didn't mean to be so harsh. He's worried about you accidentally causing harm out of kindness because medicine is a rigorous science that allows no carelessness. I know that when you say 'I guess so,' it reflects more of your aspirations for the future rather than current capability. But other people might misunderstand you." Hua Qing explained gently. "Ah, you misunderstood me. I said, 'I guess so,' because I actually have saved people using medical knowledge, not just one person either. In others' eyes, I may seem like a doctor, but I don't consider myself as such. Honestly, I don't have any particular interest in curing the world and healing the sick. The reason I help is because the person in need possesses medicinal herbs that I require. In my view, it's merely a trade, an exchange of mutual benefits." Lin Qing spoke with quiet indifference. Truly disgracing the profession. Being a doctor is such a sacred occupation, and you have the nerve to describe it as an exchange of interests. You." Hua Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled. The more he looked at this young girl in front of him, the more he disliked her. Not only was she arrogant, but she also dared to insult the profession of doctors. And what? The essence of human interaction is actually an exchange of interests. All dealings in the world revolve around mutual benefit. If you think it's wrong, then why don't you treat patients for free from now on? Let's see how you would survive. The relationships between people are based on mutual interest, which is mostly true. People are willing to interact with you because they can get something from you, such as money, care, peace of mind, or resources. Except for parents, almost no one is willing to unconditionally give without expecting something in return. Indeed, all human relations are built upon some form of interest, though these interests come in many forms. There are material benefits, spiritual benefits, and reputational benefits. Ways of gaining these benefits vary too. Some are legal and ethical, not harming others, while others may be selfish or even unethical. Hua Feng was so angry that his eyes widened, but he could find no way to counter her arguments. "Perhaps, Master Hua, you are a man of high moral standards, but even you need to eat, drink, support your family, and make a living. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to take care of yourself, let alone achieve your ideals or help more people. Surely, you wouldn't agree with treating patients for free without payment, right?" Lin Qing now interjected with a smile. As the saying goes, no one strikes a smiling face, especially when Lin Qing had complimented Hua Feng, leaving him with no choice but to shut up. Looking at the stern-faced Hua Feng ahead, who remained silent, Lin Qing thought secretly, what a proud little old man. In fact, Lin Qing didn't dislike people like Hua Feng. Although they were stubborn and often spoke harshly, their integrity was commendable. Chapter 270, The Discriminated Chinese Medicine. Hua Qing, seeing her grandfather silenced by Lin Qing, secretly gave Lin Qing a thumbs up. "Lin Qing, have you really treated patients?" Hua Qing asked in a low voice. "Of course," Lin Qing replied with a faint smile. "What kind of disease did the patient have?" Hua Qing asked curiously, wanting to test Lin Qing's medical skills. "Lung cancer," Lin Qing said with a smile. "What? Lung cancer? I don't believe it. Don't joke about this with me," Hua Qing responded with a laugh, clearly taking Lin Qing's statement as a joke. In modern society, traditional Chinese medicine can no longer treat cancer. If a patient has a tumor or cancer, they can only undergo surgery or subsequent treatment through chemotherapy or radiotherapy, where TCM can only play an auxiliary role. Perhaps long ago, when spiritual medicine still existed, lung cancer could be treated with TCM. But now the inheritance of spiritual medicine has been lost, and conditions like tumors and cancers can only be treated with Western medicine. So when Lin Qing mentioned lung cancer, Hua Qing completely dismissed it as a joke. I'm not joking, Lin Qing replied seriously. You say you're not joking? This joke is not funny at all, Hua Qing teased. Lin Qing, looking at the other person who wouldn't believe him under any circumstances, helplessly said, all right, I treated a common cold. I saw a related prescription in a medical book. I told you it couldn't be cancer, but it's impressive that you can determine the type of cold. Many people can't distinguish between different types of colds, Hua Qing said with a smile. Are there many types of colds? Lin Qing was surprised. You didn't know? Hua Qing looked even more astonished. Lin Qing nodded helplessly. As a cultivator, she had almost never been sick unless injured in battle. Of course, she didn't know what types of colds there were. Besides, whenever she helped others, she mainly dealt with difficult cases. Why would she bother treating someone with a common cold? So from her perspective, it was perfectly normal for her not to know the different types of colds. But this was shocking to others. Lin Qing, I must say your luck is truly amazing. Since you don't know about the different types of colds, let me tell you. In TCM, the cold is categorized into 3 types based on its cause: wind cold type, wind heat type, and summer heat type. There are differences in medication. Otherwise, using the wrong drug will not only prevent the cold from getting better quickly, but might also worsen the condition. The wind cold type cold presents as feeling cold heavily, mild fever, headache without sweating, limb pain, nasal congestion with heavy sound, clear runny nose, coughing, white phlegm, no thirst, white tongue coating. Treatment should involve the use of pungent warm exterior-releasing medicines to disperse lung cold. Ready-made medicines include cold granules, Tong Xian Li Fei, Xiao Chai Hu tablets, etc. In some rural areas, fresh ginger is cut up and boiled with green onion whites, and consumed hot to promote mild sweating, allowing the illness to resolve itself. Wind heat type cold presents as severe fever, slight chills, headache, dizziness, runny nose with sticky or yellow mucus, sore throat, swollen tonsils, cough, yellow viscous phlegm, thirst, yellow or thin white tongue coating. It is advisable to clear heat from the lungs, using pungent cool exterior-releasing drugs, such as Yin Xiao Jiedu pills, Sangju cold tablets, Lingyang cold tablets, or cold clear heat granules. For summer heat type cold, treatment focuses on clearing heat and eliminating summer heat, which can be done with Huixiang Zhengqi granules or oral liquid. There are also some traditional Chinese doctors who categorize an additional type beyond these 3, an external cold and internal heat type. Eating high-calorie foods, unbalanced nutrition, leading to a constitutionally hot body, with inner fire combined with external cold, causing inner heat stagnation. Alternatively, improperly treating externally contracted wind cold that lingers for too long may lead to accumulated internal heat. Treating external cold with internal heat type cold involves initially using pungent warm exterior-releasing drugs to remove external cold followed by dispersing internal heat. Traditional Chinese medicine requires differential diagnosis before choosing ready-made Chinese medicine or herbs. Western medical treatments similarly need to clarify the nature of the infection before selecting antibiotics or antiviral drugs. Colds are generally caused by viruses. Antibiotics are ineffective against viruses and work only on bacterial inflammation. Most coughs from colds caused by simple viruses do not require antibiotics. Since consuming antibiotics can disrupt the balance of bacteria in the body, 95% of the bacteria within our bodies are harmless. Antibiotics should be used only when respiratory infections are bacterial in nature. To differentiate whether a cough is virus or bacteria-induced, in TCM, a wind heat cold with thick, concentrated phlegm is usually bacterial in origin, whereas wind cold type with watery phlegm or no phlegm, but only an itchy throat or trachea indicates a viral cause. Viruses-induced illnesses can only be treated with antiviral drugs. If not too severe, generally no medication is needed, only increased water intake and rest are recommended. Most people naturally recover after a few days. After Hua Qing delivered a lengthy explanation, he asked with surprise, I didn't expect someone from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to understand Western medicine too. It can't be helped. Nowadays, many people in society overly revere Western medicine and hold a lot of prejudices against traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, with some health and wellness organizations exaggerating TCM interpretations, it has led many to perceive TCM as pseudoscience. Some even consider TCM practitioners as fraudsters. And in modern society, many people tend to be impetuous, preferring treatments that bring immediate effects, which is why symptomatic treatment by Western medicine gradually gains more importance, while fundamental healing through TCM has instead gradually faded out. In the current medical mindset, there exists a general conclusion. Western medicine works fast, Chinese medicine takes time. Western medicine treats symptoms, Chinese medicine heals root causes. TCM can only treat chronic diseases, can only manage non-life-threatening light cases, and is merely an alternative option when Western medicine cannot work. However, this is a misunderstanding among people. Before Western medicine was introduced to China, over thousands of years of Chinese civilization, it was TCM that shouldered the responsibility of safeguarding national health. Whether for acute or chronic diseases, TCM showed tangible effects. From ancient medical records we inherited, it can be seen that TCM often enabled mild patients to recover quickly and severe patients to stabilize their conditions. There are many pseudo-Chinese medicine practitioners within the ranks of TCM. They have not truly understood or mastered TCM, but they still use Chinese herbal medicine to treat illnesses, appearing in the eyes of patients as TCM doctors or even experts in TCM. The main reason these pseudo-Chinese medicine practitioners have been able to survive in the market is due to the misconceptions we have about TCM. Regardless of what theory you follow, as long as you prescribe Chinese herbs, you're considered a practitioner of TCM, and patients who take Chinese herbs, regardless of whether these prescriptions were created based on TCM principles, believe they are receiving TCM treatment. For those pseudo-Chinese medicine practitioners, since no one understands what real TCM is, I might as well muddle through and confuse things. It is precisely this confusion that leads to a chaotic mix in the TCM market and ruins TCM's reputation thoroughly. Hua Qing explained helplessly about the current situation of TCM. However, for members of these TCM families, they never lack patience because they genuinely possess the necessary skills. Chapter 271. The thief brings people to settle the score. I completely agree with you. Our Chinese history is long and profound. How could the powerless understand the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine? Lin Qing said calmly. As a cultivator, she knew that China had a long history of cultivation inheritance, and in essence, traditional Chinese medicine evolved from these inheritances, becoming something more suitable for modern life. Therefore, Lin Qing's words sounded quite arrogant. But her current arrogance didn't repel Hua Feng. Instead, it made him conceive an incredible thought. Never would I have imagined that this rash girl actually has quite some insight. Alas, it's a pity about her nature, Hua Feng lamented inwardly. Upon hearing Lin Qing's praise for traditional Chinese medicine, Hua Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, the profundity of traditional Chinese medicine is beyond their understanding. I don't think it's that traditional Chinese medicine doesn't work, but it's just too hard to learn well. Plus, with the change in the training model of TCM doctors, there are now mixed qualities among TCM doctors on the market, which leads to many misunderstandings of TCM. Then why do you still study Western medicine? Lin Qing countered. In my opinion, whether it's a black cat or a white cat, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. Likewise, whether it's TCM or Western medicine, what can cure diseases should be used. Moreover, I believe as a successor in TCM, I shouldn't confine myself but also learn some knowledge in Western medicine. As an old saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures 100 victories. For Western medicine, we should take its essence and discard the dross so that when facing different patients, we'll feel at ease. Hua Qing responded enthusiastically. It must be said that Hua Qing was fairly smooth in dealing with things, and his actions were all aimed to better adapt to various social demands. However, upon hearing this, the stubborn Hua Feng immediately erupted. Brad, are you getting too cocky? What exactly do you mean? Are you doubting the confidence in the legacy left by our ancestors? Hua Qing saw his grandfather getting angry and immediately lowered his head to admit his fault. No, Grandpa, of course I believe in the legacy left by our ancestors, but if we want to beat Western medicine, we need to understand them. As I said earlier, knowing both sides leads to victory. I am just finding ways to find their weaknesses so that I know how to counterattack. Hehehe. Hua Qing's face, filled with repentant laughter, made Hua Feng's anger dissipate instantly. Hua Feng coldly hummed. If you know that, it's good. At this moment, outside the bus, the roar of motorcycles could be heard. It was a group of motorcycles with about 10 people. They drove their motorcycles extremely fast and quickly blocked the front of the bus. Some of them even hit the bus windows while driving their motorcycles. The bus driver had no choice but to stop the bus, muttering, "Oh no, that thief brought people to take revenge. That young girl really doesn't know her place and wouldn't listen to others' advice. She's going to suffer soon." The moment the bus stopped, the thief immediately approached the bus door and began pounding furiously on it. "Filthy girl, get out here. Your grandpa has come to settle the score with you." The thief shouted triumphantly. Lin Qing's eyes grew cold. She glanced disdainfully at the other side, then stood up and prepared to get off the bus. "Little girl, don't go down. I'll call for help right away. You just relax, you definitely won't be in trouble. After all, this matter was caused by my grandson, Hua Qing. I cannot watch you die without saving you." Hua Feng spoke. Just then, the thief outside started yelling even louder. "Girl, are you scared? You were so overbearing before, now you're afraid. Huh? If you don't come out, then don't blame us for smashing the bus. Of course, if you kneel down and beg me, I might consider sparing your life." The thief continued shouting outside. "Humph, you dream. Even if you kneeled down and begged me, I would never let you go," Lin Qing coldly retorted. "Humph, I'll see how long you keep being stubborn," the thief sneered. At this point, everyone on the bus expressed their discontent towards Lin Qing. "Girl, just go out, don't drag us into it. All these troubles are caused by you. We haven't offended them." "That's right, who asked you to show off like that? We've all warned you before to get off the bus and stay away from those people, but you refused to listen. Now you know how much trouble it is. Don't worry, I won't involve any of you. These little lackeys aren't even worth my warm-up exercise," Lin Qing said coldly. Apparently, the crowd didn't believe her and thought she was boasting again. Subsequently, she opened the bus door and walked out. "Lin Qing," Hua Qing called after her retreating figure. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Lin Qing did not look back, but Hua Qing could sense an overwhelming confidence from her. As soon as Lin Qing stepped out of the bus, she looked at the young man in front of the door and kicked him hard, sending him flying away. The thief flew like a rag doll, thrown by Lin Qing's foot over 10 meters away. He crashed onto the ground, instantly creating a sunken pit shaped exactly like a human form. The others who had been riding motorcycles immediately stepped off and pulled out their weapons. Some wielded steel pipes, others daggers. They surrounded Lin Qing, waiting for just one command from Meng Ge to start a fight. "Stop!" Meng Ge quickly stepped down from his motorcycle and shouted. While the others couldn't discern how skilled this little girl was, having encountered martial artists before, he clearly understood that she was extraordinary. A truly formidable martial artist could easily handle 100 men like them, and her ability to send Wazi flying 10 meters, leaving a significant indentation in the ground, spoke volumes about her incredible strength. She was definitely a martial artist, and more importantly, one with great combat prowess. The boss, just give us the word. We have our weapons. What do we have to fear from her? As soon as you say go, we will knock this girl down. Yes, boss, I can't wait to attack. Meng Ji's subordinates were all clamoring loudly around him. This was what they called teammates as dumb as pigs. Normally these guys seem pretty smart, so why do they act like morons now? Can't you see how strong Lin Qing is? Even if you have sticks and knives, there's no guarantee you could defeat her. Wang Ming thought silently. His underlings indeed lacked experience and hadn't interacted with martial artists, which was why they failed to assess her capabilities through her actions. In their eyes, she was just someone with unusual strength. How could so many people armed with weapons possibly lose to a single girl, even if she had a bit more power than usual? Chapter 272, We Got the Wrong Person. Hearing everyone's readiness to attack immediately, Wang Ming shouted loudly, "Shut up!" Upon hearing Minga yelling like that, everyone was perplexed. Then Wang Ming walked in front of Lin Qing with a beaming smile and said, "Lady Knight, it was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We got the wrong person." Got the wrong person? Lin Qing gave an evil smile. The person in front of her seemed quite interesting, knowing when to yield and when to push. Yes, we got the wrong person. Wang Ming nodded repeatedly, fearing that the other party wouldn't believe him. Since you got the wrong person, move out of my way quickly. A good dog doesn't block the road. Lin Qing opened coldly. You release. A young man was about to curse when he hadn't even finished the word before Wang Ming covered his mouth, glaring at him fiercely several times until he dared not speak again. All right, we will get out of the way right away. Truly sorry, we've blocked your path. Please go slowly, Wang Ming said obsequiously. Compared to life, bowing low to say some nice words, what is that? Lin Qing looked at the soft demeanor of the other party, and the idea to teach them a lesson diminished as well. Then she reboarded the bus. Everyone was shocked by how she came in unharmed from outside. Of course, they saw her kick the previous thief out earlier and were secretly astonished. How could this seemingly weak girl be so skilled? Although they knew she was skilled, they didn't know how skillful she truly was, assuming many practitioners were probably just like her. When Lin Qing boarded the bus, Hua Qing asked, Lin Qing, what did you tell them? Why did they let you go? He was very curious about what had just happened, and so were the others, all listening intently. After all, when Lin Qing left, they were afraid of being hurt, quickly closing the car door. And because the car window has some soundproof effect, and Lin Qing was some distance from the bus while talking with those people, they did not clearly know what happened outside. Why didn't they fight? In fact, I didn't say much. I just told them a good dog doesn't block the road, and they moved aside, saying they got the wrong person. I guess it wasn't really a case of mistaking the person, but they were scared after I kicked someone when I first went out, Lin Qing replied indifferently. How could that be possible? This thought surfaced in the minds of many. They didn't believe what she said. After all, there were more than 10 people, each armed with weapons. How could they fail against a woman? Even if this girl was a trained fighter, they guessed her strength must have limits. They assumed that this girl probably had a relatively powerful background, which made the gang fear her and hence spare her. However, they wondered whether she would hold a grudge for driving her off the bus. Fortunately, she didn't seem to know them well, and given their large group, they figured it would be hard for her to remember many faces. A few individuals on the bus who had driven Lin Qing out felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that she might take revenge if she held any sort of power or connection. Unknowingly, they were worrying too much. The real situation was that the leader of the thug squad was indeed intimidated by Lin Qing's kick. After feeling uneasy for a short while, the several individuals on the bus decided to apologize to this young lady despite their unwillingness, but out of necessity, due to reality. I'm sorry, young lady. We didn't mean to drive you off the bus just now. But those gangsters looked so powerful, none of us here could stand up to them, so we were scared. We knew you can surely handle them, so we let you go solve the problem. One middle-aged man spoke up first. Exactly. How could such a valiant young lady like you fear them? Another middle-aged woman chimed in. Looking at these few people in front of her who clearly didn't want to apologize but were forced to do so because they feared her, Lin Qing felt pity. What a pitiful group of weaklings, making her lose any desire to deal with them. All right, you don't need to say more. I understand your actions, Lin Qing coldly interrupted. Though she disapproved of their actions, she also understood that the weak often prefer to avoid confrontations, lacking even the courage to fight back. Indeed pitiful. Once the bus drove off, Wang Ming's underlings immediately began murmuring. Munga, why did you say we got the wrong person just now? Exactly. Didn't you see how arrogant that damn girl was? She even cursed us as dogs. That's something hard to swallow. We came to look for that stinking girl to get justice for Wazi, but instead of getting justice, we got insulted by her. Why did you stop us just now, Mingo? Seeing everyone's discontent, Wang Ming said coldly. Humph, do you think I don't want justice, or that I didn't feel humiliated? Then why didn't you let us act earlier? The crowd asked in confusion. I didn't want you to act because I feared you'd be injured, maybe even lose your lives. Wang Ming sighed heavily. What? Could that girl be so powerful? The group replied incredulously. Let me tell you straight, if you fought her, you'd definitely come out worse, no matter what weapons you hold. Wang Ming coldly remarked. But she is only strong, right? Even if she has strong arms, can she possibly fight against all of us? One person questioned. Do you really think it's only about being strong? You're wrong. If my guess is correct, she's a martial artist, and not just any martial artist either. People like her are someone even Lang Yu would try to ally with. If she had truly harmed or killed us, Lang Yu wouldn't dare to be enemies with her over us. Wang Ming stated. A martial artist? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Although they hung around the lowest strata of society, they had still heard tales of martial artists, and none of them could even compare. But she's so young. Even if she were a martial artist, how good could she be? Someone whispered. Huh. If you don't believe me, pull Wazi up and see how badly he's injured. Remember, this was from a casual kick of hers. She didn't even break a sweat, which shows how effortless it was for her. Wang Ming looked at his subordinates with helplessness as they seemed to only believe when they witnessed something shocking. Quickly, everyone ran to the side of the human-sized hole to pull Wazi out. Their faces then turned ghostly white. Wang Ming, feeling puzzled, moved to check on the size of the human-shaped hole and discovered it was 2 or 3 meters deep. The group originally thought this hole was perhaps only several centimeters deep at most, never expecting it to reach such an unimaginable depth of 2 or 3 meters. It was only then that everyone understood how absolutely correct Brother Meng's approach was. Chapter 273. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. At this moment, Wang Ming was also shocked beyond measure. He had guessed that the opponent was very skilled, but he hadn't expected them to be so capable. What kind of strength would it take to effortlessly kick a man weighing around 150 pounds over 10 meters, and further kick him underground 2 or 3 meters? Even the most powerful martial artist he'd ever seen didn't have such an impact. At this moment, he deeply rejoiced at his own alertness. If they truly clashed with the other side, their gangly arms and legs would be no match. He was certain that if kicked by the other side, their group would undoubtedly suffer broken legs and arms. Fortunately, otherwise, they would all become disabled. The others snapped out of their shock and began showering praise. Wow, you're basically a human fighter jet. Brother Ming, you're too amazing. You could tell from the others' casual kick how powerful they were. Exactly. If it weren't for Brother Ming stopping us, even if we didn't die, we would have become handicapped. Brother Ming is mighty. Brother Ming is mighty. Wang Ming felt a bit exhausted in his heart. He really didn't expect the other side to be this good. He had merely assumed their group wouldn't be the other's match, but evidently, his subordinates didn't think so. I just guessed that the other side was strong, but didn't realize they'd be this strong. Ha ha. Wang Ming helplessly laughed out loud. Brother Ming, don't joke with us like that. We know you definitely recognize the other's skill. That's why you stopped us with full force. Everyone acted like they knew Brother Ming was teasing them, making Wang Ming feel even more worn out. Well, actually, I already figured out that the other person is a master. I feared that either death or injury would come upon you guys. That's why I insisted on preventing you from battling the other side. Wang Ming explained again helplessly. Ha 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 ha, we saw that ages ago. Following a leader like Brother Ming makes us proud and honored. Someone chimed in with an accent from Haozhou. Brother Ming is mighty. Brother Ming is mighty. Sigh. In this day and age, why does no one believe the truth? Wang Ming felt very confused. On Lin Qing's side, Hua Qing had grown more favorable towards her. He had clearly observed Lin Qing's kick earlier. She managed to send a man over 100 pounds, flying 10 or so meters, something not just any novice martial artist could achieve. The other must certainly be considered an expert among martial artists. Though he himself wasn't a martial artist, he liked to analyze them. He knew martial artists could be divided into 3 stages: Ming Jin, obvious force; On Jin, hidden force; and Hua Jin, transformative force, experts. He also analyzed combat information from different stages based on what he heard from others about martial arts battles. Although the other passengers on the bus did not believe Lin Qing when she said that the group of hooligans was intimidated by her, he believed. Lin Qing, can you tell me which stage you are at as a martial artist? Hua Qing asked in a low voice, his eyes wide with curiosity. What do you think? Lin Qing responded with a counter-question instead of answering directly. I guess you've reached the hidden force period. Hua Qing whispered. Do you even know about hidden force? Lin Qing asked in surprise. Of course. Though I'm not a martial artist, that doesn't stop me from learning about them. Tell me quickly, have you reached that stage? Hua Qing proudly asked, as though being knowledgeable about martial artists was something incredibly admirable. Pretty much, Lin Qing replied calmly. Wow, Lin Qing, you're incredible. You've become a hidden force martial artist at such a young age, truly a genius. I'm so envious and jealous. I think that in the realm of martial artists, you're definitely a prodigy. Of course, you still have some distance compared to geniuses like Master Lin, but within the circle of martial artists, it's already very, very impressive. Hua Qing exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing Hua Qing's words, Lin Qing thought inwardly. If he knew that I am Master Lin, I wonder how wildly he would react. Oh, Lin Qing, since you have a talent for martial arts, focus on your martial practice rather than dabbling in medicine and causing trouble. You were lucky last time that no issues arose from treating someone, but luck might not hold next time. Remember, every medicine has its toxicity. One should consult professionals for treatment. Hua Qing advised. Okay, I will absolutely not attempt to cure people's colds anymore, Lin Qing promised earnestly. Of course, she wouldn't bother with curing simple ailments like colds. She'd treat only those serious conditions that others couldn't cure, such as cancer. Hua Qing obviously didn't pick up on Lin Qing's underlying meaning. He thought that Lin Qing wouldn't recklessly administer medication to others anymore, and instantly felt relieved. For a friend he admired, he naturally hoped they improved. In such casual conversation, time passed quickly. Before long, the bus was about to reach its destination. Naturally, it was mainly Hua Qing doing the talking, with Lin Qing interjecting occasionally. Lin Qing, we're almost at the stop. I truly don't want to part with you. It's been so long since I've met someone I can talk to so easily. How about you come with us and stay near the venue of the Chinese Herbal Medicine Exchange Fair? Hua Qing suggested with obvious reluctance to leave. I'd better not. A friend of mine is here to pick me up, Lin Qing declined. You have a friend here? Hua Qing sounded surprised. My friend happens to be here on business. He knew I was coming and offered to pick me up, Lin Qing explained. In that case, can I have your phone number? We might meet again during the Chinese Herbal Medicine Exchange Fair, Hua Qing asked, slightly red in the face after his words, behaving like someone trying to flirt and asking for a girl's number. Wasn't this just one of the classic moves? Lin Qing didn't refuse, but gave her number to Hua Qing promptly, saving his as well. She thought he was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and could help her obtain rare herbs with many years of potency someday. After all, an old saying goes, more friends mean more paths in life. At that moment, Lin Qing's phone rang. Hey, Qing Qing, have you arrived? Came Jiang Baichen's weary voice from the other side. Yes, I'll be there soon, Lin Qing replied. I'm waiting for you in the parking lot inside the station, Jiang Baichen said. Okay, Lin Qing briefly spoke and hung up. Is your friend here? Hua Qing inquired. Yes, Lin Qing nodded. The bus stopped steadily at the station. People grabbed their luggage and squeezed outwards, a common problem in China where there's often no proper management, leading people not to line up voluntarily. Lin Qing and Hua Qing chose not to join the crowd. They waited until everyone else had gone first. As Lin Qing stepped off the bus, she saw Jiang Baichen's handsome face. Sigh, such good looks never get old. The moment Lin Qing approached, Jiang Baichen extended his long arms, pulling her into an embrace. It's inappropriate to do this in public, Lin Qing murmured softly. No, I must hug you. I've missed you so much, Jiang Baichen cooed affectionately. Chapter 274. Can you molest people just because you're handsome? As Hua Qing got out of the car, he immediately saw a man who looked like an immortal from heaven hugging Lin Qing. Lin Qing was trying to push him away, but couldn't. Hua Qing felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising to his brain, and he shouted loudly. You bastard. You pervert. Let go of Lin Qing now. Don't think you can molest others just because you're handsome. Lin Qing heard this and quickly pushed Jiang Baichen away. Before Lin Qing had time to explain, Jiang Baichen's sharp eyes focused on the refined-looking boy in front of him. Who are you? Jiang Baichen's gaze was too aggressive, making Hua Qing feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. At the same time, he felt locked down by a powerful presence that made it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. I'm Lin Qing's friend, Hua Qing insisted resolutely. Yes, integrity cannot be compromised. Do you know who I am? Jiang Baichen asked in return. Who knows who you are? It doesn't matter who you are. Harming my friend is unacceptable. Hua Qing replied with a sense of righteousness. All right, then I'll tell you. I'm Lin Qing's boyfriend, Jiang Baichen said with a faint smile at the corner of his lips, seemingly enjoying the discomfort he was causing the boy in front of him. In fact, from the moment the boy in front of him erupted in anger, he acutely sensed that the other party had some feelings for Lin Qing, which perhaps stemmed from a man's intuition. These feelings might gradually transform into liking, eventually becoming one of Lin Qing's admirers. And what he intended to do right now was to cut off this undesirable infatuation. As for why he knew it was an undesirable infatuation, it was because he firmly believed, and was certain, that Lin Qing would definitely be his wife, thus making all others undesirable infatuations. Upon hearing this, Hua Qing's complexion turned pale. What? How is that possible? When he spoke, his eyes instinctively glanced toward Lin Qing, hoping to get a negative answer from her. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him somewhat. Lin Qing then opened her mouth and said, Hua Qing, what he says is correct. He is my boyfriend, Jiang Baichen. We've already agreed that he would come pick me up, and since he has done so, we should take our leave. With that, Lin Qing and Jiang Baichen turned and walked toward a Land Rover. Jiang Baichen politely opened the passenger door for Lin Qing, and she got inside. Subsequently, Jiang Baichen walked over to the driver's side. With a cold glance at Hua Qing, that glance carried a hint of warning. It was Jiang Baichen warning the other not to flirt with his girlfriend. Afterward, Jiang Baichen got in the car and drove off with the imposing SUV vanishing into the distance. Seeing his grandson's despondent expression, Hua Feng consoled him, saying, Don't be sad anymore. You two aren't compatible. She's not your type. Moreover, that man isn't someone an ordinary person can offend. Grandpa, do you know that handsome man? Hua Qing asked with confusion written all over his face. No, I don't know him. Hua Feng shook his head and replied. If you don't know him, how can you determine that he's not someone an ordinary person can afford to offend? Hua Qing continued to inquire. Did you see the license plate of his car? Hua Feng responded. What's special about that license plate? Hua Qing shook his head and asked. Just then, he had been too caught up in his sorrow to pay attention to the license plate. After all, Lin Qing was the first girl he had encountered who evoked such strong fondness in him. Before he even had the chance to get closer to her or confess his feelings, he learned that she already had a boyfriend. Such a sudden wave of disappointment naturally left him feeling deeply upset. In China, there exist several special types of license plates. Just from the license plate, one can see that the person is not someone you want to mess with, powerful and influential. And the breathtakingly gorgeous man we just met earlier? His license plate falls under one of these categories. Maybe you didn't notice, but his license plate was white, and the number was 00008. This indicates that either the man or someone in his family holds a significant position within the military zone. In any case, no matter which situation applies, he's not someone we can afford to cross. At this point, Hua Qing fell silent, pondering about the stunning features of that man and considering his wealthy and powerful background, instantly fostering a feeling of inferiority within him. Seeing his grandson deep in silence, Hua Feng added, You don't have to feel inferior. You're not suited for that girl anyway. Initially, I thought that girl was arrogant and self-important, but now seeing her boyfriend, I finally understood why she acted the way she did. I suspect that her family background is probably extraordinary as well. Otherwise, how could she possess such exceptional skills? Growing up without encountering much adversity, she speaks and acts more selfishly, lacking polish. Under the protection of her family, she hasn't experienced any trouble, leading to her current brash demeanor. If she finds a boyfriend similar to her family, then she can continue with her previous lifestyle. However, if she were with you, considering her disposition, when she gets into trouble, you definitely wouldn't be able to protect her. This could work once or twice, but if it happened repeatedly, the two of you would surely part ways. Therefore, in some respects, marrying someone of equal social status makes perfect sense. Moreover, her boyfriend isn't just good-looking like a celestial being. He also exudes an impressive aura. Such a man couldn't possibly be ordinary. You certainly couldn't take the girl away from him. In this world, things don't always go smoothly, and many sufferings arise from not being able to attain what one desires. We must learn to let go at the right time so that we may live more comfortably. There are two kinds of suffering in this world. One is the pain of not getting what you desire, and the other is the agony of being infatuated. The former involves treating everything as a gamble after you've exerted your effort, accepting both victory and defeat with equanimity, because life still offers opportunities for a comeback. As for the latter, it can be considered the greatest suffering in the world. If such feelings appear at this moment, they must be swept out of your heart as easily as removing dust from a house. Life's suffering lies in attachment. Its difficulty lies in letting go. Its irritations lie in calculating too much. In life, whatever you care about will torment you. Whatever you calculate will bother you. No matter how great the matter might seem, when faced with a mindset of going with the flow, you'll discover that it isn't actually anything significant. It's merely overcomplicating things within your own mind. Sometimes, letting go is a wise choice. When handling affairs, you must release what needs to be released and cut off what needs to be cut off, so as not to lose sight of the bigger picture due to trivialities. Grandpa, I understand, Hua Qing said aloud. Even though he said so, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. What Hua Qing's grandfather had said, though repetitive, was undeniably reasonable. However, there was one point where he had made a mistake. Lin Qing didn't have a good family background. Her arrogance and lack of smoothness stemmed from her abilities. She could afford to be arrogant and did not need to be smooth. When absolute strength allows you to crush others, who would bother with pretense? All right, Grandpa, I've understood. Hua Qing opened his mouth. Though he said this, his mood still felt inevitably disappointed. The words spoken by Hua Qing's grandfather were clichés, yet very rational. However, there was one mistake. Lin Qing did not have a distinguished family background. Her arrogance and lack of smoothness came from her actual power. She could be arrogant and didn't need to feign humility. When one's absolute strength can overwhelm others, why would they choose to act diplomatically? Chapter 275, Lin Qing got played. Jiang Beichen drove steadily towards his residence. He wanted to ask Lin Qing who the boy was, but it would make him seem not broad-minded enough. He was in a dilemma inside, but on the surface, he was still that cold-faced Jiang Beichen. At least from the outside, one could not tell what he was thinking. Because of Jiang Beichen's silence, the car fell into a deep quietness. Lin Qing didn't care about his inner conflict and began to close her eyes for some rest. After a long time, Jiang Beichen finally spoke. Qing, who was that boy just now? How did you meet? Which boy? Lin Qing calmly asked back. Which boy? The boy sitting on the bus with you, the one shouting at me to let go of you. Jiang Beichen immediately felt a bit restless. Wasn't there any other boy trying to undermine my position? Ha, you finally brought it up. I thought you'd bear it longer. This jealousy smell is killing people inside the car. Lin Qing burst out laughing. How could I be jealous? I'm just concerned for you. Understanding your friends is all. Jiang Beichen's face turned a bit red. Too embarrassing. Does Lin Qing think I am petty-hearted? Yes, you're not jealous. You just want to understand my friends. Lin Qing said in a serious manner. Then that boy. Jiang Beichen wanted Lin Qing to continue and explain more about the boy. Oh, you mean Hua Qing? I don't know him well. We just met on the bus. There was a thief trying to steal his stuff, so I helped him chase the thief away. Lin Qing answered casually. Not familiar? If not familiar, why would he look so angry when he saw me hugging you? Why would you be so kind to help him chase away the thief? This is clearly beauty saves the beast. The beast wants to offer himself in return. Jiang Beichen secretly said. Even though he thought like this, he still maintained an indifferent expression and said, Oh, is that so? Who is that person? What's he doing in Haizhou City? They're the same as me. They are here in Haizhou City to attend the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference. They're traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, Lin Qing couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Is what you just said funny? Jiang Beichen looked completely confused. Chun, your serious look when being jealous is just so funny, Lin Qing continued to laugh nonstop. Jiang Beichen really didn't know how to rebut. You want to deny your jealousy again? Lin Qing's bright eyes seemed to have seen through his pretense. No, I admit I am jealous. Just thinking of you being together with him for a few hours makes me feel envious and resentful, and that guy harbors affection for you. His motives are impure. Jiang Beichen admitted his inner truth. Come on. We're merely friends chatting well. Lin Qing responded. I guarantee he has feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't show a sorrowful face when you told him I was your boyfriend. Jiang Beichen analyzed. It must be said, everyone has Sherlock Holmes potential when facing rivals. You don't need to overthink it. Even if he had some good impressions of me before, knowing I have a boyfriend now, he surely has given up. I already have you. How could I possibly consider anyone else? You're far more excellent than him. Lin Qing consoled. But he is younger than me. Jiang Baichen muttered. What? Lin Qing didn't understand what difference you've made to Jiang Baichen. You called me uncle, saying I was old. Jiang Baichen looked full of grievances. When did I say that? Lin Qing questioned. She truly had no memory of it. When we first met, on Xiantai Mountain in Qing City. Jiang Baichen explained. Once reminded by Jiang Baichen, Lin Qing immediately remembered. She did seem to have said that, although it was only a joke. I was joking then. You're indeed older than me. But you're not old. You're at the prime age. You should know, a man is like a flower at 30, you're nowhere near like a flower. Lin Qing comforted. Then, do you find me charming, or do you find those boys your age charming? Nonsense, of course, it's you who's charming. Then, do you like me or them? Of course it's you. As soon as Lin Qing finished speaking, she realized that she had accidentally been played. At that moment, Jiang Baichen, listening to Lin Qing's words of liking him, smiled, as if a flower had blossomed on his face. The two quickly returned to their residence. Of course, they booked 2 rooms. It wasn't that Jiang Baichen didn't want to book 1 room. Rather, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and might harm Lin Qing. If that happened, he would never forgive himself. After returning to the room, Lin Qing asked, by the way, before I got out of the car, you called me. At that time, your accent seemed very tired. Did you encounter any trouble? Yes, I encountered something we couldn't solve. The matter is somewhat mysterious. I was about to find some renowned esoteric scholars for help, but since you're here now, there's probably no need to invite them, said Jiang Baichen. What exactly happened? Lin Qing asked curiously. In the last month, across the country, there have been frequent incidents of girls being assaulted. The peculiar thing about these incidents is that the girls weren't attacked outside. It happened on their own beds. If treated as a normal case, this would suggest an acquaintance crime. However, the cases have occurred all over the country, and in significant numbers, which indicates a problem. Jiang Baichen frowned slightly as he explained. What clues have you uncovered? Lin Qing asked, confident that Jiang Baichen must have found some leads. The perpetrator used to move around the country, making it hard to trace any evidence. However, recent cases have concentrated in Haizhou City. In order to capture the suspect, the police instructed all young women to install surveillance cameras in their bedrooms. Despite this, someone was still assaulted the next day, with no human traces captured on the monitor. It seems like the girls were violated in their sleep by spirits, waking up to clearly feeling something indescribable had happened to them. Jiang Baichen described softly. Are there any other clues? We employed a dog with an extremely keen sense of smell. After sniffing at the fresh scene of the crime, it followed the scent to the door of a hotel. Ascending the hotel staircase, it arrived at a guest room. That room was occupied by a Japanese businessman, and the surveillance showed that he didn't leave the hotel room during the time of the incident. Moreover, coincidentally, every time the girl assaulting crimes occurred nationwide, this Japanese businessman was present in the city where the incidents took place. Yet, there's no evidence indicating that this Japanese businessman committed the crime, Jiang Baichen added. Chapter 276, The Art of Invisibility. It seems to be the art of invisibility, Lin Qing said indifferently. What? The art of invisibility? Does such a thing exist in this world? Jiang Baichen asked in astonishment. As a member of the Dragon Group in the National Intelligence Department, although he had encountered some incredible events, this was the first time he had met someone who could become invisible. Isn't the suspect from Japan? Japanese ninjutsu includes the art of invisibility. Simply put, the art of invisibility is an illusion that makes the body invisible and unable to be seen. Based on the theory of the 5 elements, one can use 5 different substances to become invisible. The art of invisibility used by ninjas is essentially a simplified version of the 5-element escape techniques, Lin Qing explained. Jiang Baichen nodded, knowing that Lin Qing was highly proficient in metaphysics, so he trusted her judgment without question. So what do we do next? Even if we know about the art of invisibility, without evidence, we cannot directly arrest that Japanese person. Otherwise, it will cause international disputes. Jiang Baichen frowned slightly. Why should we go through all the trouble to arrest him? A waste of food like him does not deserve to live, Lin Qing said coldly. But, Jiang Baichen hesitated but did not continue. He saw that Lin Qing clearly disliked the Japanese man. If the Japanese man were killed, his main concern would be involving Lin Qing in any legal issues. After all, he held an important position in the country, and the nation needed him greatly. If he were to kill someone, the worst punishment would probably be a heavy penalty, as directly killing the Japanese man would likely create serious international disputes. If there was no other way, after committing the act, he would take responsibility. But as long as Qing was happy, even if he was punished, he would feel content. I know what you are worried about, but don't worry. I have a way to let this Japanese man die without anyone knowing. Even if a doctor examines him, they would only diagnose it as a sudden heart attack. How dare a Japanese man come to our China and wreak havoc? I will make him understand that the cost of lawlessness is his life, Lin Qing declared. Lin Qing's words were filled with authority, as if she were the guardian of this land. In fact, in the not-so-distant future, she truly took on the responsibility of safeguarding China. All right, let's do as you say. Jiang Baichen's frown relaxed at this point. Since the Japanese scoundrel could be eliminated without a trace, he naturally welcomed it. As for Lin Qing's capabilities, he had complete faith. The night grew darker, yet the city remained bustling with neon lights brightening the city's prosperity while overshadowing the moonlight. They brazenly cast changing colors towards the sky. The sky became hazy, and even the darkness wasn't pure anymore. As midnight approached, the lights of the city gradually went out, leaving a pitch-black night, like thick ink spilled across the sky, extinguishing even the faint light of the stars. In such dark nights, murder goes unnoticed, and in such windy nights, arson becomes possible. Indeed, this environment was perfect for killing. Inside the hotel room, Lin performed a technique based on the 5 elements and disappeared towards the hotel where the Japanese man, mentioned by Jiang resided. Lin moved extremely fast, and within 15 minutes, she reached the room of the Japanese man. Just as the Japanese man was about to use his invisibility technique again to prey on women, Lin quickly used a binding spell to immobilize him. Simultaneously, Lin controlled his vocal cords, making it impossible for him to call for help. Whoa. The Japanese man mumbled quietly, but the sound was too low to leave the room. Haha, I thought you were some sort of ghost or spirit. It turns out you're possessed by a shadowy ghost, Lin whispered to herself. Lin felt a powerful soul dwelling inside the Japanese man's body, though this was merely a fragment. Though she could sense the strength of the soul, she still believed it wasn't her match. Had the Japanese man been just a regular person with such a powerful soul, she might have been more cautious, but she had no fear of spirits. Her red lotus hetero fire was the pinnacle of yang energy, and it was precisely the nemesis of these sinister entities. Haha, never expected such a powerful existence in this world. Judging by their cultivation level, they must have reached the peak of innate abilities and are nearly close to achieving the divine realm, Lin silently thought. She guessed that the person using the Japanese man's body was trying to enhance their cultivation through some evil practices. Presumably, the limited scope of Japan provided little opportunity for them to perform these rituals. Even if they tried, it was unlikely they'd succeed. That's why they set their sights on China. After all, China is vast and abundant, and the most abundant thing here is people. Lin immediately retrieved the divine brush of Ma Liang from her spatial dimension. She placed her index finger in front of her mouth and bit it, instantly drawing blood. Since she had to cast a spell, she inevitably revealed her presence. The Japanese man was startled when he suddenly saw someone appear before him, his eyes wide open. Apparently, he hadn't expected anyone besides the adult figure he knew to also possess invisibility skills. But Lin didn't care what he thought. She dipped the tip of the brush into a few drops of her own blood and began inscribing talismanic symbols on the back of the Japanese man, using his body as paper to create an exorcism symbol. She drew the talisman at lightning speed, and within seconds, Lin whispered harshly, "Go." With that command, a puff of black smoke erupted from the middle-aged man's body, slowly coalescing into the shape of a person. This person had the appearance of an elderly individual, sporting a short and stiff mustache, brown eyes deeply sunken into their sockets, with a head of disheveled gray-white hair tied up in a knot on top, fitting perfectly the ancient image of a Japanese samurai. "Young girl, how dare you ruin my plans? You're asking for death," the ghost roared furiously. Of course, the sound emitted by the ghost could not be heard by ordinary humans, as they existed on different frequencies. Who knows how many centuries you've been alive? And you have the audacity to stir up trouble in China? Clearly, you wish to die, Lin snapped back. Certainly, Lin was communicating with the spirit through the spiritual world, otherwise it would be impossible to silently resolve the matter. It's been ages since anyone dared speak to me like this, the ghost sneered coldly. His face might have been fine when still, but upon laughing, deep crevices appeared across it, clearly indicating that he was an ancient entity. I feel the same way. Still, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't laugh so much, it makes you look ugly. Scaring me is no big deal, but if you scare the flowers and grasses of our homeland, that will truly be a sin, Lin said with complete seriousness. Chapter 277, The Heir of the Matsumoto Group. You're looking for death. The ghost lunged at Lin as if he wanted to tear her apart. In his view, this little girl in front of him probably possessed a powerful magical artifact, which drove him out from the body of his host. After all, he couldn't sense any aura of a mighty warrior from her, and she was so young. How could she possibly be that strong? Although he was now a soul, and only a fragment of his soul, dealing with a little girl like her seemed more than enough for him. For their kind of souls, the most skilled area was attacking others' spiritual realms and devouring others' souls. As Lin watched him rush toward her, she gave a faint smile. Her chest immediately began to beat rapidly. Subsequently, she opened her mouth and sucked, causing the fragment of the soul to turn into a streak of black smoke that entered her mouth. The fragment of the soul was delighted with the current situation. What an ignorant young girl. Didn't she know the human body's interior was the most vulnerable part? Upon contact with her, he immediately sensed a very powerful soul within her. Such a potent soul, once merged with him, would give him a greater chance of breaking through his innate limitations and entering the divine control realm. This process was instantaneous. Soon the fragment of the soul arrived in Lin consciousness. Only after arriving did he realize he had been tricked. This little girl's spiritual sea was vast, far larger than his own. If his spiritual sea were considered a small lake, then hers was a true ocean. Trapped inside her spiritual sea, he felt like a large ship battered by winds and waves, rocking violently back and forth. Waves in her sea surged and crashed against his vessel, endangering its stability. At this moment, Lin was brewing a storm and whirlwinds within her spiritual sea. To her, absorbing such a powerful evil soul might slightly enhance her strength. Although it wouldn't increase much, she didn't mind. After all, even a fragment of a soul mattered greatly. Accumulating small advantages leads to significant growth. Now enhancing her abilities was what truly mattered. Simultaneously, Lin Qing activated the Great Derivation Dao technique. Her mental realm became a violent storm, enveloped in darkness. Howling wind stirred up huge sheets of seawater, rushing them towards the soul fragment, while the wind grew stronger. Above the mental realm's surface, a dark green cloud resembling a lush meadow spread across the sky. A rotating, inverted cone of cyclone wind soon appeared, powerful enough to lift anything into the air. Along both shores of the mental realm, broadleaf trees rolled and tossed in the wind, rustling loudly. They looked like a ferocious mountain cat raising its spine furiously. Sparrows scattered in all directions, becoming flying black dots, while tall bamboo-like grasses on the coast swayed chaotically, as if waving countless spearheads in the wind. Suddenly, the colossal tornado acted like a frenzied beast running amok, swirling and tossing wildly without direction, much like a demon unsure of what to do and deciding to rampage blindly. It then swept horizontally, attacking everything around it unexpectedly. The soul fragment tried every way to evade, but eventually, he was caught up in the tornado and shredded into fragments. He cried and shouted, but no one could stop it all. Then, these fragments of soul transformed into fine raindrops merging into Lin Qing's mental awareness. Lin Qing quickly absorbed this sudden surge of power. Not long after, her eyes reopened. The entire process may have seemed lengthy, but in reality, it happened swiftly. At least in the Japanese man's view, it took only a few minutes. The Japanese man saw the young girl before him eliminate what he believed to be a godlike figure. Stunned, he also felt panic rise within him. If that man, who was so powerful, was dead, then what about him? Surely, the girl would kill him too. WH. Release me quickly. You can't kill me. I'm Japanese. If you kill me, there will definitely be an international dispute. The Japanese man wanted to speak, but alas, fate turned cruel. He found himself unable to utter a sound. His desire to cry came in vain. Your worries are overblown. Even if I kill you, so what? With my abilities, there are many ways to make you die without leaving traces behind. Others will only find that you died due to a disease outbreak, not knowing someone killed you. Besides, there is no evidence showing I've ever entered your room, Lin Qing said coolly. Hearing Lin Qing's words, the Japanese man widened his eyes in horror. This expression revealed two layers of meaning. One, he was deeply puzzled why he couldn't speak, yet she knew exactly what he was thinking. The other reason was his fear of her. Although the young girl before him looked beautiful, in the Japanese man's mind, she was a demon in sheep's clothing. She was terrifying, and he was scared to death. He wanted to go home. He had even wet himself from fear. Well, that's right, please let me go. I have money, lots of money. I'm Matsumoto Ichiro, the heir to Japan's Matsumoto Group. If you let me go, I'll give you whatever amount of money you want. Lin Qing asked in surprise. She didn't expect that this Japanese fat man was actually the heir to the Matsumoto Group. The Matsumoto Group wasn't just any group, it was one of Japan's top financial conglomerates. It controlled more than 20 major companies, excelling in heavy machinery, integrated electronics, automobile manufacturing, real estate, nuclear power generation, biomedicine, cosmetics, entertainment, and other fields. Its subsidiary, Matsuda Motors, held an important place in the global automotive market. Although the reputation of the Japanese among Chinese people isn't great, it has to be admitted that their rigorous attitude towards work made them meticulous perfectionists, giving them an edge in some industries, such as manufacturing. Lin Qing was pondering whether or not to kill him. If she killed him, losing out on so much wealth would indeed feel like missing out on a golden opportunity. However, if she didn't kill him, Lin Qing felt deeply repulsed by him. Though she knew the main perpetrator behind many cases where women were violated was the soul, she had already eliminated, since it wasn't difficult for that soul to control this fat man's body, which explained why the fat man could perform invisibility techniques despite all else. She still couldn't help but feel nauseated by him. But then she thought again. If killing him outright wasn't going to provide satisfaction, maybe turning him into a loyal dog beneath her feet and draining him of his last bit of worth might be even more gratifying. Such a punishment would feel far better than simply putting him to death. Having come to this decision, Lin Qing said, "If you want me to spare your life, I'm not opposed to it. But from now on, you will be my servant, and I will be your master. Whatever I command you to do, you must do without question or negotiation." Chapter 278. China is so scary. When he heard this, the Japanese fat man hesitated. He thought the little girl in front of him would ask for a lot of money. He was prepared to part with a large sum of money, but unexpectedly, she asked him to become her servant. For someone who normally holds a high position as the heir to the Matsumoto Group, this was a severe blow to his dignity. How could he become a servant to a Chinese person? For the Japanese, despite their country being just a small island nation, they lead in both economic development and technological advancement. Moreover, Japan had once invaded China. Although they ended up failing in the end, China also suffered a heavy toll. In the minds of the Japanese, they looked down upon the Chinese, just like how many Chinese despise the Japanese. The Japanese are a people that revere strength. They follow the samurai spirit. Whoever defeats them earns their respect. On the contrary, they have no respect for the weak. Lin Qing saw the conflicted expression on his face and smiled evilly, saying, "All right, I know your choice already. Don't worry, my way of killing people is very artistic. If I want someone to suffer intensely before death, they will indeed go through extreme pain until death. By then, wanting to die might even be considered a luxury. If I choose to let someone pass away painlessly, I can certainly do that too. But clearly, you don't deserve such treatment. Haven't you forgotten what you've done in China? Your actions are exactly what I detest the most. I will absolutely make sure that you endure torment before dying. Ha ha. Lin Qing's red lips curved into a captivating smile. But in the eyes of the Japanese fat man, that smile looked devilish, as if he were a devil with an open blood-stained mouth waiting to swallow him whole. I only acted that way because I was under control. I didn't want to do those things. I am innocent. The Japanese fat man couldn't find his voice and could only try explaining himself this way, believing the other party could understand. Humph. You say you were controlled, yet you're not innocent. During the process where you were controlled, you were fully aware and conscious. If you had strongly resisted, that old demon may not have succeeded smoothly. Hence, there must have been some kind of agreement between you and the old demon. This means that in your heart, you agreed with whatever was happening to your body. Given this, prepare to die. Lin Qing sneered coldly. It should be admitted that Lin Qing guessed correctly again. Her precise guess stemmed from her understanding of the soul-controlling process. After fighting against the old demon's spiritual avatar, she roughly understood its power. With that kind of strength, to completely control a person, it either had to come to an agreement with them or devour their soul, making them turn into a fool. Now, since the Japanese fat man was neither a fool nor had anything wrong with him, she effortlessly came to the conclusion that the Japanese fat man was not entirely innocent. This Japanese fat man, known as Songbin Ilong in Japanese society, was a playboy. He had gone around seducing numerous Japanese women, becoming a demon in their hearts. However, unsatisfied with that, he sought new sensations and was therefore taken notice by the old demon's soul, reaching some form of consensus. Fortunately, Lin Qing was unaware of the past deeds of this Japanese fat man. Otherwise, she would definitely want to summon lightning to strike him dead. Before striking him dead, she would likely make him experience thousands of cuts and castration, making him regret having harmed so many women. Songbin Ilong, although being the heir to the Songbin group and a rich playboy, wasn't completely worthless. At the very least, his capabilities were commendable, which is why he was chosen as the successor to the Songbin group. Additionally, his psychological resilience was relatively strong. He wasn't absolutely afraid of death. What he feared was a prolonged and agonizing death. Lin Qing saw that the other side hadn't immediately agreed, internally noting, this dead fatso doesn't seem entirely useless. Being threatened like this still hasn't made him surrender immediately. She suddenly had an idea and released the Een snake she had tamed in the past. Since coming to her side, this Een snake's murderous aura had dissipated. Surrounding Lin Qing, its body was often cleansed by abundant spiritual energy. As a result, it now looked stronger than before. Before Songbin Ilong could blink, he saw a huge python. This massive snake exuded a chilling green color and stretched over a dozen meters long. The giant python lifted its head, flickering its tongue, hissing ominously while its piercing gaze sent chills down one's spine. Even more terrifying was the unusual triangular shape of the snake's head, crowned with protruding scales resembling a flesh crest. The massive python's body coiled around Songbin Ilong, making his already plump figure seem even smaller in comparison. The python's huge body almost filled the gaps of the hotel room, while its triangular head floated in midair. It opened its enormous mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth that gleamed under the dim light. Its flickering tongue occasionally licked Songbin Ilong's body, causing him to tremble violently. My goodness, is this world becoming fantastical? How can such a monstrous creature exist? Songbin Ilong swallowed hard. In his eyes, the creature before him wasn't just any python. Could pythons grow so large? It resembled the legendary nine-headed snake from Japanese mythology, except it only had one head. This monster was truly terrifying. China was frightening. His elders had always instilled in him the belief that though China was vast in area, it lacked strength. However, on his first visit to China, he encountered a stunning teenage girl who effortlessly defeated the ghost god they worshipped at their shrine and casually summoned a colossal monster comparable to the size of the mythical nine-headed snake. Was this really a country that lacked strength? It was far too powerful. Little snake, go ahead and devour this fat pig. Remember, take your time. Chew on his bones one by one, Lin Qing teased. The giant python glanced at Lin Qing for a moment, thinking to itself, didn't my master forbid me from creating chaos with killing? Moreover, she has always detested bloodshed. Why is her mindset changing so drastically now? But as soon as it noticed the playful glint in Lin Qing's eyes, it realized that its master was merely scaring the fat man. It could never disobey its master's command. After all, Lin Qing had given it a second chance at life. The python still wished to follow her, hoping to one day transform into a dragon. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to become a general isn't a good soldier, and a snake that doesn't wish to turn into a dragon isn't a worthy snake. With that, the python blew a breath of air towards Songbin Ilong and opened its enormous mouth as if ready to devour him. Chapter 279, Enslaving Matsuda Ikaru. At the moment the giant python's breath sprayed onto Matsuda Ikaru's face, he saw this massive python in front of him instantly transform into the legendary Yamada no Orochi. One of Yamada no Orochi's heads opened its mouth and took a bite at his hand first. Its teeth were extremely sharp, like embedded nails, and with one bite, they pierced straight through his arm and hand. The excruciating pain quickly spread to his brain. He screamed wildly. But that did not stop the continuing pain as the snake head began to slowly chew on his arm, as if savoring his flesh and blood. This was a bone-eroding agony. Matsuda Ikaru had no idea how the legendary punishment of being chopped into 1,000 pieces felt, but to him, it probably resembled this kind of suffering. He shouted and screamed while cold sweat covered his forehead, streaming down his cheeks until he could no longer bear it. If he had simply died painfully, he wouldn't have feared death, but this torturous half-alive state was truly unbearable. Wah! I surrender. I'll be your servant. Please save me. I don't want to die. Matsuda Ikaru desperately yelled out. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his forehead. He glanced up and immediately saw the terrifying python so close that it frightened him into retreating backward instinctively, only realizing too late that he couldn't actually move. Wah! Help me quickly. My arm has been bitten off. Matsuda Ikaru hurriedly begged for help from the girl in front of him. Ho! Take a closer look at your arm. Lin chuckled. Wah! What? This? When Matsuda Ikaru looked down, he was startled to find that his arm was intact. The experience you just endured was an illusion. Of course, if you refuse to submit, you'll soon get to feel what happens in that vision for real. Don't worry, it's sure to be a refreshing taste. Lin grinned evilly. Wah! Oh no, I surrender. I am willing to be your servant. Matsuda Ikaru cried in terror. That's good. I'm starting the contract now, and I hope you don't resist because I can't guarantee whether you'll become an idiot if you do. Lin coldly laughed. This master-servant pact requires the contracted party's full willingness to succeed more easily. Otherwise, it might cause backlash. Of course, the extent of such backlash depends on the contracted person's strength. As for someone like Matsuda Ikaru, even if he resists, he cannot harm Lin in any way, yet he himself may turn into an imbecile. As she spoke, Lin forced out a drop of blood, making it sink into Matsuda Ikaru's forehead. Surprisingly, the crimson drop disappeared completely within Matsuda Ikaru's body, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, Lin released Matsuda Ikaru's acupressure points, allowing him to move again and speak freely. Once he realized he could move, he internally mused about how carefree his captor seemed. She was indeed a young girl. If he left now and betrayed her trust in secret, she would most likely have no way to deal with him. Although he agreed to become her servant, if he refused to follow through, there wasn't much she could do. He'd just avoid China altogether. He failed to notice the change that had occurred in his spiritual world. Just as he indulged in his wild fantasies, Lin said, "Oh, do you think once I let you go, I can't control you anymore?" Though puzzled by her alertness, Matsuda Ikaru still maintained polite respect on the surface. Of course not. We Japanese are very trustworthy. The Japanese are generally trustworthy, as long as it doesn't conflict with their fundamental interests. However, if their interests are threatened, they no longer concern themselves with trustworthiness. As an old saying goes, if a man doesn't act for himself, heaven will punish him and earth will destroy him. Matsuda Ikaru is indeed the heir of the Matsuda group, capable of speaking fluent English and Chinese. He speaks English due to Japan's admiration for powerful nations like the US and the UK, and speaks Chinese because the immense Chinese commercial market offers substantial profits for his family business. Oh, there's no need to hide your thoughts. Do you know what just happened? Lin countered. Matsuda Ikaru was utterly baffled. All he remembered was her telling him not to resist, then flicking her finger as if performing some sort of ritual. However, he didn't give these gestures much thought. If she expected him to obey merely from waving her fingers, it sounded like sheer fantasy. Lin, observing his puzzled expression, chuckled wickedly and said, I just signed a master-servant contract between the two of us. You may not be familiar with this kind of contract, so let me explain it clearly. With this contract in place, whenever I give you an order, you must follow it without hesitation. Otherwise, you'll endure unimaginable pain. Even if you're thousands of miles away, I could take your life with just a thought. What? Matsuda Ikaru exclaimed in surprise. His immediate reaction was disbelief. He thought that it must be some sort of deception. How could such a contract possibly exist in the world? If it did, why wouldn't this person use it to control some national leaders and dominate the globe? Furthermore, in all the years he'd lived, he had never once heard about the existence of such a binding contract. Indeed, there were no such contracts in this world originally. However, Lin hailed from the cultivation realm, where these kinds of pacts belong to the techniques of immortals. Therefore, Matsuda Ikaru's skepticism was perfectly normal. Looks like you don't believe me? Then let me show you the power of this contract. Lin grinned evilly. After she finished speaking, Lin silently chanted a spell, and immediately Matsuda Ikaru felt dizzy and experienced sharp headaches akin to being pierced by hundreds or even thousands of needles all over his head. This sensation specifically targeted his acupressure points, heightening their sensitivity. Simultaneously, Lin cast a muting spell on Matsuda Ikaru to prevent him from screaming in agony. Sure enough, Matsuda Ikaru writhed in excruciating pain but couldn't emit a sound. Uncontrollably, he fell onto the hotel room floor, rolling back and forth as though he were Sun Wukong reacting to Tang Sanzang reciting the tight-binding spell in Journey to the West. When Matsuda Ikaru almost passed out from the unbearable pain, Lin stopped her chanting. My goodness, that was far too painful. It surpassed the pain of having my arm bitten off by the Yamada no Orochi in the illusion. What kind of monster is this girl? Matsuda Ikaru thought anxiously. But the moment he mentally labeled Lin as a monster, a feeling surged as if a sharp blade were hanging over his head, threatening to sever it at any second. This series of bizarre incidents completely eradicated Matsuda Ikaru's lingering doubts. At this point, in his eyes, the seemingly adorable girl in front of him was nothing short of a devil wielding limitless powers. Chapter 280, Jiang Baichen's Keen Intuition. After Lin completely subdued Matsuda Ichiro, she left his room invisibly. As soon as Lin left, Matsuda Ichiro's tense body relaxed, and he was covered in cold sweat from both fear and the pain earlier. Not long after, Lin Qing returned to the hotel where Jiang Beichen was staying. She first went to Jiang Beichen's room. As soon as she entered through the wall, she heard Jiang Beichen's voice. "Who's there? Who is it?" Jiang Beichen asked coldly, staring at the direction where Lin Qing stood. Lin Qing's 5 elements concealment technique had not failed. However, Jiang Beichen felt her presence as soon as she entered the room. This was largely due to his keen intuition, what we often call the sixth sense. Typically, we say women have a stronger sixth sense, but men also possess this sixth sense. Studies show that the human brain can detect magnetic fields and respond strongly to their changes. Jiang Beichen's heightened sensitivity came from experiences during his childhood when he survived an assassination attempt. Coupled with his professional circumstances, these made him highly attuned to changes in the magnetic field around him. Although Lin Qing's concealment technique was almost flawless, it could not completely hide the disturbance in the magnetic field, which is how Jiang Beichen detected her presence. Seeing the wary expression on Jiang Beichen's face, Lin Qing immediately said, "Relax, it's me." Only upon recognizing Lin Qing's familiar figure and scent did Jiang Beichen lower his guard. If it were merely a similar appearance, there might still be a possibility of deception. Facial disguise does exist in this world. But when even the smell matched perfectly, such a trick was impossible. Every woman has a unique smell, not necessarily fragrance, but rather a kind of feeling. Sometimes, they may not notice it themselves, but those familiar with them will always know when they're near. "You're back," Jiang Beichen said. "Yeah, aren't you too sensitive?" "I snuck in invisibly, yet you noticed," Lin Qing chuckled, amazed by his sharp intuition. "I've been like this ever since the assassination attempt during my childhood. This sixth sense has saved me countless times, pulling me back from the brink of death." Jiang Beichen murmured softly. His voice remained as sexy as ever. Even though he was calmly recounting facts, Lin Qing felt a pang of sympathy deep inside. She resolved silently to ensure anyone who had harmed him would suffer terribly. "Chun, rest assured, I won't let anyone hurt you again." Lin Qing blurted out this promise unintentionally. After saying it, she felt slightly awkward. Why did it sound like a man's vow to protect a woman? When Jiang Beichen heard this sentence, he was momentarily stunned, then broke into an extraordinarily bright smile, akin to 100 flowers blooming. The smile was extremely captivating. Lin Qing lost herself gazing at his stunning good looks, entranced and distracted. When Jiang Beichen saw her captivated by him, his smile became even brighter. At that moment, it was as if stars were twinkling, and Jiang Beichen was the moon under everyone's spotlight. When Lin Qing realized she'd been captivated again, she internally scolded herself. Why was she being tempted by beauty once more? Her self-restraint around Jiang Beichen was weakening. "All right, I'll wait for my heroic bride to protect this handsome man." Jiang Beichen grinned. "Huh? Calling yourself a handsome man? Shameless." "Oh no, who's your bride anyway?" Lin Qing suddenly realized she'd fallen into another one of his traps. "Of course it's you. You've already been marked by me. Whose bride do you plan to become?" Jiang Beichen pointed at Lin Qing's beautiful red lips. "I." Before Lin Qing could finish speaking, her lips were suddenly captured by Jiang Beichen's kiss. At that instant, it seemed as if 100 flowers blossomed, and 2 little bees busily gathered nectar, hoping this sweet moment would linger. Pink bubbles floated in the sky, and both their faces flushed slightly, as if intoxicated by the sweetness. The scene skips several words. When they finally calmed down, quite some time had passed. "By the way, Qing, what did you do with the suspect? Did you kill him?" Jiang Beichen asked. If she did, he needed to quickly resolve any subsequent issues for her. He knew how much she disliked complications. "No, the real mastermind is someone else. That Japanese businessman was possessed by a powerful soul avatar. The soul is incredibly strong, possibly one of the strongest things in the world," Lin Qing answered. "What? Were you injured?" Jiang Beichen couldn't help but ask anxiously. It's just a soul avatar. How could he possibly hurt me? If the main soul were here, there might be a bit of a challenge, but this soul avatar has less than 1/10 of the original's power. How could it possibly be my match?" Lin Qing chuckled. Qing, I know you're strong, but remember, there are always people stronger in this world. I don't want to see you hurt. I couldn't bear losing you. For my sake, please be more careful next time, alright?" Jiang Beichen carefully asked. Lin Qing looked into his worried eyes and couldn't bear to make him sad, so she gently nodded and said, "Alright, I will be more careful." Still, that Japanese businessman cannot go unpunished easily. He dared to harm innocent girls in our country. Although he wasn't the mastermind, something must be wrong with him. After all, flies don't bite uncracked eggs. If he had been of good character, how could an evil ghost have targeted him? Jiang Beichen coldly said, "Don't worry, that fatso already got what was coming to him." Lin Qing smirked heavily. What exactly did you do?" Jiang Beichen guessed correctly. "I've made him my servant now. Guess who that Japanese businessman is?" Lin Qing teased. "Is he worth exploiting?" Jiang Beichen countered, hitting the mark. "Chun, you're too smart for your own good. He's the heir to the Matuda Group." Lin Qing grinned. "What? The Matuda Group, one of Japan's top 10 conglomerates?" Jiang Beichen exclaimed in surprise. The Matuda Group was a colossal enterprise, wealthier even than the Jiang family. Its estimated net worth ran into hundreds of billions. If such a prominent family's heir becomes my subordinate, it'll certainly benefit us greatly. Lin Qing laughed smugly. "But how would he willingly become your servant? And aren't you concerned about him breaking the agreement once he returns to Japan?" Jiang Beichen expressed a trace of concern. "Yeah, let me tell you something. I have my ways. He won't betray me unless he doesn't care for his life. Even if he runs far away, I can still take his life. Lin Qing scoffed. Jiang Beichen instantly understood. Lin Qing had employed some extraordinary methods. She must have enforced something beyond ordinary measures. Chapter 281. Do you know who you are? On the second morning, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen got up early. They had to go to the location of the traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, exchange meeting, which was located in the suburbs of Haizhou City. Apparently, this TCM exchange started at 8 a.m., and Lin Qing didn't want to miss any good herbs, so she woke up early. When Lin Qing arrived at the venue of the TCM exchange, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Jiang Beichen, on the other hand, due to an urgent phone call, was a few steps behind, while Lin Qing arrived first at the site. This place looked like an estate. It was a bright autumn morning. The calm sunshine was shining over the trees with brownish-yellow hues around them and chrysanthemums blooming in various postures during the autumn season. The chrysanthemums had many colors: red like fire, yellow like gold, white as snow, green as jade, pink like clouds at dusk. Some white mixed with green were even elegant and understated. The colors were vivid and breathtaking. Clustered chrysanthemums, colorful, included yellow, black, dragon claw varieties, all having different poses and full of vitality. Their delicate petals gleamed under the sunlight with beautiful light. Each cluster resembled fairies swaying gracefully in the wind. In between the diverse and colorful chrysanthemums, whiffs of fragrant scents occasionally wafted out. Their blossoms surged like waves, their fragrance spread like the wind, and the whole estate seemed transformed into a world and ocean of chrysanthemums. Through the iron railing of the estate, Lin Qing saw these countless chrysanthemums inside and thought silently. It seems that the owner of this estate is also a lover of chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemums are one of China's 10 most famous flowers, and one of the 4 gentlemen of flowers: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Because chrysanthemums possess qualities of resilience in cold weather, they have inspired lines from Tao Yuanming's poetry such as, "Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern hedge, I calmly see the southern mountain." Someone once wrote a poem praising the autumn chrysanthemums. Autumn chrysanthemums can withstand frost, facing heavy winds and freezing conditions. Their inherent ability to tolerate cold renders them impervious to wind and frost. Indeed, chrysanthemums may lack the luxurious elegance of peonies or the seductive beauty of roses or the noble grace of lilies, but their spirit of enduring the frost is truly admirable. Since ancient times, many literary figures and refined scholars have used chrysanthemums to symbolize themselves and describe their own high moral character. As for whether the owner of this estate truly possesses the graceful nature and high moral character akin to chrysanthemums, it's hard to judge. After all, there are quite a number of people in this world who seek false reputations and are especially skilled at pretending. Just as Lin Qing was about to enter, she was stopped. "Miss, please present your invitation." A tall, muscular security guard standing at the gate spoke. Although he was just a security guard, he possessed advanced inner strength, making Lin Qing anticipate the content of the upcoming TCM exchange. Given they sent out security personnel of such high cultivation level, it suggested there would be something extraordinary happening inside. "Invitation?" Lin Qing asked in surprise, as she had no knowledge about needing an invitation. The guard then explained upon seeing her perplexed expression, "Sorry, miss, this is a private event. Normal people are not allowed inside. Are there any exceptions?" Lin Qing asked. "Unless you're a martial artist. However, looking at your small frame, you don't seem like one," the guard said. Lin Qing practiced immortal techniques, which differ from martial arts techniques where one displays overwhelming power. Unless she deliberately revealed her aura, others would merely think of her as an ordinary person. Lin Qing was just about to explain she was indeed a martial artist when a familiar voice came by. "Lin Qing, what a coincidence, you've come awfully early." Hua Qing greeted cheerfully. Yes, quite coincidental," Lin Qing nodded. "Then let's go in quickly," Hua Qing said, producing his invitation. "Sorry, sir, you can go in, but she cannot," the security guard replied stoically. "Why? She does not have an invitation," the security guard continued. "No invitation?" Hua Qing exclaimed. "Yep," Lin Qing simply nodded. Hua Qing, observing Lin Qing's calm demeanor, proposed, "I'll take her in. Is that okay?" "Sorry, sir, you do not have the authority to bring her in. This invitation doesn't grant that permission," the security guard replied coldly. As Lin Qing was ready to expose her true martial capabilities, another voice interjected. "I can take her in, right?" Jiang Beichen walked forward in grand strides, unleashing his formidable martial presence. The security guards immediately felt an overpowering aura pressing down upon them. This powerful force compelled them to channel all their energies to resist, yet despite their efforts, beads of sweat poured down their faces. How powerful he is. Could he be a Grandmaster-level expert? After all, if he were merely at the peak of hidden power, there's no way he could create such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet isn't he too young? He looks only in his mid-20s. The security guards began speculating amongst themselves. Even though they looked young, they were actually around 40 to 50 years old. To reach the late stage of hidden power at such an age was already commendable among martial artists. But now, before their eyes stood a prodigy. They started guessing about his identity. Jiang Beichen, looking at the group in front of him who had not answered his question, asked again, "Can I take her in?" Yes, master, please come in." The security guard who had previously said Lin Qing could not enter immediately respectfully responded. In the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme, which is why this security guard exhibited such stark contrast. At this point, Jiang Beichen retracted his imposing aura and led Lin Qing inside first. As he walked by, He cast a contemptuous glance at Hua Qing. Who exactly is that person? He didn't have an invitation either. How can he just walk in so easily, and even bring someone else with him? Hua Qing asked the security guards. Apparently, in his eyes, those security guards turned pale the moment they saw Lin Qing's boyfriend and became exceedingly respectful, clearly out of fear of his identity. The security guards were respectful towards Jiang Beichen because his strength made them submit. But when it came to Hua Qing, who was not a martial artist, they resumed their cold demeanor. Sorry, we cannot disclose that information. One of the security guards replied coldly. You? Hua Qing angrily retorted. These people were too obsessed with status. Their change of attitude was simply nauseating. At the same time, a sense of helplessness surged within him. A helplessness faced with a formidable opponent. Hua Qing, enough. Give up. We're no match for him. Hua Feng sighed heavily. Grandpa, it's not like I'm harboring hope. I just think that as Lin Qing's friend, it's necessary to understand what kind of person her boyfriend is. Hua Qing defended himself. That's enough. What right do you have over her? You're nothing more than an acquaintance who exchanged nods once. Do you have any authority to meddle in her private affairs? Who do you think you are? Hua Feng replied coldly. Chapter 282, Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Meeting. Hua Feng's words hit him like a hammer, making him recognize himself. Yes, who did he think he was? He was nothing more than a nodding acquaintance with her. What qualifications did he have to evaluate her feelings? Her boyfriend was her choice. Judging by her appearance, she really liked him. Besides, the guy was handsome, exuded charm, and came from a good family background. He was simply the Prince Charming in every woman's heart. How could she possibly fall for someone else? Moreover, just now, the man pulled off a hero saves beauty stunt again, and their relationship probably deepened even further. At this moment, a wave of sorrow swept through his heart. This sudden heartbreak felt like an electric shock to his heart, contracting and cracking, then shattering all over the floor. Yes, he should give up, but why did his heart hurt so much? Hua Feng looked at Hua Qing's dispirited state and sighed deeply. To truly move on, it would still depend on himself. To be honest, he never expected that within just a few short hours, Hua Qing had developed such deep feelings for Lin Qing, that little girl. It seemed that in this world, there really is something called love at first sight. Afterward, Hua Feng didn't delay. He pulled Hua Qing into the estate and instructed his son to take care of Hua Qing more. After entering the estate, Lin Qing began wandering around. She quickly scanned the area and only found a few herbs over 100 years old. She bought them. Although herbs over 100 years old had very little effect on her now, even small gains are worth having. Moreover, she wasn't short on money now, so she spent generously. Just then, she heard someone nearby say, I've heard that the Gu family and the Medicine Valley people will be coming this time. What? The Gu family that controls more than half of the national pharmaceutical market? And the Medicine Valley, the sect of alchemy masters? Another person asked in return. Yes. That Medicine Valley is supposedly an alchemy sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. It's said that the pills they refine have many miraculous effects. Those alchemy masters of the Medicine Valley are said to look down on everyone, and it's normally hard to obtain their pills. But this time they're coming, which is wonderful. Lin Qing didn't pay attention to the murmurs of the crowd, but from this, one could see that everyone craved elixirs. Lin Qing certainly saw this point, and immediately an idea formed in her mind. Yes, just set up a stall. Subsequently, she found a vacant spot, sat cross-legged, and naturally, Jiang Beichen took his seat beside her. The next morning, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen got up early. They were heading to the location of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange, located in the outskirts of Haozhou City. It was rumored that the Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Qing didn't want to miss any quality herbs, so she woke up early. When Lin Qing arrived at the venue for the exchange meeting, it was exactly 8 o'clock. And because Jiang Beichen received an urgent call, he was a few steps behind, while Lin Qing reached the venue for the meeting first. The place looked like an estate. It was a clear autumn morning, and the sunrise quietly illuminated the surroundings, trees turning brownish yellow and chrysanthemums blooming in various postures during autumn. There were many colors of chrysanthemums, red as fire, yellow as gold, white as snow, green as jade, pink like clouds and skies, and those tinged with green among the whites, even more elegant and understated. Various colors, incredibly beautiful. Those clusters of chrysanthemums presented vibrant hues, yellow chrysanthemums, black chrysanthemums, claw-shaped chrysanthemums, different forms, full of vitality. The graceful petals shone beautifully under the sunlight. The stalks of chrysanthemums resembled elegant fairies dancing gracefully in the wind. Among these unique and colorful chrysanthemums, a fragrant aroma occasionally drifted out. The flowers were like waves, the fragrance like the wind, transforming the entire estate into a world of chrysanthemums, an ocean of chrysanthemums. Through the iron fence of the estate, Lin Qing glimpsed at the chrysanthemums inside in myriad poses, thinking to herself, it seems the owner of this estate also loves chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemums rank third among China's 10 famous flowers and are one of the 4 gentlemen of flowers: plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum. Because of the chrysanthemum's noble qualities in defying frost, there is Tao Yuanming's famous line, picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern hedge, I calmly view the southern mountains. Someone once wrote poetry praising the autumn chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemums can defy frost despite severe cold. Their inherent nature resists the cold. What can frost do? Indeed, although chrysanthemums lack the grandeur of peonies, the enchanting beauty of roses, or the elegance of lilies, their spirit of defying frost is indeed admirable. Since ancient times, many literati and refined scholars have used chrysanthemums to metaphorically describe themselves, symbolizing their high moral character. As for whether the owner of this estate truly possessed a noble character and high moral integrity like the chrysanthemum, that was really hard to determine. After all, in this world, there were plenty of people who sought fame and fortune through pretense and were particularly skilled at disguising themselves. Just as Lin Qing was about to enter, she was stopped. "Miss, please show your invitation," said a tall, muscular security guard at the entrance. Though he was just a security guard, he had cultivation at the late stage of hidden force, which made Lin Qing look forward to the traditional Chinese medicine exchange inside. After all, if they could send out a security guard with such high cultivation, it meant there would be valuable items within. "Invitation?" Lin Qing echoed in surprise. She hadn't known an invitation was required to get in. The guard looked at the confused expression on the young girl's face and explained, "Sorry, miss, this is a private gathering. Ordinary people are not allowed inside. Are there any exceptions?" Lin Qing countered. "Unless you're a martial artist. But judging from your petite frame, you don't seem to be one," the guard replied. Lin Qing practiced immortal cultivation techniques. Unlike martial artists whose formidable aura was obvious, unless she intentionally revealed her power, others would assume she was just an ordinary person. As Lin Qing was about to explain that she was indeed a martial artist, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Qing, what a coincidence. You're here so early," Hua Qing exclaimed cheerfully. Quite a coincidence," Lin Qing nodded briefly. "Then let's go in quickly," Hua Qing suggested as he handed over his invitation. "Sorry, sir, you can go in, but she cannot," the security guard said coldly. "Why?" Hua Qing asked in confusion. "She doesn't have an invitation," the security guard continued. "You don't have an invitation?" Hua Qing asked in astonishment. Lin Qing nodded calmly. Hua Qing, observing Lin Qing's composed demeanor, said, "I'll bring her in, all right?" "Sorry, sir, you don't have the qualification to bring her in. Your invitation doesn't have that permission," the security guard responded coldly. Just as Lin Qing was about to reveal her martial artist identity, another voice came. "I can bring her in, right?" Jiang Beichen walked confidently, with his imposing aura fully unleashed. The security guards immediately felt an overwhelming presence bearing down on them. It was so powerful that they had no choice but to channel all their energy to resist the pressure. Even then, sweat poured down their foreheads from the strain. He was so strong. Could he be a master-level cultivator? If he were merely a late-stage hidden force martial artist, he wouldn't have been able to exert such intense pressure on them. Yet how could someone so young, only in his 20s, be this formidable? The security guards all began to speculate. Chapter 283. Is this chi replenishing pill? Are you sure? The white-bearded elder asked with great doubt. Of course. Lin Qing replied. She is Master Lin, and Master Lin is her. How could she not be sure? Why are you so certain? Could it be that you've met Master Lin? The middle-aged uncle voiced his inner doubt. The other party's answer was too confident, as if they had actually met Master Lin. A lot of people in Zhongzhou City have seen Master Lin, and those who have seen her all say so. Lin Qing didn't directly answer the other person's question. Jiang Beichen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upon hearing Lin Qing seriously discussing herself with others. Lin Qing was so cute. By the way, uncle, in reason, this kind of traditional Chinese medicine exchange meeting should feature quite a few high-year herbs. But just now I took a walk around, and even 100-year-old herbs were extremely scarce. This is truly disappointing. Lin Qing asked. The supporters behind this TCM exchange meeting were Yao Valley and the Ancient Family. They were the ones who owned the most TCM resources on this planet. So if the meeting turned out like this, it was truly very disappointing. Little girl, this is your first time at this TCM exchange meeting, right? The middle-aged uncle asked. Yes, it's my first time attending. Lin Qing responded calmly, not at all flustered about being identified as a novice. No wonder. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This TCM exchange will last for a week. The first 4 days mainly involve common Chinese medicines targeted towards pharmaceutical families, while the last 3 days are key. There will be many martial artists exchanging insights, trading pills, or artifacts. The middle-aged uncle explained. Artifacts as well. Lin Qing questioned in confusion. Of course, artifacts aren't only for high-level Dao practitioners to use. Some can be used by ordinary people too. However, the later part of the TCM exchange still focuses on transactions involving high-age herbs and pills. The middle-aged uncle enthusiastically told Lin Qing. Beauty always gets preferential treatment, no matter what era it is. After hearing this, Lin Qing lost her expectations for the first 4 days of the TCM exchange. Still, thinking that those who come to trade might possess something good, Lin Qing didn't leave immediately. Lin Qing found someone to give her a large sign, on which she wrote, willing to purchase wild herbs over 500 years old or spirit objects in exchange for chi replenishing pills. As soon as her sign went up, many people came to take a look. Miss, do you have chi replenishing pills in your possession? The middle-aged uncle next to her was surprised after seeing the sign. That's right, Lin Qing nodded. The middle-aged uncle originally thought the other party was a rookie, but he didn't expect them to be an expert, and also to own chi replenishing pills. Those were top-notch pills auctioned off at the Red Lotus auction house. It was said that the quality of chi replenishing pills was very high, even better than the pills sold by the Medicinal Valley. Although the Red Lotus auction house has been open for nearly a year, it has already gained fame across the land, mainly because the items auctioned at the Red Lotus auction house were highly sought after. Those artifacts were desired by many renowned elites and wealthy merchants. Who wouldn't want another life? For these famous elites and rich merchants, danger can appear anytime around them. The higher the position one holds, the more capable enemies one will face, and more envy and challenges will arise. Therefore, those protective artifacts that can help defend against accidental harm are equivalent to another life for them. As for those pills that assist martial artists in cultivation, they were enticing to various low to mid-level martial artists. Users claimed that chi-replenishing pills worked better than some of the auxiliary cultivation pills sold by Medicinal Valley, although their prices were also relatively high. And Huanyan pills, for many beauty-conscious women, were simply divine drugs. After all, for any woman, what is more important than delaying aging? Are there women in this world who don't cherish beauty? Are there women who don't wish to stay beautiful forever? But beauty comes at a price, requiring vast amounts of money to sustain. Therefore, although many women hope to obtain a bottle of Huanyan pills, for them, it is a luxury, given how expensive Huanyan pills are. However, for stars and wealthy women, though Huanyan pills are pricey, they're still willing to buy them. Yet Huanyan pills remain in short supply, and during auctions, women would go crazy just to get a bottle of Huanyan pills. They turn into frenzied madwomen chasing after greater beauty. Many people assumed that the Xiao family was behind the Red Lotus auction house. After all, from the very beginning, it had been managed by Xiao Muting. The Xiao family was also a huge power in Central Plains province, and not someone an average person could afford to offend. The powerful families who coveted the Red Lotus auction house all ended up returning empty-handed, like the Li family and Medicinal Valley. Few people knew that Lin Qing, aka Master Lin, was the true owner of the Red Lotus auction house. Of course, the Li family and Medicinal Valley, through their networks of connections, found out that Master Lin was the actual owner of the Red Lotus auction house. When Li Jie of the Li family learned that Master Lin had killed Saint Haoyan, he was relieved that he hadn't acted unscrupulously for personal gain against Master Lin. The head of the Medicine Valley, after learning that Master Lin had killed Saint Haoyan, was grateful that he hadn't lost his mind over profit and immediately acted against Master Lin. As for Saint Haoyan, this famous grandmaster, the Valley Master was aware of him, even though he hadn't witnessed the battle personally. He knew he certainly wouldn't be a match for Master Lin's strength. What level of power did Master Lin truly possess? No one knew. Some even speculated that Master Lin had already entered the Xiantian realm. When the crowd heard that this little girl had chi-replenishing pills in her possession, they gathered around her. Among her possessions, Lin Qing had the most chi-replenishing pills because the herbs required for them weren't as high grade, and they were easy to refine. Thus, she had made a large batch and stored them in her storage ring. Little girl, can you show us your pills? Someone asked. Lin Qing pretended to take out a porcelain bottle from her clothing pocket. In reality, it was from her storage ring, and she tipped out one chi-replenishing pill. This chi-replenishing pill was yellowish-brown, completely crystalline and transparent, looking almost like a piece of art. Many people had never seen a pill like this. Typically, the pills here were pitch black and completely opaque, let alone as translucent as this one. Everyone crowded closer, sniffing and examining, but there was much skepticism since they had never seen such a pill before and couldn't tell its efficacy. Just then, suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd to step forward. It was a meticulously dressed middle-aged man in a tang suit, looking highly spirited. When he saw the chi-replenishing pill, his eyes widened in shock. "Is this a chi-replenishing pill?" he exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 284, Rich and Powerful. Isn't it written on the sign next to the little girl? The three words, Beauty pills, are very clear. Someone was puzzled why the man in tang costume was still asking, as the sign clearly showed the name. Perhaps he couldn't read? However, this name of Beauty pills did sound somewhat familiar. "Little girl, can I take a look at this pill?" the man in tang costume asked expectantly. This man in tang costume was named Sun Shang, a descendant of the Sun family known for their knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, and also a martial artist. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he had reached the peak of Mingjing's strength. He could recognize this Beauty pill because his family had previously purchased a bottle of them, and he had been fortunate enough to take one. As such, he had vivid memories of the Beauty pills. "Of course you can," Lin Qing said with nonchalance. Sun Shang gently picked up the Beauty pill, smelled it first, then scraped a bit of powder from it with his fingernail and put it in his mouth. Subsequently, an excited expression appeared on his face. Yes, this is indeed the Beauty pill. Uninformed people thought that the man in front of them was foolish. Hadn't it already been said that this was the Beauty pill? Why was he repeating himself like this? Only Lin Qing felt that the man seemed to know something about this Beauty pill. Could it be that he participated in the Red Lotus auction where Beauty pills were auctioned? Lin Qing silently wondered. Sun Shang, seeing everyone look at him as if he were stupid, said, "This is the Beauty pill from the Red Lotus auction, a top-tier pill. Whether you're practicing internal or external martial arts, the Beauty pill can help martial artists enhance their cultivation." "Sir, are you sure?" someone asked in disbelief. Although they had heard of the Red Lotus auction and also knew that pills there helped martial artists cultivate, since they hadn't personally seen it, they didn't make the connection when they heard Beauty pill, hence why it sounded familiar. "Of course, I am Sun Shang of the Sun family, known for our knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. I'm not only a doctor, but also a martial artist. I took a Beauty pill before, so just now I used my fingernail to scrape some powder off it to confirm. Now I'm very certain. This Beauty pill is exactly the same as those auctioned at the Red Lotus auction," Sun Shang firmly stated. As soon as his words were out, there was a stir among the crowd. Everyone stared at Lin Qing with fiery eyes. People began to speculate who this young girl in front of them was, and how she came into possession of pills auctioned at the Red Lotus auction. However, they quickly stopped pondering because someone had already started inquiring about the price. "Little girl, how many of these pills do you have?" "I'll take all of them." "How much per pill?" someone asked. Before Lin Qing could respond, another person chimed in. I'll pay 100,000 per pill. What do you say? 100,000? You're treating us like beggars. Have you checked the prices at the Red Lotus auction? I'll offer 500,000 per pill. With Sunshang's confirmation after using the pill, the scene suddenly became lively. Martial artists became as enthusiastic as elderly men and women at the market grabbing fresh cheap vegetables, all waving their bank cards and eyeing Lin Qing greedily. For martial artists, lacking resources made advancing and naging cultivation extremely difficult and required high potential. If they had to describe the difficulty, they would surely sing loudly. The difficulty of cultivation is harder than ascending to the heavens. Just at that moment, Lin Qing spoke up. Sorry, I don't want money. If you have wild herbs over 500 years old, or herbs of equivalent value, including spiritual herbs or divine substances, I will exchange Buki pills based on the value. Lin Qing's words threw the crowd into confusion. In modern society, even herbs 100 years old were scarce, let alone 500 years. At this time, a youth with dark skin stepped forward, pulling out something root-like about the size of a fist and handing it to Lin Qing. Can I trade this? Haha kid, are you joking? What is this? Is this a tree root? Yes. Do you know how valuable those pills are? Lin Qing didn't hear any of the chatter around her. She was completely drawn to the yellow-brown root-like object in front of her. From it, she felt a mysterious force, though its shell isolated this power. If not for her strong spiritual awareness, she would have thought it was just a normal tree root. All right, we'll trade. But you must tell me where you got this root, Lin Qing whispered. Okay, the dark-skinned youth softly replied. How many Buki pills do you want? Lin Qing asked. You can give me however many you feel appropriate. This thing was just something I stumbled upon accidentally. The dark-skinned youth responded somewhat shyly. He said that he had accidentally dug it up when he went to the deep mountains, and at the place where he dug this thing, there was a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. However, for unknown reasons, the ancient tree had become a dead tree. He guessed that this thing might not be ordinary, but he couldn't see its significance, so he asked some experts for help. They all said that this was just an ordinary tree root. Today, he came here with the hope of trying. I'll give you a bottle of pills, with 5 inside, Lin Qing said. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, the dark-skinned young man showed a look of surprise and joy. He hadn't expected that this root would really be able to exchange for such valuable items. She noticed that as soon as she finished speaking, some people were looking at the dark-skinned young man next to her with greedy eyes. She could tell from his attire that his family situation wasn't good, otherwise, he wouldn't have dressed so shabbily. But she didn't expect him to still be a wuxia in the late Mingjin stage. Normally, after becoming a martial artist, finding a high-paying job wouldn't be difficult. So what was the reason for him to be so poor? Lin Qing couldn't help but secretly speculate. She knew that if she let him leave like this, it would be like harming him. It was likely that once he left, he'd be robbed by people stronger than him, and if they were ruthless, this dark-skinned young man might even lose his life. As the saying goes, send the Buddha all the way to heaven. Lin Qing couldn't help but say, let me send you back later, and at the same time, you can tell me where exactly you found this root. The dark-skinned young man obviously also noticed those covetous glances around him, and did not decline. Thus, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen took the dark-skinned youth away. While on the car, the dark-skinned young man asked, excuse me, what is that root actually? I'm not clear about it yet either. I just feel it has some uniqueness, Lin Qing replied. After hearing her words, the dark-skinned young man revealed a surprised expression. The person opposite was truly extravagant, willing to pay such a high price merely because she felt it was somewhat special. He could tell that the little girl in front of him wasn't lying, as her gaze was very calm. Chapter 285. You're really a good person. You're really a good person, the dark-skinned youth said with a smile. When he smiled, a set of white and neat teeth appeared. In his eyes, the little girl in front of him was truly a good person. How could someone not be good if they would exchange a valuable pill without even knowing what that stem was? He had heard others talking at the trading market, saying that the pill was an extraordinary one, very expensive. At the market, someone had offered 500,000 for one pill, but the young girl didn't sell it, indicating how valuable this pill was. This bottle of pills probably cost millions. Millions. That was a lot of money. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. Good person? Lin Qing faintly smiled without speaking. This was the first time someone called her a good person. In her previous life, after practicing the demon way, people used to call her demon or female demon. In this life, she lived freely and avenged those who wronged her when needed, never being merciful. Only people close to her like Jiang Beichen, Zhou Linger, Li Chengfeng, Xiao Muting, etc., thought she was kind because she protected her own. However, among strangers, no one called her a good person. To be honest, she didn't want to be a good person. Being good in this world is hard. In fact, most people still want to do good deeds, but in today's chaotic society, doing good often gets exploited by a small number of people, leading to misunderstandings, harm, and deception. As a result, everyone has become cautious and unwilling to act on goodwill lightly, causing indifference in society and fewer acts of kindness, creating the impression that being good is difficult. Nowadays, news often reports incidents where helping elders leads to extortion. For instance, a female college student from a poor family helped an elder who fell and was extorted for 100,000 yuan. The elder's children questioned why only she came forward to help. Since there was no surveillance at the location where the female student helped the elder, the court eventually ruled that the student compensate 100,000 yuan to the elder's family. With no means to pay off such a sum as her tuition was borrowed from relatives and friends, the female student left behind a suicide note and jumped off a building. Her last words stated she didn't hit the elder and she was falsely accused. She simply wanted to do a good deed but encountered an unscrupulous family. Unwilling to burden her parents or have her honor sullied further, she chose death to prove her innocence. Later, this incident caused an uproar online. It seems that helping an elder and being extorted has become a common issue and serious problem in contemporary society. Whether to help or not when encountering an elderly person has become a difficult choice, balancing morality with reality, emotions with reason. Confucius once said, "One who loves humanity but does not learn becomes ignorant." Confucius seriously told Zilu, "Stand up straight. I will tell you, benevolence is good, but becoming excessively benevolent without true learning makes it impossible to discern between right and wrong. The flaw of this type of benevolence turns one into a big fool. Many people are good-hearted, loving others through benevolence. However, while Confucianism emphasizes benevolence and Buddhism emphasizes compassion, blind compassion can be harmful. Hence the saying, excessive compassion brings harm. Indulgence spawns corruption. Although benevolence is important, experience teaches us that helping someone, though out of kindness, often ends up harming both parties. You can help others, but with sufficient wisdom, you must discern right from wrong and protect yourself. An old Chinese saying goes, giving someone a bowl of rice makes you a benefactor. Giving them too many bowls might make you their enemy. Helping a friend in trouble may make them grateful, but excessive aid makes them perpetually dissatisfied. Often, those whom we have deeply benefited later turn against us. There is also a saying, giving someone fish doesn't teach them to fish. So, helping others requires wisdom and the ability to gauge one's limits. The majestic Land Rover followed the directions given by the dark-skinned youth, heading deeper into the mountains. Fortunately, Jiang Family drove an all-terrain vehicle suitable for mountain roads. Otherwise, normal vehicles wouldn't make it deep into the mountains. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Lin asked curiously, noticing the other's reserved demeanor in the car. My name is Li. I live in Lin Family village deep in these mountains, Li replied. Hearing that he lived in a village in the deep mountains, Lin asked curiously. So Li, who taught you martial arts? I learned from my father. My father passed away a few years ago, leaving my mother and younger sister, Li said, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. It was evident that after his father's death, their family had not been faring well. Then why haven't you thought about going out to find a job? As a martial artist, even though your skills aren't that high, it's not hard for you to find a well-paying job in the secular world, Lin said. But my father said that the city is too complicated. Without enough strength, I might lose my life carelessly. Moreover, I have to support my mother and sister. What if they are bullied when I'm not around? Li frowned as he replied. Li's concerns were justified. After all, in rural areas, a family without a man easily becomes a target for bullying. Furthermore, the underworld in cities isn't simple, with various relations crisscrossing. If one doesn't have enough power or intelligence, it's hard to succeed there. Someone as simple as Li, if he went to the city, might end up being used and helping others count their money. As for Li's father, why would a martial artist choose to live in a small mountain village all his life until death? Lin wasn't sure, but she guessed it had something to do with past vendettas. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there will be disputes. People in the Jianghu, underworld, cannot avoid conflict. Everything happens for its own reasons, so don't take things too seriously. People in the Jianghu cannot avoid conflict. In this bustling world, temptations abound. At first, I didn't understand. Sometimes I didn't know until the end. The most precious thing isn't never falling, but being able to get up every time. These lyrics express the helplessness of surviving in the Jianghu and the need for a tenacious spirit. By the way, miss, I still don't know your name. Will following me delay your plans? Li scratched his head and asked. Hee, my name is Lin, and he's Jiang Family. Don't worry, the early days of the Chinese medicine exchange meeting don't offer anything valuable. The important deals only happen in the later days. Lin smiled and said. It's good to know that we haven't delayed your matters. You both look so handsome and beautiful, like celestial beings descending from the heavens. Li stole several glances at Jiang Family and added. Chapter 286. Lin became a fruit vendor. After hearing the dark-skinned young man's words, Jiang Family slightly furrowed his brows. Could men really be described as handsome? That should be described with dashing and debonair. However, when he heard that they were likened to immortals and fairies, he didn't bother to argue further with the other person. After all, immortals and fairies would indeed make a good pair. Since Jiang Family was always so cold and aloof, neither of the two noticed the subtle change in his emotions. A few hours later, the off-road vehicle drove into a small village deep in the mountains. This village looked even more backward than Lin Family village. Lin Family village was closer to the county town of Pingshan County, so relatively speaking, it was wealthier. In comparison, this Li Family village was poorer. However, due to its advantageous geographical location, the entire village appeared peaceful. The little village was nestled by a stream, like an infant resting in the cradle of its mother's arms. Behind the village stretched an endless orchard. The leaves of the fruit trees had already started turning yellow. It was harvest season, and autumn hung ripe fruits on every tree, perfuming the air with fragrant smells. When autumn painted the leaves yellow, golden, orange, and pale yellow, a gentle breeze passed through, and leaves fluttered down from their mother trees like beautiful yellow butterflies dancing gracefully, decorating autumn as if transforming the world into gold. As Lin approached this orchard, she rolled down the car window. The scent of fruit trees permeated the air, spreading fragrances far and wide. Li saw how interested the young girl was in these fruit trees and spoke up immediately. Big brother, stop the car for a moment. I'll pick some fruits from my home orchard for you. Our fruits are incredibly sweet, unlike anything you can buy outside. Jiang Baichen thought nothing of it. He had tasted all sorts of fruits. All kinds of imported fruits, organic fruits, filled his home, but since Lin Qing seemed interested, he did not interfere. He remembered that Lin Qing had a large appetite, and having eaten only a little during breakfast, his beloved must be hungry again. As for his girlfriend, he was indulgent without limits, so indulgent that he made her unable to leave him. On the fruit trees, the golden tangerines waved at people invitingly. The orange-red persimmons swayed like little lanterns in the wind, while apples red-cheeked and blushing looked like bashful young girls. The occasional fragrant breeze brought scents so tempting that one couldn't help but pluck a fruit, take a whiff, and become intoxicated. Just one bite revealed a tart and sweet flavor that made one take another. Lin Qing tried the fruit that Lily picked for her, thinking to herself, there's a faint trace of spiritual energy in these fruits. Although minuscule, it feels utterly different from ordinary fruits outside. With just one bite, sweetness floods your taste buds, and your whole body feels refreshed. Clearly, this place in the mountains is extraordinary. Baichen, you should try them too. These fruits are truly delicious. Lin Qing handed Jiang Baichen several different fruits and smiled. Seeing Lin Qing's radiant and beautiful smile, Jiang Baichen took the fruit she offered and took a bite. His first bite was of a pear. A pale yellow pear, so thin-skinned that sometimes it broke at a touch, large enough to surprise, juicy enough that biting into it felt like drinking a bowl of sweet spring water. Next, he bit into a bright red apple. One bite filled his nostrils with its fragrant aroma, truly making his mouth water. Its taste was sweet and crisp, absolutely delicious. Instantly, a cooling sensation entered his body, invigorating his spirit. Having driven for several hours on mountain roads, Jiang Baichen had been feeling slightly fatigued. Now, his weariness vanished completely. At the same time, Jiang Baichen did not pause his chewing. In no time, he finished the fruits Lin Qing had given him and still looked unsatisfied. Clearly, Jiang Baichen had noticed something extraordinary about these fruits as well. Seeing how much they liked his family's fruits, Lily happily said, "See, I told you both would love our fruits here." "Yes, we do indeed like them," Lin Qing nodded. "Alas, although our fruits are very tasty, we cannot sell them, which is quite disheartening." Lily scratched his somewhat messy hair. "Why is that? Such delicious fruits shouldn't go unsold," Lin Qing asked perplexedly. "Primarily, our location is too remote. Driving from here into the city takes several hours, and the mountain roads from the city here are very rugged. The fruit dealers are unwilling to come to our village to collect fruits, claiming that too many will get crushed along the way. The autumn harvest is almost here, and the villagers will soon worry again, alas." Lily sighed heavily. Jiang Baichen and Lin Qing exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's intentions. They would take these fruits. Lin Qing understood the benefits of these fruits best. Eating them regularly is very beneficial to one's health, as they contain a small amount of spiritual energy. The fruits they bought could not only be supplied to the soldiers of the Dragon Fong Squad, but also given out as a benefit at the Red Lotus auction. She didn't plan to sell these fruits for profit. With how rare they were, and after setting aside some for her own consumption, there probably wouldn't be much left. "You grow such amazing fruits here, so I'll take charge of purchasing all of them. How much do you have? I'll buy it all. Moreover, I will pay 30% more than what the fruit dealers offer you. As for transportation, I will arrange someone to solve that problem. All you need to do is to wrap these fruits with anti-drop plastic nets and pack them into boxes. You can also tell other villagers in your village if you think it's appropriate." "What do you think?" Lin Qing asked. It wasn't that Lin Qing didn't want to give them more money, but giving them too much would attract unwanted attention. If this happened, there might be people with ill intentions targeting these fruits, potentially bringing disasters to these villagers. Upon hearing this, Lily couldn't believe his ears. "Is this true?" I always keep my promises," Lin Qing replied seriously. "Miss Lin, Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. You are truly good people. I don't know how to thank you. You've solved such a big problem for our village. I really don't know what to say or what to do," Lily said excitedly. Lin Qing and her companion felt somewhat helpless. Once again, they were handed the good person label when this was just a normal trade, an exchange based on mutual needs. Didn't you call me girl earlier? Why the change?" Lin Qing joked. "I think calling you girl doesn't express my gratitude and respect for you well enough. But I don't know what else to call you. That's why I called you Miss Lin." Lily scratched his head, looking honest and kind-hearted. Chapter 287. Wang Kai is not a dog. "However, I still prefer you to call me Miss Lin. As for the fruit matter, you should discuss well with the villagers. If we cooperate well this year, I will buy all your village's fruits every year afterwards. But you must be careful not to use pesticides just for the sake of production." Lin Qing smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely supervise the villagers." Lily assured, with the fruit providing an income, their quality of life would greatly improve, so they wouldn't have to worry about living conditions anymore. Ho, you're saying that too early. The villagers might not even agree to sell them to me," Lin Qing joked. "How could that happen? If someone wants to buy their fruit, they'll be happy enough. I'll tell the villagers this good news right away," Lily excitedly said. "In a bit, when you go back to the village and others ask why we came here, just tell them we've come to buy fruit," Lin Qing reminded. Yeah, understood," Lily nodded. He guessed that the tree root was probably special, but no matter how unusual it was, what could he discover about it? What he did know was, the other party willingly exchanged such precious pills with him, and agreed to buy the village's fruits. Thus, Miss Lin was his benefactor. To him, her words were to be faithfully followed. The village was surrounded by terraced fields layer upon layer. Beyond those, there were deep mountains and towering trees. On another level nearby, there were pastures where white sheep, yellow oxen, and black donkeys grazed. Around the village, many trees were turning yellow. Yet further into the deep mountains, lush vegetation still dominated the landscape. This combination of different colors in the scenery seemed like entering a continuous scroll painting. For the villagers, these animals improved their lives. The sheep were for better livelihoods, the oxen were for plowing, and the donkeys were their transportation. It was now noon, and wisps of smoke rose from the village, enveloping it as if in a thin mist. Gradually, they arrived at the entrance of the village. As soon as one villager saw a car approaching, many people immediately ran out to watch. The windows of the car were down, and the villagers instantly saw two exceptionally handsome individuals. To them, these two were more charming than TV stars, looking like celestial beings sent from heaven, making the villagers feel somewhat shy. This shyness mixed with humility, reverence, and curiosity. "Hey, Uncle Wonkai, are you here? Have you eaten?" Lily greeted upon seeing a familiar person. Hearing that name, Lin involuntarily twitched the corner of her mouth. Such names are usually given to dogs, like Wonkai. She didn't realize that in rural areas, many people give simple and sometimes humble-sounding names, especially for small children. Names like Tiandan, Iron Egg, or Jua, Dogchild, were common. Naming in this way stems from the belief that giving a simpler or less dignified name helps keep the child safe and alive. In these remote villages, due to underdeveloped medical facilities, child survival rates aren't as high as in urban areas. Many children succumb to diseases which are treatable in cities. Li Wonkai heard Li Li's voice and snapped back to reality from the previous shock. He saw Li Li inside the car and exclaimed, Li Li, how are you in a car? Who are they? Uncle Wonkai, they're here to buy our village's fruits. Quickly informed the village chief and all the families. Li Li laughed and responded, okay, I'll do that immediately. Upon hearing this good news, Li Wonkai couldn't contain his joy and quickly ran towards the village head's house. Yet, he didn't pause to consider that two people as extraordinary as them hardly looked like fruit traders. Other bystanders around also questioned after hearing the news. Ali, is it true or not? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Li Li grinned. As soon as Li Li finished speaking, a wave of excitement spread through the crowd. The adults' dark faces lit up with laughter, while the children cheered joyfully. Wow, our fruits can be sold. That's so great. Then we can finally eat meat after selling. Selling the fruits means my family will have money for me to attend school. Oh. The sound of everyone's voices reached the ears of Lin and Jiang Beichen. Both couldn't help but be affected by the surrounding atmosphere, and smiles appeared on their faces. These villagers are truly simple people. A little good fortune makes them this joyful, Lin remarked. Yeah, now they look really happy, Jiang Beichen agreed. Actually, most of our villagers are content with their current situations. They're happy with only a bit of help, being able to feed themselves and stay warm. That's also one of the reasons why I don't want to leave home, Lily sighed. Of course, this village is like this because it hasn't been tainted by the hustle and bustle of the outside world, so the villagers are relatively simple. However, many villages that have been influenced by vanity and opulence are chaotic and cannot be liked at all. Not long after, they arrived in front of a house. This house had 6 rooms and a shed. Although it wasn't the best in the village, it wasn't bad either. Miss Lin, Brother Jiang, we're here, Lily said. With that, Lily went up to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a little girl with 2 braids walked out from the door. The little girl was about 10 years old. Her skin was a bit dark, which might be related to her living environment. Her face was as red as an apple, showing Highland flush. She had a pair of very clear eyes, like a stream. Judging from her facial features, she would grow up to be a beauty. The little girl smiled when she saw Li Li and revealed her cute little fangs, saying, Brother, you're back. Where's the gift you promised me? Li Li turned a little red when he thought about his unfulfilled promise. He had previously promised his younger sister that he would bring her a gift when he returned from the city, but due to Lin Qing's appearance, he forgot about it. The little girl pouted and said, Brother, didn't you forget it? I'm sorry, sister. Because something important came up today, I forgot what you asked me to do. Don't worry, next time I will definitely buy you chocolate. Li sincerely apologized. Well, since you've apologized sincerely, I forgive you, the little girl said with a smile, but her expression still showed some disappointment. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly stepped forward and handed the little girl a bag of snacks. It contained all sorts of goodies like chocolate, chips, and cream cakes, items Jiang Beichen had prepared for her in case she got hungry that morning. It just happened to come in handy now. Chapter 288. Flower obsession is a disease that needs treatment. The little girl immediately saw the beautiful older sister in front of her, and she exclaimed, Wow, sister, you're so pretty. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Thank you for your compliment, little sister. This is a gift from sister. Lin Qing handed over a pack of snacks. The little girl did not take it immediately, but instead looked at her brother. Lily glanced at the snacks and said right away, Ms. Lin, this is too precious. He had seen some of these things in the supermarket before. None of them were cheap in the supermarket. He estimated that one pack would cost several $100s, which was equivalent to his family's living expenses for 2 months. You don't need to refuse. These are just some ordinary snacks. Where's the value? If you keep refusing, I will be embarrassed to eat at your house. Moreover, this is a gift I give to your younger sister. What authority do you have to refuse? Lin Qing smiled. Seeing Lin Qing saying this, Lily could only open his mouth and say, All right, Xiaoling, take it. Xiaoling happily accepted the snacks and said, Thank you, fairy sister. She skipped into the house happily. Her 2 small braids bounced up and down like 2 little horns. Very interesting. Mom, we have guests. Li Xiaoling shouted as soon as she entered the house. In this village of the Lis, the villagers still like to call their mothers mom and fathers dad. Guests? What guests? We don't have any relatives outside. A middle-aged woman in her 40s came out of the house. This person was obviously Li Li's mother, Song Mei. Although Song Mei was over 40, her figure hadn't changed much. She was tall, with a round face featuring a well-proportioned, straight nose. Her lips were full, and a few faint crow's feet crept around her eyes. Her big eyes were somewhat similar to Li Xiaoling's, revealing an intelligent demeanor. It was evident that she must have been a beauty in her youth, and the marks of time on her face couldn't cover up her former beauty. I don't know either. The brother brought her. It's a very beautiful fairy sister. Li Xiaoling stuck out her tongue. Could it be that Ollie has a girlfriend? This Ollie is really something. Why didn't he say anything beforehand? He directly brought the girl home. There was no time to prepare. The meal isn't even cooked yet. Probably, we'll have to kill a chicken. It's the girl's first time here, so we can't be too shabby and make her laugh at us. No wonder he kept yelling about going to the city recently. Presumably, he wanted to take the girl out on a date. Alas, am I such an unreasonable person? Still hiding things from me. Truly, when children grow up, they don't listen to their mother anymore. Song Mei thought secretly. Song Mei brushed the dust off her body and walked towards the door. At this moment, Lily had already pushed open the gate and led Lin Qing towards the house. They happened to meet Song Mei, who was coming towards them. After seeing Lin Qing, Song Mei was also stunned by her beauty. She was simply too pretty, and her aura was excellent too. Judging from her clothes, she definitely wasn't ordinary. As Lily stood beside the girl, it was clear that they weren't a match, like a fresh flower being planted on cow dung. Although Lily was Song Mei's son, compared to the girl standing in front of her, Song Mei felt her son was the cow dung. Just taking one look made her feel the two weren't in the same league, and they wouldn't end up together eventually. Who is this? Song Mei asked first. Mom, this is Ms. Lin. Lily introduced. Auntie, hello. Lin Qing gave a light greeting. Looking at the polite yet distant attitude of the young girl in front of her, Song Mei felt more strongly that the two were mismatched. If her son married her, who knew what calamities might arise? Throughout history, beauties have always been scarce resources. Only those with power and influence could possess them. If someone without power or influence obtained such a beauty, it could bring disaster. Remember the saying, an ordinary man commits no sin, but possessing fine jade may lead to calamity, and this kind of stunning beauty is like fine jade. Just then, Jiang Family parked the car and also walked over. When Song Mei saw the incredibly handsome man, she was dumbfounded. When did such an attractive man come to their village? Watching him walking towards them, Song Mei couldn't help but ask, who is this? Mother, this is Mr. Jiang. He is Ms. Lin's friend. They have come to our village to collect fruits, Lily introduced again. What? You mean Ms. Lin isn't your girlfriend? Song Mei showed a delighted smile. Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Ms. Lin possibly be my girlfriend? Lily's eyes widened in shock at his mother's words. Wasn't his mother ridiculous? How could he possibly be a match for Ms. Lin? He didn't understand why his mother thought such a thing. Truly, the hearts of women were as hard to fathom as the bottom of the sea. Sorry, Miss Lin, don't take it to heart. I made a mistake just now. My son, Ali, has never brought any girl home before. When his sister said a beautiful young lady had come, I thought mistakenly that Ali was secretly seeing someone, Song Mei said with a hint of embarrassment. No worries, Auntie, all's well that ends well. Lin Qing replied with a faint smile. Just at this moment, Jiang Family suddenly appeared by Lin Qing's side and abruptly wrapped his arms around her, declaring coldly, she is my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Song Mei became even more flustered. She had mistaken Lin Qing for Ali's girlfriend in front of her legitimate boyfriend. What an unfortunate misunderstanding. Lin Qing was caught off guard by Jiang Family's sudden embrace, feeling a bit awkward as she whispered softly, what are you doing? Don't behave improperly in public. Jiang Family did not let go but clutched her tighter. With authority, he proclaimed, you can only belong to me. Even misunderstanding is unacceptable. As Lin Qing gazed into Jiang Family's charming eyes, she found herself involuntarily lost in them. Ah, Chen is so handsome. No, she was drooling over him again. Oh well, infatuation must indeed be some kind of disease. It needs treatment. Alright, I understand. Let's not make others laugh at us. Lin Qing cooed gently from within Jiang Family's embrace. Looking at Lin Qing acting coy, Jiang Family could not help but curve the corners of his mouth upward, showing none of the icy expression he had worn earlier. Miss Lin, sorry about that. My mom didn't mean to do it. Brother Jiang, you didn't misunderstand, right? Lily explained quickly. Lily felt a natural fear towards Jiang Family. His demeanor carried such overpowering presence. Not at all. He is very broad-minded. Lin Qing responded with a somewhat forced smile. Broad-minded? What nonsense. He is just an overjealous vinegar pod who should choke on his own acidity. Lily obviously failed to catch the hidden meaning in Lin Qing's words. In his view, everything between the two seemed fine, and there was even a trace of smile on Brother Jiang's face. However, Brother Jiang's earlier statement truly exuded an air of domination, full on style. Being good-looking really had its advantages. Whatever way you looked at it, it added charm every time. Chapter 289, The Supreme Tea of Humanity. Subsequently, Lin Qing and Jiang Family were invited into Li Li's living room by him. Although his living room was simple, it was extremely clean, clearly indicating that the owner of this home was a very tidy person. Song Mei took out a teacup and washed it with water. She then added a pinch of tea leaves to each cup. These cups were very old-fashioned, with white bodies on one side of which there was an ear-shaped handle. On the white surface of the cup, there was a red peony flower. As boiling water was poured into the teacups, the tea met with the scalding hot water in the white cups. In the turbulent waves of heat, the tea floated and sank. Each contact with the boiling water was a kind of torment for the tea, yet it willingly endured the pain because it knew that the current suffering was only for the fragrant aroma and tender buds of the future. Hot water was just a small obstacle on its path to rebirth. Gradually, the originally clear water turned into a light tea color. The initially shriveled tips began to unfurl in the water. After plucking, baking, and cooking, the tea leaves finally underwent another transformation in the still steaming hot water. Slowly, the tea rotated and danced in the water that had become tinged with tea color. Initially only lightly colored, the water gradually transformed into tea color, bluish-green. When the refreshing aroma reached their nostrils, Lin couldn't help but silently praised. What a fine tea. Sorry, there isn't any good tea at home. This is mountain tea I collected myself deep in the mountains. It's dried and roasted by me. I hope you don't mind. Songmei smiled as she spoke. Auntie, you're too modest. Your tea is excellent. Just smelling this fragrance tells us it's good. I didn't expect Annie to also have skills in tea making, Lin said, while smiling in appreciation. It's because my late husband liked drinking tea before, but we couldn't afford good tea, so I made it myself, Songmei explained with a smile. My mother makes great tea. People from our village all like drinking her tea. You should try it. Lili smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. As he quickly gulped down the hot tea, it made one feel as if they were chewing a peony. Lin and Jiang Beichen each picked up a teacup and sipped it carefully. This tea was emerald green, crystal clear, exuding a fragrant scent. The tea leaves appeared bright green in the boiling water. A single sip sent a refreshing warmth through their throats and into their stomachs, not feeling hot, but rather cool, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. This is truly the best tea on earth, Jiang Beichen whispered internally. Lin didn't have much research about tea in this world, but she could tell it was high quality. Especially, it seemed similar to the fruits she ate before, infused with a hint of spiritual energy. However, Jiang Beichen had extensive knowledge of tea. He immediately recognized the value of this tea, comparing it to the grand red robe, the Hong Pao, from the mother tree. But the tea from the mother tree yielded so little per year that it was practically priceless, and since his grandfather was an ardent lover of tea, upon seeing this tea, his eyes lit up. Auntie, can you sell me some of this tea? Jiang Beichen asked gently. His sudden request startled the others since he always gave off the impression of being aloof, possessing the demeanor of a noble young man. You don't need to give money. This is not valuable. They're all homemade by me. If you want some, I'll give them to you as gifts, Songmei replied. You won't sell. It was clear that at this moment, Jiang Beichen's line of thought was different from others. He thought sending could only be a limited amount, like freebies. Yet, he wanted to buy more. Seeing Jiang Beichen's intention, Lin promptly spoke. Auntie, money is still necessary to receive. Even if you make it yourself, there is labor involved. Moreover, we also wish to establish a long-term cooperation with you. Long-term cooperation? Songmei asked confused. Auntie, could you produce more of this tea in the future and sell it to us? We'll pay 5,000 yuan per pound, Lin smiled. She didn't dare to offer too much money, fearing it might scare the other party, considering 5,000 yuan per pound already counted as a good price for tea. What? Too much? Truly, there's no need for money. I can gift you a pound, Songmei exclaimed surprisedly. That will do then. Thank you very much, Songmei expressed gratitude. Uncle, please don't be too polite with us. Even between close siblings, financial accounts must be settled properly. Moreover, we will also purchase your village's fruit, and receiving payment ensures long-term collaboration. Also, some of our clients love these primitive items from the mountain forests. You don't have to worry about us not being able to sell them, Lin continued explaining. All right then, really thank you. Songmei thanked sincerely. While she was grateful, she couldn't help but wonder, judging by their attire, they clearly weren't short of money. Why would such a person need any particular tea? And as for fruits, others would willingly deliver them to her feet. Why would she bother coming all the way into their village just to buy tea and collect fruit? She wondered quietly if it was because her son had saved the other party's life, and this was how they were showing gratitude. By the way, are you hungry? I'll go prepare dinner. Li, come help me. Songmei seized the opportunity to call her son out. After arriving in the kitchen, Songmei asked softly, Li, tell me, did you save their lives? That's why these two women decided to collect our fruits and buy our tea. Mother, what are you thinking? They're truly good people, Lili said. How did you meet them? Songmei continued asking. I found a herb while digging in the mountains, so I went to the city to sell it. They exchanged an especially valuable pill for my herb. Worried that others might covet the things I had, they offered to send me back. On the way back, we got thirsty, so I picked some of our family's fruit for them to try. After tasting it, they found it very tasty. When they learned from me that the village's fruits couldn't be sold, they decided to acquire the fruits from our village. Lili explained briefly. In his eyes, the root seemed like one kind of herb. What exactly was the extremely valuable pill? How much could it be worth? Songmei whispered, understanding very well the value of pills since she was married to a martial artist. It was a pill that helps martial artists cultivate. It was probably worth a few million. Lili scratched his head and replied. What? That valuable? What did you dig up? Songmei couldn't contain her astonishment. It was just a piece of tree root, and I don't recognize which herb it is. But I think it should be a pretty rare one, Lili said. Looks like these two aren't only exceptionally attractive, but have fine character too. You've met some truly good people. Quickly go slaughter our old hen and cook meat for them. They are benefactors of our village, Songmei remarked with a sigh. Only after hearing Li Li's story did she feel completely at ease. If Lin Qing knew what Song Mei thought, she'd definitely cry injustice. She wasn't a pushover at all. Their exchange was simply based on mutual benefit. She merely paid money to get what she wanted. Chapter 290. Are you here to make a joke? Just at this moment, an old man with deep creases on his face, silver-white hair, and over 50 years of age, arrived at Li Li's house. His weather-beaten face, sunken but bright eyes, neatly trimmed hair, and a set of durable brown clothes made from cloth characterized him. Behind him, a crowd of villagers gathered at the door to spectate. Upon entering, he shouted, "Ali, are you home?" Li Li emerged from the kitchen, smiling broadly as he said, "Uncle Qingrong, you've come. Have you eaten yet?" "Humph, I would love to eat, but I haven't even started before your news shook me up. So, I rushed over. What's the situation? Can we trust it?" Li Qingrong inquired immediately. There had been fruit vendors before who wanted their village's fruits, but upon seeing the road conditions, they backed out. Despite the excellent taste of their village's fruits, even if they were sold below market price, the transport was too much of an issue for the vendors. Hiring a vehicle capable of traversing mountain paths already cost quite a bit, and there was always a risk of damaging the fruits during transportation. "Uncle Qingrong, rest assured. Can't you trust my work? This deal is reliable. Not only that, they say they'll buy our fruits at a price 30% higher than the market price. Moreover, transportation is none of our concern. All we need to do is package these fruits in plastic nets and boxes." Li Li explained with a smile. "What are these plastic nets?" asked Li Qingrong in confusion. Previously, the fruit dealers they encountered used large wagons, piling up fruits in bags directly onto the vehicles, never using such things like plastic netting. As for secluded Li Village, they indeed weren't familiar with what these plastic nets were. It's a type of white foam-like plastic net used to prevent apples from being damaged. That's how fruits are transported in cities, to avoid them getting squashed. Li Li explained. "Ha ha ha, looks like this vendor is rich. Otherwise, how could they be so particular? By the way, you must take me to meet them. The villagers all say that they have entered your home." Li Qingrong laughed heartily. "All right, they're drinking tea in the living room. Follow me." With a smile, Li Li led the delighted village head to the living room. Li Qingrong was stunned by the sight of the elegant couple before him, blinking repeatedly as though doubting whether it was an illusion. How could people in this world be so beautiful? Cough cough. Seeing the village head shocked into a stupor, Li Li coughed deliberately to remind him to maintain composure. Who are these two?" Li Qingrong asked curiously. Hadn't Li Li promised to take him to see the fruit vendors? How come he ended up seeing two beauties instead? Though one of the beauties was male, there was no denying how stunning both looked. "This is Ms. Lin, and this is Mr. Jiang. They're the ones coming to buy the fruits." Li Li introduced. "What?" Li Qingrong was so surprised that his beard quivered twice. This was crucial to the livelihoods of their Li village. Both individuals seemed too young, looking like wealthy second-generation heirs. Could they truly decide such matters? "If you don't believe us, we can pay half the deposit up front," Ms. Lin smiled and proposed. In the end, Li Qingrong left Li Li's house with flushed cheeks and a cheerful smile. Subsequently, all the villagers learned that their fruits could finally be sold, filling the village with joy, each household celebrating happily. After lunch, Lin Qing suggested going to the location where the tree roots were unearthed. It was deep in the mountains, and the journey there was perilous and arduous, requiring climbing mountains and pulling oneself up via tree vines. In Li village, only Li Li could enter the deep mountains, which others simply couldn't manage. Feeling the imposing aura emanating from Jiang Beichen, Li Li surmised that Jiang Beichen wasn't ordinary, hence he wasn't concerned about Jiang Beichen. However, noticing Lin Qing's seemingly frail state, he grew somewhat worried, fearing her physical condition might not allow her to endure the trip into the deep mountains. Before departure, Li Li spoke. "Ms. Lin, the path ahead is extremely rough. You look fragile. Why don't you wait at home while I go with Brother Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Beichen couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, "Poochie. Brother Jiang, what are you laughing at? Is what I just said really funny?" Li Li asked, puzzled. Before Jiang Beichen could respond, Lin Qing spoke up. "Of course, it's funny. Me being fragile? Are you here to make a joke?" As she said this, Lin Qing grabbed a stone lying on the ground, clenched it tightly in her hand, then opened her palm. The stone had vanished, leaving only a pile of sand trickling through her fingers and falling onto the ground. This. Li Li stared at Lin Qing, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. How much force does it take? Anyway, with his physical condition, there was no way he could achieve something like this. He couldn't even crush a stone, let alone grind it into sand. Just how powerful was she? At this moment, Lin Qing became mysterious in his eyes, unfathomably deep. He remembered reading wuxia novels where there would usually be an ultimate master. Such masters would appear as ordinary people with no aura at all, but once they erupted, they were absolutely astonishing and unstoppable. This seemed to be the kind of great master who lived among the common folk in obscurity. Could Miss Lin be such an ultimate master? Because her power is too high, she has to conceal her aura, Li Li speculated silently. And Lin Qing perfectly illustrated what it meant to hide one's strength while striking hard when needed. Subsequently, the three didn't delay any longer and headed into the deep mountains. Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen moved extremely fast, but because they didn't know the way, they had to slow down and wait for Li Li. Li Li, seeing their calm and composed demeanor versus his own breathless exhaustion, couldn't help but feel that comparing oneself to others really could drive one crazy. How could there be people like this in the world? Their talent, looks, and family background were all the best. Fortunately, his mindset was good, Otherwise, if someone with a narrow mind encountered them, they might die of jealousy. About an hour later, the trio arrived at the spot where Li had dug up the tree roots. There stood a towering old man of a tree, probably requiring more than 10 people holding hands to encircle it. The tree was incredibly tall, resembling a grand pagoda piercing into the clouds, both straight and lush. By the side of the tree, many of its roots had sprouted again, forming smaller trees, while the enormous tree itself had yellowing branches and leaves, looking much like an elderly man on the verge of decay. When I was a child, this tree never turned yellow. It stayed evergreen like a pine or cypress, even in winter. I don't know why, but in recent years, its leaves have started turning yellow, Lily casually remarked. I know the reason. It's dead, Lin said. Chapter 291, Money equals recklessness. Dead? How could that be? Its roots should still be able to sprout new seedlings, right? Lily asked aloud. Clearly, Lin had no intention to elaborate further. By it's dead, she meant the spirit of this ancient tree had perished. She had deduced from the condition of the ancient tree that it had already become a spiritual tree at some point. For unknown reasons, the spirit of the ancient tree had died, and her best guess was that it failed during its tribulation. Just like beast demons need to go through tribulations, so do tree spirits. The only difference is that tree spirits grow very slowly over extremely long periods of time. This ancient tree likely failed in its tribulation. Otherwise, its branches and leaves wouldn't have turned completely yellow. In modern times, after all, the concentration of essence in the air is too diluted to support the vast amount needed for such a tribulation. Though it was unclear how many thousand-year cycles this ancient tree had endured, if it had once been a spiritual tree, then it must have had a spiritual core. Absorbing the core of this millennia-old tree would allow her to directly advance to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Haha, who would have thought I'd be so lucky? Exchanging something randomly led me to find a spiritual tree. Looks like there are still cultivation resources out there in the world, but they're scattered around the corners of the earth and need time to seek and explore, Lin thought silently. Subsequently, Lin spread her divine sense within the old man's body to start searching for the spiritual core. However, after searching for a long while, she couldn't find it. Not there. That was impossible. Even if the tribulation was a failure, the spiritual core should still exist. Could someone else have taken it? But there were no visible wounds on the tree itself. So what went wrong? Seeing Lin worried expression, Lily was about to ask what happened when he was stopped by Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen made a shoot gesture and whispered quietly, she's thinking. Don't disturb her. What exactly was the problem? Could the answer lie in that root? After all, that particular root had seemed quite extraordinary to her, managing to shield her divine sense. Why doesn't the cross-section of the broken giant branch from that enormous tree have any growth rings? Lily mumbled unintentionally. Most trees growing in China generally have growth rings, which are the patterns found in wood. Tree rings are formed in a circle of cambium within the phloem layer of the tree trunk. Throughout the year, the rate of cell division in the cambium changes with the seasons. In spring and summer, when conditions are most suitable for growth, the cambium cells become very active, splitting quickly and developing rapidly. This creates larger, thinner-walled cells with fewer fibers and more water-conducting vessels. By autumn, the activity of cambial cells gradually diminishes, leading to narrower, thicker-walled cells with more fibers and fewer vessels. Spring and summer produce loosely packed, lighter-colored wood, whereas autumn yields denser, darker-hued material. Combined seasonal contrasts form one complete ring annually, creating what we call a tree ring. Tropical regions, however, lack distinct seasons or could be said to have just one, summer, making the regular cycle of cell division and dormancy absent, thus preventing the formation of growth rings. There's another reason that could cause the disappearance of tree rings in these immense ancient trees, when they are nearing the state of becoming sentient beings after thousands of years. At this stage, the cells inside the ancient tree split violently, triggering significant changes that lead to the disappearance of growth rings. Could it be that the massive ancient tree in front of her was actually a 10,000-year-old ancient tree? If that were the case, it would make sense why the tree root could block her divine sense. Unbelievably clever, this spirit of the ancient tree had, upon failing its tribulation, gathered almost all its energy substances and enclosed them within one section of its root, intending to gain rebirth in a few years. Alas, the plan backfired as she ended up with these energy substances instead. The energy contained in this mass far surpassed the energy left behind in the core from the failed tribulation. One came from a calculated act of cunning. The other was a core formed after being damaged by heavenly thunder. Evidently, this ancient tree's spirit had recognized the thinning concentration of essence in the air now, estimating that its chance of successfully passing its tribulation was slim. Hence, before failing, it had concentrated most of its energy into this one piece of the root to try and regain life. It had even set up a shielding barrier to prevent discovery. Unfortunately for it, it ultimately benefited her. Ha ha ha, seeking high and low without finding it, only to come easily. She had intended to find some spiritual herbs or objects to enhance her cultivation, and unexpectedly, it turned out to be this simple to obtain such an object. After absorbing this energy cluster, her cultivation level might even advance to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. At that moment, Lin couldn't help but smile unconsciously. Jiang Beichen, seeing Lin smile, realized that whatever issue had troubled her was now resolved. All right, let's head back. Lin smiled and said, are we going back already? Lily said in surprise. Weren't they just getting here? Yes, let's go back now. I've already seen the place, Lin replied. Miss Lin, did you come just to take a look at where the tree root was dug up? Lily asked in astonishment. Yes, why not? Lin Qing smiled faintly. Sure, of course it's fine. Lily responded somewhat helplessly. Who could blame him for bringing her here after all? He really didn't understand the world of the rich second generation. Being wealthy truly made them reckless. So, they didn't stay long in the depths of the mountains and returned to the Li family village. Lin Qing made an agreement with the villagers that from the next day on, they would send people daily to collect fruits until everything was transported away. Subsequently, Lin Qing got into Jiang Beichen's car and left. You teach others how to handle the fruit collection task, and tomorrow, you follow me back into the deep mountains, Lin Qing said. What do you want to do by going into the deep mountains? Jiang Beichen asked. To improve my strength. Tomorrow, stay by my side and practice together. It will be good for you, Lin Qing answered. When she absorbed that energy cluster, there would surely be some leakage of energy around her, and those who followed her would benefit from it. Of course, because the energy cluster in the tree root belonged to the wood element type of energy, it would have a great impact on surrounding plants. So to avoid drawing attention from others, she could only practice in the deep mountains. Naturally, she didn't expect to absorb all the energy from the tree root in one go. During these few days, she hoped to elevate her strength to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and after attending the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, she would slowly absorb its energy. Is this related to that tree root? Jiang Beichen asked. What exactly is that tree root? Is it a spiritual herb? Jiang Beichen became curious about Lin Qing's world. Why were the things she knew invisible or incomprehensible to him? He wanted to try understanding it and integrate himself into her world. No, it's the energy substance of that giant tree, Lin Qing explained. Although every word and phrase she used was familiar to Jiang Beichen, when strung together into a sentence, some of it went over his head. Chapter 292. Lin Qing is a cultivator. Jiang Beichen asked with a slightly dazed look. Do you mean this root comes from the giant tree? Can you cultivate using the energy within this root? But why? Lin Qing looked at Jiang Beichen's perplexed face and smiled faintly, saying, because this huge tree is no ordinary one. It has already gained spiritual awareness and has cultivated into a spirit tree. Gain spiritual awareness? Cultivate into a spirit tree. Jiang Beichen was unfamiliar with what Lin Qing said. It seemed as if this world had become mystical. Could it be that the giant tree could think and perceive like a human? Although Jiang Beichen had been Lin Qing's boyfriend for some time, and had also met little Jean, he had never seen little Ian who could speak. Even though little Jean acted somewhat human-like, he wouldn't have thought anything extraordinary about it. After all, there were quite a few animals in this world that exhibited human-like intelligence, such as monkeys, elephants, parrots, and dogs. Lin Qing, looking at the various expressions changing on Jiang Beichen's face, calmly smiled and said, that's right, just as you were thinking. In this world, both animals and plants can cultivate. Through cultivation, they will become smarter, and their ways of thinking will become increasingly similar to humans. Isn't that just like cultivation then? Does cultivation really exist in this world? Jiang Beichen exclaimed in astonishment. Cultivation does exist. Many things in today's metaphysics have evolved from some cultivation practices. After all, with the environment becoming increasingly harsh, this planet is becoming less and less suitable for cultivation. With the decline of cultivators, cultivation began to wane and eventually disappeared from this world, Lin Qing said. But how do you know all these things? Jiang Beichen asked uneasily. Why did he feel that he was getting further and further away from Lin Qing's world? Wasn't she possibly a cultivator? Otherwise, how could she know such things? Because I am a cultivator, Lin Qing replied indifferently, as if she were talking about something trivial. But this thing caused a great stir in Jiang Beichen's mind. You? I. Jiang Beichen looked distressed, unsure what to say, only uttering these two words. Are you so excited that you've lost your speech? Lin Qing joked while smiling. At this moment, Jiang Beichen suddenly stepped hard on the brake. Lin Qing couldn't steady herself and was about to lurch forward. Jiang Beichen quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. She instantly collided with Jiang Beichen's muscular chest. Lin Qing's lips inadvertently touched Jiang Beichen's sexy, elongated Adam's apple. That gentle sensation made Jiang Beichen involuntarily swallow. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly hit the brakes? Lin Qing complained softly. Her voice at that moment was soft and sweet, completely unlike her usual cool demeanor, resembling a piece of cotton candy, making people feel sweet and tender. Qing, don't leave me. Jiang Beichen opened up dejectedly. Huh? I never said I would leave you. Lin Qing appeared baffled, not knowing why he would say such a thing. But you're a cultivator. Don't you eventually ascend at some point? Wouldn't we lose sight of each other then? After all, I'm just a mortal. No matter how powerful my cultivation may be, I am still just a mortal. Moreover, cultivators live much longer. As time goes by, I will grow old, get wrinkles, turn gray, and become frail, but you might remain so young forever. Although you might find me undesirable later, I still don't want you to leave me now. Jiang Beichen spoke gloomily. How do you know that cultivators ascend and have long lifespans? Lin Qing asked. Isn't it obvious? Don't all sorts of cultivation novels or TV series depict it exactly like that? Jiang Beichen answered, maintaining an air of being still in touch with society, which made Lin Qing want to laugh a little. If you know cultivators ascend and have long lifespans, then do you also know the conditions required for cultivators to ascend? Lin Qing chuckled and asked. It must be admitted, her little Qinchin's look of anxiety was still so adorable, so strikingly handsome. I'm unclear about this. Jiang Beichen admitted truthfully. So let me tell you, for cultivators in this world to ascend, it's incredibly difficult, almost impossible. The cultivation environment on this planet is too severe. There simply aren't any resources to cultivate to the point of ascending. Lin Qing laughed and explained. Is that true? Jiang Beichen asked in delight. It was too wonderful that Lin Qing could not ascend. This meant she would not leave him. Then he fell back into deep contemplation. Although Lin Qing wouldn't ascend, she would have endless life while he would gradually age. They would only have these few decades together, which was far too short. For him, it simply wasn't enough. Why are you unhappy again? Lin Qing questioned curiously. It is often said that a woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle at the bottom of the sea, but sometimes a man's heart can be just as unfathomable. But you will have a long lifespan, while I only have these remaining short few decades. Jiang Beichen's voice was very low at this moment. Is that what you're worried about? Then you can cultivate with me, Lin Qing said. She had originally planned to teach Jiang Beichen the cultivation techniques once the timing was right, but she didn't expect him to learn about her being a cultivator earlier than expected due to an accident. However, since he knew now, then it was fine to teach him cultivation methods earlier. After all, after such a long time of understanding, she was sure that he was trustworthy. Can I really? Won't the elders in your sect oppose it? Jiang Beichen worriedly asked. In his view, Lin Qing might come from some hidden immortal cultivation sections. Even some powerful martial arts techniques for ordinary people were considered secret texts by the major sects, only passed down to core disciples, let alone some cultivation techniques. Don't worry. In our sect, I am the sect leader. As far as I know, the cultivators in this world, besides me, are probably my two disciples, Zhou Ling'er and Li Changfeng, Lin Qing explained. That's fantastic. Jiang Beichen revealed a happy smile, different from his usual slight smile, where he barely raised the corners of his lips. Now, he smiled broadly, revealing a mouthful of white and neat teeth, his eyes slightly squinting. He thought it might be because Lin Qing's sect had fewer members. Before her master's remaining years, he accidentally met her, found her talented, so he took her as a disciple. After her master passed away, she smoothly ascended to become the head of the sect, given that her sect had only one person back then. But he didn't know that Lin Qing's sect was newly established by herself. In fact, Lin Qing wasn't even a native of this planet, but came from the Cultivation Continent, known there as the Crimson Lotus Demon Lord, a soul traveler. Lin Qing looked at the joyful expression on Jiang Beichen's face and did not reveal that she came from the Cultivation Continent. If he knew, would he think she was a vulture picking on fresh meat? Chapter 293. Are you agreeing to marry me? After returning to the hotel, Jiang Beichen contacted Rong uncle, someone he was close to and trusted, asking him to come to Haozhou City as soon as possible. The next morning, while having breakfast in the hotel restaurant, Lin Qing noticed an elderly man dressed in a tang suit beside Jiang Beichen. This man had a commanding presence with sharp features. His eyes shone like cold stars, and his brows were dark and arched. Beichen, who is this? Lin Qing asked first. Qing, this is Uncle Rong, someone I'm close to. Uncle Rong, this is my girlfriend, Lin Qing, Jiang Beichen introduced. Girlfriend? Uncle Rong's astute eyes scrutinized Lin Qing, curious to see what made this young girl special enough to make the master blossom like an iron tree. Lin Qing remained calm under his gaze. Uncle Rong saw nothing unusual, but judged her as a beautiful girl with great mental strength. Indeed, being unaffected by his penetrating look did mark someone mentally tough. Which family does this young miss belong to? Uncle Rong asked with a smile. Although nominally Jiang Beichen's bodyguard, their usual relationship was intimate. Therefore, Uncle Rong initially paid no attention to Lin Qing, not expecting them to walk towards marriage. After all, in today's society, men and women dating was normal, but marriage required many aspects to align. Before Jiang Beichen could speak, Lin Qing said, All right, stop looking at me. I am not one of those young misses from noble families, but I will be your future mistress. Today, I will not hold it against you, but remember not to look at me like that again. I don't like it. Who likes eating while being stared at by some middle-aged man? Even though he wasn't unattractive, it was still annoying. Upon hearing this, Uncle Rong slightly frowned, muttering to himself. Seems like she's a domineering and capricious woman, huh? He knows the master hates such women who rely on status to show off, using it for arrogance. Now, probably, the master has started disliking this woman. She must have thought everything was fine just because she became the master's girlfriend. Serves her right. A smirk played on Uncle Rong's lips as he awaited the master's rebuke toward this girl, which might mean they would part ways from now on. Alas, would this make the old master upset with him? After all, it was hard for the master to find a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, instead of reprimanding Lin Qing, Jiang Beichen responded in pleasant surprise. Qing, does this mean you're agreeing to marry me? You're overthinking. I am simply borrowing your name for authority. After all, I dislike eating while being gawked at like a giant panda. It affects my appetite. Besides, I haven't reached the legal age to get married yet according to national law. Lin Qing said indifferently. Do you mean that if you reach the legal age for marriage, you'll marry me then? Jiang Beichen's eyes lit up as he stared at Lin Qing, seeking confirmation. I didn't say that. It depends on your performance. Lin Qing smiled slightly before continuing her delightful breakfast. A wonderful day must start with a good breakfast. The scene shocked Uncle Rong's eyes, nearly blinding him. Could the breathtakingly handsome but servile man standing there truly be Master Jiang Beichen of his household? He felt as if the person had been swapped. Hadn't his master always been aloof, ruthless, and uninterested in women? He blinked repeatedly, only to realize the figure before him resembled his master identically. Could someone be impersonating his master? When do you remember me coming to your home, master? Uncle Rong couldn't help but ask. Of course I remember. It was when I was 10 years old, shortly after my 10th birthday. My grandfather brought you to my bedroom, where I happened to be sick at the time. In a flash, 16 years have passed. Jiang Baichen sighed, reverting back to his usual cold demeanor. At this moment, Uncle Rong fully believed that this was indeed his master, as no one else could know the specifics of their first encounter, something so confidential known only to himself, Master Jiang Baichen, and Mr. Jiang. However, earlier, his master had acted completely different around that girl, transforming into someone infatuated by beauty. But before, even when extremely pretty women tried seducing the master, he showed obvious disdain. Why had things changed now? Could it be because of her skilled allure tactics? Observing her apparent youth, maybe she wasn't even an adult yet? Ah yes, just now, his master mentioned her name, Lin. That name seems somewhat familiar. Oh right, about a year ago, his master had once asked him to look for someone named Lin. Master mentioned that the other party was a miraculous doctor who saved his life. So it seemed this miraculous doctor had carried the favor of saving his life, leading Master to pledge himself in gratitude. As for her being a miraculous doctor, he simply couldn't believe it. How could there be such a young miraculous doctor? Perhaps she just happened upon Master when he was injured and helped bandage his wounds, which Master regarded as saving his life. Moreover, she was playing a game of hard to get, otherwise he wouldn't have investigated for so long without finding her. The girl named Lin that he had found was completely different from the one Master spoke about, truly a case of one being heavenly and the other earthly. Now wasn't she simply by Master's side? If she had truly saved him out of altruism, how could she possibly become Master's girlfriend? Miss Lin, are you the Lin from Lin Village, Pingshan County? Ronghong asked with a confirming tone. Yes, do you know me? Lin replied, surprised. You once saved Master's life, and he had tasked me to find you before. Ronghong said aloud. It's nothing much, just a minor injury, hardly worthy of being called a life-saving favor. Lin casually replied. I knew it would be something like this. My master is compassionate, but that doesn't mean you're a real miraculous doctor. Ronghong thought inwardly. You were detained for some reason a while ago, and Master even went behind your back to get someone to help you. Ronghong continued. Upon hearing this, surely you should feel at least a little ashamed, right? Please, let my master go and stop scheming against my master. Ronghong's mind raced with these thoughts, yet his expression remained unchanged on the surface. Clearly, Lin had been mistaken for a woman full of guile, someone bent on climbing the social ladder. Of course, what he thought meant nothing to Lin. She didn't know anything about it. Oh, was there really such an incident? Even if you hadn't helped, those people wouldn't have been able to do anything to me, but I still thank you, Baichen. I never expected our fate began back then. Lin smiled as she looked toward Jiang Baichen. Her eyes slightly curved, revealing pearly white teeth, and the deep affection sparkling in her eyes made her look radiant and extraordinarily charming. Chapter 294. Lin is a fox spirit. Ronghong looked at the young girl in front of him. Though she was still underage, her looks and demeanor were truly impressive. When she smiled, he couldn't help but stare at how beguiling she was. She really was like a fox spirit. No wonder the young master, who was so cold towards women, had fallen for her. After hearing about Ronghong's remarks on his past, Jiang Baichen felt somewhat embarrassed, as if doing a good deed while still wanting to show it off. Uncle Rong, what's wrong with him? His behavior doesn't match his usual style. Could it be that he has an opinion against Lin? I should have a serious talk with him. Jiang Baichen thought back to Rong Shu's veiled remarks earlier. Uncle Rong, come out for a moment. I have something to say to you. Jiang Baichen spoke up. Lin did not interfere in their matters. She could sense that Uncle Rong disliked her, although she didn't know why. But she wasn't bothered by it. She wasn't money, after all. How could everyone like her? Moreover, even money had its detractors. As long as the other party didn't offend her directly, she wouldn't dwell on it. At this moment, she continued to feast on delicious food. After all, she would soon head into the deep mountains, and she didn't know how long this training session would last. She needed to eat more now, or once in the deep mountains, there wouldn't be much tasty food, forcing her to forage instead. Though wild game was also tasty, it didn't compare to the refinement of these delicacies. Following Jiang Baichen, Ronghong entered his room. The moment the door closed, Jiang Baichen started first. Uncle Rong, do you dislike Lin? Ronghong hadn't expected that despite his efforts to conceal it outwardly, Jiang Baichen had still noticed. Yes, I don't like her, Ronghong admitted outright, seeing no need to cover up his feelings from the young master. But why? You two just met today, Jiang Baichen asked, puzzled. I think she's unworthy of you. Moreover, she seems scheming, able to seduce people even at such a young age. Ronghong blurted out his thoughts. The instant he finished speaking, he looked up to meet Jiang Baichen's cold and merciless eyes, brewing a storm, as if ready to annihilate him. He also felt a powerful aura enveloping him, clearly originating from Jiang Baichen. Uncle Rong, shut your mouth. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of her. Jiang Baichen scolded coldly. This was the first time Ronghong had seen Jiang Baichen get angry at him, startling him greatly. More surprising was the imposing aura emanating from Jiang Baichen. Master, does this mean you've reached the level of a transcendence master? Ronghong's eyes widened dramatically, forgetting momentarily that his young master was angry. Such a revelation left him deeply shaken. As for how he could sense Jiang Baichen's cultivation, Ronghong himself possessed the pinnacle strength of hidden energy, which meant that if Jiang Baichen hadn't advanced to the transcendence master level, mere aura wouldn't have caused such pressure on him. Yes, I have achieved the level of transcendence master, Jiang Baichen replied coldly. Upon confirmation from Jiang Baichen, joy surged through Ronghong, indescribable. From the time Jiang Baichen was 10 years old, Since Ronghong was rescued by old Master Jiang, he had stayed by Jiang Beichen's side. To Ronghong, Jiang Beichen was like his apprentice, his child. Despite the lack of formal teacher-disciple relations, he had indeed guided Jiang Beichen many times in martial arts. And now hearing that Jiang Beichen had become a great master at such a young age filled him not only with happiness, but also immense pride. He'd always known that Jiang Beichen had great talent in martial arts, but he never imagined Jiang Beichen would turn out to be such a prodigy, surpassing the nation's pillar, Long Outyin. Perhaps his young master would become the next national pillar? Uncle Rong, let's not digress. Let's continue discussing what we were talking about earlier, Jiang Beichen said. What was it again? Ronghong blurted out, his happiness making him forget the prior details. Uncle Rong, I hope you will refrain from slandering Lin Qing in the future. She will be my wife one day. I hope you can coexist peacefully with her. To me, Uncle Rong, you're like my master, but Lin Qing is the person I want to spend my entire life with. And I haven't married her yet, so I hope you won't be an obstacle for me. Otherwise, I'm not sure what I might do, Jiang Beichen stated seriously. Just then, hearing Uncle Rong criticizing Lin Qing, he lost control and unleashed some anger before promptly calming down. They say it's not the godlike opponents one needs to fear, but the pig-like teammates. I hope Uncle Rong doesn't become one of those. However, Beichen, I think Lin Qing isn't worthy of you. After all, you're the youngest grandmaster in the country, Ronghong continued, speaking so frankly only because of his close relationship with Jiang Beichen. Haha, I am not the youngest grandmaster. The youngest grandmaster is Lin Qing, and it's not that she doesn't deserve me. It's that I don't deserve her, Jiang Beichen replied helplessly. Knowing that his future wife was stronger than him, and he wouldn't be able to play the hero for her, this was truly a frustrating thing. Though rumors claim that Lin Master is under 20, we still need confirmation. For you to become a grandmaster at such a young age certainly makes you a genius without doubt. In terms of looks, family background, or ability, you are top-notch. I think there's no woman in this world you do not deserve. Has Lin Qing told you that you don't deserve her? Let me tell you, that must be nonsense. There are always people who boost their status by putting others down, which just proves they lack true character. Ronghong spoke confidently. Uncle Rong, you've got it wrong. Lin Qing has never said, I don't deserve her. It's my own feeling. Because Lin Qing is none other than the famed Lin Master. And the reason I could break through to the Hua Jing Grandmaster realm so quickly is because Lin Qing gave me a pill that helped me ascend to the Hua Jing Grandmaster level, Jiang Beichen explained. What? How could that be? She can't possibly be Lin Master, the one who defeated Sheng Haoyin. Moreover, how can Lin Master be a woman? Ronghong couldn't believe it. Uncle Rong, whether you believe it or not, she is Lin Master. When she went to Hong Kong for the battle against Sheng Haoyin, after the battle ended, I was the one who picked her up. Let me tell you, she's even stronger than you imagine. Last time when grandfather had a tumor, it was Lin Qing who cured him. That Red Lotus auction house, whose sales often surpass billions at each auction, is her business. She outmatches me in martial arts, is a miraculous healer, and earns astronomical sums daily. How could she not be worthy of me? If anything, I don't deserve her. Jiang Beichen chuckled bitterly. Chapter 295, Strength is the Hard Truth. At this moment, Ronghong was so shocked that he could only stare with wide eyes, unable to say a word. He did not believe that Jiang Beichen would lie to him about such an important matter. That meant the other party was indeed Master Lin, the powerful Master Lin in legend. Right now, he finally understood why Lin Qing had been so proud from the beginning. It was because she had good reason for it. He had just plucked hair from the mouth of a tiger. Presumably the other party refrained from taking him seriously due to respect for Jiang Beichen. Otherwise, according to the rumors about Master Lin's character, he estimated his head would be separated from his body. The other party dared to kill Master Sheng Haoyin, the Grand Master of the Hong sect on its own turf, and walked away unscathed. Compared to this, what was he, Ronghong? From the other person's personality and the situation earlier, his young master seemed to be at a disadvantage. If he truly angered her, the other side likely wouldn't even listen to his young master. Thinking about this, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. He was glad that Jiang Beichen had told him the truth. Otherwise, he didn't know how many ways he could have brought about his own demise. Alright, let's go back. Remember not to call Lin Qing Master Lin later. You can call her Miss Lin or Lady Lin. She likes being low profile, Jiang Beichen reminded him. She does like being low profile, but her low profile nearly killed me. If I had known from the start that she was Master Lin, how could I have said those foolish things? Ronghong muttered darkly. Ronghong reacted this way because in the martial arts world, Master Lin already had a strong reputation, especially after she defeated Sheng Haoyin. Of course, maybe those unfamiliar with the external situation hadn't heard much about Master Lin, like when Lin Qing met that old man with the white beard at the Chinese medicine exchange meeting. However, most martial artists in China had mostly heard of Master Lin. Even among overseas Chinese communities, there were quite a few who knew the name of Master Lin. It was rumored that Master Lin was less than 20 years old, a martial genius. It was rumored that Master Lin was a dual-talented genius in both martial arts and sorcery, whose abilities were unfathomable. It was rumored that Master Lin hated evil like an enemy, acted bizarrely, and killed decisively. Once you offended her, your life hung by a thread and could be snuffed out at any time. There were many rumors about Master Lin, claiming that she hated evil like an enemy, acted bizarrely, and killed decisively. This was because the grudge between her and Sheng Haoyin spread widely, saying that Sheng Haoyin's disciple had offended her, leading to the battle in Weiduo Harbor, where Sheng Haoyin ultimately lost to Master Lin and was slain. When Jiang Beichen returned to the hotel restaurant with Ronghong, Lin Xing had already finished eating and was leisurely drinking juice as she waited for Jiang Beichen's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xing again, Ronghong immediately bowed his head to apologize. Miss Lin, I'm sorry, I offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Lin Xing was startled by the change in Ronghong and wondered internally, what exactly did Beichen tell him that led to such a dramatic change in attitude? However, seeing that the other party no longer harbored hostility towards her, her lips curled up slightly. All right, I'm usually very easygoing. As long as you don't deliberately provoke me, I won't do anything drastic, Lin Xing said. If Ronghong didn't know Lin Xing's identity beforehand, he would have considered her words boastful. But now hearing them, he felt they exuded a true aura of wisdom and power. Seeing that the antagonism between the two disappeared, Jiang Beichen felt much better. He originally thought Uncle Ron would stubbornly insist on his views. After all, Uncle Ron was typically rather obstinate. Yet unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. Apparently, strength was still the most effective tool. For martial artists, the fastest way to conquer others was through force. Whoever has the stronger punch, they are the boss. Master, since you asked me to come this time, is there something specific you want me to handle? Ronghong asked. Yes, quickly arrange for some trucks that can navigate mountain roads, along with crates and plastic nets for packing fruits. Later, I'll take you to a village, where you will be responsible for buying all the fruits in Lijiao village. Also, bring some cash because credit cards cannot be used in the village, Jiang Beichen said calmly, as if acquiring fruit did not seem out of place for him. Acquiring fruits. Ronghong expressed surprise. In the past, he had helped the young master acquire companies, but this was the first time dealing with fruits. By the way, there's quite a lot of fruit there. We estimate around several 100,000 pounds. Definitely impossible to load everything in one day. Over the next few days, you'll be in charge of this task. In a while, Lin Xing and I will lead you to Lijiao village for handover. Then we'll proceed with our other tasks, so it's all on you. Oh yes, also purchase a few pounds of homemade tea from the Li family to give to grandfather, Jiang Beichen instructed. Young master, if you want to eat fruit, you can just have someone buy it for you. What kind of fruit can we not get? A single phone call could arrange air freight. If you feel sorry for the villagers, you could simply donate some money. Why go through all this trouble to buy their fruits? And after buying them, how will we deal with all those fruits? Furthermore, homemade tea from those mountain villages is definitely no good. How could we give such tea to Lord Jiang? Their fruits are no ordinary matter. I've already planned their removal. You send most of these fruits to our Central Theater's Special Forces unit. I'll arrange the connection for you. The homemade tea produced by those villagers isn't bad at all, barely inferior to the Dahong Pao from the mother trees of Wui Mountain. That's why I asked you to buy some and present it to grandfather. He adores such top-grade teas, Jiang Beichen explained. What? There's actually such a thing? Ronghong exclaimed in surprise. Of course, he trusted his young master's expertise in tea tasting. If his young master said the tea was fine, then it certainly was. Also, deliver 1 truckload of fruit to Xiao Mutant in Zhongzhou City. I'll give you Xiao Mutant's phone number shortly, Lin Xing added. Ronghong would naturally follow Lin Xing's instructions to the letter. After a short while of interacting with her, he realized that his young master was utterly indulgent towards his wife. Whatever Lin Xing said, his young master followed without question. Alas, where was his young master's machismo? But facing someone as skilled as Lin Xing, how could his young master assert himself? After all, discretion is the better part of valor. At this moment, he suddenly understood his young master's intentions. His young master wanted to live a long life, not meet an untimely end. What Ronghong didn't know was that his young master willingly enjoyed being a devoted husband, finding endless pleasure in this role. Jiang Beichen and Ronghong quickly finished breakfast, and the three of them headed towards Lijiao village. After winding their way through the rugged mountain roads, the trio finally arrived back at Lijiao village. At this point, the villagers were already eagerly awaiting them. When they saw the same SUV from yesterday arrive, followed by a small truck, they became overjoyed. Now, they were certain their fruits would finally be sold. The reason Ronghong used the small truck was due to the treacherous mountain paths. It made transportation far more convenient. Chapter 296. Jiang Beichen is a chaotic spiritual route. After Jiang Beichen and Lin Xing asked Ronghong to hand over the matters to the village head, the two drove away from Li Family village and rushed towards the deep mountains. Of course, this off-road vehicle couldn't reach deep into the mountains, so Jiang Beichen had no choice but to park in a secluded place near the mountain. This time without Li dragging them down, whether it was climbing mountains or rock climbing. Both of them moved at an extremely fast pace. The two followed a winding, narrow path, scaling towering mountains and ridges. The lush bamboo forests and tall trees by the side were all within sight. The air in the woods was particularly fresh, giving people a feeling of elegant tranquility, as if they were in a soundless world. It was morning at this moment, with graceful, meandering hills that spiraled and coiled like a sleeping dragon. Looking down, one could see a sea of white clouds, while the mist wrapped around the peaks, making the tops of the mountains resemble lotus flowers emerging from water. Not long after, the two arrived near the 10,000-year-old tree, found a place with water nearby, and prepared to cultivate there. Beichen, give me your hand, Lin Xing said. Huh? Jiang Beichen was somewhat startled. Could Qingqing be thinking of being intimate with him right here in the depths of the mountain? Thinking of this possibility, his ears involuntarily turned red, and deep inside, he secretly looked forward to it. But then, he remembered Lin Qing's age and controlled the improper thoughts in his mind. Lin Xing was still a minor, and he shouldn't behave like a beast. Even though he tried hard to control himself, he couldn't help but remember the first time he met Lin Xing, when she helped him apply medicine. Her delicate and tender hands would occasionally brush against his wounds. Thinking of this, his heart burned, and his throat became dry involuntarily. Ching, isn't it inappropriate here? Jiang Beichen said with a slightly hoarse voice. Huh, what's inappropriate? This place should be quite nice. We have mountains and rivers, clear waters reflecting beautiful sceneries. Lin Qing responded in her calm, detached tone. But you're too young. Such matters should wait until you become an adult. Jiang Beichen obviously misunderstood Lin Qing's intention. He thought Lin Qing was suggesting that this place was suitable for romance. Lin Qing, observing Jiang Beichen's flushed face full of desire, immediately realized that he had misunderstood her. Annoyed, she retorted. Humph, what are you thinking about? Are your brain filled with grass? What I meant was, give me your hand. I will check what kind of spiritual root you possess and determine which cultivation technique suits you best. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Beichen said awkwardly. At this moment, his inner feelings were quite complicated, full of expectations yet restraint, a sense of loss mixed with concern, making everything very intricate indeed. Lin Qing's hand stayed on Jiang Beichen's wrist for only a brief period of time before she quickly withdrew it, revealing an expression of astonishment. When her cool fingers pressed against his wrist, Jiang Beichen felt his heartbeat accelerate, truly confirming her fatal allure to him. What's wrong, Qing? Is my talent bad, or am I unsuitable for cultivating immortal techniques? Jiang Beichen asked, slightly furrowing his brows as he looked at Lin Qing's astonished expression. Neither. Your talent isn't bad, it's actually too good. Who would have thought you were actually a chaotic spiritual root? Lin Qing smiled, clearly pleased for Jiang Beichen. What's a spiritual root? Jiang Beichen asked curiously. Regarding many aspects of cultivation knowledge, one could say he understood 9 out of 10 things, but was entirely clueless about the last one. Spiritual roots, to be precise, refer to the fundamental essence of life, indicating one's talent for practicing alchemy and affinity for using 5 elemental magic during practice. Spiritual roots can be divided into different attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, yin, yang, space, time, word spirit, etc. Moreover, spiritual roots can be classified into many kinds. False spiritual roots, true spiritual roots, celestial spiritual roots, variant spiritual roots, super spiritual roots, chaotic spiritual roots, fusion spiritual roots, special body types, etc. False spiritual roots possess 4 or 5 different attributes but are rather weak in each, resulting in slow cultivation progress. True spiritual roots possess 2 or 3 specific attributes with each being abundant, allowing faster cultivation progress. Celestial spiritual roots contain only 1 attribute but in ample quantities, leading to a cultivation speed several times faster than ordinary spiritual roots, with no bottlenecks for achieving the dance stage. Variant spiritual roots, combinations of 2 or 3 elemental attributes that undergo mutation and sublimation, including thunder, ice, darkness, wind, etc., offering a cultivation speed comparable to celestial spiritual roots. Super spiritual roots, divided into solar spiritual roots and lunar spiritual roots, the former representing benevolent nature while the latter represents wicked nature. Their cultivation speed is 100 times faster than variant spiritual roots, terrifyingly even self-cultivating since birth. Chaotic spiritual roots, full attribute spiritual roots, where cultivation of any attribute leads to growth in other attributes simultaneously. The ability to practice far exceeds celestial spiritual roots, and heavenly thunders specially favor individuals with this attribute. However, their destiny also surpasses other spiritual roots. Fusion spiritual roots. A fusion spiritual root can assimilate everything. The yin and yang energies, the 5 elemental spirits, whatever is absorbed properly can be transformed for one's own use. Therefore, as long as there is spiritual energy around, or even if someone breaks through a cultivation stage, drawing heavenly golden light to crown their head, part of that energy could be taken by the fusion spiritual root. Rather than calling it a spiritual root, it's more accurate to say it's a special constitution. And these special constitutions are divided into the 3 yang bodies: dragon roar quality, jade phoenix marrow constitution, self-governing constitution, forge gold constitution, 9 spirit sword body, earth spirit constitution, immortal constitution, artifact spirit root, pill spirit root, utter yin constitution, and so on. Lin Qing explained. Since I am a chaotic spiritual root, doesn't this mean my cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort? Jiang Beichen asked. Of course. The chaotic spiritual root is extremely rare, probably not even 1 in hundreds of millions, and it turned out to be you who encountered it. Lin Qing smiled. Qing, what kind of spiritual root do you have? Jiang Beichen continued asking. I am a fusion spiritual root, which is also quite rare. Lin Qing said with a smile. She had initially thought she was just an ordinary spiritual root. After all, fusion spiritual roots aren't as easily discovered as other types. Later, after cultivating the Daiyan Dao decree, she found herself indeed capable of fusing the energies of all things, thus realizing her true nature. After coming to Earth, she discovered Zhou Linger with the utter yin constitution and Li Changfeng with the celestial spiritual root, and now another individual, Jiang Beichen, possessed the chaotic constitution. People on this planet were gifted with extraordinary cultivation potential, but unfortunately, the spirit energy here was too scarce. Otherwise, this place would certainly make a fine location to establish a sect. Isn't this saying we're destined to be a perfect pair since we're both so unique? Jiang Beichen grinned smugly. Ha ha, stop being overly proud. Focus your mind. and I will transmit a set of techniques to you. After Lin Qing finished speaking, she lightly tapped Jiang Beichen's forehead with her finger, and instantly a flash of golden light appeared. At this moment, a book appeared in Jiang Beichen's mind, glowing radiantly. On its cover were 3 large words, Hun Yuanju. This was an unintentionally obtained Earth-level technique by Lin Qing, and this technique was clearly the most suitable for someone like Jiang Beichen with a chaotic constitution to cultivate. Chapter 297, Men are all big pig hooves. When the 3 big characters, Hun Yuan decision, appeared in Jiang Beichen's mind, he instantly felt the wonder of this cultivation method. By the way, I will teach you a set of basic qi cultivation methods. In the beginning, you can use this qi cultivation method to guide it into your body. When you enter the middle phase of qi cultivation, then you can practice that Hun Yuan decision. Besides, I will guide the spiritual energy to flow through your body, and you feel its path. Lin Qing said. As she spoke, Lin Qing's hand was placed behind Jiang Beichen. Her hand gently slid, and a strand of spiritual energy entered Jiang Beichen's body, moving through his various meridians as Lin Qing's hand moved. Jiang Beichen closed his eyes and quietly felt the movement of the spiritual energy within him. When Lin Qing withdrew her hand, he felt refreshed and at ease, as if he had taken a great nourishing pill. By the way, take these 2 pills. I estimate that you will soon be able to guide the qi into your body. Lin Qing said. Suddenly, 2 jade bottles appeared in her hand. This. Jiang Beichen looked at the jade bottles that suddenly appeared in Lin Qing's hand, his eyes shining brightly, as if realizing something. Lin Qing obviously guessed what Jiang Beichen was thinking about, so she added, You're right, I have a storage space on me. Upon confirmation, Jiang Beichen marveled at the wonders of cultivation silently. He asked, What are these 2 types of pills? This one is Peiyuan pill. As its name implies, its function is to consolidate the fundamentals, remove impurities from the body, and unblock meridians for disciples who are just entering the world of cultivation. The other type is yuanqi pill, which can replenish internal yuanqi. This kind of pill will help you faster in guiding qi into your body. Lin Qing introduced. Jiang Beichen looked at the 2 pills, each as large as a longan fruit, on his palm, surprised and said, This Peiyuan pill and yuanqi pill seem like the ones you used last time to help me break through to the Grandmaster level. Ah, yes, I forgot you've taken these pills. Now, you only need to take 1 yuanqi pill. Lin Qing said awkwardly with black lines across her face. Upon being reminded by Jiang Beichen, Lin Qing remembered. She had given him 1 Peiyuan pill and 2 yuanqi pills as a birthday gift before. Unexpectedly, she had forgotten because there were too many things happening, and she didn't remember at the moment. As she spoke, she took back the Peiyuan pill. After all, since Peiyuan pills were not something she could easily make, every pill counts. Although the herbs required to refine Peiyuan pills were not hard to find, wasting them was still undesirable. Moreover, taking Peiyuan pills again would not significantly enhance their effects. Qing, how could you forget the birthday gift you gave me? I'm so sad, Jiang Beichen said with a face full of grievances. It made Lin Qing recall the poem Rain Alley. And Jiang Beichen seemed exactly like that melancholy osmanthus girl, Sai. Unfortunately, he was a man, otherwise his Westie-style look would probably attract a large group of protectors. Lin Qing felt somewhat uneasy under Jiang Beichen's gaze, hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't do it intentionally, I temporarily forgot, but there are too many matters recently. Cultivators may have astonishing memories, but Lin Qing hadn't consciously tried to remember this incident, so such a situation arose. So, how will you compensate me? Jiang Beichen said, still in low spirits. What kind of compensation do you want? If I can manage it, I'll agree to it, Lin Qing said helplessly. In her view, when you've done something wrong, you should make amends, and she truly didn't want to see Jiang Beichen's aggrieved eyes. You promised this yourself. Jiang Beichen revealed a triumphant smile. That smile was very radiant. His face resembled a blooming white orchid. The corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc, and his lips were incredibly sexy. His mysterious eyes contained laughter and charm, exuding an allure completely different from his usual stern demeanor. A single smile turns 100 beauties pale, leaving all 6 palace beauties without color. This phrase truly suits the man in front of me, a demonic being. Lin Qing thought secretly. She momentarily became entranced, her lips slightly parted, nearly displaying another foolish grin. At this moment, Jiang Beichen's breathtakingly handsome features kept enlarging in her sight until she felt warmth on her lips. This warmth acted like a catalyst in a chemical reaction, making 2 totally different entities react and collide, producing the most beautiful spark in the world. Suddenly, the mountains burst forth with flowers, and 2 beautiful butterflies chased each other, entwining, seemingly composing a romantic ode. Perhaps influenced by her earlier fanciful thoughts, Jiang Beichen's actions were more assertive than usual. After a long while, the 2 butterflies finally tired and began to rest. Lin Qing gazed at Jiang Beichen's slightly upturned corners of his mouth and inwardly remarked, "Humph, men are all big pig hooves." Jiang Beichen calmed his mind and entered the state of cultivation. Lin Qing, on the other hand, moved to a place further away from Jiang Beichen and began to study the energy tree root. Since Lin Qing had learned that this piece of tree root was an energy substance left behind by a 10,000-year-old ancient tree, she started thinking of ways to break through the energy isolation surrounding the tree root. Perhaps others would be unable to do so, but Lin Qing possessed the crimson lotus seed fire. After all, what is most afraid of fire? A small red flame appeared at her fingertip, slowly inching closer to the tree root. As soon as it made contact, the tree root violently ignited in flames. But Lin Qing swiftly retracted the flame. She knew well that this tree root was a concentrated ball of energy, and if it were accidentally set alight by the heat fire, an explosion might occur. Therefore, Lin Qing had to proceed with extreme caution. Thankfully, due to her extensive experience, she successfully broke through the isolating layer without igniting the concentrated energy mass. Afterward, Lin Qing returned to a spot not far from Jiang Beichen and began absorbing the energy lump. She activated the Dying Decision, causing an intense surge of energy to envelop Lin Qing, rushing into her body. The energy resisted initially, carrying a faint remnant of its original owner's will, yet it was no match for the power method practiced by Lin Qing. Soon, the energy seemed tamed and surged furiously into Lin Qing's body, forming an inverted cone-shaped whirl above her head. It resembled a mini tornado. The gusts generated by the surging energy caused the nearby trees to rustle. Numerous yellow leaves fell from the branches due to the strong wind. Not far off, there was a small mountain lake, which had previously been serene, so tranquil that you wouldn't notice its flow. The wind now rippled the surface with waves resembling wrinkled silk uniformly spread across the lake. At that moment, the two individuals sitting there seemed like a pair of celestial beings naturally destined together, creating an extraordinary romance deep within the mountains. Jiang Beichen paused his practice due to the noise created by Lin Qing's absorption process. He only resumed his closed-eyed cultivation after Lin Qing's side gradually stabilized. In this way, the two of them spent 3 days unnoticed while cultivating, and Lin Qing finally advanced to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 298. Lin Qing breaks through to the middle stage of building foundations. Of course, it was just that Lin Qing had been practicing continuously for 3 days, while Jiang Beichen practiced for a few hours at a time, taking breaks to eat something before continuing. After all, he was not like Lin Qing who already had achievements in cultivation. He couldn't go so long without eating. After Jiang Beichen's first half-day practice, as soon as he opened his eyes, everything he saw stunned him. The surroundings were a sea of flowers, though they were all wild flowers, each possessing unique charm, like an earthly paradise. Colorful butterflies flew about and bees danced. These little busy and cheerful fairies weaving through the flowers, everywhere filled with unrestrained vigor, freedom, and enchanting vitality. The faint fragrance circled around you, teasing your taste buds until it was invigorating. For butterflies and bees, these small animals are the most sensitive. They could quickly detect food nearby. Apparently, changes in the deep mountains drew their attention. In addition, plants around flourished lushly, as if the yellow leaves falling earlier had all been illusions. If it weren't for the fallen leaves still underfoot, he would have thought he'd traveled to another dimension. Where was this place that resembled autumn anymore? It looked like spring when flowers bloom. But upon further thought, Jiang Beichen felt that all these sudden appearances had much to do with Lin Qing. Indeed, this is the legendary cultivation method that can revive the dead wood. It's really amazing. Jiang Beichen said excitedly inside. At first, seeing Lin Qing practicing nonstop and not eating anything worried Jiang Beichen somewhat. But then realizing she was breathing normally, he didn't dare to disturb her, fearing it might interfere with her cultivation. After Lin Qing had continuously cultivated for 3 days, she finally opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she noticed the changes around her, yet within a flash of thought, she understood. Likely, the wood energy she absorbed had diffused into the surrounding area, causing such immense transformations. Jiang Beichen, seeing that Lin Qing wasn't surprised by what happened around her, secretly thought to himself, it's indeed due to Qing that the surroundings changed. Qing, you've woken up, you must be hungry. Come on, try this fish I just cooked. Here's some freshly baked fish. Jiang Beichen held out the baked fish and spoke. Yes, it smells pretty good. I am indeed quite hungry. Lin Qing took the roasted fish without any hesitation and started eating. Seeing Lin Qing eating voraciously, Jiang Beichen said, take it easy, chew slowly. There's more here. So, Jiang Beichen became Lin Qing's chef, helping her prepare baked fish. When Lin Qing had eaten almost enough, she took 2 bottles of milk from her spatial storage, handed one to Jiang Beichen, and said, you have reached the early stages of qi refining. That's not bad at all. Don't mock me. Compared to you, I'm probably far behind. Jiang Beichen replied helplessly. He could guess there was a big gap between them. You being far behind me isn't normal? After all, I'm your elder leading you into the gate. Lin Qing teased. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beichen felt deeply affected and silently swore to gradually narrow the gap. One day he hoped he could be the hero rescuing the beauty instead of always having the beauty rescue the hero. After Lin Qing absorbed the energy from the tree root, although she didn't break through to the late stage of building foundations, she wasn't too far away from it. After all, it was only her estimate earlier. How much energy this energy mass contained was only determined after trying it out. Let's go. The Herbal Medicine Exchange Conference should be entering its final phase now, right? Wasn't it said that various high-quality spiritual medicines appear in the last 3 days? Lin Qing said. Okay. Jiang Beichen nodded and left the place where they stayed for 3 days along with Lin Qing. After leaving the deep mountain area, the two did not immediately head to the Herbal Medicine Exchange. Since at this moment, Jiang Beichen looked unkempt with a dirty face and hadn't changed clothes for 3 days, he desperately needed a bath, to change his clothes, and shave his beard. However, Lin Qing was fine with a single cleansing spell. When the two arrived at the Herbal Medicine Exchange, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the Herbal Medicine Exchange had more people than the previous few days, because all kinds of high-yield herbs and pills would appear in the last 3 days. Not only did the people from various traditional Chinese medical families stay, but also many warriors and Pharmacy Valley members joined. When Lin and Jiang reached the entrance of the estate hosting the herbal medicine exchange, they smoothly entered without hindrance. Because the security personnel at the gate were still the same people, they immediately recognized the two as they had made a deep impression before. Not long after the two went in, they met Hua Qing and others again. Hua Qing greeted enthusiastically upon meeting. "Hey, Lin, why haven't we seen you the past few days?" At the same time, he also nodded to Jiang in greeting. Since he didn't know Jiang Beichen's name, he didn't say much. However, it was clear from his non-hostile attitude towards Jiang Beichen that he had thought things through and now regarded Lin purely as a friend. I had something to do these past few days, so I couldn't come," Lin said. But it's not too late for you to be here today. The key part of the herbal medicine exchange happens in the last 3 days. Today, members of the Pharmacy Valley are here as well as many formidable warriors," Hua Qing spoke. Hua Feng noticed his grandson coming out completely and felt happy for him. After all, it's only a fleeting crush. Once one realizes some truths, it isn't hard to let go, especially for those who live with clarity. Apparently, Hua Qing was just such a person. "Are people from the Pharmacy Valley here?" Lin asked. Honestly, she wasn't particularly curious about the Pharmacy Valley's people, having met their young master already. What intrigued her was the quality of the pills they were capable of refining. "Do you see that most conspicuous man wearing a white robe, with a refined demeanor? That person is a core disciple of the Pharmacy Valley. The elderly man standing next to him, dressed in a green robe with silver hair, is the 5th elder of the Pharmacy Valley. And the refined-looking man is the 5th elder's disciple," Hua Qing introduced softly to Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded slightly and walked towards the most prominent position, while Jiang Beichen closely followed behind her. Seeing Lin Qing walking toward the direction of the Pharmacy Valley, Hua Qing hastily asked in a low voice, "What do you plan to do?" "I'm going to take a look at the pills refined by the Pharmacy Valley." Lin Qing responded with a faint smile. Hua Qing relaxed only after seeing Lin Qing was not going there to stir up trouble. Indeed, her actions on the bus had left an exceedingly deep impression on him. He feared that she might offend someone she shouldn't. And everyone knew the Pharmacy Valley was a powerful faction with extensive connections. Even though Lin Qing's family was affluent, provoking the Pharmacy Valley could be more than her family could handle. After all, there weren't many families in China that could rival the Pharmacy Valley, and those families were ancient ones with grandmasters within them. Clearly, Lin Qing's family was not among them since Hua Qing had never heard of the Lin family. So in his view, Lin Qing's family was merely a somewhat influential minor clan. Chapter 299. Lin Qing looks like a fake medicine salesman. Hua Qing did not know that Lin Qing relied not on her family, but on herself, for she was the legendary Master Lin. Lin Qing walked to the most conspicuous stall, looking at the crowded martial artists in front of the stall and knowing they were all people buying pills. Lin Qing observed for a while and found that the pills from Medicine Valley were not so great. Their quality was equivalent to the waste pills she had refined, with many impurities contained within the pills. Of course, this, not so good, is only from Lin Qing's perspective. For others, the pills from Medicine Valley are always fiercely ed because there are so few alchemists in this world, which is why Medicine Valley dominates alone. After watching for a while, Lin Qing lost interest. She then sat cross-legged in a corner nearby where there was an open space, and again set up a sign. It read, "Exchange pills for Yuan Qi pills. Only need 1,000-year spiritual herbs or spiritual objects, no money." Spiritual herbs over 500 years old were not very useful to her anymore. 1,000-year spiritual herbs or spiritual objects were needed to help her cultivation. She wanted to take this opportunity to see if she could get a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. This time, the pill she took out was certainly not Buqi pills, but Yuan Qi pills. No one would exchange a 1,000-year spiritual herb for Buqi pills unless they were brain damaged. The Yuan Qi pill was different. It was a pill that could help peak dark force martial artists reach the Grandmaster level. Of course, it's not something you could directly consume to become a Grandmaster. External forces were still needed to guide it. Even so, the effect of the Yuan Qi pill was heaven-defying. Lin Qing had just sat down when someone noticed her sign. You're also selling pills, Yuan Qi pills. How come I've never heard of this pill?" A dark force martial artist with a bearded face asked. Ho, of course you haven't heard of it. This Yuan Qi pill is not sold on the market. I refined it myself," Lin Qing said with a smile. The bearded-faced martial artist had just casually asked, but when he heard that the Yuan Qi pill was refined by the young girl in front of him, he became interested and asked curiously, Are you an alchemist? Could you also be from Medicine Valley?" "I am an alchemist, but I'm not from Medicine Valley," Lin Qing said indifferently. When the bearded-faced martial artist heard the young girl admit she was an alchemist, he was greatly surprised. But considering her age, he thought this Yuan Qi pill must not be as strong as the pills from Medicine Valley. Still, driven by curiosity, he asked again, "What does this Yuan Qi pill do?" After all, it was a new pill, so understanding it wouldn't hurt. "The function of Yuan Qi pills is to help martial artists enhance their cultivation," Lin Qing said indifferently. Many pills can help martial artists enhance their cultivation, but how effective is it? What kind of substance can it help enhance?" The bearded man continued to ask. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity about the young girl in front of him. Being able to refine pills to increase martial artists' cultivation at such a young age meant there should be a more powerful alchemist behind her. "My Yuan Qi pills, those below the level of dark force, can directly enhance their cultivation by taking one pill. As for how much it enhances, it varies depending on each individual situation. Of course, these yuan qi pills have significant effects even for martial artists above the level of dark force. For example, peak dark force martial artists can advance to the stage of transformation force grandmasters after taking yuan qi pills, Lin narrated indifferently. But her words shocked the person in front of her. The bearded man could not believe it, saying, "Impossible. How could there be a pill that directly helps someone reach the stage of transformation force grandmasters? Wouldn't that make it a divine drug?" Ho ho, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's impossible. The friend beside me, he took 2 yuan qi pills and advanced from the peak of dark force to the stage of transformation force grandmasters. Lin chuckled lightly. At the same time, she gave Jiang Beiqing a glance, and Jiang Beiqing immediately unleashed his aura as a transformation force grandmaster. At the same time, his fingers were joined together, and a light sword formed in front of his fingers. With a gentle flick of the light sword, he split the rock in front of him into 2 halves. Clearly, he had used the ultimate skill representing a transformation force grandmaster, the release of internal force into external form. Jiang Beiqing didn't expect that one day, he would use his skills as a transformation force grandmaster merely for performance. But since when didn't he follow the instructions of his future wife? He recalled a guideline about modern men adhering to 3 obediences and 4 virtues once. He must accompany when his wife goes out, obey her commands, blindly agree with her mistakes, patiently wait while she applies makeup, willingly allow her to spend money, endure her anger, and remember her birthday. He used to scorn this guideline, but now he felt that what it said made perfect sense. Apparently, he had to learn it well in the future. He really is a transformation force grandmaster. The bearded man exclaimed in surprise, his eyes almost popping out. But soon he regained his composure and exclaimed in surprise, "How do I know if he broke through to the transformation force grandmaster level by taking your pill, or if he achieved it on his own? If you don't believe me, ask him if he broke through after taking my pill." Lin asked. "Yes, I indeed broke through after taking your pill." Jiang Beiqing nodded seriously. And at this moment, the appearance of the two made the bearded man think of fake medicine salespeople. Perhaps the young girl was selling counterfeit pills, and the handsome man was just a plant. But could they really be fake medicine sellers? Who could possibly hire a grandmaster as a plant? Of course, maybe you don't believe us and think we're partners, but look at his age. Are there any masters this young in the world of martial arts? Lin continued. No. Oh wait, yes. The bearded man almost fell for it. Who? How come I don't know? Lin widened her eyes and asked. The legend says Master Lin is very young. The bearded man shrank his head and said, "This little girl was truly frightening when angry. Master Lin is not yet 20, and him? Look at his rough skin and coarse texture. He looks like he's well into his 20s. Have you ever heard of a master who's only in his 20s? No. The bearded man shook his head. That's right. He just broke through not long ago, and his reputation hasn't spread yet. It's all because he took my yuan qi pill, Lin stated. So how much does your pill cost? The bearded martial artist asked. He already believed about half of what she had said. After all, the logic was sound, and it was unimaginable that a grandmaster would lie and help a young girl sell counterfeit medicine. It's written on the sign. I need a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb or spiritual object in exchange, Lin replied with a smile. 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. The bearded man walked away helplessly. Forget finding a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Finding a 500-year-old one was hard enough. But if he actually had such a herb, he would definitely make the trade, since breaking through to the grandmaster level was too tempting. Unfortunately, he didn't have one. Chapter 300 turns out to be the legendary spirit pill. The series of eccentric moves by Lin and Jiang Beiqing just now had already drawn the attention of the surrounding warriors. Lin helplessly rubbed her forehead. She couldn't do anything about it. She also wanted to be like a wise person sitting steady, waiting for people to swarm over to trade for spirit medicine. But there were so many people here, and quite a few others selling at stalls, with their lack of fame, who would notice them. Helplessly, she only resorted to this tactic. Sure enough, as soon as the bearded man left, many warriors came forward to inquire. And everything happening at Lin spot quickly caught the attention of the people from Medicine Valley. A refined man in white asked those around him, "Are they also selling spirit pills?" The man in white, whose name is Fang Ziyu, is a disciple of the 5th elder of Medicine Valley. He wears vintage clothes that are popular from 100 years ago, making his whole appearance look gentle and scholarly. And he's also an attractive young man with bright eyes and sharp eyebrows, looking quite spirited. Yes, senior apprentice brother. I heard that person bragging earlier. She claimed that her spirit pill could allow a warrior at the peak of hidden power to break through into the transformation art master level. What arrogance. They talk big without doing research. Our Medicine Valley doesn't even have such a pill yet. How could a girl not even 20 years old make one? It's truly absurd. The boy beside the man in white, who was only a little older than 10 years, said disdainfully. What ignorance of their own incompetence. Let's go take a look. Fang Ziyu shook his head and replied. It's probably some inexperienced alchemist throwing around such boastful words. Alchemy is unpredictable, with countless variations. Any small mistake can lead to failure in producing a spirit pill. Only after joining Medicine Valley did he realize how complex alchemy truly is. It's a lifetime study. As for the pill they mentioned that helps a warrior at the peak of hidden power break through into the transformation art master stage, if Medicine Valley doesn't have it, then it's even less likely to exist elsewhere. And even if it does, it wouldn't be something a little girl could create successfully. Thus, Fang Ziyu was almost certain that the nearby spirit pill seller was a fraud. Who would have thought that this year's herbal exchange meeting would include a con artist? Quite amusing indeed. Fang Ziyu then walked towards Lin Qing's direction, and upon noticing that it was someone from Medicine Valley, many warriors moved aside for them. In fact, among the many warriors gathered at Lin Qing's stall, most were just there out of curiosity. After all, millennium-grade spirit herbs weren't ordinary things. None of them could afford to offer them in exchange. Fang Ziyu easily reached Lin Qing's stall, and, upon seeing the two people in front of him, was startled. He didn't expect them to be extraordinarily good-looking. Faces like these would surely attract a lot of fans even if they were in the entertainment industry. Humans naturally admire beauty, and modern infatuated men and women abound. You have such beauty but choose deception? Fang Ziyu whispered to himself. Seeing the person in front of her, Lin Qing thought to herself, haha, here comes the big fish. She, of course, noticed immediately that the person coming was from Medicine Valley. After all, she had just snuck a peek at their stall and observed their spirit pills earlier. She knew very well that Medicine Valley possessed millennium-grade spirit herbs. If she could obtain the millennium-grade herb through a trade, then she wouldn't wish to take advantage of an ordinary person. However, if the other side refused to trade, then she would resort to extraordinary measures to acquire the millennium herb. You see, the reason she was in such a hurry to increase her strength was because she carried a heavy responsibility. Within 10 years, she needed to advance to the Yuanying stage. Otherwise, China and possibly the entire planet would be ruined by that python. After all, if the nation doesn't survive, where will its people find refuge? If the bird's nest falls, no egg remains intact. If the hide ceases to exist, where can fur attach? So saying, as part of China, isn't it only reasonable that Medicine Valley should contribute its efforts to the survival of China's future? Moreover, Lin Qing wasn't exactly a benevolent person. In the immortal Cultivation Continent, killing for treasure to enhance cultivation was common practice. She hadn't done much of it before merely because this planet had nothing valuable that would interest her, and she considered it beneath her to haggle over every penny with these mere ants. This pride was ingrained in her bones. But once she became interested in something, she had no problem resorting to extraordinary means. Marx once said, when profits reach 10%, capital guarantees being used everywhere. At 20%, capital becomes active. At 50%, capital will dare to take great risks. At 100% profit, capital dares trample on all laws of humanity. At 300%, capital dares commit any crime. Although Lin Qing was not a capitalist, this quote illustrated a principle. If you don't succumb before temptation, then it's simply because the temptation isn't enough. Fang Ziyu opened with polite demeanor. Young lady, may I take a look at your spirit pills? He came here fully intending to expose their misdeeds, so certainly, the spirit pill must be examined. Of course, Lin Qing replied casually. Of course, she was not afraid that others would covet her spirit pills. Was it so easy to take advantage of her, Lin Qing? She poured out a pill the size of a lychee from the jade bottle and handed it to the white-robed man. As soon as the spirit pill came out of the jade bottle, a special aroma of traditional Chinese medicine entered Fang Ziyu's nostrils. The fragrance wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it carried a light, refreshing scent. This pill was crystalline and translucent, faintly glowing with a pale yellow light. Fang Ziyu just caught a slight whiff of it, and instantly felt refreshed, mentally invigorated, as if given an injection of energy. Is this the legendary spirit pill? Fang Ziyu murmured inwardly. He maintained an unperturbed expression on his face, but was shaken inside. How could such a miraculous spirit pill exist in the world? The glow emanating from the pill and the effect of simply inhaling its scent, which left him feeling exhilarated, were characteristics only found in the ancient texts describing spirit pills that had vanished long ago. Before Fang Ziyu had a chance to recover, Lin Qing retracted the spirit pill back into the jade bottle. After all, as a semi-spirit pill resembling a true spirit pill, leaving it exposed for too long could weaken its efficacy. Fang Ziyu's misidentification as a true spirit pill stemmed from the striking resemblance between the two in appearance. When Fang Ziyu saw Lin Qing withdraw the pill, he asked, "Miss, could you show it to me again?" Now, his tone was significantly more respectful than before. Haven't you already seen it? And if it's exposed to the outside environment for too long, the efficacy will be damaged. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, noticing that the pill was indeed stored in a jade bottle, and recalling the various properties of the pill he'd observed earlier, Fang Ziyu was now 90% certain that the spirit pill before him was a genuine spirit pill. A spirit pill, that legendary divine remedy thought to have vanished. Lin Qing, seeing that the man stood motionless in front of her stall, finally spoke. Are you buying or not? If you're not, don't stand there blocking my business. How do you sell these pills? Fang Ziyu couldn't help but ask. My pills aren't for sale. I'll exchange them only for millennium-grade spirit herbs or spirit objects, Lin Qing said with a smile. Chapter 301. Is Lin Qing a little thief? What? A millennium medicinal herb? Fang Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Even in the Medicine Valley, there aren't many millennium medicinal herbs, and they are all controlled by the Valley Master. It's not easy to ask the Valley Master to hand one over. If this Yuan Qi pill can truly help martial artists at the peak of the dark force level enter the phase of transformative force, then its value is beyond doubt, and it's worth exchanging for a millennium medicinal herb. Based on his intuition, this Yuan Qi pill really does have such an effect. After all, it's a spiritual pill, a legendary spiritual pill. However, millennium medicinal herbs are generally held by various powerful figures, reserved for life-saving situations. The allure of increasing one's power is tempting, but life-saving medicine is even more appealing. Moreover, Those who possess millennium medicinal herbs are mostly already at the master level of transformational force. In that case, the Yuan Qi pill isn't as attractive to them. Furthermore, millennium medicinal herbs, aside from being used to save lives, also help masters increase their cultivation. Generally, master-level experts are unwilling to exchange millennium medicinal herbs for Yuan Qi pills. Millennium medicinal herbs, I can't make the decision alone. I need to go back and discuss it. Saying this, Fang Ziyu walked towards the position where his master was. The fifth elder of the Medicine Valley, Zhang Wuhui, was originally sitting in a wicker chair, leaning against something behind him with his eyes closed, resting. At that moment, he heard his disciple's voice. Master, wake up. How did you fall asleep here? Fang Ziyu whispered. The fifth elder opened his eyes and saw Fang Ziyu. He asked, what's wrong? Did you come looking for me? Fang Ziyu nodded and said, yes, master. I may have encountered a legendary spirit drug. What? A legendary spirit drug? What exactly happened? Zhang Wuhui immediately woke up from his daze. Fang Ziyu leaned close to Zhang Wuhui and told him the details of the event. Are you sure that the Yuan Qi pill is a spirit pill? Zhang Wuhui asked incredulously. I'm 90% certain, master. You're only half a step away from the master realm. Perhaps one Yuan Qi pill could help you break through, but the Valley Master might not necessarily agree to the trade, Fang Ziyu said worriedly. You fool, who said I'm going to exchange millennium medicinal herbs for it? Zhang Wuhui grinned wickedly. But they only want millennium medicinal herbs or spiritual objects. As for these spiritual objects, I've never even heard of them. If you substitute something else, they may not be willing to trade, Fang Ziyu pointed out. Who said I would trade things with them? Zhang Wuhui chuckled. Master, if you don't offer anything in return, how could they possibly just give you the pills? Fang Ziyu asked curiously. At the same time, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the master plans to seize it openly? Wouldn't that damage the reputation of the Medicine Valley too much? Ho, you're right. I intend to have them give both the pill and the recipe to me. Zhang Wuhui smiled. After hearing his master's words, Fang Ziyu let out a sigh of relief. He still couldn't understand and asked, but master, how could they possibly surrender it willingly? Therefore, we need to use a plan. Ziyu, learn from this. Although you have talent in refining pills, your character is too naive. If you venture into the secular world, you will definitely suffer losses. Zhang Wuhui lectured Fang Ziyu seriously. In Zhang Wuhui's view, the pill-making world has no equal compared to the Medicine Valley. Even if the owner of that spirit pill had some connections, it couldn't compare to the Medicine Valley. If he claimed that the pill and recipe were stolen from the Medicine Valley, others would have no way to verify its authenticity. If they were sensible enough to hand over the spirit pill and the recipe, he wouldn't mind letting them off the hook. If they refuse, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. They should only blame themselves for lacking strength and daring to display the spirit pill without understanding the proverb that an ordinary person without wealth has no sins, but one who possesses precious jewels invites trouble. What he didn't know was that the other party wasn't lacking in strength. Rather, it was due to his arrogance and underestimation of the opponent that he hadn't even bothered to thoroughly investigate. If he knew that the two people he was facing were both masters, he probably wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. After finishing his speech, Zhang Wuhui followed Fang Ziyu and arrived in front of Lin Qing's stall. As Fang Ziyu was pondering what method his master would use to make the other party voluntarily hand over the pill, he heard his master's harsh reprimand. Little thief, you dare to come here to defraud people. You stole our precious pills and recipes from the Medicine Valley, and now you come here to sell the stolen goods. You have the opportunity to walk the path to paradise, but choose to enter the gates of hell instead. If you willingly hand over the pills and the recipe, I might spare your life. Zhang Wuhui looked at the two young men before him with disdain. In his eyes, obtaining the spirit pill and the recipe was already a foregone conclusion. If the Valley Master found out about his great accomplishment, who knows how he would reward him? Lin Qing was startled by the sudden performance of the old man in front of her. TSK, when did her pill become property of the Medicine Valley? She glanced at the white-clad man standing beside her and noticed his red face, too embarrassed to meet her gaze, clearly showing he was ashamed. TSK, just because you're old doesn't mean you can act high and mighty, talk nonsense, and have no shame, right? TSK, who gave him the nerve? How dare he act so unreasonable with her? Pure nonsense. Shameless. What proof do you have that this pill and its recipe belong to your Medicine Valley? Lin Qing coldly retorted. Tisk, young girl, you've got some guts. The reputation of our Medicine Valley is universally known. In the art of refining pills, we are the undisputed first in China, with no one daring to claim second place. Of course, this pill belongs to us. Zhang Wuhui became furious upon hearing the girl's words. It had been a long time since anyone dared to insult him like this. Truly, from her reaction, she was being disrespectful. TSK, I don't believe in the so-called reputation of your Medicine Valley. To me, all of you there are hypocrites, shameless people who, upon seeing something valuable, want to outright seize it. And when seizing it openly doesn't work, you plot secretly behind the scenes. If this pill were really yours, why haven't we heard about such a pill coming from your Medicine Valley before now? Lin Qing coldly mocked. Ever since the first person from the Medicine Valley approached her with greedy terms for cooperation, she had already formed a negative impression of them. She never expected today's situation would involve someone even more despicable, wanting to rob her outright. Did they truly think she, Lin Qing, could be bullied so easily? You're outrageous. How dare you insult someone from the Medicine Valley? The reason no one has heard about this pill before is because it was newly developed by our Valley Master. Unbelievably, a thief managed to infiltrate the Medicine Valley and steal both the pill and its recipe. We've been searching for days without a trace, but I never imagined I'd find this little thief right here. Young girl, turn back while you still can and stop being stubborn. Jiang Hui quickly fabricated a story in his mind and pointed coldly at Lin Qing as he began speaking. Chapter 302. So what if I go against the Medicine Valley? Humph, just because you say something is true, does that make it so? I won't give it to you. What can you do about it? Lin Qing sneered coldly. Did they think they could force her into submission just by threatening her with the Medicine Valley? How laughable. A group of onlookers surrounded them. Some astute individuals had noticed that the Medicine Valley was interested in the young girl's pills and formulae. Unfortunately, Elder 5 of the Medicine Valley hadn't expected the girl to be so defiant. Of course, there were also many who couldn't figure out exactly what had happened. But regardless of their opinions or truths, most people thought it would be wise for this man and woman in front of them to hand over the pill and formula if they wished to save their own lives. No matter how great the pills may be, having life is far more important. Some, thinking themselves well-meaning, advised gently, "Young lady, sometimes one must bend when necessary. Even an ignoble life is better than a noble death. Offending the Medicine Valley will bring much trouble to the forces behind you." Yes, another chimed in. Even insects seek to survive. Humans are even more valuable. I understand your youthful pride, but a wise person knows when to yield. Miss, sir, others added. You two look so good together. Wouldn't it be tragic to waste such beauty and talent? Surely, your families wouldn't want to see you die? However, Lin Qing ignored all these comments. While some meant well, good intentions don't always result in positive actions. How could sparrows understand the aspirations of hawks? They simply didn't know her capabilities. There were, however, some differing views. Those who saw Jiang Baichen split the stone knew that the man beside the girl was a master, and no matter the power of the Medicine Valley, Elder 5 might not gain any advantage against him. Jiang Hui looked at the young girl's unwavering attitude and instantly became enraged, saying, "Fine. Since you prefer punishment over reason, don't blame me for being impolite." As his words fell, the onlookers immediately stepped back, retreating far away. All knew a battle was imminent, and none wanted to be involved accidentally. At this moment, Hua Qing suddenly appeared, saying, Stop, it's all a misunderstanding. Esteemed elder, my family has some relations with the Gu family. Allow us to intervene, let me try to persuade her." He never imagined that after only a brief separation from Lin Qing, she'd gotten herself into such a mess. This level of trouble where confrontation with the elder of the Medicine Valley might occur. Fine, I'll give you this face for the sake of the Gu family. Hurry though. Also, she'll need to apologize to me, to the Medicine Valley, otherwise she will pay dearly for her own words and deeds. How dare anyone insult the Medicine Valley? Jiang Hui replied coldly. The only reason he considered Gu family ties was because the Valley Lord bore the surname Gu, part of the Gu family, which maintained a close relationship with the Medicine Valley despite them being separate entities. Hua Qing moved beside Lin Qing and whispered quietly, "Lin Qing, what's really going on? Is it not clear enough already? It's just some greedy bastards from the Medicine Valley wanting my pills and formulae." Lin Qing responded disdainfully. "No way, the people of Medicine Valley don't seem like those with poor character," Hua Qing said in astonishment. Just a bunch of hypocrites. Are you doubting me?" Lin Qing snorted. "No, of course not." Hua Qing quickly defended. "All right, no need for more talk. This has nothing to do with you. Let me handle this old fool," Lin Qing declared firmly. Just as Lin Qing prepared to act, Jiang Baichen grabbed her hand and spoke up. "Qing, let me handle such trivial matters." Seeing Jiang Baichen volunteer, Lin Qing agreed without argument, understanding that both of them found it easy to deal with this dishonorable elder. When Jiang Hui saw the sudden appearance of the man, he revealed a guarded expression, asking, "Who are you?" "I am her boyfriend. You're trying to steal my girlfriend's pills and formulae, and as her boyfriend, I naturally cannot stand idly by," Jiang Baichen replied, glancing at Lin Qing. So you two wish to oppose the Medicine Valley?" Jiang Hui coldly retorted. "First off, can you even represent the Medicine Valley? And even if you can, so what if we go against the Medicine Valley?" Jiang Baichen responded coldly, revealing an air of dominance. "Young man, bold indeed. Step forward and receive my blow," Jiang Hui said coldly. Although this young man before him gave him an inexplicable sense of threat, Jiang Hui did not believe a fellow in his 20s could beat him. After all, he wasn't the legendary Master Lin. Someone like Master Lin, a prodigy appearing only once every 1,000 years, was extremely rare. He did not know that although this person was not Master Lin, he was a genius to be reckoned with. Moreover, the one he offended turned out to be Master Lin himself. But just as his words had fallen, a middle-aged warrior stepped forward, speaking respectfully to Jiang Hui. "Elder 5, I'll deal with this young man. There's no need for you to dirty your hands." The speaker looked about 40 years old. Clad in tight-fitting clothes, he had a burly build and well-developed muscles that bulged powerfully. The veins protruding on his exposed muscles resembled worms crawling on yellow earth. This man was named Jingang, a disciple of Jinshan's sect, which, despite being a minor sect, focused mainly on external cultivation methods. Jingang offered himself willingly for the fight because, first, he assumed the young man before him wouldn't be too formidable given his tender age. Second, he intended to curry favor with the Medicine Valley since the refinement of external techniques required the aid of elixirs to progress further. In his mind, merely teaching a lesson to a young man would win the approval of an elder from the Medicine Valley. It seemed like a worthwhile trade. At that very moment, Jingang launched his attack preemptively. Jingang's punch came swift as a cannon firing, carrying howling winds along with it. Immediately following this punch was a flying kick. Any ordinary warrior seeing this scene would likely lose all hope, showing that the man clearly possessed dark strength cultivation at its late stage. As his fist and foot were nearly upon the handsome young man ahead, he silently mused, "Humph, what a pity for someone so good-looking. But he's destined to be my stepping stone. My strike will surely wound him." It was then that Jiang Beichen moved. In an instant, he gently raised both hands, swiftly grasping Jiang's fist with one hand and his leg with the other. "Humph, size doesn't necessarily make one stronger," Jiang Beichen said coldly. Then he gently pushed Jingang away. Although it seemed gentle to others and indeed was gentle for Jiang Beichen, it certainly didn't feel gentle for Jingang, who felt an immense force propelling him backward. Chapter 303. The fifth elder of the Medicine Valley dies. At the same time, Konggong's massive body flew backward like a nimble little bird, flying dozens of meters away and smashing into several tables. The tables, affected by the impact, immediately shattered into pieces, becoming heaps of broken wood. Cough cough. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Konggong's mouth, and he coldly chuckled. "I didn't expect to encounter a forging body expert here. I underestimated you just now, but it's not certain yet who will win." He hadn't taken the handsome man in front of him seriously at first, so his moves lacked full force, which unexpectedly led to a major setback. As the old saying goes, overconfident soldiers are sure to fail, and ancient wisdom certainly hasn't deceived me. What he didn't know was that Jiang Beichen wasn't a forging body expert, but an inner strength master, with skills already reaching the level of a transforming energy grandmaster. However, if he had known Jiang Beichen's true strength, he might not have had the courage to continue fighting. After all, for a late-stage Dark Force warrior to challenge a master-level warrior is simply asking for a beating. It's like a child challenging an adult. Although Dark Force late stage seems close to transforming energy grandmastership, the difference is actually vast. "Oomph, too arrogant," Jiang Beichen sneered. "Phew." Kongang spat out a mouthful of blood water and then attacked Jiang Beichen again. At this moment, he made a five-fingered move aimed at the heart, attacking Jiang Beichen. This was one of his ultimate techniques, extremely lethal, targeting weaknesses. Once struck, the consequences were unimaginable. It was specifically designed for fighters practicing forging body methods. Although forging body methods are powerful and can make one impenetrable to blades when practiced to their extreme, they still have vulnerabilities, such as the heart, neck, and temple. Meanwhile, Jiang Beichen moved forward to intercept Konggong's five-finger punch. To Konggong's surprise, not only did he miss striking the other's chest, but his punch was stopped by the opponent's fist. It felt like hitting an iron plate. Not only did he fail to hurt the other person, but the impact nearly broke his fingers. My God, how could this be? What kind of monster is the opponent? Konggong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had exerted all his strength this time. Unexpectedly, the other party's seemingly ordinary punch almost caused his fingers to break. Could he not be surprised? Who exactly was this opponent? So young, yet so skilled. Surely he wouldn't be unknown. While Kongang was pondering deeply, Jiang Beichen delivered another punch, this one landing squarely on Konggong's body. He was thrown back like a miserable beast, letting out a piercing scream, then crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large hole in it. Kongang looked pitiful at this moment. His ribs were completely crushed inward, and soon after, he spat out a lot of blood before falling silent. Although the bodies of forging body martial artists are resilient, with the ribs and heart crushed, even they could only die instantly. Wow, that's really impressive. People around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They were glad they were far away, or they might have gotten injured badly if caught up in the fight. Zhang Wuhui also showed signs of fear. He guessed the other must have reached the pinnacle of dark energy, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat Kongang so quickly. But even if the other was at the peak of dark force, what does it matter? Would he be afraid? Even if the other possesses the strength of the dark energy pinnacle, his experience definitely couldn't match Zhang Wuhui's. The result was uncertain. Humph, a young man like you harbors such evil intentions. Let this old man eliminate evil spirits, Zhang Wuhui criticized loudly. Clearly, he considered himself a righteous warrior eliminating evil spirits, while viewing the other as an evil demon. Humph, deceitful words, Jiang Beichen dismissed disdainfully. Not daring to underestimate, Zhang Wuhui instantly unleashed all his strength and charged toward Jiang Beichen. He executed a set of bagua palms, also called traveling bagua palm or bagua continuous palm, a traditional Chinese boxing style primarily focusing on hand techniques and stepping movements. Since its motion crisscrosses left and right in 8 directions resembling the 8 trigrams of the Zhou Yi, it's named bagua palm. As seen, he flipped left and right, with agile steps and unpredictable palm techniques. His body rotated left and right, high and low, rising high at times like a cloud, and diving swiftly like a sparrow entering the forest, flowing continuously without interruption. The spectators stared speechless, awestruck, thinking silently. The Medicine Valley is indeed extraordinary. This truly reflects a dignified demeanor. At that moment, Zhang Wuhui gathered his qi and leaped into the air, rising several feet high, then spinning down, touching the ground noiselessly and attacking Jiang Beichen. Different from Konggong's fist training, this bagua palm focuses on techniques. If there was an average martial artist at the peak of dark force here, he would likely be at a disadvantage. But who was Jiang Beichen? He had accumulated a great deal of experience in real combat, and many times he fought battles that were matters of life or death. Therefore, his attacks were all lethal. Facing this shameless old man before him, he completely lost his patience, especially since the other party dared to have designs on the elixirs made by his Ching. There was no way he could let this slide. It was the perfect opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and let the Medicine Valley understand who they should not mess with. If he acted too weakly, he feared that the people of the Medicine Valley would not let go and continue to trouble Lin Qing. Although his personality was low-key and he did not want unnecessary troubles, he was not afraid of troubles. As Jiang Beichen spoke, his fingers coalesced into a light sword. The light sword emitted a dazzling white light, and he swung it at Zhang Wuhui. At this moment, Zhang Wuhui also saw the light sword in the other's hand, and his eyes widened in shock. However, at this time, his attack could no longer be stopped, and the other's attack was even less likely to stop. How could this be possible? How can the other person be a grandmaster? I am doomed. Regret now colored his expression. Why had he been so greedy? Why had he challenged the other without knowing their identity? Someone who could produce such divine pills certainly wasn't an ordinary person. The regret in his heart couldn't stop what was unfolding before his eyes. In an instant, the sword light split him into two halves. His internal organs fell to the ground, accompanied by pools of blood. If he had harbored thoughts of hiding from the beginning, he might not have been cleaved in one strike. Unfortunately, Master, Fang Ziyu cried out in anguish. You are devils. How dare you kill someone randomly? Fang Ziyu shouted angrily. Oh, do you mean we are only allowed to be killed by you? And we aren't allowed to resist? What kind of logic is that? Lin Qing laughed coldly. My master didn't intend to kill you. He just wanted to obtain the elixir and its formula. Fang Ziyu defended. So does that mean if he wants to snatch our things, we must hand them over willingly? Blame lies with his own greed. His death was brought upon himself. Lin Qing coldly sniffed. Chapter 304, Heading to the Medicine Valley. Fang Ziyu knew that his master had done wrong, but he still couldn't accept that they killed his master. That was his master. The other party could have simply defeated his master and spared his life. Why did they kill him? As the saying goes, a person has three lifelines. One is the life given by their parents, the second is the life shaped by their teacher, and the third is the self-reliant life. Parents give birth to the body, while the teacher shapes the soul, leading to an independent path. Therefore, a teacher is like a second parent. Once a teacher, always a father. This is the meaning of master. Especially in areas where tradition is highly valued, the relationship between master and apprentice is particularly close. Since childhood, Fang Ziyu was brought to the Medicine Valley and apprenticed under Zhang Wuhui, who meticulously taught him. Their relationship was akin to father and son. Now, with his master killed, Fang Ziyu harbored deep hatred for the man before him. He truly wanted to rush forward to avenge his master, but he knew he couldn't. Impulsiveness is devilish. Not only could he not match the man's strength, but also from the other's prowess. The man was already a grandmaster. Rushing forward would only be suicide. Besides, he had more pressing matters at hand. He needed to return to the Medicine Valley and inform the Valley Lord about the death of the fifth elder. Before leaving, he glanced deeply at Jiang Beichen and Lin Qing, as if imprinting their faces into his memory forever. Jiang Beichen looked at Fang Ziyu's hateful eyes and whispered, "What should we do with him? You know the saying, cutting the grass without uprooting it allows the wind to revive it. Moreover, judging by his gaze, he will definitely try to take revenge. Haha, he's just a little lackey anyway. Even if he hates us, so what? Can he defeat us? Besides, I have use for him." Lin Qing lightly chuckled. "Oh, what kind of use?" Jiang Beichen asked, confused. Of course, he had no idea that Lin Qing had her sights set on the 1,000-year-old elixir in the Medicine Valley, and this conflict provided a perfect opportunity. To lead the way, of course. The Medicine Valley wants to seize my pills and recipes, so there needs to be some explanation. Otherwise, others might think I, Lin Qing, am easy to bully. It's said that the location of the Medicine Valley is rather mysterious, unknown to us, so naturally someone needs to guide us. Lin Qing evilly smiled, looking at Fang Ziyu's retreating figure. Jiang Beichen observed Lin Qing's meaningful expression. Though he didn't know what Lin Qing planned to do, he was certain she was heading to the Medicine Valley. He'd heard about its strength. It wasn't to be underestimated, or else it wouldn't occupy such an important place in China. He couldn't help but worry. Is it wise for us to head to the Medicine Valley? Before Jiang Beichen finished speaking, Lin Qing interrupted. Don't worry. The Medicine Valley can't harm me. Jiang Beichen stared at Lin Qing's determined eyes and prepared himself mentally to accompany her at the risk of his own life. Still, it wasn't easy for the Medicine Valley to kill them both. They were grandmasters with plenty of survival methods. What he didn't know was that Lin Qing's strength was already on par with a supreme warrior within the innate realm, making her one of the few top-tier powers in the world. Even before Lin Qing reached this level, places like the Medicine Valley were still unable to restrict her movements. As a cultivator, her abilities were beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. If the fifth elder knew that what he originally intended as plundering sheep ended up luring two wolves disguised as lambs, how would he feel? He'd probably be so furious that he'd crawl out of the underworld. The moment Fang Ziyu set off, he didn't realize that someone had already cast a tracking talisman onto him, and that person was Lin Qing. When Fang Ziyu came to her stall, she generously took out pills to tempt him. Little did she expect that he would fall for it, though his teacher, Zhang Wuhui, actually fell prey. Still, if the other party hadn't succumbed to greed, Lin Qing would still go to the Medicine Valley, but she would negotiate fairly instead of engaging in fierce combat. Lin Qing watched Fang Ziyu's distant silhouette and left the Chinese Herbal Medicine Exchange Conference together with Jiang Beichen shortly afterward. People noticed that both Lin Qing and the people from the Medicine Valley had departed, and the previously quiet exchange site erupted in uproar. Everyone was discussing what had just happened, especially questioning the identity of Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen. How dare they offend the Medicine Valley? But strangely, no one at the scene recognized them. Hua Qing recovered from his earlier shock and asked quietly, "Grandpa, will Lin Qing be all right? You damn brat, her affairs have nothing to do with you. Didn't you see her boyfriend, a killing god, who instantly killed 2 experts? Rumor has it he's a grandmaster. These kinds of people belong to a different world than ours. Moreover, they've offended the Medicine Valley, which will surely bring them many conflicts. I don't want to be dragged into their mess. In the future, stay away from Lin Qing." Hua Feng whispered. Hua Qing, though very concerned about Lin Qing, could only helplessly nod. Thinking of the strength of Lin Qing's boyfriend, he believed that the latter should be able to protect Lin Qing. Moreover, their affairs were truly beyond his reach as a minor character, and at this moment, he felt powerless, deeply affected by a profound sense of his own weakness. Meanwhile, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were closely following behind Feng Ziyu, heading in the direction of the Medicine Valley. The two quickly left the city and arrived at the countryside, following the direction Feng Ziyu was heading, which indicated the Medicine Valley was located deep within the mountains. Winding along the mountain waste was a perilous and steep wooden plank path, resembling strands of silk wrapped around lush green hills, forming a unique and splendid landscape. Within the deep canyon, an ethereal mist swirled like a magical veil, intricately and delicately painting a breathtaking natural canvas. Rugged peaks and sturdy wooden paths exuded a distinct charm, creating myriad allure, making it unclear whether one walks within the scenery or if the scenery flows with them. The further ahead they went, the denser the surrounding spiritual energy became. Of course, this density was relative. Compared to the spiritual energy in urban air, the concentration here was indeed much denser. Although it did not match the level of Lingwu Mountain near her home, it was still far superior to other places. As they continued walking, there was only one mountain road before them, winding and rugged. Just then, Lin Qing heard a voice coming from not too far ahead. "Brother, let's rest for a bit. I'm so tired," came a coquettish female voice. "Humph, you insisted on coming despite my objections back then. Now you're slowing us down. Grandpa's illness cannot wait," the man said coldly, clearly showing frustration over his younger sister. "Well then, let's continue then." The cloying female voice echoed once again. Due to the extremely fast speed of Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen, they soon caught up with the people ahead. There were 5 people ahead, a young couple, 2 middle-aged uncles, and an old man with dark skin, gray hair, and a wiry frame. Chapter 305. Lin Qing is Jiang Beichen's sister? The young man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was dressed in a well-tailored, handmade casual suit. Judging from the material and craftsmanship of the clothing, it was undoubtedly custom-made and quite expensive. Generally speaking, such handmade outfits were not cheap. As for the young woman, she appeared just over 20. Her skin was fair, her eyes big, and she looked extremely adorable. She wore a pink Chanel suit and had done her makeup with great care, clearly projecting the image of a wealthy and spoiled young lady. The 2 middle-aged men, wearing black Zhongshan suits, could be identified as frequently trained by their hands, which were rough, calloused, and filled with blisters. Their faces were cold and unemotional, typical of bodyguards. There was also an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, smiling broadly while introducing things to them. He seemed like a guide. When the young man saw the male and female rushing toward them, he was surprised by their breathtaking beauty. Though he thought himself well-traveled and knowledgeable, he had never seen a man and woman as strikingly handsome and beautiful as these two. Even some top-tier celebrities couldn't compare. And when the young woman saw Jiang Beichen, she nearly drooled at the sight, behaving in a way that made both Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen slightly furrow their brows. "Are you here to seek medicine in the Medicine Valley as well?" The young man was the first to speak. Though his face wasn't extraordinarily handsome, it was well-proportioned, and his gentle smile revealed 8 gleaming white teeth, which gave him a friendly impression to outsiders. "We are indeed going to Medicine Valley," Lin Qing responded indifferently. Her words drew the undeterred gaze of the young man toward her. Being someone from an affluent background who has met many beautiful women, he found Lin Qing exceptionally outstanding in both looks and demeanor. "That's quite coincidental. Why don't we go together? Our guide said the journey ahead is perilous, but traveling together would give us mutual support. By the way, my name is Jia Yunpeng, from the Jia family in Hefei City, Wan Province. This is my younger sister, Jia Yunfei," Jia Yunpeng introduced. Although the Jia family was relatively renowned in Hefei with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, Lin Qing hadn't heard of them, nor did she have any interest in Jia Yunpeng's family. His efforts to show off seemed wasted. "There are guides to Medicine Valley?" Lin Qing asked curiously. "Yes, these guides were born in the villages near Medicine Valley. They've grown up in this area since childhood and know the terrain very well. This is Old Wang," Jia Yunpeng replied with a smile. Old Wang smoked the expensive cigarette gifted by Jia Yunpeng, puffing out smoke while incessantly narrating stories about the Medicine Valley. "I'll tell you, I've walked on this mountain road countless times. Every year, many people like you come to the Medicine Valley seeking medicine, but most leave empty-handed." "Why is that?" Jia Yunfei asked, perplexed. She assumed that getting medicine from Medicine Valley would be as easy as visiting a reputable traditional Chinese doctor with enough money. She didn't realize that even wealth couldn't guarantee everything. "Hee, the Taoist masters in Medicine Valley are sages. How could they care about your worldly possessions?" Old Wang laughed and shook his head. "Sages? Are there really sages in Medicine Valley?" Jia Yunfei's coquettish tone seemed like she was flirting, prompting Old Wang to share a little more information unconsciously. Of course, the Taoist masters inside Medicine Valley possess incredible powers. They can not only wield magical skills like those in mythological legends, but also heal critically ill patients. Aren't these the characteristics of immortals? Old Wang said with admiration. Jia Yunfei's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe such beings existed in this world. Unable to help herself, she asked, Uncle Wang, what should we offer to get the medicine? Her coquettishly sweet voice made Old Wang feel as though bugs were crawling across his chest. He had never been called uncle by such a stunning rich young lady before. Hearing her call him uncle sent shivers down his spine, and his face broke into a flower-like grin, brimming with inexplicable happiness. Hee, you've asked the right person. Based on my experience over the years, the Taoist masters inside Medicine Valley don't really value money much. However, if you offer them valuable herbs, jade, antiques, or ritual objects, they're likely to accept them. After all, those masters certainly aren't short of money. In our village, a Mao was taken away by the masters when he was young because of his extraordinary talent. Immediately after that, his family became the richest one in our village. Therefore, it's clear that Medicine Valley doesn't lack money either. Upon hearing the items mentioned, Jia Yunpeng let out a sigh of relief. Although magical ritual objects and rare herbs were hard to come by, jade and antiques were not lacking in his household. Before setting out, he had even specially consulted with some people who knew about the Medicine Valley situation just in case. Thus, for this mountain trip, he had brought along some portable jade and antiques. At that moment, Jia Yunfei suddenly asked, Big brother, is there someone in your family who's sick? Your family's the one with sick people, Lin Qing coldly snorted. Humph, I wasn't talking to you. Why do you butt in? How impolite. Jia Yunfei retorted angrily. She had taken an immediate dislike to the girl before her ever since she first laid eyes on her. Not only was the other girl more beautiful than herself, but she also had such a top-notch handsome guy by her side. Jealousy gnawed at her insides like worms eating away at her liver. Hee, if you ask after my family, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Lin Qing laughed coldly. Where did I ask you? I was asking that big brother over there. Humps. Jia Yunfei said, pouting and looking annoyed. His family is my family. When you inquire about his family, you are essentially inquiring about mine, Lin Qing said as she coldly sniffed. Miss, we didn't realize you two are siblings. My sister didn't mean it. She lost her words unintentionally. I sincerely apologize, Jia Yunpeng quickly explained. Yes, little sister, I really didn't mean it, Jia Yunfei hastily chimed in. She hadn't expected that this little girl in front of her would turn out to be the sister of that super handsome young man. She had fallen in love with him at first sight and intended to get closer to him. If his sister took a bad impression of her and kept creating trouble, then their path to being together would surely be very tough. Hence, she immediately lowered her head when necessary. You've got it wrong. I'm not his sister, I'm his girlfriend. Lin Qing smirked evilly. How could that be? Then how can you say his family is your family? Jia Yunfei said disbelievingly. Because I'll become his wife later. Naturally, his family will be my family. Lin Qing smiled. You shameless wretch. Jia Yunfei yelled in blazing anger. Shameless? No, I have teeth. Lin Qing said as she revealed a bright smile, showing her set of white, neat teeth. Chapter 306, Seeking Medicine. Princess Jia Yun was so angry she couldn't speak. Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen didn't care what they thought. The two quickly went past Jia Yunpeng and others, walking fast ahead. Miss, there will be poisonous mists and marsh gases on the road ahead. Without someone familiar with the terrain to guide you, it's easy to fall into danger, or even lose your life. Old Wang, moved by compassion, gave a warning. In his opinion, it was just two girls bickering. It wasn't worth letting her put herself in danger because of this. Besides, the two people in front were too beautiful. It would be a pity if they died like that. Remember, there are quite a few venomous insects and ferocious beasts in this forest. It's not like other forests that have been overdeveloped. This place is still very dangerous. You can see various extremely toxic creatures from time to time, as well as all sorts of fierce wild animals. Uncle, thank you. Don't worry, those poisonous insects and wild beasts won't harm me. Lin Qing's cool voice came from up ahead. Uncle Wang, why do you bother with her? If she wants to die, then she deserves to die, Jia Yunfei coldly sniffed. After speaking, she realized not only did the foul-mouthed little villain leave, but also that top-notch handsome guy. My top-notch handsome guy just ran away. I am too unwilling, Jia Yunfei thought privately. The two passed through a long stretch of poisonous fog and marsh gas, then arrived at a sheer cliffside. This cliffside and another one were separated by dozens of meters, with a suspension bridge between the two cliffs. The two swiftly crossed the suspension bridge, arriving at the other cliffside. Behind that cliffside stood a massive stone, its shape resembling ginseng, very unique. Near that large stone was a small opening that could only accommodate one or two people passing at the same time. The surrounding area was covered with green stones and vines, so it wouldn't easily be noticed unless you looked closely. Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen passed through the opening. Suddenly, their vision opened up. First, they saw a huge stone gate, with the words Medicine Valley written on it. Around the stone gate were towering stone walls that encircled the entire Medicine Valley. Lin Qing could see from below that each step seemed to lead deep into the clouds. Above, the pavilions and buildings had an ancient style, the central building shaped like a temple, with eaves and flying tiles. The glazed tiles on the roof, under the refraction of light, glimmered with fragmentary lights. These buildings clearly had existed for many years. After all, such architecture was no longer popular these days. The architectural style alone showed that Medicine Valley had definitely existed for hundreds of years at least. No wonder Medicine Valley can independently exist in the mountains for hundreds of years and become the #1 sect of alchemy in China with a superlative status. It seems this has something to do with its geographical location, Lin muttered privately. Lin and Jiang Baichen hadn't stayed long at the entrance of Medicine Valley when Jia's siblings soon caught up. When they reached the spot, they were panting, apparently having rushed all the way without stopping earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only been slower than Lin and Jiang Baichen by a short while. Of course, this was also the result of Lin and Jiang Baichen strolling slowly. Otherwise, how could the mere mortals Jia's siblings possibly keep close pace behind Lin Jia Yunfei looked at the tall buildings ahead, as if they were standing among the clouds. Everywhere around them, a scene of vibrant life and colorful flowers filled the view. Nothing like down below where everything was withered leaves. And amid the mountain constructions, mist swirled, giving an ethereal feeling. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this place is so beautiful, like a fairyland." Jia Yunpeng immediately spotted Lin and Jiang Baichen, never expecting them to make it through the poisonous fogs and marsh gases alone without a guide, indicating that the two weren't ordinary. Just at this moment, Jia Yunfei also noticed Lin appeared completely fine, surprising her. "You? How come you're okay? How could I be not okay if you're fine?" Lin smirked coldly. "Yunfei, shut up. We apologize, the both of you. My sister spoke inappropriately. Please accept my apology on her behalf." Jia Yunpeng interjected. In his view, since the two had some skills, it was better not to offend them. After all, in the deep mountains and old forests, should the other person be petty and kill his siblings, where would they go to reason? Although they brought bodyguards, he still felt it wasn't secure. After all, he couldn't determine just how strong the other party was. As the saying goes, it pays to drive carefully. Better not worry about 10,000 things, but instead beware one thing that might happen. It must be said, Jia Yunpeng was quite adept in interpersonal relationships. After all, he was being groomed as the future family head, so in dealing with people and matters, he had some depth and could yield when necessary. After hearing her brother's words, Jia Yunfei had intended to refute him, but when she saw the angry look on his face, she became a little afraid and held her tongue. Although her brother usually doted on her, once she crossed a line that he couldn't accept, he would become extremely cold, which made her somewhat fearful of him in her heart. At this moment, several men dressed in white tight-fitting clothes suddenly emerged from within Medicine Valley. They weren't wearing ancient costumes, but modern attire with a touch of classical elements. After all, Medicine Valley, though secluded, was not cut off from the world or society. Their speed was incredible, and in the blink of an eye, they were already standing before the group. Their speed far surpassed that of ordinary people, equaling even the speed of galloping horses. "Who are you people? Why all the noise here? Don't you know outsiders aren't allowed to make a racket at the entrance of Medicine Valley?" One of the middle-aged muscular men asked coldly. Old Wang hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Esteemed master, these people have come seeking medicine." "Seeking medicine? You'd better leave. There's an urgent matter in Medicine Valley, so we probably won't be receiving visitors for the time being." The middle-aged man responded indifferently. "This, esteemed master, could you perhaps make an exception?" Jia Yunpeng hastily interjected. As he spoke, he extended a bank card attached to a note of paper indicating the balance and its password. The string of zeros clearly showed there was at least several 100,000 on it. The middle-aged muscular man accepted it without showing any reaction and then said, "I'm not some immortal. I'm merely a guardian here in Medicine Valley. Call me Li. Even though he said that, from the expression on his face, it was evident he carried an air of arrogance, clearly taking great pride in his current position. After all, as the saying goes, even a 7th-rank official can wield significant power due to their proximity to high-ranking individuals. If you don't manage to flatter someone like him, you won't even get through the gates of Medicine Valley, let alone further in. There's another saying. It's easy to deal with Lord Yama, the king of hell, but hard to handle his assistants. Moreover, judging by the other party's speed earlier, he was no ordinary person. Such speed was probably beyond what even special forces could achieve. Esteemed master, you're too modest. If you're not an immortal, who is? Could an ordinary person possess such speed? To us, you're a true immortal, Jia Yunpeng flattered. Chapter 307. Who killed the 5th elder? Jia Yunpeng's flattery made Li feel very comfortable, and after Jia gave him quite a bit of money as well, the frost on Li's face melted instantly. Actually, not all members of the Medicine Valley looked down on money. Those who didn't care about money were already in high positions in the valley and lacked nothing financially. As for someone like Li, who would often be walking among secular society later on, he naturally liked money. After all, who doesn't love more money? Our Medicine Valley just encountered a big event. Now, the master of the valley has summoned all the elders for a meeting. It is estimated that visitors won't be received inside the valley recently. Li said earnestly. What? Then what are we going to do? My grandfather can't wait. Jia Yunpeng couldn't help but worry aloud. His grandfather was the mainstay of his family. With his grandfather around, their family business could develop much better. Fine then, you two will stay here first. Let's see how the master of the valley and the elders give instructions soon. Li spoke up after pondering for a moment. Thank you, immortal. Jia Yunpeng handed over another bank card while speaking. Afterwards, Jia Yunpeng followed Li into the Medicine Valley, but they were arranged near the entrance in a small bungalow. These small houses were clearly built later, specifically for housing outside medicinal seekers. By the way, immortal, what exactly happened in the Medicine Valley? Why have so many immortals come together? Jia Yunpeng asked curiously. You shouldn't inquire about things you shouldn't. Keep quiet here and don't talk recklessly. Otherwise, if you offend any of the Taoists inside the Medicine Valley, you will be expelled from the valley. Li Ernia's expression returned to its previous coldness as he opened his mouth and spoke indifferently. Jia Yunpeng immediately realized he had said something wrong and hurriedly nodded. Yes, I understand. Although the other party was some distance from Lin Qing at this moment, with Lin Qing's highly sensitive hearing, she still heard their conversation. Lin Qing guessed that it must have been Fang Ziyu informing the master of the Medicine Valley about the death of the fifth elder. The death of the fifth elder must have caused shock within the Medicine Valley. The master of the Medicine Valley was probably racking his brains thinking, who exactly killed the fifth elder? At this moment, inside the largest building of the Medicine Valley, an old man with a white beard sat on the highest seat. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, his gaze sharp as he stared at Fang Ziyu and asked, exactly what kind of person killed the fifth elder? Evidently, this old man with the white beard was none other than the patriarch of the Medicine Valley, Gu Tianning. I don't know who they specifically are. They are an extremely handsome couple, and also very young, around 20 years old or so for the male, and apparently under 18 years old for the female. It was the man who killed my master, Fang Ziyu admitted without withholding anything. Your master already possessed peak hidden force strength. How could a young man of 20+ years kill him? Could it be that the opponent used some concealed weapon or dirty tricks? Or perhaps caught him off guard? Gu Tianheng's eyes slightly narrowed as he speculated. Not that, Master Gu. The young man neither used hidden weapons nor ambushed my master. After my master initiated an attack, he struck back directly and killed him in one blow, Fang Ziyu responded. What? How could this be possible? How could a young man in his 20s be that strong? A senior seated on the left side of Gu Tianheng chimed in. This person had graying hair. His eyebrows were unusually thick and connected, forming a typical straight brow. He was none other than He Junguang, the great elder of the Medicine Valley. He was decisive by nature and rather blunt. The youth has the cultivation level of a transformation force grandmaster, Fang Ziyu stated. What? How is this possible? How could there exist a grandmaster warrior so young in this world? Discussions broke out throughout the great hall, and within no time, it became as bustling as a vegetable market. Everyone, please quiet down. Gu Tianheng calmly opened his mouth. Though his voice wasn't loud, it caused everyone to inwardly shiver. They immediately ceased their discussions. There's nothing impossible here. Remember, beyond mountains lie even taller peaks, and beyond people are even greater people. We already have the case of Grandmaster Lin, who is younger than 20, so why should we be surprised if there's another young prodigy? Gu Tianheng commented blandly. Master of the Valley, whether this Grandmaster Lin is truly that young remains unknown, given all the rumors circulating about her now. Few people have actually seen her personally. As if Grandmaster Lin suddenly appeared as a prodigy, the sixth elder voiced his doubt. This Grandmaster Lin indeed hasn't yet reached the age of 20. My son has met her once, Gu Tianheng declared. What? The entire gathering erupted again upon hearing his words. He didn't reveal that Grandmaster Lin appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. Otherwise, chaos would have broken out beneath. Who could have imagined such a young girl turning out to be the legendary Grandmaster Lin? When Gu Lufeng returned and told him that the #1 tycoon of Central Plains and the owner behind the Red Lotus auction house was a 15 or 16-year-old girl, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Back then, he even thought the world had become surreal. At that time, due to Master Lin's identity as a major player in Central Plains, cooperation was put aside. He believed there must be some powerful expert supporting Master Lin from behind. But unexpectedly, just a few months later, it spread across the martial arts world that Master Lin had defeated Sheng Haoyan. Who exactly was Sheng Haoyan? He was none other than a renowned grandmaster in the martial circle with several decades of mastery under his belt. Renowned both domestically and internationally, he once triumphed over numerous grandmasters to secure his illustrious reputation. In China, perhaps only the legendary Long Ao Tian would have been on par to contend with him. Yet no one could have imagined such a grandmaster losing to a teenage girl. Could that girl be some sort of ancient being who had reverted back to youth? This speculation existed among many. When everyone assumed the Hong Gate wouldn't rest until they retaliated against Master Lin, surprisingly, the Hong Gate took absolutely no action. Since then, Master Lin's fame became even more glorious, and Gu Tianheng privately rejoiced for not having offended her by letting greed cloud his judgment back then. Alright, let's calm down and continue where we left off, Gu Tianheng resumed. Lord of the Valley, what should we do? The youngest ninth elder voiced his concern. He might be the youngest among the elders, but was still in his mid-50s. What else can we do? Naturally, we must avenge the fifth elder. The first elder replied coldly. Hold on, cough. Don't rush yet. I haven't finished asking my questions yet. Ziyu, why did the opponent kill your master? How did the conflict start? Gu Tianheng intervened. This. Fang Ziyu found it hard to say. What's wrong? Is there something you're reluctant to talk about? Speak freely, regardless of their identity. Even if the culprit were an emperor-like figure, I would still seek justice for our Medicine Valley, Gu Tianheng said fiercely. His eyes glimmered with icy determination, as if he were ready to instantly kill the murderer if they were present. Chapter 308. Lin Qing seeks an audience with the chief of Medicine Valley. Fang Ziyu began to recount the story. We went to participate in the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference this time, but unexpectedly yesterday afternoon at the conference, we encountered someone wanting to trade pills for a millennium medicinal herb. Even if it was embarrassing, he had to tell the story since it was the chief's order. Isn't that person foolish? Unless their pills are divine medicine, how can they compare with the value of a millennium medicinal herb? Even the chief cannot refine such pills using herbs only 100 years old. The third elder laughed coldly. In his view, the pills for exchange would definitely not have been made from millennium medicinal herbs. Elder 3, don't interrupt. Let's see you continue, Gu Tianheng said. The other side isn't stupid. The pills they presented were indeed extraordinary. Judging from the shape of those pills, they are likely to be the legendary Ling pills, Fang Ziyu continued. What? Ling pills? Everyone was astonished. Even the eyes of the chief lit up with spirit. If he mastered the art of refining Ling pills, then breaking through to the innate realm would no longer be difficult. Are you sure those are Ling pills? In Gu Tianheng's eyes, there was desire for further improvement in alchemy techniques. I can't be completely certain, but the form and characteristics match exactly what is recorded in ancient texts about Ling pills. The pill was the size of a longan fruit, crystal clear and shining faintly with a pale yellow light. Moreover, unlike our refined pills which sometimes have a bitter smell, this one had a pleasant fragrance. Just by lightly sniffing it, I immediately felt refreshed and invigorated as though filled with strength, Fang Ziyu described. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianheng's eyes brightened, and he said, it seems this is indeed the legendary Ling pill. What does it do, and who possesses it? Chief, the Ling pill is called Yuanqi pill. It is rumored to help martial artists enhance their cultivation, even assisting dark energy peak martial artists to break through to the master level. And the possessor of this Ling pill is the murderer of my master, said Fang Ziyu, showing signs of pain, as if suffering from not having avenged his master. What exactly happened? Asked Gu Tianheng in astonishment. That girl proposed to use the millennium medicinal herb in exchange for her pills. My master believed that millennium medicinal herbs are treasures of our Medicine Valley and cannot be casually traded. Besides, he could not decide on behalf of the chief about the millennium herbs. He claimed he could make her hand over the pills without resistance. Because I did not know his plan, I didn't stop him in time. Fang Ziyu narrated. He dared not say that his master feared the chief wouldn't part with the millennium herbs, so he took a risky move. What exactly was your master's plan? How could anyone, unless utterly foolish, just give away such a precious pill and formula? Did your master plan to snatch others' pills and formulas? Gu Tianheng exclaimed wide-eyed. Admittedly, he guessed correctly to some extent. It wasn't exactly a straight theft, but something akin to that. My master did not openly snatch, but he claimed that the girl stole pills and formulas from our Medicine Valley. He ordered the girl to return them and assured her that it wouldn't hold against her. But unexpectedly, both the girl and the man beside her were hard opponents. At that point, someone trying to ingratiate themselves with the Medicine Valley volunteered to fight them, yet he was quickly defeated and killed. My master originally thought that the man's strength was merely at the same peak level of hidden energy, but who would have guessed? The man was actually a master. Fang Ziyu sighed deeply. How do you know for sure that the opponent is a master? Perhaps he was also at the peak level of hidden energy, but just stronger in cultivation methods? Asked the first elder. Because the opponent defeated my master with a single move, with two fingers pressed together forming a beam of light like a sword, a hallmark sign of inner energy projection by a master. With just a flick, my master couldn't evade, and was split into two halves. My master died very tragically. Chief, please avenge my master. Fang Ziyu showed a pained expression. Wu Hui truly a fool. How could he rush to seize another's property, without understanding the situation clearly? Such dirty tricks might work on ordinary people, but the other side can produce Ling pills. How could they be simple folk? Behind these individuals, there may exist powers no less formidable than Medicine Valley. Even if they have no backing power, there are countless ways to entice them, such as inviting them to serve as honorary members of Medicine Valley. This way, not only would we obtain the formula, we wouldn't end up making enemies, Gu Tianheng sighed. But should we simply let this go and allow others to bully us right under Medicine Valley's nose? The first elder said angrily. Even though he felt that Elder Wu's actions were morally questionable, the other party was still acting for the benefit of Medicine Valley. If Medicine Valley did not avenge him, it would chill the hearts of many. I didn't say we should just let it go. However, Elder Wu's actions lacked righteousness, so we can't openly seek revenge. The first thing we need to do is investigate the identities of that man and woman. Then we'll decide what to do next, Gu Tianheng said, massaging his forehead with a hint of a headache. Undoubtedly, Gu Tianheng was a very rational person. Only such individuals could lead Medicine Valley on a longer, more stable path. At that moment, a deafening voice entered the ears of everyone in Medicine Valley. Lin Qing seeks an audience with the chief of Medicine Valley. The shout, delivered with internal energy by Lin Qing, struck directly at the chests of the listeners, as if it was aimed right at their hearts. Some of the weaker practitioners almost fainted. Of course, this was just her normal inner cry without any offensive power. Otherwise, the people of Medicine Valley would have suffered grievously. As for the common folk of Medicine Valley, they remained unharmed since they had no martial arts training, and Lin Qing was not one to kill indiscriminately. Her voice only affected those who possessed internal energy, so the ordinary people experienced no harm. They merely thought how loud and clear the sound was, seeming far away, but actually right beside them. Lin Qing? Who is she? Gu Tianheng was startled by this voice, realizing from the power behind it that this individual was no ordinary figure. Chief, Lin Qing is Master Lin, said Elder 3, Gu Yunhui, opening his mouth. He had accompanied young Lord Gu Lufeng to Zhongzhou City for discussions with Honglian auction house, and had met Lin Qing there, learning her identity. Upon hearing these words, Gu Tianheng immediately stood up from his seat and hurriedly headed toward the entrance of Medicine Valley, followed closely by the rest of Medicine Valley's members. Master Lin, why has she come here? Could she be looking for me? Hopefully, she's not here to cause trouble. Gu Tianheng privately mused. It turns out he wasn't too far off. Lin Qing had indeed come to find him, and it wasn't going to be pleasant. Li Erniu glanced at the little girl near the entrance, his face revealing shock. He hadn't anticipated that such a high-level expert would appear at the door of Medicine Valley, someone whose mere voice carried an immense oppressive presence. Chapter 309. An explanation is needed. Li Erniu had just regained his composure when he saw the master of Yaogu and all the elders, who were rarely seen, rush out from the tallest building in the distance. They looked like nimble little birds flying gracefully down. Of course, they couldn't stay suspended in the air forever. Their feet occasionally touched the ground as they continued to move forward. The valley master descended like an eagle spreading its wings. The master of the medicinal valley was a Xiao Fa real person, while each elder was either at the peak of the entry path or the pinnacle of hidden power martial artists. For them, this small trick was effortless. Although they couldn't fly, relying on other things to briefly glide through the air was no problem. Of course, for them, this was trivial, but for ordinary people, it was nothing short of a miracle. So these Taoists really are immortals, Jia Yunfei exclaimed. In her view, the timeless beauty before her eyes and the flying Taoists could be nothing but immortal beings. Jia Yunpeng, however, felt that something serious must have happened here. Otherwise, why would all the Taoists from the highest level of buildings in Yaogu come rushing out? Usually, those living in the best houses had the most authority within a family. And so too with the medicinal valley, those rushing out must be the elders. If he could invite one elder to refine elixirs for his grandfather's illness would surely be cured. With this thought, Jia Yunpeng grew eager and quietly made his way towards the entrance of the medicine valley. Yunfei, rest here for a moment. I'll go take a look around, Jia Yunpeng said hastily, heading towards the entrance of the medicinal valley. This time, he did not bring his sister. Sometimes, she only caused more harm than good. Li Erniu watched as many important figures hurried this way, inwardly thinking. Could it be that the little girl's voice was too loud, disturbing the master's discussion with the elders, which angered them? Although the girl mentioned seeking the master, he thought such a great figure could not possibly meet anyone who asked for an audience, no matter how impressive the girl seemed. In his eyes, the master was undoubtedly more powerful. With this thought, Li Erniu hurriedly spoke. Little girl, you should leave quickly. You've likely angered the master and the elders, who are coming down to deal with you. Even though he'd never seen such a situation, he believed he guessed correctly. After all, the little girl's behavior earlier seemed quite provocative. Never before had anyone dared to shout at the entrance of the medicinal valley. He had never considered that those great figures he saw might be rushing down because they feared the little girl. Still, the reason he warned her was twofold. One, he assumed she was with Jia Yunpeng, whose money he'd just accepted. It was right to give a reminder since perhaps she was merely curious, and her crime didn't warrant death. Two, Lin Qing was extraordinarily beautiful. Beauty inspired natural goodwill in men. Rest assured, they're not coming to settle accounts with me. They've come to see me. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Li Erniu naturally didn't believe her words. To him, the elegant young lady appeared lacking in judgment, treating this place as if it were the secular world. In the secular world, others might flatter you for your wealth, but not here. It was the medicinal valley, where money meant absolutely nothing. Seeing Lin Qing being so uninformed, Li Erniu ceased further reminders. Still, he privately lamented. Such a beautiful woman would soon meet her end. Fang Ziyu also rushed downwards behind the elders, and within minutes, all the high-ranking individuals of the medicinal valley arrived at the entrance. To project the aura of a true martial expert, the medicinal valley master gracefully descended from above, landing before the crowd. At first, he didn't speak but instead scrutinized the young girl standing some distance away. The more he examined her, the more astonished he became. He couldn't sense her cultivation level at all, indicating that she far surpassed him by more than just a little. At this moment, Fang Ziyu's voice rang in his ear. How dare you come to my medicinal valley? Fang Ziyu asked angrily. In front of many skilled practitioners of the medicinal valley, he gained a modicum of confidence, unlike during the herbal exchange meeting when he timidly failed to stand up to them. Oh, why shouldn't I dare? The medicinal valley isn't some ferocious beast. Lin Qing replied nonchalantly. Ziyu, show respect in front of the grandmaster. Hurry up and apologize to Elder Lin. Gu Tianheng said coldly. What? She's Elder Lin? Fang Ziyu said in panic, the news hitting him like a thunderbolt. What? Do you know Master Lin? Gu Tianheng asked coldly. Fang Ziyu's behavior seemed as though he had some grudge against Master Lin, and they certainly didn't want to invite any trouble because of him. Before Fang Ziyu could open his mouth, Lin Qing smiled and said, So you're the master of the medicinal valley? Yes, I am. This humble person is Gu Tianheng. May I ask what brings Master Lin to our humble valley? Gu Tianheng asked calmly. The elder from your medicinal valley falsely accused me of stealing something from here and intended to seize my pills and prescriptions. You owe me an explanation, Lin Qing said in a light tone. As soon as Lin Qing finished speaking, Gu Tianheng realized that the girl mentioned by Fang Ziyu was indeed Master Lin, and the man accompanying her also possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Then, his eyes moved to the man standing beside Lin Qing. First, he noticed the man's appearance, truly a handsome individual, even surpassing his own son. Though his son, Gu Lufeng, was already considered handsome by many, this man easily outshone him. Next, he extended his mental energy toward the man, feeling an extremely strong aura emanating from him. This aura was no less than his own, indicating that the man wasn't much weaker than him either. Truly, young talents emerge as heroes. Gu Tianheng inwardly marveled. He suddenly felt like the new generation was pushing aside the old, ready to dominate. Upon realizing that these two were the ones who killed the fifth elder, Gu Tianheng understood that not only would they be unable to seek revenge, but they'd also have to compensate for their losses. After all, there was no way he could handle both of them together. But before he could say anything, the first elder stepped forward and said, Master Lin, isn't this a bit excessive? Zhang Wuhui tricked you, but he was also killed by your people. And yet, you demand an explanation from our medicinal valley. Gu Tianheng waved his hand, signaling for the elder to stop talking. He knew the elder was straightforward, but at this moment, he didn't wish to provoke Lin Qing. If compensation within a reasonable range could mend things, then so be it. Chapter 310, The Imminent Battle. What kind of explanation are you looking for? Gu Tianheng asked after a brief moment of thought. All I want is simple. I just need all the Millennium Spirit herbs from your medicine valley, Lin Qing said calmly. Though she claimed her demands were not excessive, and indeed in terms of quantity, they weren't much. After all, Medicine Valley only had 3 such herbs. But in terms of quality, these Millennium herbs were among the most valuable and treasured items in the entire Medicine Valley. What? Lin Qing, don't go too far, Gu Tianheng growled, his face darkening. Even he, who always sought peace, could not help but show anger at this request. The elders, upon sensing their master's rage, grew instantly alert, feeling that things would not end well. Jia Yunpeng, who was hiding nearby eavesdropping, felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly was this girl called Lin Qing, to speak like this to the master of Medicine Valley? He silently thanked his stars that he hadn't fallen for her beauty earlier and antagonized her. There's an old poem that says, life is precious, love even more so, but if freedom were lost, both might be forsaken. But for him, neither love nor freedom compared with life itself. Without life, nothing else mattered. Moreover, his attraction to Lin Qing was merely a fleeting infatuation, nowhere near true love. At this moment, everyone heard a laugh as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song. Ha ha ha, master, don't get angry yet. You won't give me the Millennium herbs for free. In return, I can teach you how to refine pills. Considering these herbs as my tuition, Lin Qing smiled, proposing. Her words enraged them further. They simply didn't believe Lin Qing had exceptional pill refining skills. After all, one's energy is finite. That she had become a grandmaster at such a young age already amazed them, leading them to call her a prodigy. If she were also an expert in pill refining, they'd feel their whole lives had been wasted. They failed to realize that Lin Qing truly did possess superior pill-making abilities. Although she wasn't a practitioner primarily focused on refining pills, her pill-making skills were still considered above average among cultivators in the immortal realm. For many cultivators, the higher their cultivation became, the broader their repertoire of skills widened. Refining pills and crafting artifacts were among the most common. As a Yuaning stage cultivator in her past life, whether it was refining pills or forging artifacts, she excelled at them effortlessly. Not to mention, even if her pill-making skills were average compared to others in the immortal continent, here on this planet, they would still outshine everyone else. Given the decline of pill-making technology here, it was like a college student showing up amidst a crowd of elementary school kids. No matter how talented some of those kids might be, they'd still be no match. I teach you how to refine pills. Are you humiliating our Medicine Valley? Gu Tianheng retorted furiously. Could it be that our collective skills in refining pills aren't as good as yours, little girl? Furthermore, regardless of how talented one may be, years of accumulated experience are required for continuous improvement in pill refining. Humiliating you? No way. My pill-making skill may not be perfect, but teaching you will be effortless, Lin Qing declared seriously. Clearly, the masses of Medicine Valley refused to believe her words. Alas, why does speaking the truth never earn belief? Lin Qing found herself quite helpless about this situation. Master Lin, your arrogance has gone too far. Allow me to see your great moves, said the great elder angrily stepping forward. Let me take care of it. None of you are a match for her, Gu Tianheng interjected, stepping forth himself and taking a defensive stance. You're challenging me? Lin Qing asked, exasperated. I may not be as strong as Master Lin, but I won't surrender easily. Wanting to claim our Millennium herbs unreasonably, it's nothing but a dream. Our Medicine Valley has stood for centuries, not without reasons, Gu Tianheng replied coldly. Remember, their clan had a secret combined formation, the 7 Yang Thunder Formation. This formation required 7 powerful individuals working together to unleash tremendous power, capable of defeating anyone below the innate stage. However, this array could only last around 15 minutes or so. And once used, those 7 participants would fall into physical weakness afterward, needing several days to fully recover. After all, this combined technique essentially drained their life essence for a sudden burst of power. Though its force was astonishing, the aftermath was significant. If they employed this technique against Lin Qing, then afterward, Medicine Valley would have only 2 peak initiates left to handle situations. Should a master-level external enemy arise, it could spell doom for Medicine Valley. However, Medicine Valley had extensive connections. After dealing with Lin Qing and the man beside her, they could immediately contact some powerful allies they normally got along well with for help. Since Lin Qing was being too overbearing, they wouldn't blame Medicine Valley for being ruthless this time. They were preparing to take down 2 masters at once. After all, failure to eradicate one's enemies would allow them to regrow just like grass in a spring breeze. The other man didn't look like someone who would let things go either, so they decided not to hesitate and solve both problems at once to avoid future trouble. With this thought, Gu Tianheng's eyes revealed a concealed madness. As for Medicine Valley's accusations, Lin Qing found herself equally helpless. She really hadn't come to stir up trouble. She originally planned that if negotiations failed, She would offer a few pills made from Millennium Spirit herbs, confident that her pills' effects would surpass those produced by the other party. But unfortunately, the other side proved inflexible. Well, in this world brute force still reigned supreme. Anyway, these Millennium herbs were something she absolutely needed to acquire. If they weren't willing to hand them over, then she would just take them by force. Fine, then have it your way, Lin Qing said faintly. The moment her words fell silent, Gu Tianheng shouted, "Prepare the formation." With his order, 6 more elders appeared. In an instant, forming a group led by Gu Tianheng, 7 people lined up. The pattern resembled that of the Big Dipper constellation. Each of them took out a necklace around their necks, revealing glowing crystals attached. These must be spiritual stones used to set up formations. Perhaps the opponent plans to attack me using a formation? Humph, let me see how skillful you are with array tactics, Lin Qing silently speculated. Of course, on the surface, Lin Qing remained completely calm, but while she wasn't worried about their formation, she couldn't help envying the spiritual stones the other side used for setting up the formation. Oh, isn't this supposed to be the Big Dipper 7-star formation from some martial arts novel? Lin Qing teased lightly. Humph, allow you to witness our Medicine Valley's 7-Yang Thunder formation, Gu Tianheng scoffed coldly. Seeing the carefree demeanor of the opponent, he smirked inwardly. You keep underestimating us, but soon you'll be utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 311. Lin Qing is a Shantan strengthener. Qing, let me help you, Jiang Beichen said. No need. Even if all of them come at once, they are no match for me. Besides, it's been a long time since I last fought. This is a good opportunity to warm up, Lin Qing replied calmly. Humph, boasting too much, Gu Tianheng sneered coldly. To Gu Tianheng, the two of them coming together would be perfect since it meant they could take care of the situation at once. However, even without this arrangement, when the battle got intense, others were bound to join in eventually. At that moment, everyone noticed that the crystals in the hands of 7 individuals began to shine with a golden light. The light reflected into the air and formed the shape of 7 stars. The glow disappeared instantly, but where the constellation vanished, dark clouds began to gather, growing larger and larger. Faint streaks of purple lightning could barely suppress their appearance. Looking around, the dark clouds resembled a vast gray patchwork quilt lazily covering the sky. Gusts of fierce wind howled through, swaying grasses gently and forcing trees to bow under pressure as their lush leaves pressed against each other, rustling softly in greeting or perhaps dancing happily. The sky grew increasingly darker, almost instantly enveloped by night's deep shadow. Initially, the thunder growled low like a lost child crying softly in a corner, hoping for rescue. When hope turned to despair, the sobs became piercing screams, heart-wrenchingly tragic. Just then, a flash of light tore through the darkness like a fiery snake cutting open the sky, followed by a thunderclap so powerful that the earth shook violently. The thunder sounded as if mountains were collapsing mightily and rolled across the entire sky. After another brief pause, rumbling thunder growled again before a sudden thunderous crack struck out, aiming directly towards Lin Qing's position like an explosive cannonball. These Taoist masters really are divine beings, summoning wind and rain, controlling lightning, Jia Yunpeng whispered to himself. He thought the woman named Lin Qing was doomed to die. Alas, what a pity. Lin Qing stared solemnly at the incoming bolt of lightning. She had indeed underestimated the cultivators on this planet. She never imagined they could generate such power. Although the lightning was potent, for her, who had reached the Shinten realm, it wasn't enough to defeat her. Still, this was beyond ordinary strength. But such a level of lightning was something Jiang Beichen couldn't withstand. Fortunately, he had retreated earlier upon her advice. Jiang Beichen clearly noticed the immense power of the lightning. He wondered if Lin Qing could truly resist it despite knowing how formidable she was. Concern crept over him subtly. Qing, be careful, Jiang Beichen called out with furrowed brows. If looked closely, his eyebrows seemed tight enough to crush a mosquito between them. Don't worry, this lightning won't harm me, Lin Qing said assuredly. She activated her body forging technique, the Phoenix Body Refining Decree, and her body shone with a radiant gold as if forged entirely of metal. Her training had just advanced to the 3rd level, Golden Body, and now this lightning offered a great chance to temper her physical form. Oh, bring it on. There's no need for me to evade this lightning. Lin Qing smiled calmly as she punched straight towards the bolt. Humph, excessive arrogance, the great elder sneered. Lin Qing's golden fist collided with the thick beam of lightning the size of a bull mouth. Upon impact, an enormous force erupted, blowing dust and debris everywhere, causing those present to cover their eyes. Those weaker in strength struggled to remain standing, while others were knocked back by the shockwave. This clash also produced strong winds which howled and wreaked havoc, bending small trees and making their branches creak, scattering leaves throughout the sky. Trees with thinner trunks broke off from the force. Gradually, the wind settled down, leaving destruction reminiscent of a typhoon's passage. Standing steadfast here besides Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were only the master and elders of the Medicine Valley. Meanwhile, Jia Yunpeng found a sheltered spot and crouched to avoid being blown away, narrowly escaping due to his distance from the battlefield. If caught in its radius, his life would have been in peril. Cough, cough. They're truly not human, terrifying, Jia Yunpeng muttered to himself. As the violent currents finally calmed, people observed Lin Qing standing unscathed, without a single injury. This is impossible, Gu Tianheng exclaimed with wide eyes, nearly bulging out of his sockets. He believed Lin Qing would certainly be defeated by this blow. To see her uninjured was beyond comprehension. It's impossible. Impossible, the elders shouted in disbelief. Elders, we have attacked Lin Qing several times. I can't believe we can't injure her. Gu Tianheng said coldly. The Valley Master's orders were impossible to disobey, especially since if they failed to kill the opponent, they feared the other would destroy the Medicine Valley. Immediately, the senior members of the Medicine Valley focused all their energy and launched one attack after another. With each assault, their yuan qi grew increasingly weaker. And Lin Qing, as she watched these attacks come, smiled. She was just wondering how to find lightning to temper her body when unexpectedly, these people gave her a surprise. The power for tempering couldn't be too weak or too strong. Too weak, and it wouldn't be effective. Too strong, and she couldn't bear it. But right now, the intensity of the lightning suited her perfectly. Fortunately, the people from the Medicine Valley didn't notice Lin Qing's smile. Otherwise, they might think she had gone mad due to being struck by lightning. After all, who would be so happy about getting hit by lightning? As for Jiang Beichen, seeing that Lin Qing was unhurt after being struck by lightning and even smiled, he finally put aside his worry. At the same time, Lin Qing's strength in his mind rose to another level. Sigh. What could he do with such a powerful future wife? At this moment, he faintly felt powerless. This way, the people of the Medicine Valley unleashed 7 bolts of lightning in succession. By the end, the Valley Master and the other 6 elders were on the verge of collapse, their faces deathly pale, as if resting any later would mean certain doom. Yet despite this, when they saw that Lin Qing remained unscathed, they felt nothing but despair. How could they continue to fight? Was the woman some kind of monster? You? Could it be that you've reached the Xiantian realm? Gu Tianheng couldn't help but suspect. Only someone at the Xiantian realm could endure such a barrage of lightning and remain unharmed. I am indeed in the Xiantian realm, Lin Qing admitted. Upon hearing Lin Qing's confirmation, everyone fell into total despair. They somewhat regretted not giving up those 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. Now it seemed like their lives would soon end. Gu Tianheng regretted the most. He regretted endlessly over his mistaken judgment. If the Medicine Valley were destroyed during his reign, he would become its eternal disgrace. Even in death, he probably wouldn't rest peacefully. Chapter 312. I never intended to kill you. Master Lin, the attack this time is my fault. You can do whatever you want with me, but I beg you to forgive the others in the Medicine Valley. They were just following my orders. Please don't hold their actions against them. Gu Tianheng may have been vain, but he looked as brave as if ready to face his doom. Lord of the Valley, no. If anyone dies, we die together. Are we cowards? The great elder said as he looked at the Lord's resolute appearance. Yes, Lord of the Valley, we fear no death. We should live as heroes and even in death be mighty spirits. Lord of the Valley, if we must die, let's die together. We won't give in. All the elders voiced their agreement one after another. You are all silent now. Do you want me to die with regrets? Do you want the Medicine Valley to perish alongside us? Gu Tianheng said coldly. The elders were scolded harshly, but no one complained. Instead, sadness crept onto their faces, seemingly saddened by what was about to happen to the Lord of the Valley. They hated Lin Qing deeply at that moment, but no one dared to show it. They wanted to survive because their lives were traded for by the Lord of the Valley, so they had to cherish them. Besides, they still bore the heavy responsibility for the future development of the Medicine Valley. Lin Qing watched the scene before her thoughtfully. She hadn't expected the people of the Medicine Valley to be so united. Even though there were greedy individuals like the 5th elder within the Medicine Valley, the overall impression she had of its people wasn't bad. Lord of the Valley, you misunderstand me. I never intended to kill any of you. Lin Qing spoke lightly. But these words thundered through everyone's ears, stunning them into disbelief. Was Lin Qing really not going to kill them? Wasn't it rumored that she detested evil with a vengeance and was ruthless? This was simply unbelievable. In truth, Lin Qing didn't wish to kill them. One reason was that she was not bloodthirsty anymore unless someone violated her prohibitions. Secondly, they attacked her relentlessly because she planned to seize the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine from the Medicine Valley, which she could understand. Furthermore, their attacks had not harmed her, but instead helped her strengthen her body. Therefore, she wouldn't take too much offense against them. Thirdly, she considered Jiang Beichen. After all, the Medicine Valley was one of China's great sects, and large-scale casualties here would surely draw national attention. And since Jiang Beichen was affiliated with the state, she did not wish to put him in a difficult position. You won't kill us? Gu Tianheng revealed a look of surprise and joy. That's right, but your 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine and the spirit stones in your possession will belong to me entirely. If you continue to resist, I don't mind killing you, Lin Qing remarked nonchalantly. No one doubted the authenticity of her statement. Fine, we'll hand over everything to you. Gu Tianheng hurriedly agreed. Only now did he fully grasp how precious life was. He had prepared himself to meet his end, yet he didn't expect a reversal. Although the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine was crucial, as long as he stayed alive, it was possible for him to regain it. If he had known earlier that his stubborn resistance would lead to such results, not only losing the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, but also all the spirit stones, he would have given up far sooner. As for why Lin Qing wanted the spirit stones, it was because keeping them in the hands of the Medicine Valley was a waste. She could utilize them to refine superior spiritual tools. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. What I teach you later will definitely be worth it, Lin Qing smiled. However, the people of the Medicine Valley didn't feel the same way. They believed Lin Qing to be shameless. This was certainly taking advantage. In fact, it was an outrageous gain. Lin Qing sighed upon seeing the demeanor of the Medicine Valley members. Oh well, looks like I need to provide evidence since none of you believe me. You should all know that the 5th elder tried to steal my pills. Clearly, these pills aren't something your Medicine Valley can produce. That's why he valued them so much and attempted theft. These pills are called Yuan Qi pills, which I created. And these aren't even the best pills I've refined. She reached into her pocket, pretending to retrieve something from it, but actually pulling a jade vial containing Yuan Qi pills from her storage space. She pulled out one pill, held it between two fingers, and threw it towards Gu Tianheng. Though physically weak, Gu Tianheng was still the most powerful among them and therefore in better condition compared to the others. Extending his 5 fingers, he caught the pill effortlessly. He opened his palm, and everyone immediately gathered around, curious and eager to see the legendary pill. Wow, this is exactly the same as the famous spirit pill described in legends. The 9th elder exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the smell is also very pleasant, completely unlike the medicines we have produced. I just take a sniff and already feel my weakened body improving a little. The great elder exclaimed in surprise. Gu Tianheng, listening to the discussion among the elders, had already confirmed that the pill before him was indeed the miraculous elixir recorded in the ancient texts. This was really refined by you? Gu Tianheng's eyes revealed disbelief. Of course, why would I lie to you? Lin Qing said indifferently. You mean you will teach us this art of pill refining? Recalling the earlier words of Lin Qing, Gu Tianheng asked with excitement in his voice. Of course, but how much you can learn depends on your own insight. Lin Qing said. Initially, Gu Tianheng and the elders thought Lin Qing was bluffing about her pill refining abilities. They believed she only wanted their 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine and claimed she could teach them, so she wouldn't appear to be taking it solely for herself. It turned out that Lin Qing not only knew pill refining but possessed such remarkable skills that she could be called a true master of pill refining. If they had known this from the start, why would they have opposed Lin Qing? Although the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine was valuable, compared to these miraculous pills and the knowledge of pill refinement, its worth wasn't as high. After all, techniques were renewable resources, while the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine was not. Once used up, there would be none left. Unfortunately, at the beginning, none of them believed Lin Qing's words, which left her feeling helpless. Let's go, take a look at your 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Lin Qing smiled and said, Master Lin, sorry, please wait a moment more. My legs are still feeling weak, Gu Tianheng admitted, blushing slightly. The phrase weak legs led Lin Qing to a mischievous thought. She chuckled softly and said, then take that Yuan Qi pill. Although Lin Qing felt somewhat reluctant to give him the Yuan Qi pill, she quickly forgot that discomfort when she considered that she'd soon get the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. This isn't appropriate, is it? Gu Tianheng swallowed hard, hesitating. This was an elixir, a legendary one. He felt almost unworthy of consuming it, as if doing so would desecrate something precious. Chapter 313, Entering the Medicine Pavilion. Lin Qing looked at the hesitant figure with growing impatience, picked up the pill from Gu Tianheng's palm, and flicked it straight into his throat. Gu Tianheng only felt a cool sensation permeate his body, instantly reviving his previously exhausted state, as if energized by adrenaline. He could even feel a subtle increase in his internal power. This truly deserves to be called a spirit medicine. Its efficacy is so incredible, far surpassing the pills I have refined. Gu Tianheng murmured inwardly. He guessed that this pill must not have been made from a millennium-grade spirit herb. Otherwise, Lin Zhongsher wouldn't have been so generous in giving it to him. His guess was that the pill was more likely refined from herbs that were a few hundred years old. The fact that herbs of just a few hundred years could refine such an extraordinary pill left him feeling as though all his previous experience in refining pills had gone to waste. After Gu Tianheng absorbed all the energy of the Yuan Qi pill, he stood up, immediately regaining his air of superiority. The effects of this spirit pill are exactly as described in ancient texts, truly remarkable. Otherwise, we would need at least a week of cultivation to fully recover our strength. Even with the pills we refine ourselves, it would take several days to return to normal, the elder said with a sigh. After all, the 7-yang thunder array caused great damage to the body. It was essentially a method that drained one's strength. Yes, if we can learn this pill refining technique, it would be absolutely marvelous. The elders chattered joyfully, all aware that this would be a significant contribution to the Medicine Valley. For alchemists, there was nothing more attractive than improving their pill refining skills. In truth, this does not qualify as a true spirit pill. It's merely a semi-spirit pill, refined from semi-spirit herbs. A true spirit pill, like the jeweling pill, is far more effective than the Yuan Qi pill. Lin Qing casually interjected. What? This isn't a true spirit pill? Then what exactly is the jeweling pill? Gu Tianheng asked curiously, having never even heard of such a pill. The jeweling pill is a spirit pill capable of enhancing the martial abilities or cultivation levels of warriors and practitioners. It must be refined from a millennium-grade spirit herb. Upon consumption, it can also improve one's physical constitution, somewhat akin to purifying the marrow. Furthermore, it isn't limited to boosting the abilities of lower-level warriors or cultivators. It can also enhance those of masters, realmsmen of the Tao, and even Shantan warriors. Lin Qing calmly explained the effectiveness of the jeweling pill. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Medicine Valley were struck as though thunder had crashed in their hearts. What? Is there really such a miraculous divine pill in this world? It's truly beyond anything we've ever heard of. Gu Tianheng immediately realized his worldview had completely shifted. He now felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, his originally deep-set eyes glowing with curiosity. No wonder Master Lin's cultivation has advanced so quickly. Who would have thought they could refine such a divine pill? Gu Tianheng silently reflected. It wasn't just Gu Tianheng who reacted this way. Some other elders were similarly amazed, feeling as if all their life experiences were being wasted on someone else. If I refine the jeweling pill, I can show it to you. Lin Qing smiled lightly. Hearing this, everyone grew ecstatic. Master Lin, please follow me this way. Gu Tianheng respectfully spoke, as though addressing his own master. Lin Qing led the way forward, naturally followed closely by Jiang Beicheng, while Gu Tianheng and the others from Medicine Valley lagged slightly behind. Fang Ziyu watched Lin Qing's retreating figure with a complex expression. He couldn't believe how powerful she truly was. Given her immense skill, it seemed impossible to avenge his master. How could anyone possibly avenge against her when even Medicine Valley's greatest efforts, its leader and various elders combined, were unable to injure her? Master, it's not that I don't want to avenge you, but she's too strong. Blame your misfortune for provoking such a formidable character as Lin Qing. Fang Ziyu internally lamented. Seeing the deferential manner of the Medicine Valley leaders toward Lin Qing, he realized if he were to seek revenge, the Medicine Valley would likely be the first to abandon him or even punish him harshly. In no time, the head of Medicine Valley led Lin Qing to the storied Medicine Pavilion. It was a small, inconspicuous building amidst the many towering pavilions of the Medicine Valley. Yet despite its humble appearance, it was surrounded by an array. To Lin Qing, it was a simple 5-elements illusionary array, but for others, it was quite complex. Additionally, hidden around the small pavilion were 2 peak experts in concealed strength. One would hardly imagine such an unassuming place housed the most precious treasures of Medicine Valley, the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. To an alchemist, the most valuable things were, of course, spirit herbs. Esteemed Master Lin, this is our Medicine Valley's storied medicine pavilion. Gu Tianheng introduced it with pride. Without exaggeration, when it came to spirit medicines, probably no one on this planet had a collection as rich as Medicine Valley's. Master Gu, your medicine pavilion has excellent anti-theft measures. Lin Qing remarked with a smile. The moment Lin Qing spoke, Gu Tianheng knew she had discovered the 2 experts at the peak of concealed strength. After all, the spiritual power of Shentan warriors was extremely powerful, and thus he wasn't surprised. Flattery, esteemed Master Lin. Gu Tianheng responded with a grin. Your 2 concealed strength peak warriors, plus a 5-elements illusionary array, would make it hard for an average person to succeed. Even a Grandmaster warrior might find it challenging. Lin Qing stated. After all, even a Grandmaster warrior may not be well versed in array formations and could easily be deceived. Esteemed Master Lin, you know about array formations too? Gu Tianheng asked in surprise. He never expected that Lin Qing was also an expert in multiple fields. Even if she had taken spirit medicine, her knowledge was still astonishing. Just a little bit. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Though Lin Qing claimed she only knew a little, Gu Tianheng did not believe that. If she really knew so little, how could she immediately discern the existence of the array? It was clear that she had deep knowledge in this area. Then, Gu Tianheng led the way inside after opening the door. All these herbs were collected over hundreds of years by the predecessors of our Medicine Valley. These are our most precious medicinal plants and millennium spirit herbs, though even the lowest quality herbs here are centuries old. Gu Tianheng explained. How many millennium spirit herbs do you have here? Lin Qing inquired. She wasn't particularly interested in century-old herbs since they were of little help to her now. There are 6 millennium spirit herbs in total. Gu Tianheng replied without lying. What? I heard that your Medicine Valley only has 3 millennium spirit herbs. Lin Qing exclaimed with surprise. That's just a rumor. Only the successive valley masters can enter here. How would they know? Gu Tianheng answered. Chapter 314, 100 Flowers Bloom. Lin Qing roughly scanned the surroundings and discovered many rare herbs that would be useful to her. For the people of Medicine Valley, there were quite a few centuries-old herbs whose uses were unknown. But for Lin Qing, she instantly recognized their worth and significance. Ho ho, this place is pretty good, Lin Qing complimented. Hee, our Medicine Valley collection is indeed very substantial, Gu Tianheng said proudly. As Lin Qing smelled the medicine-infused aroma throughout the room, she felt quite satisfied and said, all right, you can go out now. I need to thoroughly study these herbs. Gu Tianheng knew that arguing would be futile. Could he really stop her even if she emptied out the entire Medicine Valley? No, it was impossible. With much reluctance, he left the herb repository. Lin Qing's spirit awareness started scanning every corner of the herb storage, as she didn't want to miss any herbs that might be useful to her. Flame fruit, although it only has a 500-year cultivation age, it's an essential ingredient for creating fire spirit talismans. 9-leaf 5-colored flower. This is a very peculiar flower. Its petals are in a mix of 5 colors, surrounded by 9 leaves that look like hands holding up the flower. It's used to refine 9 transformation soul-restoring pills, which, as its name suggests, have the power to revive a soul. It can restore life to someone who has just died, provided the pill is administered quickly after death before the soul is taken away by the Grim Reapers. If a person's soul is taken, it would be troublesome. 1,000-year golden bamboo. Those unfamiliar with it may mistake it for a thick stick. After all, bamboo grown for 1,000 years doesn't resemble ordinary bamboo. It's dark green-black, slightly dried. However, it can be refined into a thunder-type magical instrument. Of course, aside from these items, there were plenty more materials useful for making spirit talismans, refining pills, and creating magical artifacts. Ho, this trip has been so worthwhile. I never imagined there would be so many good things here. Lin Qing quietly rejoiced inside. The elders of Medicine Valley probably only kept these treasures because they were rare, most likely without even knowing what they were or their exact uses. They simply collected them. But this worked out well for Lin Qing. It was like enjoying the fruits of labor planted by others. These collectors could never have anticipated that their efforts would not benefit the people of Medicine Valley, but instead help an outsider. Still, only in Lin Qing's capable hands could these items fully realize their potential. Inside the hidden pharmacy, Lin Qing took out her alchemical furnace from her storage space to prepare medicinal pills. Naturally, before beginning, she transmitted a sound outside the door to Jiang Beichen. I'm going into seclusion to refine pills. During this period, do not let anyone or anything disturb me. After all, refining pills or instruments requires immense concentration and care. One slip-up can ruin everything. Moreover, these resources were extremely scarce on this planet. If accidentally destroyed, Lin Qing would be devastated. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Lin Qing tirelessly refined pills, forged instruments, and created spirit talismans. As the scent of spiritual pills from the furnace spread, all the flowers within Medicine Valley, still in bud form, started blooming one after another. Though Medicine Valley boasted a beautiful environment akin to a picturesque painting, this synchronized blooming of all flowers was unprecedented. Some visitors seeking remedies in Medicine Valley marveled, whispering among themselves, the master alchemists of Medicine Valley truly possessed divine abilities. Such simultaneous blossoms were unheard of and unseen, mentioned only in myths and legends. The celestial goddess of 100 flowers, also known as the goddess of flowers, manages hundreds of plants and is revered as the master of all flowers. During Empress Wang Mother's birthday celebration, the goddess of flowers invited celestial birds and beasts to celebrate the festivities. To enhance the joyous occasion, Chang'e suggested that the goddess should make all flowers bloom simultaneously. However, since flowers usually open at different locations and times, violating this natural rule comes with necessary punishments. The goddess of flowers declined Chang'e's request, aware that it was inappropriate. From the myths, everyone knows that even the celestial goddess of flowers would receive punishment for forcing all flowers to bloom simultaneously. And yet, here, all the flowers had bloomed miraculously, leaving everyone in awe. Brother, Medicine Valley truly is where immortals reside. Even the flowers bloom harmoniously. It's incredible. Too bad I haven't seen that extraordinarily handsome guy recently. Otherwise, having a romantic encounter under such beautiful circumstances would certainly be pleasant, Jia Yunfei excitedly commented. She hadn't witnessed Lin Qing's grand display of power during the battle against the valley's master and elders, because she had sought refuge indoors due to the strong winds. If she had, how dare she still fantasize about Jiang Beichen? Yunfei, are you talking about the extraordinarily beautiful man and woman we met on the road? Jia Yunpeng asked. Yes, that man is really handsome, but the woman is just so, definitely not as gorgeous as me. Jia Yunfei said with her mouth saying one thing while her heart believed another. She was purely jealous of Lin Qing's beauty. Jia Yunpeng naturally knew his sister's character well. He warned her, from now on, don't mess with that man or woman. They're not people you can offend. What? How could they be? That girl isn't wearing any famous brands at all. How could her family possibly be richer than ours? Jia Yunfei pouted unhappily. Clearly, she had misunderstood her brother's meaning, thinking that Lin Qing must also come from a wealthy second-generation family, even richer than their own. She's not rich. Anyway, they're not someone you should bother. And if you do offend them, don't blame me for being harsh, Jia Yunpeng warned her again. All right. Jia Yunfei had no choice but to nod reluctantly. She dared not disobey her brother. After all, he would soon be the head of the family, and whether she lived comfortably in the future depended on him. There was another reason she'd comply. She assumed her brother meant that Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were from powerful families with political clout. If it were only wealth, she could still try to compete, but if it involved power, there was nothing she could do. After all, in this society, business people never dared challenge those in power. Otherwise, they might easily lose everything. Even if her family's company merely ran into minor trouble orchestrated by the opposing party, it would give her plenty to worry about. As a spoiled heiress, since childhood, she had been taught who she could afford to offend and who she couldn't. Otherwise, if she offended someone beyond her reach, her family wouldn't even be able to protect her. As for Lin Qing, when she stepped out, she immediately saw Jiang Beichen waiting patiently outside the door. In just 3 days, Jiang Beichen had grown a streak of green stubble on his face, making him appear weathered. His clothes were obviously the same ones from 3 days ago, suggesting that Jiang Beichen hadn't left the door for a moment during these past few days. Chapter 315, worth it for you. Lin Qing looked at the somewhat unkempt Jiang Beichen and asked, haven't you rested these past few days? Jiang Beichen nodded and said, you told me not to let others disturb you. I meant you could let the people from the Medicine Valley take turns guarding. You didn't have to do it yourself, Lin Qing replied. But I don't trust them with this. I know how important those spiritual herbs are to you, Jiang Beichen explained. After hearing this, Lin Qing felt a lump in her throat and immediately threw herself into Jiang Beichen's arms, whispering softly, you're so silly. For you, it's worth it. Jiang Beichen's voice was slightly hoarse as he responded. Lin Qing was deeply moved by this. Looking at his weathered but still handsome face, she reached out to touch it. The slightly ticklish feel of his stubble caused a stir in her heart. The two faces gradually approached each other. They could hear each other's heartbeats and feel each other's breaths as their proximity increased. With just a few more centimeters, they would be kissing, clearly forgetting where they were. At that moment, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen heard several coughs. Lin Qing quickly stepped back from Jiang Beichen's embrace, feeling slightly shy as she said, why are you here? Although highly skilled in combat, she was quite innocent when it came to matters of the heart. Hence she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and bashful at being seen in an intimate moment with her boyfriend. I saw nothing, Gu Tianheng quickly declared. The other elders were momentarily speechless, thinking inwardly. Isn't this like trying to cover up, but making it even more obvious? We heard someone reported you had emerged, so we rushed over. We want to check out the spirit-gathering pill you've refined. The elder spoke. The spirit-gathering pill? No problem. As Lin spoke, she pulled out a white jade vial. This vial seemed ordinary, just a plain jade vial with no patterns on the outside. She poured out a pill slightly smaller than a lychee. This pill was light yellow in color and crystal clear within, resembling a bead made from high-quality yellow jadeite, like glass. Of course, everyone knew this wasn't made from yellow jadeite. From the pill, they could feel an intense herbal aroma waft through the air. Yellow jadeite is one of the 5 major color series of jadeite, though it doesn't possess the vitality and life of green jadeite or the mysterious nobility of lavender jadeite. High-quality yellow jadeite gives off a sense of dignity and elegance. Thus, not only is top-notch green jadeite coveted, golden, lustrous pure yellow jadeite is also a rare and valuable gemstone. Even though most people admire rich green jadeite, there are some who truly appreciate the serene simplicity of yellow jadeite. The senior figures of the Medicine Valley were all astonished by the distinct water luster of the pill. Clearly, this pill was purer and more translucent compared to the essence pills they had seen before, and its fragrance was much stronger. Previous essence pills would make them feel refreshed after inhaling. But with this pill, merely smelling it sent a surge of energy flowing into their bodies, instantly activating every cell within them, showing their desire for this pill. Some with lower cultivation levels were surprised and exclaimed, "This truly is a divine pill. Just from smelling it, I already feel an impulse to break through my cultivation bottleneck." Yes, this pill is more beautiful than yesterday's spiritual pill, akin to a splendid and dazzling gemstone, and its fragrance is even stronger. No wonder all the flowers in our Medicine Valley bloomed overnight. It's truly a miracle. Amidst the amazed exclamations, Lin retrieved the spirit-gathering pill. The several elders who hadn't fully recovered from exhausting their spiritual power while casting spells, after just a few whiffs of the fragrance, suddenly felt their bodies nearly recovered. Now seeing Lin put away the pill, they couldn't help but feel regretful. Of course, they weren't coveting her pill. Not facing Lin Zongshi, a born powerful practitioner, would they dare? They simply thought it would be nice if she allowed them a few more whiffs of the pill's fragrance. Regrettably, Lin paid no heed to their sentiments, stating firmly, "Prepare us a room to rest. When we wake up, I will guide you in refining pills." She noticed how exhausted Jiang already was, probably even eating meals that were delivered to the medicine storage tower. Having spent these days refining pills, crafting spirit vessels, and creating spirit talisman liquids, she was also somewhat tired. Of course, she hadn't succeeded in creating spirit talismans because she lacked the materials, spirit beast hides necessary to produce spirit talismans. For now, she could only refine the raw materials into spirit talisman liquids. After all, refining spirit talismans isn't like creating ordinary talismans that only require yellow paper and vermilion ink. To create spirit talismans, one must use the hide of a spirit beast as paper and the juice of some special plants or fruits as ink. Among the spirit beasts she knew were only Xiao Yin and Xiao Jin, her contracted demon beasts. Of course, she would not harm them. In the future, when she encounters a stubborn spirit beast, she could slay it, use its hide to refine spirit talismans, and make roasted meat out of its flesh. Speaking of the meat of spirit beasts, it had been a long time since she last ate it. The meat contained abundant nutrients and essence. Just thinking about it made her drool. Recalling her carefree days in the immortal continent, she felt a tinge of nostalgia. Of course, everyone else watching her wistful expression misinterpreted her feelings, assuming that she was contemplating something inappropriate. Plus, considering that she and Jiang shared one room earlier, along with their impassioned demeanor moments ago, the senior figures of Medicine Valley indulged in wild speculations. Oh, if you two are tired, rest immediately. We can understand. Young people do have high metabolisms after all, Gu Tianheng said with a full smile. The elders also chuckled in a way that Lin found quite strange. How was sleep related to being energetic? Instantly, Gu Tianheng's words revealed his underlying implications. When Lin realized the hidden meanings in his words, she almost wanted to cry. She wished to explain that they had misunderstood, but she realized the more she explained, the more questionable it might seem. All she really desired was a peaceful night's rest. Suddenly, the smiling faces of the people from Medicine Valley felt rather glaring to Lin. Uninterested in engaging with these individuals with unclean minds, she led Jiang toward the resting house. Once inside the room, they noticed its interior decorated in a very classical style. In the farthest corner of the room stood a grand bed over 2 meters wide. Carved pillars adorned the front of the bed, while floral decorations surrounded it poetically. Behind this structure was the main part of the bed itself, the sleeping area. Some more intricate beds even included shelves, money boxes, corner cabinets, snack containers, protective equipment, or spaces for personal belongings. On the right side was a small cabinet similar to modern bedside tables, atop which rested vases, clocks, mirror cases, hat stands, tea sets, and lamps. Lin didn't bother with anything else. Pulling Jiang directly onto the bed, both fell asleep almost instantly. Soon enough, they were deeply lost in slumber. Chapter 316. Heads may be cut off, but the hairstyle must not be messed up. When Lin woke up, she found herself lying on the chest of Jiang like an octopus. She was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that she had slept so soundly and had no guard at all. It seemed that she inherently trusted Jiang from the bottom of her heart. She was just about to move quietly when unexpectedly, with her slight movement, his arm pulled her back into his embrace. She rubbed her nose, which had bumped against his hard muscles, looked up, and met his deep gaze like stars. I woke you up, Lin said. Jiang Beichen gazed at her intensely and nodded. Then I should get up quickly, and you can sleep a little longer, Lin said. You want to run after tempting me? That's what you think, Jiang Beichen said hoarsely. But in Lin ears, this raspy voice added even more charm. I didn't. Before Lin finished her sentence, her lips were sealed by a gentle pinkness, and a series of indescribable breathing exercises began before getting out of bed. By the time both of them got up, it was already evening. The sun tilted westward, spilling crimson afterglow, decorating the leisurely clouds with a golden edge. They looked like brocade or satin. The evening glow gathered and scattered slowly within the embrace of the blue sky, like a painting hung in the sky. First came a patch of goose yellow as the base, followed by a light touch of orange-red. Then, a pale blue ribbon was embedded in the orange-red. One end of the ribbon gradually unfolded into a wide, blood-red scarf, extending further and further until reaching the horizon, making the sunset appear even fresher and redder. On the other side of the sky was a soft shade of blue, sometimes adorned with clouds resembling clumps of cotton. The wind gently moved their soft bodies, humming softly as they floated leisurely. Under the azure sky, the sunlight brilliantly outlined the steep cliffs and strange rocks of the mountain, evoking a poem. Viewed horizontally, it becomes a ridge. Viewed sideways, it turns into a peak. Seen from near or far, high or low, each view is different. One fails to recognize the true appearance of Mount Lu, simply because one is among its peaks. And in the Medicine Valley, flowers bloomed luxuriantly, creating a picturesque scene. Various wildflowers had awakened. Swaying gracefully, they competed to bloom profusely. Red like fire, white like snow, yellow like gold, pink like rosy clouds. Truly colorful and bustling. After getting up, Lin headed to the alchemy room in Medicine Valley and instructed the Valley Master and the elders on alchemy techniques. At this point, the senior members of the Medicine Valley greeted Lin with the same respect given to disciples seeing their master, showing their profound respect for her. Lin understood. On this planet where spiritual energy was scarce, having more helpers could be beneficial. Thinking of the looming battle against the powerful dragon later, Lin didn't intend to teach them cultivation methods anyway. After all, they weren't disciples of the Dao sect, and Daoist techniques shouldn't be passed around lightly. All she did was impart some simple alchemy techniques to them. It wasn't until 3 days later, after instructing them sufficiently, that she left the mountain. At this time, Lin received a call from Zhou. As soon as she answered, an urgent voice came through the line. Teacher, where have you gone? I've been trying to reach you for days, but your phone kept showing an unavailable status. I'm handling something. Probably, the signal where I am is bad. Did you need something? Lin replied coolly. Teacher, school has already started 3 days ago. Did you forget? Zhou playful voice came through. Well, I did forget, but I'll go to school today. Ask Li Changfeng to take leave for me, Lin said. Teacher, I already took leave for you, citing a family emergency. Otherwise, the school might have reported you as missing since girls disappearing isn't uncommon, Zhou explained. After hanging up, Lin checked her phone and saw there were indeed several missed calls from Zhou. Thinking about how much Zhou cared for her, Lin felt warmth in her heart. This disciple was worth taking. What's wrong, Qingqing? Jiang Beichen asked. I forgot I'm still a student. I didn't realize the National Day holiday was over, Lin lamented. Ha ha ha, you also have a day like this. Jiang Beichen laughed as he rubbed Lin smooth hair. Don't mess with my hair, and don't mock me. Lin crossed her little waist, acting spoiled. Qingqing, I'm not allowed to tease you, and I can understand that. But why can't I mess up your hair? Jiang Beichen asked. Haven't you heard a saying? Lin countered. What saying? Jiang Beichen innocently asked. Head may be cut off, but the hairstyle must not be messed up. Blood may flow, but shoes must be polished, ha. Lin laughed like a kitten that had stolen fish, extremely cute. Where did you hear that joke? Jiang Beichen affectionately asked as he looked at Lin My deskmate told me. Isn't it funny? Lin pouted and questioned. It's funny. Jiang Beichen nodded seriously and said. Ha ha ha. Lin burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Jiang Beichen asked with an innocent look. He was somewhat confused as to why she was laughing so hard. Your overly serious yet funny expression is very amusing. Ha ha ha. Lin burst out laughing again. This time, because he had spare time, Jiang Beichen prepared to drive Lin back to school. He wanted to spend more time with her. By the time they reached the gate of Zhongzhou No. 1 Middle School, it was already evening. Soon, they would have to part ways again. Jiang Beichen sighed deeply and said, Alas, we'll have to be in different places again, and I really don't want to. I feel the same. Yet if two hearts beat as one, who cares about being apart or together every day? Lin eyes brimmed with deep affection, as if she could melt a person. Before leaving, Jiang Beichen placed a passionate and respectful kiss on Lin forehead. Of course, this action took place inside the car. After all, it was right by the school gates, and he didn't dare go too far. When such a luxurious SUV parked by the school gate, many people took notice. After all, it was dinner time and the school gate was open. Many students liked coming outside for various snacks. When Lin got out of the car, murmurs arose among the crowd. Some freshmen immediately recognized Lin as she was one of the 4 members of the freshman F4, plus she was beautiful. Many knew who she was. Chapter 317. Was Lin being kept? Hey, Isn't that Lin Qing, one of the F4 from high school number 1? Didn't I hear she comes from a remote mountain village? Why is she getting out of such a luxury car? That car must be worth hundreds of thousands yuan, said someone who had heard about Lin Qing's family background. After all, since Lin Qing got close to Xiao Muting, her family background was bound to have been uncovered by some people. Hundreds of thousands? You're dreaming. I dare you to get me a similar SUV with that amount. This is the Hama H2 series. These vehicles are super off-road beasts, tough and practical cars. They're every man's dream goddess, said a boy knowledgeable about cars, his eyes shining as he stared at the car. It's often said that cars are a man's mistress, requiring time and money to care for and maintain so that they will remain faithfully by your side through storms and obstacles. For modern men, cars are like steeds were to ancient knights, like Xiang Yu's Wuzhuai, Guan Yu's Chidu, Lu Bu's Yanji, Zhao Yun's Bailong, Liu Bei's Dilu, and Cao Cao's Juing. All these fine horses were the powerful allies on the path to success for famous historical figures. Most men treat their cars like wives or concubines. Often, when introducing their beloved car, men will say, "Look, this is my wife." For successful men in contemporary society, a car is more than just a means of transportation. It's also a symbol of identity and status. So how much is this car worth? Asked the earlier person hesitantly. At least over 1,000,000 yuan. What? Over 1,000,000 yuan? How could Lin Qing possibly get out of such a luxurious car? Could it be that she's being kept? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It's quite possible. I've heard she's a scheming woman who acts all pure and untouchable, but actually loves money very much. Otherwise, why would she be so close to Xiao Muting? Clearly, she's not someone to underestimate, said a girl, her face distorted with envy. In reality, her feelings toward Lin Qing stemmed purely from jealousy and hatred. Though this girl had an acceptable appearance, her family was poor, and she resented why Lin Qing had caught Xiao Xiao's attention instead of herself. Xiao Muting, handsome and from a wealthy family, had countless admirers, obviously including this girl. Previously, she had tried meeting him accidentally along his way home, pretending to trip and using all sorts of tricks to seduce him. However, Xiao Muting completely ignored her. What she didn't realize was that Xiao Muting had already seen such tactics far too often. For people like her, Xiao Muting avoided them as much as possible. How could he ever give her any attention? What she didn't know was that Lin Qing's closeness to Xiao Muting wasn't because Lin Qing was currying favor, but because Xiao Muting was seeking Lin Qing's company. After all, Lin Qing was Master Lin, also Xiao Muting's boss behind the scenes. But this girl wasn't aware of these things, thinking only that her methods weren't as effective as Lin Qing's manipulative talents. As such, Lin Qing unintentionally became another target of jealousy. If Lin Qing knew, she wouldn't take it to heart, only thinking, who cares if I'm excellent? Jealousy arises naturally from excellence. The unintelligent ones deserve pity. It can't be. She always seems pretty nice to me, good grades, and a pleasant personality, argued a classmate of Lin Qing's. Do you even know anything? Haven't you heard the saying that knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart? The crowd murmured, though they only dared to whisper quietly. They did not dare discuss openly, as Lin Qing was known to be very close friends with the school tyrant Zhou Linger, and they feared repercussions. Lin Qing paid no heed to the whispers around her. She guessed what these people were discussing, but she considered these mere ants unworthy of attention and didn't bother listening to what they were saying. However, the rumor that Lin Qing was being kept began to spread rapidly within the school. As the old saying goes, 3 rumors become a tiger, collective opinions can dissolve gold. For these students, under the heavy pressure of studying, gossiping about others became a favorite pastime. Unfortunately, this made many students unwitting tools for cunning individuals. Due to their limited life experience, immature minds, and lack of worldly wisdom, students were easily swayed and manipulated. Though it's said that rumors die at the feet of the wise, how many truly wise individuals exist in this world? Especially among the impulsive and immature student population. Wang Chun was eating dinner at school when suddenly, he overheard 2 women nearby chatting softly. Gradually, their conversation grew louder. What? Are you saying a lot of people saw Lin Qing's sugar daddy drop her off at the school gates in a fancy car? Oh my goodness, this is shocking. Who would have thought Lin Qing appears so cold, but is so scandalous behind closed doors? Who says otherwise? It's said that the person who dropped her off drives a luxury car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. People with such wealth are either our father's generation or our grandfather's generation. Perhaps she is dating a second-generation rich guy? Not everyone driving luxury cars is from the first generation of wealth, and even if they were, some of them could be quite young. A somewhat rational girl weakly rebutted. If it were a young second-generation rich guy, why wouldn't he even get out of the car or show his face? Besides, I heard the car stopped at the school gate for a while before Lin Qing got out. Who knows what kind of dirty business they were up to inside the car? As Wang Chen heard this, he felt deeply distressed inside. Lin Qing, have you really fallen so far? What about that handsome man I met in Hong Kong? Did he leave you? Wang Chen's mind was filled with many doubts. With these thoughts, Wang Chen quickly finished his dinner and came to the door of class 1-1, waiting for Lin Qing. Not long after, Lin Qing also finished her dinner at Yulai restaurant and was preparing to attend evening self-study. After all, she had missed so much class time. Since she had caught up on her schedule, she would attend the evening study session. Anyway, she could practice wherever she was. When she walked to the corridor outside her classroom door, she encountered Wang Chun, who stopped her first. Why are you here? Lin Qing asked indifferently, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. To her, Wang Chun was nothing but a very troublesome person and someone who brought her trouble. I came to find you. Wang Chun stared intently at Lin Qing, his eyes burning. He hadn't seen Lin Qing for a while, and unexpectedly, she had become more beautiful, more enchanting, making his heart beat faster than ever before, completely beyond his control. What do you want from me? Lin Qing asked casually. Let's talk outside. It's inconvenient here. If your classmate's here, it wouldn't be good for you, Wang Chen said. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Lin Qing helplessly followed him to a small grove near the school by a small lake. Chapter 318, Wild Rumors. The lake's surface shimmered with ripples, as if a layer of glittering silver fragments had been spread over the water, or like a green silk that had been wrinkled. At the same time, their two figures were reflected clearly in the clear lake water. Wang Chen's heart was as restless as the lake, deep in thought about how to express himself without hurting Lin Qing, for he could feel her strong distaste towards him and didn't want to leave any more negative impressions on her. You can just say whatever you want here. There isn't anyone around, Lin Qing said indifferently. I heard a rumor while having dinner earlier. It was about you. Wang Chun carefully worded his response. What kind of rumor? Lin Qing asked casually, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. Some people said you were kept by someone, describing it in great detail. They claimed that many people saw it. This afternoon, at dusk, a wealthy businessman arrived in a luxury car to pick you up. Is there any truth to this? Wang Chen finally voiced his question. Oh, there indeed was a wealthy man who drove a luxury car to send me home. But what does that have to do with you? On what grounds are you questioning me? Lin Qing responded with a sly smile. Given Jiang Beichen's background, he was truly wealthy beyond ordinary measures, and an heir to a prominent family. And yes, Jiang Beichen did arrive in a luxury car to escort her. What she said was indeed correct. But upon hearing these words, Wang Chen evidently perceived them differently. Assuming Lin Qing was silently acknowledging the rumor, he immediately became angry. Lin Qing, how did you turn into this? Have you fallen into depravity? Even if that exquisitely handsome man rejected you before, you shouldn't degrade yourself like this. I told you before, men like him aren't reliable. You're worlds apart from his social standing, so it would never work out between you two. You. Before he could finish his sentence with still have me, Lin Qing shot him an icy glare. You shut up. After that, she cast a cold glance at Wang Chun and left decisively. That single look sent chills through Wang Chen's body, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Who exactly is Lin Qing? How could she have such a terrifying gaze? Humph, I thought he might have some important matter. Instead, it turns out to be such a small issue. I really fell for his nonsense. Truly wasted my time, Lin Qing mumbled to herself. Meanwhile, back in the year 1, class 1, after Wang Chun took Lin Qing away, the rumors surrounding Lin Qing began to escalate wildly. Who's that guy? He's pretty handsome too, right? Not far behind Xiao Muting. Wow, Lin Qing must be amazing. Hooking another cutie, even at school. I know that boy. He's Wang Chun from year 1, class 3, supposedly the class president and top male student. But I don't think he came to confess to Lin Qing. Perhaps he heard the rumors about her being kept, and now he's here to clarify things with her. Maybe they had something going on before, but once this incident surfaced, the guy regrets it. After all, no one wants to wear a green hat, right? Zhao Yu sneered mockingly. At this moment, seeing Lin Qing's damaged reputation brought Zhao Yu immense satisfaction. She hadn't even lifted a finger yet, and Lin Qing was already in such a state. Truly self-inflicted misfortune. Wow, what a major scoop. This Lin Qing is really good at seducing men. Look at her act of pure innocence. Who'd ever guess that she's so shameless? That's right. We used to think she was a model of virtue, but turns out she's quite loose. If we get the chance, let's find out what she tastes like too. Still, her skin is beautiful, and her figure is stunning. I read in ancient literature once about a woman with skin described as smooth as congealed fat. Seeing Lin Qing now, I understand why the ancients weren't exaggerating. There's a poem that says, an unparalleled beauty exists, secluded in a secluded valley. Isn't that description perfect for Lin Qing? Her cold demeanor does fit the image of an extraordinary beauty. Haha, maybe I used to think that way before. Now though, when I see her, all I can think about is something the mother of the protagonist said in some TV drama. Son, the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. But don't you think? With Lin Qing's cool and detached demeanor like Xilong Nues, wouldn't it be exhilarating and satisfying to watch her display a full range of emotions once you've knocked her down? A man said lewdly. Of course, with the more open society today, there are even rumors saying that virgins can only be found in kindergartens. Though it's only a rumor, it reflects the fact that society today doesn't regard relationships between men and women as conservatively as before. Many high school students are already physically mature, and some of them are already old hands at relationships despite their young age. The boy who had just spoken lewdly was clearly one of those skilled individuals. This boy was seated not far from Lin Qing's position. He had also liked Lin Qing before, admiring her cool demeanor, her tender skin that looked like a peeled egg, and her well-proportioned figure. He even wrote her love letters and pursued her for a while, but Lin Qing treated him with cold cruelty, refusing to give him even an ounce of face. His family was somewhat affluent, and he refrained from making any bold moves because he noticed Lin Qing seemed close to Xiao Mutant, unsure about the depth of their relationship. Upon hearing the rumor that Lin Qing was being kept by someone, he felt both schadenfreude and a deep sense of humiliation. Humph, you little slut, you'd rather be with an old man than with Lord Changmi? You're really slapping my face. When the time comes, I'll make you taste how powerful I am. Lu Chang muttered to himself. Li Shuang, hearing Lu Chang's words, became extremely angry. She retorted furiously, Lu Chang, shut up. Lin Qing isn't that kind of person. Oh, not that kind of person? Everyone in the school is talking about it. Are you calling me stupid, or are you stupid? Lu Chang mocked. You? Li Shuang was flustered, completely at a loss for what to do. All she could do now was wait for Lin Qing to dispel the rumors. Just at that moment, Lin Qing arrived. As soon as she walked in, the originally noisy classroom immediately fell silent. While they dared gossip about Lin Qing behind her back, most people were too afraid to say anything in front of her. After all, none of them knew exactly how influential her mysterious benefactor might be. If Lin Qing casually whispered something in his ear, it could cause trouble for their families. Lin Qing, Li Shuang called out joyfully upon seeing her. What's wrong? Little beauty, have you missed me after so many days? Why are you so excited? Lin Qing teased with a smile. Humph, I was worried about you. And here you come teasing me the moment you show up. You ungrateful person. Li Shuang pouted with both cheeks puffing up in anger. Chapter 319, Emotional Expert Li Shuang. Are you talking about those rumors? Lin Qing asked indifferently. You know about it? Li Shuang said in surprise, thinking that Lin Qing might not be aware of them. But how could Lin Qing stay so calm when someone was slandering her? Aren't you angry? Li Shuang asked curiously. Why should I be angry? There's no reason to, Lin Qing retorted. But they have smeared your reputation. It would surely harm your name since a woman's reputation is important. Li Shuang revealed concern in her eyes. I'm not angry because anger punishes oneself with the mistakes of others. As for those rumor spreaders, they're merely pitiful little insects. Arguing with people like them lowers my standards, and I don't care what such people think of me. Lin Qing explained calmly. She didn't care because she far surpassed these individuals. How could she waste time retaliating against every small bug whispering behind her back? Her time was far too valuable for that. In reality, many of the people spreading rumors envied her. These people enjoyed belittling her as a way to display their own superiority. Such people are much like keyboard warriors on the internet. With the development of the internet, various social media platforms have been developed. Many netizens have gotten into the habit of expressing their opinions online, giving rise to numerous keyboard warriors. The term keyboard warrior does not refer to the traditional image of a noble hero. Rather, they often use malicious words to ridicule others in order to amuse themselves. They are typically cowards in real life who hide behind high moral standards while expressing their views online, essentially criticizing others through snarky comments and issuing what they call righteous opinions on social issues, proving their worth. These keyboard warriors may not have much presence in real life, some even being quiet and fearful of communication. However, once armed with a keyboard, their inner world refuses tranquility. They become gods in cyberspace where they freely post all sorts of opinions without worrying about others' gazes. Their literary talents reach their peak in comment sections, unleashing countless long-winded remarks. They turn into deities of commentary. As for those keyboard warriors, most of them are unsuccessful in real life, only finding their existence online. To summarize, they are simply pitiful creatures. Why do you think they spread such rumors? Li Shuang asked perplexedly. This evening, my boyfriend dropped me off. He drove an expensive luxury car and sent me right to the school gate. Rumors started flying within the campus from there. Lin Qing narrated indifferently. Is he very wealthy? Li Shuang asked curiously. He's indeed quite rich. Lin Qing confirmed with a nod. Is he older than you? Li Shuang inquired again. Yes, he is definitely older than me. When we first met, I jokingly called him uncle. Lin Qing recalled with a faint smile, thinking about Jiang Beichen. Lin Qing, there's something I want to say, but I'm unsure if I should or shouldn't. If I tell you, I worry it might make you uncomfortable. Li Shuang hesitated. Speak up. Am I that petty? The court pardons you of any crime, Lin Qing said with a chuckle. I heard some rich people pretend not to be married so they can look for young, naive students to become their mistresses. You must be cautious. You need to carefully understand him and don't give yourself away easily, Li Shuang said earnestly. Huh, where did your imagination run off to? Am I that dumb to be easily deceived? Though he's older than me, he's just 26 years old. He's never been married before, nor has he ever had a girlfriend. I'm his first girlfriend, Lin Qing explained. Really? 26 years old and hasn't dated anyone? Isn't there maybe a problem with a certain part of his body? I've heard some men pretend to be normal to find wives. On the surface, they seem cultured and gentlemanlike. You thought you met a good man, but in fact, they're hiding ulterior motives. Be careful in testing him out. Don't accidentally stumble into a trap, Li Shuang cautioned once more, showing caution akin to a protective mother hen. Rest assured on this point, he's neither homosexual nor impotent. Lin Qing helplessly responded. She found Li Shuang to be extremely imaginative, resembling a self-styled emotional expert. How do you know? Could you two already done something intimate? Li Shuang smirked mischievously. No, absolutely not. I am rather conservative, Lin Qing said with a slight blush. Why are you blushing then? Tell me, how exactly do you know? Li Shuang's eyes sparkled as she gossiped. Although we haven't crossed any boundaries, as a couple, hugs and such are unavoidable. I can feel that he's a normal man, Lin Qing murmured softly, clearly feeling uneasy about discussing this issue. Not only was Jiang Beichen normal, but in some areas, he was even more impressive than the average man, strong and robust. Wow, have you two kissed yet? Tell me, what does it feel like? I've never been in love before, so I'm curious, Li Shuang asked curiously. All right, no more talk. Let's focus on studying. Class is about to start, Lin Qing said with an air of seriousness. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I was wondering why you were missing for a few days. Turns out you were out with your boyfriend. However, let me tell you, Lin Qing, as a woman, one must have her own career. One should never abandon her career because of a man, no matter how wealthy he is, because in the end, you'll find that the person you can truly rely on is yourself. So, don't let dates affect your studies. Li Shuang advised once again. Alright, I understand, Miss Life Coach and emotional expert. Lin Qing responded helplessly. Of course, she knew Li Shuang had her best interests at heart, and she understood all these great principles too. But in Li Shuang's view, it seemed like she was someone who needed to be protected like a beauty in need. Just at that moment, Lin Qing's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw a message from Jiang Beichen. Have you eaten dinner yet, Qing? Yes, I already have. I'm now in the classroom for evening study session, Lin Qing wrote. Haha, so hardworking. Guess what I'm doing? No idea, what are you doing? Lin Qing replied. Eating street snacks near your school. These snacks actually taste pretty good. They do taste good. I thought you had left already. Lin Qing wrote. I don't have much to do lately, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Chapter 320. Because Lin Qing is my girlfriend. The place where Jiang Beichen was having his meal was near Lin Qing's school, and he was eating some snacks from Zhongyuan. Although he grew up in the capital and came from a wealthy family, as someone who had been in the army, he wasn't picky about food. After all, under harsh conditions, one might have to eat wild grasses or vegetables. As for insects, he had never eaten them. He hadn't faced such dire straits. Just as Jiang Beichen was smiling and texting Lin Qing, two girls entered the restaurant where he was sitting. At first, the two girls didn't notice Jiang Beichen since he was facing away from them. They only noticed how good-looking the silhouette of the person sitting there was. The two girls were wearing uniforms from No. 1 High School of Zhongzhou, clearly students who had skipped class. Today we've got some big news at our school. One of the girls with short hair and a fresh look and large eyes said. Oh, what's the big news? Asked the other girl, who had long straight hair. Let me tell you this, you'll be so happy. I just heard that Lin Qing has been kept as someone's mistress, the short-haired girl said. Jiang Beichen, standing nearby, almost crushed the cup in his hand upon hearing this. But he controlled himself and continued listening. What? Didn't I hear that she was close with Xiao Muting? How could she suddenly become someone's mistress? The long-haired girl asked, puzzled. I heard that earlier this evening, a man driving a luxury car dropped her off at school. It's rumored that Lin Qing's family situation isn't good, which made people suspect she had been taken as a kept woman. Throughout the whole incident, the man inside the car never showed his face. This can only mean that the man in the car is either older or someone prestigious in Zhongzhou City, too scared to show his face for fear of being discovered by his wife. After all, anyone rich enough to drive such a luxurious car must be older, the short-haired girl analyzed. Haha, I told you Lin Qing is no good. She looks pure and innocent, but in fact, she's just a fake, pretentious lotus blossom. Wasn't I right? The long-haired girl laughed loudly. And this long-haired girl was Zhang Weiwei, who had previously had a conflict with Lin Qing at the hot spring villa. You've gone too far. At your young age, you're gossiping maliciously like old hags behind others' backs. Isn't that over the top? Jiang Beichen angrily said. After listening to their conversation, he realized that his earlier act of sending Lin Qing back had caused her significant trouble. He hadn't expected that such an ordinary action would make people mistakenly believe Lin Qing was being kept. Enraged after hearing the two girls' remarks, he felt like killing someone. How dare they slander his beloved Qing? They were practically asking for death. His excellent self-control prevented him from acting out physically. He knew these were merely students lacking discernment, easily brainwashed and misled. But he couldn't just do nothing, so he exploded in anger. When the two female students heard someone cursing them, they immediately became upset and responded instinctively. Who are you? We're discussing our own things, none of your business. Mind your own beeswax. However, as soon as they spoke up, they saw Jiang Beichen's stunning good looks, leaving them speechless and a little embarrassed. Facing such an exceptionally handsome man, revealing their ugly side certainly made them feel uncomfortable. Jiang Beichen paid no attention to their feelings or psychological reactions. He opened his mouth coldly. I don't care what you discuss otherwise, but slandering Lin Qing involves me because Lin Qing is my girlfriend, and the person who sent her home today was me. So I warn you, don't ever frame Lin Qing again, or don't blame me if I get unfriendly. Oomph, how will you be unfriendly? The long-haired girl retorted after realizing that the speaker claimed to be Lin Qing's boyfriend, now brimming with jealousy. Do you know that you've committed a crime just now? You've slandered her and violated her right to reputation. If we sue you, you'll suffer immensely, Jiang Beichen said coldly. He radiated an aura of severity, scaring the two girls so much that they trembled all over. Humph, considering how handsome you are, let me tell you, Lin Qing isn't a good person. She's quite close with Xiao Mutin in our class, and also ambiguously close with Li Chengfeng from her class. Don't fall for that scheming, lotus blossom woman. She's simply a materialistic gold digger, fawning on whoever gives her money. You probably don't know. Lin Qing, the long-haired girl continued, trying hard to dissuade despite her fear. Why should someone like Lin Qing find such a high-quality man, both good-looking and wealthy, yet so devoted to her? The long-haired girl felt her heart and liver ache with jealousy. She couldn't bear it. It was bad enough that Xiao Mutin, the person she liked, was close to Lin Qing, but now an excellent man was also so protective of Lin Qing. Why should Lin Qing get all the attention? She was just a somewhat pretty materialistic girl from a rural village. Unfortunately, before the long-haired girl could finish her words, Jiang Beichen cast a cold glance at her. His eyes were now glowing faintly red, as if he were a demon straight out of hell. On top of that, he unintentionally applied some pressure, which immediately made the two girls tremble like leaves in the wind. Splashing. Suddenly, a faint sound of water flowed from beneath the feet of the long-haired girl. She had been so frightened that she wet herself. Because earlier, Jiang Beichen's pressure had mainly targeted the long-haired girl. This kind of pressure was akin to spiritual oppression, making her feel in that moment as though she saw mountains of blades and seas of fire, as if vicious devils were rushing toward her. Ah, devils. Ah, don't bite me. Ah, so terrible. The long-haired girl screamed wildly like someone gone mad. Jiang Beichen let out a contemptuous cold snort and then strode off quickly. Such a small situation, yet you're scared stiff. And you dare to defame my Qingqing. Are you asking for death? Asking for death? Or simply begging to die? Jiang Beichen muttered under his breath. After leaving, Jiang Beichen didn't rush to find Lin Qing. He felt he needed to figure out a way to help Lin Qing deal with this trouble. What method could be used? Jiang Beichen began deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a warm smile appeared on his face like melting snow and ice. Ah, this is it. I was wondering how to pull you closer into my embrace, Qingqing. Unexpectedly, heaven has given me this golden opportunity. This can both help resolve your troubles and let me achieve my wishes while making it easier for you to accept. With this thought, Jiang Beichen dialed a friend's phone number. Hey, big brother, always elusive as a dragon showing only its head and hiding its tail, why have you remembered to call me? A man who looked extremely elegant and graceful spoke from the other end of the line. Chapter 321, A Sea of Luxurious Cars. What? Can I call you? Jiang Beichen said, his lips curling slightly. Of course not. It's just that, boss, you don't usually contact me. When you suddenly do, it surprises me and makes me feel extra honored. The elegant man replied in a fawning manner. This charming man was also part of the elite circles in the capital. He was Luo Shi, a direct descendant of the Luo family from the capital. The Luo family's power and influence were on par with the Jiang family. He was only 1 year younger than Jiang Beichen and had grown up playing together with him. Though Luo Shi's appearance wasn't as striking as Jiang Beichen's, he too was a handsome gentleman of distinguished grace. As they grew older, Jiang Beichen's martial prowess consistently ranked among the top within their circle of wealthy young men in the capital, which earned him the nickname Boss. In school days, those who didn't listen to him got beat by him. They all respected, yet feared him deeply. Luo Shi, I need your help with something. Jiang Beichen's voice remained as calm and cool as always, like the howl of icy winds. Help? Boss, you're too polite. Just tell me what needs to be done, and as long as I can manage it, I won't hesitate. Luo Shi replied. Find some friends and immediately drive 16 luxury cars to Zhongzhou City. Make sure you arrive tomorrow morning, instructed Jiang Beichen. Luxury cars? What level are we talking about? Asked Luo Shi. The highest tier, answered Jiang Beichen. Boss, why do you need so many top-tier luxury cars? Asked Luo Shi in surprise. He remembered Jiang Beichen as someone rather low-profile, uninterested in expensive cars, and focused solely on martial arts. Compared to other wealthy second-generation individuals in their group, Jiang Beichen was quite different. He showed no interest in beautiful women, luxurious cars, or yachts, but instead was passionate about the arduous practice of martial arts. Marriage proposal, Jiang Beichen said softly. What? Boss, did you finally grow feelings for someone? Exclaimed Luo Shi in astonishment. Jiang Beichen hummed heavily in response. I didn't mean that way, boss. I'm just saying, have you found someone suitable? Luo Shi quickly corrected himself. He originally assumed Jiang Beichen wasn't interested in women and might even turn out to prefer the same sex. But now discovering that he secretly had a girlfriend and even considered marriage left him astonished. Luo Shi became very curious about the woman who could win over this steel-straight male. What kind of remarkable woman could catch the eye of the boss? Jiang Beichen kept his answer short as usual. Boss, whose daughter is she? Luo Shi couldn't help but ask curiously. She's not from our social circle. She's part of the martial world. Jiang Beichen replied with a subtle smile while mentioning Lin Qing. What? Does Grandpa Jiang know about your relationship? Luo Shi asked in amazement. For people of noble descent like them, although dating was one thing, marriage was another story entirely. Usually, marriages would involve finding someone who was well-suited in status. However, Boss was clearly doing things differently. Upon hearing the word martial, Luo Shi envisioned burly female warriors, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He muttered to himself, I never expected Boss would have such unique tastes. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, my grandfather knows about us, and he fully supports our relationship. You don't need to worry about me, Jiang Beichen explained, understanding Luo Shi's concern. Upon learning that Mr. Jiang approved, Luo Shi became even more stunned and filled with conjecture. He thought perhaps it was because Boss had been reluctant to date previously, making Mr. Jiang anxious. Now, regardless of the bride's appearance, Jiang agreed out of relief that his grandson finally preferred women. Thinking further, Luo Shi grew increasingly curious about Lin Qing. Alright, understood. Boss, I promise we'll arrive on time tomorrow morning, promised Luo Shi. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke through the mist and the first rays of sunlight spread across the land, luxurious sports cars arrived majestically in Zhongzhou City. Each sleek vehicle looked like a powerful, agile leopard striding confidently forward. 16 supercars lined up neatly in 2 rows, 8 cars each. With precise spacing between them, they advanced elegantly toward their destination. Here stood brands such as Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Bugatti Veyron, and more, a veritable sea of top-tier luxury cars, almost like an exclusive exhibition of extravagance. In no time, the 16 luxury cars pulled up in front of a hotel near Zhongzhou City No. 1 Middle School. The hotel owner was startled at the sight, assuming some bigwig had arrived. He hurriedly rushed downstairs. Looking at the luxurious vehicles, all bearing license plates from the capital and adorned with lucky digits 8 or 6, he knew these were virtually unobtainable without immense wealth and influence. Without great power and fortune, it would be impossible to secure those prestigious license plates. The first car stopped, and out stepped an elegant man dressed in a white suit, wearing dark sunglasses, exuding grace and charm. This was Luo Shi. Sir, may I ask what brings you here? The hotel owner bowed humbly and asked. Before the owner could finish his question, Luo Shi spoke up. You need not concern yourself. I'm waiting for someone. As word spread about the arrival of these extravagant cars, a crowd gathered around the hotel, creating a sense of congestion and noise. Though Luo Shi wouldn't stay at the hotel, and his entourage's presence disturbed the business operations, the hotel owner dared not ask them to leave. Clearly, this was no person to offend easily based on their impressive display. With that, Luo Shi took out his phone and dialed Jiang Beichen. Boss, we've arrived. Good. I'm coming down right away, Jiang Beichen responded. Within a minute, Jiang Beichen appeared, dressed impeccably in a black suit and polished black leather shoes. His hair was neatly trimmed, and his skin gleamed. His tailored suit fit him perfectly. Jiang Beichen rarely dressed so formally, already stunning everyone. Now, meticulously groomed, his charisma reached new heights. Luo Shi, with his dashing elegance, faded into insignificance beside Jiang Beichen, like stars next to a brilliant moon. No matter how bright the stars shine, they cannot match the luster of the moon. Boss, looking sharp like this, you're beyond handsome. Terms like stunning beauty or mesmerizing the world are simply inadequate to describe your charm. Your good looks have made me envious, but thankfully not hateful, Luo Shi joked upon seeing him. Humph, behave yourself. Jiang Beichen shot him a glare that silenced Luo Shi instantly. At the same time, Luo Shi felt that his leader's aura grew even more commanding. Chapter 322, Jiang Beichen with the God of Love's blessing. Boss, where should we go next? Luo Shi asked. Just wait a moment. I have ordered some things, and they will arrive shortly, Jiang Beichen said. 10 minutes later, the owner of the flower shop delivered a truckload of roses in various colors. At the same time, a manager from a nearby jewelry store came over with an 8-carat diamond ring and 2 bodyguards. Jiang Beichen received the diamond ring and paid for it using the POS machine. He then began decorating his black, imposing off-road vehicle with bunches of roses. He formed the 5 big words, Lin marry me, on the roof of the car with red roses. The fresh red petals slowly spread under the morning sun. The green, thorny stems that held the flowers were equally eye-catching, as were the elliptical green leaves which swayed left and right with the flowers in the breeze. With just one glance, it really did resemble a charming young lady. Some roses had not yet bloomed and remained unopened buds, like bashful and graceful maidens, smiling warmly and extremely beautiful. Some roses had already blossomed, their flowers resembling small wine glasses. Their petals spiraled slightly open, yet one could still not see the stamens inside. The roses looked splendid and full of charm. Gently approaching them and deeply inhaling, a faint fragrance would waft to the nose. Roses have a very fragrant smell, often called national fragrances. A Song dynasty poet Yang Wanli wrote a line about how there was a national fragrance he could not collect. A modern poet Xiao Jin referred to them as having the first fragrance of spring. Since ancient Romans worshipped Venus, they gave roses the meanings of noble, beautiful, and love, thus explaining the origins of the rose's symbolic language. The rose could be considered among all the flowers as the most legendary, becoming another term for love at some unknown point in time. Afterward, Jiang Beichen directed the others to make bouquets of roses from the different colored roses. Each bouquet contained 99 roses, white as snow, red as fire, yellow as gold, pink as rosy clouds. Especially the light yellow flowers, which appeared even more elegant and dignified. The edges of the petals were tinged with pink and covered in fine hair, holding transparent droplets of water, bursting with vitality. Why does everyone give red roses, but you choose a mix of different colors? Luo Shi voiced his confusion. No particular reason. She likes it, and I want to give her all kinds of love represented by these flowers. Jiang Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile. This subtle smile startled Luo Shi. From childhood up to now, he had rarely seen Jiang Beichen laugh, especially after adulthood. He almost never saw him smile anymore, so much so that he assumed the boss had facial paralysis. Seeing the boss smiling now, he instantly felt that the boss truly had fallen in love. At the same time, his curiosity about the yet-to-be-seen sister-in-law increased. In addition, Jiang Beichen also arranged for people to prepare balloons of various colors. The balloons were written with the words, Lin Qing, I love you, and Lin Qing, marry me. These balloon strings were tied by Jiang Beichen to his car. Luo Shi didn't expect that when it came to wooing women, the boss was quite skilled. One after another method of courting women seemed as if the god of love possessed him. If one didn't know better, they might think he was a romantic expert. No wonder before, he heard someone say that no matter how steel-straight a man is, once he encounters the person he loves, he becomes like a romantic expert. Indeed, nothing is more fearsome than putting in effort. Once one puts in the effort, everything can be accomplished. He couldn't help but ask, Boss, where did you learn these methods of proposing? Online research. Jiang Beichen replied lightly. There's a saying that makes sense, turn to do nai, Baidu, when in doubt. Now in the internet era, people are often accustomed to finding answers online, and as the leader of internet companies, Baidu has widespread usage. Baidu has become a way for everyone to resolve questions. When everything was nearly prepared, Jiang Beichen got into his off-road vehicle. Let's go, Jiang Beichen said. Hey, but boss, where are we going? Luo Shi asked confusedly. Just ahead, at the front gate of Zhongzhou No. 1 High School. Jiang Beichen responded. What? Boss, your sister-in-law is a high school student? Isn't she underage then? Aren't you an older man preying on younger ones? Besides, since she's underage, you can't get married. Luo she was again shocked speechless by Jiang Beichen. So what? I'm old enough for younger ones, and you have something to say about it. Besides, I don't intend to get married right away. Lin Qing and I can first get engaged. Jiang Beichen looked at Luo she as though looking at a fool, leaving Luo, she feeling quite aggrieved. At a little past 8 in the morning, Zhongzhou No. 1 High School was just finishing its morning self-study period, and students were taking a break to have breakfast. The school gates had opened, and gradually, the small stalls outside began bustling with people. Even though the food inside the school cafeteria wasn't bad, some students still preferred the tastier snacks sold outside. Right at this moment, 16 super sleek luxury cars arrived at the school entrance. Leading them was the off-road vehicle that had been yesterday's subject of gossip within the school. Soon, many students gathered around curiously. Since Zhongzhou No. 1 High School was the best high school in Zhongzhou City, there were quite a few rich students who could identify these luxury cars. My goodness, is there someone famous coming? Look at all these luxury vehicles. They're all from the capital, so obviously there's some big shot visiting from there, one boy exclaimed. Look at the car in front. Wasn't that the one from yesterday? That's where Lin Qing got out from. Oh, and check it out. There are balloons on top, with words written on them. That says, Lin Qing I love you, and Lin Qing marry me. Hey, isn't this Lin Qing getting pampered by some super rich heir from the capital? A girl said, full of envy. Meanwhile, Lin Qing was about to head for breakfast when suddenly, Zhou Linger rushed over shouting, Master! Oh no, something's wrong. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Lin Qing asked with indifference. Master, someone is proposing to you outside the school gate, Zhou Linger gasped breathless. Who would be so silly as to cause such a fuss? Lin Qing frowned slightly. It might be Grandmaster. Zhou Linger giggled after sticking her tongue out. What is he trying to do? Let me go take a look. Saying this, Lin Qing walked toward the school gate. Just minutes later, Lin Qing reached the school gate. As soon as Jiang Beichen saw Lin Qing, he opened the car door and stepped out. As Jiang Beichen emerged from the car, a ripple of admiration rippled through the crowd of female onlookers. Wow, he's so handsome. How can anyone be so good-looking? Chapter 323, Proposal. Yes, all those so-called kings in the entertainment circle, compared to him, they're far behind. His figure, his demeanor. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I've fallen for him. Not even Xiaomu Muting, the school's heartthrob, can match up to him. And look at this fleet of luxury cars. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, everything you could possibly imagine. It's like a high-end car exhibition. Clearly, this groom-to-be is no ordinary person. Just check out the license plates. Apparently he's from some influential family in the capital city, maybe even one of the 4 great young masters of the capital. This guy is truly a super rich playboy straight out of legend. If that's the case, Xiaomu Muting doesn't stand a chance against him. Whoa, yesterday someone spread rumors about Lin Qing being kept as someone's mistress. If she's going to be kept, I'd say yes too if it was by him. But wait, he clearly isn't here for keeping her. He's proposing marriage. Could it be that Lin Qing has some incredible background we don't know about? Isn't she supposed to be from a mountain village? After all, these powerful families usually value compatibility in marriage. Maybe Lin Qing is actually some rich heiress whose family ran into trouble? For example, she got lost when she was little and was raised by a rural family, but now her biological parents have found her and reunited the family. Some classmates started brainstorming wildly. Did Lin Qing save the galaxy in her past life, or something? Why else would such a perfect man choose her? I'm so envious and jealous right now. The students discussed animatedly. Among them, one person gritted her teeth silently. It was obvious she was the same individual who first spread the rumor yesterday. Even now, though consumed with envy and resentment, she understood Lin Qing was not someone she could mess with easily. Right at that moment, Lin Qing had already arrived before Jiang Beichen. Chun, why haven't you left yet? And how did you create such an imposing scene? Lin Qing said, because I realized yesterday that I caused you trouble. What I am doing right now is aimed at solving that problem. Jiang Beichen responded. Are you talking about those rumors? Lin Qing asked, glancing towards him. Jiang Beichen nodded lightly. These are merely issues stirred up by insignificant people. There's no need to take it seriously. Would you retaliate if a dog bit you? However, Jiang Beichen coldly said, I don't want anyone to defame you. If a dog bites me, instead of biting back, I'd just kill it outright. Immediately, everyone around felt a chill in the air, while those who had spread rumors about Lin Qing before unconsciously took several steps backward. My god, this handsome man is also a killing god. Looks like from now on we should never offend Lin Qing, otherwise we might end up dead, without even realizing how. That was what most people thought in their hearts. As Luo she saw Lin Qing, his eyes widened in astonishment. He expected her to be some burly tomboy, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a cool and elegant beauty. No wonder even the old Master Jiang agreed. But looking at this beauty, it was hard to believe she was good at martial arts. Yet, obviously, Jiang Beichen couldn't have been wrong, implying that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, or one might find themselves tripping over an unseen pitfall. At that very moment, the crowd witnessed that heavenly handsome man, possessing unparalleled beauty and enormous wealth, kneeling down on one knee. With profound emotion reflected in his gaze, he spoke to Lin Qing. Qing, will you marry me? Behind Jiang Beichen, 16 extremely handsome men, who positioned themselves as soon as he stepped out of the car, shouted unanimously, Lin Qing, marry him. Jiang Beichen held a large bouquet of various roses in his hand, extending it toward Lin Qing. Then Lin Qing spoke, but I do not want to get married, right now. Upon Lin Xing's words, there was a commotion among the spectators, as it became clear that they hadn't anticipated Lin Xing's refusal. They thought Lin Xing didn't know her own fortune and was putting on airs unnecessarily. Had they been in her shoes, they would have already burst into tears of joy at being proposed to by such a super high-ranking wealthy man, an opportunity rarely met. Qingqing, does this mean you're unwilling to marry me? Jiang Beichen displayed a look of sorrow. Seeing the sorrowful eyes of their leader, Luo, she grew furious. Young lady, don't misinterpret your fortune. Being chosen by our boss is your great honor, and you still dare refuse him? Do you know? His sentence was cut off by Jiang Beichen's reprimand. Luo, she shut up. No one, including me, can criticize her. After hearing Jiang Beichen's scolding, Luo, she was astounded. This was clearly a sign of full domination of his wife. It seemed like their boss would turn into a slave to his wife later on. At that very moment, Lin Xing stated, Chun, it's not that I don't want to marry you. It's just that I think the timing for marriage isn't right yet. With the great threat of the dragon not yet eliminated, she doesn't have time to be all lovey-dovey every day. Besides, her body is still too young. I'm not asking you to marry me right now. We can first get engaged. As for marriage, whenever you're ready, we'll get married then. Jiang Beichen said gently. At this point, Lin Xing began to think, even though her thinking only lasted a short while. But Jiang Beichen's heart was in suspense, afraid that Lin Xing might refuse. Soon, Lin Xing opened her mouth and said, all right then. As soon as those words fell, Jiang Beichen exclaimed in surprise and joy. Qingqing, you've agreed to marry me. This is wonderful. Saying so, he took out a ring box from his pocket, opened it, revealing an 8-carat diamond inside. It was a rose-dew engagement ring, simple yet elegant in style, intricately designed, featuring a rotary design that sparkles brilliantly, making one stand out and become the focus of attention in a crowd. The huge diamond set among the flower patterns glowed with brilliant 7-color light under the sunlight. Wow, such a big diamond. It's really beautiful, Lin Xing. She's truly very lucky. That diamond, judging by its size, must be at least 8 carats. Everyone knows that the bigger the diamond, the more expensive it is. An 8-carat diamond is called a pigeon egg. This single diamond probably costs over $1 million. Truly, rich people. One female student knowledgeable about jewelry analyzed. No need to say more. Just looking at the luxury cars, you know the male protagonist before your eyes is wealthy, extremely wealthy. Lin Xing and Jiang Beichen didn't care much about what everyone else was saying. Lin Xing saw Jiang Beichen standing up, getting ready to put the engagement ring on her, and she spoke. This ring is unnecessary, it's bothersome. If you don't want to wear it, we won't. In the future, if I find something better that you like, I will buy it for you. Jiang Beichen replied indulgently. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, regarding the engagement ring, I can make it myself. This diamond, other than being pretty, has no use whatsoever, Lin Xing said with a smile. Fine, everything will follow your wishes. Whatever you say, I'll do. Jiang Beichen looked tenderly at Lin Xing and said. Chapter 324 Luo, Shi's Wild Imagination. The female students around them looked at the envious pigeon egg-sized diamond ring. The bright and dazzling light made their eyes shine with jealousy. Lin Xing's look of disdain made them feel that she was a bit pretentious. They really wanted this celestial-like man in front of them to realize Lin Xing's nature. But unfortunately, Jiang Beichen's attitude as a devoted husband caused more envy towards Lin Xing among the crowd. And Luo Shi, looking at the tender expression on Jiang Beichen's face, muttered inwardly. Is this still my steel-straight brother? The power of love is truly great. It can change someone so much. Lin Xing, noticing the large crowd that had gathered, said, have them take these luxury cars away. It's not good for them to be here like this at the school gate. Let's go have breakfast. Saying this, Lin Xing shoved the big bouquet of multicolored roses into Jiang Beichen's arms and walked towards a breakfast restaurant outside the campus. After all, the restaurant nearby was spacious enough to park the vehicles. Their hot and sour soup, 8 treasure porridge, and mini fried buns were delicious, and it had been quite some time since she had eaten there. She missed the taste. Enjoying such a delicious breakfast together added another layer of charm. Luo Shi, have them drive those luxury cars away. I'm done using them. Okay, now I need to accompany my Qingqing to have breakfast. Jiang Beichen spoke up. After speaking, Jiang Beichen drove his showy off-road vehicle with the dominating aura toward the direction Lin Xing went. Big brother, wait for me. Luo Shi shouted toward Jiang Beichen, but the other party completely ignored him, which deeply saddened Luo Shi. Big brother really prioritizes romance over friendship. After using me, he cast me aside. I haven't even properly met the young sister-in-law yet. How could I leave? Luo Shi silently cursed. Of course, he didn't dare to curse out loud. He was afraid that the big brother would hit him hard. You guys first drive these cars away. We'll keep in touch when there's time. Luo Shi said. All right, Luo brother, we're leaving first. If there's anything, you just tell us. Everyone replied. Most of the people driving the luxury cars were rich second-generation individuals whose family status was inferior to Luo Shi. They were highly ingratiating towards Luo Shi. When they heard Luo Shi needed the use of the luxury cars, they all volunteered to help. However, they didn't expect that Luo Shi brought them only to this second-tier city to help a friend propose to a female student. Seeing Luo Shi's attitude towards the person, they realized that the person must not be ordinary. Instantly, they felt this trip was worth it. Once the other luxury cars drove away, Luo Shi immediately got into his Lamborghini and headed towards where Jiang Beichen and Lin Xing were. When the others left, rumors about Lin Xing spread wildly across the campus again. Unlike last time, most people envied Lin Xing this time. Some even claimed that Lin Qing was also an ultra-wealthy beauty who lost her parents as a child. Now that her parents had found her, she met the celestial-like man. As for these rumors, Lin Qing didn't know them. Even if she did, she wouldn't care too much about them. Lin Qing had just ordered a pile of breakfast and was enjoying this peaceful moment with Jiang Beichen. Luo, she suddenly pushed the door open. Big brother, this isn't fair. I barely slept last night and led these guys to make your proposal to the young sister-in-law look grand, only to find you kicking me away after using me. I'm so sad. I'm tired, hungry, and heartbroken right now. Luo, she played pitiful as soon as he entered. He wore a spotless white suit with white shoes shined immaculately, his hair combed neatly. His pale skin and elegant actions suggested good breeding. You could see from the shadows under his eyes that he hadn't slept well last night. Such a gentleman, making himself look pathetically abandoned, was simply hilarious. Seeing this amusing scene before her, Lin Qing laughed and asked, Chun, who's this? This is my childhood friend, Luo Shi. He has always been a bit quirky, don't mind him, Jiang Beichen calmly said. He deliberately gave Luo Shi a meaningful look, telling him not to disturb him and Lin Qing while they were eating. But Luo Shi, curious about Lin Qing, pretended not to see. Boss, bring us one set of your signature breakfast dishes each, Luo Shi called out. After saying this, he sat down without hesitation at the table where Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were. Hey, sis-in-law, nice to meet you. I'm Luo Shi, my big brother's childhood friend. Luo Shi introduced himself first. Since you're here, let's sit together and eat. Lin Qing smiled and opened her mouth to speak. All right, sis-in-law, when I heard the boss talk about proposing to his girlfriend yesterday, I was startled. I kept thinking, what kind of remarkable woman could possibly conquer the boss? Turns out, sis-in-law is a stunningly beautiful and graceful beauty like a fairy. Luo Shi chuckled as he spoke. Oh, so does that mean I differ greatly from your imagination? Lin Qing joked with a smile. Exactly. The boss said you're also a martial artist. In my mind, martial artists are usually those big and burly types with bulging muscles. But who would have thought sis-in-law to be this pretty, not at all resembling a martial artist? Luo Shi originally intended to flatter Lin Qing, but accidentally fell into her trap. By the way, sis-in-law, are you really a martial artist? How powerful are you? I'm very powerful, Lin Qing replied calmly. How powerful exactly? Luo Shi asked curiously. For instance, men like you. I could easily handle 100 of you with just one hand. Lin Qing smiled. Don't underestimate me, sis-in-law. Though I'm not the type with massive muscles, I've practiced taekwondo for several years and am far from as pitiful as you think, Luo Shi retorted. I'm not underestimating you. I'm stating the truth. Don't believe me? Watch. As Lin Qing spoke, she picked up the porcelain cup she had just drunk from and crushed it tightly in her hand. Crack. The cup immediately began to crack, and then Lin Qing used more force, crumbling it completely within her grip. Sis-in-law, be careful. Don't let the shards cut your hand. It was just a joke. There's no need to take it so seriously, Luo Shi hastily explained. He was genuinely worried that if her hand got hurt, the boss would never forgive him. What made his eyes widen in astonishment was that Lin Qing subsequently opened her hand, and the cup had turned into a pile of sand in her palm, flowing down through her fingers. And yet, her hands remained immaculately white, without even a scratch. Wow, sis-in-law, that's incredible. What is your hand made of? You're like a steel Barbie. No wonder the boss has become a wife slave. He must be unable to defeat you and fears that you might accidentally crush him to death. Luo, she gazed at Lin Qing's hand, his expression dumbfounded. Thinking of this, he shivered involuntarily, suddenly feeling sorry for the boss. With the sis-in-law's strength, it seemed the boss would be a wife slave for life. Chapter 325, The International Mathematical Olympiad. Luo Shi, though he was close friends with Jiang Beichen and also familiar with warriors, did not have a direct understanding of just how powerful warriors could be. In his view, Lin Qing's ability to crush a porcelain cup was simply superhuman. If he knew that for Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen, this was trivial, he would probably be even more astonished. After having breakfast, Jiang Beichen and Lin Qing, seeing they had half an hour before class, came to a small forest to enjoy their time together before parting ways. And Luo Shi, this time being astute, bid farewell early, choosing not to act as the third wheel anymore since he truly feared this little sister-in-law. At this moment, the autumn wind was desolate, all the woods died, and the forest was a sea of golden color. There were many dried leaves accumulated between the trees, swirling in the air with the breeze before settling down evenly again. From time to time, several yellow leaves would fall from the trees, dancing around like yellow butterflies upon encountering the wind. Chun, how did you know there were rumors about me at school? Lin Qing broke the silence first. Yesterday, while I was having dinner near your school, I overheard two truant girls talking. They were framing you, Jiang Beichen replied. So you proposed to me today to dispel the rumors? Lin Qing continued. Yes, it's the most effective way, Jiang Beichen nodded. In fact, those people are just some weaklings, small bugs. You don't need to pay attention to them, Lin Qing said with a smile. But I cannot tolerate anyone slandering you like that. Jiang Beichen gazed intently at Lin Qing and said, I understand. Lin Qing naturally leaned into Jiang Beichen's arms, and from time to time, Jiang Beichen gently stroked her smooth black hair. Do you know? Yesterday, my deskmate was gossiping about me. When she heard you're 26, she first doubted if you were married, fearing that I might unintentionally become the other woman. After finding out that you're not only unmarried but also that I'm your first girlfriend, she began doubting whether you had health problems or maybe were gay. It's too ridiculous, haha. Lin Qing laughed uncontrollably. After hearing Lin Qing's words, Jiang Beichen's eyes turned profound, and he whispered softly, Qing, do you not know if I am gay? How could you doubt if I have health issues? Shouldn't you give it a try? It wasn't me doubting, Before Lin finished her sentence, Jiang Beichen sealed her lips, immediately starting an indescribable scene. At once, the originally colorful forest seemed full of pink bubbles, and autumn appeared like a girl draped in gold, dancing gracefully for the two. When both calmed down, one could carefully observe that Lin Qing's lips resembled crimson roses, beautifully bright. This clearly revealed how unspeakable Jiang Beichen's behavior was just moments ago. Men are truly all big pigs. Lin Qing muttered coldly. But Jiang Beichen smiled like a cat that had stolen milk, his face full of satisfaction. As it was almost time for class, Lin Qing took her leave, considering she still had to attend school, and Jiang Beichen did not want to affect her. He promptly bade farewell. However, this time when Jiang Beichen left, his face still bore a smile. After all, Lin Qing had finally agreed to marry him. How could he not be happy? A week passed quickly, and after taking a spirit-gathering pill refined in Medicine Valley, Lin Qing's strength finally advanced from the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm to the late stage. Of course, a single spirit-gathering pill could not make a cultivator advance from the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm to the late stage. Lin Qing's progression was partly due to the energy material derived from the 10,000-year-old spiritual tree she had benefited from in the past. After a class was dismissed, the homeroom teacher called Lin Qing to the office. Teacher Zhang, what did you call me for? Lin Qing revealed a look of confusion. This time, the country will select a few students particularly outstanding in mathematics from both grade 10 and 11 to participate in the International Mathematical Olympiad in Japan. I've noticed that your math scores have always been top-notch, so I've recommended you to participate. Please prepare well in the meantime, working on more Olympiad math problems. After all, achieving recognition in such international competitions can add bonus points to your college entrance examination. Zhang Yu explained as soon as they met. Teacher Zhang, when is this Olympiad competition going to take place? Lin Qing asked. About a month later. Our school will select 3 people, and there are 20 quotas in Zhongyuan province. We need to go to the capital to participate in the preliminary selection first. At that time, all provinces will send their math geniuses. The country will select 100 people from the math geniuses of various provinces to go to Japan to participate in the math competition, so the elimination rate in the preliminary selection is 3/4. I saw your file before, your family conditions are not good, so I hope you cherish the opportunity to study and not be confused by what prosperity. In this world, it's not easy for women to live. Only yourself is the most reliable. Life is not easy for women, and the world has too high requirements for women. Let alone the discrimination against women in all kinds of jobs. Just say after marriage, you have to take care of the family and raise children, and also earn money to support the family. At the same time, you are required to be as beautiful as flowers. Otherwise, if you become a yellow-faced wife, it seems that men can naturally abandon you. After all, in their eyes, women at this time no longer match their successful selves. There is a joke saying that women should be graceful in the hall, proficient in the kitchen, able to deal with third parties, and fight off perverts. From this, we can see how harsh society is towards women. In such circumstances, women can only live better if they are strong and rich. As for the recent rumors about Lin Qing, Zhang Yu also heard a little bit. Although that super-rich second generation proposed to Lin Qing, Zhang Yu thought the possibility of them being together was slim. After all, even if that man wanted to marry you, could his family agree? Even if she really married into a wealthy family, could she live well? In this world, marriages can end in divorce. How much more so when they are just boyfriend-girlfriend relationships? As a person with some life experience, Zhang Yu thought Lin Qing was a good seedling, neither arrogant nor restless, and her grades were good. As long as she continued to maintain her grades, it wouldn't be difficult to get into the 2 best universities in China, Shuimu University and the Imperial University. Once admitted, her future would be bright. He, as a teacher with a sense of responsibility, felt it was necessary to remind Lin Qing. He didn't want her to waste her studies because of love and regret for the rest of her life. Of course, Lin Qing heard the concern for her from Zhang Yu's words. Sigh, did she look so weak? But she couldn't tell the real situation. After all, Mr. Zhang was an ordinary person. Lin Qing couldn't help but put on a meek appearance and said, Mr. Zhang, I understand your meaning. I will cherish this hard-won learning opportunity. Chapter 326, Going to the capital for the preliminary selection. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Qing's obedient appearance and nodded, saying, it's good that you understand. By the way, Mr. Zhang, about when will we go to the capital for the preliminary selection? Lin Qing asked. Approximately 3 weeks from now. Therefore, in the time ahead, you must review carefully, Zhang Yu said. By the way, teacher, why is the Olympic mathematics competition held in Japan? Lin Qing couldn't help but be surprised. She was also going to Japan to resolve some grudges, so this trip could conveniently solve everything. You might think Japan is small, a tiny spot, but the Japanese are extremely diligent and patient, excelling in learning. For thousands of years, they've been adept at learning various things from China. Once, compared to us in mathematics, Japan was nothing significant. But now their students have surpassed our great nation in mathematics. How truly regrettable. Zhang Yu sighed deeply. Typically, the Olympic mathematics competition is held in the country that ranked first in the previous year's competition. In the last 3 years, Japan has consistently been at the top in this area. It seems a mathematical prodigy emerged in Japan, helping them secure the championship. Of course, the West has always been weaker than us Easterners in mathematics. Previously, the crown belonged to us in China. However, In recent years, we haven't managed to win even once, which greatly upset relevant leaders in the country. That's why the state is now very concerned about this matter. Zhang Yu found himself talking further with Lin Qing. Yeah, Mr. Zhang, then I'll leave. I'll help our country reclaim the championship again. Lin Qing said earnestly. This little girl thinks winning the championship is as easy as eating a candy bean. Zhang Yu shook his head and laughed. Clearly, he didn't take Lin Qing's words seriously. To him, her words were no different from promising to study well and love the country. But what he didn't know was that Lin Qing was telling the truth. She planned to thoroughly embarrass Japan this time. This was difficult for others, but for Lin Qing, a cultivator, it wasn't such a hard task. After all, the mental power of cultivators is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Even when she hadn't paid much attention before, she still managed to become the top student in the high school entrance examination, let alone when she set her mind on something. Before long, 3 weeks had passed. One morning, Lin Qing followed the school teacher to a bus stop. The school teacher handed her over, along with 2 other students, to a leader teacher. Subsequently, the 3 of them boarded the bus headed to the capital. The bus was crammed full of people, none of whom Lin Qing recognized. The 2 other students sitting beside her were both second-year high school students, one male and one female. Lin Qing, how could it be you? The girl was astonished. Do you know me? Lin Qing frowned slightly, realizing she didn't recognize the other party. Judging from the tone, the other person seemed somewhat disdainful towards her. Who in our school doesn't know you now? You're the fiancé of a super-rich heir. Isn't this just favoritism? The short-haired girl mocked. Her name was Han Mei. With an average appearance, judging by her clothes, her family background also seemed quite ordinary. People like her often envied someone who was not only beautiful and academically talented, but also in a relationship with a rich and handsome boyfriend. If Lin Qing was just pretty but not academically inclined, the other party could have dismissed her as just a showpiece. If she only excelled academically without being beautiful, there wouldn't be much to envy. Oh, is it envy or resentment that I hear seeping through your words? If you say I got my place unfairly, do you have any evidence? Without proof, don't make false accusations or others might see you as a rabid dog randomly biting. I came here because the school teacher recommended me. Are you actually dissatisfied with the school teacher? Lin Qing chuckled coldly. You, Han Mei, of course, dared not express any discontent towards the school teacher, afraid of offending her. Everyone, please remain quiet. You represent our Chinese students going abroad for the competition. Pay attention to your behavior. Don't disgrace our country while overseas. Also, as citizens of a nation and even a province, you must stay united. Conflicts won't be tolerated. Otherwise, don't blame me for revoking your competition eligibility, the leading teacher sternly declared. Once the leader teacher spoke, Han Mei dared not continue mocking Lin Qing. She let out a cold snort and kept silent. She definitely didn't want to lose her competition eligibility. Winning would bring bonus points in college entrance exams. By evening, Lin Qing and her group arrived in the capital. The capital is a city with thousands of years of history, renowned worldwide for its epic palaces and ancient temples, which coexist harmoniously with neon signs and ultramodern skyscrapers. Perhaps the capital welcomed these visitors from afar, so this evening unexpectedly featured rare fiery clouds over the city. Under the glow of the setting sun, the architecture of the capital was draped in a light gauze, as if everything around resembled old yellowed photographs, offering a unique taste. Looking at the sky, one side was blue and the other yellow, as though some mischievous cloud baby had accidentally knocked over the celestial palette, painting the sky with such colors, making it exceptionally beautiful. The clouds on the yellow side were thick and abundant, casting a striking three-dimensional effect under the sunlight. The blue side, on the other hand, resembled a tranquil sea rippling with gentle ripples. Wow, the capital is so beautiful, someone exclaimed. Apparently, this person was also visiting the capital for the first time. She couldn't help but comment, her gaze fixed on the grand buildings passing by along the roads. However, Lin Qing wasn't visiting the capital for the first time, so she didn't stare incessantly at the scenery and architecture like others did. Gradually, the streetlights turned on, and the sun completely disappeared below the horizon. The buildings on both sides, illuminated by the streetlights, seemed like wives waiting shyly and anxiously for their husbands on their wedding night. Various avenues were brightly lit, and each overpass looked like a rainbow, forming graceful arcs in the sky. On the inner ring road, countless flowing cars sparkled in the light, resembling beautiful notes performing a rhythmic symphony of light. The streetlights on both sides varied in brightness, distance, and visibility, contributing to the embellishment of the capital's distinct landscapes. As everyone's stomachs started growling due to hunger, they finally arrived at Tsinghua University's attached middle school guest house, where Lin Qing would stay for the next few days. Upon arrival, the group leader teacher first took everyone to the restaurant inside the school for a hearty meal, since they had all been famished after a day-long journey. Chapter 327, Preliminary Examination. In fact, the so-called preliminary selection was nothing more than an exam, albeit with a wider scope this time around. As for Lin Qing, the crowd didn't take her too seriously. After all, the students here participating in the preliminary exam were all the cream of the crop, and most of them were from the second year of high school, with very few from the first year. Second-year students generally had more knowledge under their belts, whereas third-year students mostly focused on mathematics topics that were less extensive due to the impending college entrance examination, Gaokao. For third-year students, they faced Gaokao pressure and wouldn't waste a lot of time participating in this mathematical Olympiad competition, as its difficulty far surpassed that of the Gaokao's math section. The Gaokao is a comprehensive selection process that can't be too difficult, Otherwise, it won't serve its screening purpose properly. The preliminary exam was scheduled for the third day after Lin Qing's arrival, so they came one day early to get used to the surroundings and avoid any acclimation issues. On the afternoon of the second day, the leading teacher distributed the admission tickets to each student, with the test site located within Shuimu High School. You can wander around Shuimu High School, familiarizing yourselves with the layout and examination rooms. You must wake up on time tomorrow morning so you don't miss the exam. I will knock on your room doors one by one early tomorrow. Also, it's best if you don't go out to play, since the capital city has a mix of good and bad people, and if you get lost or something unexpected happens, that would be troublesome. That's all. You can disperse now. The leading teacher advised. Although the capital is the nation's political center, it houses a large population and mixed social groups, making it a hotspot for fraudsters. Some may blindly trust because it's the capital, but actually, the capital has become a gathering place for northern swindlers, mainly due to reasons like heavy floating population, diverse individuals, and insufficient supervision, forming what we call a stranger society. For instance, scams involving rental apartments are quite common, yet with only a few thousand yuan at stake, very few cases are pursued or manageable. However, the majority of scams in the capital involve locals defrauding other locals, including various tourist scams, bus scams, paishu scams, jade scams, financial scams, and high-level networking scams. For innocent students, it's easy to fall victim to these schemes. It just happened to be the weekend, and Shuimu High School was off. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough classrooms available for the exam. Early the next morning, Lin Qing and others, after having breakfast, headed to the examination room. Coincidentally, Lin Qing was placed in the same examination room as Han Mei, which made their encounter feel extra hostile despite not having a profound grudge. Their relationship could merely be described as jealousy and being envied, but there's an old saying that envy drives one crazy. Envy is the manifestation of interpersonal relationships. It reflects human emotion. It involves detecting someone else's advantage, desiring it, and wanting to possess it oneself, creating a certain emotional and psychological state. Generally, it makes one feel uncomfortable, and severe cases might result in hatred. Admiration, jealousy, hatred, loneliness, emptiness, coldness, can either be a sarcastic comment or reflect reality for some. Once someone's envious nature intensifies, it can lead to extreme behavior, which is no different from a tumor affecting personal growth. More often than not, those who don't want you to do well are acquaintances rather than strangers. Remembering a line from a TV drama, everyone wishes their friends to succeed, but no one wants themselves to fall behind their friends. Actually, everyone harbors envy. Anyone can achieve success except perhaps one's closest friend. Most importantly, if doing well, don't boast. If doing poorly, don't complain. It's protective for both yourself and others. For Lin Qing and Han Mei, as classmates, they should have stuck together outside, but Han Mei hoped Lin Qing would fail to make the team. In Han Mei's eyes, Lin Qing didn't possess real talent. She relied on connections to gain the qualification for the competition. After all, a first-year student doesn't master sufficient knowledge to compete. She was unaware that before coming, Lin Qing had already finished 3 years of high school mathematics through self-study and had managed to integrate everything cohesively. Actually, Mr. Zhang recommended Lin Qing because she entered school as a top student in the entrance exam and scored full marks in monthly math mock exams, showcasing significant mathematical aptitude, which led to his recommendation for her to join the competition. To Lin Qing, math problems that seemed insurmountably difficult to others were relatively simple compared to the mystical and complex calculations required for array formations. Han Mei glared at Lin Qing sitting several seats ahead of her and thought silently. Humph, the real challenge is about to come. You, Lin Qing, are destined to be eliminated. You might find ways to secure spots at school, but without ability, you'll still be kicked out when representing the country. When you fail to pass even the initial stage, we'll see where your pride goes. New paragraph starts here. The exam duration this time was 2 hours, which isn't long or short. As soon as the invigilators handed out the test papers, Lin Qing skimmed through them briefly. Looking at all the questions, she didn't find any that seemed particularly difficult to her, at least, not at that moment. Others also browsed through the paper like her, but found quite a few challenging problems. Everyone thought secretly. No wonder it's called a preliminary selection. The difficulty of these questions is no lower than last year's competition questions. After skimming through once, Lin Qing began answering questions. Her speed was incredibly fast, which was closely related to her super strong mental power. Once she read a question, relevant solving methods would immediately appear in her mind. At the same time, her hands moved along with her thoughts, and an hour later, she had finished all the questions. After completing the exam, she did a quick check and didn't find any issues. She then prepared to hand in her paper. When she picked up her test paper and walked to the podium, the invigilators were greatly surprised. Typically, during such exams, students would feel the time insufficient and wouldn't hand in their papers early. Could it be that this person performed poorly? But if so, how could they have been selected for the preliminary round? The invigilator had many questions in his mind, and he picked up Lin Qing's paper to take a look. The more he saw, the more amazed he became. Her paper was filled with answers, and after checking several consecutive questions, all were correct. Lin Qing handing in her paper early also surprised Han Mei, who thought privately, "Humph, I knew you wouldn't make it. If you really knew how could you hand in early? Probably. You didn't even have enough time to attempt all the questions." However, Han Mei didn't think much about Lin Qing, as she still needed to focus on her own problems. Given the 2-hour question load, without hurrying, she might not finish even if she knew all the answers. If there were questions she couldn't solve, it would surely consume even more time. So first, she should deal with the questions she could solve, and then move on to the harder ones. That was one way to handle exams skillfully. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 328. The Math Genius Lin Qing. However, Han Mei did not notice the increasingly serious expression of the proctor. If she had noticed, she might have thought that the proctor was just upset about Lin Qing's test paper, hence his stern face. In fact, the proctor was shocked into a numb expression. This proctor happened to be He Yong, the second-year math teacher at Tsinghua-affiliated high school. When he first got the test paper, he also glanced over all the questions. Some of them were problems he couldn't solve in such a short time. However, a student showed extraordinary genius by finishing and answering all the questions correctly within that brief span of time. Truly a math prodigy. It seems that this time, China has a good chance to come in first place in the math competition, He Yong mused silently. He hurriedly flipped through the name on the test paper. Lin Qing. These two large characters were deeply imprinted in his mind. He decided to tell his father-in-law about this right away. His father-in-law happened to be a small official in the Ministry of Education who was precisely worrying about this matter. If handled properly, it was likely his father-in-law could get promoted. When the bell rang signaling the end of the class, everyone had to hand in their exam papers as per the rules. Continuing would result in disqualification from the competition. As soon as He Yong left the exam room, he called his father-in-law. Dad, I have some good news for you. Good news? Weren't you supervising exams today? What's the good news? Don't tell me my daughter is pregnant again. A 50-something old man spoke nonchalantly from the other end of the phone. His name was Zhao Yihong, around 50 years old, currently holding a position that was neither high nor low, quite awkward. Dad, where are your thoughts wandering? Of course not. Today, our examination room saw a math prodigy. This person only used half the allotted time before submitting the answers and got every single question correct. This individual has a very good chance of securing first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad. He Yong announced. What? Is this student a top student from which school in the capital? How is he so talented? Zhao Yihong exclaimed with surprise. The senior leadership in the Ministry of Education had been reprimanded due to Japan beating China in the International Mathematical Olympiad for several consecutive years. Because of this, during diplomatic relations with Japan, the Chinese official was mocked by the Japanese side regarding the competition, causing him to return in fury. How can our vast country with such a huge population lose to a tiny island nation? The official fumed. Naturally, the education department was first to bear the brunt of the blame, accused by higher-ups of poor performance. After being scolded, the head of the Education Ministry reviewed the rankings of past competitions and found many students from China among the top 100, but mostly in middle-tier positions. None had made it to the top 3. What people valued most were the top 3 spots, especially the first-place winner. Everyone knows who the first-place holder is, but when it comes to the second place, it is often overlooked. Furthermore, the hosting location of the next year's International Mathematical Olympiad typically goes to the country whose contestant claimed first place. However, in recent years, Japan had continuously dominated this title thanks to a mathematical genius. He hoped that this year would see the emergence of a math prodigy capable of dethroning Japan's math prodigy. Otherwise, his career could be jeopardized because of this issue. If this mathematical prodigy were to win first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad, then Zhao Yihong might well climb one more rank. Therefore, hearing this news made him genuinely excited. Being an experienced leader in the education system for over 2 decades, he possessed the necessary political sensitivity, lacking only opportunity and networking. Dad, I'm not entirely sure which school this student attends, but I know his name is Lin Qing. He Yong explained. Alright, aren't you also involved in grading the exams? Keep close tabs on Lin Qing's results. As soon as the scores are out, let me know immediately. Zhao Yihong responded. As someone working in a government department, prudence was key. Once the results were out, he would report to his superiors, making everything more appropriate. After the morning exam concluded and lunch was over, the math teachers at Tsinghua-affiliated high school were assigned extra hours. They were required to grade all the exam papers by tonight and announce the names of those passing the preliminary round by tomorrow morning. Each math teacher began working quickly to grade the exams. Fortunately, there were only 400+ test papers, which wasn't an overwhelming number. Divided amongst everyone, each person only had to handle dozens of papers, so completing the task in a day would not be difficult. One of the math teachers happened to receive Lin Qing's class test papers for grading. When he came across Lin Qing's paper, he was shocked. Every single question matched the standard answers exactly, leaving him wondering if someone had leaked the questions. However, he was certain that there could be no way the exam was leaked this time because of the stringent confidentiality measures applied to the paper. Observing other teachers closely, He Yong noticed the teacher's surprised expression and asked, Teacher Zhang, have you come across a genius math paper? How did you know, Teacher He? Zhang asked in astonishment. Because that student was from the class I proctored. One student in my class finished the exam in just an hour. At the time, I thought she handed in her paper early because she couldn't solve the problems. Then, I casually glanced through her test and grew more and more astonished. I realized that she got every single question right, He Yong replied. What? All the teachers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They quickly gathered around Zhang's side to see the student's test paper. They found not only that the handwriting was excellent, but also that each step of every problem was perfectly done without any modifications. The key thing was that all the results were correct, matching the answer sheet precisely. If it weren't for the fact that some methods were slightly different from the provided solutions, they would have thought the student simply copied from the answer key. By late afternoon, the math teachers finally finished grading the papers. Surprisingly, instead of feeling exhausted, they felt delighted due to the appearance of such a talented student. Among the participants, aside from Lin Qing scoring a perfect mark, the next highest score was 90 points, which meant Lin Qing led by a full 10 points. After finishing the grading, Hiyong immediately called Zhao Yihong. Dad, the results are out. The student named Lin Qing scored full marks, while the second highest is only 90. Good, I've understood. Zhao Yihong responded with delight. He hung up and then dialed the senior leadership's number. Hello? Who is calling? Came a deep voice on the other end. Director Zhang, it's Zhao Yihong handling the basic education department here. Zhao Yihong introduced himself. Chapter 329, Mistaken for a Scam Call. Oh, Zhao, what's the matter with your call? Zheng Yin whispered. Director Zhang, in this preliminary selection, I discovered a math prodigy. She not only finished all the questions within an hour, but also scored full marks. If she participates in this Olympic math contest, there is a high probability that the first place will go to China, Zhao Yihong said. What? Is it true? Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise. How could I joke about such a matter? My son-in-law was involved in supervising and grading this preliminary exam. He discovered that this student is a genius. Zhao Yihong flattered. Good, you've done well. Help me set up a meeting tonight with that student. I want to meet this prodigy. Zheng Yun's voice regained its usual calmness. He realized he had just let his emotions show, which is someone working in a government department should avoid. All right, you can count on me, Zhao Yihong replied. After Zhao Yihong hung up the phone, he dialed another call to Hiyong, asking him to find out where Lin Qing came from, and to contact her team leader, informing her that the Ministry of Education's leadership would like to have a casual dinner with her. After receiving his father-in-law's instruction, Hiyong quickly found out that Lin Qing came from Zhongyuan province. He then called the team leader responsible for Lin Qing. Hello, who are you? The team leader turned out to be a junior staff member of the Zhongyuan Provincial Department of Education named Wu Peng. Seeing the incoming call, he randomly answered it. Hello, I am a mathematics teacher at Tsinghua High School. Your student from Zhongyuan province, Lin Qing, is truly a math prodigy. She scored full marks and ranked first in this exam. Hiyong began. But before he could finish, Wu Peng hung up. Humph, they say scammers are common in the capital city. It seems true. I've only been here a couple of days and already got a scam call. Wu Peng chuckled coldly. How could their student Lin Qing be described as a math prodigy? This must be fabricated. Who was Lin Qing anyway? Wu Peng guessed that since there were so many students, there was no way he could remember all of their names. The claim that Lin Qing achieved a perfect score was even more absurd. Could anyone get a perfect score in the preliminary examination of the Olympiad mathematics competition? Even if he didn't know much about these exams, he was aware that full scores had never occurred before. Normally, achieving 90% of the total score was considered exceptional. His information might have leaked. Information security is indeed crucial. Seeing the phone cut off, Hiyong didn't know what had happened. He tried calling again, unaware that he was perceived as a scammer. As the phone kept ringing, Wu Peng picked it up once more. As soon as he did, he coldly said, Stop calling me. I know you're a scammer. Keep harassing me, and I'll report you. Before Hiyong could reply, the call was cut off again. Now thoroughly confused, Hiyong couldn't understand why the other party thought he was a scammer. What did he say that made them suspicious? Despite pondering it, he still couldn't figure it out. With no other choice, Hiyong decided to bring along his ID and employee card and head to the guest house of Tsinghua High School, where, during his investigation into Lin Qing's information, he heard that the students and team leaders from Zhongyuan province were arranged to stay. After all, this was something his father-in-law asked him to do. He couldn't leave it undone. Hiyong stayed in the residential building of Tsinghua High School, close to the school guest house. In no time, he reached the guest house of Tsinghua High School and used his credentials to look up the room number of the team leader. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Peng opened the door upon hearing the knock. Instantly, he saw a stranger, who looked scholarly and around 27 or 8 years old. Who are you? Are you looking for someone specific? Wu Peng showed confusion, as he did not recognize the man. Hello, are you team leader Wu Peng from Zhongyuan province? I'm Hiyong, a mathematics teacher at Tsinghua High School. Here is my ID card and work permit. Hiyong warmly introduced himself. He immediately showed his documents to prevent any misunderstanding that might label him as a scammer. Seeing that his ID was accurate, Wu Peng greeted him enthusiastically, shaking hands and smiling. Teacher hello. What brings you here? Here's the situation. Your Lin Qing from Zhongyuan province scored first place in this preliminary exam, and a senior leader of the Ministry of Education wants to meet her for a casual dinner. My father-in-law also works in the education system, so he called on me since I work at Tsinghua High School, making it convenient for me to do some errands like this. Sorry for disturbing you earlier when I made that call. I'm really sorry for causing you to think I was a scammer, Hiyong began. What? Lin Qing really ranked first. Teacher I should be the one apologizing. I hung up on you before hearing you out. It was utterly wrong of me, Wu Peng said with an embarrassed expression. Oh, by the way, what did I say earlier that caused your suspicion? Hiyong asked curiously. Well, there has never been a perfect score in the past Olympiad mathematics contest exams. When you mentioned a perfect score, I immediately suspected that my information had been leaked and that scammers were after me, Wu Peng explained with a laugh. Ha. Indeed, I wasn't clear enough over the phone, not considering the historical context. Hurry up and give Lin Qing a call, and let her know that a senior leader from the Ministry of Education would like to have a casual dinner with her tonight, Hiyong instructed. Yes, I'll call her right away, Wu Peng replied with a smile. This was a big opportunity. A high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education wanted to dine with one of their students from Zhongyuan province. Such an occasion couldn't be missed. This was a great chance to connect with someone so influential. After all, As the accompanying teacher, it was only natural for him to meet the leadership while they invited the student to dinner. Wu Peng then pulled out the student's registration records and dialed Lin Xing's number. "Hello, who is this?" A calm and somewhat cool voice belonging to a young woman came through on the other end. "Lin Xing, it's your team leader, Teacher Wu. Where are you right now? Please come see me as soon as possible," Wu Peng said as soon as the call connected. "Teacher Wu, I'm outside right now. What's the matter? I'll contact you when I get back," Lin Xing replied. After finishing the test, Lin Xing left school and went to visit Grandpa Jiang. Although the lead teacher suggested it might be best not to go out playing, no rule prohibited them from doing so. Besides, she had already finished her exam, and staying at school wouldn't accomplish anything anyway. Furthermore, coming to the capital without visiting Grandpa Jiang felt simply unacceptable. Right now, she was chatting with Grandpa Jiang and sipping tea when Wu Peng's call came through. Chapter 330. This girl is too arrogant. "No, you have to come back immediately," Wu Peng said firmly. "Why? I'm busy right now," Lin Xing replied indifferently, slightly irritated by his domineering attitude. "What could you possibly be doing? Just come back. Do you know you came in first place in the preliminary math competition?" Wu Peng asked. "Yes, I know," Lin Xing responded casually. "What? You know?" Wu Peng was surprised. "Didn't you just tell me?" Lin Xing countered. She had already guessed that she might rank first, but now it was more certain. Wu Peng felt somewhat frustrated after hearing her reply, wondering how calm she was even after hearing about getting the top rank. He couldn't help but think how incredible it was that she didn't seem excited at all and showed such composure. It made him feel as if his own mental strength wasn't even comparable to hers, like he should be the one who ranked first. "Hurry up and come back. A high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education wants to invite you for dinner and meet you," Wu Peng added urgently. "Teacher Wu, I really have something going on. I have plans with others. I'm at someone's house right now. Leaving abruptly would be inappropriate. If the big leader wants to invite me to dinner, let's reschedule it to noon tomorrow. There's nothing else. I'll hang up now," Lin Xing stated matter-of-factly. No sooner had she finished speaking than she ended the call, acting as if she paid no heed to a major leader's invitation. Wu Peng's face turned somewhat pale after being hung up on. He thought silently. This girl is still a student. Doesn't she realize this makes her appear extremely disrespectful to the high-ranking official? She truly lacks emotional intelligence. What he didn't understand was that given Lin Xing's identity and capabilities, there was no need for her to cater to anyone. Emotional intelligence is usually used to compensate for insufficient capability. Since Lin Xing possessed forces beyond others' reach, why should she bother compromising herself? Seeing the phone disconnected, Hyung quickly asked, "What did she say?" She claimed to be busy with other engagements and requested to shift the meeting to noon tomorrow. She's just too arrogant for a student. Wu Peng sighed helplessly. "Ha, geniuses usually have strong personalities," Hyung explained half-heartedly. Truthfully, even he thought the girl was excessively arrogant. How dare she make a top leader adjust their schedule to fit hers? Truly naive about hierarchy and respect. However, since the leader needed her talents for this particular occasion, they probably wouldn't hold it against her, though undoubtedly it left an unfavorable impression that could lead to missed opportunities. Life inherently means grappling with challenges. Every step we take involves encountering difficulties, facing complex problems constantly, and feeling the threats they pose everywhere. People who succeed often possess uncommon keen insight. They're adept at recognizing fleeting opportunities within predicaments, skilled at discerning the essence through surface phenomena, and better able to seize chances when new things emerge. A famous person once remarked, "If you are good at observing, opportunities surround you everywhere, even close by or right in your hands. The question lies in whether you can discover every opportunity. Opportunities lie within our lives. No one knows from where or in what form they may arrive. Sometimes it comes from the front door, sometimes it comes from the back window. Sometimes it appears as its true self, sometimes it masquerades as misfortune or setback." And Lin Xing missed such clear opportunities without detecting them. In teacher Hyung's view, she was a classmate focused only on studying, lacking the acumen to navigate situations strategically. Or, simply put, someone with high IQ but low EQ. After notifying the required parties, he bid farewell. Leaving the guest house of the Shuemu High School and returning home, Hyung called Zhao Yihong. "Dad, I've informed Lin Xing and her leading teacher that she came in first place in the preliminary exam. However, it looks like tonight's dinner arrangement with the senior official might not go ahead." "Oh, what exactly happened?" Zhao Yihong was puzzled. "That Lin Xing has urgent matters to attend to. She's currently handling business and said she'll have time tomorrow at noon," Hyung explained. He dared not relay the exact wording, fearing it might exacerbate the situation. Should the high-level official bear resentment toward Lin Xing, making her life difficult later, her future achievements could suffer immensely. To some extent, Hyung valued talent and didn't want to see such a math prodigy destroyed due to a lack of social intelligence. So, indeed, there's an art to speaking. Being articulate can sometimes lead to twice the result with half the effort. There is an old saying, "A kind word can warm the coldest of winters, while harsh words can chill even the hottest summer." Speaking is often like the weather in nature. Good words are like a spring breeze or a gentle rain, nourishing the listener's heart and cultivating their spirit, while unpleasant words are like bone-chilling cold winds, grating on the ears and causing an immediate sense of bitterness or discomfort, or gradually increasing one's emotions until they reach the point of volcanic eruption. To a certain extent, how comfortable your words make others feel determines your success. Some say that you should speak human talk to humans and ghost talk to ghosts. The art of conversation has been recorded since ancient times. For instance, in the book, Gui Guzi Quan, 9 methods of speaking appropriately are mentioned. Thus, when speaking with wise people, rely on broad knowledge. When speaking with dull-witted people, rely on debate. When speaking with eloquent people, rely on essentials. When speaking with nobles, rely on authority. When speaking with the wealthy, rely on elegance. When speaking with the poor, rely on profit. When speaking with the lowly, rely on humility. When speaking with the brave, rely on courage. When speaking with extremists, rely on sharpness. This means, when speaking with intelligent individuals, lean on extensive references. When speaking with clumsy ones, use grand discussions. With debaters, stay concise. With high-ranking figures, emphasize majesty. With affluent ones, be sophisticated. With impoverished ones, focus on benefits. With commoners, be respectful. With the courageous, highlight decisiveness. With radicals, apply astuteness. He Young decided to seize an opportunity to meet Lin Qing and discuss the art of communication, hoping she wouldn't offend people so directly in the future. After hanging up, Zhao Yihong dialed the leader's number. Director Zhang, I just helped you arrange for Lin Qing, but she had urgent matters and couldn't return in time. She said she'll be free tomorrow, Zhao Yihong began. It's been a long time since anyone rejected my invitation, let alone asking me to accommodate her schedule. This student, well, I don't know what to say about her, Director Zhang joked lightly. To be honest, he wasn't angry. He didn't have such a petty mindset regarding this student who could help him. Chapter 331. Do you know you've offended someone? Moreover, in his view, if the other party didn't have an emergency, how could they possibly decline his invitation? However, Zhao did not think so. He quickly explained for that student. Director Zhang, that student doesn't know any better. You are a magnanimous person. Please don't take it personally. Ho ho, little Zhao. What kind of person do you take me for? How can I be petty with a student who is a genius bringing honor to our country? Let's reschedule the meeting to noon tomorrow. A genius deserves some special attention. Zheng Yin chuckled. Yes, I was wrong to think that. Leader, as a man of such benevolence, how could you possibly quarrel with a student? Zhao flattered. As the saying goes, dealing with the devil king, Yama, is easier than dealing with the devils under him. It's common knowledge that big shots tend to be more reasonable, whereas anonymous subordinates often intentionally cause trouble. To put it another way, those who act superior and arrogant are mostly low-level people. In fact, analyzing this sentence thoroughly reveals a consistent rule. The higher the position, the gentler the person. Conversely, the lower the position, the harder to deal with. The reason behind this phenomenon is that the higher a person's position, the more their self-esteem is fulfilled. They don't need to prove their power by causing trouble, so they are easier to work with. On the other hand, those in lower positions are often managed by others, and to demonstrate their authority and satisfy their self-esteem, they instead deliberately make things difficult for you to highlight their importance. Of course, Lin Qing was unaware of all the happenings around her. After finishing dinner, she left the Jiang household. As soon as Lin Qing left the Jiang family, Grandpa Jiang called Jiang Beichen. Beichen, you and Lin Qing are often apart. When will I ever get to see my first great-grandson? How's your relationship progressing? Grandpa Jiang curiously asked. To be honest, he was quite worried about this grandson. He feared that after he passed away, the grandson would end up alone. And with Jiang Beichen's aloof nature, he worried that his grandson might scare away his future bride. Pretty good. Jiang Beichen replied nonchalantly. What do you mean pretty good? I met Lin Qing today, and she seems to be getting pretty close to a boy. Grandpa Jiang stated. Actually, Grandpa Jiang was fibbing. He just wanted their relationship to progress faster. He was afraid that if his grandson kept his cool demeanor, nothing substantial would come out of it. When men encounter competition from others, no matter how reserved they usually are, they often reveal their natural heroic side. Did Lin Qing go to the capital? Jiang Beichen asked in surprise. Yes, wait, that's not the point. Didn't you hear what I said? Lin Qing is getting pretty close to a boy. Grandpa Jiang pointed out. He felt that his grandson was too much trouble. His granddaughter-in-law had to be arranged by him, the grandfather, which made him feel exhausted. But what he didn't know was that Jiang Beichen had already successfully proposed, and he still thought their relationship hadn't progressed much. Grandpa, even if Lin Qing is close to a boy, they are still normal friends, Jiang Beichen replied. In the past, encountering situations like these would make him jealous, but over time he realized how high Lin Qing's standards were. She wouldn't fall in love easily. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to find someone better than him in every aspect and who also loved her more. Since Lin Qing had already agreed to marry him, he trusted her implicitly. Do you trust Lin Qing that much? Grandpa Jiang asked, surprised. Of course. She has agreed to marry me. If I can't even give her this level of trust, wouldn't that disappoint her? Jiang Beichen responded. What? Lin Qing has agreed to marry you? That's wonderful. Did she mention when she'll marry you? Grandpa Jiang asked, smiling broadly. He never expected his grandson to keep something this significant hidden. He was more capable than he had been at his age. It seemed he surpassed expectations. Grandpa, at least she has to be of legal age. Regarding marriage, there's no rush yet. We can set an engagement now. We'll see when Lin Qing is ready to enter the marriage hall, Jiang Beichen mentioned. I was just praising the brat, and now he's boasting again. At this rate, spoiling that girl, when will I see my great-grandson? Grandpa Jiang muttered, filled with resentment. After their call ended, Jiang Beichen immediately booked a flight ticket to the capital. It had been 20-some days since he last saw Lin Qing, and he missed her deeply. Upon returning to the Shuimu-affiliated high school guest house, Wu Peng found her. Classmate Lin Qing, come, let's have a talk, Wu Peng started. Teacher Wu, what would you like to discuss with me? Lin Qing asked. Classmate Lin Qing, do you know that you offended someone today? Wu Peng asked with frustration evident in his voice. No idea. Whom have I offended? Lin Qing responded, utterly confused. She really did not know whom she had offended. As for the temperaments of those people who were immersed in the political arena, she indeed knew very little about them. First, she came from a continent of cultivation, so she was indeed lacking in worldly matters. Second, given her current status, she didn't think changing the agreed-upon time would amount to offending anyone. However, what she didn't realize was that even if she didn't see it that way, others might. In their eyes, she was still an inexperienced student without any real power or influence, and not yet the revered Master Lin with limitless powers. Alas, you really don't know. Did you know today you offended a big leader from the education department of the imperial capital? When you rejected someone today, it was as if you slapped their face. Do you understand how significant this is compared to any other matter? Wu Peng helplessly spoke. The student standing before him wasn't his own child, so he couldn't beat her or scold her harshly, nor could he say anything too severe. Impossible, right? Is that big leader really that petty-minded? How could someone like that get such an important position? Lin Qing expressed surprise. Ho ho, you're still worrying about how they got into their position? Is that something within your concern? Right now, what you need to worry about is yourself. Aren't you afraid they'll make life difficult for you? If this happens, not only will you be unable to enter politics in the future, but also struggling in the field of education will become almost impossible, Wu Peng said, nearly laughing out of frustration. What do I have to worry about? I won't pursue politics in the future anyway. I think a big leader shouldn't be that small-minded. Lin Qing said helplessly. These people are really troublesome. If they refuse to listen, a good beating should solve everything, right? There's nothing that can't be fixed. Fine, I won't bother you anymore. But tomorrow, you must sincerely apologize to the big leader and explain that you had no choice due to an emergency. Wu Peng advised. All right, I understand. Lin Qing nodded reluctantly. Isn't it just explaining the reason? What's so hard about that? If Wu Peng knew what Lin Qing was thinking, he'd go crazy again. He wanted her to bow down and admit fault, not merely explain why she missed the meeting. Chapter 332. You could be a pop star now. After returning to the hotel room, Lin Qing was about to fall asleep when the phone rang. Looking at the familiar telephone number and name on her cell phone screen, Lin Qing felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. She picked up the call, and on the other end came Jiang Beichen's deep and sensual voice as always. Hello, Qing, I heard you went to the imperial capital, and even visited Grandpa. Yeah, it's what Grandpa told you, right? I came to the imperial capital for the preliminary selection of the Olympic math competition. Next week, I guess I'll go to Japan for the finals. Lin Qing smiled softly. I miss you so much, Jiang Beichen said. I do too. Lin Qing's eyes were filled with little red hearts. Clearly she was lost in this sweetness. I want to sing you a song, Jiang Beichen proposed. You can sing. Lin Qing asked in surprise. I can, but I rarely sing. Today, for some reason, I just want to sing this song good night, thinking of you. There was a profound light flashing in Jiang Beichen's deep eyes, almost pulling one into their allure. Just sing. I'll listen. Lin Qing smiled, switching her phone to speaker mode so she could hear better. Good night, and be with you. Together we count stars under the sky, collecting the spring raindrops. Good night, and be with you. Listen to you telling old stories, and read the sentiments in your eyes. So, good night. Let every day become our most beautiful memories. Walk through mountains and rivers, across seas and edges of the earth. Watch sunsets shoulder by shoulder, listen to birdsong in the woods. Good night. Turning each moment into our most beautiful memory. Jiang Beichen's voice was gentle like a clear spring. Its resonance lingers endlessly for 3 days. A feeling of melancholy yet sweetness took hold in her heart, as if all worldly noise had faded away, leaving only them two in this world. The beautiful melody and touching lyrics drowned Lin Qing in Jiang Beichen's passionate love, unable to pull herself out. Chun, your singing sounds amazing. I feel like you could become a pop star. Lin Qing laughed happily, evident from her tone. Do you like it? Jiang Beichen asked. It's not that I like it, I love it. Lin Qing smiled and replied. In that case, I'll often sing for you then. Jiang Beichen laughed. After exchanging some sweet words, they hung up the call. The next morning, just as Lin Qing woke up, refreshed after washing up, and ready to head down for breakfast, upon opening the door, she saw a pair of sparkling eyes. Jiang Beichen was standing there with snacks from the imperial capital, waiting outside her door. How did you get here? Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise. You said you missed me, and I missed you too. Jiang Beichen matter-of-factly explained. Come in quickly. In future, don't wait outside foolishly. If you come, just knock, Lin Qing urged. I didn't want to wake you, and I'm not tired at all. Being able to do these things for you makes me happy. Jiang Beichen grinned dumbly. Chun, you're such a fool. Lin Qing was deeply moved. Without any hesitation, she threw herself into Jiang Beichen's arms. Caught off guard, Jiang Beichen fell onto the bed. At that exact moment, the scene couldn't be described appropriately. If someone else saw it, they might have thought something inappropriate was about to happen. Lin Qing settled herself like a kitten, finding a comfortable spot, lying down. But her soft body, brushing against Jiang Beichen's chest like feathers, stirred up sensations within him. Don't move. Jiang Beichen's voice grew deeper, a bit hoarse. What's wrong? Lin Qing blinked in confusion. Don't you know how irresistible you are to me right now? I'm an ordinary man, Jiang Beichen whispered in Lin Qing's ear. Lin Qing suddenly realized this. She immediately tried to jump up, but lost her balance and fell again. Jiang Beichen let out a sound unconsciously as he got hit. His gaze flickered with a hint of reddish light. He murmured softly. Ching, you're provoking me, do you know? Lin found herself laughing and crying simultaneously. During her fall, she unintentionally pressed on a sensitive area, causing another indescribable scene. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Before Lin could finish her apology, she was engulfed in a boundless ocean of passion. At this point, Lin felt as though she were surrounded by an endless sea of flowers, pink hearts floating in the sky, paired butterflies chasing each other in pairs. After a while, when both their emotions finally settled, Lin started eating breakfast. Of course, all these breakfast items were northern Chinese street snacks, such as grilled cold noodles, hand-grab pancakes, donkey meat washal, small steamed buns, and 8 treasure porridge, etc. Jiang knew that Lin had a pretty good appetite, so he bought quite a lot of snacks. Delicious, much better than the school cafeteria's breakfast, Lin praised while eating. After breakfast, Lin insisted on dragging Jiang back to bed to rest. She knew he probably didn't sleep much the previous night, evident from the tiredness in his eyes. Not long after, Jiang fell asleep while Lin sat cross-legged meditating. Around 10 o'clock, there was a knock on Lin door, and as soon as there was movement, Jiang woke up instantly. Who is it? Lin asked. It's me, Teacher Wu. A mathematics teacher from Tsinghua-affiliated middle school has arrived and wishes to meet you. He will later take you to dine with senior leaders from the education department, Wu Peng said. Okay, just a moment. Lin saw that Jiang was already awake and slowly opened the door. When Wu Peng saw another person inside Lin room, he was quite surprised. Who is this? Wu Peng asked. This is my boyfriend, Jiang, Lin introduced. Jiang gave Wu Peng a cold nod and then stopped talking. Wu Peng silently thought, Lin boyfriend seems cold, but he sure is handsome. Wow, I can't believe students are so open nowadays. Not even adults yet, and they're already booking hotel rooms. Obviously, because Lin hesitated before opening the door, Wu Peng had jumped to the wrong conclusion. What he didn't know was that they had merely been sleeping and not engaging in anything else. But since this wasn't his child, he couldn't interfere too much. Dating was also none of his business. In that case, let's go to my room. We shouldn't keep Teacher He waiting, Wu Peng then said. I'll go with you. Jiang immediately added. All right. Lin nodded. She didn't see any problem with this. Lin, we have important matters to handle. Is it really appropriate for you to bring your boyfriend along? Wu Peng frowned slightly and voiced his concern. What's inappropriate about that? My boyfriend won't interfere with anything else I do, and he's very well behaved, Lin responded. Chapter 333. A confusing second-generation rich guy. Wu Peng was somewhat speechless. This wasn't an issue of being obedient or not, and besides, the other party had a cold look on their face, like a natural central air conditioner. When they were around, others couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. However, seeing Lin persistence, he remained silent. Because the invitation was for Lin, and as a team leader teacher, he really had no right to make decisions for her. Soon, the three arrived at Wu Peng's room, and upon meeting, He-yong greeted with a smile. Classmate Lin. Hello, you should have some impression of me. I was your proctor yesterday. I remember. Teacher He, may I ask why you're looking for me? The big leaders from the Ministry of Education weren't going to invite you to dinner yesterday? Today, I'll just be a messenger to pick you up and meet our student prodigy. He-yong smiled and said, Haha, Teacher He flatters me, Lin replied with a smile. Just now, He-yong was completely attracted by Lin and unintentionally ignored the other person beside her. Now, after a closer look, he realized that the person actually had stunning looks and an extraordinary aura, showing that they were no ordinary individual. And this one? He-yong couldn't help but ask. He is my boyfriend, Jiang, Lin introduced. This handsome guy, where do you work? He-yong casually asked. He serves in the army. Lin knew that Jiang didn't talk much in front of strangers, so she answered on his behalf. Wow, he's actually an officer. No wonder he has such an unusual aura, He-yong praised. Upon hearing this, Wu Peng secretly thought, Humph, if only you knew what kind of brute he is, attacking a minor. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud, fearing retaliation, especially after knowing that the other party came from the military, making him even more afraid to express any dissatisfaction towards him. After all, Lin wasn't his daughter. Why stir trouble for himself? Too much praise, Jiang replied indifferently. Clearly, He-yong also noticed his aloof personality, stopped focusing on him, and started chatting with Lin instead. Lin classmate, don't find it annoying. There are some things I must tell you, He-yong spoke directly. He felt pity for talent and thus acted this way. Otherwise, if it were someone else, he wouldn't bother. After all, this person wasn't particularly related to him, neither a relative nor his own student. Oh, go ahead and speak, Lin responded with a smile. What you did yesterday wasn't quite proper. It lacked consideration. You offend people easily this way. It's often said that thoughts determine actions, actions determine habits, habits shape character, and character determines destiny. What is nature? Nature refers to a person's temperament. Someone with a violent temperament, subject to big ups and downs, tends to die younger, shortening their life. On the contrary, someone with a gentle and calm temperament lives longer. And what is pattern? Pattern reflects one's perspective. Someone with a broad perspective can accommodate many people, bringing good fortune. Throughout history, those who could accept everyone had countless capable people assisting them, naturally improving their luck. Those with limited perspectives, unable to tolerate others, often fare poorly in human relations. Is it likely their luck will improve? I know geniuses usually carry a certain pride, but to succeed in the future, one must possess a relatively high emotional quotient and the ability to bend and stretch. Throughout history, numerous geniuses eventually became mediocre, even achieving little, simply because their intellect wasn't matched by corresponding character traits and morals. Hee-young earnestly opened his mouth. Lin Qing understood that he was doing this for her good, so she didn't argue back. Instead, she smiled and nodded. What he said made sense for the others on this planet, but Lin Qing didn't need it. As a cultivator, she fundamentally didn't require anything else. She only needed to enhance her strength. Once her strength became something others feared, would she still need to worry about these relationships? Likely, others would start courting her then. Seeing her sweet and obedient expression, Hee-young assumed she took it in. He laughed and said, "All right, that's enough talk. We should get going. We cannot keep the senior official waiting." At this moment, Wu Peng interjected. "Teacher He, then what about me?" Hee-young, observing Wu Peng's hesitant yet eager look, said, "Teacher Wu, why don't you come along too, but be cautious once we're at the table with what you say." Wu Peng grinned and replied, all right, rest assured. I understand what I should and shouldn't say." As they approached the car, Lin Qing's boyfriend was still following, prompting Hee-young to open his mouth. "Mr. Jiang, are you coming too?" "How about it?" "Not allowed," Jiang Baichen countered. "Lin Qing, what do you think?" Hee-young asked as he looked at Lin Qing. "Of course I'm going. It's just a meeting with a high-ranking official," Lin Qing replied with a smile. Wu Peng was speechless. "It's just a meeting with a leader. Why make it sound like you've met lots of leaders?" "Lin classmate, that sounds quite frightening, don't you think? As if you were some sort of big shot." Indeed, his silent muttering had unintentionally hit upon a truth. Lin Qing really was a big shot. Hee-young, seeing Lin Qing's decision, could only bring Jiang Baichen along. In his mind, it must be because Lin Qing was still young and inexperienced in discerning the gravity of situations. At this age, people are often led by their feelings first, so it's quite normal for a couple to want to stick together all the time. However, if all four went, his car would get a little crowded. One driver plus 4 passengers would definitely feel cramped. He had already arranged a substitute driver in case alcohol was served during the dinner. Just as he was about to suggest Wu Peng take a taxi, Jiang Baichen spoke up. "Lin Qing can take my car." "Your car? You have one?" Hee-young asked, surprised. "Sure, right there." Jiang Baichen pressed a button on his key fob, and the car responded with a beep. Hee-young and Wu Peng turned their gaze towards the car and noticed how sleek and stylish it was, with an elegant design and well-known luxury license plate. Clearly, the car wasn't cheap. What a cool car. It must cost a lot, huh? Wu Peng couldn't help but ask. Although his family situation was average, he loved cars. Even though he couldn't afford them, it was still enjoyable to admire them. Yeah, it cost several million indeed. This is a Rolls-Royce. This brand's cheapest models start from a few million. Hee-young stared at Jiang Baichen in astonishment. He never expected that this guy was a second-generation rich person. Do many rich heirs join the army? Very few, since most of them cannot endure the hardships of military life. And here you have a good-looking heir who abandons a carefree lifestyle for suffering in the army. They simply couldn't comprehend it. Chapter 334. The big leader gets humiliated. However, Hee-young and Wu Peng's impression of the rich second generation being pleasure-seeking only comes from general nouveau riche. Truly aristocratic offspring are educated very strictly. When many people hear the word rich second generation, most may feel it's a pejorative term. In fact, the rich second generation aren't necessarily squanderers. Everything depends on an individual's cultivation. Their family education also plays a large part in influencing this. First, we need to look at how their first generation became wealthy, because tracing back to the root can also infer their methods of family education. Some have relied on the efforts of one generation after another, slowly expanding their businesses, with such families typically offering more superior family educations that focus on nurturing their children's abilities. Others are nouveau riche. Some have received a windfall due to property demolition. Some have started their own ventures. Others earn high salaries. The way these families educate their rich second generation varies greatly. Educated under different environments, the behavior exhibited by the rich second generation will also be somewhat different. Sometimes the media is saturated with all sorts of negative news about the rich second generation, but the education of the rich second generation isn't always as portrayed in the media. Not all are incompetent loafers. On the contrary, many place greater emphasis on education, elite education specifically. Besides easier access to corresponding resources, they also attach more importance to investment in children's education and the upbringing of their kids. What is reported in the media might actually differ greatly from the reality of the rich second generation. Many of them are quite low profile. Many aristocratic rich second generations mostly maintain good breeding. They also work hard, strive diligently, and possess strong capabilities. They have much more to learn than us ordinary people and face far more pressure, yet they still put in great effort. Genuine rich second generations who aren't nouveau riche or come from intellectual backgrounds are very low-key and hardworking, having strict family rules, valuing family education highly, and emphasizing traditional culture and family heritage. Jiang Baichen was driving, closely following the car driven by Hee-young. After about half an hour, they arrived at the agreed location. It was a restaurant named Wan Jia Deng Hua, 10,000 Family Lights, known for its excellent imperial capital cuisine, already having opened many branches in the capital. After their arrival, they reserved a large private room. They let the server bring tea first, and then waited for the big leader to arrive. During the waiting period, Hee-young tried to break the awkward silence by asking, "Mr. Jiang, you mentioned that you're serving in the military now. Is it in the capital?" "No, in Zhongyan. Jiang Beichen replied as briefly as usual, inadvertently becoming the topic terminator once again. Ah, judging from your accent, you should be from the capital. Why did you choose to enlist in Zhongyuan? He Young had no choice but to keep the conversation going awkwardly. He assumed that Jiang Beichen was just a common soldier. Given his age, he couldn't hold a particularly high position in the army. Because I like it, Jiang Beichen said again, his reply once again ending the conversation. At this moment, He Yong's phone rang. On the other end was his father-in-law, Zhao Yihong. Hi Yong, the big leader has arrived at the hotel entrance. Get ready. After saying that, the call was cut off. Is the big leader coming? Wu Peng asked nervously yet excitedly. He Yong nodded and said, yes, the big leader is coming right away. Not long after, footsteps could be heard outside the door, followed by the sound of the door opening. As the door opened, a seemingly kind and deep voice came out. Who is Lin among you? I didn't expect that Zhongyuan province would produce a mathematical genius. This is truly commendable. Before seeing the person, hearing the voice made Lin immediately think of Wang Shifeng from the novel Dream of Red Mansions. At this moment, everyone inside stood up, as Lin began to observe this so-called big leader. He looked around 50 years old, medium build, square face, with a common buzz cut. His temples were slightly balding, with thick and well-shaped eyebrows under which a pair of sharp, profound eyes flickered. When he spoke, he revealed a set of white, neat teeth, involuntarily drawing everyone's attention. Hello Director Zhang, I am Lin Qing. Lin Qing said neither humble nor haughty. Previously, He Yong had already informed Lin Qing of the name of this important leader. Good, very nice indeed. Zheng Yun looked directly over, evidently curious about this mathematical genius who could meet his gaze directly, while simultaneously admiring the non-humble and non-haughty demeanor of this genius mathematician. Accompanying the big leader was his secretary and Zhao Yihong. Don't be too nervous, everyone. Please sit down. Xiao Yu, you go out and ask the waitress to bring some signature dishes, Zheng Yun instructed his secretary. Once everyone had sat down, Zheng Yun clearly noticed Jiang Beichen. Who is this? This is my boyfriend, Jiang Beichen, Lin Qing said calmly, showing no embarrassment about their early relationship. Wow, students these days are remarkable, so young and already in love. But, Lin Qing classmate, you mustn't let your romance affect your participation in the competition. Zheng Yun chuckled as he teased her. Don't worry, Director Zhang. I am confident that I can secure first place in the finals. And I don't think dating will interfere with my studies, Lin Qing replied with a smile. Good. It's great to have confidence. But Zhongyuan really is a fine place. It's fertile ground for talent. Just look at Lin Qing. Beautiful and intelligent, truly accomplished in both looks and intellect. Zhongyuan commented. Director Zhang, you flatter me, Lin Qing responded with a smile. During this casual conversation, the food arrived, along with drinks. Typically, Chinese people prefer to discuss matters over meals and also enjoy offering toasts. Of course, Lin Qing wouldn't be formal with the others. Faced with such delicious food, everything else could wait. Firstly, Wu Peng, He Yong, and Zhao Yihong raised their glasses to toast Zheng Yun. Zheng Yun merely sipped gently before setting down his glass. Then Zheng Yun poured himself a glass of wine and proposed a toast to Lin Qing. Lin Qing classmate, I hope you strive hard, achieve first place, and bring honor to our country. As he spoke, he downed the glass in one gulp. Just as Lin Qing was about to raise her glass, she was stopped by Jiang Beichen. No, you cannot drink alcohol, Jiang Beichen said coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. For Lin Qing, having a little alcohol wasn't an issue, especially since her cultivation as an immortal rendered her impervious to any amount of alcohol. However, Jiang Beichen clearly overprotected her, thinking that as a minor, she shouldn't drink. The others hearing this almost broke out in a cold sweat. Was this person blind? Didn't they see who was offering the toast? That was none other than the big leader. Did they not notice how the leader's expression darkened? This act was directly slapping the face of the big leader. Chapter 335 My man, I will protect. Mr. Jiang, this wine isn't too strong. Having a little bit won't cause any problems. Yes. If Lin Qing completely abstains from alcohol, it would ruin the mood. If necessary, you can drink on her behalf. Others seeing the scene immediately began to persuade. No way. Neither of us can drink alcohol. Jiang Beichen stood firm and coldly replied. He had come to the capital this time, not only to see Qing, but also to handle some other matters. He was extremely principled and wouldn't allow others or circumstances to affect his work. Yu Kun, secretary to Zheng Yun, seeing his superior being disrespected like this, quickly retorted, Mr. Jiang, right? Don't tell me you've been on antibiotics. Given Zheng Yun's status, even if someone disrespects him, he wouldn't directly flare up and give them leverage. However, as his secretary, if he didn't defend his leader against such actions, the leader would definitely form a poor impression of him. Everyone assumed that Jiang Beichen, even if he wasn't sick, would pretend to be under medication to get out of this awkward situation. Who would have thought that the following words shocked everyone once again? I'm not sick, but I drove here, and I have some things to take care of later. I can't afford to let drinking interfere with my responsibilities. Jiang Beichen responded calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply again. How could Jiang Beichen's disposition mirror Lin Qing's so closely, both being socially inept and low on emotional intelligence? Besides, one could hire a designated driver if they drove, and one could still handle tasks without getting drunk. Clearly, this action displayed no respect for higher-ups. Yu, Zhang Yun, fuming, could barely manage 3 words. Since attaining high rank, nobody had dared disrespect him so brazenly. Not that nobody truly existed. It just meant those below his rank or ordinary people didn't dare cross him like this. Looks like we can't continue this meal. Lin Qing said helplessly. Why was it so hard to just have a decent meal? As Lin Qing prepared to leave along with Jiang Beichen triumphantly. Although Jiang Beichen refused the offered toast, thus seeming to offend them, his considerations and starting points were reasonable. First, for her well-being. Second, taking responsibility for what he needed to do. In Lin Qing's opinion, this was merely a small matter and did not warrant excessive fussing. However, there are some people in the world who place more importance on face than anything else. Caring about face is normal behavior, but Chinese culture has given face many special meanings, placing excessive emphasis on it. For instance, gifts are judged solely by packaging rather than content, leading to an upsurge in extravagantly priced mooncakes. People earn modest wages yet insist on keeping up with trends, spending their monthly income on luxury smartphones, then subsisting on instant noodles daily, valuing brands over substance, purchasing items labeled British Royal or Parisian fashion regardless of cost, believing it elevates them into aristocracy. Yet such an obsession with face imposes burdens on oneself without yielding any tangible benefits. Irrespective of whether Lin Qing believed Jiang Beichen had made any mistakes, there weren't any. He supported her because, after all, he was her man, and she would protect her man. Lin Qing, wait. You can't just walk away like this. Wu Peng called out urgently. He didn't want either party to make impulsive decisions, and the issue shouldn't conclude like this. However, Lin Qing had already opened the door and stepped outside the private room. At that moment, a tall, sun-kissed man around 30 years old, looking quite cheerful, noticed Jiang Beichen. Surprised, he exclaimed, Jiang, little brother, how did you find time to return to the capital? The man speaking was named Han Howie, a legitimate descendant of the Han family. The Hans were a famous military household in the capital, known for producing 2 generals within their family, giving them significant prominence. Han Howie himself was also a military prodigy who, despite his young age, had already achieved several commendations and was renowned among the younger generation. As an official in the capital, Zheng Yun, of course, recognized Han Howie. He had seen him at large banquets before. Although his rank may not compare, Han Howie was someone he absolutely couldn't offend, who would challenge someone with such good connections, both a good father and grandfather? At this moment, seeing Han Howie greet Jiang Beichen so warmly, Zheng Yun was puzzled. What kind of background does Jiang Beichen have? Zheng Yun murmured softly. All we know is, he's been in the military and is a second-generation rich guy. He young whispered. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Yun pondered, judging from Han Howie's attitude toward him. Jiang Beichen wasn't an ordinary person. Jiang Beichen also didn't expect to run into Han Howie here. Although Han Howie was a few years older, they had spent much time together when they were younger. After all, Han Howie's younger brother, Han Zhenshui, who was the same age as Jiang Beichen, were childhood friends. He then responded casually. Of course, I've returned because I have things to do. Han Howie obviously also noticed the pretty girl next to Jiang Beichen, and with a curious expression, he asked, And who is this? This is my fiancée, Lin Qing. Jiang Beichen replied with a slight upward curve at the corner of his lips. Wow, good for you. You're already engaged, and she looks so young. Who would have thought that despite your always serious, cold, and abstinent demeanor, you're actually quite the ladies' man? Han Howie joked softly while patting Jiang Beichen's shoulder. Han big brother, you're overthinking it. We're in a pure relationship, Jiang Beichen said solemnly, frowning slightly. Haha, you're saying that a relationship is pure? Relationships are inherently impure, okay. Han Howie laughed loudly. Meanwhile, Zheng Yun, seeing how the two conversed joyfully not far away, couldn't sit still anymore. He thought that Jiang Beichen must have a profound background. Otherwise, there was no way Han Howie would be treating him with such warmth. From the way Jiang Beichen treated people around them earlier, one might think his emotional intelligence was low, but those who knew better realized it exuded an aura of someone in power. Hence, without further delay, Zheng Yun quickly stepped forward. Mr. Han, hello? Mr. Jiang, I apologize for my inappropriate behavior just now. Zheng Yun could not help but open his mouth. And who are you? Han Howie's initial warmth vanished completely upon seeing this sudden intruder, as if it had never existed. His brows furrowed slightly as he spoke. Despite appearing sunny, Han Howie was relatively aloof toward strangers. To be honest, he indeed had no impression of the person before him. I am Zheng Yun from the Department of Education. We met briefly at a banquet before, Zheng Yun replied with some irritation. He knew it was normal for the other party not to recognize him, as they had only met once and weren't familiar. Do you know each other? Han Howie looked at Jiang Beichen and Zheng Yun and asked. Jiang Beichen remained silent with pursed lips, whereas Zheng Yun hurriedly interjected. Yes. We just met today, but my actions were improper and ended up offending Mr. Jiang. I hope he won't hold it against me. Chapter 336. The Transformation of the Great Leader. That's alright, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, we won't hold it against you. We're going to eat first, my fiancée is hungry. Jiang Beichen said indifferently. After all, Lin Qing didn't eat well earlier because of what happened before. She was full of resentment. Then he took Lin Qing to the ordering area of this restaurant. After all, there were only 2 people, no need for a private room, since private rooms are so scarce that it's hard to book without prior reservation. When Han Hao saw Jiang Beichen go to the ordering area, his eyes turned cold. What exactly happened? Zheng Yun, feeling the slightly cold gaze from Han Hao, inwardly muttered. This Jiang Beichen is indeed not an ordinary person. There wasn't any issue. Mr. Jiang's little girlfriend is going to participate in the Olympic math competition. I toasted her with wine, but Mr. Jiang didn't want her to drink it. As a result, a minor disagreement occurred. Zheng Yun helplessly spoke up. Honestly speaking, Zheng Yun's words were quite level-headed, making it seem like no one was at fault. If you weren't aware, you might think Jiang Beichen was narrow-minded and got upset just because someone toasted his girlfriend with wine? Huh, my younger brother Jiang wouldn't possibly bear a grudge for something like that. Could it be because the other party didn't drink and you thought it ruined your face? That caused the conflict. Han Hao sneered coldly. Han Hao's incisive remark left Zheng Yun somewhat awkward. I just didn't know that Mr. Jiang has such a good relationship with you. If I had known, I would definitely not have acted in this way. Zheng Yun quickly explained for himself. To be honest, although he sensed that Jiang Beichen had some background, he wasn't afraid of him. According to others' comments earlier, the opponent's family should be involved in business. And even if the business grows larger, it usually avoids offending those who mix with the government. After all, civilians shouldn't fight against officials. What he feared wasn't Jiang Beichen, but rather, offending Han Xiao. After all, the two seemed extremely close. What if Jiang Beichen complained about him to Han Xiao behind the scenes? Then he'd be in trouble. Given the formidable background of Han Xiao, if the latter decides to trip him up at this critical moment, he could very well get demoted. Haha, don't say it was you. Even if I had toasted him with wine, he would have rejected it anyway, showing no consideration. Even I wouldn't care about slapping the face of the other side. But you sure have quite a temper. Han Hao laughed devilishly. Apparently, the other party was worried about offending him and came to apologize. What kind of person is Mr. Jiang? Zheng Yun's expression changed drastically. Have you heard of the Longya team that has been famous nationwide recently? Han Hao asked. Of course. Although I work in education, I am still well informed in various fields. Could it be that Mr. Jiang is a member of the Longya team? Zheng Yun remembered that He Yong mentioned earlier that Jiang Beichen held a position in the military. You're wrong. He isn't a member, but rather the coach of the Longya team. This Longya team was personally trained by him. From being ranked at the bottom, they surged to become the top special elite team in the country. Because of this, he also became China's youngest major general. Han Hao said casually. Although he spoke calmly, these words sounded like thunder to Zheng Yun. He had offended a legendary figure. Besides, my younger brother Jiang is also the heir of the Jiang family. Do you think, regardless of his identity, it's someone you can offend? Han Hao asked coldly. Jiang family. Which Jiang family? Zheng Yun already felt unsteady and weak in his legs. Could it be the Jiang family he suspected? Which other Jiang family? Of course, it's the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families in the capital. After finishing his sentence, Han Hao strode toward where Jiang Beichen was. It had been a long time since they last met. Hardly meeting now. Of course, he wanted to catch up with the old times. Who would have thought that Jiang Beichen, who used to follow him around when they were kids, has achieved heights that he couldn't reach? Who was really born into a military family? Upon hearing about the Jiang family, Zheng Yun felt even worse. He didn't realize that Jiang Beichen was from the Jiang family, and also its heir. While merchants don't usually tussle with officials, that depends on what kind of merchant. For billionaire businessmen, he isn't scared. But for such top-tier families, he's wary to the utmost degree. After all, their network of relationships is complex, and many descendants are active in the political sphere, even surpassing his own rank. Such merchants, he dares not offend and cannot afford to offend. Just based on Jiang Beichen's position in the army, he already dared not offend him. And now, knowing that he is also the heir of the Jiang family, he realized that he had made a huge mistake. As for what Jiang Beichen said earlier, not holding it against him, Zheng Yun didn't believe it. If he were in the other party's shoes, he would surely hold the incident against him. Indicating what? That meant the other party didn't want to forgive him. No, Zheng Yun had to make the other party forgive him. Otherwise, his future would be utterly bleak. As Yu Kun watched their leader standing there in a daze with a look of deep distress on his face, he stepped up and asked, Leader, aren't we going to let the matter go? Upon hearing the words from his secretary, Zheng Yun recalled that it was Yu Kun who had first launched the attack against Jiang Beichen and made sarcastic remarks. He suddenly snapped. Humph, go on about what? It's already good enough that the other side hasn't retaliated against us. What kind of identity does the other side have? Yu Kun paled as he asked. What kind of identity? One we both cannot afford to offend, Zheng Yun replied. Leader, then what should we do? Yu Kun's complexion grew even whiter. If even the leader couldn't offend this person, then he definitely didn't dare either. Why had his mouth been so nasty? Why did he have to rush forward to curry favor with the leader? Now, not only did he not gain any benefits, but he also offended someone even more powerful. What can we do now? Go apologize, beg for their forgiveness. Also, get Ms. Lin's teacher leading the team involved to follow along. We hope it will help somewhat. After all, even if you don't respect the monk, you'll at least respect the Buddha, Zheng Yun said helplessly. With heavy hearts, the two returned to the private room, where the rest noticed Zheng Yun and the secretary acting this way and assumed the conflict had escalated. Among them, the one most uneasy was Wu Peng. To him, Zheng Yun's mood was like a sharp sword hanging over his head, making him restless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Wu Peng spoke up. Director Zheng, Lin Qing has made a mistake. Once I return, I will surely educate her properly and ensure she apologizes to you. I hope you can show magnanimity and not dwell on it with such a child. After hearing this, Zheng Yun immediately put on an amiable smile. Oh no, it's not Lin Qing's fault. It's my fault. How could I offer wine to a minor like Ms. Lin? Moreover, Mr. Jiang is perfectly right. Shortly, he will be driving. How could we ask him to drink on behalf of others? As public servants, what we did just now was wrong. Later, we must all personally apologize to Ms. Lin and Mr. Jiang. Chapter 337, Because She is Master Lin. Upon hearing these words, everyone was immediately left speechless. They were suddenly stunned, unsure of what exactly had happened. What could have caused such a drastic change in the high-ranking official? He had been looking so gloomy just moments ago, but now he instantly transformed into a kind grandfather figure who cared for his students. No wonder people always say that officials are good at performing. As they chatted, everyone followed Jiang Yun to where Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were eating dinner, and Han Haoyi also sat beside them. What do you want again? Jiang Beichen asked discontentedly. Disturbing his beloved Qing Qing's meal once wasn't enough. Now they came again. Would they ever be done? Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for my improper conduct earlier. Student Lin Qing is still underage. How can she drink alcohol? Moreover, you still have to drive. Why would you drink alcohol? My toast was wrong, and I couldn't stop them from encouraging you to drink either. Please don't hold this against us, Jiang Yun began. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I shouldn't have mocked you. This mouth of mine is just cheap. Please treat me as if I were in fart, and let it go. Yu Kun said with words more shocking than ever to the others present. He Yong and Wu Peng didn't get a word in edgewise before Jiang Beichen lightly remarked. I already said, I won't hold this against you all. You may return now. Don't delay Qing Qing's meal. Everyone glanced around at each other, unsure whether or not they should leave. All right, since young Master Jiang has already spoken clearly and isn't holding it against you, please return. Though he might be cold by nature, he's a man of his word. Han Haoyi added then. Hearing Han Haoyi say so, Zheng Yun's worried heart completely settled. If young Master Han said it, there probably wouldn't be any problems. Alas, who would have guessed that the boyfriend of an ordinary student would come with such a vast background? Good, we'll go then. We won't disturb your meal anymore. Zheng Yun finished before leading everyone away. Back in the private room, Zheng Yun realized he'd broken out in cold sweat. Hall Director Zheng, who exactly is this Mr. Jiang that you're treating him like this? Zhao Yixing curiously questioned. I know you're curious about why I've shown such respect toward two young people. It's because Jiang Beichen isn't just any rich kid. He's the heir of one of the 4 top families in the capital city, Zheng Yun revealed. What? No wonder he acts so arrogantly then. He doesn't care much about other people's opinions. He Yong exclaimed in surprise. He finally understood why the other acted so carefree and self-assured. At first, he thought the other lacked emotional intelligence, EQ. But a rich kid in the capital shouldn't have such low EQ. Rich kids are usually taught to observe carefully and behave smoothly. It seemed that the other didn't lack EQ because he didn't need to use it on people of their stature. Though this fact was hard to swallow, it was true. Of course, the way Jiang Beichen treated them wasn't solely due to their status differences. It was also part of his personality. This probably had something to do with him mingling with martial arts circles, where people are generally straightforward. Why scheme when fighting a direct battle is simpler? With absolute power, no scheming could hide anything. Of course, that's only one aspect of his identity. There's another identity he holds, Zheng Yun continued. What? Another identity too? Could it be as extraordinary as well? Yu Kun wondered aloud. Zheng Yun nodded. Yes, the other identity is also very special. Have you heard of the Longya Squad? Of course. As Chinese citizens, who hasn't heard of Longya Squad? They shot to fame this year and received the title of the #1 elite special forces squad. Everyone knows that. They all agreed unanimously. That's right, Jiang Beichen is the coach of Longya Squad. The squad's achievement in winning first place is largely attributed to his training methods. And he is currently China's youngest secretary, Zheng Yun slowly explained. Wow, this is really impressive. Hu Yong exclaimed, eyes wide open. At this moment, he felt lucky that he hadn't meddled in their affairs earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he'd end up. Do you understand now why I treated them like that? Zheng Yun sighed heavily. No matter how society develops, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains unchanged. On the other side, Han Haoyi observed Lin Qing eat food from 6 plates, astonished. This, Beichen, I finally understand why she chose you. Han Haoyi slyly smiled. Why? Jiang Beichen responded gently after serving some more dishes to Lin Qing. Because an ordinary man can't afford her. She eats too much, but with your family background, Beichen, you can still afford her. Han Haoyi teased. Go to hell, do you want to die? Even though I eat a lot, I haven't eaten even a single grain of rice from your house. Lin Qing angrily replied with her mouth full of food. I thought you were a quiet little girl. But who would have guessed that you're so fiery, just like a skyward chili pepper? You too, ice and fire, are absolutely the perfect match. But little girl, you definitely can't beat me, because I'm incredibly powerful, Han Haoyi said while posing as a weightlifter. Humph, incredibly powerful? With your cultivation level and dark force at its late stage, you will need another few hundred years to defeat me. Lin Qing coldly laughed. Han Haoyi was shocked by these words, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. How did you figure out my cultivation? Han Haoyi was so shocked that he started stuttering. However, Lin Qing didn't respond and continued her battle with the delicacies. Jiang Beichen slightly smiled and said, Han brother, you indeed aren't a match for Qing Qing. What? How is that possible? How could I not be a match for a little girl? Han Haoyi couldn't believe it. Because she is Master Lin. Jiang Beichen said. Master Lin? Wait, you're saying she's Master Lin? The one who defeated Saint Hao Tian, Master Lin. Han Haoyi almost bulged his eyes again upon realizing this after seeing Jiang Beichen nodding. Han Haoyi's heart pounded fiercely, not because he had fallen in love, but due to nervousness and sudden mood swings which caused a stress reaction. Thinking about the teasing words he used earlier towards her, he became even more scared now. Moreover, she seemed rather angry earlier. Wouldn't she get mad and simply eliminate him? It was rumored that Master Lin has an unpredictable temper, extremely ruthless, ready to kill anyone who crossed her path, which was terrifying. Who would have guessed that this pretty little girl right here is the infamous Master Lin? He even wanted to slap himself and curse. For your vulgar tongue, now you're going to fall into trouble. Chapter 338. The preliminary results are out. At this moment, Han Howie watched as Jiang Baichen gently helped Lin Qing with her food, and his goosebumps fell like rain. He had previously wondered why Jiang Baichen's attitude towards women had changed so drastically. Was he finally understanding something? But reality turned out to be far from it. It was surely because Lin Master, that unpredictable woman, had fallen for Jiang Baichen's looks and then forced him to stay with her. Since Jiang Baichen couldn't fight back, he could only submit to her in order to prevent her from going on a killing spree. Ah, little brother Jiang. Who would have thought your seemingly sweet smile hid such sorrow? Lin Qing noticed the man's complicated look as he stared at her and Jiang Baichen, giving her an uneasy feeling all over. What are you looking at? Stop staring, Lin Qing said coldly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you about eating too much just now. It's just that I've never seen a girl eat so much, Han Howie apologized. So you did it on purpose? Lin Qing teased. Yes. No, not on purpose. Not deliberately. Not specially. Han Howie hastily defended himself. The opponent was too vicious. She found fault with nothing, deliberately picking on things, just waiting for an excuse to strike against this handsome hunk of a guy. Fortunately, his survival instinct was strong enough. Do I eat a lot? Lin Qing smiled sweetly. Not at all, not a bit. Han Howie blatantly lied through his teeth. In his eyes, Lin Qing's sweet smile reminded him of a beauty with venom. Well, big brother Han, it was just a joke. You seem scared. Am I really that terrifying? Lin Qing smiled. Yes. No, not terrifying. You're so adorable, so beautiful. How can you be scary? Han Howie once again blatantly lied. Why do you keep sweating then? Lin Qing asked confused. It's just too hot today. Han Howie replied, heart-contradicting mouth. This weather is still warm? It's already below 10 degrees Celsius. Lin Qing showed a puzzled expression. I'm naturally heat-sensitive, more so than others. Baichen, suddenly I remember there's something I need to take care of at home, so I'll leave first. Take care. Han Howie truly couldn't stand it anymore and proposed leaving casually. He looked at Jiang Baichen with complex emotions. Baichen, it's not that the older brother won't help you, but she's simply too terrifying, and I'm afraid too. Stay safe. If you get tortured to death, I will definitely burn more paper money for you. As Han Howie spoke, his feet were moving like wind-propelled wheels, racing away as if chased by some evil spirit. Hey, didn't your big brother Han seem tall and muscular earlier? Why is he so cowardly? Lin Qing said exasperatedly. Sigh, who could have imagined how famous my Qing Qing has become? People immediately fear upon hearing your name. You wouldn't know how people outside talk about you. Jiang Baichen helplessly shook his head. Though Grandpa isn't in the world anymore, legends of him continue to flourish in the Jianghu martial arts community. This kind of sensation is quite pleasant, Lin Qing lightly laughed. But, weren't we teasing big brother Han a bit too much just now? Jiang Baichen raised the question. Why should I let him insult me about eating a lot? Do you know there's a saying in the world, it's better to offend a gentleman than a small person? And another one, only women and small persons are hard to deal with. Unfortunately, this young lady is both a vengeful small person and a woman, Lin Qing coldly snorted. Ha. Qing, I never imagined how cute you look when you play tricks on people. Jiang Baichen, seeing Lin Qing pout while scheming, instantly lit up with admiration. There's a phrase called, in the eyes of love, flaws turn into beauties. And this phrase was perfectly fitting for Jiang Baichen and Lin Qing. In Jiang Baichen's eyes, Lin Qing wasn't merely beautiful everywhere. Even her scheming demeanor appeared adorable. If Han Howie were here, he would definitely curse Jiang Baichen for being blinded by infatuation. After finishing their meal, Jiang Baichen sent Lin Qing back to the Shuamu Middle School guest house, since he also had some matters to attend to and couldn't accompany her all day long. As soon as Lin Qing returned to the guest house, she saw many students gathered at the entrance, fervently discussing something. Classmate, what's happening here? Why is it so lively? Lin Qing randomly caught one student and asked. You don't know? The preliminary results are out. Apparently, among the students taking the exam this time, there's a math genius, seems to be called Lin Qing. She scored full marks on the initial exam, which is truly ruthless. That student, without even raising his head, continued gazing at the list of candidates who passed the preliminary round posted in front of the guest house. Clearly, that classmate did not recognize Lin Qing. Actually, aside from Han Mei and another male student from Zhongyuan province, almost no one knew who Lin Qing was, considering they were not from the same school. Even if someone were incredibly talented, others might still not have heard of them. Ruthless? How is getting a perfect score ruthless? What does this have to do with being ruthless? Lin Qing asked with a confused expression. The classmate looked at Lin Qing in astonishment and said, Don't you usually go online? The meaning of ruthless is being powerful. If it's not powerful or ruthless, how could someone get a perfect score in such a difficult exam? After speaking, the classmate realized that the person asking him was an extremely beautiful little girl, with skin as tender as peeled egg whites and bright shining eyes. Just one look caused his heart to pound incessantly. Generally, boys who excel in math aren't especially concerned about their appearance, and they are relatively more awkward in personality, so they don't have great luck with girls either. Of course, there are exceptions, but this classmate was a typical case. He had never had any feelings for any girl before. He was a bookworm, plain and simple. But now looking at this girl in front of him, he couldn't help feeling bashful. Oh, I see. Thank you, Lin Qing replied. She glanced at the blushing face of the boy in front of her and thought to herself, "Oh my, this boy is truly innocent. He gets shy just from talking." As Lin Qing prepared to return to her room, the young man hesitated for a long time but did not ask for the pretty girl's name. Just at that moment, Han Mei shouted in front of the list, This can't be possible. How could I have been eliminated? How could Lin Qing rank first? The other side must have cheated. There has to be some dirty dealings behind the scenes." Dirty dealings? Are you overthinking this? How can there be any dirty dealings in such exams? Those who pass will participate in international competitions and bring glory to our country. How could there be foul play? Unless we send people abroad to disgrace ourselves? Someone refuted. That's right. Fellow classmate, the examination rooms are monitored by cameras. It's not as if one can cheat easily. Of course, many people disagreed with Han Mei. Everyone assumed she was upset because she was eliminated, so she was making baseless accusations. Chapter 339. Black Moo in the preliminary selection? Listen to me, everyone. I don't regret being eliminated. I know I didn't perform particularly well in this exam. But Lin Qing scored a perfect score, ranking first, and I am not convinced by this result. Han Mei began. Lin Qing, who was about to go upstairs, stopped when she heard Han Mei's shout. Classmate, what are you bufoo about? Could it be that you know this Lin Qing? Someone asked. Han Qing and I attend the same school. Lin Qing is a freshman, a younger school sister. How could someone in their first year have such a vast knowledge base? Moreover, there were quite a few topics in the preliminary selection questions that pertained to second-year curriculum. Besides, during the exam, Lin Qing and I were assigned to the same testing room. Lin Qing submitted her test within an hour. An hour? How could she possibly have finished answering all the questions? Han Mei replied. After hearing Han Mei's words, people who originally believed there was no foul play started to think deeply. Some of them even began to doubt, leading the fortress of trust to crumble. Seeing the skeptical expressions on everyone's faces, Han Mei continued. Let me tell you, this Lin Qing is not as simple as she seems. She is extremely good at luring men. Not long ago, she started dating a boyfriend. It is rumored that her boyfriend is an extremely wealthy, rich second generation from the capital city. Maybe he helped her pull strings, enabling her to secure first place. After hearing this, some people started doubting the fairness of the preliminary selection, while others firmly believed it couldn't be that easy for someone to manipulate such an important event just because they were a rich second-generation heir. At that moment, a cool voice rang out. Han Mei, do you realize that you're slandering me? I've already recorded your words just now. All these can serve as evidence. If I file a lawsuit against you at court, you might end up getting imprisoned, Lin Qing said coldly. Han Mei hadn't expected Lin Qing to be among the crowd. She looked everywhere earlier but didn't see Lin Qing and assumed she wasn't present, so she felt emboldened to say those things without basis. After hearing Lin Qing's words, Han Mei started to feel afraid. Due to her lack of legal knowledge, she thought if Lin Qing sued her, she would really get sentenced to jail. She immediately panicked and pleaded, Lin Qing, I'm sorry. I actually have no evidence. I can't confirm whether or not there's been foul play. All of this is just my speculation. I'm extremely jealous of you. Why are you so lucky? Not only do you have excellent academic performance and beauty, but you also have a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Please, don't sue me. My whole life will be ruined if you do. She knew very well what doing time in jail meant for a girl, lifelong discrimination. She couldn't accept a life like that, especially for someone who values face as much as she did. To her, living with such shame would make life worse than death. When the crowd heard this, they realized the strikingly beautiful girl standing before them was the very Lin Qing on the list. Seeing this scene, Lin Qing showed no sign of emotion and coldly laughed, saying, Humph, is groveling going to help now? If apologies were enough, what would we need police officers for? When you slandered me earlier, how could you not think that your actions could ruin a mathematical genius? Lin Qing, isn't everything fine with you? Please don't sue me. I won't dare anymore. Han Mei pleaded again. Lin Qing smirked, remaining silent, clearly seeing the contemptible nature of Han Mei's actions. In the end, Han Mei collapsed to the ground, sobbing dramatically, looking pitiful and delicate. Even some surrounding people felt Lin Qing had gone too far, and they started talking amongst themselves. Isn't Lin Qing fine? Her behavior seems too cruel. After all, they're from the same school. It's better to forgive and forget when possible. Yes. The female student has admitted her fault, yet Lin Qing still insists on pursuing this. This doesn't reflect generosity. Just look at it this way. Who hasn't made mistakes? Isn't repentance and reform more significant? Truly, there exist plenty of saint-like bitches, a term used online for overly empathetic individuals, in this world. Such saint-like bitches excessively accommodate and forgive others, holding universal love for anyone and anything, disregarding objective facts, and centering all their actions around love and kindness. A famous figure once remarked, nowadays, the conflicts between people mainly arise from a group of people who often judge others by the standards of a saint while imposing the lowest expectations upon themselves. This unfounded advice to always forgive and accept others is sheer hypocrisy, what people commonly call saint-like bitches. You guys truly talk big without feeling any pain. If you were falsely accused, would you also respond like this? I warned you last time, Han Mei, not to provoke me, but you wouldn't listen. Hence, you must bear the consequences of your misdeeds. Saying this, Lin Qing turned to leave. There was simply nothing left to discuss with these people. It was wasting her time. Seeing Lin Qing's unwillingness to forgive her, Han Mei immediately lost her temper. Lin Qing, if you say there's no conspiracy behind your results, can you swear to that? If there's none, then there's none. Why should I swear? If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance videos or conduct investigations and review the exam papers. Regardless, I have a clear conscience, Lin responded calmly. How do you explain knowing second-year concepts? Han Mei continued furiously. Humph, do you think everyone is as dumb as you? I've studied ahead all the high school mathematics courses by myself, isn't that allowed? Lin sneered coldly. Her words were followed by loud laughter from those around, leaving Han Mei feeling so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, she hated Lin even more, but along with her hatred came fear. Before Han Mei could raise any other doubts, Lin turned and left. She truly didn't want to waste time on these trivial people. She'd rather spend the time improving herself through practice. Just then, Wu Peng and He returned. When they noticed the crowd gathered here, they guessed it might be due to the announcement of the preliminary selection results. And when Wu Peng saw Han Mei in tears, he asked, Han Mei, did you fail to get selected? Don't be upset. It's not a big deal. Life always comes with setbacks. Once you get over them, you'll find brighter horizons. This test has at least let you understand one thing. There are always better people out there. Han Mei immediately responded upon hearing this. Teacher Wu, I suspect there's foul play in this exam. Lin is only a first-year student. How could she rank first? Since Lin refused to forgive her, Han Mei decided to report her to the teacher, hoping it would bring Lin down. If it succeeded, she wouldn't count as slander. He hearing this, quickly intervened. If you're talking about someone else, I may not know their situation. But if you're referring to Lin I'll tell you this. She did not cheat, nor was there foul play involved. She indeed scored a perfect score. Her examination room was monitored by me, and I reviewed her paper. It was flawless. Chapter 340. Ugly people make weird stories. What? How is that possible? Han Mei shouted. Humph, you classmate, what do you mean? Don't tell me you still doubt me. If you don't believe me, go ahead and report me. Have someone investigate. I, conduct myself properly and have nothing to fear, He said angrily. As a rather well-known teacher at Waterwood High School, He was known for his integrity and held in high regard on campus. This was the first time a student had questioned his character, which made him very angry. Some students present were from Waterwood High School, and they certainly recognized teacher He. After all, he was quite famous within the school as a very charming math teacher. Wow, it's teacher He. Someone is framing teacher He. Who doesn't know that teacher He exudes righteousness and despises those who falsify their talents? Yes, if teacher He says Lin didn't cheat and seems so sure of himself that he can face any investigation, then there must not be any backdoor dealings involved. Perhaps this girl here is just jealous of Lin and has hatched some scheme. When she was crying earlier, I felt sorry for her, but now I just feel how hateful she is. Truly, a pitiful person always has something hateful about them. I almost got deceived by her. It's really despicable. It turns out that besides looking unpleasant, she also has a nasty heart. Truly, ugly people make weird stories. Since she looks bad, why come out and scare others? How are we future flowers supposed to handle being scared by her ugly behavior? Oh, I feel thoroughly disgusted by her actions. Hearing everyone blaming her, Han Mei nearly fainted. How had things turned out like this? Seeing the surrounding students saying increasingly hurtful things, and the accusing female student looking ghostly pale and swaying as if she might fall down at any moment, He hurriedly intervened. All right, everyone stop talking. Although this girl falsely accused someone, your words aren't appropriate either. Remember, kind words warm 3 winters, cruel words chill June. Maybe this girl couldn't bear the rejection of failure, which made her lose her mind and start talking nonsense. He understood the power of verbal violence. Some people could not endure rumors from others and commit suicide from depression. Looking at her as if she were about to faint, he worried that should she suffer from depression or even take her own life, he would inevitably be implicated and criticized. Moreover, he thought the reason she couldn't accept her loss was understandable, though not excusable. Losing one's cool under duress wasn't entirely unfathomable after all. Whoa, a teacher truly is a teacher with such broad-mindedness. That girl accused him of wrongdoing moments ago, yet teacher He still speaks for her. I must say, this proves teacher He has exceptional moral quality. Yes, exactly. Initially, I neither liked nor disliked teacher He. Just saw him as an ordinary person. Now, I am completely impressed by him. When Wu Peng heard these remarks, he felt deeply embarrassed. This girl named Han Mei, he remembered her as one of their students from Central Plains Province. He hadn't expected her to create such disgraceful antics, leaving him utterly embarrassed and humiliated. He immediately interjected, Han Mei, your behavior is problematic. You must apologize to teacher He immediately. Keep in mind that admitting faults and rectifying them is commendable. Han Mei quickly lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, teacher He. I didn't mean to act this way. I just couldn't take the blow, and thus started rambling nonsense. It's not directed towards anyone specifically. Please forgive me. Good. A child who admits mistakes is indeed a good child. Do not make such mistakes in the future. Teacher Wu, I need to attend to some matters, so I will leave now, He stated. All right, teacher He, my apologies again for the trouble. I will ensure proper guidance for this student once I return, Wu Peng responded. After viewing the preliminary selection results and realizing there would be no further entertainment, the crowd began to disperse. Seeing everyone depart while Han Mei remained sobbing and reluctant to leave, Wu Peng spoke up. That's enough crying. Wins and losses are part of life, a common experience. Alas, you almost caused a major calamity, did you know? Teacher He actually has connections above him, and how dare you accuse him? Fortunately, he is generous and does not press charges. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous for you. I won't criticize you regarding this matter, but you must reflect upon your actions when you return home. Wah, Teacher Wu, it wasn't my intention. I didn't set out to frame Teacher He. There was a cause behind my sudden statement. Han Mei cried. Oh, what exactly happened? Wu Peng asked. When I first saw Lin Qing's top score, I was somewhat disbelieving. Lin Qing is only a freshman who hasn't fully grasped all the knowledge points yet, so how could she possibly score full marks? My brain must have been kicked by a donkey back then because I blurted out the speculation of whether there were some underhanded dealings going on. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing happened to be present in the crowd at that time. She said she recorded my words and intended to sue me at court. But if the charge is established, my entire life would be ruined. My family depends on me to bring glory. I can't go to jail, Mr. Wu. Han Mei cried pitifully. What? There's this too? You. How can you be so careless? You should quickly find Lin Qing and sincerely apologize. Beg her for forgiveness. Wu Peng angrily retorted. I already pleaded with her and admitted my fault, but she still refused to forgive me and insists on suing me. Mr. Wu, please, help say a word to Lin Qing and persuade her not to sue me, alright? Han Mei looked absolutely heartbroken. This matter, I can't help you. Wu Peng spoke up. Mr. Wu, why not? Han Mei asked confusedly. For Han Mei, this seemed like a minor issue of mediating a conflict between students. Why wouldn't Mr. Wu help? Why? Haha, because Lin Qing is someone I cannot afford to offend. She has too deep a background. Wu Peng helplessly replied. What? Lin Qing isn't from a small place in Zhongyuan province? Could it be her boyfriend? Han Mei was startled. Han Mei didn't believe the school rumor that Lin Qing was an abandoned child from an influential household in the capital city. If that were true, her records and registration would have been moved long ago. So why was she still studying in Zhongzhou City, where the education was inferior compared to the capital city? And taking the college entrance exam in the capital city was much easier than other provinces. Therefore, the only character capable of making Wu Peng admit he couldn't offend them had to be Lin Qing's rich second-generation boyfriend. So you know about her boyfriend? Then why did you dare to mess with her? Are you trying to commit suicide? Wu Peng sarcastically questioned. He truly doubted whether this girl named Han Mei had some sort of mental deficiency. How could she fail to understand even the most basic rules of handling situations? Chapter 341. Han Mei's Transformation. There are only 4 kinds of people in the world. Those who know what you know, those who know what you don't know, those who don't know what you know, and those who don't know what you don't know. The first type knows their own capabilities and is thus clever. The second type knows their own limitations and is thus wise. The third type doesn't understand their own capabilities and is thus muddled. The fourth type doesn't understand their own limitations and is thus reckless. Some people are a combination of the first and second types, being both clever and wise. All great achievements in the world are made by them. They are the most valuable. They succeed in their endeavors and also achieve personal greatness. Some people are a mixture of the third and fourth types, being both muddled and reckless. All foolish actions in the world are caused by them. They are the most dangerous, as they ruin everything and destroy themselves. Clearly, Han Mei was a mix of the third and fourth types. She was both confused and reckless, not knowing her own weight, but still extremely arrogant. She didn't understand whom she could offend and whom she shouldn't, yet her jealousy was extremely strong. If someone like this didn't change their character soon enough, they would eventually bring about their own downfall. Teacher Wu, isn't he just the son of a wealthy family? Can he really become invincible? Han Mei continued to ask. He can truly be as high as heaven. I won't say more. I will just tell you that his boyfriend has an overwhelmingly powerful background. There aren't many people in this world who can afford to offend him. If he really wanted to crush you, your life would be ruined. Wu Peng laughed coldly. She was indeed ignorant of how vast and powerful this guy was, thinking he was merely the son of a rich man. Didn't she realize that in the capital city, there were countless officials everywhere, or even the joke that throwing a brick could easily kill several department-level leaders? And as for merchants, they couldn't be underestimated either, because one never knew what kind of background or network they had behind them. How could it be like this? Teacher Wu, what should I do? Han Mei finally looked as though the sky was falling down upon her. It turned out that although she cried and appeared heartbroken, all of that was for show, to make it easier to resolve the situation. After all, crying babies get fed. In reality, she relied on the fact that she hadn't reached adulthood, so if Lin Qing reported her, there wouldn't necessarily be severe punishment. Though she didn't know much about law, she wasn't stupid. After hearing Teacher Wu's words, she began to deeply regret what she had done. Why had she provoked Lin Qing? It was completely self-inflicted suffering. Who could have guessed that Lin Qing could cling to such a powerful protector? Now she envied and resented Lin Qing to no end, but unfortunately, she could do nothing against her. At this moment, the only thing you can do is beg for forgiveness, using any means necessary to seek her pardon. Wu Peng said before walking away with long strides. Regarding this student's issue, he simply could not intervene further. He had been busy all day, and he felt very tired. After listening to these words, Han Mei stood rooted to the spot for a while. After some time, she finally understood and realized what she needed to do next. Subsequently, Han Mei approached Lin Qing's room and knocked on the door. Who is it? With Lin Qing's voice came the opening of the door. When she saw Han Mei at the door, she crossed her arms and laughed coldly. How dare you show up here? Looking for trouble again, are you? Seems like you're asking for death. Oh no, Lin Qing, I'm sorry. I've come here to apologize to you. Please forgive me. Han Mei lowered her head and said. Her tone now carried utmost sincerity. Actually, Lin Qing hadn't recorded the allegations Han Mei made against her. She just mentioned it to intimidate her. Lin Qing knew Han Mei was underage, so if she filed a lawsuit, the penalties might not be too harsh. As for using power and influence to completely ruin her, Lin Qing had never even considered it. Han Mei was just a small bug, not worth wasting her time. Lin Qing had far more important things to attend to. What expression would Han Mei have if she knew this? Go while the going's good. Lin Qing was about to close the door when she noticed Han Mei suddenly kneeling down with a loud thud. Lin Qing, please forgive me. I will never act like this again, and I will never oppose you anymore. Han Mei pleaded earnestly. Regarding Han Mei's actions, Lin Qing only had one thing to say to her. It was self-inflicted consequences. But seeing that Han Mei was genuinely repentant, Lin Qing opened her mouth and said, I can forgive you, but I have conditions. What conditions? Han Mei asked. I'll forgive you entirely and stop holding this against you if you give me 100 cow-dows, Lin Qing said lightly. Han Mei hesitated for a moment, then replied, all right, I agree. You cannot go back on your word. As she spoke, Han Mei started to kneel down and bang her head against the floor at Lin Qing's door. Bang bang bang. The loud sounds drew out the students from surrounding rooms. When they saw Han Mei kowtowing to Lin Qing, everyone was stunned. They began whispering amongst themselves. What on earth is happening now? Today has been quite a show. This Lin Qing is too much. She's really humiliating her. Do you even know what's going on? It's one person willing to do it and another willing to accept it. What's it got to do with you? The murmurs of the crowd did not affect either Han Mei or Lin Qing in the slightest. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. Han Mei quietly counted as she continued to knock her head on the ground. Lin Qing watched Han Mei silently without saying a word. At this moment, Lin Qing also noticed that Han Mei was different from before. She had truly transformed. In ancient times, there were those who endured hardship to rise again or carry Jing on their backs to apologize for wrongdoings. Now, here was Han Mei making 100 resounding kowtows to beg Lin Qing for forgiveness. People who can bend low when necessary and stretch high when appropriate always achieve remarkable success in the end. And now, Han Mei had demonstrated this potential. Lin Qing didn't know that years later, when Han Mei became a famous female entrepreneur in China, someone would ask her what had driven her to such an accomplishment. Her answer would be, I think a former schoolmate of mine. In my youthful ignorance and self-righteousness, I was a harsh and radical individual until I met her. She gave me a reality check that caused me to undergo a complete transformation, enabling my achievements. Without her, I might have spent my entire life accomplishing nothing. When people speculated about which classmate of Han Mei's had done this, none of them could imagine that the turning point in her life had been such a moment. They all assumed that it must have been a strict teacher who had scolded her. After Han Mei finished the 100 kowtows, her forehead was bruised and purple. She wobbled as she struggled to stand up. All right, I forgive you. You may go now. I hope you remember what you just said. Don't provoke me again, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Qing finished speaking and closed the door. Chapter 342, Passport Mix-Up Incident. After the preliminary results were announced, those who did not pass the exam were taken away by their teachers. Those who passed would participate in a 3-day final preparatory guidance session for the Olympic mathematics competition held in the capital city. The instructors were famous teachers from Tsinghua High School, all highly experienced in past Olympiad competitions. Before the preparatory class began, the teacher in charge asked everyone to hand in their passports, since visas were still required to travel to Japan. Tour group visas usually take 5 days to process and allowed up to 15 days stay in Japan, but the mathematics competition was scheduled 8 days later. Because of the large number of students this time, the team leaders planned to bring the students to Japan in 3 separate groups. The accompanying teachers were all from Tsinghua High School, carefully selected for having visited Japan and knowing Japanese well. Just at this moment, Lin Qing realized she had forgotten to get her passport. When teacher Zhang Jie found out about this, she nearly collapsed with rage. Lin Qing was their country's mathematical prodigy, their most promising candidate for becoming champion, and the math competition was only 3 days away. Even if an expedited passport application was filed, there simply wouldn't be enough time. Lin Qing, didn't you know that the mathematical Olympiad is held in Japan? Teacher Zhang asked through gritted teeth. I knew. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Then how could you forget to apply for your passport? Teacher Zhang followed up. I've never been abroad before. How was I supposed to know you need a passport to leave the country? Lin Qing said helplessly. She came from a Cultivation Continent, completely unaware of these earthly matters. Little Lin Qing had no memory of ever going abroad. But isn't that common knowledge? Go home quickly and try to expedite your passport application. Teacher Zhang suggested, trying to comfort Lin Qing even though she herself had lost hope. There's almost no way to make it on time with an expedited passport, let alone considering the additional visa processing time. Having exhausted all immediate solutions, Teacher Zhang decided to report this matter to the school administration. It was beyond her capabilities to resolve now. As Lin Qing was about to suggest she'd find a way to solve the passport issue, the female teacher in charge had already rushed to pick up the phone and call the principal of Tsinghua High School. This trip for the math competition was a task given by the Ministry of Education to Tsinghua High School, which Principal Yansu willingly accepted. He already knew that among these students was a math genius, and if China won this championship, he too would receive rewards. Little Zhang, what's wrong? Aren't you about to take the team to Japan? Principal Yin, it's bad. Lin Qing forgot to get her passport. What? What kind of people are you? Whether or not our country can win the championship relies on her, and you didn't remind her about the passport beforehand. Yansu exploded upon hearing this. If Lin Qing couldn't compete, it would be entirely his fault, and then the criticism and responsibility would fall directly on him. We assumed it was a common sense issue that everybody should know. Zhang Jie responded, pale-faced from the reprimand, trying to justify herself. You assumed? You assumed? Is your assumption really reliable? I've heard that Lin Qing is from a rural village. How likely is it that someone like her has ever been outside the country? How familiar could she be with international travel procedures? If she cannot attend the math competition overseas, our consequences will be dire. The upper management definitely takes this seriously, Yin Su snapped angrily, throwing out an internet slang term. What should we do then? Zhang Jie anxiously asked. Although unclear what exactly punishment might entail, she knew it wouldn't be light. Tell Lin Qing to hurry back and start the expedited passport process. I'll inform the leaders and have them contact the immigration department, hoping they can assist in expediting it within 3 days. Yin Su directed. The passport part might be manageable, but the visa would prove tricky. A typical Japanese tourist visa takes 5 working days to process, around a week when weekends are included. Unlike the passport, which is handled by Chinese authorities, the Japanese visa isn't within Chinese jurisdiction. If the Japanese handling the visa learn that Lin Qing is a mathematical prodigy who may cause Japan some embarrassment during the competition, they could intentionally delay the process. Now, coincidentally being Monday, even if Lin Qing somehow got her passport done in 1 day, adding the visa processing time would take 8 days. Not to mention, factoring in her travel time back home. No matter how the numbers were calculated, everything was behind schedule, and Yin Su fretfully pulled another strand of his already thinning hair. Lin Qing looked up the procedure for obtaining a passport and applying for a visa online, discovering that the most time-consuming part was indeed the Japanese visa. Now she finally understood why teacher Zhang was so anxious. After all, the time for processing a Japanese visa wasn't something that could be controlled by simply pulling strings domestically. At this moment, Lin Qing thought of a Japanese person she had recently entered into a pact with, Matuda Ichiro. He was the heir to the Matuda group. Surely, such a trivial matter wouldn't be an issue for him, right? With that in mind, she walked out and found a quiet place to make a call to Matuda Ichiro. On the other end of the line, Matuda Ichiro was just about to begin his delightful night when he approached a woman dressed in traditional Japanese attire. The woman looked sorrowful, clearly unwilling to follow the whims of the playboy Matuda Ichiro, but forced to succumb to his authority. As Matuda Ichiro's hand was about to touch her clothing, the despondent woman involuntarily shuddered. Just then, Matuda Ichiro's phone rang. Unwilling to deal with it, he muttered under his breath, it was late at night. Who would call now? Such a nuisance to ruin his mood. Glancing absent-mindedly at the screen, his eyes fell on the label Master. Instantly, he rushed out to a secluded area and answered the call. Master, what is it you need me to do at such a late hour? Matuda Ichiro asked respectfully. He still vividly remembered the divine magic of his master, which had initially made him hesitant to submit for fear of losing freedom. However, now realizing he could continue his old lifestyle without restriction, he willingly pledged allegiance. I'll be heading to Japan in a few days. Can you take care of the visa as soon as possible? Is there any problem? Lin Qing stated directly. This small matter poses absolutely no difficulty, master. You decide how fast you want it done, Matuda Ichiro replied. Good, then I'll contact you when I need it. With that, Lin Qing hung up. Matuda Ichiro returned to the bedroom and continued his evening entertainment. After hanging up, Lin Qing went back inside. Seeing Teacher Zhang's gloomy expression resembling a frostbitten eggplant, she said, Teacher Zhang, the Japanese visa can be arranged quickly. You don't need to worry. Chapter 343. The mix-up is resolved. What? Is this true? Zhang Jie exclaimed in surprise. No problem. You can go ahead and handle the passports of the other students for the Japanese tourist visa. As for my Japanese visa, I can take care of it myself. Lin Qing nodded and said, haven't you never been outside the country? How do you know that the difficulty lies in the Japanese visa? Zhang Jie asked, puzzled. Haha. Is there anything these days that you can't find online? After you told me about needing a passport to go abroad, I looked up the relevant procedures online. In my view, participating in the International Mathematical Olympiad, an event organized by the country, would surely receive attention from the leaders. With leadership's emphasis, domestic procedures can be expedited under special circumstances. So getting a passport quickly isn't hard, but obtaining a Japanese visa isn't as easy since the relationship between China and Japan hasn't been particularly good, Lin Qing analyzed. Lin Qing, I must say, you're really smart. But it's not easy to expedite the Japanese visa process. Even if you know someone in the Japanese embassy in China, you might not necessarily be able to get it done quickly. Unless you have connections with high-ranking officials in Japan. Zhang Jie asked, confused. Something like that. I have a Japanese friend who holds some status in Japan. He says he can help me get the visa expedited. Lin Qing responded. That's fantastic. I should call Principal Yin right away to let him know the good news, or else he'd be beside himself with worry. Lin Qing, go back and get your passport processed as soon as possible. We need to resolve this promptly to avoid any unnecessary delays, Zhang Jie said. Excitement etched on her face. After finishing speaking, Lin Qing turned around and left. On her way to the airport via taxi, she booked the earliest available flight ticket online, demonstrating how the internet makes human life more convenient. While waiting for her flight, Lin Qing called Xiao Muting. The phone rang for quite a while before Xiao Muting answered. At that time, Xiao Muting was in class. His phone was on vibrate mode. Interrupting the teacher mid-lesson, he excused himself, claiming stomach trouble, then ran a distance away from the classroom to answer the call. He lied, telling the teacher that he had a stomach ache and needed to go to the restroom urgently. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom door, he sprinted off, leaving the teacher without suspicion, thinking he was running because he couldn't hold it anymore. Hey, boss, did you call me for something? Xiao Muting panted heavily. Yes, what's wrong? Why are you breathing so hard? Lin Qing asked curiously. Boss, are you kidding? Don't you know it's class time? Of course. I had to excuse myself from the teacher to come out and take the call. I ran here quickly so you wouldn't have to wait long. That's why I'm panting so heavily. By the way, boss, aren't you attending the mathematical Olympiad competition? Is there something I can help you with? Xiao Muting inquired. He knew Lin Qing well. Generally, she wouldn't call unless there was something important. There is indeed something. The location of the mathematical Olympiad is in Japan, but I haven't obtained my passport yet. The exam will start in 8 days, Lin Qing stated calmly, with no sign of urgency in her voice. What? You don't even have a passport? Seriously, boss, how could you make such a rookie mistake? Xiao Muting asked in shock. I just forgot about the need for a passport when going abroad, Lin Qing replied indifferently. Could you forget something like that? Boss, I used to think you were invincible, but now I finally understand you're not perfect either. Actually, you're more relatable this way, Xiao Muting remarked. Is being perfect undesirable? Lin Qing asked in return. It's not bad per se, but when someone is too perfect, we feel a sense of distance. Oh, boss, are you asking me to use my connections to expedite your passport? Xiao Muting guessed what Lin Qing intended. Yes, Lin Qing's tone remained indifferent, almost echoing distantly. But, boss, even if I manage to arrange a fast-track passport for you, I'm powerless regarding the Japanese visa. There's simply no time. Xiao Muting voiced his concern. Don't worry, I've got a way to expedite the Japanese visa, Lin Qing assured him. Good, boss. I didn't realize your network of contacts has reached into Japan as well. Truly impressive, Xiao Muting laughed, flattered. Alright, stop flattering me. Once I arrive, I need to immediately start the passport procedures. You make sure everything is ready on your end. I don't want to waste a second, Lin Qing stated. Sure thing, boss. I guarantee there won't be any delays on my part, Xiao Muting replied seriously. After ending the call, Xiao Muting dialed his uncle's secretary. He knew his uncle was extremely busy, so for small matters like this, he generally contacted the secretary directly. Upon connecting, Xiao Muting explained that Lin Qing would be participating in the mathematical Olympiad in Japan, but had forgotten to obtain her passport. The secretary reassured him that this minor issue could easily be resolved. He promised to contact the immigration department right away and expedite the process since this competition pertained to national pride. If he could help, of course, he would. China, being a society where personal connections matter, still respected rules greatly, yet special cases were dealt with accordingly. After returning to Zhongzhou City, Lin Qing successfully processed her passport that same day, thanks to the intervention of the secretary of the top leader of Zhongyuan province. Something as trivial as this would surely be accommodated by the immigration staff. That evening, Lin Qing once again purchased a train ticket back to the capital. Early the next morning, she proceeded to the Japanese embassy in China to apply for the group tourist visa. Before starting the application, she called Matuda Ichiro. By the time Lin Qing exited the Japanese embassy in China, her Japanese tourist visa was already processed. When Lin Qing returned to Shuimu High School with her passport, Zhang Jie was astounded. She muttered inwardly, who exactly is Lin Qing? How can she possess such influence? Initially, Zhang Jie assumed that completing all the procedures just before departure was fast enough. But Lin Qing exceeded her expectations pleasantly. Subsequently, Zhang Jie informed Principal Yin of this news. Upon learning that Lin Qing had successfully obtained both her passport and visa, Principal Yin finally set his worries aside. The 3-day pre-Olympic math competition training soon passed. All students who were going to participate were prepared to embark on their journey to Japan. Chapter 344, Arrival in Kyoto. All the students' visas came down on Friday, except for Lin Qing. Over the weekend, 3 team leading teachers each took more than 30 students to Japan. The plane landed in Kyoto, the capital of Japan. Compared to the imperial capital, in terms of temperature, Japan's Kyoto has a maritime climate, slightly lower summer temperatures, mild winters, and a small annual temperature difference. High annual precipitation with minimal seasonal changes, creating a humid climate. The imperial capital, on the other hand, has a temperate monsoon climate, with hot and rainy summers, cold and dry winters, and brief springs and autumns. As the plane was about to land, Lin Qing looked out of the small window on the plane and gazed across the whole of Kyoto. On the other side of Kyoto's moat stood a landmark building, with eaves jutting out over layered pavilions, white walls, and black tiles. The exquisite architecture, blended with a strong Japanese national style, half concealed among lush trees. Coupled with the misty ambience, it made the imperial palace seem even more mysterious, as if all of Kyoto's cultural heritage lay hidden within the tree clusters across the river. Just beyond the river were highly modern buildings lacking any distinct features. Kyoto was not a city of opulence. Compared to the grandeur of the imperial capital, Kyoto's structures were delicate and dainty. It was precisely November, late autumn by this time. Now, Kyoto was painted with alternating shades of red and yellow, like an overturned color palette mixed with red and yellow hues. The yellow obviously represented ordinary leaves that had turned yellow and ginkgo leaves. Japan regarded ginkgo as the successor of hope. There are several tens of thousands of ginkgo trees lining the streets and parks of Kyoto. And that red unmistakably pointed to maple leaves, one of Kyoto's most famous sights. They were red like fire, red like blood, seemingly igniting the passion of autumn, celebrating the vitality of autumn. Maple leaves carry the deepest sentiments of autumn. After a lifetime of hardships and half a lifetime of emotions endured under the weathering winds and frost without complaint, they remained simple, yet celebrated through poetry, coloring entire mountains in a flow of scarlet feelings. This expanse of red couldn't help but remind Lin Qing of a line from a poem. I stopped my carriage loving the maples at dusk, their frost-covered leaves redder than February flowers. It seems I will have an opportunity to admire these skies full of crimson leaves, Lin Qing mused inwardly. However, Lin Qing regretted not seeing the cherry blossoms. After all, what Japan is most renowned for are cherry blossoms. But generally, the season when cherry blossoms bloom is between March and April. Cherry blossoms' petals are not particularly beautiful, bunched tightly together layer after layer, inviting curiosity to spread them apart. They aren't aromatic either, having no scent or taste. The colors mostly range from pink to white, gentle rather than dazzling. The beauty of cherry blossoms doesn't match the subtlety of plum blossoms, which gently herald spring just after winter passes. Nor does it share the boldness of peach blossoms, whose flamboyance fills the air at the first breath of spring. It isn't even as delicate as pear blossoms, which softly sway in the wind, teary, and filled with spring rain. The beauty of cherry blossoms is a grand declaration, an aesthetic not only in landscape but also in spirit. Regardless of how abundant and vibrant the world might be, cherry blossoms still choose to fall at their peak of splendor, blooming brilliantly and departing resolutely, neither lingering nor contaminating the earth, leaving behind clean and pure remnants. To some extent, Lin Qing appreciated this kind of spiritual beauty. Very soon, the plane touched down, and everyone followed the team leaders to disembark from the airport in Kyoto. Kyoto, being such a well-known city, attracts many tourists, and there are plenty of shoppers as well. After all, many Japanese products are quite good, closely tied to their meticulous attitudes. Once out of the airport, they noticed how spotlessly clean Kyoto was. There wasn't a single speck of garbage on the ground, and it was very hard to find a trash can on the Japanese streets. Teacher, why aren't there any trash bins in Kyoto? And Kyoto is much cleaner than I imagined, a classmate exclaimed in surprise. Why doesn't Kyoto have trash bins, yet it remains so clean? Do you know the reason? Zhang Jia asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating ignorance. That's because the Japanese have developed an excellent habit. They never litter indiscriminately. Moreover, Japan has 3 fewer things. 1. Fewer nearsighted students due to early consumption of seafood, combined with comprehensive eye protection education in schools. 2. Fewer police officers on the street, thanks to the relatively good public order and the fine moral quality of the citizens, leading to drivers voluntarily following traffic regulations. Streets in Japan see fewer cars overall as people prioritize frugal, eco-friendly vehicles, a practice we could learn and adopt from them. Zhang Jia explained. She had deliberately done her homework before coming, researching some aspects of Japanese culture. Naturally, some students were unimpressed. They thought the team-leading teachers were overly admiring of foreign things. Since childhood, they had been taught about the atrocities committed by the Japanese during their invasion of China and the cruel killings of countless Chinese people. National hatreds that ran deep, especially among more nationalistic students, making it difficult for them to listen to what the teachers had to say. Zhang Jia clearly noticed some students' disapproval, but she chose to stop talking. Soon, Zhang Jia led a group of students to hotels near the venue of the Olympic mathematics competition. However, with not only Chinese students arriving, many hotels were fully booked. Although Zhang Jia had made a reservation in advance at one hotel, when she arrived, the front desk staff informed her that there was no room available. How can you do this? We reserved a room in advance. Why don't we have a room? Zhang Jia angrily asked. Of course, she communicated with them in Japanese. Since speaking Mandarin wouldn't help, the staff wouldn't understand. Although Chinese influence on the world stage has been increasing, it still hasn't reached a point where most foreigners are familiar with Mandarin, which can't yet match the prevalence of English or other dominant global languages like those of superpowers such as the United States or the United Kingdom. The school selected her as a leading teacher precisely because she spoke Japanese, which made communication much easier. I'm sorry, all our rooms are occupied, naturally by those who came first, said the young woman at the front desk. How could you do this? You should have told us when we tried to reserve that there would be no room for us. Zhang Jia complained unhappily. I'm really sorry, but we couldn't confirm if you'd show up without a deposit. Therefore, we prioritized guests who had arrived earlier. Though smiling, the girl's tone lacked friendliness. The students looked confused, watching their teacher's frustrated face and wondering what was going on. Teacher, what happened? Someone curiously asked. Alas, we can't stay in this hotel. It's already fully booked, so we need to find another place to stay, Zhang Jia sighed helplessly. Under the circumstances, one has to lower their head and adapt, whether willingly or unwillingly. Chapter 345. Who knows if heaven will be kind? Upon hearing this, the students erupted into heated discussion. Teacher Zhang, didn't you make a reservation? One student asked. I did make a reservation, but they said all guests here have reservations. Since we didn't pay a deposit, they have the right to give priority to those who arrived first, Teacher Zhang Jia explained. What? How can this be allowed? This is simply unfair. We should file a complaint against this hotel, someone suggested. Yes, in China, such behavior would definitely lead to complaints. Teacher Zhang, you previously mentioned that Japanese people have higher moral standards, which apparently isn't true. Zhang Jia's face turned red when she heard some students mock her praise for the Japanese. She hadn't anticipated encountering this sort of embarrassing situation. Seeing the chaos caused by these Chinese people, the receptionist at the hotel coldly remarked, "Please keep quiet and do not disturb others' rest. Pay attention to your manners." The implied meaning was a clear insult to their lack of etiquette. Of course, Zhang Jia didn't translate the receptionist's words for the group, fearing it might cause further trouble. All right, everyone, please don't make noise. This is Japan, not China. We must be mindful of our image. If other nationals see us behaving this way, it would tarnish our country's reputation, Zhang Jia advised. Her statement silenced the group, as they were cautious not to become a blot on the nation's name. Teacher Jiang, what are we going to do now? A student inquired. We will only be able to check nearby hotels to see if there are available rooms. Zhang Jie sighed in resignation. With that, the group followed Zhang Jie and left the hotel. As soon as they exited, the receptionist smirked coldly under her breath. Tisk, disrespectful Jina pigs. The term, Jina, nowadays unfamiliar to many in both China and Japan, once stirred deep national pride among the Chinese in the early 20th century, marking a history of humiliation. Anyone knowledgeable about history knew that pre-war and wartime Japanese publications were full of derogatory terms like Jina Garrison Army, Jina Expeditionary Force, Northern Jina Security War, showing their reluctance even to call China by its rightful name. It wasn't until after China emerged victorious in the war that the term Jina was banned from Japanese literature, reflecting the rise of China's international standing. Of course, Lin Qing, as an excellent student well-versed in history, thought she wouldn't hear such a humiliating term anymore. Yet, here it was again, echoing painfully through time. Though unfamiliar with Japanese language, Lin Qing could still use her mental powers to interpret the spoken words just as if she was conversing with animals, whose voices she understood fully, and Japanese phrases were no exception. Despite improving relations between China and Japan, there still existed certain prejudices among some Japanese individuals. Some, while too afraid to voice it openly, continued to refer to Chinese people privately as Jina pigs. Clearly, this receptionist was one of them. Thinking nobody heard her, she unknowingly let her derogatory remark reach Lin Qing's ears, whose senses, sharpened by cultivation, far exceeded those of ordinary people. Lin Qing glanced at the hotel name and dialed Mr. Matsuda Ichiro's phone number. Master, have you arrived in Kyoto? Shall I come pick you up? Matsuda Ichiro immediately questioned upon answering. No need, I'm already out of the airport. I want you to do two things for me. Lin Qing replied calmly. Anything, master, feel free to command. I will follow unconditionally, Matsuda Ichiro declared. In a while, you need to find a way to get the female receptionist on duty at XXX Hotel during this time dismissed, Lin Qing commanded. Given the size of this particular hotel, there was only one receptionist working at this moment. XXX Hotel? Did this receptionist offend you, master? She must truly be blind. Master, are you looking for accommodation? I can arrange it for you, Matsuda Ichiro quickly added. I am indeed looking for a place to stay. The second task for you is to help me find a hotel near Yokodai Road that can accommodate over 30 people, Lin Qing directed firmly. To her servants, politeness was unnecessary since they had no choice but to obey her unless they wished for death. Understood, master, please wait a moment while I take care of it, Matsuda Ichiro promised. After hanging up, he swiftly placed a few calls. Back at the hotel, the female receptionist sat idly waiting. Suddenly, the telephone at the front desk rang. Hello, may I ask what you need? The woman at the hotel front desk greeted with a smile. Matsumoto, you've been fired. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Someone will soon replace you, came the voice of a middle-aged Japanese man on the other end of the phone. Clearly, Yon Fuji Matsuko recognized this voice well. Unbelievably, she asked, Team leader, why? I've always worked hard and have never been absent or left early. Why are you firing me? Because you offended someone who cannot be offended, someone we dare not provoke. But I haven't offended anyone recently. Is this a misunderstanding? Team leader, I can't lose this job. I have 2 children and 2 elderly people to support. My husband can't handle the expenses of our entire family. Please don't fire me, Matsuko begged. There's nothing I can do about it. This order was given directly by our president. He said that whoever was on duty offended an irreplaceable guest, and at the moment, only you were on duty. What? Matsuko exclaimed in surprise. But she hadn't really offended anyone, had she? No, wait, just a while ago, she did refuse to let a group of Chinese guests check in, but she hadn't said anything excessively rude. Even if she muttered a curse under her breath after they left, how could they have possibly heard? Could one of them have overheard? She speculated. After all, not long after cursing, she received a call informing her of her dismissal. It wasn't hard to connect the two events. But how could a group of Chinese, mostly students, wield such significant power as to have the president dismiss her? She racked her brain, trying to figure it out, but couldn't arrive at any conclusion. Regardless of how she thought about it, her being fired was now set in stone. In Kyoto, a city with scarce land, limited resources, and fewer available jobs due to its large population, finding employment was already difficult enough. And now being dismissed, Yon Fuji Matsuko felt almost tearful. She now regretted cursing those Chinese people. How foolish she had been. Now she had kicked against something too strong for her. So indeed, one should not do bad deeds. Perhaps heaven does open its eyes sometimes. Chapter 346, A Twist of Fate. When Lin Qing was on the phone, she had fallen behind the other students by some distance. By the time she finished her call, the others were already far ahead, so she immediately used a spell to catch up with them. Zhang Jie led the group to check one hotel after another nearby, only to be told either that they were fully booked or that there were not enough vacant rooms to accommodate everyone. Just then, Lin Qing's phone rang. On the other end, Song Tianilong said that the hotel issue had been resolved and sent her the hotel's address. The place was not far from the examination site. It was just a higher-end hotel. The hotel was called Qianhu Hotel, a 5-star hotel under the Songbin Group. Zhang Jie was considering whether to stay further away since the International Mathematical Olympiad was taking place, and it was normal for hotels near the exam location to be in short supply. The exam location was set within Kyoto University because the number of participants was large, and only a university with such extensive grounds could accommodate so many people. Zhang Jia addressed the group of students. Classmates, I checked online, and most of the hotels near Kyoto University are already fully booked. We will have to stay at a hotel farther away. After a long journey, the students were already very hungry. Coupled with walking a long way with their teachers searching for a hotel, they were famished and exhausted. Hearing Miss Zhang's words, they couldn't help but complain. Alas, we have no choice but to do this. But Miss Zhang, we're hungry and tired. Let's find a hotel quickly to rest and eat something. Yes, I'm starving. Right now, I feel like I can eat an entire cow. I didn't expect my first trip to Japan to turn out this way. I'm really disappointed. Who would have thought that even though we reserved a hotel in advance, we still can't stay there? I really want to sing Cooling Off right now. Well, Miss Zhang already feels quite guilty about this. Let's stop complaining. After all, we're here not for sightseeing, but for the exam. The exam is important, but sightseeing after the exam is also a bonus, isn't it? Listening to the students' comments, Zhang Jia felt somewhat regretful. She hadn't anticipated that despite reserving the hotel in advance, they wouldn't be able to secure rooms, which was indeed a miscalculation. At this moment, Lin spoke up. Teacher, I know there's a nearby hotel that has rooms available. What? Which hotel? Zhang Jia, who had been feeling disheartened, suddenly felt much better, her eyes shining brightly. Qianhu Hotel. Lin answered. Qianhu Hotel? Let me check. But the internet shows the hotel is fully booked. Zhang Jia replied. But my friend said there are many rooms available. He works at this hotel, so maybe the information online isn't accurate. Lin had to lie. She didn't know the connection between Qianhu Hotel and Song Tianalong, but she guessed that this hotel probably belonged to the Songbin group. You actually have friends in Japan? Zhang Jia was surprised. Yes. Lin nodded reluctantly. So let's go then. What are you all standing around for? Zhang Jia asked the group. Soon, everyone arrived at the front of Qianhu Hotel with their luggage, as it wasn't far from where they had been earlier. As soon as they got there, they noticed how grand and impressive the hotel was. Situated close to the world-renowned Kyoto University, the massive building of Qianhu Hotel stood out with its luxurious exterior. It towered above Kyoto, overlooking the entire city. Wow, this hotel is so tall. I wonder how many floors it has. This is the best hotel I've seen since coming to Japan. It must be 5-star. It definitely is a 5-star hotel. The Qianhu Hotel is extremely famous in Kyoto. It belongs to the Songbin Group. What? That world-class company, Songbin Group. Everyone began discussing quietly. When Zhang Jia saw the scene before her, she was shocked. While checking online, she hadn't looked closely into the details of Qianhu Hotel, and she hadn't realized just how luxurious it was. She assumed staying here would also be expensive, and her budget was limited. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, she found it difficult to dampen their spirits, but her expression became gloomy. Miss Zhang, what's wrong? You look a little unhappy. Is there something wrong with this hotel? Lin whispered. Not wrong, just too good. But our budget is limited. Zhang Jia hesitated to reply. Miss Zhang, don't worry. I'm a platinum card member of this hotel. They can offer us a 50% discount, so it won't be too expensive, probably just slightly more than a regular hotel. Lin reassured her. Not to mention a 50% discount. Even if she said it was free, Song Tianalong probably wouldn't say no. What? Why didn't you say earlier? Let's go in quickly. Zhang Jia immediately smiled. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit came out of the hotel entrance. The middle-aged man saw the many students and spoke fluent Chinese. Hello? Which one of you is Miss Lin Qing? I am. And you are? Lin stepped forward and asked. Miss Lin I am the general manager of Qianhu Hotel, Song Tian. Please take care of me, and welcome you and your classmates to stay at our hotel. Song Tian said. Song Tian was also a member of the Songbin family, but his status couldn't compare with Song Tianalong's. Just now, Song Tianalong called Song Tian, asking him to reserve rooms for over 30 people and to wait to receive someone named Lin Qing. He told him to treat her as a VIP guest. Song Tian had no idea why, but as a subordinate branch, he had to obey the young master's order. Song Tian studied at a university in China, so he could speak fluent Chinese. In fact, Qianhu Hotel indeed had no rooms left, at least all were booked. He ordered his subordinates to cancel reservations on more than 30 rooms and gave some discounts to those who had booked them, thus making space for over 30 rooms for this girl named Lin Qing. Please help us check in as soon as possible, Lin said. There would normally be a delay in the check-in process when so many people arrived at the hotel, but Song Tian quickly called over several employees, enabling them to check in within a few minutes. When the group entered the hotel, they were stunned again by its luxury. The interior design had a strong European style, featuring French bronze, Italian music fountains, international first-class bedding supplies, along with magnificently decorated corridors that offered a sense of luxurious comfort and royal prestige. This is truly how one should live, the students exclaimed. Chapter 347, A Low-Key Wealthy Person. The students were all very shocked and filled with curiosity when they saw the general manager of the hotel treating Lin so respectfully. Lin, who are you really? Why does the general manager of this hotel treat you with such respect? This is the general manager of a 5-star hotel under the umbrella of the top 500 enterprise, Matsuda Group. One knowledgeable classmate couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I'm just an ordinary person. Maybe it's because I'm a platinum member of this hotel, that's why they treat me so respectfully, Lin said casually. After hearing these words, everyone thought privately, I don't believe you for a second. How could an ordinary person be a platinum member of this hotel? However, seeing the tone in which Lin spoke, They guessed she probably didn't want to talk about it, so no one asked further. After all, some people from prestigious families prefer to stay low-key. So in everyone's eyes, Lin Qing was seen as someone from a wealthy, yet low-profile family. But Lin Qing really was a low-key rich person, though her family wasn't prominent, because all her money was earned by herself. Lin Qing looked at everyone's expressions and knew they didn't quite believe her. She thought privately, if I told you I'm actually a cultivation practitioner and the heir to Matsuda Group is my servant, would you believe that? Probably not. Just then, Zhang Jie interjected. All right, everyone, go put your luggage down and tidy up. In 10 minutes, we'll go downstairs to eat. Wow, long live Teacher Zhang. Finally, we can eat. I'm starving, everyone exclaimed happily. 10 minutes later, the group gathered outside the hotel. Teacher Zhang didn't dare to take them to eat at this high-end hotel. She guessed the food here would definitely be expensive, and sticking to a budget was quite stressful. After looking around for a while, Teacher Zhang eventually found a spacious restaurant nearby. From what she could see at first glance, the prices were reasonable, mid-range, and within her acceptable range. When the owner of the restaurant saw so many customers suddenly appear, he was taken aback. The students ordered their meals one by one. For most Chinese students, when it came to Japanese cuisine, they only knew salmon, sushi, and ramen. Therefore, many of them ordered ramen, sushi, and salmon. In fact, Japan has other delicious foods too, like sukiyaki, wagashi, takoyaki, octopus balls, udon noodles, and karak croquettes. Sukiyaki got its name from the practice of grilling meat over fire to satisfy hunger. Its main ingredients include beef, enoki mushrooms, and tofu. Sukiyaki is named for being grilled on an iron plate, ho, hence the alternate name hoyaki. The soup base comes in two flavors, the clear Edo style, primarily using dashi broth, and the thicker Kansai style, which adds soy sauce, sugar, and sweet sake for seasoning, making it richer. When eating, it's customary to dip the meat in raw egg to cool it down and make the texture smoother. Wagashi refers to Japanese sweets, with red bean paste as the primary ingredient. Boiled red beans are made into sweet paste and mixed with brown sugar. Fresh wagashi is also known as morning-made fresh confections, due to its short shelf life. It's generally best eaten within 2 days. Takoyaki, or octopus balls, mainly consists of chopped octopus, takoyaki flour, bonito flakes, seaweed, mayonnaise, and takoyaki sauce. Each ball contains fresh pieces of octopus, giving it a fresh and fragrant flavor. It's nutritionally dense and widely loved by consumers. Udon noodles are one of Japan's most characteristic types of noodles, ranking alongside soba and matcha-flavored noodles as one of the 3 great Japanese noodle dishes. They are indispensable in any Japanese restaurant. The classic preparation involves beef and stock, resulting in smooth noodles and rich sauce. Thus, if visiting Japan, tasting a bowl of beef udon is a must. Udon noodles themselves contain virtually no fat and have 0 trans fats, offering many high-quality carbohydrates. With the addition of various side ingredients, soups, and seasonings, they provide a wide variety of flavors. Karak is not a traditional Japanese dish, but rather a Western import. Originally, karak is prepared by mixing chopped vegetables and meat into a cream sauce made with butter and flour, cooling it, forming it into cylindrical shapes, coating it with wheat flour, egg batter, and breadcrumbs, and then deep frying. However, Japanese households adapted this imported dish by adding mashed potatoes, sautéed onions, and minced meat, shaping it into cylinders before frying. Speaking of which, Lin Qing ordered sushi, sukiyaki, takoyaki, wagashi, karak, udon, and more. She knew about these delicacies because Jiang Beichen had recommended them to her before coming. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Zhang Jie noticed how much food Lin Qing had ordered, so she pulled on Lin Qing's sleeve and whispered, Lin Qing, will you be able to finish all that food? Teacher Zhang, there's no problem. My appetite is a bit larger than ordinary people, and the amount I ordered is actually less than usual. Lin Qing said with a smile. Zhang Jie was speechless. She really wanted to say, this isn't just a bit more, it's a lot more. However, in order not to embarrass Lin Qing, she remained silent. Looking at Lin Qing's flat stomach, she thought privately, where does all that food go? You're still so thin. I bet many women are extremely envious of your figure that doesn't gain weight no matter how much you eat. Once Lin Qing's food arrived, she ate it like the wind, wolfing down everything in sight. Although she could survive on a single abstention pill and skip meals, she still savored the taste of delicious food. The other students stared longingly at all the tasty dishes in front of Lin Qing. They were stuck eating their sushi and ramen dryly, while comparing them to Lin Qing's meal, making theirs seem pale in comparison. At this point, everyone regretted ordering their meals too early. At this moment, the crowd became even more convinced that Lin Qing was a low-key wealthy person. Just based on her broad knowledge, they couldn't match up to her. Of course, they had nothing but admiration and jealousy for Lin Qing. There was no resentment towards her. After all, someone who excels academically, comes from a good family background, and has such a pretty face was simply out of reach for most people. Just then, a few customers entered the restaurant. They also looked like students. When they saw the restaurant was completely full, their brows furrowed slightly. These customers spoke Japanese to the restaurant owner. While the other students didn't understand what they were saying, Zhang Jie did. They were basically asking the restaurant owner to clear out a few tables for them. The restaurant owner quickly came over to communicate with teacher Zhang. Zhang Jie asked the students if they were still hungry and wanted to order more food. After all, the portions of Japanese food were small due to Japan's expensive food prices and limited land. They all discussed together, deciding each person would order another dish, and they would make sure no 2 people from the same table ordered the same thing. This way, they could share their dishes and sample every kind of food, similar to the way Chinese banquets worked. Chapter 348, Motivating Students. After communicating with the students, Jiang Jie told the restaurant owner that they hadn't finished eating and wanted to order more food. Reluctantly, the restaurant owner had to ask the Japanese students to wait a bit longer. But upon hearing this, the Japanese students were furious. They shouted, "Do you know who we are? We are the elite participants in the upcoming International Mathematical Olympiad. We need to go back soon to review our lessons. How dare you make us wait for these Chinese people? What if this delays our preparation? Isn't this ridiculous?" The restaurant owner looked helplessly at them. Honestly speaking, it made no difference whoever ate there. It was all about making money. However, if he didn't agree to their request, it might seem like he didn't value his own countrymen enough. Helpless as he was, he couldn't avoid approaching Jiang Jie once again. "Excuse me, miss," said the owner. "Those students over there are also preparing for the Olympiad in 2 days. Could you possibly let them take some of your seats?" Jiang Jie, having already heard those Japanese students' words, never expected to encounter such arrogance everywhere. She had always disliked people acting superior like this. If they had politely asked, she might have agreed. Unfortunately, not only did they look arrogant, but they also employed moral pressure, implying that she must give way unconditionally. In this case, Jiang Jie decided otherwise. With a cold laugh, Jiang Jie replied, "I'm sorry, but our students are also participants in the International Mathematical Olympiad. They haven't eaten enough yet, so of course, I can't let them give up their seats." Although these students didn't understand Japanese, from the tone and expressions of those Japanese students, they could tell that the latter didn't speak nicely. Seeing Teacher Zhang talking with a grim expression, the students quickly asked, "Teacher Zhang, what did they say? Why are you so angry?" Those Japanese students said that they are elites competing in this mathematical Olympiad, and they insisted that the restaurant owner makes us give up our seats. Moreover, they complained that waiting would delay their revision, explained Jiang Jie. "I see why you're so mad now, Teacher Zhang. It's because we've met some dumb ones. Damn, real idiots. Who would have thought every country has such morons? It's unbelievable how they were even selected to participate. Is it based on who is dumber?" "Yes, exactly. And now they are morally blackmailing us, saying waiting will hinder their revisions. It shows how bad their results are. If they insist we give way, we will deliberately stay. Let them be angry. All right, stop the discussion. Order quickly. Once we finish eating, we'll go back." Even though their behavior is indeed idiotic, this doesn't mean their scores are poor. You still need to study hard when you return, striving to outperform these Japanese competitors in the competition. Jiang Jie encouraged everyone. Since staying at the Senho Hotel, Jiang Jie had been worried that these students would immerse themselves in enjoying life and neglect reviewing. Now, thanks to these few Japanese students stimulating them a bit, she seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts and inspire them. "Got it, no problem, Teacher Zhang. This time, we will definitely crush these Japanese guys," responded the group full of enthusiasm. Seeing so many Chinese filled with righteous excitement, the Japanese students were baffled. Because they couldn't understand what the others were saying, they assumed they were planning to confront them. After exchanging glances, the Japanese students fled the restaurant as if their legs were turbocharged. In their eyes, running wasn't being cowardly, it was knowing the better timing. As wise men often say, wise is the man who knows when to yield. Since the other side outnumbered them significantly, getting into an actual fight would lead to their loss. Therefore, leaving at this moment was the best decision. Seeing this scenario, the Chinese students were utterly puzzled, murmuring among themselves, "Why did they run away? Aren't they supposed to be so domineering? Seems they just look tough, but are actually softies inside." Even the restaurant owner felt relieved at this sight. He thought that as long as one side left, there would be no troublemakers causing any disturbance. After returning to the Senho Hotel, all the students went straight to bed. They slept soundly that night, mainly because they were exhausted after the day's activities, but also due to the decompression beds in the hotel rooms, which made rest extremely comfortable. The next morning, early risers headed to the hotel's buffet restaurant for breakfast, which was free as part of the hotel package. Hence, no one went out for food. While Lin Qing was savoring her delicious breakfast, a young Japanese man appeared nearby. He had a scholarly demeanor and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, clearly a student but exuding a sense of composure and calmness uncommon for his age. Naturally, by the side of that refined young man were a few others of the same age, who were probably also students. "Yazawa, do you have confidence in winning the championship this time?" "Of course I do. If I could win last year, I can win again this year. Those Westerners aren't worth worrying about. Compared to us Easterners, their understanding and insight into mathematics are far behind. And China has fallen behind in math as well. They've lost to us Japan for 3 consecutive years. How pathetic for such a large nation." The gentlemanly young man responded indifferently. From his tone, it was clear that he was very arrogant. His name was Yazawa Chiharu, the champion of last year's mathematical Olympiad, the legendary Japanese math prodigy. He was also from an influential family. Lin Qing couldn't understand Japanese, but she somehow grasped the meaning of what he was saying, so she quickly became captivated by their conversation and glanced at them secretly several times. At first, Yazawa Chiharu didn't notice Lin Qing since his position made it difficult for him to see her. But when Lin Qing's gaze kept drifting over, Yazawa Chiharu sharply sensed it. After all, geniuses usually possess stronger mental abilities than ordinary people, making them more sensitive to their surroundings. Yazawa Chiharu turned his head and immediately locked eyes with Lin Qing. Her eyes were as clear as water, bright and pure, glittering like stars. And those exceptionally beautiful eyes adorned a remarkably gorgeous girl. Her skin was flawless like snow, her lips red like cinnabar, and her willow-shaped eyebrows enhanced the spirit in her eyes. Her high yet delicate nose graced her perfectly oval face. Her black hair cascaded freely down her back, complementing her elegant and slender figure. She seemed almost like a celestial being descending from heaven. For a moment, Yazawa Chiharu was stunned and thought to himself, how could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? The other students who came with Yazawa Chiharu followed his gaze and saw Lin Xing too. They were also amazed by her beauty and unconsciously drooled. Chapter 349, The Status of Japanese Women. Wow, what a beautiful girl. If only I could have the chance to kiss her, the Japanese students muttered. These Japanese students were still in high school, but they already had quite a bit of experience with certain unmentionable matters. This was mainly because Japan was a fairly open country where it wasn't uncommon for junior high or senior high students to become unwed mothers. The reason for all this is that women in Japan have low status. Japanese women hold a low position in the workplace. No matter how high their academic qualifications or how capable they may be, they usually don't get assigned important work. Their main responsibilities often include serving tea, making coffee, ordering meals, and answering phone calls. Leadership roles in Japanese companies, such as managers, are almost exclusively held by men. Furthermore, even when in the same position, at the same level, and doing the same work, women's salaries tend to be lower than men's. There's a joke about women from different countries reacting after their skirts are ripped by men. It gives insight into national characters. Japanese version. In a bustling square, a Japanese man accidentally tears a Japanese single woman's miniskirt. Before the man can speak, the woman bows deeply at a 90-degree angle and says, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's my fault for having poor quality material." She then pulls out a safety pin, fixes her skirt, and hurries off. American version. In Times Square, an American man unintentionally rips a single American woman's miniskirt. Before he can say anything, the woman immediately pulls out a business card and says, "Here's my lawyer's number. He will contact you regarding whether your action constitutes sexual harassment. Get ready. We'll see each other in court." The man cooperatively leaves his name and telephone number before walking away. French version. In a world-renowned square, a French man accidentally tears a single French woman's miniskirt. Before the man can say anything, the woman giggles and puts her hand on his shoulder, saying, "If you don't mind, buy me a rose as an apology." The man then buys a rose from a flower shop, invites her to a bar for a drink, and later they proceed to a small inn to further explore what lies beneath her miniskirt. British version. At a church square by a river, a British man unintentionally rips a British single woman's miniskirt. Before the man can speak, the woman quickly covers the torn part with a newspaper she has in her hand, blushes, and says, "Mister, would you mind sending me home first? It's not far ahead." The man promptly takes off his jacket and places it on her shoulders. He then hails a taxi, safely delivers her home, and allows her to change into another dress. Chinese version. At a crowded famous square in the capital, a male tourist accidentally tears a Chinese single woman's miniskirt. Before the man can speak, the woman slaps him hard across the face, grabs his collar, and shouts angrily, "You shameless bastard. You dare to flirt with me. Do you know who I am?" Thai version. On a street at a famous Thai attraction, a middle-aged man accidentally tears an 18-year-old girl's miniskirt. The embarrassed man rushes to apologize, but the girl elegantly presses her hands together in front of her chest and gracefully makes a polite bow, softly saying, "Please don't mind, sir. Everyone is human." This joke story clearly shows that Japanese women indeed have some low status, while French women are romantic, American women are independent, British women are elegant, and Chinese women can be tough. Of course, this Chinese woman might belong to the fierce group from northern China, and Thai women may not necessarily all be real women. "Humph, you lot, don't sully the goddess in my heart," Yizhe Chunchun scoffed coldly. He didn't like hearing these few classmates beside him talk so casually about the beautiful girl who looked like a fairy. After all, she was someone he fancied, and how could he let others insult her? What about us? How are we supposed to feel? Yes, we're not as smart as you, not as handsome as you, but what does that matter? Getting girls isn't just about intelligence and looks. It's also about who has more tactics and who can better charm them. As soon as those Japanese students heard what Yizhe Chunchun said about them, they became dissatisfied right away. They thought they looked pretty good and came from decent families. Although they weren't as good at math as Yizhe Chunchun, they believed they were no less than him in other aspects, especially in dealing with women. Saying they couldn't perform well was simply an insult. After all, no man likes being told that they aren't up to par. Friendships between men can sometimes be very fragile. While friendships among boys may not be as subtle as those between girls, girls' friendships might seem harmonious on the surface, but in reality, each girl may have their own secret agendas. Friendships between men aren't entirely strong either. When men gather together, it is usually centered around a specific activity with more participants compared to women's activities. Whether it's sports, gaming, drinking, dining, or playing pool, male friendships are often built on the basis of shared activities. These activities rarely involve deep emotional exchanges, but focus more on mutual benefit and reciprocity. As soon as there's an appearance of a beautiful woman or conflict of interests, the feelings between men can easily crumble, no matter how close they seemed from all the mutual praise before. The current situation in front of them was exactly this. A rare beauty like Lin Xing caught the attention of several Japanese men, who immediately developed intentions to approach her, leading to disputes. Lin Xing saw the leering faces of these men and gave them a disdainful look. Among these Japanese students, only the somewhat refined-looking one appeared passable. The rest were unattractive, and their obvious lasciviousness made them even more repulsive. Noticing Lin Qing's expression of dislike, Yizhe Chunchun coldly said, "Look, the goddess has already taken a disliking to you." Who is she disliking? It's not necessarily us, the few Japanese boys replied stubbornly. But at that moment, their intention to go up and flirt dissipated. That girl's glare was clearly aimed at them. The issue was that her eyes radiated such chilling contempt, like sharp swords piercing through them. They had never seen such a terrifying gaze before. "All right, we've finished eating, let's go. As for that girl, we won't compete with you for her. Since we're buddies, right?" The few Japanese men bolted away instantly, like they had engines installed in their legs. To them, since they had abandoned the thought of pursuing her, giving Yizhe Chunchun some favor wasn't a bad thing. Even if a woman is beautiful, being gentle and compliant is more important. Having a venomous beauty by their side would make them feel uneasy as well. Chapter 350. Sorry, I'm not Japanese. As several classmates walked away, Yezha Qianshun approached Lin Qing and said a few sentences in Japanese. Lin Qing glanced indifferently at the person and replied, "Sorry, I'm not Japanese. Are you Chinese?" Yezha Qianshun asked in surprise. He spoke fluent Mandarin to her and immediately communicated in Chinese. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful and elegant girl was Chinese. Now, he knew his family would never approve of him marrying a Chinese woman. Even if she were Japanese, his family would still carefully screen and choose someone of equal status for him. Even so, he didn't give up on pursuing this stunning beauty who had captured his heart. Though marriage wasn't an option, dating could still work, and even after marriage, he could treat her as a mistress. If he couldn't get her, he wouldn't be able to rest easy knowing he lost out on such an incredible beauty. However, Lin Qing had no clue about his sleazy thoughts. Otherwise, she would have definitely told him off. His exterior game was played exceptionally well, and she hadn't used telepathy to probe into his private thoughts because it would be too exhausting to do that with everyone she met. "Yes, didn't you know I can speak Mandarin?" Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't common for Japanese people to voluntarily learn Chinese. "My family has quite a bit of business dealings with China, so I was required to learn Mandarin from a young age. When I grow up, I will most likely have a lot of interactions with the Chinese. Also, China is one of my favorite countries, and I love the Chinese language," Yezha Qianshun said with a smile. He thought the other person would praise him and look at him differently. After all, he casually highlighted his wealthy background and knowledge, as any business conducted in China must involve a significant scale. Furthermore, his Mandarin was extremely fluent, making him appear highly skilled. However, the girl in front of him just gave a light "Oh." Lin Qing looked at his refined smile and immediately found him pretentious. Just now, he was bad-mouthing China behind her back, but now he acted like he loved China, which made her very repulsed. She smirked and mocked him. "You say you like China? What do you like about it? Do you only like earning money from the Chinese?" "I like, China is vast and mysterious," Yezha Qianshun hesitated and answered. To Lin Qing, these words sounded insincere. Generally, when Chinese people ask foreigners what they like about China, foreigners often reply, "I find China very mysterious, and I like its culture." The reality is, they like the delicious food, the entertainment, and the openness of Chinese women. The Chinese tend to be overly tolerant of foreigners due to Confucian ideals promoting kindness over retribution and equality, whereas many foreigners focus more on their own group and discriminate against others based on race or skin color. Also, there are some pro-Western Chinese women who adore Westerners. This might be only a small part of the female population in China, but due to the large base population, even a small percentage adds up significantly. Consequently, foreigners who don't do well in their home countries may come to China and find it heaven-like. Previously, there was news coverage of an American man who posted a video online. He claimed that he was once a repairman, lost his job, and then was introduced by a friend to come to China. After arriving in China, he started a new chapter in his life. Here, he became the center of attention. Girls threw themselves at him, and even nightclub entertainment was abundant with Chinese women giving special attention. He specifically said, "It's pretty easy to get a girl here in China, especially for one-night stands." His statement incited public anger. While it's true that some Chinese women are overly infatuated with foreigners, this doesn't represent the entire nation. But one thing globally acknowledged is that Chinese food is delicious. Looking at Yezha Qianshun's false smile, Lin Qing said coldly, "By the way, I wonder why you approached me. I have a good impression of you and would like to get acquainted." Yezha Qianshun smiled gracefully. He believed she wouldn't refuse him. After all, he was exceptionally talented, whether in appearance, talent, or family background. Undeniably, he was overconfident and arrogant, thinking his looks could qualify as handsome. In Lin Qing's eyes, who had seen many handsome men, the guy was just average. She really couldn't appreciate the looks of Japanese men. "Sorry, I have no interest in you. I don't think it's necessary for us to know each other. By the way, I've finished eating and am leaving now. Goodbye," Lin Qing said, then turned around and walked away. Upon hearing her words, Yezha Qianshun froze in place. Why? Why did this happen? Why did she reject him? He could not figure it out. Before he even reacted, Lin Qing had already walked far away. At that moment, his expression was filled with annoyance and a sense of defeat. Why hadn't he stopped her in time? How was he going to find her now? At that moment, he was determined to possess Lin Qing, much like how he wanted toys as a child. Either he would get them or destroy them. Maybe this hotel has some clues since all breakfast guests here are residents. Yezha Qianshun thought silently. Then he went to the hotel front desk to inquire, but the receptionist refused to disclose any guest information, as this was the Senju Group's 1,000-household hotel. As one of the Fortune 500 companies, the Senju Group required its employees to adhere strictly to confidentiality rules. Finally, he lied, claiming he had met a Chinese person, about 16 or 17 years old, but when they parted ways, he had forgotten to get her phone number. In the end, the receptionist said there were indeed some Chinese students staying here, but further details were not shareable. Students? Ah, I see. Looks like the girl also came here to participate in the mathematical Olympiad competition. We might meet again, Yeja Qianshun realized aloud. My goddess, you can't escape me. I will not only conquer your heart, but also crush you intellectually, showing you the brilliance of our Japanese men and making you completely surrender to me. Yeja Qianshun muttered to himself. It has to be said, he was overthinking again. Not only did he fail to win Lin Qing's heart, but Lin Qing also thoroughly crushed him in both intellect and strength. In the end, he realized that Lin Qing was a woman he shouldn't have provoked, a truly powerful one. But by the time he understood everything, it was already too late. Chapter 351. Who submits to whom? After leaving the Qianhu Hotel, Lin Qing contacted Matsumoto Ichiro. Since she had time today, she planned to meet the true form of that ghost god. She speculated that the real body of the ghost god who previously possessed Matsumoto Ichiro should possess genius-level cultivation. After all, its avatar was so powerful, and Lin Qing had yet to encounter an innate strong individual in this world. This prospect made her eager. As for reviewing for exams, Lin Qing didn't need it. To her, winning the championship in the mathematical Olympiad would be as easy as picking something out of a pocket. Master, you're coming to see me? If you're meeting Ghost God-sama, I'll send someone to pick you up. Matsumoto Ichiro said. No need. I can go myself. Sending someone to pick me up would take too long. Lin Qing calmly replied. After saying this, Lin Qing hung up the phone. Ichiro tried to continue talking, only to realize Lin Qing had already ended the call. He was astonished. How could the master find him when she didn't even know where he lived? But thinking about her extraordinary abilities, he calmed down. After all, the master had once silently appeared in his room without him noticing. Lin Qing used her divine sense to locate Matsumoto Ichiro's position since, as her servant, there was a subtle connection between them through her consciousness. Saying this, she employed a quick movement technique and ran towards Matsumoto Ichiro's location. Her speed on the road was incredibly fast, even surpassing some cars. Occasionally, drivers noticed a fleeting shadow beside them, but when they looked again, there was no one there. They thought to themselves, it must have been an illusion. How could someone run on the highway? Unless they're Superman. At a certain moment, Lin Qing paused. A little girl in a nearby car spotted her instantly before Lin Qing sprinted off again. Dad, there's Superman outside. The Superman is very beautiful, like a fairy. Turns out Supermen in cartoons are fake. The girl's father looked outside the window, but saw nothing. He scolded her. Where's any Superman? Baby, don't lie, or your nose will grow long and become ugly. Dad, there really is one. The fairy sister ran away, faster than a car. Definitely Superman from cartoons, just never expected a female Superman. I want to grow up and become a Superman as beautiful as the fairy sister. Baby, there's no such thing as Superman in this world. Don't lie anymore, or Mom and Dad won't like you. Everyone dislikes kids who tell lies. Dad, I'm not lying. You've wronged me. Look, my nose hasn't grown long yet. Of course, Lin Qing knew none of this here. Several minutes later, Lin Qing arrived at the house where Matsumoto Ichiro lived. She informed Matsumoto Ichiro beforehand so that an unexpected visit wouldn't lead to some unmentionable scenes, given Matsumoto Ichiro's lifestyle as a dissolute playboy. Even in the mornings, men sometimes had issues Lin Qing wanted to avoid. Matsumoto Ichiro had just finished breakfast and was drinking tea when Lin Qing suddenly appeared in his room. Though he had expected it, he was still startled. Truly, the master appeared and disappeared without a trace. Others outside in the living room immediately grew alert upon seeing the sudden appearance of a person. Who are you? After all, as heir to the Matsumoto group, assassinations were always possible, hence his residence had several skilled guardians. Relax, everyone. This is my friend, invited over for a visit. Please step back, Matsumoto Ichiro hurriedly explained. Well, realizing the newcomer was a friend of Matsumoto Ichiro, the others had no choice but to withdraw. When they saw Lin Qing's appearance, they assumed Matsumoto Ichiro brought her over for some inappropriate reasons, given his notorious reputation with women. He wanted to gather all beauties he encountered. However, they hadn't anticipated this beautiful woman was also a highly skilled individual, able to quietly appear at his guarded residence unnoticed by these experts, indicating that she was no ordinary person. Either her cultivation level was extremely high, surpassing their own, or she excelled in the ninja art of invisibility. Yet compared to the possibility of her possessing extraordinary cultivation despite her young age, they found the idea that she mastered invisibility more plausible. After all, if she were more powerful than all of them, they might as well have wasted their lives. However, they didn't know why such a powerful expert would submit to Matsumoto Ichiro. Could it be because of his wealth? Alas, at this moment, all the experts were filled with envy and resentment towards Matsumoto Ichiro. They couldn't help but think that choosing one's parents was truly an art. What they didn't know was that their assumptions in many aspects were wrong. First, Lin Qing indeed possessed extraordinary cultivation, higher than theirs. Second, it wasn't Lin Qing who submitted to Matsumoto Ichiro. It was actually Matsumoto Ichiro who submitted to Lin Qing. Although this submission wasn't what they thought. Alright, take me to meet that ghost god. Lin Qing spoke up. Master, the ghost god is enshrined in the Mingdu Shrine, which is located outside Kyoto's moat. It will probably take over an hour to get there. Matsumoto Ichiro replied. I understand. Let's go then, Lin Qing said impatiently. Master, the ghost god is very powerful. Do you really have the confidence to defeat him? Matsumoto Ichiro asked hesitantly. Humph, do you lack faith in me? Lin Qing retorted. Master, it's not that. It's just a matter of life or death for you. I'm worried about you. After all, if you're safe, I'll be safe too. Matsumoto Ichiro trembled as he said. Well, don't worry. A mere ghost god is no match for me, Lin Qing declared confidently. With her current strength, even facing a god-tier expert in this world, she could still fight. As a cultivator of immortality, she had many tricks up her sleeve, far beyond what these declining cultivators on Earth could compare with. I can rest assured now, Matsumoto Ichiro relaxed visibly. Since hearing his master say she intended to confront the ghost god, his nerves had been taut. He feared getting caught up in the trouble, and he felt intuitively that if his master died, he wouldn't survive either. The Mingdu Shrine was Japan's largest shrine, occupying Kyoto's biggest green space and being one of the city's main shrines. It was rumored that the fortune-telling there was incredibly accurate, attracting the highest number of worshippers every year, even drawing numerous foreign tourists for New Year prayers and blessings. Chapter 352. An acquaintance comes to visit. Soon, Lin Qing and Matsumoto Ichiro arrived near the Myoto Shrine. Of course, a few tales followed them. These were the experts protecting Matsumoto Ichiro. They were very surprised why Matsumoto Ichiro and that beautiful woman left the house so soon instead of staying longer. They secretly felt that maybe they guessed wrong. There was another matter at hand, rather than doing anything unspeakable. Outside the gate of the Myoto Shrine, there was a wide road with towering ancient trees on both sides, some of which were over 100 years old. Unlike other places, their leaves remained lush and green, as if it was still spring. No wonder Myoto Shrine could become the largest shrine, attracting the most Japanese worshippers each year. Just this row of towering ancient trees was enough to attract attention. In short, it's an advertising effect. People who don't know the inside story will only look at these rows of lush trees in autumn and feel that this shrine must be very powerful. Its sanctum must be very effective. Otherwise, the leaves wouldn't stay green all year long, since the tree isn't evergreen. Although the tree isn't evergreen, it is similar to such species. However, this type of tree is relatively rare, and most people do not recognize it. It has to be said, the figures behind this shrine have truly put in a lot of effort. After Lin Qing arrived here, she found many plants around here. The entrance to the shrine had a row of lush trees, but around the area were also ginkgo trees and maple leaf trees. The ginkgo trees appeared like guards for the shrine, standing tall and dignified, as if soldiers guarding the city. Their golden armor shone brilliantly, grand and majestic, tranquil yet magnificent. One side showed off dazzling golden hues while countless yellow leaves swirled down and danced along the wind across the ground, covering it with splendid patterns. Lin Qing looked towards the distant maple forest where tall, fiery red silhouettes caught her gaze. She couldn't help but get absorbed, like fire burning, leaping, and twirling in a dance. Each one of those trees seemed to blaze like huge flames, bright and eye-catching. Matsumoto Ichiro followed Lin Qing's gaze, and he too saw those beautiful tall trees. He said, "These trees are quite beautiful, aren't they?" Lin Qing's voice was faint, as though her mind was wandering elsewhere. However, one could sense her calm demeanor at that moment. With a tough enemy about to face off, Lin Qing's composed attitude made Matsumoto Ichiro genuinely admire her. At this time, visitors to the Myoto Shrine were coming continuously. Others wandered around after entering, but Lin Qing told Matsumoto Ichiro something. "You stay outside." Then, she walked straight through the main gate without hesitation. Currently, no one paid much attention to this little girl. Although some worshippers occasionally glanced at Lin Qing, they merely regarded her as a pretty normal young girl. When Lin Qing had said that she didn't want Matsumoto Ichiro following her, Matsumoto breathed a sigh of relief. He feared she might make him follow her, knowing that just the aftermath of the impending battle could likely kill him several times over. Upon entering the shrine's entrance, she saw a structure resembling a torii. A torii is a type of architectural structure resembling Chinese paifeng, archways, often erected on pathways leading to shrines or at wooden fence areas surrounding shrines. It mainly distinguishes between sacred and secular realms, marking the entrance to a sacred domain. It can be considered a kind of gate. They say there are numerous shrines and temples in Japan. What is the difference between a shrine and a temple? Simply put, a place with a torii is a shrine. Without it is a temple. There is a legend about the torii. The Japanese believe that birds are incarnations of human souls. Among these, there are good souls and also dirty ones, and they mustn't let birds approach the shrines. Therefore, a character-shaped archway, known as the torii, is built approximately 200 meters from the main gates of various shrines to stop the birds from flying into the shrines. It is said that the torii separates the divine world from the human one. Once you step through the torii, you enter the realm of the gods, and your behavior should be especially cautious. Hence, when we worship at shrines, there is a unique method involved. Apart from not walking through the middle door when entering the torii, every shrine also features a washing station. Every visitor who comes to pray at a shrine must wash their hands and rinse their mouths, a process somewhat akin to the cleansing rituals performed in Chinese spiritual worship, symbolizing respect for the deities. Lin Qing did not adhere to these rules. Instead, she went directly toward the place where energy was strongest and belief the most concentrated. Of course, that energy had a somewhat evil aura, indicating that the party within wasn't exactly of virtuous intentions. Indeed, how could someone capable of using Matsumoto Ichiro for chi supplementation be any different? Naturally, when she reached the entrance, she was stopped. The two gatekeepers muttered coldly, their gist being that this was a forbidden area, and tourists were not allowed to enter. Lin Xing faintly smiled, exuding an immense spiritual force as she snorted. Tell your demon god master that an old acquaintance has come to pay a visit. The two guards, shaken by this spiritual force, struggled with their energy flow, almost spitting blood. They realized the person before them was a skilled expert, and immediately grew vigilant. They didn't understand Lin Xing's words. After all, not every Japanese person speaks Chinese, so they thought she had ill intentions, an intruder. Just as they prepared to shout and summon more people, the demon god lord spoke. Let her in. Close the shrine today. We will not entertain any visitors. Yes, my lord. The two gatekeepers respectfully replied. To the demon god lord, they showed utmost respect, fully aware of his immense power. As for Lin Xing, they wore smug expressions, muttering inwardly. Humph, offend the demon god lord, and you'll soon find your soul obliterated. Then, Lin Xing walked into the inner sanctum of the shrine, while the two gatekeepers alerted other staff members to begin driving out the tourists. Some tourists came from abroad and did not want to leave, since they hadn't finished exploring yet. However, when tall figures emerged from somewhere, obviously trained warriors, they were frightened and had no choice but to reluctantly depart. Simultaneously, they grew curious about what was happening here, speculating quietly. Perhaps some important person has arrived and booked this place exclusively? In their home countries, such events were commonplace. But no matter how curious they were, there was no way they could know what was truly unfolding here. After entering the shrine, Lin Xing felt a powerful wave of cold, sinister force heading toward her. Yet, she wasn't afraid. This force was poison to others, but it was nourishment to her, since she could assimilate all sorts of energies, including yin qi. Chapter 353, Battle Against Haichuanzi. Oomph, mere tricks, Lin Xing scoffed coldly. As she spoke, her small mouth opened, and the dark energy turned into a gust of wind rushing swiftly into Lin Xing's mouth. Only now could Lin Xing get a proper look at the entire shrine. The shrine was extremely spacious. Both the floor and the altar table were made of fine materials. There were incense sticks and an incense burner on the table, where thick scented incense burned. On the walls, there were haunting paintings of ghost deities. In front of the altar table stood a large copper statue, over 2 meters tall, placed in the center of the hall. The appearance of this ghost deity closely resembled the Chinese concept of some malevolent ghosts. It had a green face with fangs, a pair of bull horns, limbs resembling those of a beast, and a body covered in scales. Its eyes bulged wide open, making it look like a demon that had crawled out from hell, terrifying and ferocious. Humph, you're someone from the same path. Don't we know each other from somewhere? Came a hoarse voice. Seeing how young Lin Xing appeared, the voice's owner had no memory, assuming the other to be a spirit soul that existed for centuries just like him. Someone he knew who had taken over the body of a young girl. The harsh and unpleasant sound jolted Lin Xing back from her examination. We just met not long ago in China. How can someone as old as you, even as a ghost, forget such recent matters? Lin Xing sneered coldly. What? It's you. Ha ha ha, truly seeking high and low without finding it, only to obtain it effortlessly. I didn't have time to settle the score with you yet, and here you come right to me, exclaimed the ghost deity. A dense cloud of black smoke then drifted out from the enshrined position, soon forming into an elder dressed in ancient robes. However, Lin Xing knew well that this figure was merely a soul-body congealed form, given its rather solidified essence capable of appearing almost real. Your ability to gather this form is quite good. Judging from your skills in life, you must have been strong, perhaps reaching the divine sea realm, haven't you? Lin Xing remarked indifferently. Who are you exactly? Have you heard of my name, Haichuanzi? Haichuanzi questioned suspiciously. I've never heard of Haichuanzi. My guess is based purely on speculation. As for me, my name is Lin Xing, and others call me Master Lin. Lin Xing smiled faintly. Master Lin? This title sounds familiar. Oh, I remember. Aren't you that martial arts genius Master Lin from China? The one who defeated the great master Shang Haoyan of China. Haichuanzi suddenly recalled. Yes, that would be me, Lin Xing replied. She was surprised her reputation had reached Japan. Ha ha ha, heaven is indeed kind to me. To think it has sent a body so youthful and full of martial potential right to my side. Haichuanzi burst out laughing. What are you laughing about? Why the happiness when encountering me today should be an unlucky day for you? Because today, you are destined to die by my hand, Lin Xing asked, utterly confused by the other's seemingly nonsensical joy. Haha, arrogant. They say you have entered the innate realm, but setting aside if it's true or not, even if it is, you are absolutely no match for me. Today, you are bound to fall here. Haichuanzi laughed loudly. His jubilation stemmed from finally meeting a body nearly perfect for his needs, the only flaw being that it belonged to a young woman. But for higher martial pursuits, he overlooked it all. If he successfully possessed her body, leveraging his previous experience, he might hope to transcend the divine sea realm within his lifetime and ascend to the legendary immortal realm known as Earth Immortal. HMPF, you're overly confident. In life, you might have been formidable, but transformed into this ghost god, your strength doesn't compare to before anymore. Lin Xing mocked. Based on her assessment, Haichuanzi's current strength was likely capped at the peak innate realm. Dealing with a soul body like him gave her much confidence, especially since her Crimson Lotus strange fire was a nemesis to evil spirits. She wondered why someone would give up their human life to become a ghost, referred to more elegantly as a divine ghost, but, bluntly speaking, nothing but an evil spirit. However, she didn't realize how hard it was for someone on this planet to advance past the divine sea realm. When life expectancy dwindled down to near zero, Becoming a ghost god provided another chance to linger in this world. And with that lingering existence, there lay the opportunity to seize a body, a rebirth many would find irresistible, particularly those deep cultivators whose powers rivaled hers. Even if my power isn't as great as it once was, it's still far beyond your reach, Haichuanzi scoffed coldly. In his opinion, Lin Qing might have reached the innate realm, but at best she was only at its early stage. Even so, such an individual was already among the peak of billions, a true genius surpassing many other geniuses. As Haichuanzi spoke, his solidified body suddenly transformed into a mass of black fog rushing swiftly toward Lin Qing. His speed was extremely fast, forming a whirlwind that blew her hair around, giving her an ethereal appearance. Lin Qing, seeing his attack coming, wasted no time and countered with a punch aimed directly at the black mist. A careful observer would notice a layer of red glow covering her fist, none other than the Crimson Lotus' strange fire. But clearly underestimating his opponent, Haichuanzi sneered darkly. Do you think I am still human? To throw a punch so recklessly is pure folly, and shows how little you know. At the moment when Haichuanzi thought Lin Qing's punch would simply pass through him without causing any harm, while he would instead use this opportunity to severely injure her, their white fist collided with the black mist. The vast black mist formed a striking contrast in size with her delicate fist. But upon contact, Lin Qing stood her ground unshaken, while the black mist was rapidly pushed back, retreating at a speed just as swift as its advance. The fierce wind knocked over the incense burner and candles on the floor, while the black mist crashed against the copper statue, scattering everywhere. Not long after, the mist coalesced back into the form of the elder, though now his abdomen appeared sunken with a gaping hole, a scene bizarre and unsettling. You, how could you possibly harm me? Who are you truly? Haichuanzi asked incredulously. Her punch seemed to embody the most rigid and yang forces in the world. He could still feel the intense heat and pain from it, a sensation as if her attack sought to burn away his soul. Chapter 354. What kind of monster are you? Oh, why can't I hurt you? Didn't I already say that I am Lin Qing? Lin Qing chuckled coldly. What kind of technique are you using? How could you possibly harm me? Haichuanzi said cautiously. In the end, he paid a price for underestimating his opponent, taking a heavy punch. Oh, why should I tell you? Do you think I'm stupid? If I tell you, it will allow you to prepare. Lin Qing laughed coldly. Not to mention how rare spirit fire is. On the Cultivation Continent, many experts would rob her for it. How could she reveal her ultimate skill to him? Do you think you can kill me just because you practice an extremely rigid and yang technique? That's simply too naive. Haichuanzi sniffed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he made some hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, a great amount of black mist gushed out from the ghost god bronze statue, entering Haichuanzi's body. Soon after, the void in his abdomen slowly transformed back into human form. Wow, this is somewhat interesting. If this was all it took to solve you, I feel like I hadn't even started yet. Lin Qing showed a hint of eagerness. Hold on. Haichuanzi blinked and said, why use force when brainpower can achieve the goal? Judging from their previous encounter, the opponent had techniques that restrained ghosts. Even though Haichuanzi was confident he could still win, as he had more tricks up his sleeve, capturing the opponent's physical body was not going to be simple. After all, if the other party decided to flee, he wasn't sure he could stop her. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Qing laughed coldly. Fear? I'm not afraid at all. It's not easy reaching our level of cultivation. Why become enemies when we could be friends? You've come from China to Japan. You must be very interested in the way to enter the spirit sea realm. Since you're already a strong intrinsic expert, I can teach these things to you. Furthermore, I can also show you how to become a ghost god, so your soul can last forever like mine. Haichuanzi spoke temptingly. To ordinary intrinsic level experts, his words carried lethal allure. However, standing before him was a cultivator from the Cultivation Continent. For Lin Qing, those things were utterly unappealing. After all, she didn't lack higher cultivation techniques. Oh, what's your intention then? Lin Qing felt deep suspicion about Haichuanzi's sudden change. My intentions are simple. I only hope that when I face trouble, you might lend me a hand. After all, geniuses like you are few and far between. You're definitely someone destined to go far, and cultivating good relations with geniuses like you will only bring benefits, no drawbacks. Haichuanzi seemed to make sense, but Lin Qing did not trust him at all. Huh? So you're not seeking revenge for the destruction of your avatar? Lin Qing smirked mockingly. Haichuanzi frowned slightly, but soon returned to normal. It's just an avatar. If it's gone, I can create another one. Such a trivial matter isn't worth ruining the relationship with a genius like Master Lin. At this moment, he looked every bit like a mentor who cared for talent, but Lin Qing did not believe him. As far as I know, that soul avatar takes up 1/10 of your soul strength. That's no small matter. Are you really saying you won't seek revenge? At the beginning, you were furious, as if wanting to shred me to pieces because I destroyed your soul avatar. Lin Qing questioned again. Yeah, it's just that I didn't know it was you back then. Had I known it was you, Master Lin, would I have reacted that way? Haichuanzi found himself struggling to reply. He didn't understand. According to his estimate, shouldn't the other party have gladly accepted the proposal? Lin Qing burst into laughter. Haha, Haichuanzi, you may fool others, but not me. To say that you merely wish to nurture younger generations, I don't buy it. On this planet, most highly skilled individuals don't nurture young talents. They destroy them. After all, resources are limited in this world, and talented individuals will take away their resources, surpassing them. Could such powerful individuals endure this? You claim that becoming a ghost god allows existence in the mortal realm, but being a ghost god is no easy task. I see that your mental energy is chaotic, not pure. Clearly, it has been influenced by faith from mundane people. Ordinary people are full of various greed and desires, while practitioners need to restrain themselves from greed and desire. Since you have absorbed their faith, you must endure the erosion of your spiritual world by their faith. With the mental strength of someone at the spirit sea realm, attempting to become a deity is sheer delusion. Estimate it will not be long before you become a mindless evil ghost. Lin Qing analyzed. In the cultivation world, without reaching a sufficiently high level of power, who dares to call themselves a deity? Reaching the deity transformation stage is probably just barely crossing the threshold into divinity. And for those at the spirit sea stage, their mental strength is equivalent to that of an early golden core cultivator. The difference between golden core and deity transformation stages is like the difference between a stream and the ocean. It's worlds apart. How could you possibly know these things? Hikawashi asked, his voice filled with shock. He had never imagined Lin Qing could see through his current predicament. Lin Qing didn't answer but continued in a cold tone. You're simply trying to lure me under the guise of nurturing younger talent because you covet my body as a genius. You, what kind of monster are you? How can you possibly know these things? Hikawashi was visibly shaken. He became increasingly suspicious, thinking that this Lin master wasn't really a young person under 20, but rather a possessed vessel for some ancient cultivator. Monster? Humph. Moments ago you intended to kill me and seize control of my body. But when you realized my technique restrains yours, and that killing me wouldn't be easy, you turned to using cunning instead, Lin Qing replied disdainfully. Haha, you've guessed correctly. But it's too late now. I don't care if you're some ancient master from China. Right now, there's no way you can escape my clutches. Hikawashi laughed loudly. But if you surrender and offer your body willingly now, I might spare your soul a chance to live. Hikawashi had already activated the formation inside the Divine Hall just moments ago. With a simple gesture, the formation would immediately begin its operation. The Divine Hall's formation wasn't simple. It was a highly advanced illusionary array. Inside, truth mixed with falsehood, reality mingled with deception, making it nearly impossible to discern what was real or fake. One wrong move, and one would fall into eternal despair. Humph, do you think your surrounding formation can harm me? This array is impressive. It's the most powerful I've seen on this planet. But wanting to kill me with it? That's pure wishful thinking, Lin Qing said dismissively. Chapter 355, Intense Battle. Although this formation was impressive, it was the most powerful technique Lin Qing had seen on this planet. However, compared to other planets, it was only relatively good. For Lin Qing, who had seen countless formations, the difficulty of breaking this one could only be considered medium. Humph, you're far too arrogant, Master Lin. Suddenly, thick black smoke appeared in Haichuanzi's eyes. That black smoke moved by itself without any wind and quickly surrounded Lin Qing. Meanwhile, he rapidly formed some magical seals with his hands. Manifest. Haichuanzi's voice was extremely unpleasant, like a devil from hell. After uttering a single word, the entire shrine immediately became pitch dark, darker than any regular night. Soon, a series of ear-piercing wails arose around Lin Qing, causing people to feel bone-chilling horror. These black smokes surged towards Lin Qing from all directions, gradually transforming into the appearances of demons carved onto the walls of the shrine. They were truly horrifying, tall, green-faced, and fanged, lunging toward Lin Qing one after another. Even an ordinary innate martial artist would be panic-stricken when encountering such a situation, but Lin Qing remained calm with a faint smile. Mere trivial tricks. Not long ago, she had successfully refined a thunder attribute spirit weapon using the 1,000-year-old golden bamboo from the Medicine Valley. Now was the time to test its power. Immediately, Lin Qing brought out a pale golden, pointed rod-like short stick. She swung it at those green-faced, fanged demons. Her posture resembled a sea swallow gliding through a storm, graceful yet deadly. The short stick emitted purple light as it passed over places, producing dazzling purple flashes. These seemingly mighty demons, which looked invincible, dissolved instantly upon contact with the short stick like giant balloons meeting a sharp needle. 5 thunder strikes. Saying this, Lin Qing released 5 thunder attacks simultaneously in different directions. Boom. Echoes of thunder resounded inside the shrine, making many members of the shrine very curious. However, without orders from the demon god, they did not dare to enter. Amidst their surprise, the solidly built shrine quickly collapsed. Now only Haichuanzi and Lin Qing were left before everyone. Haichuanzi said incredulously, "How is this possible? How did you break through this formation?" Subsequently, he noticed the short stick in Lin Qing's hand that emitted a pale golden glow. Remembering the sound of thunder earlier, he finally realized. "I never thought that you have so many trump cards up your sleeve, even legendary celestial weapons. You truly have great fortune." In Haichuanzi's view, the item emitting pale golden light and capable of unleashing lightning to destroy his formation could only be the mythical celestial weapon. Looking at Lin Qing's item, he revealed a greedy look. Of course, what he called a celestial weapon was actually just a spirit weapon. In this world, spirit weapons were already exceedingly rare. To them, someone who reached the divine sea realm was considered a terrestrial immortal, and spirit weapons were referred to as celestial weapons. Haha, haven't you heard this saying? Luck is also a kind of strength. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Staring at the object in Lin Qing's hand, Haichuanzi showed a wary expression. Creatures of evil most feared things that were purely righteous, and heavenly thunder was one of them. Master Lin, I admit you're skilled, but most of your abilities rely on external objects. Without them, You'd definitely not be a match for me, Haichuanzi remarked. He used provocation, not knowing whether it would work, but he decided to try anyway. It might succeed. Oh, if I have these tools, why shouldn't I use them? Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Xing replied, looking at him as if he were a child. Just as Haichuanzi thought Lin Xing wouldn't fall for it, Lin Xing added, but even without these tools, you're still no match for me. Speaking, Lin Xing retracted her Thunder Attribute spirit weapon and approached Haichuanzi again. At this moment, Haichuanzi quickly channeled magic formulas. Within a short time, he transformed from a gray-haired old man into a monster that looked exactly like the bronze demon god statue. Oomph, little brat, do you think disguising yourself changes anything? Lin Xing couldn't help but recall a classic line. Ha ha ha, right now, I'm completely different from before. Just wait to die? After being possessed by a demon god, I have an indestructible body. Haichuanzi laughed loudly. Naturally, possession came with side effects, but compared to obtaining Lin Xing's body and her celestial weapon, he thought the side effects were worth it. You are different, much uglier than before. Lin Xing nodded and said, you sharp-tongued little girl, just wait to die. Haichuanzi raised his huge claw and slapped it towards Lin Xing. The 4th layer of soft cloud hand, the 5th layer of soft cloud hand, the 6th layer of soft cloud hand. Lin Xing attached the fire to her fists and smashed it towards Haichuanzi. With one punch, the ghost god's claw exploded, leaving only a mass of black mist. With another punch, one arm of the ghost god disappeared. After she threw more than 10 consecutive punches, the possessed ghost god completely vanished, leaving only an existence similar to a mass of black mist. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around shouted in panic. Oh no, Lord Ghost God has been killed. As they spoke, they fled far away, as if Lin Xing were even more terrifying than the ghost god. You said that after possession, you would become immortal. Now that I've killed the possessing ghost god, let's see if you die or not. Haven't you noticed? Your strength decreases every time you get hit. So I believe your so-called immortality is not real immortality at all. Lin Xing coldly laughed. After being hit continuously, Haichuanzi's soul strength became weaker and weaker. At this point, he could no longer condense into physical form and could only exist as a mass of black mist. At this moment, Haichuanzi realized that he was no match for Lin Xing. His first thought was to escape, and without hesitation, he immediately fled towards the distance. Do you think escaping now is too late? I don't intend to let you go, Lin Xing coldly said. As the mastermind behind the harm inflicted on so many Chinese women, there was no way she would let him escape. Speaking of which, she wasted no more time. She immediately activated Dian Daoju. Her abdomen quickly swelled up. Soon her mouth generated suction force, forming a small tornado. The tornado instantly drew the fleeing black mist into Lin Xing's mouth. Chapter 356. Old Monster, Come Out. And Haichuanzi, who noticed this scene, rejoiced inwardly. This Master Lin is really a fool. If she had used her art that restrains me to kill me, the present me might not be her match. But unexpectedly, she sucked me into her body, which is perfect for my soul-snatching plan. Truly, I have searched high and low in vain, and now it has come without effort. Haichuanzi soon discovered he was in the middle of an ocean. Humph! Old monster, come out. Let's fight for the control of this body, Haichuanzi said coldly. But no one answered him. All he heard were the sounds of the sea storm. Just then, storms gathered in the sky, with thunder and lightning, and whirlwinds surged on the sea surface rushing towards him. Holy crap, where am I? How can there be lightning and whirlwinds in the sea of consciousness? Haichuanzi exclaimed in surprise. Of course, there wouldn't be these things in most people's sea of consciousness, as the sea of consciousness is so fragile that a mishap could make one an idiot. But Lin Xing is different. Her mental power is extremely strong, and she is a cultivator who understands soul attacks. At this moment, Lin Xing was running the Great Derivation Dao technique, so her sea of consciousness began attacking Haichuanzi's soul, who was the intruder, automatically. On the turbulent sea, Haichuanzi continuously dodged bolts of lightning and whirlwinds, occasionally being hit by those attacks, causing his spiritual power to weaken slightly. Haichuanzi felt like crying. Where was this place? It was simply a living hell. At this moment, where was the excitement he had when he first entered? Master Lin, I was wrong. Let me out. Lin Xing remained unmoved. Master Lin, I will be your servant if you let me out. Begging you, spare my life. Lin Xing still did not budge. Gradually, Haichuanzi turned from pleading to cursing, but just after he cursed once, he found there were more lightning bolts over the sea, and he got struck several more times. Slowly, his soul's strength grew weaker, until it was swallowed up in the boundless ocean. Lin Xing spent a considerable amount of time refining until she completely assimilated Haichuanzi's soul strength, erasing his consciousness. By the time she looked at the sky, night had already fallen. She stood up, moved her hands and feet, and walked toward the outside of the shrine. She originally thought that Matsumoto Ichiro had left. She quickly took out her phone and found many missed calls, mainly from her leading teacher Zhang Jie and Matsumoto Ichiro. It seemed Matsumoto Ichiro didn't know the exact situation inside and dared not come forward, so he could only call to confirm her status. Speaking of which, she dialed Zhang Jie's number first, planning to ask what the other party needed. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Jie's anxious voice came through. Oh dear, Lin Xing student, we've finally gotten in touch. Where have you been? Why weren't you reviewing at the hotel? I was so worried. Teacher Zhang, I apologize. I went out to play with a friend. Is there anything you need? Lin Xing opened lightly. Are you still going out to play right now? The exam is tomorrow. You must prioritize this International Mathematics Olympiad competition first. Playing is secondary. After all, you'll have plenty of time to play once the exam is done. I'm calling to tell you that the admission tickets are ready. Once you return, come to me immediately to collect them. Jiang Jie earnestly preached. All right, Teacher Jiang, I understand. Don't worry, I'm confident I can secure the championship in this exam, Lin Qing responded. Listening to Lin Qing's tone of confidence, Jiang Jie silently thought, you may have the confidence, but I don't. Even geniuses think they can ace every test, but whether or not you win depends both on skill and luck. Still, outwardly, she wouldn't say such a thing. Instead, she consoled. Well, it's good that you're confident. Come back early tonight, rest well. Getting adequate sleep before the exam is very important too. Okay, I understand. Lin Qing replied obediently. After hanging up, Lin Qing called Matsumoto Ichiro. Come pick me up and take me back to the Chi House Hotel, Lin Qing spoke. Master, are you alright? Matsumoto Ichiro couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Do you actually wish for something bad to happen to me? Lin Qing teased. Of course not. I couldn't reach you, Master, and I was worried something had happened to you. Matsumoto Ichiro hastily explained. Indeed, he didn't want anything to happen to Lin Qing, since now her fate was closely tied to his own. Her well-being was essential to his. Alright, stop the nonsense and come get me quickly, Lin Qing spoke. Yes, Master, I'll be right there. I'm near the shrine anyway, Matsumoto Ichiro replied. When they heard the news of the shrine collapse, many people from the Myoto shrine were scared and left. Not even the ghost god could match Master Lin, so why would they stay and wait to die? However, Matsumoto Ichiro did not leave. He keenly sensed that the invisible bond between him and his master was still there, which meant the master was fine. But he guessed that even if the master was unharmed, she must have sustained serious injuries. After all, the ghost god was very powerful, so he couldn't leave. Now was the time to show loyalty. Thus, he found a nearby restaurant to sit and eat while waiting, ready to be called upon at any moment. Unbelievably, this wait stretched on until nightfall. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone rang. By the time Master Lin arrived outside the shrine gate, Matsumoto Ichiro's car had already pulled up in front of her. The plump Matsumoto Ichiro moved with surprising agility. He immediately got out of the car, opened the door respectfully, and took on the role of a doorman. Good job, you didn't abandon me and run off, Master Lin said with a smile. I believed you would win. How could I just run off? And you specifically told me to wait for you nearby, Matsumoto Ichiro flattered. Don't disturb me. I need some rest, Lin Qing said, leaning back in the seat and closing her eyes. Matsumoto Ichiro assumed she was resting and instructed the driver to head back to the Chi House Hotel. Then he fell silent so as not to disturb the master's rest. In his view, after such an intense battle, she must be exhausted. Although she seemed unhurt on the surface, he had no way of knowing if she'd been injured internally. Truthfully, Lin Qing wasn't sleeping. She had closed her eyes to absorb the energy Black River Child had given her. It was a substantial amount of power that she couldn't fully refine in just a short while. About an hour later, Matsumoto Ichiro's car arrived at the entrance of the Chi House Hotel. Master, wake up. We're here, Matsumoto Ichiro whispered softly as a reminder. Hearing the call, Lin Qing immediately opened her eyes. That's enough, go home. Lin Qing finished and stepped out of the car, heading into the hotel. Chapter 357, We Really Have an Edge. Subsequently, Lin Qing arrived at the dining area of the Qianhu Hotel. First, she ordered a table full of dishes and then began to eat heartily. After all, having gone through a battle, combined with the earlier process of assimilating Haichuanzi's soul, she had expended quite a bit of energy and was genuinely very hungry. Of course, the waiter who witnessed this scene was also startled by how much she could eat. However, being the type that Lin Qing is, she naturally wouldn't care what others thought or how they perceived her. Satisfying her own hunger was the most important thing. After finishing her meal, Lin Qing knocked on Jiang Jie's door. Jiang Jie gave her some reminders about the exam, then sent Lin Qing back to her hotel room. After returning to the room, completing her wash-up, Lin Qing sat on the bed and continued to absorb the energy within her body. Time passed slowly, moment by moment. When the first rays of morning sun penetrated the window of Lin Qing's room and shone upon her, Lin Qing opened her bright large eyes, revealing a delighted smile. At this point, Lin Qing not only advanced her cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, but also restored her spirit awareness to the level of the late nurturing energy phase. This time, the gains were significant. However, what she needed to do next was gradually consolidate her achievements and eliminate the influence of distracting thoughts that Haichuanzi had left in her spirit. Since her divine consciousness has not yet reached the level of the transforming divinity stage, those distractions did have some effect on her, though it was not completely without countermeasures. She possessed a particular skill set from the cultivation world designed specifically for precisely removing such disturbances, and she knew exactly how to employ it. After all, when she previously practiced demon ways, she trained a specific method called the Purify Heart spell, as precaution against losing control due to chaotic emotions. It seemed this skill would now need to be revisited. Right at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Qing's thoughts. Lin Qing, wake up, it's time for breakfast, came Jiang Jie's voice from outside the door. All right, teacher, I'm getting up right now. After speaking, Lin Qing got up from the bed, used a cleansing spell, and then opened the door. Seeing Lin Qing approach in perfect order, Jiang Jie smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be up already, Lin Qing. Did you sleep well last night? Pretty well, Lin Qing replied. Even if she hadn't slept a wink, it wouldn't affect her one bit. She remained energetic. After breakfast, under teacher Zhang's guidance, the group went to Kyoto University, where they followed instructions to their respective examination rooms. As soon as Lin Qing arrived at the entrance of her exam room, she drew the attention of many candidates, primarily because Lin Qing was exceptionally beautiful. Beauty transcends national boundaries. Her graceful beauty captivated even some foreigners. Moreover, the majority of students participating in this international mathematical Olympiad were male, since in science-related fields, men inherently have advantages. Scientific research has shown that women tend to develop linguistic execution capabilities earlier than men using the left hemisphere of their brain, while men establish dominance in the right hemisphere earlier, which aids spatial recognition abilities. Therefore, during high school, the majority excelling in science subjects are male. When Ye's Chunshun noticed Lin Qing enter the room, he immediately spotted her. He secretly rejoiced inside. His distress over not finding this woman disappeared as soon as he realized that fate had delivered her to him, placing them both in the same test venue. She really was a smart woman after all, capable of qualifying for this mathematical Olympiad. Naturally, the gazes of people around her did not perturb Lin Qing. Her psychological fortitude was sufficient. Soon enough, the exam commenced, and the students immersed themselves deeply into the intense examination process. Of course, depending on the country of origin, the language of each test paper varied. However, within Lin Qing's exam room, there were mainly 3 languages: Chinese, Japanese, and English. Other smaller nations had very few participants, so they were largely grouped into the same testing room. After the papers were distributed, Lin Qing concentrated fully on answering the questions. Within an hour or so, Lin Qing had finished her answers. Upon completion, she carefully reviewed them again and found no issues. Then, deciding to rest, she lay her head down on the desk. To tell the truth, she wanted to submit her paper early, but the accompanying teacher had repeatedly reminded her beforehand not to hand it in prematurely, urging her instead to double-check everything to avoid making any mistakes. Thus, Lin Qing decided to lie down on the table and meditate instead. To observers, it looked like she was sleeping. The invigilator apparently noticed this scene. Being Japanese, he could tell from the seat chart provided to him that the student appearing to be asleep was not Japanese, but Chinese. In his mind, he mocked silently. China sends a student of such standard to participate in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Truly embarrassing. However, if Chinese students didn't perform well, it would be beneficial for the Japanese. Thus, when the invigilator noticed this scene, he naturally wouldn't bother reminding or waking her up. Ye's Chunshun also noticed Lin Qing sleeping, but of course, he didn't think she had finished all the questions. He just assumed that there must be some questions she couldn't solve, so after completing the one she knew, she fell asleep. Little beauty, I will completely crush you intellectually and make you submit. Ye's Chunshun thought silently. Soon, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, and Lin Qing opened her eyes, straightening herself from the desk. Lin Qing was the first to step forward and submit her test paper. When Ye's Chunshun saw Lin Qing handing in her paper, he quickly followed and handed his as well. As Lin Qing stepped out of the classroom, Ye's Chunshun blocked her path. Who are you? Lin Qing asked in confusion. We just met yesterday at breakfast in the Qianhu Hotel. Have you already forgotten? Ye's Chunshun was very irritated by Lin Qing pretending not to know him. He felt that someone like him shouldn't be easily forgettable, and that she was undoubtedly employing a strategy of playing hard to get. Oh, it's you, Lin Qing said. Since they had only met the previous day, even though Lin Qing hadn't paid much attention or given it much importance, she still had some memory of him. Yes, don't you think we're so destined to meet? We were even assigned to the same examination room. Ye's Chunshun smiled when he saw Lin Qing finally admit that she remembered him. Destiny? I know a story about destiny. Do you want to hear it? Lin Qing grinned mischievously. I'd certainly enjoy hearing your story about destiny. Ye's Chunshun's smile grew wider. He felt that Lin Qing could not possibly dislike him. This was obviously a ploy to play hard to get. He believed in his charm and thought he understood her intentions clearly. In Japan, many women had pursued him willingly, so he was confident in his appeal. In his mind, all women were more or less similar, and whether they would fall for him simply depended on how tempting he made himself appear. He felt that with his charm and family background, the allure was more than sufficient. So, in his view, it was only a matter of time before Lin Qing would succumb. Chapter 358, Fainting to Capture? When talking about fate, Lin Qing thought of the story of fate that Li Shuang had told her. She began in Li Shuang's tone. A long, long time ago, in a primeval forest, after the harsh winter, spring was blooming. All the little animals could feel the warm spring breeze, and they crawled out from their dens, calling to their friends. There was an arrogant gorilla that accidentally stepped on the feces of a gibbon. Later, they fell in love. Later, other little companions asked the gorilla about their love story. The gorilla said, "This is monkey poop." Yaja Qianshun initially thought the other party would tell some kind of mythological love story, but as he listened, he felt something was off. The story sounded more and more like it had a mocking undertone. What do you mean by this? Yaja Qianshun frowned and asked. You don't understand any meaning. You are such a dimwit. Lin Qing mocked. She inadvertently used another line from a Chinese sketch comedy. Although Yaja Qianshun did not know exactly what dimwit meant, since his Mandarin was not proficient enough for this level, he guessed it was not a good word. Yaja Qianshun's face turned pale blue as he said, "Miss, don't be too extreme. Remember that feigning retreat to capture also has its limits." Fainting to capture? Against you? You're imagining things, unless I'm brain dead. Lin Qing looked at Yaja Qian as if she were examining merchandise, her lips slightly curved with sarcasm. His height isn't as tall and imposing as Chen's. His looks aren't as handsome and dashing as Chen's. His skin doesn't exude the same manliness as Chen's. His strength isn't as robust and iron-willed as Chen's. His presence isn't as regal as Chen's. A person who is so far behind her Chun in every way, she would be blind to fancy such an arrogant person. What do you mean? Yaja Qianchun asked, irritated and red with anger. My point is you have issues, you've got delusions. How can someone like you who I wouldn't even glance at accuse me of feigning retreat to capture? Are you mentally unstable or something? Lin Qing coldly laughed while pointing at his head. Even as she spoke, she didn't care how angry or infuriated he was. She strode away proudly. Rascal, I will make you taste my prowess. When the time comes, I'll have you begging me, wagging your tail submissively. Yaja Qianchun glared at Lin Qing's retreating figure with fury, cursing under his breath. This was the first time anyone had humiliated him, especially a woman. His extremely arrogant self-respect made it hard for him to accept this. Just then, Zhang Jie saw Lin Qing's figure. She shouted loudly, Lin Qing, gather here. Subsequently, Lin Qing waved back and ran in the direction where Zhang Jie stood. Her posture was as light and graceful as a beautiful dragonfly. However, who would have thought that such a beautiful person was actually a thorny rose? And clearly, Yaja Qianchun saw this scene too. The anger in his eyes gradually turned icy and chilling. He sneered, Lin Qing, huh? You won't escape me. You are destined to become my slave girl and suffer all sorts of torment at my hands. Don't worry, I will certainly use your perfect body to its fullest. Afterwards, Yaja Qianchun left Kyoto University. A luxury car came and quickly drove away with him. Blackstone, help me secretly kidnap a Chinese student named Lin Qing. She is currently staying at the Chinhu Hotel. Ideally, it should look like she returned to China alone before going missing. Yaja Qianchun opened casually, as if kidnapping were a trivial matter. But master, the Chinhu Hotel belongs to the Matsubara Group. We can't mess with them. Moreover, if a Chinese student goes missing, it may lead to some complications diplomatically, given that China's military power is growing stronger recently. Blackstone's wary eye reminded cautiously. Baka, when did I say to kidnap her within the Chinhu Hotel? Can't you act when she steps outside? Besides, wasn't I just saying to create a false impression that she has already gone home? For example, hire someone skilled in makeup, and find someone whose face shape resembles hers. Disguise her into Lin Qing's appearance, then use her ID to go back to China. In this way, no one will notice. If she vanishes inside China's territory, it's not our Japan's problem anymore, nor will there be any diplomatic issues. Yaja Qianchun replied coldly. Hey, master is truly wise. Blackstone's wary eye praised with a nod. As Yaja Qianchun's personal bodyguard, he was responsible for solving some covert problems for his master. When Lin Qing rejoined the group of students, she overheard everyone discussing where they should go to play. After all, their flight tickets were for the night of the next day, so they still had a full day to spend on sightseeing. Since Kyoto wasn't large, it was quite possible to visit all its main tourist spots within one day. Since the cost of sightseeing couldn't be reimbursed and could only be paid out of pocket, some students from poorer families weren't interested in joining. Who wants to join us for sightseeing? Let me know so I can take your name down. If more people join, we might get discounts on some activities, a well-dressed girl announced. From her attire, it was clear that her family must have been reasonably well off. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie pulled Lin Qing aside and asked quietly, Lin Qing, how do you think you did this time? Pretty good. If nothing major went wrong, I should get a perfect score since I knew all the answers, Lin Qing said with a calm expression. Really? Zhang Jie exclaimed happily. She was fully aware of how deeply the upper management expected success in this math Olympiad. If Lin Qing really won the championship, she might receive a bonus, which made her very pleased. Most importantly, if Lin Qing won the championship, it would give Japan a slap in the face, proving that China, a vast country, hadn't fallen behind in mathematics and was still better than this tiny island nation. Zhang Jie certainly had patriotic feelings, though they weren't usually obvious. However, when it came to something truly significant concerning national prestige, those feelings surfaced immediately. After counting up the names of those who wanted to go sightseeing, the group started discussing again. Did you hear? Something big happened in Japan yesterday. What happened? I stayed at the Chinhu Hotel studying yesterday and didn't really keep track of the news. Yesterday morning, one of the largest shrines in Japan, the capital shrine, called Mingdu Shrine, had its biggest hall collapse. Some even reported hearing thunder. What? I was planning to visit the Mingdu Shrine today. It's known for being very effective. Why did it just collapse out of nowhere? Who knows? The news said it collapsed due to long-term disrepair, but I don't think it's that simple. As the largest shrine in Japan, shouldn't it always have been under maintenance? Chapter 359, Yoshida Seiichi's Challenge. I saw this news too. I also saw a post on Tieba by someone from our country who said they happened to be in Japan for tourism yesterday and visited the Maido Shrine. However, after only visiting part of it, they were kicked out. After leaving with frustration, they didn't go far and unexpectedly witnessed an unforgettable scene. A girl who liked browsing the news, and Tieba remarked, "What unforgettable scene?" The poster said that Maido Shrine wasn't collapsed due to long-term disrepair. It was struck down by lightning. The poster further said that they didn't know if Maido Shrine had committed some grave sins against heaven, but even the heavens seemed displeased. A thunderbolt struck and toppled the shrine. How could this happen? It was clear skies yesterday, there was no thunderstorm, so how could lightning have struck it down? Moreover, lighting wouldn't have the power to topple such a sturdy ancient building. Someone couldn't help but express their doubts. It's true, the poster even included photos. As she spoke, the girl pulled up the original post and its accompanying photos. There really are photos here. However, I remain skeptical. First, we don't know if these photos were taken yesterday. Even if they were taken yesterday, whether they've been edited with Photoshop is unclear. Nowadays, people's Photoshop skills are extremely high. They can almost make fake images indistinguishable from reality. I think the person likely made it up to attract attention. Listening to the discussion around her, Lin Qing found it somewhat amusing. These students would probably never guess that the real culprit behind the collapse of the Meddle shrine was among them. Of course, those who weren't clear about the details were just ordinary people. This incident caused a great stir in Japan. Everyone in Japan's martial arts community knew about the death of Kirikawa from the Meddle shrine. Although Kirikawa was a demon god, as the strongest individual at the Meddle shrine, he was known by many experts in the Japanese martial arts circle. Naturally, many Japanese martial arts masters also knew that it was China's Grandmaster Lin who had acted. Since Lin Qing's fight the day before had drawn significant attention, many people had witnessed it, so the news quickly spread. Inside a simple wooden house within the Yada shrine, an old man resembling decayed would sat meditating. His face was lined with deep creases, his eyelids drooped heavily, making him appear quite elderly. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. "Master, something terrible has happened." A middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, opened the conversation. He had his hair tied into a top knot and carried a sword across his shoulder. Cough. "Qingji, you're always so impetuous. Impatience during martial practice is forbidden. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's something important?" "What has happened?" asked Yoshida Seiichi, coughing lightly. "Master, if it weren't important, I definitely wouldn't have disturbed you. Kirikawa from the Meddle shrine is dead. Now the entire Japanese martial arts world is in an uproar," exclaimed Sakamoto Qingji, explaining hastily. "What happened? Wasn't Kirikawa supposed to have become a demon god? How could he die?" asked Yoshida Seiichi in surprise. Clearly, he was shocked by the news. "I don't know the specifics either. All I heard was that the Chinese Grandmaster, Master Lin, came to Japan and killed Kirikawa at the Meddle shrine. Their battle resulted in the collapse of the shrine itself," said Sakamoto Qingji. "Lin Grandmaster? Could it be the rumored Chinese master who hasn't reached 20 yet? The one who defeated Saint Hao Tian?" asked Yoshida Seiichi. "It must be. Rumor has it that this person's cultivation has already reached the innate realm. It's not could be, it's certain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Kirikawa. It seems that Kirikawa's pursuit of the ghost god path ultimately prolonged his life, but cost him his powers. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated by a young adept who just entered the innate realm?" said Yoshida Seiichi calmly. Others might not know much about Kirikawa, but Yoshida himself was well aware. The latter had been a formidable elder who existed earlier than him. When Yoshida first emerged in the martial world, Kirikawa was already famous. Even though he wasn't sure exactly how strong Kirikawa was, since they had never fought, he was confident that Kirikawa was one of the absolute strongest figures in Japan's martial arts world. "Yes, Master. I heard that Master Lin possesses an incredibly powerful thunder-based artifact, and Kirikawa died under his thunder attack. Ghosts, after all, are suppressed by lightning," explained Sakamoto Qingji. "I see. Currently, the strong warriors of Japan's martial arts world have gathered together to choose a warrior to challenge Master Lin, proving the strength of Japan to Chinese martial artists. However, after much deliberation, only you, Master, have absolute confidence in being able to defeat Master Lin," said Sakamoto Qingji. "If that's the case, then I will meet this Master Lin. You issue my challenge, a battle at noon tomorrow on Hawk Mountain." Intun Seiichi's originally peaceful eyes suddenly burst with a fierce, warlike gleam akin to that of a wild beast. After the last failed revival of the eight-headed great serpent, he knew his remaining life was limited. Now, under the brilliance of this new rising star, he hoped to advance further. Simply put, he wanted to use Lin Qing as a stepping stone for his advancement. However, who would be the stepping stone was yet uncertain. Normally, those with such thoughts ended up defeated beneath Lin Qing. Not long after Lin Qing returned to the Sun Family Hotel, she received this challenge. Interesting. Wanting to compare swords with me? Is this person looking to die? Looking to die? Or perhaps just looking to die?" Lin Qing chuckled evilly. To tell the truth, since coming to this planet, she rarely used her sword. This wasn't because her swordsmanship was poor, but because she hadn't encountered someone strong enough to force her hand. Frankly speaking, the great Taoist essence contained within her swordplay was truly not something the warriors on this planet could withstand. After having lunch with her teacher and classmates, Lin Qing walked out by herself. After all, coming here once and not exploring would be too regretful. Of course, the reason why she didn't want to explore with her classmates was that large groups were too noisy. Typically, everyone likes crowded, bustling tourist spots which would make her miss seeing attractions and instead see only crowds. She preferred quiet and deserted places. They say, when paths differ, we can't plan together. Lin Qing had just walked alone for not very long when she felt someone following her. A slight smile flickered across her lips as she turned towards an even more secluded area. The deeper into the secluded areas she went, the more Lin Qing sensed that the person behind her was ready to act, as their heartbeat started accelerating. "Come out. You've followed me for so long," Lin Qing said indifferently, directing her words towards the spot where the person hid. Kurizawa Saiji, who was just about to launch his attack, couldn't stabilize his footing and almost landed on his face. "How did you know I was tracking you?" Kurizawa Saiji asked in astonishment. Chapter 360, Kidnapping Lin Qing. Heir was somewhat confident in his tracking skills, but he never expected to be so easily detected by a young girl. It seemed that the opponent wasn't an easy target either. "Why shouldn't I know you're tailing me? Your lousy stalking skills, who wouldn't notice?" Lin Qing disdainfully remarked. "Humph, since you've already found out about me, and you still dare to walk to a place where there's no one around? I must say you're asking for death." Hei's wearer coldly laughed. Who's asking for death is still unknown. As Hei spoke, he attacked Lin Qing. Since his order was to capture her alive and not kill her, he could only try to grab her with his bare hands. Unfortunately, just as he was about to catch her arm, her figure disappeared like an illusion, as if she had vanished into thin air. "Where's she gone?" "I'm here." Lin Qing's voice faintly came from behind Hei's wearer. "You? Are you human or ghost?" Hei's wearer quickly stepped back, being wary of Lin Qing. At this moment, a cold wind blew, making him feel bone-chilling cold. "Rubbish, of course I'm human. So, who exactly sent you to follow me?" Lin Qing asked with a sneer. "Humph, do you think I'm stupid? Selling out my young master is something I won't do," Hei's wearer retorted sarcastically. "Ah, it seems you prefer the punishment rather than cooperation then." As Lin Qing said that, she swiftly charged toward Hei's wearer like the wind. Before he could react, Lin Qing appeared beside him, lightly tapping him a few times. Immediately, Hei's wearer discovered he couldn't move. "Are you a Chinese sorcerer?" Hei's wearer exclaimed in surprise. In his opinion, only a sorcerer from China would possess such abilities. "Tell me, who sent you?" Lin Qing demanded coldly. "Kill me if you want, but I will not betray my young master. My young master, who's so clever, will certainly take revenge for me," Hei's wearer replied stubbornly. "Huh, you refuse to talk, right? Look at my eyes," Lin Qing said softly. Looking at her soft smile, Hei's wearer nearly blinded by her beauty. What was she planning? Why did she want him to look into her eyes? Could she possibly intend to seduce him into betraying his young master? Thinking about this, he unconsciously swallowed. However, despite himself, he gazed into her beautiful eyes. In a flash, his gaze became fixed. "Who ordered you to track me?" Lin Qing asked. "My young master." "Who is your young master?" "My young master is named Yeji Qianshan. What did he tell you to do with me?" "He told me to kidnap you and make it look like you went missing while traveling in China." Listening to his answers, Lin Qing realized exactly what they were plotting. She often heard in the news about some women traveling abroad and disappearing. Never would she have thought that she'd encounter such an event herself now. Though Yeji Qianshan appeared proper on the surface, unexpectedly he turned out to be nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing, secretly engaging in such wicked schemes, truly utterly shameless. For a man like this, Lin Qing detested him intensely. If she were merely an ordinary girl, then today she undoubtedly would have faced dire consequences. Even imagining it, she understood that her fate would have been extremely tragic. "Yeji Qianshan, since you are asking for death by involving me, don't blame me for being merciless," Lin Qing muttered under her breath. Her eyes inadvertently grew much darker. She whispered hypnotic words to Hei's wearer. "Remember, you managed to capture me without any trouble." Saying that, Lin Qing snapped her fingers. Hei's wearer woke up from the hypnotized state. Pretending to be subdued, Lin Qing begged softly. "Please, let me go." When Hei's wearer awakened, he was completely bewildered. Not until he heard Lin Qing's pleading did he recall his mission. "Yes, I am following the young master's orders to kidnap this girl," Hei's wearer reminded himself silently. Since Hei's wearer set out, Yeji Qianshan anxiously waited at home. He eagerly anticipated Lin Qing being captured smoothly, yet also worried about Hei's wearer failing, considering it was his first time doing something like this. Previously, regarding women, all he had to do was beckon them with his finger, and they willingly came to him. Yet unexpectedly, this was the first time he fell so deeply infatuated, only to meet someone so defiant, rejected, and humiliated. Unable to swallow his anger, thus he resorted to this underhanded plan out of necessity. By late afternoon, Hei's wearer stealthily returned to Yeji Qianshan's residence with Lin Qing. The twilight at this hour was extraordinarily beautiful, wrapped in fiery red garments, exuding its charm freely and confidently, seemingly determined to burn away all passion. And this brilliant red always imparted a foreboding sense of misfortune. When Yeji Qianshan saw Lin Qing being brought back, he shook his head, trying to shake off the uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, Lin Qing's mouth was sealed with tape, and her hands and feet were tied with ropes. Despite all that, it did not detract from her beauty. She still stood there, beautiful like a white swan. "Zwerhy eyes, how did it go? Was everything smooth? Is there any possibility that someone else might have discovered you?" Yeji Qianshan asked first. "Relax, young master, everything went smoothly. I bound her in an extremely secluded place. No one would possibly find out," Hei's wearer replied. You've done well, you may retreat now," Yeji Qianshan said. After Hei's wearer retreated, Yeji Qianshan tore the tape off Lin Qing's mouth first. "Hee, my little beauty, you shamed me this morning, but now you're in my hands, aren't you? Rest assured, I'll make sure your experience is quite exhilarating." Yeji Qianshan held a dagger in his hand, lightly running the back of the blade across Lin Qing's face. "Oh, so you enjoy excitement?" Lin Qing said indifferently. Her question made Yeji Qianshan slightly stunned. This reaction greatly deviated from what he expected. He assumed she would scream or beg for mercy, but instead, she remained surprisingly calm. Her psychological strength forced him to admire her. "Yes, I do like excitement," Yeji Qianshan replied, wearing a grin full of wickedness. Meanwhile, his eyes roamed up and down Lin Qing's body, as if he wanted to scrutinize her inappropriately. Then good. I also like excitement, and soon, I will make sure you feel quite exhilarated." Lin Qing lightly tilted her lips upward with a subtle smile. "Haha, little beauty, are you ready to surrender?" Yeji Qianshan laughed loudly. "In my opinion, adapting to circumstances is the mark of a wise person. I must say, your current behavior is really prudent." As long as you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly. Yezha Qianshun continued gleefully. In his perspective, Lin Qing accepted the reality after realizing there was no way to escape. He preferred women who conformed to his wishes, though a little spice once in a while could be intriguing. Doing so every day became bothersome. So seeing Lin Qing become gentle, some of the anger within him dissipated. Women were always creatures of double meaning, saying no with their mouths while actually craving something deep inside. Chapter 361, A One-Day Tour of Hell. Lin Qing looked at the other person's self-righteous words and coldly laughed. You're wrong about one thing. It's impossible to be with you because men like you make me feel too sick. Filthy woman, you are asking for death. Having come to this miserable end, how dare you still speak defiantly? I see you won't shed a tear unless faced with your own coffin. Yezha Qianshun's eyes immediately turned from gentle to cruel. Ha, Yezha Qianshun, today is your death day, yet you still have the leisure time to scold others. Relax, in a while, I will absolutely let you die in an exciting way. As Lin Qing spoke, she thrust her hands forward, and the thick ropes binding her hands and feet broke instantly. At the sight of this, Yezha Qianshun's eyes widened drastically, and involuntarily, he took several steps backward. What kind of strength would it take to break such thick ropes? It was only then that he realized Lin Qing was no ordinary individual. She must be a martial artist. Although he himself wasn't a martial artist, he knew something about them. He was just about to shout, help, when Lin Qing floated over to him in a blink, poked him a few times, leaving him immediately unable to speak or move. Lin Qing then continued, actually this time I pretended to be bound just to excite you, and then take your life. Otherwise, with the caliber of your guards, how could they ever manage to bind me? Whimper. You release me, I don't want excitement anymore, alright? But Lin Qing paid no heed to his thoughts and continued. Tell me, how do you think I should take your life? Why don't you choose yourself? As you can see, I am quite merciful to allow you to choose how you want to die. Whimper. I don't want to die, please let me go. Yezha Qianshun was screaming internally. While dignity was important, compared to life itself, it was negligible. He needed to know when to humble himself. In ancient China, we invented the 10 extreme tortures, including flaying alive, waist cutting, being torn apart by carriages, all 5 punishments, dismemberment by slicing slowly, hanging by the neck, cooking alive, etc. Flaying means the person is buried in the soil, exposing only their head. Then, a knife cuts across into the scalp, pulls the skin back, and pours quicksilver inside. Since quicksilver is heavier than blood, it tears the muscle from the skin. Buried in the soil, the person will writhe in unbearable pain, unable to escape. Eventually, their naked body will emerge from the cut, leaving only a layer of skin behind in the soil. Waist cutting involves slicing the person in half. Most vital organs are located in the upper half, so the victim won't die immediately. After being sliced, the person remains conscious for some time before finally dying. Being torn apart by 5 horses is simple enough. Ropes are tied to the victim's head and limbs, and 5 fast horses pull them in different directions, tearing the body into 5 pieces. Dismemberment begins from the feet and requires a total of 1,000 cuts. Exactly 1,000 slices of flesh need to be removed before the victim is allowed to die. Rest assured, my skills are excellent, and I'll ensure that you experience all 1,000 cuts before dying, not a second longer. There is also the punishment of turning someone into a human stump. This process involves cutting off your limbs and putting you inside a jar filled with carnivorous poisonous spiders. These spiders will drill through your flesh into your body, gradually eating away all your internal flesh until only your skin remains. All these extreme tortures I have described are available to you now. So which one do you fancy? I promise to satisfy all your requirements. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Whimper. I refuse to choose any of them. They are simply too terrifying. Devil, you are a devil. Yezha Qianshun shouted internally. At this moment, Lin Qing's beautiful face seemed like that of a demon cloaked in human skin to Yezha Qianshun. He deeply regretted having angered her before. Such a venomous beauty was someone he wouldn't even feel safe having near him, not even in bed. Since you won't pick, I'll choose for you. Let's select dismemberment then. There's a dagger here, and 1 dagger will be enough to perform dismemberment. Lin Qing smiled sweetly. Whimper. I beg you, please set me free. I won't dare oppose you again. Yezha Qianshun pleaded earnestly. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he looked pitiful. But Lin Qing didn't pity him. She found him disgusting instead. If she were just an ordinary girl without such great martial prowess, then she herself would be suffering horribly. And she was sure that if she begged him, he wouldn't show her any mercy. Oh, you're not satisfied with dismemberment? Well, then, why don't I make you into a human stump? That shouldn't be too difficult either. Lin Qing sneered. As she spoke, Lin Qing took a dagger and walked towards Yezha Qianshun, her smile looking wicked. Whimper. No, don't come closer. At this moment, Lin Qing caught a whiff of urine, and the smell was so strong that she immediately stepped back a few paces in distaste. She cast a cold glance towards the source of the odor and shot Yezha Qianshun an even more disdainful look. But Yezha Qianshun had no time to worry about whether he was losing face. He only knew that Lin Qing wasn't approaching him. You've succeeded in disgusting me so much that I now feel too repelled to lay a hand on you, lest it dirty my hands. Lin Qing scoffed coldly. Upon hearing these words, Yezha Qianshun felt as if he were hearing the most beautiful symphony in the world. Was the other side really not going to attack him? It seemed his loss of control had inadvertently saved him. But he didn't have time to rejoice before Lin Qing continued. However, if you think I'm letting you go, then you're making a huge mistake. I have 100 ways to make you wish for death, but cannot find it. One method would be the illusion technique, which Lin Qing intended to use, a very advanced kind of illusion. This kind not only made the victim experience genuine pain, but also caused the person to die if they perished inside the illusion. By this point, Lin Qing had already thought of an extremely painful way for Yizhe Qianxun to die, subjecting him to the 10 extreme tortures within the illusion. Without further hesitation, Lin Qing began forming finger seals and cast a high-level enchantment on Yizhe Qianxun immediately. As Yizhe Qianxun was pondering how Lin Qing might handle him, everything before his eyes suddenly shifted. He found himself seemingly trapped in a dungeon surrounded by horrifically pitiful screams. Looking around stealthily, he saw some people being boiled alive, others torn apart by 5 horses, and yet others cut in half at the waist. Ugh, how terrifying. Where am I? How did I get here? Am I dreaming? Yizhe Qianxun trembled all over as his complexion turned ghostly pale. Then he noticed Lin Qing sharpening a big knife against a whetstone, the metallic sound causing his entire body to shiver with fear. All right, since you refuse to choose, I will ensure you experience each and every one of the extreme tortures. Let's call this your one-day tour of hell, Lin Qing coldly smirked. Chapter 362, The Missing Yizhe Qianxun. In the illusion, Yizhe Qianxun was experiencing one peak of extreme pain after another. If not for Lin Qing sealing all his acupoints, making him unable to speak or move, he would probably have screamed in anguish that would make ghosts weep and wolves howl, a sound too miserable to bear. Even so, Yizhe Qianxun's real body was drenched in sweat and convulsing as if he were suffering from some grave illness. Illusion world. Yizhe Qianxun was currently experiencing the agony of being boiled alive. Pale-faced, he screamed pitifully. Lin Qing, please give me an end to this pain. I can't take it anymore. Huh? You can't handle just one form of torture? Your endurance really leaves much to be desired. Lin Qing mocked. Upon hearing this, Yizhe Qianxun wanted to spit on her face, but didn't dare. He feared retaliation even more severe than what she had already done. What kind of person had poor endurance for this sort of torment? How could any ordinary person endure such a thing? Lin Qing, this Demoness, this venomous woman. Why did he ever provoke her? Now, even a swift death felt like a luxury beyond reach. Eventually, after Yizhe Qianxun endured several kinds of brutal tortures in the illusion, he perished from the agony. As soon as Yizhe Qianxun died, Lin Qing immediately flicked a crimson flame from her finger. It instantly consumed both his body and soul, leaving no trace behind in the scarlet blaze. With that, Lin Qing's figure disappeared as she ascended into the sky, riding her sword through flight. If anyone had witnessed it, they would have surely seen a flash of golden light pass by. Several seconds later, Lin Qing appeared in an uninhabited area near the Qian House Hotel. After the burning of Yizhe Qianxun's body, his room ignited as well. It wasn't long before someone noticed. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Young master's room is on fire, and he's still inside. Soon after, Yizhe Qianxun's parents arrived at the scene. Seeing their son's room ablaze with fierce flames, they furiously questioned their subordinates. What are you doing? Why aren't you extinguishing the fire? Why aren't you saving Qianxun? Master Yizhe, I'm sorry, this fire is strange. Water does nothing against it. And why don't you go inside and rescue my son? Yizhe Qianxun's mother cried out furiously. Lady, by the time we noticed, the fire had already grown to this extent. If we rushed in now, we wouldn't be able to save the young master, and we'd risk our own lives. A warrior among them explained. They were skilled fighters recruited by the Yizhe family with generous pay, acting as guards. But none of them would willingly sacrifice themselves over this matter. Wail. My child. Yizhe Qianxun's mother was overwhelmed with grief, nearly fainting. Yizhe Qianxun was her beloved treasure, charming and smart. A son any mother would be proud to claim. Everyone knew under the intensity of the flames, there was little hope for Yizhe Qianxun's survival. Black Zay, why didn't you notice when the flames began? Asked Yizhe Qianxun's father. My lord, young master sent me to bring back a woman he favored, and he explicitly told me not to stand guard nearby. I didn't expect the fire to happen, Black Zay Zaire said. Regarding this event, Black Zay Zaire omitted much detail, since the woman in question was Chinese and had been kidnapped by him. He feared telling the truth would enrage Master Yizhe further, resulting in harsh punishment. For now, he prayed Master Yizhe would spare his life. He didn't know why the young master hadn't managed to escape when the fire initially broke out. Presumably, he was too absorbed in an intimate activity to notice in time, realizing too late when the flames grew beyond control. According to what others had mentioned, the fire was bizarre, impossible to put out. Naturally, concerning Black Zay Zaire's statement about fetching a woman for Yizhe Qianxun, Master Yizhe paid little attention. He dismissed the idea that a woman could possibly be the murderer. Moreover, Yizhe Qianxun wasn't foolish. He knew who to provoke and who to respect. Besides, given his good looks, many women voluntarily threw themselves at him, leading Master Yizhe to categorize this woman as part of the willing group without suspicion. A few minutes passed, and the fire extinguished itself, leaving behind only thick layers of ash from everything it had burned inside the room. The people rushed forward, hoping to find any remains of Yizhe Qianxun. Yet there was nothing, no traces of bone or flesh. Dear, perhaps Qianxun didn't die? Maybe he happened to leave the room right before the fire started, Yizhe Qianxun's mother said hopefully. It's possible. I'll send people to search for him immediately. Master Yizhe could only console her thus. He actually guessed another possibility, that Yizhe Qianxun's bones had been burned to ashes like the bricks and tiles. After all, the experts had said that the fire was evil fire, which usually cannot burn bricks and tiles. However, in this case, the bricks and tiles of the building were reduced to ashes. This fire definitely wasn't an accident. It was clearly someone trying to murder his son. A flame like this could only be possessed by extraordinary individuals with great powers. Who would want to kill my son? Yizjun furrowed his brow deeply, lost in thought. Afterward, Yizjun sent some people out to search for Yi's Qianshun, while also bringing in some powerful masters capable of summoning spirits, to see who wanted to harm Yi's Qianshun. As for those searching for Yi's Qianshun, they found no trace of him. The surveillance footage showed that after Yi's Qianshun returned home, he did not leave the house. Of course, for certain powerful practitioners, such surveillance might as well not exist. A formidable master could easily take Yi's Qianshun out and use methods to prevent being recorded by the cameras. When Yizjun heard from a servant that several cultivators had arrived, he hurriedly went to meet them and asked, "Masters, something strange happened at my place today, so I would like you to investigate." Something strange? That's right up our alley. Today, after my son came home, he went straight into his room. The surveillance shows he didn't go out again. A few hours ago, his room suddenly caught on fire, which was very bizarre. It couldn't be extinguished with water. Could it be because the other party used gasoline? But even if they used gasoline, how could the fire consume bricks and tiles? I suspect this is a fire set by a powerful person who intended to murder my son. And since no remains of my son have been found, I think either he was taken away by that master or he was burned to death by the other party's fire. What? A fire that burns bricks and tiles? You must quickly take us to see. Upon arriving at the completely burnt-out site, the masters looked stunned. They had never seen fire that could consume bricks and tiles. They only remembered ancient texts mentioning that the three essential true flames could burn everything. But whether this fire was indeed the three essential true flames, they couldn't be sure. After all, the three essential true flames belonged to legendary immortals. If it really was the three essential true flames, then probably Yi's Qianshuan's skeleton had also turned to ashes. Chapter 363, Summoning the Soul. Since that's the case, let us help you summon the soul and hopefully find out if your son is still alive. Then thank you very much, masters, said Mr. Yays respectfully. However, it cannot be done now. It must be done at night. In a couple of hours, when it gets dark, we will perform the ritual to summon the soul. The leading master spoke up. You masters, please rest in the tea house. Dinner will soon be served. I'll have my servants prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. We can't have you working on an empty stomach. Though deeply worried about his son, Mr. Yays knew that one couldn't rush things like hot tofu, especially since he was asking these masters for their help. He had to treat them well with polite words, fine tea, and good food. Night fell gradually. The dark, heavy night seemed like an endless pool of ink painted thickly across the horizon, not even a star's faint light to be seen. The street was like a calm river, winding through the dense tree shadows, only the rustling leaves, swaying due to the wind, reminiscing about the bustling day before. A moon as clear as a mirror hung in the sky, casting its silver glow onto the land. Occasionally, the splash of a fish breaking the quiet night by the river would be heard, followed by an infinite silence. A tired moon hid behind the clouds for a rest, leaving just a few stars on guard. After eating dinner, the masters put on black Japanese Taoist robes and took out some incense, candles, yellow paper, bells, and other ritual tools, preparing to conduct the soul-summoning ritual. First, they asked Mr. Yays to prepare a bowl of white rice and clothing worn by Yays Qianshan. Wrapping the clothes around the rice, they went to a crossroad in front of the house where Yays Qianshan had burned down. Subsequently, the masters lit incense, prayed, ignited the soul-summoning spell, and began chanting incantations. Incense smoke spreads widely throughout all realms, inviting the ancestral master who collects souls. Burning joss paper turns into cash in the rivers, seas, and lakes. Urgent divine soldiers and generals arrive promptly under command. The masters murmured a bunch of spells that Mr. Yays didn't understand. Then the lead master bowed 3 times to the 4 directions. Rising from the bow, the lead master shook the bell and loudly declared, "O spirit, return." Instantly, fierce winds arose, accompanied by chilling cries all around, which sent shivers down Mr. Yays' spine. Soon, the strong wind stopped, the eerie sounds disappeared, leaving only the ringing of the bell. Spirit come, spirit come. 15 minutes passed, beads of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the leading master, yet no trace of Yays Qianshuan's soul was felt. Master, what exactly happened? Is my son dead or alive? Mr. Yays cautiously asked. The master shook his head, remaining silent. Master, please tell me the truth. Whether dead or alive, I can accept it, continued Mr. Yays. Just now during the soul summoning, I did not perceive any information about your son's soul. There's a possibility he's dead, or he may still be alive. What does this mean? Mr. Yays questioned in confusion. Without detecting his soul, either he has died and his soul has been extinguished, what we usually call soul dissipating into nothing, without even a chance to reincarnate. Or another possibility is that he hasn't died yet. This latter possibility seems more plausible because those capable of causing someone's soul to dissipate are absolutely forces that shouldn't be provoked. In our circle of practitioners, there's also a matter of cause and effect. Generally, we wouldn't easily let someone's soul dissipate. Even if we do so, it's usually only aimed at evil spirits. And if Yays Qianshan were to die recently, it's impossible for him to turn into an evil ghost. So you're saying that my son is likely still alive? Mr. Yays said with surprise. It's very possible. Therefore, your priority should be finding him quickly, nodded the leading master. Good, good. Thank you, masters. Here is the remuneration for you. The password is 6/8, Mr. Yays said, handing each of the masters a bank card. Afterward, Mr. Yays ordered more people to search for Yays Qinshan. He also reported to the police, requesting their assistance in investigating the matter. After all, they were the experts in solving cases and locating individuals. Of course, Lin Qing wasn't aware or concerned about certain affairs within the Yays family. To her, anyone who dared to challenge her deserved death. She would kill anyone who came, whether they came alone or in pairs. This wasn't China, where she could act more unrestrainedly. After all, China was her home country, and she needed to live there long term. If avoidable, she tried to avoid trouble, but once she encountered trouble, she rarely killed people indiscriminately. There were exceptions, however, for extremely heinous individuals. Such people deserved to die countless times. Still, if anyone dared to provoke her, she was not to be trifled with. Just because she disliked trouble didn't mean she feared it. After returning to the Senbon Hotel, Lin Qing called Matsuda Ikaru. Master, is there anything else you need me to do? Where in Japan can we find treasures owned by talented individuals? Treasures of talented individuals? Oh, I remember. In our country, there is a strange treasure pavilion. It houses quite a few artifacts belonging to extraordinary people. Master, would you like to take a look? Let's go there tonight. After dinner, Lin Qing followed Matsuda Ikaru to the Strange Treasure Pavilion. The Strange Treasure Pavilion was an ancient-style 6-story building. Surrounding it was a large courtyard giving off a quaint bridge and stream's charm amidst many modern structures, making it seem rather unique. I didn't expect such a vast and ancient structure could be preserved. That's not easy. Lin Qing sighed. There were indeed many real estate developers who had their eyes on this land before. After all, this is Kyoto's very center where every inch of soil is worth its weight in gold. Yet, no one could shake its position. Matsuda Ikaru explained. Could it be that the owner here has immense influence? Lin Qing asked curiously. To this, I'm not too sure. All I know is those who offend the people here usually end up with poor outcomes. As for the master of this place, they remain shrouded in mystery. Many have wanted to uncover it, but none have ever met the master. Rumor has it that those who have seen the master are dead. You haven't seen them either? Lin Qing casually asked. Yeah, naturally. I don't want to die yet. Matsuda Ikaru said seriously. Ha, rest assured. With me, no one dare to harm your life. Lin Qing laughed loudly. When Lin Qing and Matsuda Ikaru were stopped by two warrior-like guards at the entrance, Matsuda Ikaru took out a golden card, and they were permitted passage afterward. Lin Qing examined the two warriors. She noticed their capabilities were no small feat, both reaching the late stage of hidden power. To hire two late-stage hidden power warriors as guards indicated this place was far from ordinary. This made Lin Qing anticipate the treasures inside even more. Chapter 364, The Odd Treasures Pavilion. After stepping into the courtyard, a beautiful woman wearing Japanese ethnic clothing came out. She was dressed in a floral Japanese costume, with a square bag behind her waistbound cloth strap. Her light wooden sandals made a rhythmic tapping sound on the ground. Her black hair was loosely tied back, and the neatly trimmed bangs added a touch of cuteness. The girl's face showed no expression as her hands were folded in front of her abdomen. She lowered her long eyelashes while walking softly toward them. A blue brocade tightened her waist firmly, with the square fabric bag tightly attached to her lower back. As she walked, the ribbons at her waist gently swayed. Her hair was black like ink, and the layered bangs curved gracefully around her ears. Upon seeing Matsumoto Ikaru, she looked up with a curved smile, saying, Oh, I wondered who had come. So it's the young master of the Matsumoto group, Mr. Matsumoto. What brings you to our Odd Treasures Pavilion today? Don't you usually dislike this kind of thing? Miss Sakai, I used to dislike them, but now I've grown fond of them again. How about that? Is your Odd Treasures Pavilion not welcoming me? Matsumoto Ikaru replied jokingly. How could we not welcome you? Your presence honors our Odd Treasures Pavilion, Mr. Matsumoto. What would you like to see today? Sakai Chizuru smiled as she asked. Upon hearing Sakai Chizuru's question, Matsumoto Ikaru glanced at Lin Qing. Lin Qing whispered instructions to Matsumoto Ikaru. Let's take a look at everything. Matsumoto Ikaru then repeated Lin Qing's words in Japanese. All of it. Are you sure? Sakai Chizuru asked in surprise. Usually, those who visit the Odd Treasures Pavilion come with specific purposes to purchase certain items, since everything here is extremely expensive. People like Matsumoto Ikaru who want to see everything are incredibly rare, treating this place as if they're just casually browsing. Why? Do you think I wouldn't be able to afford anything I fancy? Matsumoto Ikaru asked, his tone slightly turning serious. Not at all. Everyone knows your family, the Matsumotos, have considerable assets. How could you not afford it? Sakai Chizuru hurriedly explained. If so, what's the issue? Matsumoto Ikaru continued, his mood brightening upon hearing her words. I'm just worried about wasting your time. After all, the Odd Treasures Pavilion has 6 floors filled with rare treasures. You could tell me what you like or need, and I can recommend items for you, which will greatly save your time. Sakai Chizuru said kindly, implying she was thinking for him. That won't be necessary. I simply want to take a look at everything. You lead the way, Matsumoto Ikaru insisted, appearing stubborn. Actually, Lin Qing hadn't agreed otherwise. She wanted to see everything. Well, fine then. This way please. Sakai Chizuru moved forward with tiny steps, and soon they passed through the courtyard and reached the entrance of the Odd Treasures Pavilion. The first thing that caught their eye was the sign above the door, written in Japanese characters as Odd Treasures Pavilion. Although Lin Qing didn't recognize the Japanese script, she could guess its meaning. Around the building of the Odd Treasures Pavilion, every few meters stood a samurai-clad warrior, each one expressionless as they maintained their positions. Lin Qing gave a brief glance and immediately determined the levels of cultivation among the warriors. Most of them were late-stage hidden power cultivators, some even reaching the peak of the hidden power realm. This place is indeed no simple location. Lin Qing thought inwardly with admiration. In China, a late-stage hidden power martial artist is considered a formidable expert. Such figures usually stand out prominently within Chinese society. Yet, unexpectedly, in this location in Japan, there were many high-level guards beyond the hidden power stage. Subsequently, Lin Qing and Matsumoto Ikaru followed Sakai Chizuru inside the first floor of the Odd Treasures Pavilion. The first floor mainly housed gemstones and jade artifacts. These gemstones and jade pieces were enclosed in transparent glass vessels, clearly made of bulletproof glass rather than ordinary glass. There was an enormous diamond, almost as large as a small egg, clear and sparkling as though it were gazing at you with a lover's eyes. Under the light, it emitted dazzling brilliance, stirring the heart momentarily. In addition to diamonds, there were sapphires, rubies, and colorful gemstones. Each of these glimmered with vibrant hues under the lighting, some resembling sea spirits, others embodying fiery passions. Naturally, these gemstones, considering their purity and size, were unparalleled masterpieces. Additionally, there were also emeralds, all of the highest quality, representing top-tier existence. Lin Qing calmly scanned over all these items as though they meant nothing more than ordinary objects to her. Sakai Chizuru had obviously noticed Lin Qing earlier, mistaking her for Matsumoto Ikaru's young lover. She thought inwardly, I didn't expect Matsumoto Ikaru to be so doting as to bring her here. Initially, she believed the young woman before her would be astonished by such exquisite gemstones, her eyes wide open, unable to believe the sight before her. After all, every woman is typically deeply drawn to beautiful gemstones. Although she had been working there for a long time, every time she saw so many top-quality gemstones, she still got mesmerized and indulged. But the young girl before her seemed to take no notice of them at all, as if everything before her was just ordinary items. Right at this moment, Lin Qing noticed something that caught her interest. It appeared to be a dark black bead in a corner. It didn't sparkle or shine like those gemstones, but it was indeed what Lin Qing needed. Who would have thought there would be a water-repelling pearl here? Clearly, high-level spirit beasts still exist in the ocean. Otherwise, where could this water-repelling pearl come from? Perhaps I should investigate the ocean when I have the chance. Lin Qing muttered to herself. The water-repelling pearl, as its name suggests, is a pearl that allows a person to breathe freely underwater. Typically, it originates within the bodies of high-level spirit beasts living in the ocean, and only after the death of such a beast does the water-repelling pearl fall out of its body. This water-repelling pearl is not commonly seen on the Cultivation Continent. Since the ocean is vast and endless, its creatures abundant and varied, and its demons even more numerous and fierce. People do not have much of an advantage in the ocean, so most cultivators are unwilling to venture into the sea. With Lin Qing's current level of cultivation, she was still unable to breathe freely underwater, and the water-repelling pearl could make up for this shortcoming. Lin Qing knew about the water-repelling pearl because during her time on the Cultivation Continent, she had explored a secret realm whose entrance was in the ocean. Thanks to entering that secret realm, she obtained a lot of cultivation resources and successfully broke through from the late gold core stage to the baby soul stage. Seeing this water-repelling pearl gave Lin Qing greater confidence in advancing to the baby soul stage within 10 years. However, she decided to at least reach the late gold core stage before investigating and seeking cultivation resources from the ocean. Otherwise, encountering a high-level spirit beast could be too dangerous. However, once a high-level spirit beast was killed, her hope of advancing to the baby soul stage would increase again, since the spiritual pills of high-level spirit beasts were truly good things. Chapter 365, The Water-Repelling Pearl. Thinking of this, Lin Qing pointed at the water-repelling pearl and said to Matsubori Ichiro, I want this one. Buy it for me. Although Shimizu Naomi didn't understand what Lin Qing was saying, she analyzed and guessed from the other person's expression and actions that they had their eye on that dark bead. As for what that dark bead actually was, she initially wasn't clear either. Later, the Exotic Treasures Pavilion hired a jewelry appraisal expert who, based on an analysis and evaluation of the material of this bead, let her know that the bead belonged to the pearl category and was specifically a black pearl. A black pearl is a bronze-colored pearl and falls under the category of very precious jewelry. Natural black pearls are extremely rare, especially large ones like this. However, the black pearl in front of them was somewhat different from ordinary black pearls. The oyster mother that produces black pearls secretes a black nacre substance. Black pearls are beautiful due to the various vibrant colors on their naturally black base tone. Those most appreciated include peacock green, deep purple, and sea blue rainbow hues. Its strong metallic luster changes with the movement of the pearl, unmatched by any artificially colored pearl. But the black pearl in front of them, though large, did not change color on its black base tone regardless of how light shone upon it. It consistently emitted a pitch-black radiance, so its value greatly decreased. It was placed in a corner of the first floor of the Exotic Treasures Pavilion. It was rumored that this bead had been salvaged from the ocean, discovered by fishermen who went underwater to gather pearl oysters. They found this black pearl lying next to a group of pearl oysters, but not inside any of the oysters themselves. What's more, astonishingly, while collecting these pearl oysters, not far away, the fishermen encountered a massive fish with a body size as big as a fully grown whale. Seeing this enormous creature startled them greatly, and they immediately prepared to flee. The fishermen thought they would meet their doom here, given that they could not possibly outrun a whale. However, unexpectedly, when they tried to escape, the giant fish did not move at all. Eventually, they discovered that the fish was dead. Later, these fishermen sold this black pearl to the Exotic Treasures Pavilion. Due to the uniqueness of this experience, they couldn't help talking about the marvels of that day. Hearing Lin Qing's order, Matsubori Ichiro immediately said, "This black pearl is mine." "You want this black pearl?" Shimizu Naomi asked in surprise. "What? Are you saying you won't sell it?" Matsubori Ichiro asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "That isn't the case," Shimizu Naomi replied. "But this black pearl differs from others, so I need to explain clearly to avoid any regret after your purchase, accusing us of being dishonest. The Exotic Treasures Pavilion never sells counterfeit items. Therefore, they clarify everything about each piece. Their prices are fixed, no bargaining allowed. Either you buy or you don't. Because of their stance, you either buy or they aren't concerned. They attract numerous wealthy patrons who prefer doing business here since, even if prices are higher, they guarantee authenticity." How does this black pearl differ from others?" Matsubori Ichiro asked curiously. As everyone knows, the uniqueness of black pearls lies in their naturally formed black tone, which displays various brilliant colors. Their intense metallic shine changes as the pearl turns. This black pearl, however, although large, doesn't exhibit such changing metallic gleams as it rotates, making it much cheaper than other black pearls. Shimizu Naomi explained. Subsequently, Matsubori Ichiro relayed her words to Lin Qing and asked, "Master, do we still need this black pearl?" Lin Qing inwardly thought, "Tisk, black pearl, you really can't see the gem for the stone. This is no ordinary pearl. It's the priceless treasure water-repelling pearl, incomparable to just any superficial black pearl." "Why not? Of course we do," Lin Qing responded indifferently. Shimizu Naomi looked at Matsubori Ichiro asking about the young woman beside him, only then realizing the authority to decide this transaction lay in the hands of that girl. Who exactly is this girl? Why does she have Matsubori Corporation's heir follow her orders implicitly? Judging by her accent, she seems Chinese. Could she be the daughter of some major Chinese figure? Shimizu Naomi secretly speculated. In the brief moment Shimizu Naomi was distracted, Matsubori Ichiro spoke up. "Miss Naomi, we'll take this black pearl." "All right, I'll have someone package it for you." Shortly thereafter, a beautiful Japanese woman appeared holding the neatly packaged black pearl along with a card payment machine and approached Matsubori Ichiro. After the transaction was completed, Lin Qing directly took the black pearl with its packaging box into her hands and put it in her pocket. Actually, she secretly transferred the black pearl to the space within her ring. Sakai Naoko watched as the other party unhesitatingly claimed this black pearl and was very surprised. She was curious as to why they would choose this black pearl. After all, a black pearl without the beautiful color changes was not attractive at all compared to other jewels. But every customer has their own secrets and thoughts, and she had no way of asking. Thus, she could only continue guiding the two people toward the second floor. Compared to the sparkling jewels on the first floor, the second floor appeared much simpler. Here, most were antiques, many of which were from China. Due to China's experience over 100 years ago of being plundered and invaded for an extended period, there was a severe outflow of Chinese antiques. This could be clearly seen even from this Exotic Treasures Pavilion in Japan. Lin Qing casually scanned her eyes around. For ordinary antiques, her interest wasn't particularly high. These things weren't very useful to her. Suddenly, Lin Qing saw something that caught her attention. It was one of the 12 zodiac bronze statues, the snakehead statue. The zodiac animal heads were once national treasures lost by China. In previous times, they functioned as water-driven clocks that sprayed water according to the hour of the day. More than 100 years ago, during the invasion by the British and French armies, these bronze statues began flowing overseas. Currently, the ox, tiger, monkey, pig, and horse bronze statues have been repatriated in recent years thanks to funding by patriotic individuals. The rat head and rabbit head were auctioned off in France, while the dragon head is currently well preserved in Taiwan. According to news reports, the snake head, sheep head, chicken head, and dog head remain missing. However, unexpectedly, the snake head appeared here. "I'll take this snake head," Lin Qing said indifferently. After Matsubori Ichiro expressed his intention to purchase, Sakai Naoko explained. "This snake head is extremely expensive, priced at 3 billion Japanese yen, equivalent to about 20 million Chinese yuan." "Buy it," Lin Qing said firmly. Anyway, it wasn't her money being spent, so she didn't feel the pain. As her servant, Matsubori Ichiro's role was simply to provide some usable value for her. Chapter 366, Other Cultivators. Afterward, Lin Qing arrived at the third and fourth floors. There didn't appear to be anything special about these two floors. They were far less interesting to ordinary people than the first and second floors. These two floors primarily contained rare minerals and some medicinal herbs of high age. Among them, Lin Qing discovered a small piece of Guanghan iron suitable for refining spirit weapons. Though the mineral wasn't large, it could still be used to refine a small dagger. Without hesitation, Lin Qing purchased it. Although the fourth floor lacked any thousand-year spirit herbs, there was one of the most important herbs needed to refine yuanyang dan, yuanyang grass. However, this herb was only about 100 years old, which was far from enough to refine yuanyang dan. "Where did you obtain this herb?" Lin Qing had Matsubori Ichiro relay her question. "I'm not quite sure. This is something our master brought out for sale," Jiang Naoko replied. "Then inform your master that Lin Qing from China has come for a visit." Lin Qing calmly responded. "Miss, our master usually doesn't meet outsiders," Jiang Naoko said. "Humph, how do you know he won't see me if you haven't even asked?" Lin Qing chuckled. "Let me report this upstairs. If the master wants to see you, I will inform you, but don't expect too much. After all, until now, our master has never met with outsiders. Even I don't know what our master looks like, Jiang respectfully explained, though she thought otherwise inside. The young girl in front of her clearly didn't realize who she was dealing with. Just because her family had money didn't mean everyone would flatter and obey her like they might on the outside. This was Yibao Pavilion. Their master wasn't an ordinary person, but someone akin to a divine being. Even though Jiang hadn't seen their master, she viewed the master's various skills as godlike. For example, the ability to transmit sound over long distances and the warriors guarding Yibao Pavilion were all trained by their master, who they admired and respected immensely. Despite being regarded as highly capable by others, they all chose to remain at Yibao Pavilion, content with serving as mere guards. Jiang then signaled, and a dark figure appeared swiftly by her side. She whispered a few sentences to the shadowed figure, who disappeared immediately afterward. Ho ho ho, your Yibao Pavilion truly gathers many experts. No wonder in Japan, no one dares to provoke the Yibao Pavilion. Matsubone Ichiro laughed. Next, I'll show you the 5th floor. It features some elixirs and magic artifacts. These are items that extraordinary individuals often dream of acquiring. Jiang continued. Oh, then wouldn't these elixirs and artifacts sell out quickly? Lin asked curiously. Of course, Matsubone Ichiro once again acted as the translator. No, we only trade for these items, but don't sell them. Jiang responded. Let's go take a look then, Lin spoke. She wanted to see the quality of the items refined by the mysterious master. On reaching the 5th floor, Lin took a general look around. She noticed that the techniques involved in making these elixirs and magical artifacts hinted at the presence of a cultivator, albeit with rather rudimentary methods. Although Lin looked down on such basic techniques, these products were far superior to those made by other individuals on this planet. Hee, I didn't expect to encounter another cultivator here in Japan. Truly, anything can happen. Lin privately laughed. At this moment, her interest in the master of the Yibao Pavilion increased significantly. Right then, the shadow figure reappeared on the 5th floor. He briefly conveyed something into Jiang ear before vanishing once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang revealed a surprised expression. After regaining composure, she announced, Young miss, our master requests your presence. Fine, lead the way, Lin replied. A short while ago, Lin had sensed a powerful spiritual awareness enveloping her body. It must have been the master of the Yibao Pavilion. While this consciousness seemed formidable, it paled in comparison to hers. The master probably possessed cultivation abilities only at the peak of the foundation stage. Although Lin herself was still at the late foundation stage, based on the crude methods displayed in the alchemy and crafting, she concluded that the master practiced rather mediocre cultivation techniques. Lin held no fear toward the master. Subsequently, Lin entered the 6th floor, while Matsubone Ichiro was left on the 5th floor since the master instructed to bring only Lin up. As soon as Lin entered, she found herself surrounded by darkness. However, it affected her minimally as her night vision was decent. Just at that moment, the lights suddenly turned on. If someone lacked good night vision, the sudden illumination would render everything invisible. Lin instantly became alert. She looked toward the deepest part of the room and saw an elderly man with gray hair sitting on a large chair. The old man had long hair and wore a long robe. Young friend, you are Lin, the youngest grandmaster from China? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The old man smiled faintly. He spoke fluent Chinese, though his appearance clearly indicated he was Japanese. Apparently, this person had once lived in China, and it was even possible that his cultivation technique came from China as well, since certain areas in China still preserve the legacy of cultivators. Indeed, I am. I never expected to encounter another cultivator here in Japan. It is quite surprising. Lin replied with a slight smile. She knew that since the other party was also a cultivator, they would surely sense her as one too, for the strong spiritual energy around a cultivator could not be concealed. To martial artists, it might be undetectable, but to cultivators, such energy stood out like a beacon in the dark night. Ha ha ha, you're truly straightforward. So what brings you to seek me out? The pavilion master laughed loudly. Pavilion master, where did you obtain the yuan yang grass? If you tell me, I will certainly offer my gratitude. Lin asked directly. It's about this. Telling you won't hurt. I obtained the yuan yang grass from a hidden realm. However, there's a formation at the entrance, which I cannot activate with my strength. Last time, I managed to enter only because the hidden realm's entrance automatically opened. The pavilion master calmly explained. Where is that hidden realm located? Lin asked. Do you mean to say you wish to go there? Very well, very well. I'll accompany you then. Perhaps with our combined strengths, we can activate that formation. As for the spiritual herbs and grasses inside, whoever finds them first gets to keep them. What do you think? That sounds excellent. Lin responded with a smile. Chapter 367. The Mysterious Fujiwara Chuan. Master, may I ask your esteemed name? You have helped me so much. If there's anything you need, just let me know. As long as it is within my power, I will try to fulfill your request, Lin said with a smile. My name is Fujiwara Chuan. Ha ha, we are perhaps the only remaining cultivators in this world. Of course, we should help each other. Friend Lin, there is no need for such formality. Although the master of Yibao Pavilion seemed very friendly, Lin became more cautious. In her view, the attitude of the other party was too strange. What was strange about the other party's behavior was that their attitude wasn't quite right. Usually, on a planet where cultivation techniques were lost, when encountering another cultivator like oneself, The normal response would not be overly enthusiastic but rather highly alert, and not immediately annihilating the other party would already be considered merciful. Since originally this cultivator was supposed to be unique, but now there was another one. This meant he was no longer unique, and he feared his secrets might be revealed, which could lead to covetous intentions from others. Therefore, many people's reactions would be to immediately destroy the other. Of course, this would only happen under circumstances of vastly different strengths. If their strengths were comparable, they might become sworn enemies. However, the attitude of the pavilion master just now, although not overly enthusiastic, had caught Lin Qing's attention. His gaze upon seeing her, and his decisions, all gave Lin Qing the feeling that he had ulterior motives. Even though Lin Qing didn't know exactly what the other party was plotting, she believed in handling challenges as they come, and as long as she stayed vigilant, there wouldn't be any problems. So where is the entrance to the secret realm? Lin Qing asked. It is near a small island hundreds of kilometers east of Japan. This island appears for only 3 days at specific times within a month. Based on calculations, the next appearance will be exactly 3 days from now, Fujiwara Chuan replied. All right, then we'll set off there the day after tomorrow. Mr. Fujiwara, I have matters to attend to first. We'll meet the morning after tomorrow. Lin Qing smiled and said. The moment Lin Qing turned to leave, Fujiwara Chuan revealed a hint of an evil smile, his previously calm eyes now flashing with an eerie red hue. After Lin Qing and Matsumoto Ichiro left Ibao Pavilion, they drove toward the Thousand House Hotel. Master, what kind of person is the Ibao Pavilion master? So mysterious that even the staff of the pavilion haven't seen him. Could he possibly have 3 heads and 6 arms? Matsumoto Ichiro curiously asked. Humph, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He is merely of the same kind as me, though slightly more powerful in terms of mystical abilities. As for why he is so mysterious, it could be that he fears others discovering his secrets. Lin Qing lightly laughed. Then who is stronger between him and you, master? Matsumoto Ichiro eagerly inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Humph, although he has slightly surpassed me in terms of cultivation level, if we truly engage in battle, he would not be my opponent. Lin Qing confidently stated. Master, why is that? Why can't someone with a slightly higher level defeat you? Matsumoto Ichiro appeared completely perplexed. For those of our kind, although the cultivation level is important in battle, if the difference in levels is not significant, cultivation techniques and practical combat skills become especially crucial. Though the Ibao Pavilion master surpasses me slightly in cultivation level, the techniques he uses absolutely cannot compare with mine. Unless his cultivation level exceeds mine by a great deal, he won't stand a chance against me, Lin Qing calmly explained. Master, can I learn cultivation from you? Matsumoto Ichiro looked at her with yearning eyes. He was curious about the mysterious world of Lin Qing. He imagined becoming a great hero someday, respected by everyone. Just thinking about it filled him with energy. Not possible. Your talent isn't up to the task, and you've missed the best time for cultivation. No matter how hard you train, you won't become a supreme expert. Lin Qing spoke calmly, completely disregarding the impact this might have on Matsumoto Ichiro. Master, can't you say something comforting? My heart feels like it has taken over 10,000 blows. Matsumoto Ichiro feigned sadness while clutching his chest. Oh, you want comfort? How about I summon Big Snake Deshi out to play with you instead? Lin Qing coldly chuckled. No master, I'm fine already. Look how bright my smile is. My entire face looks like a sunflower. I'm invincible like a cockroach. How could I ever need comfort? Ha ha he. Matsumoto Ichiro awkwardly forced a laugh. Just the thought of the huge snake he saw in China made him shudder. It had been an utterly terrifying experience. Suddenly, he realized it might not be so bad after all not to practice cultivation. What if he encountered a monstrous creature like that snake during battle? He'd be dead in no time. After returning to the hotel, Lin Qing began to meditate and cultivate. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Qing headed toward Eagle Mountain. By this time, Eagle Mountain was crowded with people. Many martial artists who had heard about the duel between Yanataka Seiji and Master Lin came to witness it. Most of them were at the advanced level of hidden power or above, and there were even several grandmasters among them. Since the 2 parties involved in the duel had not yet arrived, the crowd began discussing animatedly. Hey, do you think who will win in this fight? Of course, it will be Yanataka Seiji. He is one of the top martial artists in Japan, a living fossil. It's rumored that he has been in the Shinten realm for decades now. No one knows just how deep his powers are. A Japanese martial artist said arrogantly. Not necessarily so, a Chinese martial artist retorted. I've heard Master Lin defeated the strongest existence within Japan's largest shrine. No one knows just how powerful Master Lin truly is. During her duel with Saint Hao Tian, nobody expected her to win, but she did. In my opinion, Master Lin is nothing less than a legend that creates miracles. Yanataka may be a legend, but he has never faced defeat. While it's true that Master Lin defeated Hay River, I admit that. However, it's said that she only managed to do so because she wielded an extremely powerful thunder-based artifact. After all, lightning is the bane of ghost-like beings. As far as I speculate, Master Lin's actual strength might be at most in the early stage of the Shinken realm. As soon as these words were spoken, many around agreed. After all, Lin Qing, being under 20 years old, achieving the early stage of the Shinken realm already made her a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. They all felt that this time, Master Lin might not show up for the challenge. If they were in Master Lin's shoes, they would choose to temporarily avoid confrontation. This would be the wiser decision. Chapter 368, The Eagle Mountain Mystery. Those Chinese students who had come to participate in the Olympic mathematics competition woke up very early today and traveled a long way just to tour Eagle Mountain. Eagle Mountain in Japan is the most famous mountain in Japan. It spans Kyoto and several nearby cities, making it the highest mountain in Japan, and it's also an active volcano. As the name suggests, Eagle Mountain looks like a giant eagle, with its massive base resembling the body of the eagle, while the part above, which suddenly tapers and rises high into the clouds, is the head of the eagle. Due to past volcanic eruptions, numerous caves have formed at the foot of the mountain, all in various shapes, making them very fascinating. The volcanic rocks surrounding the mountain are rich in minerals, forming unique natural scenery. Cherry blossoms bloom in spring on this mountain, summer breezes gently blow through the hills, red leaves cover the mountain in autumn, and winter blankets it with snow. And at this moment, it was autumn, and the vast red leaves spread across the mountain like an elf dressed in a fiery red dress, radiating boundless passion. When the Chinese students who came to visit arrived at Eagle Mountain, they were stunned by the sight before their eyes. There were large crowds gathered at the foot of Eagle Mountain, as if attending a bustling market. Why are there so many people at Eagle Mountain? It's not even the National Day Golden Week holiday. Do they not have jobs? I thought there would be fewer people now, but instead, it seems even busier than usual. Who knows? My cousin has visited Eagle Mountain before. She said it was beautiful, but her photos didn't show that many people. Maybe there's some event here today. That could really be possible. Didn't you notice that those people just stood there motionlessly, unlike tourists? Let's not bother about them. Let's enjoy our visit. There will probably be fewer people on the mountain. If that's the case, then let's go in. Just as they reached the entrance of the Eagle Mountain scenic area, they were stopped. Since those Chinese students had hired a Chinese person studying in Japan as their guide, this guide communicated with the people who had stopped them. After listening to their back-and-forth exchange, the guide said, "It seems we won't be able to tour Eagle Mountain today." "Why is that?" the Chinese students asked in confusion. "It said that some big shot is coming here today, so Eagle Mountain is closed to outside visitors," the guide added. "What? So Japan is also so disrespectful of human rights? If a VIP comes, no other visitors can access the site. That's outrageous." "Yeah, we barely made it here after waking up so early and taking over 2 hours on the road, only to find out we can't visit. It's extremely frustrating, especially since we're leaving tonight and don't know when we'll return next time." There's nothing we can do about it. That's just how society works. When we're under someone else's roof, we have to bow our heads. Hopefully, in a few years, we'll become such important figures ourselves. The students began discussing among themselves. "All right, let's leave. Let's plan a visit to another attraction," one student suggested. At that moment, a line of black cars approached, and along with them came many men wearing black suits and pants. They stood emotionlessly on either side of the road, clearing the way for these vehicles. "Hurry up, make room. There's a VIP coming," the guide hurriedly advised. A group of students quickly moved to the roadside, curiously watching as these powerful-looking cars parked. Among them were Rolls-Royces, Cadillacs, Porsches, and Mercedes-Benzes, like a luxury car exhibition. Some other tourists who had been blocked outside quickly retreated upon seeing these people, as if avoiding venomous snakes, fearing any contact. "Wow, who are these people? Why such a grand show of power? Could it be the Japanese Prime Minister?" a curious Chinese student whispered. "Little sister, please be careful what you say. These people are not ones to mess with," the guide warned quietly. "Who exactly are they? Why can't I speak? Isn't that against human rights?" This particular Chinese female student also came from a somewhat privileged background in China, and she was always forthright, saying whatever was on her mind, with a typical big city character. "I don't know, but many of my Japanese classmates told me that in Japan, there are certain people you don't want to upset, or you might not even know how you ended up dead," the guide continued. A nearby Japanese man who spoke Chinese arrogantly interjected. "They're the largest organized crime group in Japan, also known as the fearsome organizations you see on TV." In this Japanese man's view, China was not as developed as Japan, so he looked down on these Chinese tourists somewhat. Especially when he heard their naive questions, he felt even prouder inside. That intense sense of vanity led him to explain. "I'm going." The young Chinese girl muttered 2 words under her breath and didn't say anything else. Although she usually spoke quite frankly, she wasn't stupid and knew who could be offended and who couldn't. The largest social organizations in Japan were also well known internationally. She had seen them in some Japanese movies. In Japan, these groups are legalized as long as they operate within the confines of the law. Once they comply, they receive legal permits. The tall, imposing men in black suits quickly sealed off the entrance to the scenic area, then lined up on both sides as if welcoming someone. They seemed to be waiting for and welcoming someone. Could it be a big boss from their organization? The young girl murmured as quietly as possible. "Of course, otherwise who would deserve such an elaborate display?" The arrogant Japanese man said indifferently, but before he finished his sentence, his gaze turned serious. "It's not just Yamaguchi-gumi, the largest organization in Japan. Other social organizations have come too. Daochanhui, Judivik, Sei, Hinfavik, Hinvik, Goching. What major event is this? Or what big person has arrived? Otherwise, how could they all have been summoned here?" This Japanese man revealed a look of confusion. This Japanese man was named Yama no Shigesaburo. The company he worked for mainly handled nightclubs, KTVs, and various entertainment and consumption businesses. His company frequently interacted with these organizations, so he could recognize these people. But as more and more people arrived, he became increasingly astonished. What significant event could gather all these feared social groups in one place? After getting out of their cars, the leaders of the social organizations quickly gathered in front of a black car. One of the bosses hurriedly approached and respectfully opened the car door. Out stepped a middle-aged man dressed in a black martial arts uniform, his hair tied in a unique Japanese bun, holding a sword in front of him. Clearly, this man was Yamaguchi Seiji, the disciple of Ito Shuchi. Chapter 369, Japan's Big Shots Gather. After Shanakuchi Seiji got out of the car, many bosses greeted him respectfully. This scene once again shocked Yamashita Koji's eyes. How is this possible? Yamashita Koji nearly shouted in surprise. In his view, these bosses from various organizations were all figures who could instill fear into people's hearts. Even many influential and powerful individuals didn't dare to easily offend them. Yet they had all shown respect to a relatively young middle-aged man. Who exactly was this middle-aged man? Was he perhaps the heir of one of Japan's major conglomerates? As Yamashita Koji was still too shocked to speak, what happened next sent even more jolts through his senses, leaving him utterly dumbfounded beyond comprehension. The sword-carrying man in black did not enter Ei Mountain after getting out of the car. Instead, he stood at the entrance, gazing into the distance as if waiting for someone. Not long after, another batch of luxury cars arrived, and the figures that stepped out of them were even more astonishing. How are there even more people arriving? Are these more gangs? There really are a lot of Yakuza groups in Japan, Lin said, confused. Yamashita Koji let out a cold snort and said, TCH, these aren't Yakuza gangs at all. The one walking first is the vice chairman of Matsumoto Group, the second is the CEO of Inada Group, followed by the vice president of Sanbel Group and the deputy mayor of Kyoto. What? Isn't this supposed to be a meeting of the Yakuza? Why are so many of Japan's big tycoons and high-level leaders here? Lin asked, surprised. Even though she wasn't Japanese, she had heard of Matsumoto Group, Inada Group, and Sanbel Group. They were all among the Fortune Global 500 and renowned around the world. Why are all these bigwigs in Japan gathered here? What do they want to do? She inwardly wondered. In response to her question, Yamashita Koji gave no reply because he himself wasn't clear about the situation either. After these tycoons and high-level officials arrived, they did not immediately enter but waited outside the door like the sword-carrying middle-aged man. The tourists around, despite being unable to enter Eagle Mountain to admire the scenery, stayed where they were. After all, observing this scene before their eyes, something significant was bound to happen. Curiosity filled them regarding the personages about to arrive and the events likely to unfold, driving them to stay interested and engaged. After all, today's sights and experiences were extremely shocking. Many prominent figures frequently seen on television had gathered here, and upon returning home, recounting what they had seen would be enough to boast about for the rest of their lives. It seems like they're waiting for someone, some murmured quietly. This much is obvious to anyone with eyes. Maybe they're waiting for the prime minister or some very important minister. I don't think so. Remember, the heads of these several big conglomerates are here. Even if they met the prime minister or some very important minister, they wouldn't need to show such respect. I suspect it might be a high-ranking official or leader from a Western superpower. While everyone debated amongst themselves, even those whose stomachs growled from hunger remained enthusiastically waiting, unwilling to leave. More than an hour passed by, and now it was past 11 o'clock. Although it was autumn and not particularly hot, the harsh sunlight still made people uncomfortable. Tonight, when I get home, I'll probably have to apply post-sun repair face masks. Otherwise, if exposed like this for half the day, I'll definitely tan darker. A young girl complained softly. Agreed. Women who don't use sunscreen will undoubtedly age faster. Another girl nodded in agreement. Is it really necessary? It's just a bit of sun, and it's not that hot anyway, a boy replied nonchalantly. Of course it is necessary. Sunscreen isn't only needed during summer. Throughout spring, summer, autumn, winter, and even on cloudy days, it's necessary to wear sunscreen. After all, ultraviolet rays aren't just present in summer. They exist in our living spaces all year round. Even the light from our mobile phones and computer screens can be considered a type of UV radiation, the girl explained to the boy, teaching him the importance of using sunscreen. You girls are really troublesome, the boy groaned, scratching his head. At this moment, a beauty wearing casual clothing approached from afar. This girl looked around 16 or 17 years old. She had fair skin, delicate features, large eyes as clear and pure as glass, a straight nose bridge, and small red lips resembling cherries. Her black hair flowed smoothly behind her like silk, fluttering gently in the breeze, making her look like a character stepped out of a manga. The beauty slowly walked closer. That's Lin Qing, a Chinese student whispered in astonishment. Really? Didn't she say she had other plans and didn't want to come? Why is she coming alone now? A woman remarked dismissively. She was extremely envious of Lin Qing's exquisite beauty. Why did she have to be so pretty and smart? It was truly unfair. Perhaps Lin Qing really had something important to do, and she just happened to finish it yesterday. Now that she's free today, she came here but didn't want to tell us, so she came alone. A boy who had a liking for Lin Qing defended her. The girl didn't say anything more, but she silently cursed in her heart. Seductress. Look, Lin Qing is walking this way. Should we warn her? Visitors aren't allowed here, and if she happens to offend those important people, there could be trouble. A Chinese student spoke up. The girl who envied Lin Qing said, but what can we do? We can't shout to warn her either, or it would look like we're offending those big shots. Besides, she's already coming closer. Even if we ran out to warn her, it might still be too late. Though she said that, her eyes gleamed with malicious pleasure, and the boy who liked Lin Qing couldn't help but show a worried expression. As the girl had pointed out, running out now wouldn't be timely enough. He also wouldn't dare to shout loudly to warn Lin Qing. After all, though he liked her, His affection wasn't strong enough for him to risk his life or his future. In truth, his feelings were superficial, and fundamentally, he was quite selfish. But the following scene left them almost wide-eyed in shock. When Lin Qing approached within dozens of meters of the entrance to the scenic area, the middle-aged man carrying the sword quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully and saying, "Master Lin, you've arrived. My master has been waiting for you for quite some time." "All right, lead the way then." Lin Qing nodded calmly in response. And at that moment, the heads of the organizations, tycoons, and politicians bowed their heads in profound respect toward Lin Qing. How is this possible? How could they be waiting for a Chinese person? Yamashita Koji revealed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 370. Speculations about Lin Qing's background. The Chinese student who had a good impression of Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Lin Qing, how could this be?" And his cry caused many men in black suits to glare at him angrily. Lin Qing noticed them at this moment as well. She didn't expect such coincidence. She would bump into these students. She walked up to them and greeted them. "You're also here for a visit at Eagle Mountain?" "Yes." Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Qing, not daring to speak much. When they were unaware of Lin Qing's identity, they could talk to her freely, but after witnessing the current scene, no one dared to speak casually. "You should leave as soon as possible. There might be some danger here in a while," Lin Qing advised. After all, she wasn't sure how intense the upcoming battle would be. If a landslide occurred, then these students without martial skills would be in grave danger. Having said that, Lin Qing stopped paying attention to them and headed towards Eagle Mountain. As Lin Qing left, Shang Shijie, who had been extremely arrogant toward those Chinese students before, immediately asked, "Do you know that important person?" "Yes, we are good friends," Li Lin quickly responded. After hearing these words, Shang Shijie didn't dare to say anything more, and his earlier arrogant and overbearing demeanor disappeared. "So what do we do now?" Li Lin couldn't help but ask. "We'd better leave as soon as possible. Didn't Lin Qing just say there will be danger here soon?" "But aren't you curious what's going to happen here later?" Li Lin opened hesitantly. "What's the use of curiosity? We can't lose our lives because of it." Lin Qing warned us, meaning the situation is bound to be dangerous. Isn't there a saying, "Curiosity killed the cat"? They say cats have 9 lives, yet curiosity can kill even a cat with 9 lives. What about ordinary people then? That's right, safety comes first. If something major happens here, we can find out from the news tomorrow. Why take risks unnecessarily? After some discussion, the majority decided to leave. Under the guidance of the tour guide, numerous Chinese students quietly departed. On their way back, the group started discussing Lin Qing's identity again. Who do you think Lin Qing really is? Why did so many big Japanese figures wait for her like this? When we first arrived in Japan, we didn't have a hotel to stay in. Later, Lin Qing recommended us to go to Qianhu Hotel. At that time, the general manager of Qianhu Hotel treated Lin Qing very respectfully, and we guessed that Lin Qing must be a low-key rich person. Lin Qing explained that she was a platinum member of the hotel, which was why the hotel's manager showed such respect. But now it seems, even if she were a platinum member, his attitude was too respectful. So, she's clearly more than just a wealthy person. Yes, when I look back at the scene now, there definitely seemed to be something odd. I think Lin Qing is the child of a super senior leader of our China. But the currently active national leaders seem not to have the surname Lin. You idiot, children of the current top national leaders may not share their surnames. Or perhaps Lin Qing's present name isn't her real one. After all, children of such high-ranking individuals could be in danger. It's entirely possible that this precaution is for their protection. But even so, those Japanese great figures seem overly respectful toward Lin Qing. I think Lin Qing may be the illegitimate daughter of a certain Japanese leader in office, with her mother being Chinese. If so, why does Lin Qing grow up in our China? Wouldn't this make things more dangerous? Once someone discovers her true identity, complications will arise. Moreover, based on Lin Qing's performance in the preliminary round of the Olympic mathematics competition, she is a strong contender for the championship. If she represents China to win the championship, wouldn't that embarrass the Japanese? Thus, I think this possibility is small. While these doubts exist, it's unlikely she fits the scenarios mentioned above. Could she possibly be a fairy? An unintentional complaint from a student echoed once again. To them mere mortals, Lin Qing, as a cultivator, indeed seemed like a fairy. While everyone was excitedly discussing, a girl who mostly stayed silent harbored deep jealousy towards Lin Qing. Now, she was calming herself down quietly. She was immensely glad that she hadn't offended Lin Qing out of jealousy. Otherwise, her situation would have been dire. The male student who had a good impression of Lin Qing was also filled with regret at this moment. He regretted that he didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, he might have had a girlfriend with an astronomical background. But if he confessed now, Lin Qing would definitely think he was attracted to her family's power and wouldn't accept him, or even worse, her opinion of him might deteriorate. Alas, how could he feel like he had missed out on a super big opportunity? After the students discussed for a while, they began to plan where to go next for fun since they still had an afternoon left to enjoy. Meanwhile, Lin Qing had already reached the top of Eagle Mountain. On one side of the mountain peak, there was an old man sitting cross-legged, looking as fragile as rotten wood. He wore a Taoist robe with a celestial aura, yet it did nothing to add grace but instead made him look even more frail, almost skeletal, as if only his bones were holding him together. Upon seeing Lin Qing, the old man showed a surprised expression and said, Master Lin, I knew you were young, but I didn't expect you to be so young, and even a young lady. So what if I'm a woman? Are you, Master Yinting, like those timid commoners who look down on women? Lin Qing replied coldly. You're overthinking this, friend. I don't look down on women. I'm merely curious about your identity. Yinting Xingyi smiled slightly. As he spoke, he stood up and stretched his body. Suddenly, his whole body emitted a series of cracking sounds, and at that very moment, he underwent a tremendous transformation. Before, his body felt like it was about to break down at any second. Now, his muscles were full, veins bulging, his overall physical state seeming to revert to when he was younger. Lin Xing watched curiously at Yinting Xingyi's transformation and chuckled. Ha! I thought I would be fighting against just a pile of dry bones. Who would have thought? Mr. Yinting has such great skills, probably to extend your lifespan, huh? Ha ha, Lin friend, sharp eyes indeed. I didn't expect you to spot the purpose behind my actions right away. Your insight matches the achievements you have at such a young age. A lot of grandmaster martial artists can't match your discernment in this respect. Alas, age catches up, life is running short. What I do is to preserve my energy and strength, allowing me to live a bit longer. Yinting Xingyi laughed heartily. Chapter 371, Battle on Eagle Mountain. Oh, then why do you challenge me? By reason, with your old bones and limited remaining life, you should value your existence more, Lin Xing countered. Ha ha ha, I know my life is running out. That's why I want to make a last stand. Martial arts at our level only transcends by breaking through innate abilities and entering the divine sea realm to truly be carefree in the world. If it weren't for the failure of my previous plan to resurrect the eight-forked serpent, I might have already entered the divine sea realm. Despite this, I've never experienced defeat. In China, there is a phrase, solitary seeker of defeat. So I thank heaven for bringing you to me, laughed Yinting Xingyi. If one looked closely, they could see passion and desire in Yinting Xingyi's eyes. He longed to battle Lin Xing. His notion of solitary seeker of defeat wasn't really about wanting to lose, but rather the loneliness of being a master. He yearned for a combatant of equal strength. Oh, I understand now. You're trying to stimulate a breakthrough through battling me. While your idea is good, you've chosen the wrong stepping stone. I am destined to counter you. Not only will you not defeat me today, but you'll die at my hands, Lin Xing declared. She instantly grasped his intentions. Unbeknownst to him, he was the mastermind behind the scheme using China's dragon veins to resurrect the eight-forked serpent. Had she not known this, she may not have gone all out in just sparring. Now knowing this fact, she wouldn't let Yinting Xingyi go. After all, he was responsible for numerous deaths among Chinese people. Humph, it seems you're very confident in yourself, but the winner or loser must be determined in battle. Yinting Xingyi smirked lightly. He didn't take Lin Xing's words seriously. To him, it was merely youthful arrogance. Thousands of meters high atop the mountain, the cold wind howled. Any ordinary person would likely fall off and become a tragic end. However, Lin Xing and Yinting Xingyi stood firmly as though rooted on the stones. Lin Xing quickly probed her opponent with divine awareness and felt his surging vitality, profound true essence, and tenacious spirit power. From physical form to spiritual state, and even his inner true essence, the opponent had reached an exceedingly formidable extent. Indeed worthy as Japan's top martial artist, undefeated living fossil, who has probably attained the peak innate realm and possibly steps away from the divine sea realm. No wonder you wish to fight me, using me as a stepping stone, Lin Xing thought inwardly. If it were an average genius from this planet, no matter how outstanding, this battle might seem unwinnable. But alas, why did he choose her? A cultivator from a cultivation world? Regardless of whether he'd yet entered the divine sea realm, even if he already had, he was still no match for her. Attack! I have something else to do later, and don't wish to waste too much time here. Lin Xing spoke indifferently, giving the impression of disdain towards Yinting Xingyi and treating the battle lightly. Lin Xing, you're overly arrogant and haughty. You've perhaps never encountered defeat since debuting, which explains your disregard for others, thinking yourself invincible after defeating He Chuanzi. He's merely a ghost deity without a physical body. Even I could easily kill him. Today, I'll give you a lesson, Yinting Xingyi mocked. Humph, you haven't even reached the divine sea realm, insufficient to teach me anything. Even the true divine sea realm warriors are no match for me. Train a few hundred more years before you think about teaching me. Lin Xing retorted sharply. Humph, ignorant youth. Today I shall kill you and silence your boastful talk. You will pay the price for your arrogance. With these words, Yinting Xingyi no longer hesitated. He swiftly formed a white light sword at his fingertips and slashed towards Lin Xing nearby. The energy condensed within the white light sword was extremely alarming. If it hit an ordinary innate warrior, it could split them into two. Yinting Xingyi assumed Lin Xing would dodge, but to his great surprise, she didn't budge an inch, instead thrusting forth a fiery red fist straight toward the white light sword. Humph, overestimating your abilities, this is where it ends. You brought it upon yourself, Yinting Xingyi thought. A fiery red glow emitted from Lin Xing's clenched fist. It was the fourth layer blaze of Phoenix refinement technique, and her cultivation had already reached this level. The small but fierce punch collided with the fiery red light against the white blade. Bang! A deafening sound erupted on the mountaintop. Even those far down below were startled. The subsequent shockwave shattered and sent countless rocks flying, rolling towards the foot of the mountain. Oh, that's bad. Something's falling from the mountain. Everybody take cover, someone shouted. Several master martial artists swiftly tapped on the ground and leaped into the air, smashing their fists down onto the boulders. The stones instantly turned to dust and fell harmlessly to the ground. Ordinary people, disperse now. You've seen enough. It's dangerous to stay here, one of the masters loudly declared. He infused his voice with mental energy, making it boom like a loudspeaker directly in everyone's ears, causing dizziness among the crowd. Those who had stayed to watch were already terrified by what they'd just witnessed. Had those rocks crushed them, they would have been beyond dead. Then the thunderous sound made their panic worse. Besides, there was nothing more for them to see. They couldn't possibly witness anything from the mountaintop where the battle took place, so they saw no point in lingering further. And with that, the spectators didn't hesitate, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. When everything calmed down, Yiting Shengyi realized that Lin Qing had absorbed his previous attack without sustaining any injury at all. That had been an attack delivered with 9/10 of his full power. How is this possible? Yiting Shengyi asked, disbelief clearly evident in his tone. Why wouldn't it be possible? Lin Qing replied coolly. Fine, I underestimated you. Who would have thought your strength was so deep? Your talent is unprecedented, something I've never seen or heard of before in my life. Ha ha ha, now I can unleash my full force completely. Yiting Shengyi laughed heartily. With that, he drew his sword, a blade sharp enough to cut hairs blown across its edge, immensely sharp, forged from meteoric iron. The cold gleam it emitted spoke volumes of it being a peerless weapon indeed. Chapter 372, The Legendary Flying Sword. Alas, Lin Qing shook her head and sighed as she looked at the sword. Though in the eyes of others, it was an extraordinary sword. Indeed, it was so for the people on this planet. However, from Lin Qing's perspective, they had absolutely wasted the fine meteoric iron. After all, using meteoric iron as the main material and adding some other minerals could have produced an excellent spiritual sword. But instead, they used the meteoric iron to create an ordinary sword, which naturally made her feel it was such a waste. Although this sword was considered exceptional on this planet, after all, it was just a common item and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as a spiritual sword. Lin Qing knew that the opponent would definitely lose to her, and when that happened, this sword would become her spoil of war. She would certainly destroy this sword and reforge it into a proper spiritual sword. Why do you sigh? Yiting Shengyi was utterly perplexed as to why, at this crucial moment of battle, the opponent would emit a sound of sighing. I think this sword is terrible, a sheer waste of an excellent material, Lin Qing said with indifference. She was merely speaking the truth, but unfortunately, not everyone believed her. Are you insulting me? Yiting Shengyi angrily retorted. This sword had always been something he took immense pride in. To him, it was a world-class sword capable of harmonizing with his heart. Unexpectedly, his world-class sword, which he thought unique, was deemed poor by someone else. How could he not get angry? After all, for a swordsman, a good sword was an extremely significant thing, akin to a confidant. There is a saying that a scholar will die for one who understands him. Now, the opponent was disparaging his sword, like mocking him himself. The sword symbolized his will. How could he not get furious? You're really going too far. Since you say my sword is inadequate, I'll let you see its power. Cutting you down with this exceptional sword will not count as defiling you. Watch out, Yiting Shengyi coldly remarked. With that, he immediately executed a splendid flower pattern of moves and lunged at Lin Qing. He exerted tenfold his strength in this strike, filling the sword with a killing aura, the sword's glow splitting space to form white streaks, creating a massive fiery design resembling fireworks. This maneuver caused the surrounding rocks to shatter into small pieces. Under this terrifying blade radiating a chill, humans appeared somewhat insignificant, as if they could be devoured by this sword's brilliance at any moment. Since you don't believe me, let me show you what a true superior sword is. Lin Qing scoffed. Saying this, a silver-white sword rapidly formed in her hands. It resembled both a tool sword and an ornamental one, since its blade didn't seem very sharp. As Yiting Shengyi wondered where the sword had come from, Lin Qing moved. She had no superfluous motions, thrusting seemingly carelessly. Naturally, this act elicited some disdain from Yiting Shengyi. A sword technique like that, and a sword resembling mere craftsmanship. How dare it look down on my sword? This is simply asking for death, Yiting Shengyi muttered under his breath. The moment Lin Qing's thrust reached its target, her sword underwent a dramatic change. That once seemingly ornamental sword gleamed with golden light, suddenly breaking free from Lin Qing's hand and colliding with Yiting Shengyi's sword, which seemed unstoppable. Contrary to their previous encounter, the two swords met without producing a great impact. Lin Qing's sword, as though entering a realm without resistance, effortlessly pierced through Yiting Shengyi's move and struck the body of his own sword. Clang! Yiting Shengyi's sword fell from his grasp, shattered on the ground, broken into two pieces, and Lin Qing's glowing golden sword quickly reversed direction, returning to her hand, resuming its original appearance, the same craft-like image it initially displayed. How can this be? What exactly is your sword? Could it be the legendary flying sword of China? Yiting Shengyi's eyes were about to pop out from surprise. He had always believed that the flying sword in Chinese legends was just that, a legend, non-existent. But now, he had seen it before his very eyes. No wonder Lin Qing didn't look favorably upon his sword, compared to hers. His sword had crumbled to dust within moments. So, I told you your sword was inadequate, but you wouldn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Moreover, martial techniques aren't necessarily the more terrifying, the better. Your previous move was broken with my casual counterattack, showing clearly that in terms of the essence of the sword, you're no match for me. Lin Qing spoke indifferently. In terms of understanding in the way of the sword, how could Yiting Shengyi possibly compare to her? After all, she was a cultivator, regardless of whether her inner true essence was denser than his, or simply the cultivation method of spiritual practice she practiced being incomparably more powerful than these secular world martial arts. I've lost, Yiting Shengyi laughed bitterly. At the same time, he wore an expression of utter despair. He hadn't anticipated that there would be someone like Lin Qing in this world who could effortlessly dismantle his strongest offensive with a single move. Now he was convinced of his defeat. He had originally thought the other party was brash and arrogant, but it turned out that she truly possessed such capabilities. Where exactly did Lin Qing emerge from? How could she have such powerful skills and weapons? Could it be that she was a descendant of some celestial immortal? Yin Teng Sheng Yi couldn't help but speculate thus. Since you've lost, you can die now, Lin Qing said coldly. Lin Qing, I don't recall harboring any profound enmity toward you. Could it be you truly seek to obliterate me completely? Yin Teng Sheng Yi knew that if Lin Qing were to kill him using her flying sword, he wouldn't stand a chance. But even insects strive to survive when in danger, and he was unwilling to meet his end so easily. In the face of death, even a sage would feel fear, let alone him, who was not yet a sage. We may not hold any deep grudge against each other, but I must kill you nonetheless. Since your death is imminent, I'll reveal something to you before you pass on. This will be the reason why I am killing you, Lin Qing said. What is it? Yin Teng Sheng Yi couldn't help but ask. It's because I was the one who thwarted your plan to resurrect the 8-headed dragon snake in China. I've come to eliminate you for the Chinese victims who perished cruelly due to your scheme, Lin Qing said icily. What? It was you. However, Lin Qing, those commoners are no more than insects to people like us. What difference does their loss make? Was there anyone among them related to you, or close to you? Yin Teng Sheng Yi displayed an air of supreme indifference towards all life. None of them are related to me, or close to me. They might indeed be insignificant like ants, but aren't you just as much an ant to me? Lin Qing retorted with a cold laugh. As she spoke, she ceased wasting words. She brought 2 fingers together and commanded her flying sword to execute Yin Teng Sheng Yi. Summoning all his strength, Yin Teng Sheng Yi fled down the mountain. Yet, he hadn't gone far when a streak of golden light pierced through his heart before vanishing once again. Chapter 373. The only blame lies in Lin Qing's overwhelming power. Lin Qing watched as the golden light pierced through Yin Teng Sheng Yi's body, and Yin Teng Sheng Yi took a few more steps forward. Then, as if he sensed something, he held his own heart, spoke one word, "You," and fell down motionless. Lin Qing, seeing him die completely, picked up the broken sword made of meteoric iron and put it into her storage space before rushing down the mountain. The martial artist felt the astonishing presence from just now and all looked towards the mountaintop, hoping to catch a glimpse of some details of the fight. After all, this was a battle between innate level experts, which might not be seen for years, and to witness it this time was indeed an utmost honor for them. However, after the rocks were affected by the fight above and began to fall, there was absolutely no sound or movement from the top. What's going on? How come there's no sound anymore? Could the battle have ended? Who knows? Could it be that the so-called Master Lin was quickly defeated by Yinting? It's really possible. It is said that Yinting has reached the peak level of innate realm, while Master Lin probably just entered the innate stage not long ago. Although both are at the innate level, there's a world of difference between the early innate stage and the peak innate stage. It's entirely possible that Master Lin was killed instantly. In this situation, usually Yinting would display his true strength from the beginning. Yinting truly is a remarkable martial artist who gives it his all, even when facing someone less skilled than himself. No wonder he remains undefeated. Seeing that there was no movement from above, the group began to discuss. Most were praising Yinting Sheng Yi with flattery. Of course, there were exceptions. Some Chinese martial artists who admired Master Lin greatly were dissatisfied with the majority's one-sided attitude and spoke up. Are you not speaking too soon? It's still unknown who won and lost. Yes, exactly. Perhaps they shook hands and made peace. Apparently, even among the Chinese martial artists, there wasn't much confidence in Lin Qing. When those Japanese martial artists heard the remarks from the Chinese martial artists, they sneered and said, "That's right." Another possibility is that Yinting thought the so-called Master Lin's skills were too poor, so he refused to fight with him. "You," the Chinese martial artist angrily responded. Just then, someone shouted, "Hey, someone is coming down." Who? Who is it? Do we even need to ask? Of course, it must be Master Yinting. A white figure leaped down from the waist of the mountain. Their posture was as light as a small bird. Though the height of the mountain's middle section wasn't excessively high, it was still hundreds of meters. Falling from such a height under the acceleration of gravity would generate tremendous impact upon landing. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even if they didn't die from the fall, their legs would likely suffer comminuted fractures. Bang! Everyone heard a loud noise as a several meter deep and tens of meter wide crater immediately formed at the foot of the mountain. The rocks laid out there were extremely hard, yet these rocks now cracked outward from the crater like a spider web. Because of the impact causing dust and rock particles to fly everywhere, the people could not initially see who was in the crater. Master Yinting is truly amazing. He truly deserves the title of Japan's strongest martial artist. If I fell from such a height, I'd definitely be half dead. For Master Yinting to do this means such a trivial matter cannot harm him in any way. As the dust slowly cleared, a white figure walked out of it. They were not covered in dust, but remained spotlessly clean. As the person came closer, everyone recognized their face. It was actually Lin Qing. "Lin Qing, why are you here? Where's my master?" asked Shan Ko Qingji first. Why can't I be here? Your master, I've already killed him." Lin Qing answered calmly. "You're lying, this isn't possible," Shan Ko Qingji said, disbelief in his tone. And the surrounding crowd also showed expressions of incredulity. This couldn't be possible. Lord Yinting had actually lost. Whether it's real or not, Go check the mountaintop and you'll find Yingting Xingyi's body lying there perfectly intact. Lin Qing replied coldly. Upon hearing her words, no one could deny what she said. After all, if Yingting Xingyi weren't dead, Lin Qing would essentially be discrediting herself by making such claims. You? I'll kill you. Shocked by this news, Shan Koqingji pulled out his sword to stab at Lin Qing. Lin Qing laughed coldly, and with a single wave, she formed a wind blade that flew towards Shan Koqingji. His arm holding the sword was immediately severed by the wind blade into two parts. Ah! In excruciating pain, Shan Koqingji clutched his own severed arm and collapsed weakly on the ground. To be honest, Shan Koqingji's abilities were not weak. He had already reached the peak of hidden force and only needed one more opportunity to break through into the transformational force. However, his skills were far inferior to Lin Qing's, and he could not even handle her casual attack. Master Lin, isn't this too extreme? Isn't it beneath your dignity as a great master? Mr. Shan Ko was merely unable to accept the death of his master. Why must you pursue him so mercilessly? You know that Shan Ko is a swordsman, and by severing his arm, you've effectively ruined a future swordsmanship prodigy. A Japanese grandmaster stepped forward and spoke up. Who says I need any great master dignity? This has absolutely no use for me. Why would I want it? As for Shan Koqingji, once he dared to draw his sword against me, I wouldn't spare him. And since I haven't killed him, he should be grateful. Lin Qing said coldly. Lin Qing's words radiated with supreme confidence, leaving all the surrounding experts speechless. After all, just moments ago, they had been bad-mouthing Lin Qing. If she knew, would she have killed them on the spot? At this moment, the Chinese martial artists wore expressions of vindication and relief. To be honest, they hadn't expected Master Lin to win either. They had wholeheartedly supported Master Lin because this match also symbolized a contest between Japan and China. They simply couldn't support Japan. Yet, Master Lin shocked them again beyond expectation. This time, Lin Qing defeated Yingting Xingyi, Japan's strongest fighter, which meant that Japan might not recover for decades and would be firmly suppressed under China's dominance. Currently, Lin Qing was still young, yet she was already this powerful. In several years, she might very well step into the Divine Sea realm, or even ascend to the legendary Earth Immortal level. For Japan, cultivating another fighter as strong as Yingting Xingyi would already be extremely difficult, let alone someone surpassing Lin Qing. The blame lay solely in Lin Qing's overwhelming power. At this moment, whether Japanese martial artists or high-ranking members of the Japanese establishment, all wore gloomy faces, brimming with anxiety. Currently, Japan's gross national product had already been surpassed by China, and now their martial arts, something they took pride in, had also been outmatched by China. What face did they have left to claim they represented the East's first or the ultimate strength in Asia? It was only Lin Qing's brilliance that had caused this situation. Chapter 374, Shocking the World. At this moment, the Chinese martial artists did not care about the Japanese martial artists' foul moods. They all wore happy expressions. Lin Qing's defeat of Ita Seiichi represented the glory of Chinese martial arts and signified a new era was about to begin. In this upcoming era, Lin Qing would undoubtedly hold an important place in the world of martial arts. I told you, since Master Lin entered the scene, no matter how skilled the opponent, none have ever been her match. A Japanese old man who seems as withered as could never possibly be her rival. Master Lin is truly invincible. That's right. Those who said Master Lin would surely lose, why don't they speak up now? Their faces are slapped good and hard. Of course, there were also some special department personnel from other countries watching the battle. They had not approached Lin Qing earlier because Jiang Beichen was safeguarding her. Actually, Lin Qing had already caught the attention of state agents. However, because she hadn't done anything immoral or illegal and was protected by elite Jiang Beichen from the Dragon Group, a special national department, they chose not to disturb her. But after this event, it was likely that the number one leader would summon Lin Qing. Regarding Lin Qing's victory, those from the special departments showed expressions of disbelief and shock. Ita Seiichi, according to their files, was one of the strongest martial artists in the world. To beat him meant that Lin Qing possessed even greater strength, placing her at the pinnacle of the world. Lin Qing glanced at the many Japanese martial artists, too afraid to make a sound, and then turned toward the cheering masses of Chinese martial artists before departing. The foreign onlookers, warriors and scholars alike, watched Lin Qing walk away and whispered among themselves, Master Lin will surely become renowned around the world. When Lin Qing killed Saint Haoyan, she was only just entering the world stage, and many top-tier warriors did not take her seriously. In their view, killing a peak master-level warrior wasn't enough to draw their attention. In this age of information, soon after Lin Qing left Eagle Mountain, the news of her defeating Ita Seiichi spread quickly across the entire world. And within China's borders, this news swept like a whirlwind through the martial arts community. The martial arts world was shocked. Along with this shock came a sense of jubilation from all major sects and clans. When Japan invaded China, it left an indelible mark of shame in the hearts of the Chinese people. In every aspect, economic, cultural, and martial, Japan looked down upon China, thinking them incapable in every way. A few years ago, when China's GDP surpassed Japan's, the Japanese justified it by saying it was merely due to the large population of China. Now, even in martial arts, something Japan prided itself on, they had lost to China. Let's see what they say now. In Zhongzhou City No. 1 High School, where students were eating lunch, Xiao Muting rushed to find Zhou Linger and share the news. What? Are you telling me my master defeated Japan's greatest fighter? This news has already spread throughout the martial world. Zhou Linger exclaimed in surprise. She knew her master was powerful, but she hadn't expected her to be so extraordinarily strong. She still had a long way to go compared to her master. Zhou Linger nodded towards Xiao Muting and immediately hugged him in excitement. Wow, I'm so thrilled. I am proud to have such a master. You? Xiao Muting was speechless. He felt the softness of her body and became momentarily dazed. It seemed he didn't mind her proximity. Rather, he liked it. Over time, while living and studying together, both Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting had unknowingly developed feelings for each other. Because they often argued, neither had noticed these emotions until now. Her actions seemed to have broken the invisible barrier between them. But apparently, Zhou Linger forgot they were in the school cafeteria during lunchtime. Wow, isn't that Xiao Muting and Zhou Linger? Why are they hugging? Someone exclaimed upon seeing them. What? Where? A girl followed the direction of the speaker's gaze and spotted them embracing. Humph, I always knew this Zhou Linger wasn't a good person. Her true nature has revealed itself. She claimed they were just ordinary friends before. Huh. I suppose that ordinary friend relationship of hers can roll along. Hearing the gasps from others, Zhou Linger suddenly realized what she'd done and hastily pulled away from Xiao Muting. Her face turned beet red. Why had she lost control? Lost control? At the thought of this word, her whole demeanor suddenly changed. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Xiao Muting? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhou Linger stammered, and as soon as she finished her sentence, she quickly turned around and ran away. Her heart was racing with chaos at that moment. To be honest, Zhou Linger felt insecure about men due to her father's unreliability, which deprived her of paternal affection during her childhood. This left an indelible mark on her standards in choosing a partner. Even though she appeared to be a cheerful girl, deep down, she harbored fear and anxiety towards love. Therefore, when she realized she had started developing feelings for Xiao Muting, she panicked and fled after muttering an apology. Back within Zhongzhou City No. 1 High School, news spread like a hurricane that Xiao Muting and Zhou Linger were dating. The students paid no heed to the events in the martial arts world. Instead, their attention remained fixated on the gods and goddesses around them. What? Xiao Muting is dating Zhou Linger? When did this happen? Jiang Ran asked furiously. Jiang Ran had always liked Xiao Muting. She believed he would eventually see through Zhou Linger's true colors, that beneath the guise of purity lay a scheming woman who merely faked innocence. She was confident that Xiao Muting ultimately belonged to her. But today's unexpected news stunned her, sparking immense anger within her. Just now, someone saw Xiao Muting hugging Zhou Linger. A female student beside Jiang Ran whispered softly. What? It must be Zhou Linger seducing my Xiao brother Muting. How could someone like her ever catch his eye? She's so vulgar. All she knows how to do is fight. What else does she even bring to the table? Jiang Ran said, her expression filled with madness. Zhou Linger, since you insist on going against me time and again, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's your fault for not knowing your place and provoking someone you shouldn't. Jiang Ran muttered under her breath. At this moment, a reckless plan formed in her mind. Chapter 375. It's their bad luck to meet a villain like me. On the afternoon of that day after school, Jiang Ran stepped up to the podium and addressed her classmates. Everyone, this Saturday is my birthday, and I hope you all will come to my birthday party. And this Saturday happened to be her birthday, making it a great opportunity to outwit Zhou Linger. As for Lin Xing, after leaving Eagle Mountain, she returned to Qianhu Hotel and found teacher Zhang Jia. Hey, Lin Xing, didn't you go out to play with the other students? Is there something you need from me? Zhang Jia asked in surprise. In her view, Lin Xing should not lack money, and since they were already in Japan, why wasn't she going out to have fun? Girls at this age usually enjoyed playing around. Even academic overachievers like Lin Xing were no exception. Teacher Zhang, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to China with all of you. I have some matters to attend to and will probably stay in Japan for a few more days, Lin Xing said. Lin Xing, what exactly do you need to do? Not returning to China with us. What if something dangerous happens to you? After all, you're still a minor girl. Teacher Zhang Jia couldn't help but worry. As the supervising teacher, she would also bear responsibility if one of her students got into trouble. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. If anything happens to me, you won't be held accountable, Lin Xing reassured, understanding the teacher's concern. It's not about shirking responsibility. It's mainly that I don't want anything to happen to you, Zhang Jia quickly explained. Although secretly, she thought, just because you say I don't need to take responsibility doesn't mean I actually won't have to. The adult world is much more complicated than you think. Lin Xing knew that even though she said Zhang wouldn't have to take responsibility, Zhang obviously still felt uneasy. Subsequently, Lin Xing made a phone call. Hey, Bei-chun, I need to stay in Japan for a while longer. However, our teacher is worried about me. Could you figure out a way to reassure her? Qing, don't you owe me an explanation? A melancholic voice of Jiang Bei-chun responded on the other side. Explanation? What kind of explanation? Lin Xing asked, confused. Weren't you in a battle with Yin Tingxinyi at Eagle Mountain this noon? Do you know how dangerous he is? You couldn't even inform me beforehand, leaving me as the last person to know. When I heard this news, thinking of the possible danger you might face really made me anxious. Jiang Bei-chun, who usually speaks little, now let out a string of complaints. Sorry, I caused you concern. I had confidence in winning, so I didn't place much importance on telling you about the battle, Lin Xing admitted helplessly. Her words left Jiang Bei-chun speechless. Was it because he was too weak? Upon reflection, Jiang Bei-chun increasingly realized that the gap between them was widening. He originally thought that by advancing to the Grandmaster level, the gap between him and Qing would narrow. But he found himself mistaken. She remained unfathomably profound. Even top-tier warriors worldwide seemed like easy opponents to her. This made him seem incompetent as a boyfriend. Clearly, he needed to put more effort into keeping pace with her. Qing, I know you're talented, but you must take care of yourself. If you meet an opponent too strong to handle, run away when necessary. As for what you mentioned earlier, give me your group leader teacher's phone number, and I'll take care of it. Jiang Family, who usually instructs soldiers in the military to be brave and unafraid of sacrifice, never expected he'd one day be teaching his own girlfriend that sometimes it's best to flee. All right, thank you. Oh, and in the coming period, I plan to explore a secret location. The signal might be poor there, so if you can't reach me, don't worry. I'll just be training inside. Lin did not tell Jiang Family about the possible dangers in the hidden realm, as she didn't want to unnecessarily add to his worries. After all, she herself wasn't sure about what the mysterious place entailed. Is this the reason why you're staying longer in Japan? Is this secret place located in or near Japan? Jiang Family quickly caught on based on Lin words. Yes, my teacher's number is 130xxxxxxxx, Lin said. All right, keep safe, came the slightly concerned yet calm response from Xiao Muting. Lin didn't avoid making the phone call in front of Zhang Jie, so hearing that Lin intended to stay in Japan for exploration purposes only increased Zhang Jie's anxiety further. Student Lin, I know you might be interested in adventures, but this society can be dangerous. For a female student, especially a pretty one, it's even more perilous. Haven't you seen frequent news reports of female students going missing? Generally speaking, China has relatively good public security, which may have given you the false impression that other countries are just as safe. It's not true. Some countries, particularly those where people can carry guns, are highly dangerous, Zhang Jie kept on saying. She hoped to dissuade Lin from her decision through reasoning. However, there was no way Lin would change her mind once she had made up her decision, and external factors rarely swayed her. Teacher, don't worry. Even if I run into danger, the bad guys won't be able to hurt me. In fact, they'd be unlucky to meet someone like me, Lin said seriously. Zhang Jie was left speechless upon hearing this. Bad guys wouldn't be able to harm her, and meeting her would be their misfortune. Did she think she was Wonder Woman? She wanted to continue persuading Lin but noticed her pick up a porcelain teacup. Lin, are you thirsty? Let me pour you some tea, Zhang Jie helplessly offered. As the old saying goes, drinking tea calms the mind. Young people often acted impulsively, so perhaps drinking tea together would allow for a calmer conversation. Lin smiled and shook her head. Teacher Zhang, I'm not thirsty. I know you don't believe that I can protect myself, but I can prove it to you. This left Teacher Zhang somewhat baffled. She wondered silently. Prove it to me? How will grabbing a cup prove anything? Are you going to smash it into pieces and show off your strength? But what happened next completely shattered her worldview. With one hand, Lin gave the thick porcelain cup a forceful squeeze, and with a crack, it instantly turned into shards. But it didn't end there. Lin grabbed the fragments with her hand. Be careful. Zhang Jie couldn't help but scream. Even if Lin had immense strength, sharp fragments could easily cut into her skin. What followed left her speechless yet again. Lin rubbed her hands together as if crushing something. In no time, she opened her palms, and the porcelain cup had completely turned into a pile of sand that fell between her fingers. And yet, her hands remained immaculately clean, smooth, and without a single scratch. How is this possible? How did you do that? Zhang Jie was utterly astonished. Chapter 376. The other party is not a fraudster. Lin had not yet spoken when Zhang Jie's phone rang. Zhang Jie blankly picked up the phone. Hello, may I ask who's calling? Hi, are you Ms. Zhang, the leading teacher for this year's trip to Japan for the Mathematical Olympiad? Came the deep and sexy voice of Jiang Family on the other end, captivating the listener. Yes, I'm Zhang Jie. May I ask who you are? Zhang Jie asked in surprise. The number that had just called her was very unfamiliar, and upon hearing a stranger's voice, she instinctively became wary. Hello, Teacher Zhang. I am a staff member of China's National Special Department. Before Jiang Family could finish speaking, Zhang Jie interrupted. Sorry, I have no interest in knowing you or what you're talking about. What does the National Special Department have to do with me? With that, she ruthlessly hung up. She looked at Lin who was staring blankly at her, and immediately explained, I apologize, student Lin. Please continue. Earlier, I received a fraud call where the person claimed to be from the National Special Department. Their number was from the capital, but humph, how ridiculous trying to deceive me. I've read many books about fraud cases. One common scam involves pretending to be an official, some big leader, or even a direct relative of such leaders, all with the aim of swindling money or manipulating others. However, the con artist who called sounded young and had a magnetic voice. Why would such talented youth waste their time on scams? It's really contemptible, but it's strange how they got my number and know so much about me. Security regarding personal information these days is terrible. Lin has extremely sharp hearing. She recognized that the caller during Zhang Jie's conversation was Jiang Family. Imagining Jiang Family being mistaken as a scammer made her want to laugh. Teacher Zhang, the person isn't a fraudster, Lin explained. Huh? How do you know? Zhang Jie asked curiously. Isn't the number 159xxxxxxxx? Lin counter-asked. Oh wow, that's correct. He's my boyfriend. He works for a special national department. As for me, I stayed behind in Japan to carry out a task, which is why I'm not going back. You've seen my skills. Ordinary bad people wouldn't stand a chance against me. Lin lied reluctantly. In essence, it was a well-intentioned lie. Sometimes, white lies can save a lot of trouble, and occasionally one can't avoid telling them in life. I see. Since it's a national mission, there's nothing I can do about you staying here alone. And sorry about earlier, mistaking your boyfriend for a fraudster. Would you please explain it to him for me? Zhang Jie gave a look of apology. No problem. After finishing, Lin Xing left Zhang Jie's room and returned to hers. At that moment, her phone dinged, signaling a text message had arrived. Qing, I wasn't able to finish what I was saying before because your group teacher mistook me for a fraudster. This is a first-time experience for me. Weep weep. Jiang Beichen typed this message followed by a face with hands covering his eyes and crying emoji. Ha ha ha. Quite memorable, isn't it? But I've already clarified everything with teacher Zhang. She now knows you're not a fraudster. Lin Xing stifled her laughter as she replied. Alright. Your teacher sure has strong vigilance. Of course, teachers are cautious, especially those in charge of trips. A bit of carefulness is normal. By the way, when are you heading to that secret realm? Tomorrow, we'll depart. Then take care of yourself. Okay, kisses. In the evening, all students except Lin Xing gathered in the lobby of the Sin House Hotel with their luggage packed, ready to return to China. This time, they had booked a large bus. Once everyone was aboard, teacher Zhang Jie announced that they could depart. Where's student Lin Xing? Why haven't I seen her? A flat-headed boy who didn't join the excursion due to his average financial conditions voiced his question. Student Lin Xing has something else to deal with, so she won't be returning with us. Teacher Zhang explained. Her staying alone in Japan? Isn't that dangerous? The student furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected such irresponsibility from the leading teacher allowing such situations to arise. Though he didn't get close to Lin Xing, he found her likable, beautiful, smart, though aloof, yet not arrogantly superior, making a positive impression on him. Zhang Jie was racking her brains over how to explain Lin Xing staying in Japan. Of course, it was impossible to disclose that she was there on a mission, as this involved confidentiality for national assignments. Before she could say anything, however, other students began talking amongst themselves. Hey, you were joking, right? Saying that Lin Xing might encounter danger in Japan. Yeah, do you even know who Lin Xing is? The boy looked completely confused and said, a pretty, delicate girl like her being all alone in Japan would surely face many dangers, wouldn't she? Why are you laughing at me? Seems like you must not have been at Eagle Mountain this morning. Something really big happened there today. What big thing? Is this relevant to our topic? The flat-headed boy asked, puzzled. It's highly relevant. A significant incident occurred this morning when we reached Eagle Mountain. The entire mountain had been closed off. Then a group of men wearing black suits stormed in and shooed us to the side. These people were surrounded by luxury cars as if they were holding a car exhibition. A Japanese man who'd also been shoved aside said those folks were members of a Japanese gang. One student enthusiastically narrated. What? Did you encounter the Japanese Black Society? The classmates who weren't present gasped in shock. What? You guys actually faced something like that? Why didn't you tell the teacher? What if something dangerous happened? Zhang Jie showed concern as well. Teacher Zhang, nothing happened to us, so we didn't mention it to avoid worrying you. The boy explained quickly. What happened next? The classmates who hadn't gone to Eagle Mountain asked anxiously. At first, a bunch of gang members came, so we assumed they were hosting a gang meeting. But later, numerous wealthy merchants arrived. Executives from the Matsumoto Group, Mitsui Group, and Samling Group were there, as well as many Japanese high-ranking officials. They all waited patiently for one particular person. For a long time, they stood waiting outside Eagle Mountain's entrance until the person they were awaiting finally showed up, the boy recounted excitedly. Chapter 377. The Missing Clue of Yazawa Chiharu. Who were they waiting for? That person must have a lot of clout. Could it be that the highest-ranking leader of Japan is inspecting Yamazaki Mountain? Some students who didn't go to Eagle Mountain guessed. The boy telling this story shook his head. Could it be the leader of a major Western country? Or one of our top Chinese leaders? But I haven't seen any news reports about them coming recently. The boy still shook his head. Oh come on, stop teasing us and just tell us. That's right. In fact, the person they were waiting for was Lin Xing. After building up suspense long enough, the boy finally smiled and revealed the answer. What? How could that be? What virtues or abilities does Lin Xing possess that would make people wait for her like this? Even if her family is rich, it's impossible. This has nothing to do with money. Among those awaiting, there were executives from world top 500 companies like Matsuzaka Group and Mitsubishi Group. Even if Lin Xing were the daughter of China's richest man, they wouldn't wait for her like this. Yeah, plus there were high-ranking Japanese officials and Yakuza leaders as well. These people don't care whether you're rich or not. About half of the students who didn't go were discussing. There's no impossibility here. It's the truth, the undeniable fact we witnessed ourselves. A student who went to Eagle Mountain that day spoke. Looking at those students' very definite demeanor, other classmates knew they weren't joking around. This was the truth. What kind of person are you, Lin Xing? Everyone wondered in their hearts. At the same time, they all felt relieved that they hadn't had any conflict with Lin Xing. Of course, some of them envied her, but after seeing Lin Xing humiliate Han Mei, making her kneel and kowtow in front of the Watermoo-attached hotel, none dared to provoke her anymore. Han Mei must have realized Lin Xing's identity and acted willingly at the moment. As everyone was guessing, they boarded the plane back to China. Meanwhile, at the Yazawa residence, with the help of the police, they finally managed to narrow down the clues pointing towards the girl who entered Yazawa Chiharu's room on the day of his disappearance. Subsequently, Lord Yazawa summoned Heizawa Shoji for questioning. Heizawa Shoji, who exactly was the woman you brought into Master Chiharu's room on the day of his disappearance? Asked Yazawa coldly. Master, that girl was a Chinese student participating in an Olympic student competition in Japan. Later, the young master took a liking to her, but she rejected him. Out of resentment, young Master Chiharu commanded me to kidnap her, Heizawa Shoji confessed, realizing there was no way to hide the incident any longer. What? Chiharu's actions were rash. If a Chinese student goes missing, it will surely cause diplomatic tensions between the two countries, Yazawa said sternly. Master. Actually, the young master did come up with a solution. According to that plan, it wouldn't escalate to diplomatic relations, nor would it implicate the Yazawa family. Heizawa Shoji hurriedly recounted Yazawa Chiharu's plan to Yazawa, although it hadn't been implemented due to his disappearance. My son is truly clever. However, if that girl vanished without a trace, hasn't anyone from China complained to their embassy? Lord Yazawa furrowed his brows. It seems not, Heizawa replied, confused why his master focused on such trivial matters during this critical time. That can only mean one thing. The girl hasn't disappeared. Quickly check her background. Yazawa's eyes lit up. Perhaps this girl was the key to finding his son. Soon, Heizawa brought back the information. Sure enough, Lin Qing hadn't disappeared. She had been seen at the Senji Hotel today. It seems my son's disappearance indeed relates to that Chinese girl. The surveillance footage after the house burned down showed neither of them exiting, yet she was fine outside. Yazawa let out a rare smile. Ever since Yazawa Chiharu vanished without a trace, Yazawa had maintained a somber expression with no smiles. His wife cried every day. Master, what should we do next? Heizawa asked. You take the group of experts near me and contact a few more police officers to rush to the Senji Hotel to arrest her. By the way, what's her name? Lord Yazawa questioned. She's called Lin Qing, Heizawa responded. What? She's really called Lin Qing? An expert beside Yazawa named Kung Qianche looked shocked. Is there something special about this name? Yazawa was confused. Because he had been busy looking for his son these days, he didn't pay much attention to what was happening outside, so his information was a bit blocked. Yazawa, if the person named Lin Qing is really that person, then she must not be touched. Gong Qianche spoke up. Why is that? Yazawa showed confusion. Today, a major event occurred in Japan. This event in our Japanese martial arts community is well known to everyone, and it has even drawn attention from many top martial artists around the world, which has caused significant changes in our Japanese martial arts circle, Gong Qianche explained. But how does this relate to my son's disappearance? Yazawa asked again. It does relate. The instigator of this major event in Japan is a person called Lin Qing, who killed our strongest warrior, Yudo Seiichi, today. This will lead to Japan being surpassed by China in terms of martial arts strength, completely changing Japan's position in the international martial arts community, Gong Qianche continued. The factors that reflect a country's status in the international community are military power and martial arts. Compared to military power, martial arts are more straightforward, as large-scale wars cannot happen in this society now, and competitions occur only through cyber warfare, trade wars, and martial arts matches. What? They can't be the same person, right? Yazawa frowned even deeper than before. Based on my analysis, they very likely are the same person. After all, only a top-level warrior could have taken away Yazawa Chiharu without anyone noticing and avoid being captured on surveillance. A top-level warrior, also named Lin Qing, in Chinese. This is too coincidental. Once is coincidence, 3 times proves it's the same person, Gong Qianche analyzed. What should we do then? Yazawa was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. Although he wasn't from the martial arts community and didn't understand the terror of top martial artists, he knew from Gong Qianche's tone that the person named Lin Qing shouldn't be provoked. You need to go seek their forgiveness and gain their understanding so that they willingly release Yazawa Chiharu. If Yazawa Chiharu has already been killed by them, then there's no other way. Gong Qianche sighed deeply. Chapter 378. Shocked Yoshizawa-kun. If the other party refuses to hand over the person, what should we do? Are there no other ways? Yoshizawa asked helplessly. Oh, what do you think can be done? Gong Qianche replied indifferently. Although he was a guest minister of the Zaya family, in essence, it was just a hiring relationship. He could not possibly die for the Yoshizawa family, especially when he knew it would lead to certain death and still provoke conflict. If they refuse to release her, we can hire some assassins to kill her. Since she's within Japan, if my son is alive, he likely hasn't left Japan yet. After Lin Qing dies, we only need the police to carefully investigate the places where she has stayed. I believe we will surely find Qianchun. Yoshizawa analyzed with his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Hire assassins? Do you think assassins can kill her? A martial artist at her level doesn't fear bullets, Gong Qianche said with a faintly sarcastic smile. What? Yoshizawa was shocked speechless. Before he could recover from his shock, he heard Gong Qianche continue. Do you know how much it costs in the underworld to assassinate a powerful fighter like her? How much? Yoshizawa asked blankly. $1 billion. Gong Qianche said nonchalantly. $1 billion. Yoshizawa was shocked again, almost falling out of his seat. And it cannot even guarantee her death. Gong Qianche's last sentence completely wiped out any remaining glimmer of hope in Yoshizawa's eyes. The total assets of the Yoshizawa family were around $1 billion, which included liabilities. These days, wealthy families often had debts. Many owed substantial sums to banks. Even if Yoshizawa liquidated all his assets, he would be hard-pressed to come up with more than $200 million. Moreover, to ruin his entire family for his son and still not succeed would not be something he was willing to do. He had other sons besides Yoshizawa Qianchun. If Qianchun died, he would grieve deeply, but he wouldn't risk everything for him. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the first method Gong Qianche suggested, to seek the forgiveness of the other side. As dusk fell, Lin Qing had just finished meditating and was about to head to the hotel restaurant for dinner when the doorbell rang. Lin Qing's awareness revealed that outside stood a Japanese man in his 50s, followed by someone who looked familiar, an apparent bodyguard of Yoshizawa Qianchun. Finally you've come. Then Lin Qing opened the door and invited the two inside. Who are you? And why have you come to see me? Lin Qing asked indifferently. Yoshizawa took a glance at Lin Qing and found it incredibly hard to associate the frail-looking girl before him with a terrifying martial arts expert. Never judge a book by its cover. It seemed his son had mistaken her for harmless and decided to act rashly. Hello, Miss Lin Qing. I am the father of Yoshizawa Qinshan. I know my son offended you. I beg you, please forgive him. Once he returns, I will certainly discipline him and ensure that he does not repeat such deeds. Moreover, I've also brought Black Marshswer, the one who kidnapped you last time. You may deal with him as you wish. If it weren't for these mischievous servants' instigations, my kind-hearted son Qinshan wouldn't have crossed you this way. Yoshizawa pleaded while bowing low. At this moment, Black Marshswer had clearly been abandoned as expendable bait. Black Marshswer's situation differed from Gong Qianche's. Gong Qianche was a highly paid guest master, hired on equal terms with the Yoshizawa family, whereas Black Marshswer was an orphan adopted by the Yoshizawa household since childhood. Trained from a young age, upon achieving some proficiency, he was assigned to guard Yoshizawa Qinshan. Thus, to the Yoshizawa family, Black Marshswer was simply a servant. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qing felt somewhat dumbfounded. This was a laughably absurd statement. Were they taking her for a fool? Did they really think she couldn't see through their tactic of sacrificing pawns to protect the king? Who is Yoshizawa Qinshan? I don't even know him, Lin Qing said coldly, by outright denying knowledge of him. She wanted to see what the other party would do next. You clearly know the young master, Black Marshswer said, wide-eyed in disbelief. He could hardly believe that a skilled master would blatantly tell a lie with open eyes. Do you have any evidence to prove that I know your young master? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow and countered. It was me who initially kidnapped you, Black Marshswer responded. With your skills, you could kidnap me? Are you here to joke around? Lin Qing scoffed disdainfully. In Lin Qing's eyes, Black Marshswer was a fool. His master was ready to abandon him, yet he continued to defend his master's actions, truly an example of being duped and helping count the money afterward. However, she wouldn't give the other party any overt leverage. As long as she didn't admit it, even if they had some clues, they would have no way to deal with her. After all, they had no concrete evidence. But once she admitted it, it would implicate China, and though they couldn't do anything to her, they could negotiate with China, turning a simple matter into a complicated one. After all, this Yoshizawa Qinshan was not a martial artist, so the rules of martial arts could not be applied here. Winners take all, losers die without question. Though Lin Qing wasn't afraid of trouble, she also didn't like being bothered. Seeing Lin Qing's unyielding attitude, Yoshizawa quickly pleaded in a low voice. Miss Lin, Master Lin, I beg you, please let my son go. Let me and my son apologize to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed deeply towards Lin Qing, his eyes filled with pain and urgency, even revealing traces of tears. It was clearly an act of a father who loved his son. Sorry, I truly can't help with your request. Your son is not in my possession, Lin Qing said lightly. Of course, Yoshizawa Qinshan was no longer in her hands. He was already as dead as he could be, his soul utterly gone. Lin Qing held no sympathy for Yoshizawa. As the saying goes, if a child isn't taught properly, it's the father's fault. The actions of Yoshizawa Qinshan showed that his upbringing must not have been very good, and Yoshizawa himself might be a similar kind of person. It turned out Lin Qing was right on the money. Yoshizawa was indeed such a man. He had used his power before to take advantage of powerless women he desired, keeping some as mistresses, and even fathered several illegitimate children. Meanwhile, Yoshizawa's wife came from a well-matched noble family. Even Yoshizawa Qinshan shared many thoughts with his father. But Yoshizawa Qinshan just had bad luck, offending someone who should never be crossed, which led to his complete demise. Seeing Lin Qing's composed demeanor with no trace of guilt, Yoshizawa secretly thought, could we have guessed wrong? Perhaps my son really isn't in her hands. With her abilities, there seems to be no need for her to lie to me. After all, even if she admits it, I still can't do anything about it. In the end, Yoshizawa left empty-handed. What he didn't know was that Lin Qing wasn't refusing to admit it because she couldn't. It was simply because she disliked being troubled. Chapter 379, The Secret Realm Entrance Appears. The next morning, Lin Qing arrived at the front door of Yibao Pavilion as expected. Tingyuan Xuan, dressed simply, enthusiastically took her to the port where the two of them boarded a small yacht and set off towards the east. If one were to judge solely by Tingyuan Xuan's appearance, he would be thought to be an ordinary man in his 50s or 60s. After all, cultivators, if they don't reveal their powers, can easily hide their true identities. If someone said that this plain-looking old man was the master of Yibao Pavilion, many would be shocked. Tingyuan Xuan quickly drove the yacht away from the coast. In the morning, the sea was very calm, with a red sun rising slowly in the east, painting the entire ocean a deep red. White clouds drifted through the blue sky, and seagulls flew happily close to the surface of the sea, truly evoking a feeling of in the vast sea. Fish leap as they please. In the high skies, birds fly as they will. Hardworking fishermen steered their fishing boats, arriving early here to catch fish and harvest seaweed, their faces bathed in golden sunlight. Oh, who would have guessed that the famous master of Yibao Pavilion could also drive a yacht? Lin Qing teased. This is unavoidable. Although we are cultivators, we have to hide our identities. Once people discover that we're cultivators, it would attract many strong figures in this society to come and seize us, because cultivation for the people of this planet is like a myth. Since then, I have only pretended to be an ordinary person and gradually learned the skills of ordinary people. Tingyuan Xuan explained helplessly. Could it be that this Tingyuan Xuan's soul doesn't belong to this planet, but is rather like mine? having crossed over? Lin Qing couldn't help but think. She smiled faintly, hiding the surprise inside her, and said, "Oh, this must be why you remain elusive, appearing but rarely as the master of Ebao Pavilion. You're afraid others might know you're a cultivator?" Even though she asked this, she didn't believe he avoided showing up due to this reason alone. As a cultivator, it wasn't difficult to conceal oneself, so she felt there must be some hidden secret. "Yes, I'm confused about why you are so high profile. Are you not afraid of people discovering your secrets?" Ting Yuan Chuan replied, "Ha ha, cultivation itself is a fight against fate. How could I cultivate or seek the Tao if I am always fearful?" Lin Qing laughed heartily. "Haha, brother Lin truly has a bold character," Ting Yuan Chuan praised, although his eyes carried a subtle flicker of ardor when he looked at her, almost imperceptible. After traveling for most of the day, approaching evening, the two finally came upon a quiet and uninhabited stretch of sea. "Do you mean this is the place you spoke of? There's no clear mark here. It seems quite hard to find, right?" Lin Qing smiled again and asked. Ting Yuan Chuan's expression showed a fleeting trace of embarrassment, as if unsure how to answer her question. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and responded, "Heh, Sister Lin, it appears you're somewhat disconnected from modern times. Finding this place isn't difficult. You just need a GPS device. Each place on this planet has its unique longitude and latitude. Even if two places are very close to each other, their coordinates still differ slightly. All I need to do is remember its exact coordinates and use a GPS to locate this area." Listening to his analysis, Lin Qing thought it made sense, but somehow she still felt something wasn't quite right. But since she couldn't figure it out yet, she decided to wait and see. A fox would surely show its tail sooner or later. As she talked, she pulled out some instant foods from her backpack to fill her stomach. Things like sausages, spicy noodles, potato chips, bread, cookies, chocolates, pastries, and more. Though Ting Yuan Chuan was a cultivator, she didn't want to expose her presence with her spatial ring, hence using a backpack as a disguise. Spatial rings were extremely coveted items in the cultivation world. There was no telling whether the sight of one might tempt him into attempting to seize it. Sister Lin is actually interested in these junk foods? It's really surprising. You should know that these foods won't increase our cultivation levels. Instead, they may introduce impurities into our bodies. It'd be better to consume spirit fasting pills. Ting Yuan Chuan expressed his astonishment when seeing Lin Qing pull out a mountain of snacks. "You're right, these foods indeed offer little benefit for our cultivation, but they can satisfy our hunger and bring us joy. Life is short, and seeking happiness promptly is another way to live. Do you know that historically, many monks were those who had seen much of the world before renouncing it, not those who had never touched worldly affairs? For the latter group, once they encounter worldly pleasures, they may fall deeply and can't extricate themselves." Lin Qing chuckled lightly, casually talking nonsense to divert him. She knew that these foods were not very useful to her and would only add a burden to her body, but ever since she practiced the Dine Daofa, she found that the impurities in these foods were quickly refined by her body autonomously. Moreover, her physical constitution was not affected at all, so unlike when she was on the Cultivation Continent, she no longer needed to be so restrained in terms of food consumption. The Dine Daofa truly deserved its reputation as a heaven-tier cultivation method. It was incredibly powerful. After all, it could absorb Yin energy and Sha energy, let alone some ordinary food. "Friend Lin certainly has unique ideas," Ting Yuan Chuan said lightly. Seeing how his companion indulged in such worldly pleasures, he appeared disdainful on the surface, but secretly felt delighted. Such a person would be easier for him to control. But Lin Qing paid no attention to what the other thought. She enjoyed eating those snacks with great pleasure, crunching on them audibly, which made Ting Yuan Chuan feel a bit hungry. Thinking about this, he took out a spirit fasting pill and swallowed it, immediately alleviating his hunger. "Friend Ting Yuan, they really taste good. Would you like to try?" Lin Qing smiled and asked. It almost felt like she was trying to tempt a monk into eating meat. "No thanks, friend Lin, I'm not hungry." Ting Yuan Chuan unconsciously swallowed saliva while replying. Gradually, night fell deep, and the black sky seemed like endless ink spread over the horizon. Only faint stars twinkled in the darkness. In the distance, the sea under the intoxication of night resembled gauze, mist, or clouds draped over trees, coiled around rooftops, spread along mountain paths, and hid among grasses. Neither of them slept. They just sat meditating on the yacht. At exactly 12 a.m., the originally tranquil sea suddenly rippled with movement. A breeze blew through, tossing Lin Qing's hair. Her inadvertently exposed forehead and bright eyes became even more captivating in such a dark night. Gradually, the waves on the sea grew larger and larger. A massive wave came crashing down, pushing their yacht farther away. Chapter 380, Fooled by Fujiwara. Fujiwara also opened his eyes, looking excitedly at the churning seawater and saying, "Look, the entrance to the secret realm is about to appear." Not far from their yacht, there was churning seawater, like boiling water in a large pot. The seawater formed huge waves rushing towards both sides. Those waves were like dancing spirits under the cover of night. This scene continued for several minutes, and slowly the sea began to tremble as if a crustal shift occurred. At this moment, the seawater became more wanton, lifting up huge waves that almost overturned the small yacht. With their magical powers in place, they could keep the yacht afloat with the tide until the water gradually calmed. At this time, where they had been originally standing now appeared a small island. This island was not very large, but its surface was full of mud. "Let's go up," Fujiwara said. "Is the entrance to the secret realm here?" Lin Qing asked. The key to opening the entrance lies on this island," Fujiwara replied. The two used their magical abilities to walk onto the island without stepping into the mud. A protective layer of magical power surrounded their feet. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the island, where there were some fossils. Those fossils were quite large, some species she did not even recognize, proving them to be from an ancient age. Fujiwara stopped near a certain area and said, "There's an array here, and we need to input spiritual energy into it. When the energy becomes strong enough, we can open the entrance and enter the secret realm." Lin Xing examined it with divine consciousness and found there indeed was a spatial array. Thus, it seemed the other party had given correct information, confirming this to indeed be a secret realm. "All right, let's channel spiritual energy together soon," Lin Xing said. "Okay, I'll count down 123, then we act simultaneously," Fujiwara nodded. 123, start. With these words, they no longer hesitated, beginning to send their spiritual energies into the array. Slowly, a small crack appeared in the ground of the island, expanding as the spiritual energy increased, until it grew large enough to fit both people inside. Fujiwara said, "All right, let's jump down together, 123 jump." As soon as he finished speaking, the two jumped into the gap without hesitation. The instant they entered, they felt dizzy and disoriented, which was the feeling of spatial force tearing at their bodies, a sensation much more uncomfortable than motion sickness. This feeling lasted around 10 seconds. With a bang, the two landed on the ground. To counteract the pressure from the space rift earlier, Lin Xing had not activated her protective light shield, so this fall hurt slightly. Fortunately, she practiced a body-forging martial art, so she did not sustain any serious injury. But Fujiwara fared poorly since he did not practice body-forging martial arts. Hence this fall left him feeling like his internal organs were displaced. He quickly sat down to rest and recover his injuries. Lin Xing looked at him and said, "Repair your wounds here first, and I will check the surrounding areas to get familiar with the terrain." Fujiwara watched Lin Xing's retreating figure, smirking evilly. "Haha, Lin Xing, right? Who would have thought you not only possess exceptional cultivation talent, but also practice body-forging martial arts? Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven assists me." Lin Xing took a short stroll around the place and found this was not what she imagined it to be, a land filled with abundant spirit energy. In fact, the air here lacked spirit essence nearly entirely, barren and devoid of vegetation. It was clear that she had been deceived by Fujiwara. Although he hadn't explicitly promised wonders here, his demeanor implied as such. What was his goal? Regardless of Fujiwara's intentions, she needed to understand this place better. Actually, this place wasn't very large, and within about half an hour, she had already explored everything. Upon finishing, she realized this was a man-made space and felt a faint presence of malevolent aura. Yes, that was demonic energy. In her previous life, being a feared demon lord whose name caused dread among many, she was extremely familiar with this kind of energy. Could there be a demon hidden here? Why did Fujiwara bring her here? Since she couldn't find any resources here that she desired, she decided to return to confront Fujiwara for clarity. And when she returned, Fujiwara immediately opened his eyes. "Fujiwara, didn't you say there are a lot of resources here? How come this place looks so barren and not like what you described?" Lin Xing said coldly. "Friend Lin, you misunderstand me. When did I say there were a lot of resources here? I merely mentioned obtaining yuan yang grass from here," Fujiwara replied calmly. You didn't say it directly, but that was the implication of your words. Tell me, what is your purpose in luring me here?" Lin Xing said coldly. "You finally figured it out? Ha ha ha. I see your mind isn't as slow as I thought. Of course I have a purpose, and my purpose is to obtain your body. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought on this spirit energy scarce planet there exists someone with a merged spiritual root? Truly, heaven assists me." Fujiwara Swan chuckled evilly. He had finally shed the disguise of being a benevolent person, revealing his true self. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Xing immediately became cautious. "As for me, I was once the foremost practitioner of the devil cultivation path in the illusory Cultivation Continent thousands of years ago. Back then, right after reaching the Transformation God realm, I was ambushed by experts from several righteous sections. Among them were 3 masters at the Transformation God realm. In the end, I was gravely injured and fled to this barren planet devoid of spirit energy. But who would have thought they wouldn't let me live? By mistake, I was tricked into entering this secret realm, where spirit energy does not exist, so there's no way to cultivate. Due to heavy injuries, my cultivation dropped to the nascent soul stage, and within this place, there's no chance to train. Until my life ended, I existed as a soul trapped in this land." Fujiwara Swan narrated leisurely. In his view, Lin Xing was already his prey, impossible to escape. Therefore, he indulged himself in telling her about his past. After all, he'd been lonely for too long. It was rare to find another cultivator on such a spirit energy scarce planet. So naturally, he wanted to recount his history. "What did you do to provoke those righteous sect's top experts to attack you collectively?" Lin Xing asked calmly. However, in Fujiwara Swan's eyes, this calmness came from knowing there was no way out, and thus accepting her fate. After all, how could a foundation establishment stage cultivator possibly be a match for someone who had once reached the Transformation God realm, even though his divine consciousness had regressed to the nascent soul stage, and he only existed as a soul? That still wasn't something a foundation establishment stage cultivator could handle. His methods and knowledge were far beyond what she could rival. Chapter 381, a typical case of incels. At such a young age, and in an environment so deficient in spiritual energy, Lin Xing managed to cultivate herself up to the foundation establishment stage, which greatly surprised him. He thought it was due to her spirit root's effect, and secretly marveled that this fused spirit root was truly miraculous. With that thought, His eyes became even more fiery. If he could seize control of Lin Qing's body, then he would have hoped to return to his former glory and take revenge on those who wronged him. As for why they united to attack me, it was simply because I took a fancy to their daughters. I snatched them away when no one was paying attention and had my way with them. But I didn't kill them. Instead, I sent them back home. Who would have thought they not only failed to thank me for sparing their lives, but also gathered their fathers to come and kill me? Humph, women are really heartless. We were bedfellows after all. Fujiwara-san, Imosia, laughed coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing was left speechless. The man before her was indeed an eccentric oddity. He dared to say that the women he disgraced should be grateful to him for sparing their lives. A perfect example of incel mentality. It seemed like this man deserved his demise. Although she once practiced black magic, the people she killed were all ones she believed deserved death. How did you become Fujiwara-san? Lin Qing asked further. Since you want to know, I'll tell you, so you die understanding clearly. This secret realm could confine my soul, preventing me from leaving. However, 100 years ago, a war occurred nearby. Some powerful weapons used during the war caused the entrance of the secret realm to temporarily loosen. I quickly noticed it, and Fujiwara-san inadvertently entered the loosened entrance while fleeing the war. I split off a strand of my consciousness, intruded into his awareness, and fully took over his body. After all, I had once reached the separation of spirit stage. Although my current realm has declined, I still mastered the art of separating spirit at that stage. Fujiwara-san, Imosia, chuckled evilly. Then your avatar lived as Fujiwara-san, becoming the headmaster of Bao Pavilion. Lin Qing spoke up. Exactly. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy concentration on this planet is too weak. It took me about 100 years and consumed many resources to raise my power to the late stage of foundation establishment. If things continue this way, I might never achieve the golden core stage by the end of this body's lifespan. This body appears to be only 50 or 60 years old, but it is actually over 100 years old already. If I can't break through, I will only live for a few more decades. I originally thought I would never return to my past greatness, but unexpectedly, I met you. This is truly divine assistance. You're already so strong at such a young age, showing the strength of your merged spirit root. Even though I don't know where you got your cultivation heritage, you are definitely no match for me. The cultivation methods practiced by these cultivators show that the inheritance of cultivation here is quite backward. So just give up and let me take your body. If you cooperate, I'll give you a swift death without much pain. Fujiwara-sen's, Imosia, eyes gleamed as he fixated on Lin Qing. With you? Dream on. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Qing retorted coldly. Humph. I thought you were pragmatic enough to stay quiet while listening to my tales. Yet here you are obstinate like the rest of those fools. Since you're looking for death, I'll oblige. As he said this, a powerful soul force drifted from a distance and entered Fujiwara-sen's body. At this moment, Imosia's soul from the phantom Cultivation Continent was finally complete. In fact, I realized something was off about you earlier. I didn't act immediately since I wasn't sure what your intentions were. As soon as we entered the secret realm, I sensed the demonic chi inside. Still, I refrained from action, wanting to learn the truth behind everything. Now that the story has ended, it's time to fight. Lin Qing laughed coldly. Lin Qing felt that when this person's soul was whole again, his power increased significantly, leaping to the peak of foundation establishment stage. However, at the peak of foundation establishment, he was equivalent to her, and she wasn't afraid. She hadn't fought someone of equal strength in a long time. Instead of fear, she felt a bit excited now. Humph, stubborn woman, prepare to meet your doom. Imosia snorted coldly. Black Dragon Palm. Saying this, he spread his wings like a great rock and spun his palm above his head as if gathering strength. Soon, a thick layer of black mist enveloped his hand, its shape resembling a massive dragon claw. He slapped towards Lin Qing. Seventh form of Su Yun hand. Lin Qing formed her two hands into a spherical shape and began to quickly rotate them in front of her body. Soon, a milky white ball shimmering with electric sparks condensed in front of her. This ball was not large, only the size of a basketball. As she saw the massive black hand pressing toward her, she immediately thrust the sphere toward that colossal black hand which blocked out the sky. One big and one small, one black and one white. These two extreme sights formed a striking contrast. It seemed like a lamp in the darkness, uncertain whether the night would completely swallow the insignificant light or if the tiny spark could grow and dispel the darkness. The two forces collided soon after. Their collision generated a fierce gust of wind, shaking the trees in the secret realm until they swished loudly. Some were uprooted and flung far away. Even their clothes danced wildly in the gale, as if trying to leave their bodies behind. But both of them stood firm as immovable mountains, without budging an inch. Bang! A tremendous sound shook the ground, causing tremors throughout the secret realm. At the point where the two energies met, a huge crater formed, spanning at least several hundred meters. It was clear from this exchange that neither had the upper hand over the other. Heh, I underestimated you. You managed to withstand my palm strike. Imosia said with surprise. Heh, overpraised, but you are exactly as I expected. Lin Qing replied with a cold laugh. Humph, arrogance will be your downfall. Prepare for another battle. This time, I will unleash my strongest technique. You'd better prepare to die. 9 nether infernal flames. Immediately, a black flame appeared on Imosia's hand, coalescing into the form of a giant black snake that lunged toward Lin Qing. The black snake was over 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. Its scales gleamed ominously, making it look almost real, though Lin Qing knew this was an illusion created by the infernal flames. She had heard of the 9 nether infernal flames. It was an incredibly powerful malevolent technique, and the flames themselves carried an element of illusion. Whatever it transformed into would appear extraordinarily lifelike. If these flames invaded one's body, a cultivator would easily trigger their heart demons, potentially losing control to the opponent. Chapter 382, Heart Demon. The 9 abyssal demonic flames are an extremely sinister type of fire that originates from the most mean place in the 9 abysses. Once someone comes into contact with it, they will be afflicted by a heart demon, and in the illusory realm created by the heart demon, they will be tortured to death. In her previous life, Lin Qing had only heard of this kind of thing but had never seen it before. She didn't expect to encounter such an item here, something that all cultivators find troublesome. No wonder the person in front of her managed to reach the division spirit realm in their past life. Clearly, their fate wasn't simple either. Speaking of the scariest things in this world, isn't it facing oneself? Within everyone's heart resides both an angel and a devil. Hatred, greed, delusions, fixations, resentment, etc. all belong to the category of heart demons. A heart demon can persist, can emerge suddenly, can hide, can grow, can devour people, and can also temper them. People often say conquer yourself, or a person's greatest enemy is themselves. In fact, all these refer to heart demons. If speaking of heart demons, Lin Qing has one too, and it is the death of her parents. This has always been her fixation. Facing the 9 abyssal demonic flames before her, Lin Qing doesn't know if she would be able to survive if she were to fall prey to them. But at this moment, there was no time for her to think more about it as the 9 abyssal demonic flames surged towards her. Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire, come forth. Lin Qing called out mentally with her brows furrowed. Instantly, a powerful heat erupted from her fingertips and soon formed a fiery red lotus on her hand, flying toward the black snake. One is the ultimate Yang fire, and the other is the ultimate Yin fire. One could say that they are natural enemies who counteract each other. Upon colliding, the 2 fires intertwined and twirled in midair, the black penetrating the red, and the red invading the black, like a man dressed in a black suit, and a woman wearing a fiery red dress dancing competitively. It was yet unclear who would defeat whom. Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire. Who exactly are you? How do you possess this world-renowned oddity? Mo Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Just like Lin Qing, he had only heard tales about Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire without ever seeing it, yet he immediately recognized it. After all, Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire is far more renowned than the 9 abyssal demonic flames. It is the ultimate Yang substance in the world, capable of burning everything. Even from afar, he could feel its heat, causing his heart to tremble. Without his 9 abyssal demonic flames, he doubted that he'd be able to match the opponent. But coincidentally, his 9 abyssal demonic flames countered the Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire, though it remained uncertain who would have the upper hand. Lin Qing gave no response to his words. At this moment, Mo Xia's expression became conflicted. What if the 9 abyssal demonic flames lost? Wouldn't he die right here? He thought that the opposing side must have gotten lucky to obtain the Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire, not expecting this energy-scarce planet to harbor such a flame. Clearly, his exploration of this planet hadn't been thorough enough. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he smiled. Oh yes, the other party's spiritual awareness is definitely inferior to mine. I should use my spiritual awareness attack. By eliminating the owner of the Red Lotus Heteroclite Fire first, even if it defeats my 9 abyssal flames, it will lose its target due to the lack of control by its master. As he spoke, Mo Xia's spiritual awareness transformed into a colossal arrow heading straight for Lin Qing's head. Humph, spiritual awareness attack. Lin Qing coldly snorted. Her spiritual awareness instantly transformed into a shield blocking the huge arrow. Though the arrow pierced through part of the shield, it stopped at the last barrier. What? How is that possible? How could you block my spiritual awareness attack? Who exactly are you? Mo Xia stared at Lin Qing incredulously, his eyes shooting beams of sharp light. Oh, who am I? Is it fair that you can possess others' bodies while I cannot? Lin Qing sneered. Since the last time she had restored her mental strength, her spiritual awareness had recovered to the peak of Yuanying, whereas Mo Xia, despite having possessed division spirit level cultivation in his past life, had his spiritual awareness power gradually diminish due to long-term confinement in a secret realm. Now, his power had dropped to the early stage of Yuanying. How could he possibly be her match? Are you reborn as well? Mo Xia widened his eyes in disbelief. At this point, he couldn't tell whether heaven was favoring him or deliberately working against him. This cultivation resource poor planet already had one cultivator, which was already insufficient, and now another one appeared. Was heaven just playing with him? However, Lin Qing didn't answer further. She coldly laughed and said, "You shot me with an arrow earlier, so now I'll return the favor. It's impolite not to reciprocate." As she spoke, Lin Qing's spiritual awareness transformed into an even larger arrow heading straight for Mo Xia. Unwilling to waste any time, Mo Xia hastily erected several shields to block Lin Qing's attack. Unfortunately, none of the shields matched the robustness of Lin Qing's earlier one. In the end, Lin Qing's spiritual awareness sword pierced through Mo Xia's head before disappearing. Mo Xia promptly spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly stated, "You're asking for death." Without hesitation, he drew a thread of the 9 abyssal demonic flames and shot it towards Lin Qing's body. Lin Qing didn't expect that after being hit by the spiritual awareness attack, the opponent would still have the energy to counterattack. Unwittingly, the 9 abyssal demonic flames penetrated her body. Instantly, Lin Qing saw changes before her eyes. and she seemed to return to the Cultivation Continent. Her close attendant, Xiaodao, revealed a pair of dimples and smiled while saying, "Young miss, you promised me yesterday that you would guide me in practicing sword techniques." "Rest assured, I never go back on my word," Lin Qing replied. She felt something was slightly off, as if she had forgotten something important. What exactly had she forgotten? Well, since she couldn't recall, she decided not to think about it for now. After guiding Xiaodao through her sword practice, a servant boy came over to inform her that her parents wanted her to join them for a meal. When she entered her parents' room, they looked at her with smiles on their faces and said, "Qing'er, you're no longer a child. Not long ago, someone from the Wang family came to inquire whether you are interested in their son, Wang Yi. Wang Yi is only 2 years older than you, but has already reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm in cultivation. Moreover, he is quite handsome, making him a suitable match. Our family and the Wang family are equally matched in status. If you were to marry Wang Yi, we would certainly approve." "Marriage? I've never even considered it," Lin Qing stammered. At this moment, her heart felt empty, and everything seemed wrong. How can you not have considered it? All women must eventually get married. It's the same, even for cultivators who seek companions. Lin Qing's mother opened to console her. "All right, I'll consider it," Lin Qing responded indifferently. "Consider? What's there left to consider? Wang Yi is an exceptional man. Many people are lining up waiting to marry him. Our family only got a chance due to our relationship with the Wangs. Otherwise, they might not even agree. How about this? Let me arrange a meeting between the two of you. If it goes well, we will finalize this arrangement," Lin Qing's father suggested. Chapter 383, A Narrow Victory. Faced with her father's proposal, Lin Qing could do nothing but reluctantly agree. Soon, the day of their meeting arrived. Wang Yi came to her house. As rumored, he was indeed elegant and handsome, a gentle and refined man who appeared quite satisfied with her. Although she felt that he was not bad, she couldn't muster any interest in him. It seemed that the man in her heart shouldn't look like this. What should he look like? He should have a head of thick, jet-black short hair. Short hair? Why short hair? In her world, all men, except monks, had long flowing hair. He possessed a perfect figure, towering, with bronze skin, his facial features clearly defined and deep, like a Greek sculpture. Under a pair of sword-like eyebrows, he had a pair of deep eyes that were mysterious like black crystal. He had a tall nose bridge, sensual lips. He also had a seductive voice and a cold face. In no time, an image of such a man appeared in her mind. Yes, her man should look like this. It's much easier on the eye. Wait, what was his name again? Oh right, his name is Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen, Jiang Beichen. Suddenly, Lin Qing's daydream disappeared. In front of her, Xia pulled out a sword, ready to stab her. She quickly rolled to one side reflexively, yet was still pierced by the sword. Fortunately, the sword didn't pierce her heart. It's impossible. How can you possibly awaken from the heart demon? Xia looked utterly astonished. There is nothing in this world that is impossible, Lin Qing replied coldly, covering her wound. She fell into the heart demon because she harbored resentment over the deaths of her parents, never being able to accept them. Before they died, her parents had mentioned their wish to see her settle down. Therefore, in the illusion, the scene emerged where her parents sought a husband for her, even creating the image of a perfect suitor, good looks, innate talent, family background, and a good character. If her heart hadn't already been occupied by someone else, she might not have awakened from the heart demon's illusion, potentially losing her life. Lin Qing endured what seemed like a long period of time inside the heart demon's illusion. In reality, only an instant passed, during which the injured spirit of Xia walked over to her. It seemed that though Xia could still fight back, his injuries were not light either. Otherwise, he would have killed her in that instant. "Humph, if you can still move, then take another arrow from me." Lin Qing shot another arrow with her spiritual power, which was just as powerful as the previous one. Xia used his spiritual force to block it, but this time it wasn't as effective as before. This time, Xia was injured more severely. Another mouthful of blood spewed from his lips as he collapsed onto the ground. His complexion turned paler, looking as if he had contracted a serious illness. Seizing the moment, Lin Qing hurriedly focused on healing her wounds, as that last blow had cut through her abdomen. Though not fatal, it wouldn't heal easily. For now, stopping the bleeding was essential. Otherwise, even as a cultivator, losing too much blood would cost her life. At this point, her white clothes were drenched in blood, looking quite terrifying. Xia watched as she cultivated to heal her wounds, wanting to attack her, but his spirit had been heavily damaged. He struggled even to reach her side. At this moment, the long-standing battle between the two flames decided its winner. The 9 hellish demon flames had obviously gained the upper hand. After all, this place was saturated with demonic energy, almost devoid of pure essence, an environment unfavorable for the red lotus flame. Haha, it seems fate isn't on your side. Xia laughed wickedly. Humph, perhaps not. Lin Qing replied coldly. Without time to recover fully, she had to stop the bleeding urgently. With these words, she faced the 9 hellish demon flames, simultaneously shooting the red lotus flame toward Xia. Since she had managed to overcome the heart demon earlier, the 9 hellish demon flames weren't as horrifying as they initially appeared. Xia did not expect the opponent to play outside the rules. Propping up his exhausted body, he rushed to dodge, but his speed couldn't match the velocity of the red lotus flame. Immediately, Feng Yuanchuan's body burst into flames. At the same moment, Xia abandoned Feng Yuanchuan's body, emerging from it. "You seek death." Xia hovered in midair, his eyes full of rage. "Looks like it's you seeking death. While allowing the 9 hellish demon flames to burn and enter her body, Lin painfully directed the red lotus flame to attack Emosia's soul form. When the 9 hellish demon flames touched her body, she felt overwhelming cold, as if her entire body was frozen. Her blood began to flow slower. It seemed that she had thought too simply. She assumed that because she could resist the heart demon illusion brought on by a trace of 9 netherworld demon flames, those flames would not be able to harm her. She was grossly mistaken. The essence of the 9 netherworld demon flames was an extremely dark and wicked force. It didn't just create heart demons, but could also severely damage one's body. Haha, this is a perfect moment, truly heaven aiding me. Emosia's spirit laughed aloud as it entered Lin Qing's body, swiftly making its way to her consciousness sea, intent on taking control of her body. As soon as Emosia's soul entered Lin Qing's body, her sluggish blood flow began to return to normal. The 9 netherworld demon flames appeared to be influenced by Emosia's soul and obediently hid in some corner of her body. If someone were present at this moment, they would notice the pained expression on Lin Qing's face. At this same time, the red lotus flame had also made its way into her body, each flame claiming its own territory within. Her consciousness sea was now turbulent, the surging waves shaking the surrounding area. Waves crashed violently against the boundaries of the consciousness sea, attempting to break through all obstacles. Rocks along the edges were pulverized, their fragments blending with the sea water, inseparable from one another. Above the consciousness sea, clouds gathered, thunder rolled, and lightning flashed. Here Lin Qing and Emosia battled fiercely, competing for control over her body. Huh, do you know what your greatest mistake is? It was coming inside my body, Lin Qing said with a laugh. She chuckled lightly, as if she wasn't facing a life or death situation. Humph, nonsense. Emosia clearly disbelieved her words, thinking that she was trying to undermine his psychological advantage. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, because soon enough you will, Lin Qing sneered coldly. With these words, she activated the Dian Dao skill. As the technique manifested, all the stormy clouds in her consciousness sea vanished instantly. A glowing jade tablet appeared, suspended in the sea of awareness. In an instant, the sea roared wildly, its waters forming a massive golden net that enveloped Emosia's soul and began dragging him deep into the depths of the consciousness sea. Emosia struggled fiercely but couldn't escape from the golden net woven by the water. What is this thing? Emosia exclaimed in horror. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, and he gradually lost consciousness as he was swallowed by the water. Chapter 384, Jiang Ran's Birthday Banquet. After Lin Qing completely refined Emosia's soul, she found that her divine consciousness had signs of a breakthrough. No, she couldn't break through now. After all, advancing from the Yuan Ying stage to the Funshin stage was a major hurdle. One slight misstep could turn a person into an idiot. Moreover, her current injuries were severe, her internal organs were heavily damaged, and when the 9 netherworld magic flames pierced her body, they severely damaged her meridians, leaving cracks everywhere. These needed to be repaired as well. Although she had cultivated the Phoenix body refining technique, making her skin, muscles, and bones extraordinarily strong, her internal organs and meridians weren't as resilient. No matter what, she first needed to mend her internal organs and meridians. After consuming a pill for healing, she began to meditate and cultivate. At the same time, Zhou Linger encountered some small issues. Saturday came, and Zhou Linger, Xiao Muting, along with Jiang Ran's acquaintances and friends, were invited to her birthday banquet. Of course, Jiang Ran's birthday banquet was held at a grand hotel, her family's own prosperous hotel. The hotel manager specifically set aside a super large banquet hall for Jiang Ran to celebrate her birthday. Even though Jiang Ran wasn't yet an adult, she would be soon, so her birthday celebration couldn't be taken lightly. As the young princess of the Jiang family, she would certainly marry into another prestigious household in the future. Now was a good time to mingle with the sons of other wealthy families, which was necessary. This birthday party also invited many young elites from prestigious families in Zhongzhou City. As the child of a prestigious family, if Jiang Ran could find someone to fall in love with within these circles, it would be ideal. If not, she could only become a pawn for marriage alliances. Since she lived the life of luxury brought by the prestigious household, she must also fulfill the duties expected of her as such. Jiang Ran understood this point perfectly. So when she met Xiao Muting, such a perfect man, who turned out to be from the most powerful family in Zhongzhou City, the Xiao family, she quickly fell for him. Xiao Muting wasn't just handsome and of noble birth. He was nearly flawless in other aspects too. He excelled academically, played basketball wonderfully, and was rumored to know martial arts. Furthermore, he was in charge of the Crimson Lotus Auction House. Currently, the Crimson Lotus Auction House was virtually unknown to no one in the upper echelons of Zhongzhou City. The amount of sales during a single auction exceeded 1 billion yuan, and the house also offered dream renewal pills, which women crave for their ability to erase scars. More importantly, it was rumored that Xiao Muting was highly disciplined, with no messy private life. Upon hearing this, how could any woman not be captivated? Handsome, of noble birth, rich, capable, all-around excellent in moral and physical development, and not a playboy. An ultra-high net worth man like Xiao Muting was truly a dream god to many women. In front of the hotel, cars streamed continuously as many second-generation rich folks drove luxurious vehicles to attend Jiang Ran's birthday banquet. Jiang Ran herself wasn't unattractive and was considered a beauty. With today's careful grooming, she looked even more radiant. Inside the banquet hall, flowers and balloons were arranged into a splendid scene, as if stepping into the castle of Snow White. Many female students from Central High School of Zhongzhou were stunned upon entering. Wow, this birthday banquet is beautifully decorated. It feels like living in a princess's castle, exclaimed a girl with an average appearance and a slightly plump figure. Look, there are many blue roses here. It said these are Jiang Ran's favorite flowers. Each one isn't cheap, let alone there being so many of them. How wonderful it must be to have money, added a long-haired girl, sighing. Yes, this is the birthday party that every girl dreams of. Wow, I'm so envious. I wonder when I'll have a birthday banquet like this, said the slightly plump girl with shining eyes, dreaming about her future. Ho ho, stop daydreaming. The Jiangs are wealthy, but your family is just an ordinary salaried class. Don't waste your time dreaming. Dreams are just dreams. They have very little chance of coming true, scoffed the long-haired girl. Don't underestimate me. Everyone needs a dream, right? What if one day it comes true? Or what if I marry into a wealthy family after graduation? Retorted the slightly plump girl, displeased. You marry into wealth? I think your looks might prevent that from happening. You should lose some weight and go to Korea for plastic surgery. You might then stand a chance. However, if the children you give birth to don't look like you, whether the other side divorces you remains uncertain, mocked the long-haired woman. You? The slightly plump girl became red in the face, looking puffed up with anger. Naturally, among the classmates attending the birthday banquet, there were quite a few from modest backgrounds. However, as classmates, it wouldn't be right not to invite them. Moreover, Jiang Ran had also invited Zhou Linger, who came from an ordinary family. Thus, inviting the others in turn was only logical. After all, she wanted everyone to enjoy a good show. It was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, and almost everyone had arrived, except for Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting. What's wrong with Zhou Linger? Does she think she's something special, or what? She's being just as late as Xiao Muting, Jiang Ran muttered darkly, her expression slightly sour. Just at that moment, she heard murmurs of amazement from the crowd. Following their gazes, she immediately spotted Xiao Muting. He was impeccably dressed in a black custom-tailored suit, making him appear even more mature and charming. She had been certain Xiao Muting would show up. Hurrying over eagerly, she then noticed a girl in a light purple evening gown standing beside Xiao Muting. Xiao Muting was smiling and talking to the girl, his eyes gazing at her with an evident affection. Jiang Ran, perceptive as ever, realized this girl could be a potential threat. Anyone receiving such a look from Xiao Muting surely held some importance in his heart. Glancing closely, Jiang Ran was startled to recognize the girl. It was Zhou Linger. Zhou Linger, I didn't expect you to have these tricks up your sleeve, actually winning a little attention from my Guji. But it ends here. After today, Guji probably won't want anything to do with you anymore, Jiang Ran thought smugly. With that thought, her smile widened. Approaching them, she greeted warmly. Guji, Ling, you've come. At this appellation, Zhou Linger involuntarily trembled. Guji? Zhou Linger shot a cold glance at Xiao Muting, as if silently reproaching. See? I'm glad I didn't reciprocate your feelings. You're obviously one to flirt around with everyone. Ever since the embrace they shared before, Xiao Muting had sensed his own deepening affection for Zhou Linger. He had revealed his feelings to her, but she hadn't outright rejected him nor accepted him, choosing instead to avoid him completely. Chapter 385, Xiao Muting's Confession. Xiao Muting discerned the meaning in Zhou Linger's gaze. He furrowed his brows, looking at her with deep affection as if saying, I really haven't been flirting with others. I only like you. I don't even know what's going on with her. Zhou Linger understood his silent meaning effortlessly and gave him a big eye roll in return, implying, I'll believe that when pigs fly. This kind of silent communication between the two seemed to Jiang Ran as an exchange of affectionate glances. In her view, Zhou Linger was showing off, proclaiming dominance. Jiang Ran immediately became furious but had to suppress her anger for the sake of the plan, silently muttering, Zhou Linger, be as arrogant as you wish. The more arrogantly you behave now, the harder you will fall later, and the more miserably you will die. After all, there were countless girls in their school who harbored secret feelings for Xiao Muting, and she guessed there were quite a few present. Jiang Ran glanced around, and indeed noticed several girls glaring at Zhou Linger with gritted teeth. Xiao Muting was like a flawless jade, meant only for the capable to possess, otherwise it would bring disaster to whoever obtained it. A clear case of no crime to be blameless, yet sinful for possessing such virtue. In Jiang Ran's eyes, someone like Zhou Linger didn't deserve to have someone like Xiao Muting. Only someone with good family background and decent looks like herself deserved him. Cough cough. Jiang Ran cleared her throat a few times, interrupting the silent flirtation between the two. Classmate Jiang Ran, we aren't that familiar yet. Please call me Xiao Muting, not Brother Xiao. I'm not used to it, nor do I like it, said Xiao Muting indifferently. Alright then, Muting, welcome to my birthday party. I knew you'd come, Jiang Ran continued. Muting? How cozy, thought Zhou Linger disdainfully, giving Xiao Muting another sarcastic eye roll. Xiao Muting helplessly chuckled, blinking as if to say, what can I do? This isn't something I've asked for. She takes the initiative, so what am I supposed to do? Blame it on my irresistible charm. Deceitful. Zhou Linger once again rolled her eyes at him. But hearing Jiang Ran's seemingly meaningful words, Xiao Muting quickly clarified. Classmate Jiang Ran, I am merely attending your birthday party as a classmate by invitation. If other classmates invite me, I would attend their events similarly. There's no need for such courtesy. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Muting, the group of spectators watching from around cast their gazes upon Jiang Ran in a way that made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Although no one spoke directly. Given this was Jiang Ran's event, and her family wasn't to be messed with, the scornful undertones in those glances told the story. Mockery aimed at Jiang Ran herself. Haha, rich miss or not. Xiao Muting obviously doesn't see her that way. Money means nothing. This Zhou Linger truly has some tricks up her sleeve. Even Jiang Ran can't compete. Though everyone remained silent, these mocking remarks echoed repeatedly within Jiang Ran's mind. She clearly knew how they mocked her inwardly. Once, there had been another wealthy woman pursuing Xiao Muting, which he didn't reciprocate. However, due to her inappropriate actions, Xiao Muting grew to despise and criticize her. Jiang Ran had once heard similar insults being directed toward that woman and found them justified. Now, facing it herself, it caused her immense distress. At this very moment, someone tugged at Jiang Ran's clothing, reminding her the birthday party was about to begin. A handsome host stepped forward onto the stage and began. Dear guests, friends, good evening. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate Jiang Ran's 16th birthday. On behalf of Jiang Ran's parents and herself, let me extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence. 16 years ago today, with a loud cry, Jiang Ran's parents welcomed the fruit of their love with joy. Time flies, and before we know it, the years have passed. Now, please welcome Jiang Ran's parents to address the crowd. A middle-aged man neatly dressed in a suit, looking around 50, along with a well-preserved woman in her early 30s wearing a dark red cheongsam, walked to the front of the stage. I thank the heavens for bestowing upon us such a gentle, poised, beautiful, and intelligent daughter. Our Jiang Ran hasn't disappointed her parents. She is an excellent student, talented in many ways. Of course, I won't dwell on these words much longer. We hope you all eat well and enjoy yourselves. Thank you all. The sound of the birthday song filled the air. Several classmates led to attendants, pushing a massive birthday cake adorned with lit candles slowly into the banquet area. As the lights dimmed, only the light of the candle flames remained. Jiang Ran approached the cake, blew out all the candles in one breath, and made a wish. Classmate Jiang Ran, what did you wish for? Joked someone nearby. This cannot be told to you. It won't work if I say it out loud. Jiang Ran said with a smile. Then Jiang Ran walked to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, and said, Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Later, I will play a piece of piano music for everyone, hoping that you will like it. Wow, Jiang Ran is going to play the piano. I heard she has already passed level 10 in piano exams, and is currently studying piano under a famous domestic pianist. Wow, I can only admire and envy her, but there's no hate. After all, Jiang Ran not only comes from a good family background and looks pretty, but is also very talented. People like her surpass us too much, making it hard to even feel hatred. The crowd praised Jiang Ran one after another. Jiang Ran proudly raised her head and gracefully walked to a white piano. Brother Xiao, did you see that? Others are praising me. I believe you've been bewitched by Zhou Linger, that fox spirit. If you were to take a close look at me, you would definitely fall in love with me. Jiang Ran whispered inwardly. After adjusting her hand positioning, her slender fingers lightly leaped across the keyboard, resembling little fish freely swimming through rain-soaked rivers, weaving between water and nature. Instantly, a melody as beautiful as spring's bubbling fountain seemed to flow through the air. The music resonated like gurgling mountain springs, whispering brooks, shimmering lake surfaces, and waves crashing mightily on the shore. Gradually, the piano piece entered its climax. What had originally been a lyrical and joyful tune suddenly turned sorrowful, as if recounting a story of a beautiful romance. This story was named Secret Love. Meanwhile, Xiao Muting and Zhou Linger had arrived at a corner. Zhou Linger asked, Does it sound good? Xiao Muting nodded and replied, Yeah, not bad. Why don't you like Jiang Ran? She's beautiful, comes from a wealthy background, is multi-talented. Just look how well she plays the piano. Zhou Linger questioned softly, Why do you ask me? Why don't you ask your heart? Don't you know? My heart is very small, capable of accommodating only one person. And right now, there's already someone occupying this space. It's you. Xiao Muting looked deeply into Zhou Linger's eyes and declared fervently. Chapter 386. Calculating against Zhou Linger. You? I. Zhou Linger was rendered at a loss by Xiao Muting's sudden passionate confession. Not in a hurry, take your time. Xiao Muting instinctively patted Zhou Linger's soft hair and said, But why? Zhou Linger revealed a bewildered expression. Why what? Xiao Muting looked puzzled. I mean, why do you like me? You are so handsome, have an excellent family background, and are outstanding in every way. You should find someone who is a better match for you. But I have a bad temper, come from a poor family, am only decent looking without being stunningly beautiful, and lack artistic talent. I can't play the piano, dance, or... This is a child who lacked fatherly love. She was sensitive inside, somewhat lacking in confidence. Even though she had become very accomplished, she still felt she wasn't good enough and unworthy of a better man. Before Zhou Linger could finish, Xiao Muting interrupted her. Yes, you cannot play the piano, nor dance. You don't possess a face that can topple cities or kingdoms. Your temper is not ideal. Your family isn't rich. But so what? I just like you. For your authenticity and lack of pretension, I enjoy our little spats. If you like someone, it just happens. There aren't this many reasons. Love is a magical thing, irrelevant to family status, looks, nationality, or personality. Sometimes, love just happens, making people indulge in it with no escape. But what? Am I going to spend my whole life with your family background and talents? All those things are external, not worth mentioning. And if you want, you can also become a self-made millionaire and a multi-talented person, but I know you have no time to waste on these things anyway. Xiao Muting left Zhou Linger speechless again. At this moment, Zhou Linger's heart swelled with a hint of emotion. No one has ever told her, Zhou Linger, be yourself, no matter what. I just like you. Whether you have a bad temper, a less-than-ideal family background, or are untalented, it does not matter. Once I fall in love, I'm in love. Indeed, Zhou, what do you fear? It's just a man. Is it necessary to be so anxious? If he does something wrong later, kick him out. However, if you give him no chance, will you regret it? Zhou truly began examining her own inner feelings. At this point, the piano melody finally ended. Jiang Ran's first look after finishing the tune unconsciously sought out Xiao. When she saw Xiao completely ignoring her piano playing, talking quietly with Zhou in a corner instead, she exploded in anger. Xiao, are you blind? Zhou, you really have some tricks up your sleeve, using all sorts of ways to seduce others. As they say, since ancient times, schemes win hearts. Jiang Ran thought privately. She then stood up from the piano and made an elegant bow towards everyone. Now, a number of rich heirs from other families came over trying to get closer to Jiang Ran. Apparently, they were interested in her, as most men prefer outstanding women. Jiang Ran did not reject them and chatted with them casually. However, she didn't look up to these people. They might be good, but compared to Xiao, they fell far short. After all, when one has pearls, who would settle for fish eyes? Even though she didn't value those admirers, their pursuit still satisfied her vanity, showing Xiao that she too was desirable. Unfortunately, Xiao showed absolutely no interest in her affairs or psychology. After dealing with these people, Jiang Ran held 2 glasses of champagne and walked toward where Zhou was. Zhou, thank you for attending my birthday party. Let's drink to it, Jiang Ran said first. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol, Zhou declined politely. As soon as Jiang Ran placed down the 2 glasses of champagne, Zhou's keen sense detected that one of them was spiked with sedatives, which also had aphrodisiac effects. This was one benefit of becoming immortal, enhanced senses. Jiang Ran felt quite annoyed, thinking how Zhou lacked social intelligence, not speaking considerately at all. She was indeed from a small town. Still, she couldn't help but force a smile. Zhou, this champagne is actually sparkling white wine, with very low alcohol content. You can practically drink it like a beverage. Can't you give a little respect to your classmate? From Jiang Ran's smile, Zhou read between the lines. No kindness without hidden agendas. Looks like the other party intends to scheme against her. But was she that easy to scheme against? As Lin Qing's disciple, she had adopted her master's vengeful character traits. Every slight must be repaid. Although she didn't know Jiang Ran's exact plan, she could already guess. Jiang Ran was trying to ruin her. She knew this must be the result of Xiao attracting trouble. Sigh, truly lust leads to ruin. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but give another glare to Xiao. Xiao felt somewhat helpless. Why did he keep getting these dirty looks? He hadn't done anything wrong. Sigh, women's hearts are as unfathomable as the bottom of the sea. Jiang Ran watched Zhou and Xiao flirt in front of her again, and she almost lost her temper once more. Am I really supposed to drink this? Zhou coldly stared at Jiang Ran and asked. Zhou's gaze was like a sharp blade, making Jiang Ran shiver uncontrollably. Secretly, she thought, this Zhou is too weird. Her eyes seem to pierce through one's soul. Could it be that she knows about my plan? No way, I've never told anyone. Even the several kung fu experts I hired don't know who they will attack. I only told them to take care of business in room 201. Of course, don't worry, it won't get you drunk, Jiang Ran said with a strained smile. Fine, I'll drink. Suddenly, Zhou lost her balance, fell down, and landed on Xiao, causing both of them to fall onto the floor. Jiang Ran now disliked Zhou even more, thinking secretly. There goes another scheming girl, pretending to trip just to get closer to Xiao Gij. Jiang Ran placed the 2 champagne glasses on the nearby table and hurried over to support Xiao. As soon as Zhou got up, she swiftly swapped the 2 champagne glasses when no one was looking. After the 2 stood back up, Zhou acted as though she had just managed to stabilize herself. I'm very sorry. This is the first time I wear heels, so I'm not walking steadily. Zhou quickly apologized. Be more careful next time. This time you were lucky since it's someone you know. Xiao surely wouldn't blame you. But if it was someone else, you'd have caused trouble. Alright, let's toast with champagne. Jiang Ran spoke like a concerned older sister. As she spoke, she picked up 2 champagne glasses and handed Zhou the glass she remembered containing the sleeping drug. They drank the champagne all at once. Chapter 387. Treat others as they have treated you. After watching Zhou drink the wine, Jiang Ran didn't immediately leave. Instead, she chatted idly with Zhou while observing when the effects of the drug would kick in after her drinking it. She had to figure out a way to lead Zhou to the target room on the 2nd floor. Otherwise, if the drug took effect and Xiao happened to be nearby, wouldn't that benefit Zhou? She was sure the other party would seize this opportunity to climb up to Xiao's high perch. Of course, Zhou knew what the other party was waiting for. She quickly rubbed her own temples and pretended, why am I feeling dizzy? Didn't you say the alcohol content is low? It is really low. Look at me. I've drunk so much, but I'm fine. Maybe you're just not used to it because you've never drunk this before. Let me help you rest for a bit, Jiang Ran said, pretending kindness. In fact, she was snickering inside. Zhou, you're done for this time. Who would have thought the drug's effect would be so strong? I'll stay with you. Xiao interjected promptly. Before Zhou could speak, Jiang Ran hastily declined. Xiao, isn't that inappropriate? Linger is a girl after all. If you stay by her side while she's slightly drunk, it might seem like you're taking advantage of her. From Jiang Ran's tone, Xiao sensed something abnormal, hiding some sort of conspiracy. He was about to counter-argue Jiang Ran when he noticed Zhou secretly winking at him, as if saying, Don't ruin this for me. I'm here to watch the show. With their long-term familiarity, one glance was enough for him to understand that Zhou Linger had already seen through the other's scheme and was waiting for the drama to unfold. As he understood her, Zhou Linger wasn't someone who would quietly endure bullying without retaliating. Thus, he also pretended not to notice anything and remained silent. Subsequently, Jiang Ran supported Zhou Linger to room 201 on the second floor. The moment she released Zhou Linger, the latter pretended to collapse weakly onto the sofa. Zhou Linger, aren't you feeling very uncomfortable? Jiang Ran asked insincerely. Yes, my head feels so dizzy, and I'm thirsty. Zhou Linger groaned as if genuinely unwell. Just wait a moment. I'll arrange for someone to bring you some sobering soup and water. Jiang Ran left the room after speaking. As soon as she stepped outside, she dialed a phone call. You can come up now. After ending the call, she returned to room 201. The moment Jiang Ran came back to room 201, she felt a wave of dizziness, accompanied by a burning sensation rising in her heart. What's going on? Could it be that I picked up the wrong cup and drank the wrong champagne? But then what's wrong with Zhou Linger? Jiang Ran wondered to herself. While pondering, she glanced at Zhou Linger and saw her standing up from the sofa, glaring coldly at her with eyes that seemed frozen over like ice, making one involuntarily shiver. You? Jiang Ran only managed to utter one word before realizing Zhou Linger moved faster than wind towards her side, and as the latter touched her lightly, she lost her ability to speak. Humph. Even though I don't know what you've planned for me, soon enough, you'll get a taste of your own bitter fruit. Zhou Linger said, cold laughter ringing in her voice. Zhou Linger touched her again, and Jiang Ran realized she couldn't move her entire body. After drinking the drug, she only felt physical weakness, but now, she was completely immobilized. Don't worry, you'll be able to move in 15 minutes, Zhou Linger spoke. Then, she pushed Jiang Ran down onto the bed and left room 201. In truth, Zhou Linger had already guessed what would happen next. If she were an ordinary girl, instead of a cultivator, she definitely wouldn't have detected the drug hidden in the champagne, nor would she have been able to escape Jiang Ran's plot. So, she fought back, making the other person reap what they sow, letting them deeply realize the principle of do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Otherwise, if Jiang Ran dared to scheme against her, surely she would dare to scheme against other girls whose family backgrounds were less powerful than hers. What harm had they done? Zhou Linger also realized that neither the place where they drank champagne earlier nor near room 201 had any cameras, which was why she dared to retaliate so blatantly. Otherwise, she would have used a more covert method for revenge. Not long after Zhou Linger left, three sturdy-looking men entered room 201. Upon entering, they spotted Jiang Ran lying on the bed. Even though Jiang Ran was their employer, they hadn't seen her face before and did not know her name, so they naturally assumed that the person on the bed was their intended target. Despite being affected by the inexplicable effects of the drug, Jiang Ran still retained some level of consciousness. She shouted inwardly, "Don't come closer. I'm not your target." Oh. Unfortunately, the three of them couldn't hear her words. Hey, this must be our target. She's not bad looking. We're lucky today. One middle-aged man with slightly yellow teeth smirked evilly. Yeah. But the employer did say that she has some martial skills, so we'd better be careful. Hee. Boss, you're being too cautious. Look at her lying still like that. The drug must have been very potent. A girl like her, even if she wasn't drugged, wouldn't stand a chance against us. As they spoke, the three men approached where Jiang Ran lay. Don't come closer. Stay away. Jiang Ran widened her eyes and stared at them furiously. At that moment, her only ability to move was her eyes, but she didn't realize how enchanting her gaze looked. Her autumn-like water eyes captivated, her pink cheeks and cherry-red lips made her extraordinarily alluring. Instead of intimidating them, her glare only added more charm to her. My goodness, this chick is seductive even when she's motionless. Can you imagine how tempting she would be if she could move? The man with the yellow teeth leered at her. Yeah, she might actually be waiting for us. If it weren't for the sedative, she might have already thrown herself into our arms. Hearing those words, Jiang Ran became even more infuriated. Her anger surged. You bastards, who would look twice at you country bumpkins? How dare you presume I'd willingly throw myself at you? Bah, you're not worth my breath. Zhou Linger, I'll never forgive you. I will make sure you are utterly disintegrated and never find peace. But unfortunately, Jiang Ran's curses were lost on these rough men, as they only thought her face had turned redder from anger. What followed in the room cannot be explicitly described here, thus skipping numerous details. Meanwhile, Zhou Linger had returned downstairs and found Xiao muting. Upon seeing Zhou Linger, Xiao muting immediately asked anxiously, Linger, are you alright? Of course, do I look like something's wrong? There's going to be a great show soon though. Zhou Linger smiled. Chapter 388. Jiang Ran's reputation is ruined. About 20 minutes later, a few friends who were very close to Jiang Ran came up to Zhou Linger and asked, Zhou Linger, where's Jiang Ran? I just saw her come over here. Why haven't we seen her lately? These handsome gentlemen want to get to know her better. As the birthday girl, it's not right for her not to show up. The gentlemen mentioned by the other person were also some young men from wealthy families, though their backgrounds were slightly inferior to the Jiang family. They were quite interested in Jiang Ran. After all, she had good lineage, was beautiful, and also talented in many ways. How could they not like her? If they managed to pursue her successfully, their parents would undoubtedly support them wholeheartedly. Oh, classmate Jiang Ran is a little drunk. She said she wanted to rest a bit, so I helped her go to room 201 on the second floor to rest. You can find her there. Zhou Linger responded lightly. Classmate Jiang Ran is actually drunk? In that case, I must definitely go check on her, one handsome gentleman with brown hair suggested. After all, This made him seem more of a gentleman and left a better impression on her. Yeah, I'm going too, another added. The gentlemen opened their mouths one by one. All right, then I'll lead you up there, said Yilin, Jiang Ran's good friend. As they spoke, a group of 7 or 8 people marched grandly toward room 201 on the second floor. They had just arrived at the door of room 201 when they heard indescribable sounds coming from inside. The men present were no strangers to romance. They knew what kind of sound that was immediately upon hearing it. And while the few women hadn't experienced such things, had they not seen pigs run even if they had never eaten pork? Therefore, they also knew exactly what was happening inside. What does this Zhou Linger mean? She's simply manipulative. I asked her where Jiang Ran went, and she said Jiang Ran came to room 201. And now such things are happening in room 201. Isn't this blackening Jiang Ran's image? Jiang Ran is my good friend. I know she has never been in a relationship. Yilin expressed her dissatisfaction. Yes, I've heard that Zhou Linger is just an ambitious social climber who will stop at nothing to rise higher. It's said that she comes from a poor family in a small county, but you see how Xiao Xiaoxi treats her. It shows she's not simple. To me, Xiao Xiaoxi is probably just playing around with her. After all, this Zhou Linger has a certain charm. When the other party actively throws herself at him, it's normal for Xiao Xiaoxi to give in. But if marriage comes into play, it's likely impossible. After all, Xiao Xiaoxi's parents wouldn't agree. A male analyzed. I think this room 201 might belong to hotel guests. We should not bother them, someone remarked. Yes, let's search downstairs, Yilin added. The voices of the crowd chatting were extremely low, so the people inside room 201 did not hear their conversation. Just as everyone was about to leave, a female voice came from inside room 201. You bastards, idiots, get out of here. Clearly, after undergoing a series of unspeakable actions, the mysterious component of the drugs inside Jiang Ran's body that caused those behaviors had disappeared entirely, and now she had fully regained her sanity. At this moment, she hated Zhou Linger immensely. The latter had completely destroyed her. No, others still did not know about this matter. Xiao Mutant also didn't know yet, and through other methods, she could still cover up this incident. After all, hiding such matters could be done easily with only minimal costs according to the descriptions in advertisements she'd seen before. Jiang Ran couldn't help but remember a small advertisement she had once unintentionally come across on a utility pole. 88 yuan. You won't lose anything. You won't be wronged. It can make you reborn. It can conceal your history of love and cohabitation. This is absolutely the perfect solution to boost your worth when seeking matches. The several men in room 201 burst into laughter, saying, Oh my, she really is feisty. Just now she was incredibly obedient, and now she's turned against us. But we all know that girls are contradictory creatures. We understand what you mean. Then, the scene inside started again, becoming unspeakably inappropriate once more. The group outside the door, just about to leave, froze momentarily upon hearing these words. Isn't that Jiang Ran's voice? Someone involuntarily blurted out. It sounds like her too. It seems like there isn't just one man in there, and that girl was cursing those men earlier. Could it be that Jiang Ran has encountered bad people? That can't be true. This is the hotel owned by Jiang Ran's family. I think we'd better confirm it, otherwise, if something dangerous happens to her. The brown-haired young man who had shown some interest in Jiang Ran interjected. Of course he needed to verify this. Otherwise, if it were really as he imagined, then Jiang Ran must have pretended too well. On the surface, she seemed to be a pure lotus flower, but underneath, she was thoroughly corrupt. How can a man marry a woman like this? If he really accidentally married her, then on top of his head would definitely be a lush green meadow. The brown-haired young man gave an eye signal, and one of his followers quickly ran downstairs. This doesn't seem right. What if it's someone we don't know? Yilin immediately interjected. Listening to the voice, it also seemed like Jiang Ran's. If one person said it was similar, it could be a misunderstanding. But if more people thought so, and connected it with what Zhou Linger had said, Jiang Ran came to room 201. She suspected that there might be a conspiracy involved, and the person inside could really be Jiang Ran. If it really were Jiang Ran, her reputation would be completely destroyed. Hence, she hurriedly intervened for Jiang Ran. What's not right? What if it's really Jiang Ran? If the other party is truly in danger, isn't your non-intervention inappropriate? Even if the person inside is a stranger, all we have to do is apologize at most. The brown-haired young man spoke up. By now, the follower had already brought a key card for room 201. The brown-haired young man directly went forward and opened the door. As soon as the door was unlocked, the few people inside froze. They were still holding their irregular poses, and the crowd outside saw a blinding whiteness. When Jiang Ran saw the crowd outside, her face turned pale, and she let out a sharp scream. Ah! Then, she hastily grabbed the blanket to cover herself. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, the crowd stood there, stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Yilin immediately moved forward and closed the door to room 201. Jiang Ran must have been forced. We just heard her cursing and resisting earlier. Otherwise, how could she ever be with such men? Yilin could not finish her sentence. Hurry and inform Mr. Jiang. If it's true that she was forced, the police will restore justice for her. The brown-haired young man calmly suggested. He knew that no matter whether Jiang Ran had been forced or not, her reputation was already ruined from now on. It was unlikely that any wealthy family in Zhongzhou City would be willing to marry her unless they didn't care about reputation. Chapter 389. I'm supporting you. Soon, several security guards rushed up and subdued the 3 men inside room 201. Jiang Ran's father also hurried over immediately. What's wrong with my little Ran? What happened? Mr. Jiang asked as soon as he arrived. When he saw Jiang Ran wrapped in a blanket and the three disheveled men, he nearly fainted in rage. Fuming, he demanded, "Hurry up and put your clothes on, and explain to me what's going on here." Seeing his daughter in such a state, his heart ached while he simultaneously felt as if he had been slapped across the face. How embarrassing. He had just praised her at the birthday banquet, but now she was like this. After getting dressed, Jiang Ran burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's arms, crying, "Dad, someone framed me." Who exactly framed you? Mr. Jiang asked, his eyes growing colder. "It's Zhou Linger. I toasted her with a glass of champagne, and she said she felt dizzy. I helped her upstairs, and then I passed out. When I woke up, I was like this," Jiang Ran sobbed, looking every bit like a victim. Of course, she dared not tell the truth. From the way Zhou Linger left the room, she knew it had something to do with her being framed. She didn't know how the other party found out there was a sedative in the champagne or managed to swap the glasses without her noticing. No matter what, she wouldn't let Zhou Linger off the hook. If she couldn't escape unscathed, neither would Zhou Linger. Zhou Linger was definitely going to take the fall for this. "Uncle, earlier, it was Zhou Linger who led us upstairs," Lin added. What kind of person is this Zhou Ling?" Mr. Jiang asked. "Zhou Linger is in my class. They say her family is poor, and she comes from a small county," Jiang Ran explained. "Humph, a poor student from a small county daring to scheme against my daughter? That's asking for death." Mr. Jiang seethed with anger. It was clear he had already sentenced her in his mind, channeling all his fury toward Zhou Ling. "Should we report this to the police, uncle?" Lin asked. Before Mr. Jiang could respond, Jiang Ran quickly intervened. "We can't report it." She stopped them because some details of the incident wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. If they reported it, the police would soon find out that it was her who had drugged the situation, and there were call records between her and the three lecherous men involved. Once these details came to light, her reputation would be completely ruined. Moreover, she hadn't prepped anyone at the police station, so even shifting the blame to Zhou Linger would be difficult. If they didn't report it, others would simply assume she was the victim. Otherwise, she would have another charge of malice added to her list. As for Zhou Linger, she would use other methods to get revenge. She would make sure Zhou Linger wished she could neither live nor die. "Why can't we report it?" one of the boys asked, sensing something suspicious. "I've already ended up like this, and I don't want everyone knowing. If that happens, I'd rather die," Jiang Ran replied with an expression of deep sorrow. The boy thought it over and dismissed his doubts. Though modern society talks about gender equality, China has suffered through thousands of years of feudal society, leaving many old notions still deeply ingrained in people's minds. Many women care immensely about their reputation. For a lot of people, reputation outweighs everything else, which is why some girls who are assaulted don't dare to report it. They're afraid of disgracing themselves. So when Jiang Ran said she feared everyone finding out and therefore wouldn't report it, the boy who initially doubted her believed her. "You're right. After all, this concerns a girl's reputation," Lin said. "But if we don't report it, how will that punish Zhou Linger?" someone asked. "This world rewards good and punishes evil. If there is no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. I believe heaven will punish someone like her," Jiang Ran stated firmly. To be honest, Jiang Ran didn't believe in the idea of good rewarded and evil punished. She only said it to quiet the murmurs of others. If something happened to Zhou Linger, they would first think she deserved divine punishment for her misdeeds. "Tisk, Jiang Ran, you're too kind-hearted. Sometimes heaven seems blind because there's just too much to see, so it's normal to overlook things," someone remarked. "If she truly escapes heaven's punishment, then she must have a big destiny," Jiang Ran responded. "Yes, I believe heaven won't treat my precious daughter like this," Mr. Jiang coldly declared. He would absolutely seek revenge on Zhou Linger. There was no way she would escape without consequences. Mr. Jiang first went downstairs and announced that Jiang Ran wasn't feeling well, so the birthday banquet would end early. After all, it wouldn't be suitable to have so many people present for the upcoming matter. And as for the issue of his daughter losing her innocence, not many people were aware of it yet. After a bit of coercion and persuasion, he believed those wealthy young men would keep quiet about the matter. However, any of those wealthy young men who had seen this situation would no longer be eligible to become his son-in-law. As for Xiao Muting, seeing that everyone else had left, he asked, "Shall we leave now? Do you really think I can walk away right now?" "You might be able to, but I certainly cannot. I suspect there are more underhanded tricks waiting for me. And how can I leave without watching the whole show? It'd be too much of a pity," Zhou Linger replied coldly. Just as most of the guests from the birthday banquet had left, Mr. Jiang approached Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting. The reason he knew who Zhou Linger was because Jiang Ran had reminded him earlier that she was sitting beside Xiao Muting. In his mind, there was no way someone like Xiao Xiao could truly take Zhou Linger seriously. Most likely he was just toying with her. She was merely some passing amusement for Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, would Xiao Xiao dare defy the Jiang family's face over her? "Xiao Xiao, apologies for the poor hospitality. Please forgive us. I need to talk to Zhou Linger." "You're free to go," Mr. Jiang said respectfully. Even though Xiao Muting was merely one of the younger generation in the Xiao family, the Xiao family far surpassed his Jiang family in influence. Naturally, he would curry favor with them. Moreover, Xiao Xiao was the person in charge of the Red Lotus auction house. This fact alone elevated their status, allowing Xiao Xiao to be treated as an equal peer or even someone above him. Hence, his tone carried a hint of respect. "I'm sorry, Zhou Linger is my girlfriend, so I can't leave her behind and walk away on my own. Since you're looking for her, let's go together and see what you want." As Xiao Muting spoke, he wrapped his arm around Zhou Linger's slim waist. Zhou Linger was just about to protest when Xiao Muting whispered into her ear, "Don't cause trouble. I'm supporting you." This scene shocked Mr. Jiang greatly. He silently thought to himself, this isn't at all what I imagined. Xiao Xiao seems to genuinely care about this Zhou Ling. Chapter 390. Confronting Zhou Linger. No, it definitely wasn't the way he thought. Xiao Xiao must not know what this Zhou Linger had done, framing his daughter. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao wouldn't act like this. Jiang father pondered silently in his mind. Xiao Xiao, Zhou Linger did something improper to my daughter. This matter concerns a woman's reputation. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to get involved? Jiang father reminded him. Oh, then do you have any evidence? If you do, feel free to report it to the police. I believe the law will give my girlfriend a fair judgment. But if you try to take her away privately, that is impossible. And I absolutely won't allow such a thing to happen, Xiao Muting said with a smile. Yet anyone could see the icy coldness in his eyes. Regarding Jiang Ran, he knew little, but regarding Zhou Linger, he was quite familiar with her. Although Zhou Linger could sometimes be reckless and sharp-tongued, she didn't have any bad intentions. Deliberately framing a weaker person was something that Zhou Linger's character would never do, and she would also find such behavior beneath her. Unless the other party provoked her first, and she retaliated. Even so, he believed that with Zhou Linger's intelligence, she probably wouldn't leave any evidence behind. And from Zhou Linger's performance, just now, she had already anticipated this point. Zhou Linger looked at Xiao Muting with flushed cheeks. For some reason, she felt that Xiao Muting was radiating golden light all over, as if he were the esteemed Bao Zuntian coming on a seven-colored cloud. Alright then, let's go together. Jiang father helplessly spoke up. He knew that if he disagreed, then he would never be able to question Zhou Linger. But if he agreed, then any possibility of his daughter and Xiao Muting would be completely gone. As a wealthy businessman with a daughter, Jiang father naturally fantasized about making Xiao Muting his son-in-law. It was just that the probability of this happening was slim. After all, there were plenty of families like the Jiang family in Zhongyuan province, and there were many who had daughters. However, the Xiao family only had one heir. Moreover, young men like Xiao Muting, with good family backgrounds, extremely handsome looks, and incredibly strong abilities, were few and far between. After his daughter experienced such an incident, he realized that his daughter would forever be out of reach for wealthier and more powerful noble families. Though the matter hadn't become widely known, some people still did find out. There's no wall without cracks when it comes to gossip. The cost of speaking up is simply whether the temptation is enough or not. Unless Xiao Muting was deeply infatuated with his daughter, unable to extricate himself, and didn't care about everything that happened to her. However, from Xiao Muting's previous attitude toward his daughter, the other party showed no interest in her whatsoever. After all, which man interested in a woman would bring a female companion to attend the birthday banquet of said woman? Following that, Xiao Muting accompanied Jiang father into room 201. As soon as Xiao Muting entered, he smelled an unpleasant odor. He quickly realized what kind of smell it was. Subsequently, he quietly walked to the window and opened it. Thinking about how Jiang Ran originally intended to target Zhou Linger, the chill in his eyes intensified even more. Xiao Muting's action caught everyone's attention, and he coldly remarked, "The smell inside the room is too nauseating. I'm opening the window to ventilate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran nearly fainted in anger. When Xiao Muting arrived, she had kept her head down, afraid to look up because she was worried that the other side might think less of her. Despair filled her eyes. She didn't expect her father to bring Xiao Muting along, rendering her plan unfeasible, an 88 yuan deal where she neither lost nor gained anything. Since Xiao Muting already knew about what had happened to her, what use was pretending anymore? The two of them could consider themselves having no possibilities moving forward. Earlier, Xiao Muting paid her no mind despite her proactive attempts. How much less so now that she was disgraced? What she didn't expect was for Xiao Muting's words to come off as such thick sarcasm. "Zhou Linger, I'm going to kill you. It must be you bringing brother Xiao here to make fun of me." Jiang Ran cursed inwardly. "Zhou Linger, my daughter says that when she offered you champagne before, you claimed a headache, so she helped you upstairs to rest. But once upstairs, she suddenly passed out. What exactly did you do to her?" Jiang father questioned coldly as he came up. What did I do to her? Do you have evidence? That champagne was poured by her and served to me. What could I possibly do to her?" Zhou Linger laughed derisively. "So, what happened after you went upstairs?" Jiang father followed up. "After feeling dizzy earlier because I'd never drunk champagne before, I found myself adapting upstairs. I then requested to go downstairs. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran said she felt unwell and wanted to rest alone. So, I left and returned to the first floor. It was then your call summoned me back upstairs." Zhou Linger responded calmly. "You're lying, it was clearly you who drugged me," Jiang Ran screamed. "Ho ho, you say I drugged you. Do you have any evidence?" "Without evidence, I could sue you for defamation," Zhou Linger said coldly. "If you don't believe me, you can ask those three men. Wasn't someone inciting them to come upstairs and defile a young woman?" Jiang Ran spoke up. "You three bastards, tell me the truth or don't blame me for being merciless." Jiang father snapped coldly. The three men were bound with ropes, and several security guards holding clubs were glaring at them. Now they realized they had gotten into serious trouble. The employer had said their target was an insignificant girl from a small place, powerless and without connections. How did she turn out to be a wealthy young lady? Their employer had truly ruined them. At this moment, they no longer thought of keeping anything secret. At this very moment, several security guards kicked them hard and barked coldly. "Will you talk or not?" We'll talk. A girl called us and told us to go defile a young girl in room 201. She promised to pay us 5,000 yuan after the job. Such a good deal. How could we not do it?" The three men shouted loudly. "Zhou Linger, they've admitted it. So why are you still defending yourself? Weren't you just now the one who led us up here? Isn't it because you're jealous of Jiang Ran that you did this? Lin said. How does their confession concern me? They only said that a girl called them. Can they prove that the girl was me? As for Jiang Ran, I'm not jealous of her. What's there to envy about such a malicious woman like her? Zhou Linger sneered. Zhou Linger, you're despicable. Not only are you denying everything, but you're also framing Jiang Ran. The only ones who knew Jiang Ran was staying in room 201 were you and her. If not you, then would it be Jiang Ran herself harming herself? Lin angrily stated. Maybe it really is Jiang Ran who framed herself. Zhou Linger replied coldly. Chapter 391. The motive is Jiang Ran's jealousy of me. How could that be possible? Everyone thought Zhou Linger was making unreasonable excuses. After all, who would spend money to harm themselves? How couldn't it be possible? Perhaps what Jiang Ran originally intended to harm wasn't herself, but me. For instance, she initially planned to slip a drug into my drink, but I tripped before drinking the champagne she offered. Afterward, she mistakenly placed the drug cup in the wrong position and ended up drinking from it herself. Since I've never tasted champagne before, I am quite sensitive to alcohol. A single glass made me feel dizzy, so I wanted to rest. But Jiang Ran assumed I had fallen for the knockout drug, so she voluntarily escorted me to room 201. What she didn't expect was that I soon recovered, whereas she began feeling dizzy. She initially thought she drank too much champagne. After I left, she gradually fell unconscious and was taken advantage of by those men. Zhou Linger calmly analyzed. You're lying, it was definitely you who tampered with the champagne. Jiang Ran angrily retorted. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Linger could analyze the entire event with such accuracy. Is that so? So, you admit that you were trying to drug me? Zhou Linger coldly laughed. No, I didn't do it, you did. Everything was done by you. Jiang Ran countered nervously. However, her behavior at this moment appeared suspicious to everyone. Jiang Ran's father, seeing his daughter like this, immediately realized what had happened. He originally thought his daughter was clever, but now it was evident that she was a fool, failing to frame others and instead implicating herself. Not only that, but now everyone was suspecting her. Cough cough. Zhou Linger, do you have any evidence for saying this? Jiang Ran's father pretended to cough several times, diverting everyone's attention. I don't have any evidence, but aren't the things she accused me of also without proof? You speculate freely, but why won't you let me hypothesize as well? And look at how agitated Jiang Ran got just now. Could it be that my guess is mostly correct? Zhou Linger coldly smiled. If it's merely speculation, then let's discuss motives. Why would Jiang Ran do such a thing? Jiang Ran's father said coldly. He hadn't expected the topic he'd shifted away from being brought back again. Stiffening his resolve, he found points to counterattack. The motive is naturally because she is jealous of me, Zhou Linger matter-of-factly stated. You say that Jiang Ran is jealous of you. But what exactly is there about you that makes Jiang Ran envious? Her family background, looks, and talents are all better than yours, Jiang Ran's father scoffed. My family background, looks, and talents may not match hers, but isn't it true that Xiao Daxiao has shown interest in me and wants me to be his girlfriend? Xiao Daxiao, without needing to mention further, is undoubtedly a figure whose family background, appearance, and ability are flawless among peers in Zhongyuan province. Therefore, it's only natural that Jiang Ran harbors secret affection for Xiao Daxiao. After all, countless female students at the #1 middle school in Zhongzhou secretly admire Xiao Daxiao as well. But why does Xiao Daxiao have eyes for someone else when he doesn't need to look at me, a girl without significant family backing? Once Jiang Ran believes that I'm insignificant, perhaps ruining my reputation would make Xiao Daxiao keep his distance. Thus, it is perfectly reasonable for Jiang Ran to be jealous of me. Who could blame her for secretly loving someone who likes me? Zhou Linger said with a mocking smile. She then shot Xiao Muting a glance as if to say, dare to betray me? Xiao Daxiao actually has feelings for her? Impossible. Maybe it's just that they are close classmates, and Xiao Daxiao invited her out of courtesy, yet here Zhou Linger dreams of rising to glory. The group murmured amongst themselves. At this point, Xiao Muting stepped forward and said, yes, I'm currently pursuing Zhou Linger. I really like her. How could he dare to contradict his future wife? Isn't this tantamount to asking for trouble or seeking unnecessary hardship in winning his wife back? Zhou Linger openly admitting their relationship filled him with nothing but happiness. Holy crap, Xiao Muting directly confessed. This Zhou Linger sure has her tactics. And from Jiang Ran's recent attitude toward Xiao Muting, it appears Jiang Ran does indeed have some feelings for Xiao Muting, though Xiao Daxiao showed no interest in her. So in that case, Jiang Ran might truly be the mastermind behind all this. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed and ended up falling into her own trap. There's another detail. Those three men said the employer planned to pay them 50,000 to carry out their assignment. As a poor student, how could I afford 50,000? My family doesn't even have that kind of savings, let alone spending so much to harm someone. Zhou Linger casually mentioned. Upon hearing this, everyone became more convinced that Jiang Ran was the real culprit, not Xiao Muting. After hearing Zhou Linger's words, Mr. Jiang and Jiang Ran were both so furious that they felt dizzy. The gazes of the people around them made them feel as though thorns were pricking their backs, and they had completely lost face. Mr. Jiang had originally intended to clear Jiang Ran's name by gathering these insiders who knew what happened. However, he never expected her reputation to worsen rather than improve. Yet, in response to Zhou Linger's statements, they found themselves unable to refute a single word. This Zhou Linger is no ordinary character. No wonder she managed to win over Xiao Daxiao. Mr. Jiang silently admitted. All right, there's nothing else. We'll be leaving first, Zhou Linger said aloud. With that, Zhou Linger hooked her arm around Xiao Muting's and left. The others, seeing Xiao Muting and Zhou Linger depart, also decided it was time to leave. Everyone, I didn't expect Jiang Ran would cause such an issue. After all, it concerns a girl's reputation, and I hope you won't say anything recklessly about this matter in the future, Mr. Jiang pleaded. Don't worry, uncle, we won't say anything randomly. We aren't gossipy people, the brown-haired young man replied. Yes, uncle, it's getting late. We should go back. Lin had initially thought Zhou Linger was the culprit and Jiang Ran was the victim. But now, after learning the truth, she felt deceived and manipulated. Moreover, in Lin's eyes, Jiang Ran was no longer the kind and talented friend she once thought she was, but instead transformed into a calculating, venomous person, a stranger familiar yet foreign. Lin walked away with a cold expression. Once everyone had gone, Mr. Jiang immediately exploded. He slapped Jiang Ran across the face. You fool. Can't you use your brain before doing something? Your brain isn't fully developed, yet if you think mimicking other schemes will work for you. As a result, not only did you fail, but your reputation has been ruined. You've disgraced me entirely today. Dad, I refuse to accept it. Why does Zhou Linger deserve Xiao Muting's favor? Jiang Ran shouted hysterically. With how much smarter she is compared to you, you're no match for her. In the future, don't even dream of associating with those wealthy young men of your age. Once you come of age, I'll arrange a marriage alliance for you with an older rich businessman. Then at least you'll live without worry or want. No, Jiang Ran let out a voice filled with resentment. However, no matter how resentful she was, there was nothing more she could do about the matter. Chapter 392, Lin Qing's severe injury. As for Lin Qing, when she had almost fully recovered from her injuries, a month had already passed. And with the spiritual energy inside the secret realm almost non-existent, her recovery was extremely slow. Fortunately, she had medicinal herbs for healing within her spatial item. Otherwise, she wouldn't know until when, perhaps until the year of the monkey or horse, she could completely recover from her injuries. The first thing she did upon recovering was to thoroughly investigate this secret realm again, thinking there might still be some valuable things left. However, after searching for half a day, she didn't find anything useful. That was to be expected. If there were any valuable items, Xia, that evil master, would have surely found them. With a disappointed expression, Lin Qing prepared to leave this secret realm. She had been away for so long, and people outside couldn't contact her. They must be worried by now. She arrived at the entrance but discovered that it allowed entry only, not exit. So, she began searching for an exit. After looking for a whole day, she eventually found the exit, but exiting wasn't easy either. The exit's passage had been damaged before, and thus it contained space rifts. With her current strength, crossing through a channel with space rifts safely was still quite challenging. Yet she couldn't afford not to attempt it. She'd been gone for too long. Jiang Beichen, Zhou Linger, and others likely hadn't been able to contact her and were undoubtedly anxious. Besides, this secret realm was unsuitable for cultivation. No matter how long she practiced here, her improvement in strength was negligible. If she chose not to try and escape, she would only be left to grow old and die here. Since I can traverse space and live a second life, that shows my luck isn't bad. I can only hope my good fortune continues, Lin Qing muttered. Speaking, Lin Qing mobilized all her magical powers, preparing to open the spatial exit. When a milky white light enveloped a stone wall, changes occurred on that stone wall. Slowly, it split open like a seed breaking through soil, gradually widening until the crack was just large enough to accommodate one person. By then, sweat covered Lin Qing's forehead as she continuously pushed her magical power to its utmost limit. When the crack widened enough to fit a person, Lin Qing smiled. She hurtled towards the fissure at supersonic speed. Once she entered it, the fissure slowly closed, leaving the stone wall intact once more. The moment Lin Qing entered the channel, she felt an incredibly strong force of spatial tear. This power surpassed what she could resist. She mobilized all her magical powers, resisting these violent winds while quickly moving towards the exit. Phoenix Body Refining Technique. Lin Qing simultaneously activated the Phoenix Body Refining Technique to resist the force of the spatial tear. Her skin turned golden yellow, akin to a cast statue. Her cultivation of the Phoenix Body Refining Technique had already reached the golden body level, making her body impervious to blades and bullets alike. Even if someone shot her without any magical defense barriers, the bullet wouldn't be able to leave even a trace on her body. However, despite activating both the Phoenix Body Refining Technique and her magical barrier for protection when entering this passage, the wind knives formed by the spatial gaps slashed across her like numerous drill bits sharp enough to cut through steel. In no time, her entire body was covered in wounds, red blood dripping continuously. Even her face was not spared, riddled with cuts. To anyone who didn't know better, they might think someone had a deep grudge against her and had subjected her to 1,000 cuts. As her speed increased, so did the number of wounds on her body. She lost more blood and started feeling dizzy, with a growing sensation that she couldn't hold out much longer. Could it be that I'm going to perish here today? Lin Qing mocked herself. No, I can't die here. There are still so many things I haven't done yet. If I die here, it will be far too regretful. Bei Chun would surely be heartbroken. Lin Qing whispered inwardly. At that very moment, her almost closed eyes caught sight of a streak of light. I can't hold on anymore, Lin Qing said and closed her exhausted eyes due to excessive blood loss. Yet even with her eyes shut, her instincts drove her body forward, unknowingly bringing her to where the light emanated. When Lin Qing opened her eyes again, she felt immense pain throughout her entire body. It had been ages since she experienced such unbearable agony. Could it be that I've crossed over again? Lin Qing speculated secretly. She slightly opened her eyes but realized she was in a white room, wrapped like a mummy. Hurriedly checking within her body, she found her internal organs severely injured and ruptured. All her spiritual energy was depleted, and her cultivation had dropped directly to the initial stage of chi refinement. Fortunately, she had not crossed over again. It was still her original body. As long as she thoroughly healed her wounds, her cultivation would slowly recover. However, being able to survive the devastation of a space rift showed just how incredibly lucky she was. After all, many cultivators at the Yuanying stage wouldn't dare to cross places with space rifts so easily. Fortunately, the damage to that passage wasn't too severe. Otherwise, she would have been disintegrated into dust by spatial forces as soon as she entered. Those who haven't experienced spatial forces couldn't possibly imagine just how powerful they were. Lin Qing wanted to sit up and cross her legs to meditate, but this mummy-like wrapping truly left her unable to move. More importantly, her current physical weakness prevented her from tearing off the bandages. This feeling of utter helplessness was really unpleasant. "Is there anyone here?" she called out in a low voice. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly due to not having consumed water for a long time. No one answered her, so she had to call out again. At that moment, footsteps finally came from outside the door. A girl dressed in a white nurse's uniform walked in and said as soon as she entered, "Young lady, you're awake?" "Yeah, where am I?" Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. First, she needed to determine her current location. Then, she would quickly recover from her injuries. Once she had healed enough, she would contact Jiang Beichen and the others. After all, if they saw her like this now, they wouldn't know how heartbroken they might become. What she didn't know was that Jiang Beichen had already gone nearly insane searching for her, practically turning Japan upside down. When Jiang Beichen couldn't reach her after half a month, he remembered that she might have been in cultivation and hadn't seen his calls. But when another month passed, and he still couldn't contact her, with no return calls or messages, Jiang Beichen feared something had happened to her. Subsequently, he began frantically searching for her across Japan. He had already spent a week looking for her, almost overturning every corner of the country, yet there was still no news of her whatsoever. By then, Jiang Beichen's emotions were on the verge of collapse. But he kept searching anyway, even expanding his search to other cities near Japan. "This is the Qin family's rehabilitation center in Yuhai City," the little nurse replied. Chapter 393, Rescued. The Qin family in Hai City? Lin Qing's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she spoke. She knew Hai City, a Chinese city close to Japan. She hadn't expected that after exiting the secret realm, she'd end up here. But this was good at least. She was no longer in the dangerous place that was Japan. Previously, she didn't fear staying in Japan because she had confidence. However, given her current condition, it wasn't wise for her to remain there. After all, she'd killed Japan's strongest fighter, and many Japanese warriors hated her to the bone. Before, when she was strong, those Japanese fighters wouldn't dare attack her. Attacking her would mean certain death. But now if she were injured, those powerful ones would surely take advantage of her weakened state to kill her and eliminate any future threats. The Qin family is one of the top families in Hai City. You're lucky to have met the third young master, a kind-hearted man who brought you back, hired a doctor, and saved your life. Otherwise, with your injuries, you might not have survived. Who on earth did you offend? They've hurt you so severely, the nurse said, showing sympathy. The young woman before her had survived, but her face was ruined, meaning her future life would likely be tough. After all, this was a society that valued looks. Third young master? What's his name? Lin Qing asked. The third young master's name is Qin Yan. He's incredibly handsome, gentle, and very kind-hearted. Unfortunately, he isn't highly regarded within the family, the nurse said with a dreamy and somewhat regretful look. Why is he not valued by the family? Lin Qing asked indifferently. It's because he lacks martial cultivation talent. The Qin family is a martial arts household. Even though their business empire is vast, they value martial arts above all else. But in modern society, who still needs martial arts? We live in a civilized world where martial arts are only used for performances. They have no real practical use anymore. I don't understand why the head of the Qin family thinks this way. To judge and dismiss someone simply because of a lack of martial cultivation talent. There must be something wrong with his thinking. The nurse pointed to her head as she spoke. You don't know, but martial arts still have many applications. Since you've never been exposed to them, you misunderstand their value, Lin Qing replied. I don't know, could it be that you do, miss? The nurse asked with a condescending look. This girl appeared younger than herself. If she claimed to know more, it was hard for the nurse to believe. Seeing the skeptical expression on the nurse's face, Lin Qing decided not to continue the conversation about martial arts since she realized the nurse, being an ordinary person, had limited understanding. Noticing Lin Qing didn't reply, the nurse felt her previous comment might have offended her, especially given the fact that Lin Qing was disfigured and likely emotionally sensitive. She quickly changed the topic. By the way, you called me just now, right? Are you thirsty? Yes, a bit thirsty, and also a little hungry. More importantly, help me get these bandages off, which make me look like a mummy, Lin Qing said. But the doctor said it's not time yet, the nurse explained hurriedly. If I say it's time, then it's time. My body, my decision, Lin Qing declared firmly. That's not up to me. I'll need to consult Qin third young master, the nurse said before rushing out. After about 15 minutes, while Lin Qing waited anxiously, a handsome young man entered the room. He stood tall and slim, and with the white shirt highlighting his figure, he looked even more elegant and upright. His face was warm, his long, thick eyelashes framing deep, black, bright eyes filled with kindness and warmth, exuding a charm that could easily captivate others. His hair was glossy black, fluttering softly, carrying a soft, refined beauty. Young lady, you're awake. I hear you want the bandages removed, but the doctor said doing so might affect the healing of your wounds. If the healing process is disrupted, the result will be unsightly scars. Qin Yin smiled gently as he spoke. Don't worry, I can handle these wounds. I asked for the bandages to be removed because I have a method to heal them quickly, Lin Qing said calmly. What? Do you possess the Red Lotus Auction House's Huanyin pill? It seems only Huanyin pills could allow for such rapid wound recovery. Aside from them, I haven't heard of anything else on the market capable of quickly eliminating scars, Qin Yin said, surprised. Exactly, the Huanyin pill, Lin Qing confirmed. She wouldn't tell him that she had something far superior to the Huanyin pill, and moreover, her injuries would naturally fade as her body healed. Since the young lady has the Huanyin pill, Nurse Xiaoyan, you may help this young lady remove the bandages. Qin Yin said. All right, young Master Qin. Nurse Xiaoyan replied with a starry-eyed gaze at him. By the way, I'm hungry. Have someone prepare food for 6 people for me, Lin Qing added. 6 servings? Are you sure? Can you really eat that much after such serious injuries? Qin Yin was surprised. Absolutely sure. 6 servings will be no problem. It's precisely because of these severe injuries that I need to eat more to nourish my body, Lin Qing responded without hesitation. All right, please wait a moment while I arrange it immediately, Qin Yin nodded. After Qin Yin left, Nurse Xiaoyan helped Lin Qing remove the bandages and then handed her a glass of water before leaving the room. After drinking some water, Lin Qing sat cross-legged and began cultivating. As the cultivation technique flowed through her, her body naturally started to heal itself. About half an hour later, someone knocked on the door and brought in a large amount of food. Lin Qing paused her cultivation to begin feeding her stomach. After all, energy is necessary for work. After the meal, she swallowed a healing divine pill and resumed her cultivation, sitting cross-legged once again. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Half a day passed, and her external wounds had healed almost completely. Her internal injuries were only about 10% recovered, but getting up and moving around normally wasn't an issue anymore. At this point, her skin was covered with dark patches where scars had shed. Fortunately, the room had a shower, so she didn't hesitate to take one. After bathing, Lin Qing felt much refreshed. Facing herself in the mirror, she smiled. The beauty reflected in the mirror looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, possessing exquisite features. Her clear and bright pupils sparkled behind long lashes, which fluttered slightly. Her eyebrows arched gracefully like willow leaves, and her flawless pale skin emitted a faint pink glow. Her thin lips were as delicate and soft as rose petals. Against the backdrop of her flowing black hair, she seemed ethereal and celestial, a face fit for the heavens. Even describing her with terms like outshining the moon, or sinking fish and shamed geese, would fall short of capturing her true beauty. Chapter 394. Jiang Beichen, who makes people feel sympathy. During the dinner time, Nurse Xiaoyan brought a dinner to Lin Qing's room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw an absolutely beautiful woman sitting cross-legged on the bed. The beauty on the bed had skin as tender as peeled eggs, eyes like shining stars in the sky, crescent eyebrows that softly touched one's heart like the spring breeze of February, and pink lips like ripe cherries that made one want to take a bite. Her black hair, smooth as silk, casually hung down her back, making her look like a peerless beauty who had traveled from ancient times. Who are you? Where's the patient here? Xiaoyan's eyes showed amazement. Even though she was a woman herself, she didn't feel any jealousy toward the other party, as the other person was simply too beautiful. Lin Qing, upon hearing the sound, stopped cultivating and opened her enchanting eyes. I am the patient saved by third young master. Lin Qing said indifferently. What? You are the patient? How is that possible? How could the injuries on your face heal so fast? Xiaoyan said in disbelief. It is indeed me. I used the Hyanyan pill auctioned at the Red Lotus auction house. Lin Qing replied indifferently. What? Do you mean the legendary Hyanyan pill, which every woman dreams of, and can remove any scar? Isn't it said that one pill costs several million? Xiaoyan exclaimed again. Are there other medicines called Hyanyan pill? Lin Qing smiled faintly. Not really. I've heard that this Hyanyan pill not only removes scars, but also improves skin quality. But its effect is just too amazing. It makes me want to buy one myself. Alas, unfortunately, I don't have enough money. I wonder if I can earn enough money in my lifetime to afford a Hyanyan pill, Xiaoyan said wistfully. She didn't know that Lin Qing's flawless skin was originally that good, not due to eating the Hyanyan pill. Lin Qing smiled slightly without speaking and did not reveal the cause. The Hyanyan pill was merely used to disguise the fact that she was a cultivator. After all, even for martial arts experts, if such serious wounds with full body scars healed instantly, it would be unrealistic and might lead others to suspect something else for people on this planet. And Lin Qing didn't continue hiding her extraordinary beauty this time, because her internal injuries were severe. She didn't even have enough spiritual energy to heal her inner wounds, let alone use magic to maintain such a disguise. Xiaoyan looked at the other party who only smiled but didn't speak, thinking silently. Oh my, I didn't expect that a girl randomly saved by third young Master Qin would turn out to be a rich young miss with extraordinary beauty. Right. In her view, Lin Qing in front of her was undoubtedly a wealthy young lady. How could anyone who wasn't rich afford the Hyanyan pill? Recalling Lin Qing's previous injuries, Xiaoyan couldn't help but associate them with some family drama she had seen before. For instance, sisters or cousins were jealous of each other's beauty, coveted their fiancés, and malicious plans led by jealousy caused intentional accidents to disfigure someone. At this point, Xiaoyan looked at Lin Qing with a hint of pity. Of course, Lin Qing noticed Xiaoyan's change of expression, shifting from amazement to pity, but she sensed no malice from her, so Lin Qing didn't care much about it. By the way, miss, what's your name? This dinner was instructed by third young master for me to bring to you, Xiaoyan said, while setting up the dishes. My name is Lin Qing. Lin Qing's voice carried its usual coolness. Looking at the food laid out by Xiaoyan, there were approximately 6 dishes and 1 soup. Qing, 3 young master, must remember what she said earlier. Eating more would accelerate her recovery. Without being polite, she picked up the chopsticks and started eating gracefully and quickly. The taste of the meal was excellent, showing how the aristocratic families always placed particular emphasis on enjoyment. After Lin Qing finished eating, Xiaoyan swiftly cleaned up the plates and announced her departure. Miss Lin, please pay attention to your rest. I won't disturb you further. Hold on. Miss Lin, is there anything else you need? Xiaoyan asked curiously. Do you have a phone? Can I borrow it? Oh, okay. Lin Qing skillfully dialed Jiang Beichen's number after receiving the phone. She knew his number very well. Even though she hadn't intentionally memorized it, with her powerful memory, that number was deeply imprinted in her mind. Dial tone. Hello, may I ask who is calling? That sultry voice now sounded somewhat hoarse and extremely fatigued. Hi, it's me. Lin Qing's voice remained ever appealing and unforgettable. Qing, is that you? Where are you now? Jiang Beichen's voice was filled with urgency, akin to a dying man in the desert suddenly finding an oasis. I am at the Qin Family Sanatorium in Yuhai City, Lin Qing began. How did you end up there? What happened exactly? There is no record of your entry through customs, Jiang Beichen asked hurriedly. Relax, I'm fine now. Before this, I entered a secret realm. It was impossible for me to leave it easily, and there was no signal inside. I spent a long time figuring out how to get out, and I only just managed to escape recently. The first thing I did upon getting out was contacting you, so you wouldn't worry. I noticed that your voice sounds a bit exhausted. Was it because you couldn't find me and didn't rest well? I already told you that if you can't reach me, don't panic immediately. With my abilities, no one on this planet could possibly harm me, so I'm never in danger. Lin Qing dared not tell Jiang Beichen how close she had come to not returning, but since she was now safe, why trouble him with unnecessary fear? But you've been out of contact for a month. How could I not worry? Jiang Beichen's voice carried a hint of grievance. I know you worried about me, but you should also take care of yourself. If you keep resting poorly, your kidneys might start giving you trouble. Lin Qing couldn't help but tease him after hearing his aggrieved tone. Mistress, are you doubting my capabilities? Jiang Beichen's originally raspy voice now had a touch of seductive charm. Of course not. I'm just reminding you. Medical research shows that staying up too late really does cause such problems. Rest assured, your husband will make sure to get enough rest, and in the future, I'll surely make you satisfied. All men are pigs. That's all. Gotta go, hanging up. As Lin Qing ended the call, she could still hear Jiang Beichen laughing joyfully. Xiaoyan, who overheard their conversation, understood each word separately, but when they were put together, she couldn't comprehend what they were talking about. A secret realm? What was that? A place with no signal, where one couldn't leave, and something like that exists on this planet? Still, she didn't dare to ask further. It was clearly someone else's private business. Chapter 395, Falling in Love at First Sight Again. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Beichen made a few more calls. Gongzi, come back. Stop looking. Your sister-in-law has been found. Also, notify the others who are still searching. No need to look anymore. Fox, stop looking. Yes, your sister-in-law has been found. Although Jiang Beichen's face was still tired, he didn't have the same ferociousness as before, and his cold demeanor was no longer as terrifying. Though he wanted to rush over to find Lin Qing immediately, he couldn't. He didn't want Lin Qing, his beloved, to see him in such a state, and didn't want her to worry. At this moment, the actions of both of them perfectly illustrated what love really is. There's a difference between liking and loving. Liking someone means being unrestrained, but loving means being restrained. The next day, before dawn, Lin Qing walked out of her room in white casual wear. Since the energy inside the room wasn't sufficient, she planned to absorb the violet energy from the sunrise, hoping it would help her recover faster. Otherwise, with her current recovery speed, it might take 10 days or half a month. 10 days or half a month may not seem long, but for someone like her, it's too long. If some skilled opponent sought revenge on her, she'd be done for. This rehabilitation center had a great location, nestled among mountains and beside water. Lin Qing found a spot within the facility that received sunlight and sat cross-legged to meditate. As the sky began to lighten, a fiery red sun slowly rose above the horizon. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Qing's chest moved rhythmically like a bellows, with faint mist swirling around her body. It was hardly noticeable unless you paid close attention. After several hours of practice, Lin Qing finally absorbed a trace of the violet energy. Her internal injuries were now healed to about 20%. Just as she was about to leave, a man dressed in all-white martial arts attire approached. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square jawline, and thin skin that gave off an air of healthiness. Around 30 years old, his exposed arms showed distinct muscle contours, clearly marking him as a martial artist. Lin Qing remembered Yun Xiao mentioning that the Qin family was a renowned martial arts family. This person must belong to the Qin family. At a glance, she determined he had reached the peak of hidden strength, making him a true talent in martial arts on this planet. His name was Qin Sheng, the leader of the younger generation of the Qin family, young Master Qin. Arriving at his usual training place as per his routine, he encountered an extraordinary beauty. She was wearing a white casual outfit, makeup-free, without any elaborate adornments, yet her stunning beauty remained undeniable. Her skin was smooth like that of a newborn baby's, delicate to the touch. Her eyes resembled gemstones radiating mystery, instantly capturing one's gaze. Her hair cascaded behind her like a waterfall, adding gracefulness even in its simplicity. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Though as the heir of a martial arts family, he had met many beauties before, none could compare to this woman. As she drew closer, he caught a whiff of fragrance, subtle yet enchanting, naturally emanating from her body, far more pleasant than any high-end perfume. At that very moment, Qin Sheng felt his heart race uncontrollably, filling him with excitement akin to an intense martial arts session. Never having experienced such a sensation before, despite his naivety and emotions, he recognized it as love at first sight. When Lin Qing passed by, he stopped her. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Qin Sheng asked. "Who I am doesn't concern you," Lin Qing replied indifferently. Qin Sheng hesitated momentarily after being rebuffed, unable to comprehend how a simple greeting could turn into this so quickly. "I'm sorry, miss, I don't know how to talk well. Please forgive me. This is Qin territory. My name is Qin Sheng. I've never seen you before, so I'm curious about your identity." Qin Sheng added courteously. In his mind, men should know when to yield to women since women needed to be coaxed. "I'm just someone rescued by the third young master of the Qin family. I had nothing better to do early in the morning, so I decided to wander around." Lin Qing's tone was still calm, lacking gratitude expected from those saved. To her, if Qin Yan hadn't saved her, she still wouldn't have died. Even in the wilderness, once awake, she could mend her own wounds. So, rescuing her simply provided her with a place to live amongst humans. Despite this, she still appreciated his gesture, though she had little interest in dealing with the current Qin Sheng. The way he had glued his eyes onto her from the moment he saw her, like 502 glue, made her feel extremely repulsed. However, despite her chilly demeanor that kept people at arm's length, she still exuded charm. After all, beauty is always beautiful no matter what. "Oh, so you're the person the third young master saved. May I know your honorable name?" Qin Sheng asked, suddenly realizing. He wondered why he had never seen her before, and since she didn't react when hearing his name, it meant she was not from around here and probably didn't know who he was. Lin Qing. Hearing these two big words from Lin Qing, Qin Sheng felt completely flustered inside. "Are you Lin Qing?" Qin Sheng couldn't believe it. At present, Lin Qing's name was well known in the martial arts world. How could anyone not know about the top martial artist who had shocked the world? It was said that she had already entered the Divine Sea realm. Otherwise, how could she have defeated Intun Shoichi, who was at the pinnacle of innate power? The frail-looking woman in front of him appeared to be anything but the legendary figure. Moreover, he couldn't sense any martial arts cultivation or aura from her. Though rumors suggested that Master Lin was a woman, he imagined such a formidable woman to be more manlike. How could a pretty woman endure the dullness and hardship of martial cultivation? Moreover, according to his third brother, the woman he had saved was severely injured. With Master Lin's great strength, who in China could have possibly inflicted such injuries on her? So, this woman must surely share the same name as the legendary person. "What? Am I famous?" Lin Qing smirked. Her smile made the surrounding scenery seem dull in comparison. Qin Sheng's heart began to race even more out of control. No, it's just that your name coincides with one of our martial arts predecessors. However, I suggest you change your name. What if the predecessor learns that someone shares her name and considers it disrespectful? What then? Qin Sheng advised. "Oh, and what would happen then?" Lin Qing replied indifferently. "You are not part of our martial arts circle, so you don't know this predecessor. She is very decisive in killing. They say she doesn't hesitate to kill when disagreed with. What if she feels you disrespected her? You'd be in danger." Qin Sheng furrowed his eyebrows slightly and said. Chapter 396. Is the big brother blind? Ho ho. Even if the other party knows my name is Lin Qing, she wouldn't make a move against me, Lin Qing said calmly. You just don't understand the power of martial arts practitioners. Do you think the other party would be afraid of the law and not dare to harm you? Qin Sheng thought the other side was too presumptuous. In another word, they lacked insight which limited her thinking. Oh, if you want to continue discussing the issue of changing names with me, I will not accompany you further, Lin Qing said impatiently. Qin Sheng didn't understand. It was a pleasant encounter that had somehow veered off topic. Yes, the other party currently does not want to change their name as they have little understanding of warriors now. It is indeed too hasty to tell them to change their name at this moment. An opportunity should be found to let the Miss Lin in front understand the might of warriors and the world of warriors. At that point, when she develops a sense of fear, it's likely she will agree to change her name. And Qin Sheng instinctively regarded Lin Qing as his own person. After all, in his view, he himself was so outstanding. Once the other party understood him, they would surely fall for him. Up until now, he has never fallen in love at first sight with anyone. Now that the woman he fell in love at first sight with appeared, he certainly could not let her go. Alright, then we won't talk about changing names anymore. Have you eaten breakfast? Let me take you to have breakfast, Qin Sheng said eagerly. Oh, aren't you out here practicing? Just continue practicing, I don't want to trouble you. Breakfast will be delivered to my room by someone else, Lin Qing responded indifferently. Okay, then, Qin Sheng replied. He did not perceive Lin Qing's unwillingness one bit. He believed that Lin Qing did not wish for him to accompany her, fearing it would interfere with his practice. Watching Lin Qing's retreating back, he muttered inwardly. Who would have known that Lin Qing isn't only beautiful enough to topple cities and kingdoms, but she also has the potential to become an excellent wife and mother. She actually cares about and encourages me to practice martial arts. Though her character may be a bit cold, such a woman appears more noble. If Lin Qing knew her rejection would lead the other party to form such thoughts, she would absolutely want to vomit blood. After finishing his morning practice, Qin Sheng came to the living room at home, preparing to eat breakfast. By this time, the second and third brothers had already sat at the table, naturally with the old master seated in the first seat. Their family adhered to the principle of eating without speaking and sleeping without chatter. Thus everyone silently finished their breakfast. Just as Qin Yan was about to leave, Qin Sheng stopped him. Third brother, I fancy the woman you saved. What? You fancy her? Qin Yan asked in surprise. With a look of astonishment on his face, he scrutinized his elder brother. He strongly doubted his elder brother's judgment. Was there something wrong with the elder brother's vision? The girl had become so unsightly, yet the elder brother liked her. Could this be the reason why the elder brother has always been single? His appreciation was indeed too peculiar. Recalling the woman he saved, whose whole body was full of scars, he shivered uncontrollably. Although she claimed to possess the rejuvenation pill, in his view, such pills were in high demand. Even if she possessed some, it was estimated that they would be very few. One pill could do little for all her scars, merely reducing a few scars on her face. Still, that made her quite unsettling. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? It's not easy for me, your elder brother, to like a woman. You can't take her away from your elder brother. Qin Sheng hurriedly said. He knew in matters of affection, one must act quickly. Having spoken first, even if the third brother liked the woman, it would be improper for him to contest with him. He thought the woman was so beautiful that surely many people would like her. Only someone like him, a top expert, could protect her and would be the most suitable match for her. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Qin Yan became utterly embarrassed once again. Competing with his elder brother? His taste wasn't that heavy. At this moment, he hadn't seen Lin Qing's true appearance yet. After he saw her, he deeply regretted what he had said earlier. Unfortunately, by then, his heart had unknowingly slipped away. Relax, elder brother. I absolutely will not compete with you. However, although the woman was rescued by me, romantic issues still need to be decided by the party involved. I am not her parents. I am just her rescuer, Qin Yan stated. Of course I know that. But aren't I worried that you'll force her to reciprocate due to gratitude for saving her life? Qin Sheng chuckled sheepishly. Elder brother, am I really that kind of person? Qin Yan asked helplessly. Even if the other party offered to repay him with her life, he would not possibly agree. He would consider it ingratitude towards kindness. Aren't I worried about the rare chance where someone might do it? Such a beauty can only be better suited to someone as powerful as me. Third brother, you are too weak to protect her. Without realizing it, Qin Sheng had plunged a dagger into Qin Yan's heart again. After parting ways with Qin Sheng, Qin Yan found himself with nothing to do and decided to take a look at the woman he had saved. He wondered what extraordinary qualities she possessed that made his older brother, who was usually so proud and arrogant, take such an interest in her. He soon arrived at the convalescent home. As soon as he entered, Nurse Xiaoyun came running over. Third young master, how did you come here? Xiaoyun greeted him enthusiastically. I've come to see how that young lady is doing. Qin Yan responded with a gentle demeanor. You mean Miss Lin? She's much better now, eating well, drinking, and able to walk around. I've never seen anyone recover so quickly from such severe injuries, Xiaoyun replied. Her surname is Lin. Yes, didn't third young master know? I haven't asked her name yet. In that case, let me take you to her. I'm sure she'll be very pleased to know you're here. The moment Qin Yan arrived at the convalescent home, Lin Qing knew about it, and immediately stopped her cultivation. When the door opened, Qin Yan met a pair of crystal-clear eyes like polished lily that captivated him instantly. Those eyes shone brightly on a face so flawless it seemed otherworldly. What a face! It truly rivaled the beauty of legendary figures. Are you Miss Lin whom I saved? Qin Yan asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. At the same time, his heart began pounding uncontrollably. Third young master, surely you never expected the girl you saved would have such extraordinary beauty after recovering, right? Nurse Xiaoyun teased, seeing the stunned look on Qin Yan's face. Indeed, Qin Yan replied, unable to tear his gaze away. Yet his eyes held a different quality from Qin Sheng's. While Qin Sheng's gaze brimmed with possession, Qin Yan's was pure admiration. Now he finally understood why his older brother was so taken with Miss Lin. It wasn't blindness but keen insight. Could he regret what he had said earlier? Because he too had started to fall for Lin Qing's stunning appearance. I am indeed she. My name is Lin Qing, and I am deeply grateful to you for saving me. Lin Qing spoke. To rescue you has been my honor. Qin Yan smiled and responded. Chapter 397, Jiang Beichen arrives. Upon hearing Lin Qing's name, Qin Yan did not react much. He knew that he had no talent in martial arts, so he didn't pay much attention to matters of the martial arts world. He had long abandoned his inheritance of the family head position. He was by nature indifferent and not interested in competition or profit. But to let go of the girl he liked, this left him a little reluctant. Even if it was his older brother who wanted her? Right. Although I promised my elder brother that I wouldn't compete with him, what if Lin Qing doesn't look up to him? Qin Yan thought silently. At this, his eyes lit up. Lin Qing, during breakfast today, my brother mentioned you. How did you two meet? Qin Yan asked. Today when I found I could get out of bed, I went for a walk and met him while strolling outside. Lin Qing replied lightly. So how does Lin Qing feel about my brother? My brother says he really likes you. Qin Yan probed cautiously. Little Yun beside them, upon hearing these words, was full of envy. From Qin San's earlier glance, she could see the young master's fondness for Lin Qing. Unexpectedly, Qin Dage also liked Lin Qing. Beauties indeed receive special treatment, let alone one who is wealthy and beautiful. It's no wonder such women attract rich and handsome men. Facing Lin Qing, all little Yun could do was admire with envy, but not hate. There was simply no reason to hate as the other's conditions were just too perfect. To like me? His like seems too cheap. Lin Qing expressed disdainfully. What they call liking her was merely lusting after her beauty. This kind of admiration appeared quite inexpensive in her eyes. So Lin Qing does not like my elder brother then? On the surface, Qin Yan didn't seem to react, but inside, he was elated. Indeed, I don't. Besides, I already have a boyfriend, Lin Qing responded lightly. Qin Yan hadn't rejoiced for a few seconds before Lin Qing's words stabbed at his heart like a knife. No, he still had a chance. Lin Qing looked young, and at this age, emotions were unstable and prone to breaking up easily. If he waited patiently, he would have the opportunity to win her affection. You already have a boyfriend? What's he like? Qin Yan dared not easily reveal his feelings, fearing her disgust, so he approached Lin Qing as an understanding older brother. Well, how should I put it? In my heart, there may be no better person than him in the world, Lin Qing said with a smile on her face. Although it was only a faint smile, Qin Yan could sense Lin Qing's love and satisfaction with her boyfriend. Thinking about this, he felt somewhat disheartened. If he is so great, why couldn't he protect you well? Qin Yan involuntarily questioned aloud. Frankly speaking, his words had a hint of sowing discord, but if a man couldn't even protect his own woman, allowing her to suffer such disasters, he surely wasn't qualified. Perhaps beauty was in the eye of the beholder, which made everything about her boyfriend good in Lin Qing's eyes, whereas maybe he wasn't as perfect. So if Lin Qing could clearly see these flaws, she might make a better choice. When Qin Yan said this, Lin Qing became somewhat unhappy and coldly sniffed. Mr. Qin, are you meddling too much? What right do you have to judge my boyfriend? Although you saved me, I am grateful. However, you have no right to interfere with my private life. Sorry, Miss Lin. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just concerned for your sake. I don't want to see you deceived. After all, there are many smooth-talking men in society now, but truly responsible men are indeed rare. We men evaluating men are usually more objective than women. Qin Yan said apologetically. At this moment, a scoffing sound came from outside. Humph. Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back like a gossipy old woman? With that, the door to Lin Qing's room was kicked open, and a strikingly handsome man walked in. Dressed in a tight-fitting black suit, his gaze piercing and lips tightly shut, he coldly stared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan was first astonished by the other man's stunning beauty, unspeakably shocked that there existed such a perfectly handsome man in the world. He considered himself rather good-looking, but compared to this man, he paled in comparison. And Nurse Little Yun, seeing this top-tier handsome man entering, almost drooled from being starstruck. Qin Yan quickly recovered from his shock and coldly said, "Who are you? How did you enter the Qin household without permission? This place belongs to the Qin family." Not even knowing who I am, yet you badmouth me behind my back. Don't you think that makes you a bit small-minded? Jiang Baichen scoffed. You're Lin Qing's boyfriend? Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise. Of course, how could there be anyone more suited for me than you? Jiang Baichen stared at Lin Qing with burning eyes. From appearances, you two do indeed match well. I doubt there's anyone better looking in this world, but as a man, looks aren't the most important thing. Responsibility and commitment are what matter the most. Wasn't that what I said before? Where were you when Lin Qing was injured? You only showed up now. If it weren't for me saving Lin Qing, things would have gone bad already. Qin Yan quickly retaliated against Jiang Baichen's earlier accusation. The moment Qin Yan finished speaking, Lin Qing coldly snapped. Qin Yan, shut up. Qing, did you get hurt? Where? Is it serious? Jiang Baichen immediately asked anxiously after hearing Qin Yan's words. Chen, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest longer? Lin Qing hastily changed the subject. I've rested all night. Don't try to change the subject. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't even know you got injured. Jiang Baichen examined Lin Qing carefully, searching for any wounds. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Lin Qing explained quickly. Minor injury? How can it be a minor injury? You were battered all over. Qin Yan interrupted hastily. Shut up. Lin Qing hissed icily once again. What exactly happened? Jiang Baichen furrowed his brows with concern. It's nothing. My injuries looked severe at the time, but they're not that bad. Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Lin Qing replied. No, I still need to take you for a checkup. Jiang Baichen insisted, worry evident on his face. Are you stupid? I'm a legendary doctor myself. Why would I need to go to the hospital? Lin Qing chuckled. Do you really have no issues? Jiang Baichen pressed cautiously. Of course not. Lin Qing responded helplessly. The two continued chatting without any regard for Qin Yan or Nurse Little Yun who, feeling increasingly awkward, left the room quietly. Chapter 398. Prying into Jiang Baichen's relationship. After Qin Yan walked out of Lin Qing's room, he felt a tinge of sadness in his heart, especially seeing the handsome guy and beautiful girl pairing inside. They looked so well matched, and it seemed their feelings for each other were strong. Even staying in the same room with them made him feel as though he couldn't step into their world. The admiration that had just started in his heart suddenly felt as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He hadn't gone far from the room when he ran into his elder brother Qin Sheng. Qin Yan, why do you seem somewhat distracted? Is something wrong? Qin Sheng asked. It's nothing, elder brother. How did you come here? Qin Yan said. Of course, I came to find the young lady you saved. Where is she? Qin Sheng's lips curled slightly upward with a faint smile. Elder brother, I think it's better if you don't go. Qin Yan said dejectedly. Oh, why not? Could it be that you regret not competing with me anymore? Qin Sheng's expression darkened immediately. Not at all. It's because Lin girl has a boyfriend already. Qin Yan responded quickly. Ah, what did I expect? For her having a boyfriend, I anticipated it long ago. After all, she's very beautiful, so surely she'll have many suitors, and it's normal for one or two to have captured her heart, Qin Sheng replied. But her boyfriend is extremely handsome, on par with her in appearance, and it seems that they are deeply in love, Qin Yan warned. So what? Usually, the handsome ones are mostly incompetent. Haven't you heard the common saying that beautiful men and women rarely end up together? There's an old phrase, fresh flowers stuck in cow dung. It makes sense. High pairs low, beautiful pairs ugly. That way aligns with society's redistribution of resources. As for beautiful men and women, their temptations are numerous, so they're less likely to cherish their relationship. A man shouldn't be judged by his good looks, but rather by his abilities, responsibility, strength, and the ability to give women security, Qin Sheng scoffed. While what you say makes some sense, from Lin Girl's reaction, it seems like she cares deeply for her boyfriend. Qin Yan frowned slightly. Perhaps she cares now, but I bet soon she won't care anymore. Qin Sheng chuckled coldly. What are you going to do? Qin Yan frowned even harder. Naturally, I plan to cause trouble between them. Right now, they appear very affectionate because their relationship hasn't faced any real tests yet, so it's pure and happy, but also fragile. Lin Qing, such a beautiful woman, should be my pet, being raised by me, giving birth to my children, serving me. Oh, where are they? Qin Sheng grinned wickedly. His perspective was clearly a case of typical male chauvinism. Any woman he liked had to belong to him, completely dependent on him. On what basis? Yet, to be honest, there are quite a number of men like this in China who tend to objectify women. They hope women won't strive for a career, but instead rely entirely on them. To them, they must be the heavens and the earth of a woman to satisfy their deep-seated patriarchal tendencies. However, Qin Sheng picked the wrong person with Lin Qing. She was certainly not someone easily controlled, merely possessing beauty. Qin Yan told Lin Qing's location to Qin Sheng, who cheerfully headed toward the place where the couple was. In his view, driving a wedge between the two would be incredibly easy. Money temptation, showing off through his presence to highlight the incapability of her boyfriend, and otherwise coercing them if necessary. Lin Girl's handsome boyfriend might not even be a martial artist, and even if he was, he could never be Qin Sheng's match. If nothing else worked, he would disable the rival and see whether the man dared to compete against him. Inside Lin Qing's room, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were chatting without regard for others. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Who are you? Entering without knocking? How disrespectful. Jiang Beichen's voice turned cold. It's me, Qin Sheng. Boy, how dare you act so arrogantly on Qin family territory? Who gave you such nerve? Qin Sheng smirked coldly. So, you're young Master Qin of the Qin family, huh? I've heard about how cultured and generous your family is. But judging by today, rumors can be deceiving. Is this really how the Qin family treats guests? Jiang Beichen narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint shot towards Qin Sheng. Jiang Beichen strongly disliked his behavior, but considering that the Qin family had helped Lin Qing, he swallowed his anger and coldly mocked him. Though Lin Qing said her injuries weren't severe, judging from Qin Yan's reaction, the situation must have been perilous. He knew Lin Qing didn't want to mention it, so as not to worry him. Since Lin Qing didn't want him to know, he'd pretend not to. Of course, our Qin family is polite and well-mannered to guests. However, as for someone like you who trespasses without invitation, we have no need to show courtesy. Qin Sheng responded coldly to the dagger-like glare from the other side. There isn't a place in China I can't go. Jiang Beichen's eyes were ablaze with anger, his gaze akin to countless rockets shooting toward Qin Sheng. Frankly, I don't dare say that there's nowhere in China I cannot go, yet here you are, a man with only looks, blustering arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of overstating your abilities? Lin Girl, haven't you noticed? Your so-called boyfriend is nothing more than an empty beauty who likes to brag, Qin Sheng scoffed. Lin Qing certainly understood the meaning behind Jiang Beichen's words. As a member of the mysterious Long group within the national government, he indeed had free reign across all of China. Thus, hearing Qin Sheng's mockery made her feel immense distaste. But clearly, Qin Sheng did not take note. He continued, Lin Girl, a man like him doesn't match you. What can he offer you? Good looks can't be eaten as food. If you follow me, luxury and wealth will be guaranteed. Most importantly, I can protect you. At this point, Jiang Beichen finally realized the reason why the young master of the Qin family harbored hostility toward him from the start. It was because the other party wanted to steal his woman. However, stealing someone's partner still requires some discernment. How dare this person try to steal from him, Jiang Beichen, especially involving Lin Qing. It was simply a case of seeking death by misjudging their target. Jiang Beichen's inner rage boiled over, and he wished nothing more than to slap the man to death. Just at this moment, Jiang Beichen noticed Lin Qing laughing, her laughter tinged with a trace of playful mischief, clearly something only he, being extremely familiar with her, could perceive. If she wanted to play, then Jiang Beichen would naturally oblige her. It was what a qualified future husband should do. Oh, you mean you're very wealthy? Lin Qing asked with a cunning smile. Of course, the Qin family is undeniably one of the prestigious families, Qin Sheng replied proudly. Chapter 399, Qin Sheng's constant self-destruction. Upon hearing Lin Qing's question, Qin Sheng thought she was intrigued by his words. He had been saying that there are no women in the world who do not love wealth and luxury. Oh, how much money can you give me? Lin Qing asked again. I can give you a few million yuan per year as an allowance. This amount of money will ensure you live comfortably, Qin Sheng said proudly. In his eyes, a few million yuan was already a significant sum for an ordinary person, enough for anyone to lead a good life. Although their Qin family was very wealthy, it wasn't him who managed the household yet. Additionally, he required many resources for martial arts training, so he could only come up with about tens of millions of yuan annually. Ha ha ha. Lin Qing burst out laughing. Qin Sheng thought she was laughing happily, so he quickly added, Miss Lin, what do you think? Isn't this much better than being with this little guy? Haha, Are you trying to be funny? Haha, I can't. I'm dying laughing. Lin Qing said, laughing until she couldn't breathe properly. It was then that Qin Sheng realized her laughter seemed off. He followed up. Miss Lin, why are you laughing? I'm laughing because you're so poor, Lin Qing said with disdain. What do you mean, Miss Lin? Qin Sheng frowned slightly. Knowing he hadn't won Lin Qing's approval yet, he didn't dare to get angry and suppress the fury rising within him, thinking silently to himself that one day, he would make her submit entirely to him and beg at his feet. What do you mean? You're really clueless. Lin Qing sneered sarcastically. You? Lin Qing's sarcasm made Qin Sheng furious once again, but he still restrained himself. Do you know how much I spend each year? And yet you dare to claim that you can provide me with a rich life? Lin Qing said dismissively. How much? Qin Sheng responded nonchalantly. After listening to Lin Qing's words, he assumed she must be dissatisfied with the money he offered, which is why she mocked him. Truly greedy. When he first met Lin Qing, he thought she was a remarkable woman, ethereal, uncorrupted, but now it seemed she was just an exceedingly greedy woman. Appearances could be deceiving. What a waste of such beautiful features. At this moment, his thoughts about Lin Qing had shifted. Although he still desired her, he no longer viewed her through the eyes of a future spouse, but rather as a plaything. He thought someone so greedy did not deserve to be his wife, but was only fit to be his possession. My annual expenses run into billions. Do you actually think you can support me? Lin Qing said lightly. What? That's impossible. Qin Sheng replied, disbelief clearly etched on his face. Chuckling. Don't believe it? You can ask Qin Yan. When he saved me, my whole body was covered in wounds, but after I woke up, all the scars were gone the next day, thanks to Huanyin pills bought from the Red Lotus auction house. Everyone knows how rare Huanyin pills are. They sell for millions at the auction house, and on the black market, they're worth over tens of millions. For my injuries alone, I used more than 10 Huanyin pills, spending easily over 1 billion yuan in one go. And I love various thousand-year-old elixirs too. Such things are incredibly hard to buy even if you throw money at them. If someone does sell them, they'll cost over 10 billion yuan. Just this year, I consumed a few thousand-year-old elixirs, which adds up to billions when roughly calculated. Lin Qing smiled. I don't believe it. I can accept the Huanyin pills thing because of your incomparable beauty. You probably spent money to restore your appearance, but what use do you have for thousand-year-old elixirs? Qin Sheng asked with a calculating look. In his view, Lin Qing was just inflating her value, like two people matchmaking, one side exaggerating their conditions in order to find a better partner. And also, their Jiang family doesn't have any thousand-year-old elixirs either. How could she? But she was far too greedy, asking for dozens of billions straight away, as if treating him like a sucker. Of course, the thousand-year-old elixirs have their uses. They help me maintain my youthful beauty continuously. Lin Qing smirked lightly. She wasn't lying here. She needed to constantly enhance her strength to live long enough and stay young and beautiful. Miss Lin, a person shouldn't be too greedy, or you might end up with nothing. The tone in Qin Sheng's voice carried a hint of threat, as if warning her not to make excessive demands, less drastic measures were taken. Just spit it out, you cheapskate. My boyfriend is generous, and his assets are mine too. Lin Qing mocked. Miss Lin, don't be blinded by appearances. How much total assets can he possibly have? Qin Sheng reminded her. Just a few hundred billion, not much at all. Lin Qing replied with a faint smile. Qin Sheng was shocked, speechless once again. His eyes bulged wide open as he stared in disbelief at Jiang Beichen. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that this pale-looking young man was the heir of a family worth hundreds of billions. Yet, looking at Lin Qing's confident demeanor and the regal bearing of Jiang Beichen, his doubts began to creep up. Could it be that this seemingly delicate individual truly was a super-rich second-generation scion? But right then, Qin Sheng knew for certain that using money as an enticement wouldn't work here. Miss Lin, in this world, money doesn't represent everything. Many rich second-generation heirs are known for being fickle. What's most important about a man is whether or not he can protect the woman he loves. In this world, there exist warriors whose status surpasses that of ordinary people. I am one such warrior, and among warriors, my youth and strength place me at a genius level. Young man, would you dare to face me in a contest? If you lose, please step away from Miss Lin. She will belong to me, Qin Sheng proclaimed. Ho ho, I won't challenge you. Qing is a human being, not an item. You have no right to decide her departure or her choices. Jiang Beichen coldly retorted. Your words sound good, but deep down you're just a coward, too scared to accept the challenge. Qin Sheng mocked derisively. In his view, someone so wealthy would never endure the hardship required for martial arts training. Even though he came from a martial family, he had almost given up on the path as a child. Martial arts training requires immense patience and insight. Not everyone is suited for it, let alone a pampered super-rich heir. Competing with you would reduce my stature greatly, but since you're seeking death, I'll oblige you. Jiang Beichen said through icy cold lips. Jiang Beichen had long lost any patience with the constant provocations from Qin family's young master. If it weren't for the entertainment value these interactions provided alongside Qing, he would have acted long ago. Chapter 400. When the young one is beaten, the elder comes out. Arrogant young man, then let's fight outside. Who can't boast? Qin Sheng said with a cold laugh. He was determined to beat the man in front of Lin Qing right in front of her, beat him until his face was covered in bruises, and let Lin Qing see that her so-called boyfriend was nothing more than a coward with just good looks. His whole body trembled, but this wasn't from fear, it was from excitement and anticipation. He could already imagine how soon the exceptionally handsome man before him would be on his knees begging for mercy. The thought of the proud and stunningly beautiful man bowing down and pleading made him uncontrollably excited. Fine, let's go, Jiang Beichun replied, eyes cold as he stared at the other person, as if watching a mere jester. In no time, the three arrived at an open space outside. With a look of high arrogance, Qin Sheng said, "Humph, I'll give you 1 hand and 2 feet. If you can defeat me, I admit defeat." He thought he was acting very dignified. "Humph, unnecessary. If you can withstand even one of my moves, then I will admit defeat." Jiang Beichun responded coldly. He eyed Qin Sheng coolly, showing no regard for his opponent. "Humph, since you don't know your place, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Sheng coldly snorted back. "Take this." With those words, Qin Sheng casually threw a punch towards Jiang Beichun. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, his fist had reached Jiang Beichun's face, aimed directly at it. But as everyone watched, Jiang Beichun leisurely raised his palm. It seemed slow, almost too late to stop Qin Sheng's incoming punch. Qin Sheng smiled smugly, thinking he'd succeeded. His triumphant grin didn't last long though. His fist was caught mid-strike by the other man's hand. "Oh, not bad speed. Looks like you've trained. Good thing. Least I won't have to hold back, or else I might accidentally kill you." Qin Sheng smirked. Just now, that punch hadn't contained much strength because initially, he thought his opponent was merely an ordinary person. He feared killing him immediately would cause trouble for himself, especially if the other person turned out to be some ultra-rich second-generation heir. Even if he wasn't afraid of rich people, what if they hired great masters willing to spend big money to assassinate him? There wouldn't be any way for him to escape that. After finishing his statement, Qin Sheng tried pulling his fist back, but found, no matter how hard he struggled, there was no escaping from the other's grip. How is this possible? I'm a warrior at the peak of hidden force." Qin Sheng exclaimed incredulously. As he spoke, his other hand launched another attack at Jiang Beichun's face. At that moment, Jiang Beichun moved, slightly turning his head to dodge the attack, and slapped Qin Sheng across the face. Slap. Upon being struck, Qin Sheng flew backward several meters and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, Qin Sheng's cheek visibly swelled up into a large lump. "No, how can this be? How could you possibly be my match?" Qin Sheng asked, wide-eyed with disbelief. Saying this, he got up again, activating his skills. Spreading his 5 fingers, he attacked with all his might at Jiang Beichun. When his fingers left the ground, deep claw marks appeared on the cement floor. The supposedly indestructible concrete was crumbled apart like tofu under his touch. "Humph, persistently unyielding," Jiang Beichun remarked coldly. Then, like a gust of wind, he rushed toward Qin Sheng, engaging briefly before separating quickly. Qin Sheng remained standing, his arm still shaped like a tiger punch. Jiang Beichun turned around, dusted off his clothes as if there were dirt on them, and then headed toward Lin Qing. Just as he took 3 steps forward, Qin Sheng shouted, This cannot be." Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and fell onto the ground. Though their contact earlier was brief, Qin Sheng had received 3 punches from Jiang Beichun consecutively. At this moment, his internal organs were severely damaged. This was thanks to Jiang Beichun restraining himself. Otherwise, a harder blow would have meant instant death. Considering the fact that the Qin family had saved Lin Qing, Jiang Beichun showed restraint. At this exact moment, Qin Yin happened to arrive, followed by the head of the Qin family, Qin Guangquan. "Stop!" Qin Guangquan yelled hurriedly. However, it was too late. Qin Sheng had already fallen on the ground. Who exactly are you? What deep hatred do you have against my son that you dared to brutally attack him?" Qin Guangquan demanded angrily. "I am Jiang Beichun. I don't have any deep grudge against the young master of the Qin family. It's just that he repeatedly provoked me, forcing me to retaliate. However, rest assured, he isn't dead. He fainted because of his own rage and internal injuries. Believe me, I've exercised restraint," Jiang Beichun said coldly. Qin Guangquan hurriedly went forward to examine Qin Sheng's body. When he discovered Qin Sheng had suffered serious internal injuries which might even impact his cultivation if not properly tended to, he immediately flew into a great rage. "Humph, you claim you've shown restraint. You brat, so presumptuous. Then let an old man like me test your skills." He was so angry because Qin Sheng represented the hope of the Qin family and could very likely become a grandmaster. Though he himself had already reached the semi-peak stage before entering full peak condition, he was unable to break through the bottleneck. Despite appearing similar, the gap between the semi-peak stage and the peak stage was in fact immense. With his age catching up with him, his only hope was on the younger generation, and Qin Sheng was the hope for the entire Qin clan. But now, this man in front of him seemed intent on destroying his family's future. And still, this person dared to say that he had held back. If he hadn't, would he then be implying he intended to kill his son? "You, sir, you're no match for me," Jiang Beichun said indifferently. How dare you? Even though you defeated Qin Sheng, all that shows is that you've also reached the semi-peak stage. Since we're at the same level, I certainly have more experience than you. The result of our battle remains unpredictable," Qin Guangquan said with blazing anger. Jiang Beichun sighed helplessly. Speaking the truth, why wouldn't they believe him? He explained again. "Sir, I've actually attained the peak condition. Are you sure you want to fight me?" "Impossible. You're so young, even looking several years younger than my son Qin Sheng. How could you possibly be a grandmaster at the peak stage?" Qin Guangquan exclaimed incredulously. In his view, if the man truly were a grandmaster at the peak stage, then he must surely be world-renowned. After all, to reach such a height at such a young age should warrant much recognition. Yet Qin Guangquan had never heard this name before. Evidently, the other party must have been afraid of him and was thus bluffing in order to deter him from fighting. What Qin Guangquan didn't realize was that he'd never heard of Jiang Beichun because of the mysterious nature of the Long Group, where Jiang Beichun maintained a low profile. This, however, did not mean that Jiang Beichun was lying. Chapter 401. Did Lin Qing have plastic surgery? Humph, don't you believe it? As Jiang Beichun said this, he conjured a white light sword in midair and shot it towards Qin Guangquan. This light sword was clearly not physical, yet it was sharp beyond measure, even sharper than a real sword. It rushed toward Qin Guangquan at an incredible speed. Qin Guangquan didn't have time to react. He could only widen his eyes in horror as he watched the scene unfold. Internal energy projected outward. This man is a transformation force master. My life is over. The light sword passed by Qin Guangquan's ear, blood immediately appearing from it. The light sword did not stop there, but immediately shot towards the large tree behind Qin Guangquan. All that could be heard was a bang, and the tree, which would take two people to embrace, was instantly cut into two halves. Then the light sword disappeared. Now do you believe I am a transformation force master? Jiang Beichun said calmly. I believe it, I believe it. Qin Guangquan quickly bowed his head and spoke. If observed closely, one could see his body shaking with cold sweat on his face. Apparently, he had been greatly terrified. If that light sword had aimed for his head instead, he would already be a corpse. Qin Yin was also shocked, his eyes wide open. He knew warriors were powerful, but never imagined they could achieve such a fantastical level of power, truly astonishing. Do you still want revenge for your son? Jiang Beichun asked coldly. I won't seek revenge anymore. No need for revenge anymore. My son offended you because he didn't know a grandmaster like you stood before him. You are great-hearted and did not count against him. How can we repay kindness with enmity? Qin Guangquan hurriedly replied. His tears wanted to come out. The other side beat his son up so badly, and he had to express gratitude. But who let the other person have more power? In the world of warriors, power comes first. Any grievances must be endured. Initially, Qin Duran too stared in astonishment. He couldn't believe that his father would utter these words. He had such thoughts mainly because he didn't immerse himself much in the martial arts circle. He was, after all, not a warrior. Originally, since you saved my girlfriend, I might have bestowed a fortune upon both of you. However, I did not expect your two sons to have designs on my girlfriend, trying to steal her away from me. When their attempts failed, they attempted coercion and intimidation. A man should maintain humility and keep a low profile. Who knows when you might meet someone far stronger and end up losing your life? Jiang Beichun said coldly. After finishing his words, he took Lin Qing's hand and walked out of the Qin household. Of course, this was due to Lin Qing's request. After all, she had been missing for quite some time, and it had been a while since she returned to school. When she came back to school, everyone speculated who the beautiful woman standing before them was. They had never seen her before. Although Lin Qing's current appearance somewhat resembled her previous look, no one thought of her. After all, the two looks belonged to completely different levels. The former Lin Qing was indeed pretty, but just an ordinary beauty at best. Using a 10-point scale, the old look scored around 8. The new look, however, was a perfect score. Lin Qing was now simply too beautiful, almost possessing a face that could topple cities. Most importantly, it was her aura, ethereal and otherworldly, as if she had descended from heaven like a celestial maiden. When Lin Qing returned to the first-year class, the entire room went silent in amazement. Many boys approached her and flirted. Classmate, who are you looking for? Let me call them for you. I'm not looking for anyone. I've come here to attend classes. Lin Qing replied coolly. Though Lin Qing's words carried a sense of aloofness, everyone remained utterly entranced by her charm. Classmate, could it be you're a transfer student? Again, the group of boys tried to strike up conversations with her. However, Lin Qing ignored them further, walking towards the seat beside Li Shuang. When Lin Qing reached Li Shuang's side and prepared to sit down, Li Shuang said, Sorry, classmate, someone has already occupied this seat. Li Shuang, what does occupied mean? Doesn't everyone know that Lin Qing rarely attends classes anyway? That's right. If the beauty wants that seat and is willing to sit with you, it's your good fortune. Classmate, I have an empty seat here. Come sit next to me. Beauty, I have a seat here. Come to me. Go fuck yourself. Where do you have a seat? Everyone started speaking up. Meanwhile, the group of girls were so mad they were ready to die. Lin Qing hadn't been around for quite some time. They had just enjoyed a period of peace, but never expected someone even more beautiful to show up. But Lin Qing paid no attention to the advances from the boys or the jealousy from the girls. She said, Li Shuang, it's me, Lin Qing. The classmates in grade 1 class 1 all revealed looks of disbelief when they heard this top-tier beauty was actually Lin Qing. How did Lin Qing become so pretty? During her absence recently, didn't she go to Korea for plastic surgery? After all, since the Japanese Math Olympiad, she hasn't returned. Japan and Korea are close, so maybe she went to Korea for plastic surgery. At the start, when she disappeared, it might be because her face wasn't fully healed yet. Your analysis makes perfect sense. Otherwise, how could she become so beautiful? I would also like to ask her where she had it done. I want to go too. That Lin Qing can become this way because she has the foundation for it. No matter what you do, you can't turn into a top-tier beauty. Go fuck yourself. Of course, Lin Qing didn't bother with these discussions. Moreover, everyone whispered, clearly not wanting her to hear. But what everyone didn't know was that her hearing was extremely acute, and their words inadvertently entered her ears. What? You're actually Lin Qing? Did you get plastic surgery? Li Shuang also revealed a look of disbelief. No, Lin Qing's words were as brief as ever. Then how did you become so beautiful? Li Shuang asked in surprise. It's hard to explain in one sentence. I just took a beauty pill and turned out like this. Lin Qing lied helplessly. After all, she couldn't tell them that she was a cultivation practitioner and that this was simply her true appearance being restored. Chapter 402. The turmoil caused by Lin Qing. What? Is there really such a pill in this world? Is that a fairy pill? Li Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Actually, the effect of the pill is just to improve the skin, making it crystal clear and transparent, making a person healthier. It's not as magical as you think. Take a close look at my face. You'll find that the shape of my face, my nose, eyebrows, and eyes haven't changed much. Just that my eyes are brighter, my eyebrows and eyelashes have more luster, my skin is more translucent, and my lips are more hydrated, Lin Qing explained. After you say that, it's true. As they say, one shade of whiteness can cover 3 kinds of ugliness. Clearly, even a minor change can affect one's looks. But your changes are still quite significant. I almost didn't recognize you, Li Shuang observed carefully after looking at Lin Qing. You've never observed me carefully, so it's normal that you didn't recognize me for a moment, Lin Qing said. By the way, where did you get that pill from? How much does it cost? Li Shuang revealed a look of longing. My boyfriend bought it for me. It must have cost tens of millions, Lin Qing said casually. She knew Li Shuang wanted this pill, but in reality, there was no such thing. Alas, one lie requires many lies to cover up. Therefore, she exaggerated its price so much that the other party wouldn't dare to consider it. She also knew that Li Shuang came from an average middle-class family and wouldn't spend so much money on a beauty product. As expected, when Li Shuang heard this, her eyes widened in shock. What? That guy must be ripping people off. Could it be that your super-rich second-generation boyfriend bought it for you to use? It was him who bought it for me, Lin Qing replied nonchalantly. Wow, truly worthy of being a super-rich second-generation heir, willing to spend extravagantly for you. A boyfriend like that is something I want too, Li Shuang exclaimed with glowing eyes. Don't worry, your destined one will come to you one day, Lin Qing comforted her. Lin Qing, though your boyfriend is generous with you because his family has money and doesn't care about it, I have some words. Whether or not you'll listen to them is up to you. Li Shuang hesitated. What is it? Go ahead and say it. Lin Qing encouraged. Regarding men, don't trust them too easily and don't give yourself too soon. There's a saying that if a man is unwilling to spend money on you, he definitely doesn't love you. However, if he's willing to spend money on you, it doesn't necessarily mean he loves you. To see if a man loves you, see what he lacks and whether he's willing to give up those things for you. For example, some people have money, but they lack time, so see if they're willing to spend time with you. Some people don't have money, but they have time, so see if they're willing to spend money on you. Your boyfriend is so wealthy and handsome that he must be faced with many temptations, so you must learn how to protect yourself. Also, women must be self-reliant and independent. Only then do you have a say, not constantly fretting over gains and losses, and able to take control of your own destiny, Li Shuang reminded her. Alright, I understand. My relationship expert, since you have no experience in matters of the heart, where do all these profound principles come from? Lin Qing laughed. Of course, she knew Li Shuang meant well. After all, Li Shuang had a fairly good eye for people, and her character wasn't questionable either. Even if I haven't tasted pork, haven't I seen pigs run? Li Shuang retorted proudly. When Li Changfeng saw Lin Qing, he broke into a delighted smile and quickly walked over to her side, whispering, Master, you're finally back. We've been so worried since we hadn't heard from you for so long. Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, did you ask for leave for me these days? Lin Qing asked. Of course. If you hadn't asked for leave, being away from class for so long would definitely have gotten you expelled. However, Master, we used an excuse to get you the leave. Li Changfeng hastily spoke. Oh, what was the excuse? Lin Qing asked curiously. She was curious about what excuse the other party used that convinced the teacher to grant leave for such a long time. I said that Master opened a company and had to go abroad for business negotiations, so the leave would need to be longer, Li Changfeng explained. Alright, I got it. You should go back to your seat now. Class will start soon, Lin Qing said. Lin Qing was satisfied with the excuse given by Li Changfeng. After all, since she frequently needed to be out in the future, having a company as a cover story would make it impossible for the head teacher to deny her leave requests. Just as Li Changfeng happily approached Lin Qing to chat privately, the classmates started murmuring again. The boys were envious of Li Changfeng. They resented seeing him being so close to Lin Qing and enjoying a pleasant conversation. The girls were envious, jealous, and disdainful of Lin Qing. Lin Qing is such a schemer. She already has such a handsome boyfriend, yet she still flirts with Li Changfeng, the young and fresh guy. It's so infuriating. Li Changfeng clearly knows Lin Qing has a boyfriend but still acts so enthusiastically toward her. He's just being despicable. Men are all pigs. They're all lustful people. Don't be fooled by Lin Qing's seemingly cold appearance. Who knows what she's really like in private? Otherwise, why would Li Changfeng be soaring toward her? This is Lin Qing's cleverness. She knows that given her family background, it's difficult to marry into a wealthy family. Even if her boyfriend proposes to her, if the parents don't agree later on, it might all end up as nothing but a dream. So now she's preparing a backup option in advance. Oh, I see. She's eating out of the bowl while looking at the pot. If her boyfriend found out that she's cultivating a backup, I wonder if that elite noble gentleman, who looks like an angel, would immediately dump her. Zhao Ye overheard others' gossip, and an idea sparked in her mind. When Lin Qing was confessed to by her boyfriend, Zhao Ye happened to witness that scene. For Lin Qing's boyfriend, whose looks resembled an otherworldly angel, she secretly developed feelings. At the same time, she felt extreme jealousy towards Lin Qing, who had been confessed to. She deeply regretted not being the one receiving the confession. She believed only a man like him could be the one she had always longed for. Extremely handsome, rich, graceful, and willing to stand up for his girlfriend. What qualifications did Lin have? Was it merely because of her face? And now, wasn't it even a face altered by plastic surgery? Although the rumor about Lin plastic surgery hasn't been proven, in Zhao Yu's eyes, it must have been true. How else could someone transform so beautifully? She wouldn't believe it, nor was she willing to accept that this was Lin real appearance. During the break after class, Lin arrived at the office of her homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang Yu. Knock, knock, knock. She tapped lightly on the door. Come in. A scholarly and amiable voice of Mr. Zhang came from inside. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for not attending classes for such a long time, due to some matters. Lin directly stated after entering the room. Chapter 403. Master, you're finally back. Are you Lin Zhang Yu revealed an expression of disbelief. This Lin had changed far too much. She was already very beautiful before, but he never expected her beauty to reach the level where she could topple nations now. Could it be that she underwent plastic surgery not long ago? Then was Li Chengfeng's reason for asking for leave a lie? Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel confused. However, he didn't want to wrongly accuse his student based on his own speculations. Unable to resist, he spoke up. Lin, did you undergo plastic surgery? As a student, learning should still be your main priority. You are already very pretty, so there's no need to spend too much energy on this aspect. Teacher Zhang, I haven't undergone any plastic surgery. Lin replied helplessly. How else could you have changed so much? Zhang Yu revealed an unbelieving look. I encountered some things while I was abroad not long ago, and I sustained some injuries to my face. I used the renewing complexion pill from the Crimson Lotus auction house, and after using it, my face turned into this. Lin helplessly fabricated a reason. You mean the fabled pill that all women dream of, the renewing complexion pill? Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin nodded silently without speaking. Although Zhang Yu was only a teacher, he also came from a decent family background, and of course, he had heard about the currently highly regarded Crimson Lotus auction house and the renewing complexion pill. It seemed that Lin really started her own company. Otherwise, how could someone with her financial situation afford such a pill? He admired her greatly for being able to start her business at such a young age and earn quite a lot of money. She might just become an outstanding female entrepreneur in the future. Lin even though you've started a company, you're still a student. As a student, academic studies should still be your main focus, Zhang Yu said. Teacher Zhang, what you say does make some sense, but opportunities in business can pass by in the blink of an eye. If I miss the current good timing, I may not achieve as much success later on, but I can guarantee that my grades will always remain at the top. However, I estimate that I'll be asking for frequent leaves in the future, Lin calmly responded. She showed none of the panic and uncertainty other students often displayed when facing their teachers. Zhang Yu didn't immediately respond. He thought for a moment and then said, all right, but if your grades drop significantly, I won't approve your leaves so easily. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. That day won't come. Lin revealed a confident smile. By the way, Lin the results of this year's International Mathematical Olympiad are out, and you actually won the gold award, bringing honor to our country. Congratulations. Zhang Yu smiled as he said. He had just received the news over the past couple of days. When he first learned of this news, he was extremely shocked, thinking he had heard wrong. After repeated confirmation, he realized he hadn't. Lin really won the first place in the gold award category. When he initially asked Lin to participate, he only thought she had talent and wanted her to try it out. He never imagined she would give him such a pleasant surprise. I knew it, Lin said indifferently. Zhang Yu looked at Lin calm demeanor and curiously asked, aren't you happy? I figured it out a long time ago. Teacher Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to class, Lin said. All right, go ahead, Zhang Yu said helplessly. Facing Lin always made him feel like dealing with some successful people. Just this calmness alone meant she would undoubtedly accomplish great achievements in the future. Sigh, she is so beautiful, has excellent academic performance, and she founded her own company. How could such a person possibly be raised by an ordinary rural family? He was puzzled about this point, but he didn't dwell on it too much, since personal achievement depends on fate too. Soon after, Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting also found out Lin had returned. During mealtime, Zhou Linger and Xiao Muting hurried to the door of Class 1, Grade 1. As soon as Zhou Linger saw Lin she rushed over immediately. Her eyes brimming with tears, she gazed at Lin and said, Master, you're finally back. For so long, we didn't hear anything from you, and it worried me to death. Zhou Linger had deep feelings for Lin Lin wasn't just her savior, but also her master, truly like both a teacher and a father. In fact, a master sometimes could be closer than one's biological parents. Without Lin Zhou Linger's destiny wouldn't have undergone such a major transformation, and she wouldn't possess her current confidence. I'm sorry for worrying you, Lin said. That's right, Linger. With Lin abilities, something terrible couldn't happen to her. The reason why she went missing for a while must have been because she was detained by something. Didn't I tell you correctly? Not long after, Lin indeed reappeared. Xiao Muting consoled. As Lin observed Xiao Muting and Zhou Linger together, she teased them with a smile. Oh, I see. Xiao Muting, it seems like you value beauty more than your friends, huh? I disappeared for so many days, and you didn't worry at all. And Linger, calling him so warmly. Achoo. Lin that's not true. I was worried about you too, but I had faith in you, so I comforted Linger this way. Xiao Muting was caught off guard by Lin words and hurried to explain. All right, I understand. Just teasing you two. So, when did you two get together? Lin Qing laughed and asked, Master, don't say random things. We haven't gotten together yet. Zhou Linger blushed shyly. So, does that mean you're preparing to get together? Lin Qing smiled slyly. Master, you're making fun of me. Zhou Linger stomped her feet. Yes, Linger said she needs to test me further. Lin Qing, can you please say some good things for me? Xiao Muting pleaded. Love matters are something I cannot control. Alright, I won't tease you two anymore. Let's go have a meal. Lin Qing chuckled. The four entered the private room at the Yulai restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious dishes, just like they always did. By the way, Master, why did you disappear for so long without any contact? Zhou Linger curiously inquired. Previously, I discovered a mystical realm, but after entering, I found out that an evil mastermind was being suppressed inside. It took all my strength to kill him, and I also got injured in the process. Moreover, the exit of the mystical realm was quite intricate, so I couldn't send out any information for a while. Inside the mystical realm, there's no signal. It's impossible to connect with the outside world. Lin Qing explained casually. Despite her nonchalance, the group could sense the dangers involved. Master, what is a mystical realm? Zhou Linger asked curiously. This was the first time she'd ever heard the term. A mystical realm is essentially a separate space that exists independently. It connects to our world through certain channels, but unless you trigger its entrance, you cannot see or touch it, let alone enter it. Lin Qing explained. Indeed, as basic knowledge of the cultivation world, Lin Qing hadn't really taught much about it to Zhou Linger or Li Chengfeng. Their lack of understanding was therefore normal. Chapter 404, Zhao Ye's Slander. There are actually places like this in the world, it's truly incredible. I once heard a physics teacher talk about the space-time theory. They said that perhaps somewhere on this planet, taking one step could lead you into another space. At that time, I didn't take it seriously, but who would have thought it was actually true? Xiao Mutant also revealed a look of surprise. As far as he knew, if this situation really existed, some extremely harsh conditions were required. However, Lin Qing had not only managed to enter another space, but could also come back out. How powerful was she? So you must practice hard. If in the future you reach a sufficiently high level of cultivation, I can also take you to see other spaces. Lin Qing smiled and spoke. After Lin Qing said this, the three people immediately showed an excited expression. We will. The three of them solemnly responded. After school, Lin Qing did not return to her dormitory, but went to the hotel run by Jiang Beichen. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so indeed, they needed to be together for some intimate moments. And Zhao Ye, in order to catch Lin Qing making a mistake, followed her after school. When she saw Lin Qing not returning to the dormitory, but walking off campus instead, excitement ran through her body. She felt like she had discovered something extraordinary. When she followed Lin Qing to a hotel and saw her entering, she quickly took photos. Upon seeing Lin Qing go into the hotel and not coming out for a long time, her excitement soared even higher. It was already winter, and Zhao Ye, wearing a down jacket, froze outside with her face turning bright red, but she still did not leave right away. After about an hour, she returned to school by taxi. As for Lin Qing going into the hotel without coming out, Zhao Ye wouldn't think for a moment that she had simply rented a room for herself for comfort. After all, from Lin Qing's family background, how likely would it be that she could casually stay in such a luxurious hotel? Besides, if Lin Qing had nothing particular to do, she could have stayed in the dormitory. But since Lin Qing didn't, this indicated that she must have gone to the hotel for something disgraceful. Due to her mother being a third party, Zhao Ye had grown accustomed to these kinds of situations, making it difficult for her to perceive others in a good light. Of course, Lin Qing had already noticed someone following her. It was her roommate-cum-classmate. For such a minor villain, she didn't bother to deal with them. If the other party dared to provoke her, she would eliminate them. Anyway, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen shared a room, but nothing happened. They just wanted to spend more time together. Early the next morning, Jiang Beichen accompanied Lin Qing near her school and then ate breakfast with her. After finishing their meal, he had to leave Zhongzhou City to attend to his own matters. After Lin Qing finished eating, Jiang Beichen watched her retreating figure for a long time, unable to tear his gaze away until her silhouette completely disappeared. Then he finally shifted his attention to leave. However, when he turned around, he saw a little girl dressed in a pink down jacket staring at him dreamily. A hint of disdain arose within him, but because his face always remained cold, even if he felt repulsed, the other person wouldn't notice any clear signs. Zhao Ye came out for breakfast, unexpectedly encountering the man she considered her Prince Charming, this exceptionally handsome man. She hadn't noticed that Jiang Beichen had been with Lin Qing just moments before, so she assumed he had arrived in Zhongzhou City earlier that day to look for Lin Qing. Up close, looking at the man in front of her, she found him even more attractive. The deep, mysterious eyes, the prominent nose, the sexy lips, there wasn't a single imperfection. Mr. Hello, Zhao Ye hurriedly greeted, extending her hand. Jiang Beichen glanced briefly at her hand and didn't shake it, responding coldly. Who are you? Hello, I'm Zhao Ye, Lin Qing's classmate and roommate. Are you here for Lin Qing? Zhao Ye answered hastily and awkwardly. She hadn't expected the man to be so disrespectful. Humph. Once she conquered him, she would definitely make him grovel at her feet. What is your business? Jiang Beichen asked indifferently. He was doing this for the sake of Qingqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid Zhao Ye any mind at all. Though his voice wasn't as icy as before, it lacked warmth entirely. Mister, I want to disclose some things to you. Lin Qing may look beautiful, but her character is bad, and her current appearance is due to plastic surgery. I'm in the same class as her. After she started dating you, she still flirted with other boys, like our classmate Li Chengfeng. If you don't believe me, you can inquire about it. Moreover, yesterday I discovered a secret about Lin Qing. She actually went to a hotel with another man yesterday. Isn't she taking advantage of your absence in Zhongzhou City to blatantly cheat on you? I even took photos of her going into the hotel yesterday. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you. Xiaoyu didn't realize that the man in front of her was getting more and more terrifying with each word she said. The smoother she spoke, the worse it got. However, just as she finished speaking and looked up, she was startled by the cold, merciless eyes staring at her. Get lost. Jiang Beichen coldly spat out one word. What did you say? Xiaoyu asked incredulously. This wasn't what she had anticipated at all. Why would he be angry at her? You ugly woman, I told you to get lost. Jiang Beichen repeated coldly. His eyes emitted a piercing, icy light like sharp swords, as if a wild beast in the jungle ready to tear his prey apart. You, how dare you treat me this way? I'm doing this for your own good. Xiaoyu took a few steps back, frightened but trying to justify herself. Your claim that Lin Qing went to a hotel with another man is simply slander. She was with me last night. No one has told you, without solid evidence. That's defamation. If I find out again that you're slandering Lin Qing behind her back, don't blame me for being ruthless. Both you and your family will suffer. Consider this well. You are Xiaoyu, right? I've noted that. Jiang Beichen coldly said. After finishing his speech, he didn't spare her a glance and walked away. He believed that if she wasn't an idiot, she should know what to do next. Xiaoyu watched the handsome, suave back of the man disappear into the distance, her expression becoming complicated. She felt both jealousy and admiration, hatred and confusion. Why? Why does Lin Qing deserve such an extraordinary man's affection? Even though she envied and hated Lin Qing, she wouldn't dare spread rumors about her anymore due to Jiang Beichen's threats. Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. Regardless of whether the confident demeanor of this godlike man when pursuing Lin Qing at the school gate or the firm promises he made just now were true, she concluded that Lin Qing's boyfriend was not an ordinary rich second-generation kid. If he could truly handle the Zhao family, his family background must far exceed hers. Whether his promises were genuine or not, Xiaoyu wouldn't take that risk. Chapter 405. Preparing for a surprise. Xiaoyu walked into the school angrily and unwillingly. At that moment, the school's broadcast started. Right now, I have a piece of good news to announce. Our school's Lin Qing, from Class 1 of Grade 1, has won first place in the Olympiad mathematics competition. Everyone should learn from Comrade Lin Qing. After hearing this announcement, Xiaoyu's feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy grew even stronger. These emotions made her originally quite pretty face look grotesque. Lin Qing, you despicable woman, why do you deserve this? You, the so-called golden fog from a poor mountain area, being smart is one thing, but you also happen to be beautiful. Being beautiful is one thing, but you even managed to find an unparalleled man as your boyfriend in this world. Although you may not necessarily end up marrying him, I am still unwilling to accept this. You, born into lowliness, deserve to live in degradation forever. Just enjoy your temporary happiness for now. Once your boyfriend leaves you, we will see how I deal with you. Xiaoyu cursed inwardly with a twisted expression on her face. A month passed quickly. In these past 30 days, Lin Qing had been very obediently staying at school, recuperating from her internal injuries. Of course, everyone else thought she was diligently studying. Since her academic performance was exceptional, even if she did daydream during class, the teachers would turn a blind eye. During this month, Lin Qing finally healed her internal injuries. She had now reached the peak of the foundation building stage. She only needed a bit of a chance to break through to the gold core stage. However, she didn't dare to break through recklessly. The lightning tribulation of the gold core stage was terrifying. She must find an uninhabited place to break through. Otherwise, she feared that the lightning tribulation would endanger others. Moreover, if someone noticed, the secret that she was a cultivator would be revealed. Moreover, it was already nearing the time of the final exams. She could only spend some time studying since she didn't want her privilege to skip classes without any issue to become nullified. A few days before the final exam, Xiao Mutant asked Lin Qing, "How would you like to celebrate your birthday?" "My birthday? How do you know my birthday?" Lin Qing said in surprise. If Xiao Mutant hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have even remembered that in 2 more days it would be her birthday. "I saw it from the date of birth field in your student records," Xiao Mutant explained. What Lin Qing found most coincidental was that her original appearance resembled the young Lin Qing closely, and they even shared the same birthday. Wasn't this too coincidental? Could it be that her arrival on this planet was predestined? Or does this young Lin Qing have some sort of connection with her? Lin Qing fell into deep thought. "Lin Qing, what are you thinking about? Do you have any plans for your birthday celebration?" Xiao Mutant asked, noticing Lin Qing's silence as she stared blankly at a point. Nothing much. As for my birthday, I haven't made any plans," Lin Qing replied. Ever since her parents died on the immortal continent, she had never celebrated her birthday again. Today, if Xiao Mutant hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have intended to celebrate her birthday at all. "Lin Qing, since you don't have any arrangements, let me handle it for you. All you need to do is participate. By the way, many influential figures from our central plains want to meet you. You're usually so busy, appearing like a mysterious dragon who shows its head but never fully reveals itself, making it difficult for them to see you. Moreover, since you've gained fame worldwide now, they often call asking when they can meet you. I think this birthday gathering is a perfect opportunity. If you show up, it will also benefit our Red Lotus auction house," Xiao Mutant suggested. Alright. Anyway, I don't have anything recently, so go ahead and arrange it. Oh, by the way, where and when is the event going to be held? Since it's a birthday party, I have some friends I need to notify, Lin Qing responded. January 10th, 6 p.m. at the Marriott Hotel. Xiao Mutant considered for a moment and answered. Alright, then that's settled, Lin Qing casually agreed. After talking with Xiao Mutant, she called Lu Changxing's phone number. Since he was the president of the Mysterious Arts Association and had some ties with her, it was necessary to invite him. After hanging up, she dialed Jiang Beichen's number. Ching Ching, do you miss me? A seductive voice of Jiang Beichen came from the other side of the phone. Ho ho. Beichen, I discover that you're becoming thicker-skinned lately, Lin Qing chuckled. Well, there's nothing I can do. Since my dear lady isn't proactive enough, I have to be thicker-skinned if I ever want to marry you. Ever since I met you, you've transformed me from a cold and aloof guy to a man who clings to his wife. Jiang Beichen said helplessly. Who's your wife? If you're not satisfied, you can give up. I never forced you to cling to me. Lin Qing snorted. Of course my wife is you, and all of this is completely voluntary on my part. I am more than willing. Anyway, in this life, there's no way you can escape me. Wherever you run, I'll chase after you. And not just this life, but the next life and the one after that. I've already reserved you. I don't believe you would pass up such a great husband for someone else, Jiang Beichen said with a tender expression on his face. Even though Lin Qing couldn't see his face, she could sense his emotions through his voice. Thinking about the incredibly handsome visage of her interlocutor displaying a look brimming with tenderness, Lin Qing's heart melted entirely. Her face turned red involuntarily, and a smile crept onto her lips, making her voice lighter and livelier than usual. Yes, you're the handsomest man in the world and the best husband. All right? I noticed that you're not only becoming talkative, but also self-obsessed. Darling, did you call me to say something? Jiang Beichen, upon hearing Lin Qing's acknowledgement of him as her husband, let out a soft laugh before speaking gently. Isn't January 10th my birthday? In the evening, Xiao Mutant has prepared a birthday dinner for me. Would you like to come? Lin Qing mentioned casually. Of course. How could I miss your birthday party? Jiang Beichen replied in a tone that suggested the question was unnecessary. Moreover, he had long been preparing a surprise for her birthday, intending to give her an unforgettable gift. But since it was meant to be a surprise, he refrained from revealing anything yet. At that moment, he was busy making arrangements for the special present. Speaking of which, the surprise Jiang Beichen planned involved sending someone to search for a 1,000-year-old magical herb. A subordinate had discovered a 1,000-year-old Tian Shan snow lotus, and at that very instant, he was waiting at the foot of Tian Shan Mountain, getting ready to harvest the precious plant. Jiang Beichen knew Lin Qing wasn't interested in jewelry or accessories, but rather highly coveted rare medicinal herbs. Ever since he learned she was a cultivator, everything became clear to him. No matter how beautiful jewels were, they held absolutely no appeal to Lin Qing, who was accustomed to seeing the various wondrous treasures in the cultivation world. The sacred artifacts and gems from that realm far surpassed ordinary trinkets found in the mortal world, not only in beauty but also functionality. Most importantly, these sacred artifacts weren't just pleasing to the eye, they served many purposes. Chapter 406, The Snow Weasel on Mount Tian. Mount Tian is a magnificent frontier landscape in western China, a wonder of nature and one of the 7 great mountain ranges in the world. Jiang Beichen looked up from the foot of the mountain toward Mount Tian. He found it exquisitely beautiful, with its snow-capped peaks piercing the clouds like a group of Uyghur maidens dancing together, their jeweled headdresses gleaming silver. The colorful undulating mountains were like a peacock spreading its feathers, captivatingly splendid. Upon entering Mount Tian, the chill of the snowy peaks greets you, immediately making you feel a wintry cold. The azure sky highlights towering, immense snow peaks, and under the sunlight, patches of white clouds cast shadows on the snow-covered summits, as if delicate gray flowers are embroidered onto white silk. Melting snow cascades down steep cliffs, resembling countless shimmering silver chains. This falling snow water converges at the base of the mountain into rushing streams, splashing upward to form thousands of blooming white lotuses. As you go further inside, Mount Tian becomes even more enchantingly beautiful. Below the snow line of the pristine white peaks stretches an endless winding expanse of lush green virgin forests. Dense cedar trees act like vast umbrellas holding up the heavens, their densely layered branches allowing only scattered patches of sunlight to filter through. Within this vast forest, even birds seldom venture in, with the occasional distant bird call being all that is heard. If entering this part of Mount Tian feels like autumn, going deeper gives the impression of spring. The color of the mountains gradually softens, and the shapes of the mountains grow gentler, almost giving off the sensation that one could reach out and touch the tender fat-like surface. Here, the streams flow leisurely, encircling each mountain slope. Along the gently flowing riversides, wildflowers taller than horse heads bloom profusely, red, yellow, blue, white, and purple, a kaleidoscope of colors, stretching endlessly like never-ending brocade, shining brightly like rainbows at the horizon, dazzling like a long rainbow high in the sky. And the snow lotus of Mount Tian grows on the cliffs and steep walls at an altitude of around 4,000 meters within the Tian mountain range. The purpose of Jiang Beichen's journey was a perilous area on Mount Tian where his soldiers accidentally discovered the millennium-old snow lotus of Mount Tian during a mission, but due to its location, they lacked the capability to harvest it. It grew in a narrow crevice on an extremely steep sheer cliff, covered by layers of ice and frost, exceedingly smooth, making it impossible for an average person to climb. Even soldiers in top physical condition would be unable to scale such precipices. That was also why the 1,000-year-old snow lotus had not yet been picked. Moreover, the place was very concealed, and even if someone stumbled upon it, they wouldn't necessarily be able to pick it unless they were highly skilled. How much further? Jiang Beichen said mildly. Teacher Jiang, we're close. In about an hour, we should reach our destination, replied the soldier who had accidentally entered the area before, speaking respectfully. Alright, let's speed up. We'll aim to return before nightfall. It isn't suitable to spend the night on Mount Tian, Jiang remarked. One must understand that the place where the 1,000-year-old snow lotus resided was perilous. If it's considered dangerous, then there must be hazardous elements inside. At night, it would likely become even more terrifying. Who knows what might happen? While Jiang himself wasn't afraid, the soldier accompanying him was merely at the early stage of hidden force, which made Jiang concerned about safeguarding him in case of extreme danger. Though Jiang had already attained the Grandmaster level of transformational prowess, the higher he climbed, the more he saw, and the greater respect he held for the mysteries ahead. Especially after a few adventures with Lin, he realized there were still many things in this world he couldn't handle, having previously been overly confined in his understanding. Right. It will indeed be too cold at that perilous site at night, the soldier responded. The soldier's name was Wang Zhan, a member of the Dragon Tooth team. Of course, he knew that teacher Jiang had reached the Grandmaster level. He blindly admired Jiang and thus didn't think much further, assuming Jiang simply preferred not to spend the night in such cold conditions. As for the dangers, Wang Zhan hadn't considered them much. In his view, even if dangers arose, teacher Jiang could easily deal with them since he was a Grandmaster. Plus, during his previous visit, no dangers occurred, so he somewhat lowered his guard. After approximately an hour, the two arrived at the base of the steep cliff. Teacher Jiang, the surface up there is so slippery, I doubt the climbing gear we brought will work. How do we get up? Wang Zhan asked. You don't need to ascend. I can manage alone. As for how I'll do it, just watch, Jiang stated indifferently. With that, he pulled out a dagger hidden at his calf. This dagger was a high-level magical artifact given to him by Lin, capable of cutting through steel like butter, extraordinarily sharp. He channeled his power, and a milky white glow seemed to envelop the dagger, emitting a cold brilliance. With casual strokes toward the cliff face, square little holes quickly formed that could accommodate the footholds of a man. Jiang proceeded to climb, creating holes as he ascended. In no time, he neared the millennium-old snow lotus. This 1,000-year snow lotus was entirely white, blooming in the biting chill of icy winds. Its stigma was as large as a lotus flower cup, and its petals as delicate as silk flowers. The entire posture was soft and pure, akin to a celestial flower descending into the mortal world, raising doubts as to how it had managed to survive in such harsh conditions. As Jiang gazed upon the snow lotus just within reach, a rare smile crossed his stern face. Just as he reached out to pluck the 1,000-year snow lotus, suddenly a white figure darted out, its mouth open wide to bite him. Luckily, thanks to his current prowess, Jiang nimbly avoided the swift white shadow. Simultaneously dodging, he thrust his dagger towards the white figure. Because of the speed of this white figure, Jiang could not immediately discern which kind of animal it was. A shrill ist rang out as the creature narrowly evaded his attack. When the white figure landed back in a narrow crevice of the cliff, Jiang finally recognized it for what it was. It was a snow weasel. The weasel was about 70 to 80 centimeters long, with a slender body and short legs, its head flat and triangular in shape. It was entirely white, extraordinarily cute, and its bright eyes glittering with intelligence reminded him inadvertently of Lin. He remembered that Lin also had a pet named Little Gold, and this snow weasel somewhat resembled Little Gold. If he were to present this snow weasel alongside something else to Lin, surely she would be delighted. The snow weasel displayed almost human-like qualities. Realizing the man before it was so formidable, it dared not approach again, yet it too desired the 1,000-year snow lotus, an object it had waited for so long. It knew consuming it would make it even more powerful. But the man was exceedingly strong, and it feared risking its life. Thus, it felt conflicted. Chapter 407, The Ferret That Is About to Be Lured. Jiang looked at the ferret, and it was clearly no ordinary creature. Its movements and eyes had a human-like quality, and its size was slightly larger than that of a regular ferret. More importantly, its fur was completely white without a single blemish. You see, pure white ferrets without any blemishes are extremely rare. Only the king among ferrets is so immaculate. He watched the little ferret hesitating to approach, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It truly was an adorable little thing. Taking advantage of the moment when the ferret was stunned, he swiftly plucked the Millennium Snow Lotus and descended from the cliffside. He believed that the ferret would definitely follow him. After all, based on its demeanor, it was clearly quite covetous of the 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus. And it moved at great speed. Capturing it wouldn't be an easy task. Therefore, luring it into the trap was the best method. Sure enough, just as his feet touched the ground securely, he saw the ferret dashing toward him with incredible agility. Its bulky body was as light as a bird's. The ferret stopped and kept a distance from Jiang, trying to figure out how to snatch the Millennium Snow Lotus from the man's hand in front of him. It believed that once the Snow Lotus fell into its hands, the man definitely wouldn't be able to take it back. It had full confidence in its own speed. At this moment, it regretted deeply, realizing it shouldn't have waited for what it thought would be the best timing before taking the 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus. Now it had lost the chance. Jiang observed the ferret stomping its tiny paws in frustration and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He knew this ferret was extraordinary and likely already possessed spirit energy, otherwise it wouldn't exhibit such human traits. Ever since Lin had taught him some cultivation techniques, she occasionally shared some experiences about spiritual practices with him, so he wasn't completely ignorant about the art of cultivation. Even though he had practiced for only a short period, his natural talent was high, coupled with his formidable internal strength, and he quickly reached the late stage of refining qi. His internal strength gradually transformed into spiritual energy and flowed through his body, making his already robust physique even stronger. Furthermore, some latent injuries within his body also slowly disappeared. His originally bronze-toned skin became lighter under the purification by spiritual energy, enhancing his already otherworldly appearance with a touch of divinity. Teacher, what kind of rat is this? Why is it so large? Wang Zhan asked curiously. This isn't a rat, but a ferret, Jiang Beichen replied grimly. Ignorance truly is frightening. How could there be rats in such a cold place? Oh, it's a ferret. I've only heard about this animal before, never knowing what it looks like. Now I know. Its appearance resembles a rat, just larger. Wang Zhan scratched his head and said, Actually, ordinary ferrets aren't usually this big. It must be something special. Jiang Beichen commented indifferently. What makes it special? Wang Zhan inquired curiously. It can think like a human, though perhaps not as intelligent as us, but at least possessing some level of cognition akin to young children. Jiang Beichen recalled Lin Qing explaining this way to him. What? So this ferret has become a spirit being then? Wang Zhan widened his eyes incredulously. Not precisely a spirit being. Usually, spirit refers to one capable of transforming into a human form, whereas this one merely possesses spiritual awareness, Jiang Beichen explained. Wang Zhan felt utterly confused, thinking this world seemed more and more fantastic. He pinched his thigh hard. He felt real pain, confirming that he wasn't dreaming. Jiang Beichen glanced at Wang Zhan, who was looking perplexed, and said softly, I understand you may find it difficult to comprehend, but I'm telling you this because later, this ferret might follow us. You mustn't scare it away. Why would it follow us? Wang Zhan asked, completely puzzled. It intends to snatch the Tianshan snow lotus from me, Jiang Beichen replied calmly. What? This is simply unbelievable. But with such a small animal, even if it does have some intelligence, it's useless. Taking something from Teacher Jiang? Absolutely impossible. Wang Zhan laughed and flattered. Don't underestimate it. When it comes to speed, I might not even match up to it, Jiang Beichen murmured, pressing his lips. What? That's impossible. Wang Zhan again expressed disbelief. Well, forget about expecting you to understand. I just need you to ensure that you don't scare it away, Jiang Beichen said dispassionately. By the way, according to reason, we should drive it away since it plans to seize the Tianshan snow lotus, Wang Zhan queried doubtfully. I'm thinking of tricking this ferret to join us. Jiang Beichen smiled faintly and said softly. Wang Zhan inwardly felt very baffled but didn't let it show on his face. According to reason, if a tough guy like the instructor were to keep a pet, shouldn't it be something like a Tibetan mastiff, fierce and powerful? Yet instructor Jiang actually intended to keep the cute little creature before him. The contrast was simply too great. After thinking for a long time, he concluded that beneath the instructor's cold and stern appearance lay an extremely tender heart, which is why he preferred such adorable pets. However, this surely damaged the instructor's fierce image, so the instructor wouldn't want others to know about it. This matter absolutely couldn't be divulged under any circumstances. Otherwise, if the instructor made things difficult for him, he would be in dire straits. But what he didn't know was that on this point, he had guessed wrong. Jiang Beichen wanted to get the snow weasel not for himself, but to give it to Lin Qing. During their journey, the snow weasel still secretly trailed behind Jiang Beichen, but this didn't escape Jiang Beichen's keen eyes. When they arrived at the foot of Mount Tian, Jiang Beichen noticed a venomous snake stealthily approaching the snow weasel, while the latter seemed completely unaware. This wouldn't do. The snow weasel was one he wanted. How could it become the snake's dinner? With that thought, he picked up a stone nearby and hurled it toward the snake at lightning speed. The stone flew so fast that the snake hadn't even managed to react before it struck its triangular head with a sickening crunch. The venomous snake's triangular head was immediately crushed into a mess, as if a watermelon had been smashed apart. At that moment, the snow weasel obviously realized what had happened, and it hissed, "TSI, TSI, TSI," at Jiang Beichen, as if saying, "Mind your own business." Its glare directed at Jiang Beichen was filled with disdain, as if it were saying, "Umph, you think I didn't notice that snake? I noticed it long ago. I was pretending not to see it to lure it closer." Jiang Beichen couldn't comprehend the reasons, and he assumed he had misunderstood the weasel's intent. Right then, the snow weasel glanced dismissively at the snake's mangled head, swallowed the rest of its body, and then licked the blood off its paws afterward. It looked disdainfully at Jiang Beichen once more, as if saying, "I am a neat and tidy snow weasel, and that bloody mess of a snake has dirted my paws. If you hadn't interfered, I could have eaten it cleanly." Chapter 408, The Poison-Eating Pet. When Jiang Beichen saw this, he was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that the seemingly cute and innocent ermine actually liked eating venomous snakes, and he wasn't sure if giving it to Qing Qing was the right decision. To be honest, although Jiang Beichen knew what an ermine looked like, he only recognized it from its external appearance. As for what it ate and whether it was poisonous, Jiang Beichen was truly unaware. What he didn't know was that this ermine was indeed toxic. It was also an anomaly among ermines. Ordinary ermines are smaller than it is. While ermines are carnivores, they usually eat small, non-toxic animals such as squirrels, field mice, wild rabbits, partridges, grouse, birds, bird eggs, and insects. But this ermine not only ate those small animals, it also had a taste for poisonous creatures. This seemed innate. It believed that eating poison would help it evolve. Well, I'll just bring it home first. She might like it very much, Jiang Beichen whispered to himself. Meanwhile, he became more cautious of this ermine and had a strong intuition that Lin Qing would like it very much. Now knowing that the ermine ate poison, things became easier. Jiang Beichen whispered something into Wang Zhan's ear. Although Wang Zhan was curious about why these items were needed, seeing that the coach didn't seem to want to explain, he left to execute the task. About 2 hours later, Wang Zhan arrived with an iron box in hand. Did you get everything? Asked Jiang Beichen. Yeah, it's all inside. Wang Zhan pointed to the iron box and said, to be honest, while carrying the iron box, his whole body broke out in goosebumps. Jiang Beichen calmly took over the iron box and placed it near the ermine. He pressed a button, and the iron box automatically opened, releasing a cluster of venomous snakes, each colorful and varying in hue. Golden banded krites, pit vipers, cobras, and many others. They wriggled their bodies, scrambling to exit the box toward their closest prey. Instructor, why did you make me fetch so many venomous snakes? Are you going to release them back to the wilderness? But this is at the foot of Mount Tian, a tourist destination. Tourists often come here, and releasing these venomous snakes could be dangerous, Wang Zhan warned. Shoo, don't talk, watch closely, Jiang Beichen said softly while focusing ahead. He secretly had helped the ermine deal with the venomous snake earlier, which Wang Zhan didn't know about. Firstly, although the distance between the ermine and him wasn't too far in his eyes, it still was a considerable distance. With Wang Zhan's level of training, he couldn't perceive that kind of subtle movement. Secondly, Jiang Beichen's actions were incredibly swift, making no noise and drawing no attention, so Wang Zhan never noticed the ermine eating the venomous snake. Hearing this, Wang Zhan remained silent. As a soldier, one must obey orders. He believed there must be a reason behind Instructor Jiang's actions. His job now was simply to keep an eye on the location of the venomous snakes. The venomous snakes twisted and slithered, quickly noticing the white figure nearby. In their eyes, that white, rat-like creature was their target. What a fat rat. A cold gleam of excitement sparked in the serpent's eyes. Remember, snakes and rats are natural enemies. Because ermines are so rare, these venomous snakes failed to recognize that the white figure wasn't a rat, but an ermine. They raced towards the ermine, since there was only one prey. They all wanted it. They knew the slower snakes wouldn't get a bite. They realized there were too few prey for too many snakes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The ermine excitedly chirped upon seeing the sudden arrival of so much food. It still remembered that the man who stole its 1,000-year-old snow lotus had brought these snakes. Was he trying to bribe it? To let it give up the snow lotus? Never. It wants both the delicious food and the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. It will at most give him a petal of the snow lotus. Thinking of this, it still felt some pain, but how could it resist the temptation of his offered delicacies? In this world, only food and medicinal herbs should never be neglected. It decided it would follow him, allowing it regular access to so many delicious meals. Recalling the years when it hadn't seen a single venomous creature, it suddenly felt its physique wasn't perfect anymore. It was too thin. At this point, the ermine saw the swarm of snakes rushing towards it. A group of fools. Are they coming to die? As it spoke, the ermine transformed into streaks of lightning-fast light, rushing toward the group of venomous snakes. Its speed was so incredible that in less than half a minute, all the snakes on the ground had vanished without a trace. With a full belly, the ermine let out a satisfied burp and plopped itself down on the ground. Its stomach was now visibly larger than it had been just moments ago. Is this ermine eating poisonous snakes? Wang Zhan exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. The scene before him once again left him stunned to his core. Such an adorable, innocent-looking little creature actually ate poisonous snakes. Any one of those snakes could easily kill a normal person with a single bite if not treated in time. And yet this small animal had just devoured numerous poisonous snakes. Could the ermine be poisonous too? Wang Zhan couldn't help but swallow hard. Coach Jiang truly lived up to his name. His favorite animals were all the same. No matter how cute or harmless they appeared on the surface, beneath their appearances lay something inherently brutal. Alas, he mustn't be deceived by appearances anymore. That's right. I didn't expect this ermine's appetite to be so voracious. I even doubt whether it would burst its stomach open if more poisonous snakes came. Jiang Beichen nodded as he replied. Upon hearing Jiang Beichen's words, the ermine shot him another disdainful look, as if saying, you underestimate me. Give me twice as much, and I can still handle it. This brings us to the physiological structure of the ermine. Their digestive systems are short, and their bodies metabolize extremely quickly, which means they need to constantly replenish food, preferably high-protein nutritious meat. When Jiang Beichen noticed the ermine had digested most of the food, he stood up and began to walk away. After all, the sky was gradually turning dark. True enough, the ermine predictably followed Jiang Beichen, no longer trying to hide this time. It boldly positioned itself within Jiang Beichen's field of vision. In the ermine's eyes, though this man had taken its 1,000-year-old snow lotus, he had also provided it with plenty of delicious food. Therefore, he wasn't a bad person and wouldn't harm it. Animals' instincts really are sensitive. It could acutely sense whether someone harbored ill intentions towards it. At the same time, it was simple-minded, believing that because the other party had given it food, he should not be a bad person. Jiang Beichen indeed held no ill will towards the ermine. He simply wanted to take it home. Humans, however, have far more complex thoughts than animals do. Chapter 409. Does Lin want to commit suicide? Seeing that the ermine no longer rejected him, Jiang Beichen revealed a triumphant smile. The ancients did not deceive me. Catering to someone's preferences is effective for any creature. However, although the ermine no longer rejected him, it still kept its distance, apparently not daring to completely trust him. What a cautious little thing. When they were about to reach the hotel, Jiang Beichen beckoned to the ermine with his hand in a posture that looked very much like calling a dog. The ermine unwillingly walked to within a couple of meters of Jiang Beichen and then stopped. ZSSSSS. What do you want by calling me over? And I don't like your calling posture. I'm not a low-level animal like a dog. I am a noble-blooded ermine. HMPF. Jiang Beichen was quite surprised that he could understand the other party's dialogue. Although all he heard were ZSSSSS sounds, this sound entered his mind and translated itself into a segment of language. Could this be due to the fact that he was a cultivation practitioner? After all, such things had never happened to him before. And previously, he thought he could read the expressions on the ermine's face because the ermine was too anthropomorphized. But now upon reflection, it probably wasn't that simple. The ermine saw the dazed expression on the man in front and thought secretly, is this guy really an idiot? Why isn't he speaking? Fortunately, it didn't express these thoughts out loud. Otherwise, Jiang Beichen would definitely have given it a cold look. Jiang Beichen quickly recovered from his surprise and grinned as he spoke. Would you like to have plenty of venomous creatures to eat from now on? Giggles. Of course, why wouldn't I? Who doesn't love food? The ermine rolled its eyes at Jiang Beichen as it said this. Upon hearing the other party refer to venomous snakes and similar creatures as food, Jiang Beichen was utterly flabbergasted. Fortunately, his face was always cold, so others couldn't tell. He spoke again. If you'd like, I suggest following a master. With her, every meal will be delicious. Hearing these words, the ermine showed a reluctant face. It certainly didn't want to lose its freedom. Delicious food is valuable, spiritual medicine is even more precious, but if one wants freedom, both can be abandoned. Jiang Beichen seemed to read its heart and continued. Moreover, that person is very kind. She treats her cute pets well, treating them as friends and not limiting their freedom. Hearing this, the ermine's heart wavered slightly. Looking at the smile on the man's face, it felt just like being tricked by a big bad wolf pretending to be nice. Jiang Beichen saw the slight wavering in the ermine and continued. Moreover, that person is also very powerful, much stronger than me. She has many spiritual medicines, and she also knows how to refine pills. If you follow her, you'll progress rapidly and become increasingly powerful. Upon hearing this, the ermine's eyes lit up. Giggles, is that true? At this point, the ermine's heart was almost completely won over. The allure was simply too great. Not only would there be delicious food and spiritual medicines to consume, but its freedom wouldn't be restricted. It was indeed extremely tempting. It's definitely true. You can first meet her, and if it's not real, you can refuse to follow her. Moreover, she already has 2 pets that have developed awareness. If you go, you'll also have playmates. Surely, living alone, you must also feel lonely sometimes. Jiang Beichen smirked as he said. These last few words made the ermine unable to resist entirely. Living alone truly feels as desolate as snow falling. Do you want to go with us? Although Jiang Beichen knew that this ermine had already succumbed, he still teased it. Giggles, giggle, giggle. Of course. Let's set off immediately, the ermine excitedly replied. It was eager to see its future master as soon as possible. However, we need to rest tonight and set off tomorrow. Jiang Beichen opened his mouth calmly. He discovered that after spending time with Lin Qing, he occasionally developed some mischievous tendencies. ZSSSSS. Oh, so that's how it is. What a disappointment. I want to see the person you mentioned as soon as possible. Can't we leave tonight? The ermine expressed its disappointment. No, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. Jiang Beichen said indifferently. Early the next morning, when dawn had just begun to break slightly, Jiang Beichen and Wang Zhan set off in their car. After all, the next day was Lin Qing's birthday, and since the place where they were was far from Zhongzhou City, they had to hurry to get back by midnight. The ermine refused to stay in the car, finding it too stifling. It chose to run on the road instead. Due to its incredible speed, it virtually flashed by, and therefore no one paid attention to it. Occasionally, someone might notice a flash of white, but when they tried to take a closer look, nothing was there, leading them to believe they had hallucinated. A little past 1 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Beichen finally arrived in Zhongzhou City. Jiang Beichen didn't call Lin Qing right away. He was afraid she might be asleep, and he didn't want to disturb her rest. He sent a text message that read, Qing Qing, are you asleep? Happy birthday. At that moment, Lin Qing had just finished her cultivation practice and was getting ready to go to the bathroom when her phone buzzed. Who would call me so late? Lin Qing wondered aloud. Her fingers flew across the phone keyboard, and within 1 or 2 seconds, she saw Jiang Beichen's message. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she replied, Not yet. Where are you now? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Jiang Beichen responded, I'm at the entrance of your school. Please wait a moment. What does he want to do? Is he going to give me a surprise? Lin Qing couldn't help but speculate. After all, this felt like the start of a surprise. Less than a minute later, Lin Qing's phone buzzed again. Come down. I'm at the entrance of your dormitory. Although the dormitory gate was closed, it wasn't an issue for Lin Qing. She quietly pushed open the dormitory door and went outside. What she didn't know was that the moment she left, Zhao Yaowei's half-closed eyes shot wide open, gleaming with excitement. Hee, Lin Qing, finally I'll get something on you. Zhao Yaowei thought. She never trusted that Lin Qing was anything good, so she had been looking for an opportunity to expose her. The stunning man from before hadn't believed her because she lacked definitive proof, which made him think she was slandering Lin Qing. Now seeing Lin Qing sneaking out under the cover of darkness, Zhao Yaowei concluded she must be up to no good. This seemed to be the perfect chance to take Lin Qing down. Thinking quickly, she hastily grabbed her coat and went outside. And as Zhao Yaowei stepped out of the dorm room, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly shocked. Right there, Lin Qing stood on the balcony, getting ready to jump. No way. Does Lin Qing want to commit suicide? Zhao Yaowei's face revealed a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Chapter 410. Is Lin Qing a demon? The next scene left Xiaoya speechless once again. Lin Qing simply stepped off from the balcony, but instead of plummeting down like an object in free fall, she lightly touched the balcony edge with her foot and flew away just like a bird. Then she slowly drifted downwards, finally landing on the ground gracefully. How is this possible? How can Lin Qing fly? Even legendary martial arts experts are not rumored to be able to fly. Unless Lin Qing is not human. But if she's not human, what could she be? Could it be that she's a ghost? Oh no, that's wrong. I remember people say ghosts cannot appear under sunlight, so Lin Qing definitely isn't a ghost. If she's not a ghost, what else could she be? Oh right, there's another possibility. Lin Qing might be a demon, and perhaps even a fox spirit. Otherwise, there's no way so many excellent men could be charmed by her. Especially that man who looks otherworldly. Logically speaking, given his appearance and family background, he could easily choose among top-notch daughters of wealthy families. Yet he chose someone with a very poor family background, someone who offers no help for his career, unless he has been bewitched by her and lost all reason. And only demons have this power. Various thoughts swirled in Xiaoya's mind. Actually, when Xiaoya appeared at the dormitory door, Lin Qing had noticed her. However, she didn't stop what she was doing. Her purpose was to intimidate the other party, making her believe that Lin Qing was a martial arts expert, so as to prevent unnecessary trouble being caused. Although Lin Qing wasn't afraid of the minor troubles created by the little bugs, she still found it annoying whenever these incidents occurred. What Lin Qing didn't know was that Xiaoya completely misunderstood her good intentions and thought Lin Qing was a demon. After Xiaoya assumed Lin Qing might be a demon, she recalled many things about Lin Qing and became more certain that her speculation was true. Otherwise, how could anyone become so beautiful in such a short time? Besides, a girl who was extraordinarily pretty, with excellent academic performance and attractive enough to charm extraordinary rich second-generation heirs, yet coming from such a poor place. Before, Xiaoya couldn't figure it out, but now she understands. The reason is that Lin Qing is a demon, which explains everything. She's not unfamiliar with girls from mountain villages. They usually tend to be timid and their skin conditions are far inferior to Lin Qing's. One should know that the condition of a girl's skin is directly proportional to the amount of time and money spent on skincare. Apparently, Lin Qing lacked such resources. After all, she'd never seen Lin Qing using any skincare products in the dormitory. Thinking about this, Xiaoya involuntarily shivered. She suddenly realized that she was lucky to be alive, since she dared to go against a demon, which would be equivalent to inviting death. As for what Lin Qing went out to do, Xiaoya no longer had the heart to investigate. In her view, whatever Lin Qing did outside was probably something bad, possibly even going to kill or eat people. Recalling this made her body shiver uncontrollably 3 more times. At this moment, her heart overflowed with sympathy for that handsome man, imagining he must have been targeted by Lin Qing. Didn't everyone say that fox spirits drain the essence of their victims, causing them to gradually age and then die? After leaving the dormitory building, Lin Qing quickly saw Jiang Beichen. There was a trace of fatigue on Jiang Beichen's face, but when he saw Lin Qing, his eyes immediately brightened and he smiled, saying, "Qing, happy birthday. This is my birthday present for you." Jiang Beichen handed over a milky white jade box to Lin Qing. The quality of the jade was excellent, clearly indicating that it was premium-grade sheep fat jade. "Did you come so late just to give me a birthday gift?" Lin Qing asked, touched slightly. "Yes, hurry up and open it. See if you like it," Jiang Beichen said with a raised corner of his mouth. Lin Qing calmly opened the jade box. She assumed it contained extremely valuable jewelry. In her opinion, many jewels in the mundane world were not appealing to her, but since this one came from Jiang Beichen, she still liked it very much. After all, what matters most is the sentiment behind it. The moment Lin Qing opened the jade box, a chilling aura spread out. What met her eyes was a pure, flawless, cold, and elegant white lotus. When Lin Qing saw the Tianshan snow lotus inside, she was stunned. Even though she had obtained a millennium snow lotus previously, that one couldn't compare to this one. This one, she estimated, was at least 2,000 years old in medicinal age. Moreover, it retained its medicinal properties extremely well, as if freshly picked. "Where did you get this millennium snow lotus?" Lin Qing asked joyfully. It was not easy to obtain such an item, especially on this planet where spiritual energy was depleted and various miraculous herbs were missing. This was truly a great surprise. "My soldiers found it. I just picked it from Tianshan." "Qing, do you like it?" Jiang Beichen said. "I like it. I truly love it so much." Lin Qing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Beichen, expressing her joy. "Don't rush, there's more surprises." Jiang Beichen smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, making his lips even more alluring. "What? There's another surprise?" Lin Qing asked in surprise. "Come out, the master you wish to see is right here," Jiang Beichen said towards a nearby tree. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure darted out from the tree immediately, its speed incredibly fast, akin to lightning, rushing directly toward Lin Qing's embrace. "Qing, be careful," Jiang Beichen exclaimed in panic. He hadn't forgotten how the ermine ate venomous snakes and might be poisonous too. What if it scratched Lin Qing, causing her to get poisoned? Lin Qing watched as the white light rushed toward her, and she swiftly slapped it. The white figure was immediately thrown down with a bang, creating a large hole in the ground. When the ermine climbed out of the hole, its once pristine white fur had turned gray. Hiss. "Man, you lied to an animal. You said she was good with cute pets, but as soon as we met, she slapped me. She's nothing but a violent maniac. My snow-white fur, like the snow of Tianshan, has now turned gray. It's driving me crazy." The ermine angrily yelled at Jiang Beichen. Cough. I didn't lie to you. She really is great with cute pets. This time, it was your sudden attack that made her treat you as an enemy. And besides, you're not her pet yet. So naturally, she wouldn't be nice to you. Jiang Family replied helplessly. Is this dirty thing the surprise you gave me? Lin Family said disdainfully. Hiss. Don't call me dirty. I'm an ermine, handsome, elegant, charming beyond measure, and absolutely adorable. If I got dirty, it's all thanks to you. The ermine looked utterly disenchanted with life. Chapter 411. Harvesting the adorable Kylan Weasel. This is the weasel I found beside the Millennium Snow Lotus. It has already attained a spiritual form. I saw that you like such small animals, so I brought it back. But this creature likes to eat poisonous snakes and other venomous creatures. Do you like it? Jiang Family continued. Likes eating poisonous creatures? Yes, I definitely like it. Lin Family stared at the dust-covered weasel with glittering eyes. It was as if a hungry wolf had seen a piece of fatty meat. The moment Jiang Family said that the weasel in front of him ate poison, Lin Family immediately thought of the legendary creature, the Kylan Weasel. The Kylan Weasel possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Kylan. Although it belongs to the category of weasels, it far surpasses ordinary ones. More importantly, this thing loves to eat poisonous creatures. As everyone knows, the Kylan is immune to all poisons, and thus the Kylan Weasel also inherits this immunity. Moreover, the more venomous things it consumes, the stronger its bloodline abilities become. You must know that during future training and adventures, it's inevitable to encounter various kinds of venomous creatures and toxic fogs. Having this Kylan Weasel would be akin to having a tool for predicting and dealing with toxins. This little guy is actually the Kylan Weasel. Truly unbelievable. She didn't expect to find such a legendary creature on a planet where spiritual energy was almost depleted. It seemed that this planet was also quite extraordinary long ago. It's just unknown why it ended up in this condition. For Lin Family, the Kylan Weasel was a great surprise, even greater than the Millennium Snow Lotus. It likes eating poison, but I wonder if this creature is itself poisonous? Jiang Family asked curiously. Don't worry. Unless it intentionally releases toxins from within its body, it's generally non-toxic. You don't have to be too concerned, and even if it is poisonous, it wouldn't be an issue for me. Lin Family smiled and said. After all, she could refine detoxifying pills capable of neutralizing all poisons. With the current ability of the Kylan Weasel to release toxins, she felt no fear whatsoever. That's good. Jiang Family nodded and said. Little one, come over here. I'll take you in. Lin Family gestured towards the Kylan Weasel. ZSSSSD. Wait a moment. I haven't agreed to acknowledge you as my master yet. The Kylan Weasel shook off the dust on its body, and instantly, it was restored to white fur. And what will make you agree? Lin Family squinted her eyes and smiled. ZSSSSD. I'll ask you a few questions. I'm not just any ordinary weasel. The Kylan Weasel spoke with pride. Even though it looked proud, it still remained irresistibly adorable and cute. Ask away then, Lin Family said indifferently. ZSSSSD. Can you give me delicious food every day? The Kylan Weasel eagerly asked. Delicious food? Lin Family said in surprise. Could it be that the Kylan Weasel before her was also a foodie, like Xiaoyin? It likes to eat venomous snakes and similar creatures. To it, those are delicious treats, explained Jiang Family. I may not be able to provide venomous snakes to you regularly, but I can offer a variety of potent toxins. These toxins are much stronger than the ones from snakes, Lin Family calmly responded. Giving this Kylan Weasel venomous snakes every day would be troublesome, but she could prepare toxins. She considered soaking them into beef, pork, or mutton to achieve the same effect. Gag. Is this really true? The eyes of the Kylan Weasel gleamed excitedly. Clearly, Lin Family's words appealed greatly to it. Actually, it wasn't interested in the snakes, but in the poison itself. Of course, it's true, Lin Family smiled. ZSSSSD. Next question, will you restrict my freedom? Asked the Kylan Weasel. No, as long as you do not betray me. I am very good to my pets, Lin Family replied with a smile. ZSSSSD. I've heard that you refine medicinal pills. Can you often give me some pills to help me enhance my cultivation? Excitedly, the Kylan Weasel fixed Lin Family with its two shining eyes. It became increasingly satisfied with this potential master it was facing. I do know how to refine medicinal pills, but I cannot give you any. Lin Family slightly smirked and answered deviously. ZSSSSD. Why is that? Asked the somewhat disappointed Kylan Weasel. Because you aren't my pet yet. Once you sign a contract with me, naturally, I will provide you with cultivation-enhancing pills, Lin Family grinned. Gag. What? Let's sign the contract immediately then. Once again, the Kylan Weasel's expression turned excited. All right, don't resist. We'll sign the contract right now, Lin Family inwardly chuckled. What a gullible animal. Even though it appeared cautious, it believed her without hesitation. So simple-minded. She guessed that since the Kylan Weasel lived in a relatively simple environment, it hadn't encountered too many complicated matters, nor interacted with other demonic beasts. Hence, it had developed such an innocent personality. If not for her, the Kylan Weasel would have been in trouble. If it had met a bad master, it might have even been sold without knowing better. What she didn't know was that the reason the Kylan Weasel trusted her so easily was because it didn't sense any ill intentions from her. This came from its heightened sensitivity to the good or evil intent of others. Later on, Lin Family learned about this characteristic of the Kylan Weasel and stopped thinking it was merely naive and easy to deceive. Instead, she began to see it as a fox in sheep's clothing. She privately wondered how she had been deceived by its seemingly innocent appearance back then. Following that realization, Lin Qing no longer hesitated. She infused a spiritual mark into the Kylan weasel's forehead. A flash of golden light passed through, and the contract was formed. Instantly, a mental link between the two was established. ZSSSSD ZZZZ. Master, now that I am your adorable pet, shouldn't you give me a welcoming gift? The Kylan weasel grinned as it spoke. Lin Qing had never encountered a cute pet asking for a gift before. Surprised, she replied, "All right, I'll give you a pay yuan dan." As she spoke, a jade bottle appeared in her hand. She poured out one pill and shot it straight toward the Kylan weasel's mouth. The Kylan weasel chewed eagerly, finding the pill melt instantly upon contact. A fresh fragrance filled its entire mouth, leaving it feeling refreshed and joyful. Gag gag gag. It's so delicious. So pills really are much tastier than herbs. Lin Qing ignored its antics, turning to Jiang Beichen and asked, "How did you bring this little treasure back?" Jiang Beichen leaned closer to Lin Qing, whispering in her ear, "Of course I exploited its weakness and convinced it. I told it that you could provide it with delicacies every day and that you can refine pills. You're kind to pets and wouldn't restrict their freedom." After hearing that, it willingly followed. Chapter 412, Been spotted by the director. Jiang Beichen's breath landed on her cheeks, causing her heart to unconsciously thump loudly. In this cold winter, the sensation from that breath was even more pronounced. She looked at Jiang Beichen's handsome face, which was so close to hers, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said with a slight smile, "I thought it was strange when that Kirin weasel asked me so many questions the first time we met. It turns out you tempted it with those conditions. Well, what can I say? This snow weasel is extremely cautious. I guessed you'd like it, but other than tempting it based on its weaknesses, I really had no other way. Its speed is too fast for me to catch it." Wait, what did you just say? Did you say it's a Kirin weasel? Isn't it just a snow weasel? Jiang Beichen responded, slightly confused. If I'm not mistaken, it's an extraordinary existence among snow weasels, the Kirin weasel. I figured this out based on what you mentioned about it liking to eat poisonous snakes and other toxic creatures. Lin Qing explained seriously. What makes the Kirin weasel different from ordinary snow weasels? Jiang Beichen asked curiously, feeling like he had become an ignoramus in front of Lin Qing, not knowing much about anything. Not just different, a lot different. The only similarity between them is their appearance. Otherwise, they can be considered almost entirely different animals. The Kirin weasel carries the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Kirin. It loves eating toxic things and has an immune body against all poisons. Moreover, its cultivation talent is astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary snow weasel, Lin Qing elaborated. Bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Kirin? So does that mean ancient divine beasts like the Kirin truly exist? Jiang Beichen's eyes were filled with curiosity. Of course. Otherwise, do you think all those myths and legends are fake? Although some of those stories might have been exaggerated, many of these elements existed at one point. Lin Qing replied casually. Though Lin Qing spoke in a calm tone, her words shocked Jiang Beichen's worldview once again. But how could a Kirin and a snow weasel, two different species, combine to create a Kirin weasel carrying the bloodline of the Kirin? Jiang Beichen questioned, finding the explanation illogical from the perspective of biological reproduction. Haha, apparently, a long time ago, a Kirin god fell in love with a snow weasel deity. They mated, giving birth to the Kirin weasel. And as you know, divine beasts can transform into human forms. So this should make sense now, right? Lin Qing smirked teasingly. While listening to Lin Qing's teasing, Jiang Beichen couldn't help but recall a particular moment, his face subconsciously turning red. As he gazed at Lin Qing, his eyes became even deeper. Unaware, Lin Qing didn't realize she was being observed under a dangerous gaze. Just as she opened her mouth to continue speaking, her words were drowned in another unspoken act. A section of text omitted. The Kirin weasel stared curiously at the unspeakable scene unfolding before its eyes, unable to comprehend what the master and that handsome man were doing. After quite some time, Jiang Beichen and Lin Qing separated, and Jiang Beichen vanished swiftly, leaving the campus. Lin Qing returned to her dormitory. Since today was her birthday, but it wasn't Sunday, she had to request leave. I had decided that I would spend every day with Jiang Beichen for the next 100 days, attending the birthday dinner in the evening. And like any ordinary couple, Jiang Beichen and Lin Qing watched movies and went on dates. When choosing the movie, they picked a grand romantic fantasy epic. When the two were waiting in line to pick up their tickets, their high-level beauty stunned the eyes of many couples around them. Wow, aren't they gorgeous? Are they celebrities? But why don't I know who they are? I don't know either. I'm someone who is obsessed with appearances. If they were indeed celebrities, I would definitely recognize them, as their good looks surpass those of famous kings and queens. So that means they're just ordinary people, not celebrities. Ah, that's too bad. Such a beautiful pair, but they're not involved in the entertainment industry. It's such a waste of good looks resources. People chattered amongst themselves. And the director of this fantasy blockbuster, Chun Song, wearing a sun hat pulled down low over his brow, quietly arrived at the cinema, planning to check out the premiere screening. When the director saw Jiang Beichen and Lin Qing nearby, a surprised smile spread across his face. The images and aura of these two people fit perfectly with the protagonists of his upcoming movie, which was going to be a fairy swordsman action extravaganza. The male and female leads in his new film possessed breathtaking beauty and a mystical aura. He had interviewed many actors previously, none of whom met his ideal image, but after seeing these two individuals today, the picture of his ideal male and female leads became crystal clear in his mind. Yes, these two people were born to star in his upcoming movie. As a renowned director, he was someone who paid attention to details. Otherwise, he would rather not direct if his movie destroyed a classic. As he spoke, he quickly parted the crowd and walked towards the two. Hello, the two of you, I am Chen Kong. Chen Song raised his head, revealing his face. Upon a closer look, he found that the ethereal aura of the man and woman in front of him became even more evident. Hello, sir, is there anything you need from us? Lin Qing asked with a touch of indifference. You don't recognize me? Chen Song asked in astonishment. As a renowned director, he had quite a high profile, and he believed most people should recognize him. Sorry, I truly don't know you. Beichen, do you know him? Lin Qing said indifferently. I don't know him. Jiang Beichen replied coldly. Chen Song's face was full of black lines. What on earth was going on? By all accounts, given his fame, at least 80% of young people should recognize him. What he didn't know was that Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were part of that 20%. Considering their busy schedules, they simply had no time to regularly watch movies or keep up with entertainment news on their phones. Then let me introduce myself. I am Chen Song, the director of today's premiere movie, Life and Death Crisis. Chen Song stated calmly. He believed that after saying this, the couple in front of him would be shocked without fail. After all, he remembered that they bought tickets for Life and Death Crisis. May I ask what business you have with us? Lin Qing's expression remained as calm as ever. Her calmness made Chen Song question his own life. Although he didn't like those crazy fanatics chasing stars, her attitude was too indifferent. It was as if he was just an ordinary stranger. He really wanted to shout out loud. Do you know who I am? I'm the genius director Chen Kong. But he only thought it and didn't act upon it because doing so would damage his image greatly. Oh, my next movie will be a fairy swordsman film, and the two of you particularly fit the images of the protagonists. I invite both of you to star as the leads in my next movie. Chen Song adjusted his mood and opened his mouth. Chapter 413, No Interest in Being a Star. Sorry, we're not interested, Lin Qing coldly declined. Acting in movies, she and Jiang Beichen simply didn't have the energy for it. Do you know what you are refusing? Generally speaking, my films are all masterpieces. With your image and temperament, if you acted in my movie, you would definitely become overnight sensations. Following that, you would be welcomed by immense wealth and fame. Chen Song said, looking astonished. He couldn't believe that there were people who didn't want to become famous or make a lot of money. How is this possible? How many people in the world could resist such an irresistible temptation? Sorry, we truly aren't interested, Lin Qing repeated coldly again. Upon hearing these words, Chen Song became even more perplexed as to why the other party had absolutely no interest. They were not giving either him or themselves a chance at all. Unless the other party thought he was a fraud. Perhaps they didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry normally and didn't recognize him, assuming he was a scammer. Yes, it must be so. I'm not a fraud. I am really the renowned director from China, Chen Song. Chen Song helplessly removed his hat, instantly revealing his entire face. It was the face of a middle-aged man, with not-so-good skin and severe dark circles under his eyes, yet his eyes were highly spirited. After removing his hat, someone quickly recognized him. Wow, that's Chen Song. He actually came to the cinema. It's truly unbelievable. Yes, you help me queue up first. I'll go ask him for an autograph. Today is truly lucky. I am a fan of his. His films are all fantastic. You also help me get one. I'm also a fan of Director Chen. Thanks. Did you see that just now? Director Chen seemed to invite those two extremely good-looking individuals to act in his movie. Wow, they're really so lucky. Maybe in a short while, the entertainment circle will have another Chen girl or its own boy. I heard that pair of men and women refused him just now. The person is truly stupid. Such a great opportunity was not seized. It's too wasteful given their stunning beauty. The surrounding area immediately became noisy, and many people hurried over. In no time, around Director Chen, there was a crowd packed tightly together. Seeing this scene before him, Director Chen's confidence which had just been shaken returned. This was the true attitude of fans. Cough. Everyone, sorry, no signing today. Everyone enjoy the movie. I have business with these two people. I hope you all act as refined fans and avoid creating noise in such a place to prevent affecting the normal operation of the cinema. Chen Song stood upright and formally spoke. Hearing Chen Song say this, the fans reluctantly left. However, their eyes remained focused on Chen Song's side. Chen Song turned his head and said to Lin Qing, See, I didn't deceive you. I am truly Chen Kong. I know you didn't deceive us, but we just have no interest in acting in movies. Lin Qing's voice remained as cold as ever. Her words caused Chen Song to be shocked once again. He couldn't understand how there could be such people in the world. People who wouldn't be swayed by anything. It was a waste of their good looks to not join the entertainment industry. After saying this, Lin Qing pulled Jiang Beichen into the cinema. Chen Song, however, had not given up. He followed them hastily. Seeing that Chen Song had caught up, Jiang Beichen coldly glanced at the other person. His eyes were dark like a deep pool, with sharp glimmers at the corners. A sword-like icy curve formed at his lips, and he said coldly, Stop following us, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. I'm not following you. I'm here to watch the movie too, Chen Song said shakily. Jiang Beichen's gaze startled Chen Kong. That look was exactly what Chen Song needed for a particular moment of the male lead in the fantasy drama he wanted to shoot. At this point, he wanted to give up even less. However, judging from the current situation, he had to proceed step by step without rushing too much. Before, others would do anything to get a role in his movie, but now how the wind has changed. It truly shows that one shouldn't be overly boastful or else easily reap retribution. Are you watching your own movie? Lin Qing asked, clearly disbelieving. What? Who says you can't watch your own movie? We also need to watch it from the audience's perspective to discover its flaws, which helps me improve. Chen Song responded. From his words, Lin Qing realized he was a dedicated director. She no longer spoke and pulled Jiang Beichun into the cinema. The movie began soon after. At that moment, the cinema was fully occupied, showing how the name Chen Song represented the quality and box office value of the film. The seat where Chen Song sat was very close to Lin Qing and Jiang Beichun, located slightly behind them. However, since neither of them saw Chen Song approaching any further, they paid him no mind. As the movie played, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichun began whispering to each other. There's a problem with this scene. The male lead's fighting style may look flashy and cool, but it lacks practicality. It's just an elaborate show of empty moves. Also, that bone clearly belonged to some unknown animal, yet they claimed it was a human bone. Lin Qing whispered her criticisms. Ho ho. Qing, it's only a movie. There's no need to take it so seriously. Jiang Beichun softly consoled her. Upon hearing their conversation, Chen Song became extremely upset. How arrogant they were. Did she think she was some kind of ultimate expert? How could she dare say their stuntmaster performed nothing but flashy empty moves? Their stuntmaster had been hired at great expense and was reputedly the successor of a well-known martial arts school. And how could she say that those bones belonged to animals rather than humans? How on earth could he tell by simply looking at them? Did she really think his eyes were equipped with advanced technology or something? What a pretense. The movie quickly ended, and Jiang Beichun and Lin Qing prepared to leave with smiles on their faces. Although the film contained many details worth scrutinizing, overall it was decent. Chen Song, however, was fuming. He must have brought bad luck with him today. All the hard work he put into making this movie had been dismissed so casually by an amateur, which naturally made him unhappy. He certainly wasn't someone who couldn't handle criticism, but their remarks sounded as though they were intentionally nitpicking. Just as the two were about to leave, he approached them again and asked, "Have you considered my offer?" At this point, Jiang Beichun's gaze grew even colder. How annoying that the man continued to disrupt his date with Lin Qing. This was truly unbearable. Are you deaf? We've already told you multiple times. We're not interested. Jiang Beichun coldly responded. What makes you so special? Just because you're good-looking doesn't mean I absolutely need you to. It's not like three-legged toads are easy to find, but handsome men and beautiful women with two legs? They're everywhere. Hope you don't regret this. Chen Song exploded in anger. He'd been suppressing his frustration all day, and now it finally burst forth completely. Chapter 414, Master Lin's Birthday Banquet. Today, in front of the Wanhao Grand Hotel in Zhongzhou City, there was an extraordinary bustle. Not only the various big shots and tycoons from Zhongzhou City were present, but also some wealthy individuals from Suqing and high-ranking figures from the Xuanxue society had arrived. This birthday banquet exceeded Lin Qing's imagination. She hadn't anticipated such a large number of attendees. And at the parking lot in front of the Wanhao Grand Hotel, all sorts of luxury cars were lined up neatly, as if it were an exhibition of top-tier automobiles. Cars like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, and Lamborghini were everywhere. It was rare to see vehicles worth less than 1 million yuan. What on earth is going on today? Even during the Red Lotus Auction House's event days, it's not this lively, someone murmured near the entrance. Who knows? Maybe some big figure has arrived? Could it be our province's richest person? Others guessed. Even our province's richest person doesn't have this level of fanfare, another person added. Zhaoya, who had just arrived, hearing the bystanders' discussion, thought disdainfully. You bunch of bumpkins. In your eyes, probably the wealthiest person seems the greatest. How ignorant. You probably haven't even heard of Master Lin. After being terrified the night before, Zhaoya dared not stay in her dormitory anymore. She quickly found the dorm supervisor, pretending to be sick, left the dorm, and hailed a taxi back to her home. After returning home, she received a piece of news from her father. Master Lin, the foremost individual in Central Plains, would host a birthday banquet. She asked her father what kind of person could be called the first in Central Plains. Her father smiled faintly without speaking. After a pause, he said, "In the Central Plains province, no one dares to offend him. He can walk around with authority." Though the Zhao family ranked among the prominent ones in Zhongzhou City, they weren't worth mentioning in front of Master Lin. Zhaoya's father, Zhao Shihong, didn't know much about Master Lin because he hadn't come into contact with him. As he wasn't a martial artist, he didn't even know whether Master Lin was male or female. But he guessed it was probably a man. How could a woman possibly be so capable? He had also inquired about Master Lin from those who had interacted with him. However, everyone was extremely wary of talking about Master Lin in depth. Still, he managed to hear stories about Master Lin. It was rumored that Master Lin was exceptionally powerful, skilled in wielding lightning, driving away ghosts, and effortlessly taking lives. His abilities were likened to those of a celestial being. "Dad, can our province's wealthiest person compare with Master Lin?" Zhaoya asked innocently. "Of course not. Though our province's wealthiest person is quite powerful, they can't match Master Lin." Zhao Shihong responded. "Could a human compare with a celestial being? People are more afraid of those who can easily take lives." "Really? What kind of person is Master Lin? Why does everyone call him Master Lin?" Zhaoya asked curiously. "I've heard that Master Lin's skills are extraordinary, capable of wielding lightning, exorcising ghosts, and taking lives imperceptibly. Many of the high-ranking figures in the Central Plains province revere him. I've also heard he is quite young." Zhao Shihong laughed and said, "Then Dad, is he handsome?" Zhaoya's eyes shone with interest as she already started calculating in her mind. If she ingratiated herself with Master Lin, then would she still need to fear Lin Qing and her boyfriend? Perhaps she could whisper a suggestion by his ear, and Master Lin would eliminate that witch, Lin Qing. Dad, take me tomorrow. I want to meet Master Lin, who's like a celestial being. Zhao coaxed. Zhao Shihong looked at his daughter's bright face and couldn't help but laugh. All right, Dad will take you, but remember not to cause trouble. Otherwise, no one can save you. Dad, am I the type to lack intelligence? Maybe Master Lin will fancy me. Then our Zhao family will become invincible in Zhongzhou City. Zhao coyly replied. Zhao Shihong looked at his daughter's beautiful appearance, and his eyes lit up. He didn't expect his daughter to voluntarily sacrifice herself for the welfare of the family. He happily exclaimed, haha, truly my good daughter. Dad didn't waste love on you. As Zhao snapped out of her thoughts and saw the crowd of tycoons arriving, she inwardly marveled, especially when many luxury cars came from other provinces and cities. The license plates on these cars were impressive, making her exclaim in astonishment. This Master Lin's influence is too great. It seems my idea was correct. This absolutely is a strong leg to latch onto. If I cling to this leg, no one in Zhongzhou City will dare touch me, Zhao thought. Following her father into the hall, she could see many tycoons greeting each other everywhere. Quite a few of them also brought along their children, especially many girls dressed exquisitely, as if they were walking a red carpet. Despite the cold weather, they wore beautiful evening gowns, looking utterly charming. It seemed that quite a few rich people had the same idea as her, wanting to ingratiate themselves with Master Lin through their daughters. Zhao was also dressed very beautifully at this moment. Her custom-made pink evening gown had many diamonds embedded on the front, and the back's cutout design perfectly showcased her perfect figure. Though her appearance was bright, it still carried an air of youthful innocence. Combined with her figure-hugging attire, she embodied a mixture of purity and allure, a fusion of angelic and fallen charm. She wore a smile full of innocence on her face but harbored a malicious thought in her heart. Humph, those Yaoyinzhao, alluring floozies, could never match up to me. She was glad she realized this point early on and knew how to use her advantages to get what she needed. Zhao Shihong reminded Zhao not to wander around, then hurriedly went forward to greet all sorts of powerful big shots. Of course, Zhao soon found her group of friends, those second-generation rich kids who studied together at number 1 middle school. Wow, Zhao, it's you. I didn't expect you to dress up so beautifully, one of them flattered. Yes, Zhao, who would have thought Master Lin's influence was so great? Zhang Weiwei asked hastily. Clearly, this is a gathering of the upper echelons of society from Central Plains. The adults around you are either husbands of listed companies or family heirs. We wouldn't know how many years we'd need to reach their level, said a boy with a more serious expression. Before the banquet began, Lin Qing quietly arrived in front of Wanhao Grand Hotel. Unlike other young women who came with their elders and were impeccably groomed, though her plain face was incredibly beautiful without makeup. The doorman at Wanhao Grand Hotel was new. When he saw the girl appearing suddenly wanting to enter, he quickly stopped her. Though the girl was exceptionally pretty, her clothing was too casual. And today being such an important occasion, they were instructed not to let anything go wrong. Thus, without an invitation, no one could be allowed entry. Chapter 415, We are disciples of Master Lin. Miss, please show your invitation, a tall and thin security guard asked. I don't have an invitation, Lin Qing replied calmly. In that case, we apologize, but without an invitation, we can't let you in. Today is the birthday party of a very important person, and we cannot allow irrelevant people to disturb this individual. The guard said coldly. Inside, he somewhat despised the beautiful woman before him. In his view, she didn't have an invitation, yet dressed plainly despite her good looks, obviously trying to find a wealthy patron here. He estimated her age at around school-going years, so young and not focused on studying, but always thinking of shortcuts, she would eventually suffer major setbacks. After all, beauty was a depreciating asset. Only knowledge and ability continuously appreciated. If it weren't for his own rebellion as a child and not focusing on studies back then, he wouldn't be just a security guard now. Oh, hold on a moment, Lin Qing responded calmly. Evidently, she had noticed the odd look from the security guard and understood that he likely mistook her for someone with ulterior motives. Still, she couldn't tell him that she was the very big personality whose birthday it was. Even if she did, he probably wouldn't believe her. It wasn't worth it to quarrel with such an insignificant person. Lin Qing turned around and immediately called Xiao Muting. I've arrived, but I'm being blocked at the entrance, Lin Qing stated casually. Oh, sorry, I forgot to prepare an invitation for you. Hold on a bit, I'm busy here. I'll have the hotel manager go down to meet you immediately, Xiao Muting quickly realized and explained. Within about 2 minutes, a middle-aged man rushed over to the front of the hotel. The tall and thin security guard, upon seeing Manager Ding running over, eagerly flattered. Manager Ding, why are you here? That important figure hasn't arrived yet, but when they do, I will certainly inform you right away. The security guard knew well that Manager Ding was a close confidant of young Master Xiao. If he could gain favor with him, it would surely change his fate. However, Mr. Ding ignored the security guard. He hurried to Lin Qing, bowing low and quietly saying, Miss Lin, you've arrived. Let's go in, Lin Qing responded lightly. Seeing the respectful attitude toward the pretty girl who had been refused earlier, the tall and thin security guard was secretly shocked and relieved that he hadn't said anything offensive to her. For him, working as a security guard at the Marriott Hotel was already a great job. The work was easy and the benefits high, so he did not want to lose it. After Lin Qing entered the Marriott Hotel with Mr. Ding, she remarked, You go take care of your own duties. I'll just wander around. Soon after, Zhou Linger and Li Chengfeng arrived after their classes ended. As soon as they entered, they quickly searched for Lin Qing and soon found her near the buffet area. At that time, Lin Qing was eating sweets, seemingly unfazed by others around her. Master. Both approached Lin Qing hastily. You've arrived. The desserts here are pretty good. You should try them, Lin Qing smiled. All three of them wore ordinary casual wear, unlike most others who were dressed up as if attending a red carpet event in glamorous gowns. Around this time, Zhao also joined everyone in the dessert section. When Jiang Weiwei saw Lin Qing's trio there, she scoffed coldly. Tisk, how come you three country bumpkins are here? This isn't a place for you guys. Being students of Zhongzhou No. 1 High School, Jiang Weiwei naturally recognized the trio, since they were among the top 4 in F4 of the school. Oh, why shouldn't we be here? Zhou Linger retorted coldly. Do you know what date is today? It's a bigwig's birthday, attended by all kinds of wealthy and elite figures. If you three bumpkins mistake any of the VIP guests, that would be troublesome. Oh, I see now. You're able to enter because of Xiao Deshao's favor. I wonder what kind of love potion you used on him, that he'd allow you into such a venue. Jiang Weiwei mocked disdainfully. Clearly, because her crush Zheng Ruiyan showed preferential treatment to Lin Qing, she had harbored much resentment. Of course we know what date it is. It's Master Lin's birthday. Both me and Li Chengfeng are disciples of Master Lin. If you offend us, I think you just want to die. Zhou Linger sneered. Ha, you crack me up. You actually dare to claim that you're Master Lin's disciple? What qualifications do you have to become his disciple? If Master Lin were to take on apprentices, he'd choose people like us. Why would he ever look at you hicks? Your lies are so obvious. I didn't know young Master Xiao told you everything. But once Master Lin arrives, you'll be in big trouble for pretending to be his disciples. Jiang Weiwei laughed mockingly. Zhao Ya, wary of Lin Qing, refrained from rushing forward to taunt or confront her. She thought it wasn't the right time to deal with them yet. She had heard that senior members of the Mystical Society were all here today. People from the Mystical Society specialize in capturing ghosts and subduing demons, so Lin Qing, being a spirit, would surely have no escape. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and Xiao Mutant arrived on the first floor. At this moment, there was a commotion near the entrance. The wealthy patrons inside quickly stepped aside to clear the middle path. Hey, why has it suddenly become so quiet inside? Could Master Lin have arrived? The girls curiously looked toward the entrance. Soon, a few individuals entered through the door. Each person had distinct features, dressed rather plainly. However, from their commanding aura and sharp, fierce eyes, it was clear they weren't ordinary. Who are these people? Their clothes look so casual, a girl whispered. After all, the rich patrons inside were all wearing suits and formal attire, while these people wore Zhongshan suits, Tang outfits, which seemed less formal by comparison. Hush, keep your voice down. These are the big shots from various cities in Central Plains Province. The girl's neighbor, a middle-aged man, warned her. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately turned pale and dared not speak casually. Her family's net worth was only a few billion yuan, and they couldn't afford to offend such powerful figures. Following them came an old man whose hair had turned white, wearing a Taoist robe. This person was obviously Lu Changsheng, who had a few mystical society members trailing behind him. Everyone looked at the elder in the Taoist robe. His hair had turned white, but his facial skin looked as if he were a middle-aged man. They couldn't help but admire. Could this elder be someone from the mystical society? Zhao asked softly. That is Lu Changsheng, the president of the mystical society. It's said that he possesses great mystical powers and is a godlike figure. A wealthy patron, eyeing Zhao Ya's beauty, flattered her. Chapter 416. How could you possibly be Master Lin? Zhao Ya's eyes darted around. Then she asked, who is the legendary Master Lin? I don't know either. Master Lin is too mysterious. I haven't met him either, the wealthy man awkwardly replied. The appearance of numerous big shots drew everyone's attention. Zhou Linger, Lin Qing, you're lucky. But in a moment, when Master Lin appears, you'll be done for, Jiang Weiwei said with a haughty look. After saying that, she paid no heed to Zhou Linger and the others, rushing off instead to meet the legendary Master Lin. At this moment, Xiao Muting arrived at the stage, and the crowd fell silent. I know all of you didn't come here to listen to my nonsense, but to wish Master Lin happy birthday. I just had a call with Master Lin. She is actually at this banquet. So, let's invite Master Lin onto the stage to say a few words. Xiao Muting smiled and said. The reason he was able to stand there and have all the elders from Zhongyuan province and many wealthy figures from different cities listen to him speak was entirely thanks to Lin Qing. By this point, his achievements surpassed those of his father, who sat below him and felt greatly pleased by Xiao Muting's success. As soon as Xiao Muting finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from below. Hey, so Master Lin is really here? Who exactly is it? Who knows, given how mysterious Master Lin is. It's said very few people have met him. Then shouldn't the elders of Zhongyuan province have met him? Otherwise, how would they follow him? It's rumored that Xiao Deshia has a close relationship with Master Lin. Otherwise, how could the Red Lotus auction allow Xiao Deshato manage it? People whispered amongst themselves, constantly looking around, hoping to catch a glimpse of what Master Lin looked like after such a long wait. Wow, I'm finally going to meet the legendary Master Lin. I'm so excited, Jiang Weiwei exclaimed, her face filled with excitement. Yeah, it's said that Master Lin is quite young, not much older than us, perhaps even a handsome man. Zhao Yi replied, her face flushed red. She thought about how she would approach Master Lin so that he would immediately take a liking to her, or even fall for her. Of course, some tactics she knew came from her mother. She believed they should work, otherwise, why would her father have been so infatuated with her mother for so long? Alas, unfortunately, I already have someone I admire, or else I might have given it a shot, Jiang Weiwei sighed. At this moment, Lin Qing stood up from her seat, closely followed by Zhou Linger and Li Chengfeng, heading toward the stage. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Weiwei scoffed coldly. Humph, Zhou Linger, do you really think you are Master Lin's disciple? How dare you act so recklessly in an occasion like this? In a moment, you won't even know how you'll die. At this moment, everyone noticed the three people walking toward the stage. Hey, who are these three kids? Whose children are they? Why are they so unruly? Yes, how can they behave this way during such an important event? In a moment, if Master Lin gets angry, these families will be in serious trouble. Yes, so children must not be spoiled. They need good education from a young age. Otherwise, they'll become nothing but troublemakers. The crowd murmured quietly. Seeing this scene, Zhao lit up and immediately spoke up. Dear predecessors, among the three, one of them is actually a monster. You should have someone control her before she disturbs Master Lin and injures others. She believed this action could attract Master Lin's attention and leave a favorable impression on her. Oh, which person is the monster? Lu Changxing inquired upon hearing this. The girl named Lin Qing, who's walking ahead. Zhao quickly answered upon hearing the president of the mystical society, Lu Changxing. She smirked inwardly, thinking to herself, all right Lin Qing, you're done now. Humph, and on what basis do you say she is a monster? Lu Changxing's gaze turned slightly cold. Because I once saw her jump from the second floor, flying down like a little bird, not falling freely. And since she has no wings, how could ordinary humans possibly achieve such feats? Moreover, she is known for seducing men easily. Zhao was immersed in her own excitement and completely missed the frostiness in Lu Changxing's eyes. Do you even know that hundreds of years ago, there were already no shape-changing monsters left in this world? If they truly existed, they could easily destroy the entire world without needing your false accusations. Moreover, do you even know what Master Lin's name is? Lu Changxing said coldly. When Lin Qing and her companion stood up, Lu Changxing recognized her right away. Though Lin Qing had grown prettier, her appearance still bore hints of her past self. Coupled with Zhou Linger and Li Chengfeng who followed her, Lu Changxing immediately identified her. Zhao Yu felt somewhat dejected upon hearing the other person's words. She hadn't expected to guess wrong, and even more so, Lin Qing was not a monster. This realization only made her bolder. She quickly replied, sorry, President Lu, I don't know Master Lin's name either. Although I've admired Master Lin for a long time, I've never had the chance to meet her. Even though I guessed incorrectly just now, my intentions were good. I feared disturbing Master Lin. Moreover, I also know that Zhou Linger and Li Chengfeng, who are following behind Lin Qing, pretend to be Master Lin's disciples with ill intent. Lin Qing burst out laughing after hearing this. Ha! Zhao, you're too full of yourself. Do you think this is your house where you can do whatever you want? Well, I'll tell you. I am the very Master Lin you've admired for so long, and both Zhou Linger and Li Chengfeng are truly my disciples. What? How could that be? How could you possibly be Master Lin? Master Lin couldn't possibly be a woman. Zhao panicked. But Lin Qing no longer paid any attention to her and walked toward the stage. After all, Zhao was nothing but a troublemaker, someone not worth wasting any thoughts on. At this moment, Lu Changxing hurriedly said, Master Lin. And the various elders from Zhongyuan province, seated in the first row, stood up one after another respectfully and greeted. Master Lin. Master Lin. Master Lin. The surrounding wealthy individuals also stood up, shouting her name. However, many of their voices carried doubt. Could this beautiful young girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, really be the legendary Master Lin who had shaken Zhongyuan? It was simply unbelievable. Amidst the mixture of reverence, disbelief, and doubt in everyone's eyes, Lin Qing stood calmly and walked onto the stage as if she were merely taking a casual stroll down the street. At this moment, Zhao Yu's expression turned frantic. Only now did she realize the great calamity she had caused. Who could have guessed that Lin Qing would actually be the legendary Master Lin? Zhang Weiwei was also filled with panic at this point. Her only solace was that she hadn't directly mocked Lin Qing today. Nevertheless, she had offended Lin Qing before, and all she hoped was that Lin Qing would be magnanimous enough not to hold it against her. Otherwise, she'd be in deep trouble. If her family learned that she had offended Master Lin, they would certainly not forgive her. Chapter 417. Lin Qing, is this your ace? Most of the people who came to attend this birthday banquet had never met Master Lin. Only a small number had seen her, and Lin Qing's appearance had changed somewhat now. Even those who had seen her before wouldn't easily recognize her. If it weren't for Lu Changxing speaking first, most people would have found it difficult to imagine that this pretty little girl was the dreaded Master Lin. Is that little girl Master Lin? She's too young. Yes, she seems about the same age as my kid. It's really unbelievable. However, even though many were filled with doubts and disbelief, upon seeing various dignitaries and the president of the Xian Society confirm Master Lin's identity, they had no choice but to believe. Because whether or not they believed, regardless of how young Master Lin looked, or how unlikely it seemed that she was a powerful person, she was still Master Lin, standing at the peak of Zhongyuan with few rivals. As for the students from No. 1 high school who accompanied their parents and recognized Lin Qing, each one was speechless and staring in amazement. Lin Qing, Master Lin. The two figures seemed like they belonged to different worlds. How could they be the same person? One is exceptionally beautiful, entered as the top scorer in the high school entrance examination, has excellent academic results, rumors fly around her constantly, yet she skips class often, a very peculiar student. The other is enigmatic, terrifying to everyone, stands at the pinnacle of Zhongyuan, and commands respect from numerous big shots, the first person of Zhongyuan. But once these two identities merged, it left everyone trembling with fear. No wonder Lin Qing skipped classes frequently at school. It must have been because she needed to handle things outside. No wonder Xiao Muting was so close to Lin Qing. Lin Qing is actually the true owner of the Red Lotus auction house, while Xiao Muting is merely its manager. No wonder Lin Qing suddenly became so beautiful. The Red Lotus auction house can produce miraculous elixirs like Huan Yin Dan, Face Renew Pill, so obtaining better beauty-enhancing divine medicine would be nothing unusual. No wonder Lin Qing attracted such good-looking super-rich second-generation heirs to confess their love to her. It wasn't through her family influence, but due to her own prowess. The several students who had just mocked Lin Qing were trembling all over, their faces pale. And among the onlookers, some felt relieved that they hadn't bullied her using their power. Others regretted bitterly that they didn't realize Lin Qing's true identity earlier, and thus failed to curry favor with her. It was clearly too late to do so now. After all, there are more people willing to add flowers to brocade than offer coal in the snow. They presumed that even if they tried to fawn over her now, Master Lin probably wouldn't care. At this moment, Lin Qing proudly spoke up. Everyone, these two are my apprentices. Despite being young, they are quite talented. You should all give them your care in the future. She estimated that she would be busy cultivating herself and improving her cultivation in the future, so affairs of the Dao sect would likely need to be handled by Zhou Ling'er and Li Qingfeng. Under Lin Qing's help, Zhou Ling'er had cultivated up to the later stages of qi refinement, which posed no issue when facing even ordinary transformation-level grandmasters. Li Qingfeng was already an advanced Daoist cultivator. As for Xiao Muting, bogged down by trivial matters, and not being Lin Qing's apprentice, he progressed slower, but his strength had still reached mid-level dark force. This speed far outpaced anyone else. It was genius amongst geniuses. That's right. Being disciples of Master Lin, we naturally wouldn't dare not show them respect. Truly, talent emerges at a young age. I couldn't have expected that despite being so young, these two have already achieved such a level. Truly extraordinary. Some martial artists were shrewd-eyed, detecting a strong aura emanating from Zhou Ling'er and Li Qingfeng, leaving them astonished and immediately praising them. Could it be that good company brings out the best in people? Master Lin is already an unparalleled prodigy, and so are her disciples. Afterward, many wealthy individuals offered toasts to Lin Qing. Holding a glass of champagne, Lin Qing mostly raised her glass lightly, at most touching it with her lips briefly. But the rich and powerful eagerly drank their wine fully to show respect for Master Lin. Master Lin, your magical instrument is simply incredible. Not long ago, I almost had a car accident. A truck collided head-on with my business vehicle, destroying it beyond recognition. The driver died on the spot, yet I only sustained slight injuries, miraculously surviving. Incredible, a wealthy individual said, raising his toast to Lin Qing. Lin Qing smiled faintly without speaking. Of course her magical instrument was not ordinary. How could it compare to those subpar magical tools? Unfortunately, during each auction held by the Red Lotus auction house, only a few pieces of magical equipment are sold, truly creating a situation of oversupply. The wealthy man continued flatteringly. Many wealthy individuals were here not just for Lin Qing, but also for the Red Lotus auction house behind her. The magical items sold at the Red Lotus auction house, after multiple wealthy experiences, are literally life-saving treasures. The Huan Yin Dan, Face Renew Pill, is the dream divine medicine for every beauty, and the Bu Qi Yuan, Qi Supplementing Pill, is a boon to martial artists. Moreover, for ordinary people, this Bu Qi Yuan can also prolong life and eliminate various chronic diseases. Many wealthy individuals sensed business opportunities and hoped to cooperate with Master Lin to get a share of the profits. Master Lin, if we produce weakened versions of the Bu Qi Yuan and Huan Yin Dan in large quantities, they will surely dominate the market quickly, some rich people suggested. I'll look into this matter when I return. You can discuss the details with Xiao Muting. Lin Qing responded indifferently. When Lin Qing reached the table where Zhang Weiwei and Zhao Yu were seated, the two felt extremely nervous and kept their heads low, fearing that Lin Qing might have discovered them and was seeking revenge. But Lin Qing's gaze never lingered on them, and as they sighed in relief, an overwhelming sense of sadness and despair washed over them. They knew they would likely never reach Lin Qing's level in their entire lives. In one corner of the banquet, Wang Chun, who had come with his relatives, saw Lin Qing and realized she was the legendary Master Lin, revealing a look of deep despair. Lin Qing, is this your trump card? How could you possibly be Master Lin? Wang Chun showed an expression of disbelief. He understood that from now on, there would be no possible future between them. She was like a phoenix from the heavens that had descended among mortals, while he could only ever be considered an insignificant chicken, and even after striving his whole life, he probably wouldn't be able to match her stature. However, Wang Chun simply couldn't figure out how Lin Qing had become Master Lin. Wang Chun, what's wrong? His relative noticed Wang Chun's gloomy mood and asked, Uncle, do you think it's possible for a peer or friend to suddenly surpass you greatly and become someone you look up to? Wang Chun asked curiously. What you describe certainly exists. A person's success depends heavily on family background, ability, emotional intelligence, personality, and learning, Wang Chun's relative replied with a smile. But what about an ordinary person with poor family conditions, low emotional intelligence, a haughty character, and only good academic performance? How could she suddenly become someone like Master Lin? Wang Chun followed up. Chapter 418. I rely on the power to control life and death. The situation you described is indeed rare, but not impossible. Perhaps the other party has a benefactor's support. In today's society, hard work is certainly important, but connections and family background matter too. Some people are born into a good life which others cannot achieve even after a lifetime of struggle, Wang Chun's relative remarked. He assumed Wang Chun had been affected after seeing someone like Master Lin, so he continued speaking. But this Master Lin is truly remarkable. Rumors say she can command thunder and banish ghosts, and her Red Lotus auction house is extraordinary. The items auctioned there have sparked fierce competition among many wealthy individuals in the country, making them scarce and highly sought after. Commanding thunder and banishing ghosts. Isn't that something only deities can do? Wang Chun revealed an astonished look. That's true. They all say Master Lin resembles a celestial being, capable of eliminating enemies from afar. No one knows if it's real, but I haven't witnessed it personally. Probably some powerful person supports her behind the scenes, and these rumors are just for boosting her image, Wang Chen's relative whispered while analyzing. Could the powerful figure behind Lin Qing be her boyfriend? Impossible. It would take more than a wealthy household to ascend to the status of being known as the first person in Central Plains. Not even a billionaire could accomplish that. It seemed his previous misunderstanding of Lin Qing was mistaken. He owed her an apology. At Lin Qing's current level, no one could patronize her. Wang Chen couldn't figure out how Lin Qing managed to become Master Lin despite his repeated contemplations. The more he wanted to know, the more uneasy he felt, as if there were a worm crawling inside his heart. After the banquet ended, Wang Chen lied about having something else to attend to and did not return home with his relatives. He kept observing Lin Qing, hoping to find a chance to speak with her alone. Throughout the entire banquet, Lin Qing had been surrounded by various influential figures, leaving him no opportunity to approach her. After the banquet ended, Lin Qing left with her boyfriend again, leaving Wang Chun disheartened as he returned to school. Back in the dormitory, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with Lin Qing's expressions, indifferent, cold, and aloof. Her gaze towards him was like looking at an insignificant ant, which caused him immense discomfort. Even deep into the night, sleep eluded him. In frustration, he put on thick winter clothing and went outside, heading beneath Lin Qing's dormitory building. He stared up at the completely darkened lights upstairs, lost in thought for a long time. Wang Chun, what are you doing here? Behind him came Lin Qing's crisp and cool voice, making the already cold night feel even colder. I've come to see you, Wang Chun said. Oh, what could you possibly want at such a late hour? If you continue to insult me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Qing spoke coldly. Her voice matched her piercing stare and coldness. Wang Chun had seen her gentle side, but it wasn't directed at him. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you last time. I apologize. Wang Chun looked at Lin Qing with eyes glowing with fervor. Forget it, I no longer hold any grudges about it. Lin Qing dismissed the matter casually. As she said this, she started walking towards the dormitory building. Don't go yet. I still have things to say to you. Wang Chun hastily called out upon seeing Lin Qing's indifferent attitude. What do you have to say? Lin Qing asked without turning around. People call you Master Lin, but I don't believe it. How could you possibly become Master Lin? Wang Chun asked in a slightly manic tone. Everyone, including many elites and tycoons in Central Plains, calls me Master Lin. Why don't you believe them? Lin Qing finally turned around, eyebrows arched in slight annoyance. Because you don't meet the qualifications to become such a major figure. You lack prestigious lineage and vast networks of contacts. Moreover, your personality is cold and detached, unskilled at socializing. On the surface, you may seem low-key, but inside, you're overbearing and arrogant. Though your academic performance is outstanding, based on your emotional intelligence and overall capabilities, you'll likely just end up middle class. How could you ever become someone like Master Lin? Wang Chen stared straight at Lin Qing, enunciating each word clearly. Since childhood, his education had trained him to predict a person's future potential by examining their traits and situations. However, encountering Lin Qing disrupted his established beliefs. Are you done? I already told you before, don't try to assess my abilities with your narrow-minded understanding. You don't know who or what I truly am. Have you heard rumors about me? That I can command thunder, drive away spirits, and eliminate enemies miles away? Let me tell you, these are all true, Lin Qing responded sarcastically. Not possible. How can such a person exist in the world? You're lying to me, right? Wang Chen widened his eyes, revealing disbelief. Since you refuse to believe, let me show you why I'm called Master Lin. When people hear my name, they tremble in fear. Lin Qing chuckled coldly. As Lin Qing spoke, she formed a finger seal and quickly took a few steps on the ground. Suddenly, the scenery in front of Wang Chen changed. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by thick fog, as if they were inside a sea of clouds. What's happening? Wang Chen asked in astonishment. Relax, this is just a mist array I've conjured up. No one outside can see what happens within it, Lin Qing replied calmly. Then, Lin Qing started ascending into the air step by step. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, making her appear like a celestial being. Next, Lin Qing's hand suddenly produced a golden staff segmented like bamboo. Raising the staff with one hand and pointing 2 fingers at the sky with the other, she proclaimed, "Let the thunder come." As soon as her words faded, the originally dark starry sky was suddenly split by a bolt of lightning accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder that shot down from above. Lin Qing then retracted the bamboo-like staff without pausing and added, "Little snake, come out." As soon as she spoke, a massive black serpent emerged from the mist. Its body was colossal, weaving through the fog like a dragon. Occasionally, its enormous head would reveal itself, crowned with 2 small horns resembling those of the legendary dragon. Is this a dragon? Wang Chen exclaimed in shock. No, it hasn't become a dragon yet. It's still at the stage of a water-dwelling spirit, but there's a chance it might transform into a dragon in the future, Lin Qing responded nonchalantly, as though commenting on whether someone had eaten. The giant serpent roamed for a while, and when Lin Qing beckoned, it returned to her side. Lowering its massive head, it nuzzled against her gently, seemingly trying to be affectionate. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, unable to recover from the overwhelming shock of these supernatural events beyond comprehension. I didn't become Master Lin or rise to be the foremost figure in Central Plains to have powerful tycoons and influential figures bow to me because of family background, tactics, or your so-called networks and emotional intelligence. My power comes from something else, an overwhelming force that transcends human understanding and controls life and death, Lin Qing said directly, her gaze steady as she looked straight at Wang Chun. Chapter 419, Spirit Stone Pulse appears. Wang Chun recovered from his shock, gazing at the scene before him like something out of a myth. He mused to himself. No wonder it's rumored that Master Lin is akin to a god. This isn't a god, but better than one. Who else but a god could have such skill? Lin Qing casually waved her hand, and everything in front of them disappeared. The two returned to the front of their school dormitory building. The starlight in the night sky was still as brilliant as ever, as if nothing had happened. Just his illusion. The cold north wind howled fiercely, this bone-chilling wind bringing Wang Chun's sudden clarity. At that moment, his heart became unusually bright. He realized he had fallen for a goddess, someone with whom he could never be together. Moreover, Lin Qing didn't even like him. Even if they were somehow together, he wouldn't be able to endure it. He would age quickly, while Lin Qing remained as youthful and beautiful as ever. Though he couldn't let go of his feelings completely, he knew he could only hide them deep in some corner of his heart and start a new life. Thinking about it, he spoke up, Lin Qing, thank you. After finishing, he turned without hesitation and left. Lin Qing, baffled by the other person's gratitude, thought privately, did this person get so shocked that he lost his mind? Then she paid him no more attention, leaping up in one bound to land on the second floor, heading in the direction of her dormitory. As time flowed on, the final exams arrived soon after. On the afternoon of the day the exams ended, Zhongzhou City welcomed its first snowfall of 2007. After the exams finished, Zhou Linger chirped excitedly, Master, winter in Central Plains is too cold. Let's spend our winter vacation in the South Sea. It's said to be a tourist paradise, especially comfortable in winter, perfect for escaping the cold. Linger, as a cultivator, you shouldn't be afraid of the cold. Why do you need to escape the cold? Lin Qing teased. All right, Master, I admit it. I just want to travel, Zhou Linger admitted, sticking out her tongue. If you want to travel, you can find your partner Xiao Muting or your fellow disciple to join you. I need to cultivate further, Lin Qing replied with a smile. She planned to break through to the Golden Core stage during this winter vacation, which was an ideal time. AI Master, you're already so powerful. Do you still need to train? Zhou Linger furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Of course. How can one achieve greatness if they work hard one day and slack off the next? Diligence is very important, Lin Qing said. All right, Master, I'm wrong. I should also cultivate diligently. I won't travel during the winter vacation. Zhou Linger clenched her small fists, cheering herself on. Work-life balance is still important. Just don't forget to keep practicing diligently. Lin Qing shook her head helplessly. This Zhou Linger really misunderstood things easily. Just as Lin Qing prepared the necessary pills for breaking through and was ready to head somewhere quiet to complete the breakthrough, her phone rang. Ching, our Chinese explorer in Antarctica has discovered a kind of crystal. This crystal has extremely high energy and abnormally active molecules. That explorer brought back a bit, and when I approached the crystal, I found that my cultivation technique progressed much faster, and there was a slight increase in the amount of spiritual qi within me. I suspect this might be a crystal that helps with cultivation. Jiang Baichen immediately explained without any romantic talk this time. You're right. That crystal might indeed be a spirit stone. Lin Qing brightened her eyes upon hearing Jiang Baichen's explanation. Are you talking about the spirit stones used for cultivation in the cultivation world? Jiang Baichen asked in astonishment. Previously, Lin Qing had told him that spirit stones were the most common cultivation resources in the cultivation world. But he hadn't expected that spirit stones existed on this planet as well. Yes. We need to hurry over then. Otherwise, this information will leak quickly. After all, not just one person knew about this event. But how are we going to get there? There are no direct flights to Antarctica. We need to transfer through other countries. And with the delays in getting visas and flights, those spirit stones might already be snatched up by others who got there earlier, Jiang Baichen rushed to say. You come here immediately. I have a way to get there quickly. Lin Qing smirked at the corners of her mouth. Do you plan to use a flying sword? Jiang Baichen's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew that Lin Qing had crafted a flying sword, though she rarely used it. So he hadn't seen it before. However, knowing he'd soon witness the legendary flying sword filled him with excitement. A few hours later, Jiang Baichen arrived at Lin Qing's place. Lin Qing gave a few instructions to Zhou Linger, telling her that she'd be away for a while. Then she went to the yard with Jiang Baichen. Suddenly, a sword appeared in her hands. The sword looked less like a weapon and more like a delicate art piece. Master, this is the flying sword? But it looks so small. How can anyone stand on it? Zhou Linger questioned in confusion. Just watch. Lin Qing smiled as she muttered the incantations. The sword that resembled a piece of artwork immediately transformed into a large blade, 2 or 3 meters long and half a meter wide, floating in the air. With ease, Lin Qing leapt onto the sword, and shortly after, Jiang Baichen joined her. Whoa, Master, this flying sword is amazing. It can change size like the Rui Jingu Bang, Rui Jingu Bang. Zhou Linger exclaimed with widened eyes in disbelief. All right, stop your nonsense. If you have the chance, I'll give you a flying sword. Your master has to leave now, Lin Qing said. Master, you said it yourself. So you mustn't go back on your word. Zhou Linger grinned in surprise. Of course not. Your master always keeps my promises. All right, Beichen, hold on to me. We're leaving soon. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Jiang Beichen grasped Lin Qing's clothes, and the flying sword shot towards the sky like a streak of golden light. The speed of the flying sword was incredible, disappearing from Zhou Linger's sight in an instant. My goodness, this flying sword is too fast. Master really is a celestial being, Zhou Linger marveled quietly. Meanwhile, Jiang Beichen hadn't anticipated how swift the flying sword would be. Losing his balance momentarily, he fell backward, only for Lin Qing to swiftly catch him and settle him into a cross-legged sitting position on the sword while she took her seat at the front, directing the sword onward. Because of its extreme speed, the piercing cold wind whipped their hair into disarray. Jiang Beichen could feel the sharp wind cutting painfully against his cheeks. Seeing that Lin Qing showed no reaction to it, he silently sighed. Alas, my cultivation still falls short. No wonder one must reach the foundation establishment stage to fly using a sword. Just dealing with this tremendous speed is making me uneasy. Sigh. I'm still too weak. Clearly, this flying sword traveled faster than any airplane, otherwise it wouldn't have troubled Jiang Beichen so much. Chapter 420. The Chinese immortals saved everyone. While Lin Qing was flying with her sword, she suddenly encountered a thunderstorm during a certain part of her journey. At this moment, the violent winds were sweeping, accompanied by microbursts. In thunderstorm weather, the most feared is not lightning strikes, but microburst downdrafts. For airplanes, wind is what allows steel planes to soar into the clouds. But if there are significant changes in wind speed and direction at a low altitude of several hundred meters, it could lead to the plane tipping over. If encountering vertical wind shear or a microburst downdraft, the consequences would be even more terrifying. As Lin Qing was preparing to detour around it, she suddenly noticed a white airplane nearby that was teetering on the brink. It seemed like a small boat caught in a storm, at any moment risking capsizing. Originally, though Lin Qing was not afraid of storms, she didn't want unnecessary trouble, as she was already in a hurry to head to Antarctica to find spirit stones. But encountering this situation, she knew she couldn't ignore it. Though she wasn't a saint, she certainly wasn't cold-blooded either. Just before, she had glanced at the airplane and saw many Chinese faces on board. Clearly, they were traveling in a group for a tour of the southern hemisphere, unaware they'd fall victim to such a calamity. At that exact moment, the airplane lost complete control, shaking violently and beginning its descent. Desperation appeared on the pilot's face because no matter how he tried to operate it, the airplane no longer followed his commands. And beneath the plane stretched a vast ocean, meaning all the passengers aboard would lose their lives. It's over, completely over. The pilot mumbled helplessly. Inside the cabin, panic spread among the numerous tourists. Although flight attendants tried to teach everyone escape techniques, they knew their chances of survival were almost zero. Cries of terror filled the plane. What should we do now? What can we do? I don't want to die yet. There are still so many things I haven't done. I will die with great regret. My daughter is only 3 years old. If I die, how will my wife and child survive? I've just started university. I haven't fallen in love yet. How can I die now? This trip was a mistake. I simply can't believe I traveled all the way down to the southern hemisphere to sightsee. Ugh. I worked hard all my life and just retired, ready to enjoy life. But who would have thought I'd meet this disaster? God, why don't you open your eyes? At that moment, someone noticed a golden flash outside the window. Upon closer inspection, they realized there were 2 people flying in midair. The heavens have opened. We're saved. Immortals have come to save us. A Chinese woman shouted loudly. Immortals? Where could there possibly be immortals? Stop deceiving yourself. These are just characters from our imagination. They don't actually exist. They really do exist. Don't believe me? Look at them. Those 2 celestial beings look absolutely stunning, far better than those entertainment idols we know. As everyone looked out the window, there was nothing outside except for dark, roiling clouds, accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning. They're real. Believe me, I saw those 2 immortals standing atop something glowing golden, flying through the air, the woman insisted urgently. At this time, some noticed that the airplane had started stabilizing and was no longer descending. The captain, realizing this situation, quickly adjusted the controls and began regaining control of the airplane. Minutes later, the plane finally left the dangerous area and resumed steady flight. Oh, thank God for blessing us, said one foreigner with relief. Blessing from God? Nonsense. It was our Chinese immortal who saved us all. The Chinese woman scoffed disdainfully. At this very moment, more people noticed a golden streak quickly disappearing ahead of the plane, faster even than the speed of the plane itself. They could still see an impeccably beautiful man and woman standing on top of the golden light. Their clothes fluttered gracefully in the wind, giving them an otherworldly aura. There really are immortals. It must have been them who intervened. I felt the plane losing control then begin to descend. We're incredibly lucky to have encountered these celestial beings. Heaven truly watches over us. Oh wow, that's Superman, said the foreigner in surprise. Superman? That's clearly our Chinese immortals. Humph, foreigners are so shameless, lying even with their eyes wide open. Amidst the discussions, someone pulled out their phone and captured a short video. However, this video was unclear. It only revealed faint silhouettes of 2 figures on top of the golden streak. Not long after, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen vanished. As Lin Qing approached closer to Antarctica, a secret message began circulating within the shadowy realms of other major powers. The photo of the Spirit Stone also made its way to the desks of top-tier forces in various countries. This is a life stone. Ha ha ha. With it, we can cultivate more experts. Many high-level factions of these top-tier forces came to such a conclusion. Instantly, all kinds of factions in various countries were stirred into a frenzy. For those medium and small-sized factions, they knew if they went, they would only end up as cannon fodder. There would definitely be many experts going this time around, since who wouldn't want to increase their own power? And with the current temptation being so large, they gradually backed out. Of course, the top-tier factions took the lead without hesitation. They believed that resources belonged to the capable ones. Who would obtain these resources simply depended on whose fists were harder. All factions from various countries sent experts, and even some reclusive strong figures were shocked upon hearing this news. They hastened towards Antarctica, that place of extreme cold. Among them were not a few old men with entirely white hair, but still well-maintained skin. And at this moment, Lin Qing and Jiang Baichen had already arrived at China's research station in Antarctica. Of course, in order not to attract too much attention from others, both of them wore warm-down jackets. As soon as Jiang Baichen reached Antarctica, he immediately contacted the people of the expedition team. After all, if they wanted to find the Spirit Stone mine, there must be definite clues. Otherwise, searching just by the two of them in such an immense area like Antarctica might take who knows how long. They roughly waited for half a day, and when it was almost getting dark, the expedition team arrived. And at this moment, there were only two people left in the expedition team. The leading one was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He was wearing thick winter clothes, which covered him tightly with only his face exposed, and his nose was reddened by the cold. Behind the middle-aged man stood a towering young man in his 20s. The big man looked somewhat frail at this moment, coughing occasionally as if seriously injured. Your expedition team only has the two of you left? Jiang Baichen slightly furrowed his brows and asked. Upon hearing Jiang Baichen's question, the middle-aged man trembled, seeming somewhat fearful. Chun, your face is too cold. You scared them. Let me ask. Brother, don't be afraid. We just have a few questions to ask you, Lin Qing said with a smile. Chapter 4:21. The Unknown Giant Worms of Antarctica. Lin Qing added a bit more spiritual energy intended to soothe the listener's mind into her voice. Hearing Lin Qing's gentle tone, the middle-aged man relaxed a little. He said softly, Distinguished adults, if you have any questions, please ask. Even the staff at China's Antarctic Research Station treated them with respect, so they must be important figures. Where did you find those crystals? And why are only the two of you left in the expedition team? Lin Qing continued to inquire. We discovered those crystals on an icy island in Antarctica. Our exploration team not only undertakes expeditions, but also takes on various missions. Not long ago, we were commissioned by some companies in Antarctica to search for coal and mineral resources here. Although Antarctica has an icy and freezing climate that can't support large amounts of plant growth, it surprisingly contains abundant coal and mineral resources. The middle-aged man stomped his feet and rubbed his hands as he spoke. Antarctica is located at the southernmost end of this planet. The continent is almost entirely covered by glaciers, accounting for over 80% of the world's modern ice sheets. The continental glacier extends from the center to the sea, forming the enormous Ross Ice Shelf, with floating icebergs surrounding it. Only 2% of the entire continent is free from perennial snow and ice, allowing for animal and plant life to survive. It is extremely cold here, being the coldest landmass on Earth and the place with the most storms and highest wind force. At that time, there were about 10 of us. Due to the harsh climate here and the presence of certain dangers, everyone carried rifles. Members of our exploration team included retired soldiers and mercenaries. In short, we formed a capable and combat-ready expedition. We arrived at one particular icy island, which was relatively close to the oasis in the Antarctic region. The environment there wasn't as harsh as in other places. There was no piercingly cold wind there, and everything seemed quite calm. We unintentionally discovered a type of crystal-clear mineral there. Although we didn't know what kind of mineral it was, we could tell just by its appearance that these crystals were special. We originally thought that we had struck gold, and everyone became very excited, preparing to dig out these crystals. Who would have guessed? The middle-aged man paused, recalling the events. His lips trembled lightly, his eyes filled with both horror and anguish. Who would have guessed that suddenly a large group of giant insects emerged, attacking us? Insects? What kind of insects? Lin Qing asked in surprise. Those insects were completely white, with many legs like centipedes we've seen before. The smaller ones were about half a meter long, and the larger ones reached 2 or 3 meters in length. They hid within the snow and ice, making them difficult to spot, and their speed was extremely fast. Within moments, they attached themselves to one of us. Soon, that person turned into a skeleton, just bones wrapped in skin, with all of his blood and flesh drained by those insects. The middle-aged man revealed an expression of shock. What happened then? Lin Qing furrowed her brows slightly, showing a serious demeanor. A few people stayed behind to fight those creatures in order to give us a chance to escape, but the bullets couldn't kill those insects. They only caused minor injuries. In the end, only Strongzy and I managed to escape. But even Strongzy was severely wounded after being attacked by one of those insects. It's all my fault. I insisted on bringing them here to make a fortune, but not only did we not earn money, but their lives were also lost here. How can I face their families? It's all because I am useless. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists and hit his own chest in despair. Seeing this scene, Lin Qing helplessly shook her head. Alas, life is unpredictable. However, based on his description, she still could not identify what kind of creature it was. After all, there were so many species in this world, and she couldn't possibly recognize every single one. Although she was well-versed, this planet was once a powerful cultivator's realm in ancient times, now fallen into decline. There might be some special strange creatures remaining, but she could guess that those worms must have used the spiritual stones to strengthen themselves, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for bullets to be ineffective against them. What about it? Jiang Baichen frowned slightly and asked. With only the current information, I can't determine exactly what kind of creature this is. But regardless, who cares what it is? When the time comes, I'll slay them with one strike, Lin Qing replied calmly. From Lin Qing's attitude, Jiang Baichen could see that she didn't take seriously the bugs that terrified ordinary people. Where are you going? Don't go, it's dangerous. I almost died once and realized that money and such material things mean nothing. Being alive is the most important thing, the middle-aged man said in astonishment. Rest assured, those little bugs won't hurt us. You just need to tell us the exact location, Lin Qing said with a smile. Helpless, the middle-aged man blurted out all the information and gave the two a high-tech positioning device so they could find the place more quickly. Although the middle-aged man thought these two would be going to their deaths, the staff at the Chinese research station had told him earlier that he should answer all questions from these two thoroughly. Anyway, he had already warned them about how dangerous it was there, so he felt no regret, and as for the fact that the other party wouldn't listen to him, he couldn't do anything about it. Then the two set off on their journey to find the spirit stones. Based on Lin Qing's guess, there should be a spirit stone mine there. The two walked across an endless glacier. The area was filled with nothing but endless white. If Lin Qing didn't have a positioning device in her hand, even she would easily get lost here. Seems like this high-tech thing is actually useful. Lin Qing mused. As the two were traveling, they encountered a tour group. There were over 10 people in the group, most of whom were young adults in their 20s. Only young people had such energy to travel in such a cold place. Though Lin Qing and Jiang Baichen were wearing down jackets, this place was still freezing, with temperatures below minus several dozen degrees Celsius. Ordinary people wearing this much would still feel very cold. And everyone in that tourist group was dressed quite warmly. When the men and women in the tour group saw Lin Qing and Jiang Baichen, they were greatly shocked. They didn't expect that coming to Antarctica on a trip, they'd encounter such a stunningly beautiful couple. The people from the tourist group hurried up to chat. Hey, handsome guy and beautiful girl, are you here on vacation too? Kind of. Lin Qing responded indifferently. I see you're dressed so lightly. Did you not bring enough clothes? We've got extra ones that we can give you a couple of sets. Thank you. No need. Lin Qing replied helplessly. No need to thank us. It's just a couple of pieces of clothing. How come the two of you came to Antarctica for tourism? There are many dangers here. Why don't you join our group? The captain of the tourist team suggested. Chapter 422. The demon bugs appear. The leader of the tour group, named Li Jiu, was an exceptionally handsome young man. The moment he saw Lin Qing, he was captivated by her stunning beauty and her icy elegance. Though he did notice the extremely attractive man standing beside Lin Qing, in his mind, there were no unshakable walls in this world, only third parties who didn't work hard enough. Moreover, he observed that Jiang Baichen had a cold face, which made him seem like someone who wasn't gentle or considerate. Many beautiful girls often chose unattractive boyfriends because they were thoughtful. Confident in his own good looks, he decided to approach her. Move aside, we don't like traveling with other people, Jiang Baichen said coldly. What? Who the hell are you? Did I ask you? Li Jiu angrily replied. Jiang Baichen was about to get angry when Lin Qing suddenly grabbed his hand and said calmly. And who exactly are you? You're already ugly, but it's even worse that you're so vulgar. If you're vulgar, fine, but on top of that, you're also weak. No wonder you came to Antarctica. Perhaps you're afraid your ugliness and vulgarity would scare away the flowers and grass outside. Where's Brother Jiu ugly? And you say he scared the flowers and grass outside while traveling here. But what about you two? Why are you here? A girl who had a crush on Li Jiu interjected defensively. We're here because we're too handsome and beautiful. We'd make the flowers and grass outside feel so ashamed that they'd wither away instantly. So we came to Antarctica where there are no flowers and grass. Lin Qing smiled. After saying that, Lin Qing paid no heed to how others thought or felt inside about her arrogance. She simply held Jiang Baichen's hand and moved forward toward their destination. Their pace was getting faster, and after approximately 3 days, they reached their goal. Of course, for them, this short duration might be unimaginable for regular people. For an average person, it might take half a month or more just to find this place. As soon as they entered this frozen island, Lin Qing immediately felt a distinct difference. Even though the whole area was covered in snow and ice, the air was filled with an intense concentration of spiritual energy. Although this still paled in comparison to the immortal continent, it was dozens of times stronger than on the external continents. Just as Lin Qing prepared to investigate the source of the spiritual stones nearby, whoosh 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 sounds could be heard from a distance. Next, rows of giant bugs began swimming toward Lin Qing and Jiang Baichen. These giant insects had immense bodies with 3 dark red eyes. Beneath their eyes were mouths full of densely packed suckers, occasionally extending long tongues. So you're just demon bugs then, Lin Qing said with a cold laugh. What are demon bugs? Jiang Baichen asked, surprised. They're a kind of insect that lives in the demon realm. These creatures feed on flesh and blood to enhance their powers. After reaching a certain stage, the large bugs devour the smaller ones, continuing this process until only one remains. This last bug transforms into a demonic beast of the demon realm. I hadn't realized earlier since the demon bugs in the demon realm are all black, whereas these are pure white. They must have been influenced by this environment. Lin Qing explained. So what should we do now? Jiang Baichen frowned. Obviously, we need to kill them. Creatures like these cannot be allowed to remain, otherwise, Earth will be endangered. If a demonic beast appears, it may well be something no one on this planet can handle. Plus, they grow extremely quickly, Lin Qing replied coolly. You can't deal with them either? Jiang Beichen was shocked. Not yet. Even missiles and nuclear bombs likely wouldn't harm a demonic beast, Lin Qing shook her head. She was not yet at the golden core cultivation level, while a fully matured demonic beast could easily resist cultivators at the transformation spirit level. With this realization, Lin Qing's eyes turned icy. This planet was now under her protection, and she wouldn't allow any living being or force to destroy it. It was the first time Lin Qing admitted helplessness in front of Jiang Beichen. Up to this point, he always believed she was omnipotent. Now, the severity of the situation hit him. How do we kill them? Jiang Beichen asked. Their skin is incredibly tough, probably not even weapons could pierce through some of the larger ones. Their only weakness is their third eye. Also, never let those bugs bite you. Their saliva contains poison. Saying this, Lin Qing conjured 2 swords in her hands, handing one to Jiang Beichen. Then she disappeared into the midst of many bugs. The moment the demon bugs noticed food, they surged towards her crazily. She struck each bug's eye with her sword. These demon bugs were currently still too weak to pose much threat to her. She had no idea how the demon bugs appeared on this planet. If they had been here for a long time, then they would have evolved into demonic beasts already. So, it was likely they had only appeared in recent years. If they showed up recently, then they were probably related to the demon realm. Demon bugs generally existed where the demon lord did. Could it be that someone from the demon realm came to this planet? Lin Qing didn't hold back. Her sword cut through these demon bugs like tofu. And since these bugs were equivalent to Qi refinement stage creatures, dealing with them was effortless for her. Jiang Beichen, however, struggled much more. He spent a great deal of effort just killing 1 or 2, while Lin Qing had already taken down dozens by then. Lin Qing noticed that Jiang Beichen was starting to feel exhausted. She swung her sword at the demon bugs with one hand while using her cultivation technique with the other. A white giant palm formed as an ethereal light, striking a large bug that tried to ambush her from behind. Before the bug could react, Lin Qing smashed its entire head into its body, eventually flattening it into a white meat pancake stuck to the cold, icy ground. Just then, a clearly larger bug emerged from behind the group. This gigantic insect was apparently 4 to 5 meters long, and if it stood upright, it would be taller than a single-story building. Its strength was apparently on par with the early Foundation establishment stage, but still not a match for her. SSSSSS. You humans dare to kill my insects and their offspring? You're looking for death. The gigantic bug occasionally flicked out its tongue as it spoke. Nonsense. Should we wait around to be killed instead of defending ourselves? Lin Qing said coldly. SSSSSS. You're asking for it. With that, the gigantic bug extended its thin long tongue, which coiled toward Lin Qing like a frog catching a bug. Its speed was incredible, almost impossible to guard against. Qing, watch out. Jiang Beichen shouted. Reacting swiftly despite the urgency, Lin Qing slashed at the long tongue with her sword, moving even faster than the large bug's attack. Disgusting creature, sticking out your tongue like that. Lin Qing said coldly. Chapter 4:23, Intense Battle. ZZZZ. The largest demonic insect, after having its tongue severed by Lin Qing, let out a miserable cry. Instantly, the other demon insects began to violently riot. Their slightly red eyes revealed a fierce and brutal glow. In their eyes, Lin Qing transformed into an energy-filled lump of meat, as they all attacked her together. Overestimating your strength. Lin Qing sneered coldly. As she spoke, Lin Qing executed the 3rd level of Phoenix body forging technique. Her body was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, and she charged like the wind straight into the midst of the bugs, attacking those white insects. She held nothing back. One punch followed another, and wherever the dazzling golden light passed, the giant demonic insects were swept away like autumn leaves. Puzzzzpuzz. Everywhere there were sounds of bugs hitting the ground and shattering, accompanied by the sound of ice cracking. In just one encounter, dozens of these insects died instantly. ZZZZ. The largest demon insect let out an angry cry. There were only a few hundred of these demon insects altogether. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before these demon insects would be almost completely wiped out. At this moment, the belly of the largest demon insect began to expand severely. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth like nails around the edges. Of course, when looking into its mouth, one could only see black, empty voids. SSSSSS. Suddenly, a suction force formed inside the big demon insect's mouth. This power generated a massive tornado sweeping towards the smaller demon insects. Immediately, the dense mass of demon insects on the ground started flying crazily toward the big demon insect's mouth. The wind grew increasingly fierce, freezing winds lifting up the fine icy shards on the ground, causing them to roll in the air like snowflakes. Roaring loudly and howling, the cold winds whistled ceaselessly, direction changing unpredictably, nearly overturning everything on the ground. Amidst the roar and howl of the cyclone, there came waves of sorrowful cries, sounding like wolf howls or distant horse neighs. Sometimes even like people's cries for help during great disasters. Is this big demon insect going mad? Why is it eating all the other demon insects? Jiang Beichen couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. It's not crazy, it feels it can't beat me, so it wants to enhance its strength by devouring these smaller demon insects. Lin Qing observed with a grave expression. It was now obviously too late to stop it. The best option would be to act immediately after the fusion was complete. At that moment, the opponent had yet to fully elevate its power. If the big demon insect completed the fusion entirely, Lin Qing did not know to what extent the power might increase. What? Is the big demon insect going to turn into a beast magic creature? Jiang Beichen asked anxiously. Not exactly. Forming a beast magic creature isn't that easy. The power of these demon insects isn't enough to form one. Even so, after the fusion, the strength of the big demon insect will significantly increase, Lin Qing explained softly. What should we do then? Jiang Beichen frowned. Don't worry. I have a way to handle it, Lin Qing said confidently, a slight curve at the corner of her lips. Soon, the hurricane stopped, evidently signaling the big demon insect had completed its swallowing. At this exact moment, Lin Qing moved. Her speed was incredibly fast, surpassing even the speed of sound. Just as the big demon insect closed its mouth, Lin Qing flashed right above it, aiming her strike directly at the third eye of the big demon insect. The sword in her hand was clearly not the same sword she used earlier against the demons. It was actually the flying sword. The big demon insect's acute instincts sensed danger and quickly tried to evade, but it was already too late. That flying sword plunged directly into the third eye of the big demon insect. Zzz, zzz. The big demon insect emitted a painful scream, its body wildly thrashing about. In an instant, Lin Qing was thrown off. She swiftly somersaulted midair, retreating dozens of meters before finally stopping. The moment she stopped, she again launched herself at the big demon insect. She knew she couldn't stop. Although the third eye was a weakness of the demon insect, it wasn't fatal. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity and kill it, the consequences would be endless. At this point, the big demon insect first swelled its body, then vigorously writhed. Its head elongated, while its numerous legs disappeared, forming the limbs of a quadrupedal creature resembling a four-legged crawling animal. The post-transformation appearance of the demon insect looked somewhat haphazard. Now its eyes were blood red, certainly different from before. SSSSSS. Human, since you persistently seek death, I shall ensure your demise is most humiliating. I will tear your body into pieces to alleviate my anger. The demon insect conveyed its malevolence to Lin Qing through mental power. From its previous inability to communicate mentally with Lin Qing to now being able to express its thoughts to her, this was indeed a great leap forward. As soon as its mental power was released, Jiang Beichen immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. The oppressive aura from the great demonic insect made him very uncomfortable, akin to how a normal person would feel uneasy when facing a fierce wild beast. Humph, if you want to kill me, then come up with the ability to do so, Lin Qing said coldly. Having spoken, Lin Qing shot out like an arrow again. Her fist was enveloped in golden light, smashing towards the head of the large demon insect, while at the same time, she commanded the flying sword to slash towards its four limbs and claws. Lin Qing's punch was evaded by the great demon insect, but it couldn't defend one of its claws against the flying sword, and lost one claw. This caused it to momentarily lose balance and fall sideways. Thud. Lin Qing only heard a tremendous sound, and even the ground shook several times. Zzz, zzz. You scum, how dare you injure me? The great demon insect screamed as it violently flailed its tail, shattering much of the ice blocks nearby. You're just a lowly creature from the demon realm. Why shouldn't I kill you? Lin Qing sneered coldly. Zzz, zzz. That you can recognize me is no small feat. But one day, this world will become the demon realm's inferno. You are dreaming. It's not yet the era of the demon realm. Lin Qing smirked coldly. At that moment, she was filled with fiery passion. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind, making her look like an angel descended into the mortal realm. Her eyes flashed with red flames, and instantly two fireballs shot towards the great demon insect. The great demon insect easily evaded the attack of the fireballs and laughed coldly. Zzz, zzz. Do you think such ordinary fire can harm me? Humph, who told you this was ordinary fire? Maybe this freezing weather has numbed your senses regarding the heat of fire. Lin Qing smirked coldly. While the great demon insect was taken aback, those two fireballs returned and struck directly into its body. Instantly, its body began to burn as though gasoline had met open flame. SSSSS. Ah, no, this is the divine fire. How do you have the divine fire? Aya, the demon realm Saint Sun will not let you off. The great demon insect's words were cut off as it quickly disappeared without a trace. Evidently, this pure and yang-infused jade fire was also the nemesis of creatures from the demon realm. Humph, would the Saint Sun of the demon realm truly seek vengeance for your kind, a lowly creature? Utter nonsense, Lin Qing muttered. Jiang Beichen watched everything unfold before him, blinking a few times before asking. Qing, what was that fire just now? That fire is the Crimson Lotus Heat fire, my trump card. It's the archenemy of some evil entities. Lin Qing responded indifferently. In this world, there exists such a wondrous flame. It's akin to the legendary three-flavored pure fire. Jiang Beichen exclaimed in surprise. Hee, if you enter the immortal cultivation realm, you'll encounter many marvelous things. By then, they won't seem so strange anymore. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Can we actually reach the immortal cultivation realm? Jiang Beichen asked in astonishment. I'm uncertain about that. In theory, once our cultivation reaches a certain level, it should be possible. However, judging by the sparse spiritual energy on this planet, it seems like the passage to the immortal cultivation realm has been sealed. Nevertheless, it is peculiar for this demon insect to appear here. Logically speaking, the demon realm wouldn't waste its resources on a planet abandoned by the immortal cultivation realm. Lin Qing furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Qing, don't overthink this. Let's quickly gather the spirit stones to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Jiang Beichen reminded her. He had an uneasy premonition, feeling something ominous might occur. He shook his head, driving away this sensation, silently blaming himself for being overly sensitive. You're right, let's dig for the spirit stones quickly. If other powerful individuals from different countries arrive, another battle might ensue. Lin Qing nodded. After searching around the frozen island, they did indeed discover a spirit stone mine. Although it was a mine, it was extremely small, with only low-grade spirit stones inside. Nonetheless, in this spiritually deficient planet, discovering such a mine was already quite commendable. As she spoke, she took out 2 excavation shovels. These weren't ordinary tools, but high-grade magical instruments made by Lin Qing from special materials, renowned for their incredible hardness. Despite using a highly durable shovel, digging up spirit stones proved challenging, leaving Lin Qing no choice but to use her spiritual sword to split the stones containing the spirit stones. If someone knew she used her spiritual sword to cleave rocks, they'd likely be shocked beyond measure, undoubtedly labeling her actions wasteful. Thus, after a day, they finally managed to extract all the crystallized spirit stones within the mine. Piled together, these stones occupied merely about 1 cubic meter in size. If they were back in the immortal Cultivation Continent, Lin Qing wouldn't feel overly elated about having that quantity of spirit stones, for it wasn't considered a large amount. Yet, on this planet, she felt immense joy. Hunger makes even a steamed bun taste heavenly. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Qing transferred all the spirit stones into her spatial ring. Since Jiang Beichen had seen Lin Qing storing items into her spatial ring and knew she owned one, he didn't display much reaction. Shall we leave now? Jiang Beichen asked. Not at all. Even though we've excavated most of the spirit stones in this mine, the mine still contains abundant spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. Why don't we stay here for a while to cultivate? Lin Qing suggested. That works perfectly. Jiang Beichen nodded in agreement. Both sat in meditation for a week, waking briefly at times to eat, but mostly devoting themselves to cultivation. During their practice, numerous strong individuals arrived in Antarctica and learned of the location of the spirit stone mine from others. They rushed toward where Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen were, anxious not to lag behind and let others take precedence. Among these people were mainly Western cultivators, both black and white in race. Trailing them slightly were 4 elders heading towards this direction. 3 of these 4 elders were Westerners, while one wore a Taoist robe, obviously a Chinese person. Zhang Wandao, long time no see. Are you well? You must have excellent connections in China, considering how swiftly you learned about the information of the life stone. An elder dressed in a tailcoat chuckled as he spoke. A close examination revealed his complexion to be incredibly pale, devoid of any color, with his azure eyes flashing a seductive red glow. This individual was none other than the Blood Prince of England. Though he appeared to be only 30 or 40 years old, he had actually lived for over 1,000 years. Vampires were indeed a very long-lived race. Edward, it's been a long time. You haven't changed a bit. With the news of the life stone, how could I not come? This is our hope for advancement, Zhang Wandao said with a slight smile. At this moment, an old man with a white beard and a cane spoke. With the news of the life stone, how could we possibly stay away? We are just one step away from that ultimate level. The wrinkled, white-bearded ES was the God Master of the American Temple. As a light E ability user, he ranked as SSS level ability user, equivalent to the peak strength of the Yushun realm. At this point, a middle-aged man with a robust and broad-shouldered frame cracked his neck from side to side and grinned. As for who breaks through first, it depends on our luck. This robust man named David was the leader of the werewolf tribe. If an ordinary person knew their identities, they would undoubtedly be amazed, astonished that those legendary creatures actually still existed. Werewolves and vampires do exist, but they generally don't appear in the ordinary people's world, so many believe they are merely characters in stories. The 4 of them walked slowly, unlike the earlier powerful individuals who feared being a step behind and letting others snatch resources. They knew once they arrived, the stronger figures ahead would cede the most substantial resources to them because the nature of this world revolves around the rule of the strong. Soon enough, numerous strong individuals finally reached the island where Lin Qing was located. When everyone saw the 2 people on the island, they were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting anyone to have arrived before them. Who are you? The Western powerhouses arrogantly demanded. They obviously didn't regard the 2 individuals before them at all. In their view, the 2 overly good-looking Chinese individuals were simply weaklings. Their stunning beauty only triggered ill intentions rather than pity. When Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen noticed the arrival of the group, they opened their eyes. Lin Qing glanced at them without answering. She said to Jiang Beichen, "It seems like we can leave now." Now that a group of strong figures had arrived, it was no longer suitable for cultivation. Chapter 4:25, The Dark Race. The Western powerhouse, upon seeing the 2 Chinese people in front of him who appeared as weak as chickens and did not even acknowledge them, instantly became enraged and snorted, "Humph," asking for death. With that, his entire presence was unleashed, and immediately his chi surged throughout his body. A formidable momentum surged toward the 2. An ordinary person or someone with weaker abilities would have already been gravely injured by this overwhelming force. However, Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen stood their ground, without so much as a flicker of their eyebrows. Not to mention Lin Qing, but Jiang Beichen had reached the pinnacle of cultivation during these few days. His strength could withstand a common innate level warrior, since the martial techniques of this world simply could not compare to cultivation techniques. The power of a martial technique could make up for a lack of strength to a certain extent. Among these powerhouses, there were a few innate-level warriors, who were renowned top martial artists in America and various European countries. Most of them had reached the level of internal force masters. As for the American powerhouse who had initiated the provocation, Diamond Dak, he was one of the innate-level warriors, an S-class warrior awakened with enhanced strength. He was extremely tall, standing at around 2 meters. With his bald head, his body muscles rippled like those of the superhero warriors often seen in some Hollywood blockbusters. In the freezing Antarctic temperatures, this man wore only a tight-fitting black single-layer shirt, revealing his perfectly built physique. Apparently, this black undershirt had special thermal properties, demonstrating just how advanced the technology of the United States, the world's first superpower, truly was. Seems like these two Chinese individuals are no ordinary beings, Dak said coldly. His deep blue eyes were like venomous snakes that had been poisoned, glaring at the two with frosty disdain, clearly harboring resentment for losing face to them. At that moment, an exceptionally beautiful British woman stepped forward. She had thick long hair like seaweed, slightly curled, with her eyes resembling the ocean. Her skin was overly pale, almost bloodless, appearing relaxed yet faintly indifferent. Her lips curved into a smile, though her gaze remained eerily calm, tinged with a faintly seductive red. Her clean facial features, light eyebrows, delicate nose bridge, and pale red lips contrasted with her casual white coat and jeans outfit, exuding freshness without makeup, while her seaweed-like hair gave her a sense of purity mixed with alluring charm. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a bright red tongue, and she stared at Jiang Beichun as if eyeing prey. Dak, leave that handsome guy for me. I'm sure his blood is delicious. Even from afar, I can smell its pleasant aroma. Ha ha ha, Dicey, it seems you're interested not just in his blood but also in his body, aren't you? The other powerful individuals laughed out loud. To them, the Chinese couple standing before them were nothing more than fish waiting to be slaughtered. Having angered both Dak and Dicey, two innate-level warriors, no one thought they would leave alive. Dicey was a top powerhouse in Britain and also a vampire. Despite her beautiful appearance and seeming lack of anything extraordinary, nobody dared to underestimate her. What was terrifying about her wasn't just her being a vampire. She excelled at bewitchment, unknowingly captivating men and making them loyal slaves in moments of enjoyment. That pure yet seductive beauty slowly walked toward Jiang Beichun. As she moved, her body seemed to sway in a unique and flavorful dance, effortlessly attracting others' attention. Some of the Western warriors couldn't help but develop heart-shaped eyes as they fell under Dicey's spell. Damn, this girl Dicey is indeed beautiful. Wish I could. Someone licked his slightly dry lips and sighed wistfully. Are you suicidal, or do you want to become her slave? Another reminded him. The mesmerized warrior shivered violently, startled by his previous behavior. But Dicey evidently didn't have time for the jest from the others. Her azure eyes turned increasingly crimson, and she locked onto Jiang Beichun tightly. Young hunk, come play with your sister. I'll give you an unparalleled joy. A clear and melodious laugh rang out like pleasant bells. After her words, Jiang Beichun's initially cold face grew colder. He icily retorted, "Roll away, ugly woman." His voice was akin to deep-sea ice, chilling to the core. What? Who are you calling an ugly woman? Dicey fumed at Jiang Beichun's comment, unable to maintain her prior elegance and composure. Who else but someone like you, dark races? Don't think having a pretty face can cover the decayed darkness within you. Lin sneered back. You're looking for death. Dicey was enraged so much that her azure eyes transformed completely into a blood-red hue, her seaweed-like hair swirling around her violently. I see. It's you who is looking for death. My man is not someone from your kind of dark race to covet, Lin said coldly. Little one, how dare you threaten me? Soon, when I have sucked all your blood dry, we'll see if you can still talk like this, Dicey responded with a cold snort. As soon as these words were spoken, two sharp fangs immediately appeared at the corner of her lips, and her hands instantly turned into two sharp claws. Gone was her earlier composure and allure. She now revealed an evil smile as she moved toward Lin. She took step after step with her long legs, advancing on Lin like a cat playing with a mouse. Just as Jiang Beichun was about to step forward to block this vampire, Lin grabbed his arm. Chun, this is a war between women. You don't need to get involved. Moreover, a creature of darkness like her is no match for me, Lin whispered. Oh, so close to death, yet still clinging to each other affectionately. Truly ignorant and fearless. Dicey sneered coldly. Lin cast a cold glance at the other woman and swiftly drew a streak of white sword light. The white streak shot out several dozen feet and pierced directly toward Dicey. The streak of sword light flew like a swift arrow, severing Dicey's claws which were not fully guarded, leaving her clutching her wounded arm in agony, screaming in pain. Ark, you wretch, I'll kill you. Dicey roared in pain, all remnants of her former beauty lost. At that moment, she charged wildly at Lin resembling a lunatic. But Lin did not give the other woman any chance. Displaying speed faster than sound, she slashed a sword at Dicey's head. At this moment, she used her flying sword. The crowd only felt a golden flash pass by, and then Lin returned to where she originally stood. While everyone was still confused as to what had happened, a breeze blew past. Dicey's head immediately rolled off her body, her blood solidifying into clots upon contact with the freezing air. Her body retained its stance as if still attacking, but now it obviously stood frozen like a sculpture on this icy island. Chapter 426. Yes, I am Master Lin. At this moment, a strong wind blew. Deus, who had just died and frozen into an ice sculpture, was immediately blown to the ground and shattered into red ice pieces beyond repair. This world-renowned top-level expert was killed by the pretty young girl in the blink of an eye. The crowd displayed expressions of horror and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Complete silence fell over the scene, except for the whistling winds echoing in everyone's ears, reminding them that what just happened was not an illusion. Deus was also a Shantan, innate, level expert. Even though she wasn't the strongest among these innate experts, she was still at the innate level. Meanwhile, many others present were only at the Hua Jin level, mastery of internal energy. Wouldn't that mean the young girl in front of them could easily kill them with one move? How could they not tremble with fear? How could they not be startled? Who exactly are you? Dak furrowed his brows and asked. Regardless of who you are, the crystals here aren't something you can dominate. You should know that if we strong ones were to use our full power, you absolutely wouldn't be a match for us. In Dak's eyes, the reason the opponent managed to kill Deus was largely due to luck. Perhaps the speed of her movement caught Deus off guard, allowing a sneak attack to succeed. Moreover, Deus' strength wasn't particularly high. Her reputation came mostly from her powers of seduction, which clearly failed against the young girl before them. Oh, are you threatening me? Lin Qing smirked coldly. I'm not threatening you. I'm making you realize the truth. If you let us pass peacefully, perhaps we would give you a chance to live, Dak said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha, is that all it takes? Lin Qing burst out laughing loudly. As she spoke, she unleashed a punch directly toward Dak. Her fist transformed into a massive golden fist that rushed straight at Dak, known as the Diamond, evidently powered by her Phoenix body forging technique at the 3rd level. This golden fist was over 2 meters tall. The originally towering and formidable Dak appeared quite small next to this enormous golden fist. Roar! Break! Dak roared fiercely. His muscles swelled up like balloons inflating rapidly, and veins bulged out on his skin as he resembled an enraged gorilla. With a mighty push of his legs against the ground, and holding the giant fist with both hands, he managed to hold back its momentum for a mere fraction of a second. Dak continued exerting every ounce of potential, even employing secret techniques to burn through his body's reserves, yet none of this stopped the golden fist from smashing down onto him. Bang! All that was heard was a thunderous sound. Before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the golden fist sent Dak crashing into the icy ground below. After the golden light faded away, everyone saw that there was a massive crater carved out in the ice surface. At the bottom of the crater lay what looked like a pancake shaped in the form of a person with completely unrecognizable features. Apparently, Lin Qing's blow reduced him into nothing more than a piece of human-shaped meat paste. Could a diamond, titled innate master really be crushed into a pancake by a single punch? Whistle. Everyone involuntarily sucked in a deep breath. The remaining innate masters had grim faces filled with disbelief and fear. At this level of mastery, feelings of terror rarely arose within them. Yet, they never expected they would feel such fear over a young girl. No one now doubted that this young girl's success wasn't merely based on chance. Was this girl a divine realm level master? A 16 or 17-year-old Chinese girl being a divine realm level master. These details brought numerous experts to one name. Master Lin of China. Are you the powerful Chinese master, Master Lin? Someone shouted out in astonishment. Comparing everything, it seemed only Master Lin had such abilities. Yes, I am Master Lin. Lin Qing said calmly. Now, no longer did her calm expression seem pretentious. Instead, she seemed unfathomably deep. All right, now we can leave. Lin Qing said to Jiang Beichen. No one dared to obstruct their departure. It appeared that this Master Lin had likely taken all the life stones already. Such valuable items wouldn't possibly have been overlooked by her. Still, despite this, no one dared voice another word. After all, while the life stones were important, one's life mattered more. At that moment, 4 figures appeared in the group's sight. One looked like a disheveled Taoist priest. Another had entirely white hair, his body resembling withered wood. One had a ghostly pale face without any trace of blood color, and the last appeared somewhat robust. However, their actual levels of power remained unclear. Ho ho, young friend, good things must be shared. Enjoying alone is not as fun as sharing joy. The Chinese man who resembled a Taoist priest said. This person was evidently Zhang Wandao, who had lived for an unknown number of years. However, due to his infrequent activities in the world, the other strong individuals did not recognize him. Oh, and what if I don't feel like sharing? Lin Qing coldly laughed. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere immediately became subtle. Everyone had thought that the scruffy old Taoist priest would become enraged, but none expected him to burst out laughing loudly. Ha, young friend, this is not good of you. A person shouldn't be too selfish, as selfish people usually don't meet with good ends. We are not greedy individuals. All we want from those life stones is merely 80%. This would satisfy us immensely. After hearing this, Lin Qing immediately sensed that this disheveled old Taoist before her was undoubtedly a male version of a manipulative and deceitful individual. This wasn't wanting a little. What then constituted a lot? He even attempted to morally coerce her, threatening her with accusations of selfishness and lack of consideration for the big picture, as though he were a god whose decrees must be followed unquestioningly. Ho ho, then I'm truly sorry. I have always been a selfish person. If you think you can snatch food from my hands, you're dreaming. Lin Qing coldly laughed. You really won't give it up? Zhang Wandao's expression instantly darkened. Of course, once swallowed, bones cannot be regurgitated just to appease you, Lin Qing snorted. Originally, because we are both Chinese, I gave you some leeway. Now I see how unappreciative you are, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Wandao coldly laughed. The various Western powerhouses, upon seeing the conflict between these two groups, immediately felt a sense of anticipation watching the drama unfold. Observing the newly arrived individuals provoke the female calamity Lin master, they did not offer any warnings. If the newcomers lacked sufficient strength and perished, so be it. If the newcomers turned out to be formidable, perhaps the onlookers could reap benefits by sitting back and observing. Why would they intervene? Zhang Wandao, I've long told you your methods won't work, yet you wouldn't believe me. Are you convinced now? Faced with immense temptation, who can preserve their true nature? Edward spoke softly with his pale lips. Yes, we couldn't resist the temptation ourselves, let alone expect it from those youngsters. Zhang Wandao sighed. Chapter 4:27. The werewolf appears. Zhang Wandao walked over to the mining area and explored for a bit, discovering that the life stones had vanished without a trace, clearly taken by the two people before him. He looked at Lin Qing's backpack, obviously believing it was filled with life stones. That hulking David seemed much less patient. His lips curled back to reveal a row of pearly white teeth as he spoke coldly. Humph. Hand over the life stones immediately, and I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame me for biting your necks and tearing your bodies apart. As he said this, a cruel smile appeared on his face, as if the two before him were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. TCH, no one has ever dared speak to me like this. Why don't you get lost now? I might consider giving you a full corpse. Lin Qing sneered in response. Roar. You're asking for death. David roared. David, why waste words with them? I could smell their delicious blood from far away, and I can't wait anymore. Edward revealed his sharp fangs and said. The allure of the life stones was too great. There was no way they would let them go. Moreover, when facing these two kids, all four of them completely dismissed them. In their eyes, even if the two were prodigies, they estimated that their skills couldn't exceed the level of internal force cultivation known as transformation power. In the secular world, transformation power masters were extraordinary experts, but in front of these four, they were nothing more than bugs that could be swatted with a single palm. At this moment, Jiang Beichen began to become vigilant. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the four individuals. Chen, step back. I will deal with them. Lin Qing's expression turned solemn. Jiang Beichen understood from Lin Qing's gaze that the four of them were not ordinary opponents. Even Lin Qing found them challenging to handle. As for himself, he believed that just a glance from any one of them would likely kill him instantly. Thinking about this, his heart sank further. Although he wanted to rush forward to protect Qing, a term of endearment, he knew that if he did, he wouldn't only fail to protect her, but might also become a burden to her. At this point, he hated his own incompetence more than anything. David noticed Jiang Beichen retreating a few steps and mocked. Haha, look at this. Without even exchanging blows, the man retreats already. It fits perfectly, doesn't it? Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but in times of great calamity, they fly in opposite directions. Woman, next time, make sure your eyes are wide open, and don't choose men like this. Being handsome is utterly useless if he can't protect you. It's all about strength. Clearly, based on the previous closeness between the two, he assumed they were a couple. However, humans didn't match their wolf tribe. They at least knew how to protect their children and partners. Jiang Beichen clenched his fists tightly, agitated by the taunts, but reminding himself not to lose control. Impulsiveness was the devil. David glanced at this overly handsome man who didn't dare to refute, spat on the ground and cursed. What a coward. What nonsense. Do you really think someone like my man needs to deal with trash like you? Lin Qing retorted coldly. What did you say? David's eyes blazed furiously. I meant you have impure bloodlines, an abomination within the dark werewolf race. Lin Qing laughed coldly. She never expected to find traces of the dark wolf clan's bloodline still surviving on this planet. There had been magic insects before, and now the dark wolf bloodline too, indicating this planet was indeed extraordinary. The Dark Wolf clan was a highly powerful dark race in the cultivation realm, possessing immense talent and formidable strength that surpassed regular demonic beasts. However, that referred to pure-blooded dark races. As for this mongrel creature in front of her, Lin Qing held no fear. Roar, you're looking for death. David growled through gritted teeth. He took great pride in being of the werewolf lineage, so how could he allow anyone to mock him for having tainted blood? With a roar of fury, his clothes tore apart instantly. His muscles swelled, his height increased, and soon, the burly man transformed into a monstrous figure over 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered in black fur, his eyes gleamed with fiery red light, his head resembling that of a wild wolf. He had claws, human-like feet, and was neither fully human nor fully wolf, an unnatural hybrid monster. Is this the legendary werewolf? Someone couldn't help but cry out in shock. The Western experts waiting for the show wore expressions of surprise as well. Legends of werewolves and vampires had existed for countless ages, yet in recent centuries, no one had nearly seen these creatures. Were it not for Dace, the famous vampire master among Western elites in recent years, people would have forgotten about these dark creatures altogether, dismissing them as mere legends. But what unfolded before their very eyes reminded everyone. These weren't mere legends. This is impossible. In ancient texts, werewolves were said to have been eradicated by the church long ago, someone exclaimed, disbelief evident in their voice. But here we are, faced with undeniable facts. Another person replied with a touch of reason. The church did indeed have a great battle with the werewolves, but after the battle, both sides were badly injured and disappeared from public view. However, the werewolves were not wiped out. The rumors that they were eradicated was just a ruse. With the rise of technology and the emergence of nuclear weapons, all superpowers now primarily use technological weapons to dominate this planet. In helplessness, we superpowerful individuals had no choice but to hide ourselves to avoid drawing the attention of those in power. After all, we are indeed a great threat to the rulers. Originally, the church and the werewolves were enemies, but under these circumstances, we had to make peace to secure a place to survive. An old man with white hair, holding a walking stick, slowly explained. Who are you? How could you know such secret matters? Someone asked with a puzzled expression. ES smiled silently. How could he not know? He used to be the Pope. At this moment, the werewolf swung his sharp claws and charged toward Lin Qing. His eyes glowed red as he clearly intended to tear her apart and eat her bones. But Lin Qing showed no fear. In response, she unleashed a massive golden palm, clearly similar in effect to the giant golden fist that previously killed Dace. This palm wasn't as large as the previous golden fist, but it was still too brilliant to look at directly. David roared wildly, showing disdain. To him, the opponent was merely bluffing. He extended his razor-sharp claws and slashed toward the golden hand. There was a boom as the two collided. Soon, the massive palm faded away, leaving a figure being hurled backward. The flat icy surface cracked, forming a wolf-shaped crater more than half a meter deep. In no time, David crawled out from the ice pit, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Qing with anger and astonishment. Are you a Yushin realm powerhouse? I never said I wasn't, so whose fault is it that you underestimated me? Lin Qing sneered. Chapter 428 4 against 1. Hey, David, you're in trouble. Do we need to help? Edward chuckled maliciously. I just made a careless mistake. Even though the girl in front of me is an Imperial God-level expert, I can still deal with her. David spat out a mouthful of blood and said, Well then, I can't wait any longer. I want to taste the blood of that handsome boy first. Edward said as he drifted toward Jiang Family. Involuntarily, he exposed two long fangs, seemingly ready for blood-sucking at any moment. Just at this moment, a beam of golden light flashed and it pierced toward Edward, the vampire, at an incredible speed. Blarg, what is this thing? After being pierced by a sword, Edward spit out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face became even paler. Of course, as a vampire, ordinary weapons cannot kill him or cause fatal wounds, but that one strike actually made him spit out a mouthful of blood, which was quite shocking. You see, vampires naturally crave blood. Losing blood would make his body weak. Ha ha ha. This is a flying sword. It's actually the legendary flying sword. Truly, it's like searching everywhere without finding it, and then getting it effortlessly. Never would I have thought a young girl would possess a flying sword. Edward, yes, David, it seems we must join forces now. Afterward, give me that flying sword, and of course, I will take less of the life stone. Zhang Wandao laughed heartily and spoke. Of course, but the two lives should be mine. I will kill them myself. Edward smirked. He had been craving their blood for a long time. No problem, but the other items on her can go to me, Zhang Wandao replied. From the skills the girl had shown earlier, he knew she was not an easy opponent and couldn't be killed easily. No wonder she had been so arrogant before. It turned out she had good reason to be. With her age and already possessing Imperial God-level strength, and having a flying sword too, could it mean she has the cultivation method for immortality? Thinking about this, Zhang Wandao became excited and trembled all over. The others did not raise any objections, as they also considered life stones most important. Even if the girl had other things on her, they were not particularly concerned. Of course, this stems from their lack of understanding of certain Chinese matters. If they had known Lin Qing possessed something heavenly for achieving immortality, they wouldn't have agreed so easily. You guys want my stuff? We'll see if I agree, Lin Qing sneered coldly. At this point, she immediately unleashed the shadow snake to protect Jiang Family, knowing any one of these four could kill him. She had to be cautious. At this moment, the four attacked Lin Qing simultaneously. The white-bearded elder, raised his staff, instantly summoning two wings made of white light behind him. They looked similar to dragonfly wings, each several meters long, making the person seem smaller in comparison. With his wings spread wide, he flew into the sky, speeding directly toward Lin Qing. Edward the vampire conjured wings too, but his wings resembled those of a bat, unlike ES's wings, which looked much more advanced. He suddenly appeared dozens of meters up high in the sky, attacking Lin Qing from above. His sharp claws clearly aimed to tear her apart. The werewolf bulged with muscles, his hair standing on end, full of excitement, clearly wanting to retaliate for the slap he'd received earlier. And Zhang Wandao vigorously danced his hands in front of him, quickly forming a huge purple arrow ahead of him. This arrow was enormous, around 2 to 3 meters long, its entire body flashing with electric arcs, producing a loud crackling sound. With his hands in a bow-like position, the electricity-filled purple giant arrow charged forward toward Lin Qing, brimming with power. Come together, do you think? Then let me learn your tricks, Lin Qing said coldly. Her long hair flowed freely, her body radiating with golden light, hovering in the air. Paired with her ethereal beauty, she looked like a celestial maiden, yet no one appreciated this beauty. Under the temptation of greed, they were driven by black hearts. She dodged the purple giant arrow swiftly, subsequently gathering force in her legs to deliver a kick towards the werewolf. The impact sent the werewolf retreating several meters immediately. Then, she swung her flying sword intending to cut off the vampire's claw, only to find it intercepted by the staff wielded by the white-bearded old man. Quickly backing away, at this moment, the purple giant arrow once again shot toward her. With one hand, She twirled her fingers, and instantly a sphere shimmering with purple electric light formed in her palm. Initially large, it gradually shrank under her manipulation until it transformed into a deep purple hue. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the densely charged, deep purple sphere was hurled directly at the enormous purple arrow. Boom! The collision between the two unleashed a tremendous blaze of fire, emitting an overwhelming shockwave. At the site of the explosion, a several-meter-deep crater was formed, akin to the aftermath of a heavy weapon detonation. Countless shards of ice were blasted into the air, scattering like white snowflakes. The residual gust from the impact nearly blinded everyone on the scene. And the Western powerhouses who had been spectating were now struck speechless with awe. This is the battle of a divine-level expert. They all murmured inwardly, their throats instinctively tightening as they gulped nervously. They had earlier considered capitalizing on this fight for their own benefit, but now they realized that would have been nothing short of suicide. Damn it, David cursed furiously. He was the closest to the recent explosion and got caught in the aftermath, his body tingling from the residual shockwaves. Zhang Wandao's expression also grew serious. He hadn't anticipated that this young girl could be so formidable and hold her ground against 4 of them. Right then, a plan crossed Zhang Wandao's mind. Observing her behavior, it seemed she cared deeply for the exceptionally handsome man. Clearly, the man wasn't as skilled. If he incited the others to attack him, it would surely disrupt her focus, and perhaps they could seize the opportunity while she's distracted. Zhang Wandao saw nothing wrong with this strategy, for deception was always part of warfare. Pointing at the group of Westerners, he declared, "Kill that Chinese man of extraordinary beauty, and whoever succeeds will receive life stones as a reward. On my word." Those who had previously thought there was no chance for them to obtain life stones suddenly perked up. From the very start, they hadn't seen the beautiful man take action, thus they assumed he was weak, or else why would he need protection? With such a great temptation before them, these powerhouses began to stir with eagerness. Chapter 429, Jiang Beichen's Death? In the eyes of many onlookers who were powerful, though that extraordinarily beautiful little girl was a powerhouse at the Yushin level, the other 4 were also at the Yushin level. The fact that she had temporarily resisted them didn't mean she could hold out indefinitely. After all, physical strength and mental energy were also factors to consider. Moreover, 4 against 1, it seemed she would inevitably lose. As these many Western powers moved toward Jiang Beichen, at this moment, that colossal Yin snake roared furiously as it charged toward the many strong ones. Meanwhile, the white-bearded old man raised his staff and shot out a beam of white light that quickly enveloped the Yin snake. The snake began wildly twisting its body, clearly in great pain. One must understand that the church's light ability is an excellent offensive technique against these malevolent and dark entities. Otherwise, the church wouldn't be natural enemies with the werewolves. With the Yin snake restrained, many of the stronger figures advanced toward Jiang Beichen. With Jiang Beichen's abilities, he could only handle an ordinary innate level fighter. But facing so many strong opponents, there wasn't just one innate level warrior, not to mention numerous transformation level warriors too. How could Jiang Beichen stand up to them? After several rounds of combat, Jiang Beichen had already sustained injuries in multiple places. "You're asking for death." Lin Xing's eyes turned red as she angrily glared at those Westerners and shouted. At that exact moment, dense clouds gathered above the sky, with thunder and lightning rolling faintly within. Clearly, Lin Xing's intense emotional fluctuation earlier had triggered a lightning tribulation. "What is that? How can there be clouds and lightning here?" "This place is Antarctica," said the white-bearded elder, his brows furrowing deeply. Given Antarctica's climate conditions, such stormy weather should not exist. ES noticed an immense threat emanating from those dark clouds. Is that the lightning tribulation? Zhang Wandao's eyes widened immensely. His whole body trembled as he revealed a look of joy and surprise. He had indeed guessed right. This little girl before their eyes was no ordinary individual, but a legendary cultivator. Only such legendary cultivators could invoke the lightning tribulation during their advancement. "What is the lightning tribulation?" David asked, puzzled. "This is hard to explain, but you only need to know this. After the lightning tribulation, this little girl will become even more powerful. She could easily kill us," Zhang Wandao explained. "What? Then what do we do?" David exclaimed in horror. "Our only option is to kill her before the lightning tribulation strikes. Then, we must flee quickly. The energy from this tribulation isn't something we can withstand," Zhang Wandao replied, his brow slightly creased. "So why are we waiting? Let's attack together immediately. We must give it our all." David showed obvious urgency. "Fine, let's go," Zhang Wandao responded coldly. Just as the 4 initiated their attacks on Lin Xing, Jiang Beichen, despite his wounded body, stood in front of Lin Xing to shield her. At the moment Jiang Beichen fell down, he smiled faintly. "Xing, I finally get to protect you once. After I die, you must live well. And please, help take care of Grandpa." Jiang Beichen managed to say his last words with his last breath before collapsing. "Beichen, don't." Lin Xing's eyes brimmed with panic. "Aya, you're dead. You're all dead." Lin Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. At this moment, the luster in her eyes disappeared, leaving behind only emptiness and chilling coldness. She quickly retrieved a previously crafted 9 revolving soul restoring pill and fed it to Jiang Beichen. Subsequently, she transferred his body into the spirit stone coffin within her ring space. Although the 9 revolving soul restoring pill could save someone, given how severely damaged Jiang Beichen's body was, whether or not it would work was uncertain. She could only try. If it didn't work, she would have no choice but to later search for his soul in the underworld. At this moment, her eyes were filled with bloodshot rage, her entire body trembling as she wanted to immediately kill those before her eyes. However, she knew she couldn't right now, as the lightning tribulation was about to come. Before the arrival of the tribulation, she deployed a spiritual power secret technique, imprinting everyone present with a mental mark. They wouldn't be able to escape her pursuit. After everything that had happened, trying to kill Lin Qing now would be futile. A lightning tribulation strike was imminent, and all they could think of was fleeing. Though life stones were crucial, compared to their lives, they valued survival more. Everyone run immediately. The tribulation is almost upon us, Zhang Wandao warned. Saying that, he transformed into a streak of wind and sprinted far away as if chased by a pack of wolves. Ye's transparent white wings flapped rapidly, flying off at breakneck speed, as if like an angel. Edward resembled a colossal bat, flying swiftly into the distance. What rotten luck, David grumbled. He hadn't anticipated coming here and not only failing to obtain the life stone, but also sustaining severe injuries. Having said that, he no longer hesitated, quickly running on the icy ground. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The many Western powers, seeing that the 4 Yushun level experts had fled, how could they dare to linger any longer? Especially as they saw the cold, blood-red eyes of the little girl before them, akin to a devil, they were more terrified than ever. They all fled far away. Ha ha ha, run as far as you want, but wherever you go, you shall die. Lin Qing laughed maniacally. Her voice was like an evil tune, deeply imprinted in their minds, causing them fear and unease for days afterward. At this moment, a thick bolt of lightning descended. Lin Qing immediately summoned all her techniques, transforming into a golden-bodied figure leaping into the air to meet the serpent-like thunder. Her speed was incredibly swift. In a blink, she had jumped dozens of meters high. Boom! That bolt of lightning struck her like a massive whip, each inch of her skin feeling as though it was being scorched by fire, accompanied by a numbing sensation. With a bang, Lin Qing was slammed down onto the ground. Her clothes were burned, and although her body was in pain, it paled in comparison to the anguish of losing the one she loved. Her eyes turned red like a rabbit's, with an almost bewitching hue, and the fury within them seemed capable of consuming everything. Boundless hatred seemed ready to consume her, clouding her rationality as she suppressed the anger within her heart. She knew she needed to remain calm. This was a crucial moment. Even the slightest misstep might lead to her perishing under the thunder strike or succumbing to a spiritual calamity, not to mention other dangers. She swallowed a pill called Du-E-Dan, designed to aid in advancing to the Golden Core stage, and swiftly began circulating her techniques, preparing for the next wave of thunder. Generally, the thunder during the foundational cultivation phase comes only once, while during the formation of the Golden Core, there are 2 waves. The second is much stronger than the first. By now, the dark clouds in the sky had grown significantly larger, brewing even greater bolts of lightning. Occasionally, streaks of light flashed through the clouds, indicating the imminent descent of the next thunderstrike. Chapter 430. Advancing to the Golden Dawn stage. Lin Qing, after taking a pill, began to rapidly repair her body. At this moment, a large amount of spiritual energy started surging into her body. This energy traveled along her meridians and gathered at her dantian. Due to the excessive speed of influx, these energies formed a small vortex within her dantian, which spun faster and faster until these energies condensed into drops of transparent spirit liquid that began accumulating in her dantian. At this point, her dantian resembled a small river filled with spirit liquid, nearing its brim. Suddenly, the river water began to tremble violently, like encountering a violent storm. The waves surged towards a thin membrane. This membrane seemed fragile, yet was incredibly tough. Lin Qing's cultivation method accelerated, causing the spirit liquid within her dantian to churn more fiercely. Around her, due to the intense gathering of spiritual energy, visible winds swirled around her like mist. The spirit energy-infused wind lifted her hair, making it sway gracefully, as if in a dreamlike state. At this very moment, the spirit liquid inside her dantian spun violently, forming a cone-like shape aimed directly at the membrane within her dantian. The rotation speed of the cone was extremely fast, creating an unstoppable force even in the fluid. Crack! Lin Qing felt the membrane break apart. Simultaneously, those spirit liquids began to boil and condense, aiming to form a golden sphere within her dantian. Boom! From the sky, a terrifying bolt of lightning charged down with oppressive momentum towards Lin Qing, seemingly trying to prevent the formation of the golden core. With furrowed brows, Lin Qing roared angrily at the heavens. Come on! Instantly, her entire body shone with golden light, transforming her as if into a golden phoenix flying toward the lightning. In this critical juncture, Lin Qing's phoenix body forging technique broke through to the 4th level, morphing. A flash of light pierced through the darkness like a fire snake breaking through clouds, tearing open the sky with a bright streak. A thunderous boom resonated throughout, shaking the earth, as if the lightning had summoned all its might for a cataclysmic roar. If there were people present, they would have surely seen a golden glow resembling a phoenix intersecting with a purple lightning bolt shaped like a colossal snake. The two collided, producing massive currents of air, and ice blocks across the island cracked under the impact. Meanwhile, a gray figure plummeted toward the ground, creating a large pit in the icy surface. Cough, cough, cough. The gray figure stood up, saying coldly, "It's done." At this moment, Lin Qing had successfully advanced to the Golden Dance stage, but she wasn't happy. Her breakthrough came at the cost of Jiang Beichen's life, and she couldn't bring herself to feel joy. She quickly transferred Jiang Beichen from the spirit coffin within the ring space. She placed her hand near his nose, only to find no sign of breath. Although she had given him the 9-turn soul-restoring pill, it seemed to have only repaired his internal injuries without keeping his soul intact. She hastily retrieved the Ma Liang divine brush, drawing an 8th-grade spirit seal, the reincarnation seal, and cast it toward Jiang Beichen. However, after a short while, there was still no sign of life. Puff. Lin Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that I'm still too weak to draw an 8th-grade spirit seal. Now my only option is to visit the underworld. Lin Qing thought privately. An 8th-grade spirit seal can only be drawn by cultivators at the Yuaning stage. Lin Qing's current cultivation was merely at the Golden Dance stage, and she had just barely overcome the lightning tribulation. She sat cross-legged and immediately began cultivating to heal her wounds, repairing both the damage caused by the thunder calamity and the overexertion of drawing the high-grade seal. This ice island, denser with spiritual energy than other places, indeed provided a better environment for recovery. While Lin Qing was fully absorbed in her practice, stunning and colorful natural wonders appeared in the sky, as if straight out of a dream. These wondrous natural sights were none other than the aurora borealis. The auroras sometimes looked like towering columns above, twisting into spiral ribbons. Sometimes, they seemed like celestial maidens slowly swirling colorful scarves, changing swiftly and disappearing instantly. Other times, they hung in the sky like a faint strand of smoke. Sometimes they resembled luminous arrows raining from heaven, almost within reach. Yet again, they seemed like mushroom clouds arising after an atomic bomb explosion, inspiring awe and fear. The transformations of the aurora were truly miraculous, breathtaking, and magnificent, nearly impossible to describe with words. Such splendid and awe-inspiring natural phenomena occurred only in the Antarctic and Arctic regions. Some people say that the auroras are caused by a magical fox crossing the Antarctic or Arctic forests, igniting the sky, with its tail sweeping across the snow and leaving trails of sparks that soar into the heavens, setting the skies ablaze. Clearly, this explanation is unscientific. In fact, auroras are produced when tiny particles emitted by the sun enter the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth acts like a giant magnet, so these particles can only enter through the north and south poles, which is why auroras only appear in these regions. Of course, Lin Qing was too preoccupied to pay attention to any external natural phenomena at this moment. She was busy healing her injuries, and once healed, she intended to go to the underworld to retrieve Jiang Beichen's soul before he reincarnated, as it would be troublesome if he did. Meanwhile, a group of tourists arrived on this ice island. These were obviously the same people Lin Qing and Jiang Beichen had encountered earlier. This place had become an excellent observation point for the auroras. Wow, these auroras are so beautiful. If I post these photos on social media, others will definitely envy me, screamed one girl as she started taking pictures. Yes, I heard that auroras appear between October and March every year. I thought about coming to Antarctica during my vacation just to see them. I never imagined I'd actually be this lucky and see the auroras for real. Wow, I'm so excited. Indeed, if we hadn't come to Antarctica, how would we know there are such dreamlike scenes in the world? The world really is wondrous. The crowd took photos and marveled aloud. At this very moment, someone noticed Lin Qing. Hey, why is there a person sitting here? Could she be dead? Someone screamed. Lin Qing then opened her big eyes and glanced coldly at the person. She had just finished healing her wounds and was now preparing to return to China to find the ghost gate and descend into the underworld to bring back Jiang Beichen's soul. As for revenge, it could wait. After all, those people had been branded with her mental mark and couldn't escape. Chapter 431. Unintentionally changed the jerk. Among them, a girl saw Lin Qing's current state and was surprised, saying, "Oh my goodness, who would have thought it? It's that arrogant girl we met before. How did you end up like this? Where's your man? Was he in danger and left you behind? Oh haha, it seems your judgment isn't great." This girl clearly had a crush on Li Jiu, their tour leader. Because Li Jiu had previously shown interest in Lin Qing, this girl was extremely jealous. She didn't dare to criticize Li Jiu, but resented Lin Qing deeply. She believed it was Lin Qing's seductive appearance that attracted Li Jiu. There's no denying how bizarre her thinking was. At seeing Lin Qing looking so disheveled now, how could she resist mocking her? Lin Qing's current state wasn't good at all. Her clothes were scorched black by lightning, torn and ragged, making her look like a beggar. The only thing still as beautiful as ever was her face, which is why the girl easily recognized her. From a distance, Li Jiu heard the commotion here and rushed over. He too was shocked at Lin Qing's appearance. However, due to Lin Qing's previous rejection of him, he harbored some resentment. Yet, gazing at that stunningly beautiful face in front of him, his heart still helplessly pounded uncontrollably. His heartbeat told him that he wanted the woman in front of him, to conquer her, make her bow down to him, become his golden bird, dependent on him, relying on what he gave her as charity. Only in this way could his twisted desire for control, as a bad man, be satisfied. He smirked with an evil smile and said, "Miss, I told you your man wasn't worth much. Unfortunately, you let your beauty cloud your judgment. Look at your current situation, and you should realize how unwise it was to reject me before. But knowing one's mistake and correcting it is commendable. Why confine yourself to just one person when there are plenty of other fine men out there? For instance, him, Li Jiu." Lin Qing coldly glanced at the people in front of her, uttering a single word, "Get lost." Her eyes were like they were soaked in ice, freezing someone to the bone with just one look. The group felt as if they'd been plunged into an icy cave when faced with her gaze, even heavy winter jackets unable to fend off the chill from her penetrating glare. In an instant, the group felt as if the wind had ceased, the air frozen solid under her piercing gaze. All that remained was Lin Qing's intensely cold eyes and a solitary word: get lost. Subsequently, Lin Qing didn't waste another second. She leapt into the air, transforming into a brilliant streak of golden light, and flew away. The entire process took only 1 or 2 seconds. After those seconds, Lin Qing's figure disappeared entirely from Iceland. Did you see that girl fly away just now? I saw it too. Are we dreaming? Pinch me quickly. Ouch, it hurts. I'm not dreaming. That girl really flew away. Could she possibly be a goddess? But her eyes were so terrifying. When she looked at me coldly, I felt like my blood froze instantly. Aren't deities usually gentle and kind? She doesn't seem like a deity to me, more like a demon. Ah, a demon. Don't scare me. In folklore, demons with powerful abilities can also soar through the skies and vanish without a trace. And look at how pretty she is. Her skin looks abnormal. Perfect. Besides, she dressed very lightly to visit Antarctica, without luggage, clearly proving she's no ordinary person. What you're saying makes sense. Luckily she flew away earlier. Otherwise, anyone in our group who angered her might have made us suffer greatly here in this icy Antarctica. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Li Jiyu's complexion alternated between green and white. Evidently, he was relieved about what happened earlier, yet somewhat frightened. He hadn't expected that the breathtaking beauty he admired moments ago was actually a demon, and he even dared to imagine her as his golden bird. That was truly terrifying. He wouldn't even know how he would die. He thought she was a beauty, but perhaps she was just a snake disguised as one. It seemed from now on, he couldn't act like he used to, taking advantage of his wealth to wreak havoc and toy with women's feelings anymore. If he were to encounter such a situation again, it would be far too frightening. Imagining a beautiful woman suddenly turning into a venomous snake swallowing him during a moment of happiness terrified him, making him tremble uncontrollably. In the past, he enjoyed playing around with women's feelings to satisfy some unhealthy psychological need. Of course, all this was based on ignorance and the belief that it wouldn't cause serious harm. It might just tarnish his reputation as a promiscuous guy. However, upon realizing that it could cost him his life, he naturally wouldn't do it anymore. Lin Qing had no idea that her unintentional actions had changed a despicable man. Lin Qing soon returned to China. She quickly changed into another set of clothes and went to Lu Changxing's residence. In her view, the only person who could help her at this point was him. Even though her cultivation level made her powerful on this planet, she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about other areas. Although she had helped ghosts draw road talismans before, she indeed knew little about the underworld. As the saying goes, every expert has his specialized field. Finding a professional can quickly solve problems. Lu Changxing was originally meditating inside the house. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming and intimidating aura, causing him to rise quickly and ask cautiously, "Who's there?" "President Lu, don't be alarmed. It's me, Lin Qing." Outside the house, Lin Qing's calm voice echoed. "Master Lin, what brings you here suddenly?" Lu Changxing opened the door and looked at Lin Qing in surprise. "Do you know how to enter the underworld?" came Lin Qing's faint voice. "The underworld? What happened? Why would you want to enter the underworld?" Lu Changxing asked curiously. "One of my friends has passed away. I want to go to the underworld and bring back his soul." Lin Qing said straightforwardly. "What? Master Lin, do you really plan to enter the underworld to accomplish this? It is impossible. You must understand, if the king of hell wants someone to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, they won't survive till dawn. If the person's soul hasn't been taken by ghost officers yet, then it's relatively easy, summoning the soul back would suffice. But if the soul has already been taken, then it becomes difficult." Lu Changxing quickly explained. "No matter how hard it is, I have to try." Lin Qing's eyes glimmered with resolute determination. "Since you're determined to go through with it, I cannot stand by idly. I have a pass to the Ghost Gate, also known as a Luin. Additionally, I have a talisman that can conceal your presence from ghost officers. It was handed down by the founding master of my sect. I hope these will assist you." Lu Changxing said. "Thank you." Lin Qing sincerely expressed her gratitude. Chapter 432, The 7 Gates of the Underworld. "Master Lin, you don't need to be polite with me. Since you've done me a great favor, I can't refuse to help you. If you are determined to go, then let me tell you about the 7 gates of the underworld," Lu Changxing said. "The 7 gates of the underworld?" Lin Qing looked deep in thought. "Of course, these are all accounts recorded in our sect. Though I haven't been there myself, it's said that the patriarch of our sect once visited the underworld. The underworld is also called Injian, Insi, Infu, or sometimes Yudu and Mingjia. It is believed to be the place where people go after they die. For centuries, the world of the living has been called Yangjian, while the place where souls reside after death is referred to as Injian." Lin Qing nodded. "After a person dies, their soul will be captured by the Inyang officials Bai Wu and Hei Wu and handed over to Nyodo Minyan at the first gate of the underworld, the Ghost Gate. This Ghost Gate is a necessary checkpoint for entering the underworld. Whether you are anyone, upon arriving here, you must undergo an inspection to see if you hold the passport of the Ghost Kingdom, called a road guide. The Ghost Gate is an archway with the 3 strong characters Ghost Gate inscribed on it. On either side, 18 Ghost Kings and doorkeeping imps guard the area. The structure is fortified like walls of bronze and iron, unbreakable. Any wandering soul who arrives here must pass through an examination to see if they carry the right document, called the road guide. This document is proof of registration for the human soul into the underworld after death. This yellow paper, 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, prints, issued by Lord Yin Wang of Fengdu, and everyone needs this document to enter the underworld and be reincarnated. Above it bear 3 seals: Yan Wang, city god, Cheng Huang, and magistrate of Fengdu County. After a person dies, this should be burned so that the deceased spirit carries it to the ghost gate. Only after proper verification can they pass through the gate. Lu Changxing explained. What about next? Lin Qing frowned slightly. The second gate is the Yellow Spring Road. When a person's young life ends, they die naturally. After normal death, they must first pass through the ghost gate. Crossing this checkpoint transforms their soul into a ghost, leading them down the Yellow Spring Road, which is a guiding road. On the Yellow Spring Road, there are many stray ghosts, those who have died before their young lives ended unnaturally. These souls cannot ascend to heaven, nor be reborn, and even less reach the shadowy realms. They can only wander endlessly on the Yellow Spring Road until their time comes. Afterward, they must report to the 9 depths to await the judgment of King Yin. On the Yellow Spring Road grow fiery red flowers known as flowers of the other shore. People believe they grow on the banks of the Santu River, acting as guiding flowers. In great abundance, they stretch out far ahead, appearing like a carpet of blood. Because of their orange-red flames, they're metaphorically called the fire-illuminating path, creating the only scenery and color along this long Yellow Spring Road. Souls step following this path toward the infernal prison. Legend says its scent holds magical powers that awaken memories from the past life. After walking the Yellow Spring Road, there is a river named the Forgetfulness River with a bridge called the Naiha Bridge crossing it. Near the Forgetfulness River stands the 3 live stone, bearing words in blood-red letters atop, which 4 large characters, early arrival at the other shore, are carved. The 3 live stone records one's past and present lives. Causes from past lives lead to effects in present ones. Fates cycle, relationships arise and end, all deeply engraved upon this stone. Beyond the Naiha Bridge lies a raised platform known as the Homesick Platform. At its edge, there is an old woman selling the Mother Meng soup, which erases all memory. After passing through these places, souls will be sent according to their previous actions by King Yin to one of the 6 realms of reincarnation: Deva realm, Azura realm, human realm, animal realm, hungry ghost realm, or hell realm. If your friend hasn't yet met their young lifespan, then he is likely wandering the Yellow Spring Road. If his young life has ended, you'd better hurry. There is a saying, 1 day without eating worldly food, 2 days cross the boundaries between the earthly and spiritual worlds, and 3 days reach the homesick platform where relatives mourn. Lu Changxing spoke. Upon hearing Lu Changxing's words, Lin Qing secretly sighed in relief since it had been only 1 day since Jiang Beichen's death. Otherwise, if the other party drank Mother Meng's soup, even if she went, it might have been too late. She couldn't help but ask, then where exactly is the ghost gate? I only know that in Guangxi province's Bilu City, there is a ghost market. Sometimes, the spirits from the netherworld come to this ghost market to purchase items. You could follow them to enter the ghost gate. After all, since you are still alive, Bai Wu and Hei Wu would not possibly come to take you to the ghost gate, Lu Changxing reminded her. President Lu, kindness is beyond gratitude. There will surely be substantial returns in the future. Lin Qing clasped her hands respectfully. You've done me a great favor. Such small matters do not need mentioning, Lu Changxing said as he handed over a passage permit into the ghost gate and a charm to conceal yang energy to Lin Qing. After Lin Qing took the 2 pieces of paper, she no longer hesitated and immediately leaped up, flying toward Guangxi province's Bilu City. Lu Changxing watched as Lin Qing turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared, sighing. Master Lin is truly divine. Her abilities seem like mythical legends. When Lin Qing arrived at Bilu City in Guangxi province, it was already close to dusk. She went to a shop that looked rather old, which sold items for the dead, and prepared to inquire about the location of the ghost market. The owner of the shop was an extremely creepy-looking elder with loose skin. He saw a very beautiful young girl suddenly walk into his store and felt somewhat surprised inside. On the surface, however, he still calmly asked, "Young girl, what do you want?" His voice was hoarse, and in this dimly lit store during the evening, it was eerie and somewhat terrifying. But Lin Qing was not afraid. She knew that he was human, not a ghost. He just had an intimidating appearance. And even if he were a ghost, she would not be scared. "Old sir, I didn't come here to buy things. I want to know how to get to the ghost market," Lin Qing said. "The ghost market? Young girl, it's not a place ordinary people can go to. It's too dangerous there. It's not suitable for someone like you," the elder kindly warned her. "No matter how dangerous it is, I'm not afraid. I need to visit the ghost market for real reasons." Lin Qing's eyes shone with firm determination. "Young girl, I won't tell you because I don't want to harm you." That elder's voice remained as hoarse as before, but Lin Qing heard a hint of kindness from it. Apparently, this was someone who looked menacing but was benevolent. It seemed like she wouldn't show some genuine skill. He wouldn't disclose the location of the ghost market. "Old sir, your hesitation is out of concern for my lack of ability. Look at me closely." Lin Qing quickly manipulated her fingers and cast a small thunder spell. Instantly, outside the house, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The once dark sky immediately brightened due to the lightning. You're a cultivator? My humble self lacks discernment in recognizing the grand masters among us." The elder immediately clasped his hands together respectfully. "Old sir, there's no need for such formalities. Now you can tell me where the ghost market is." Lin Qing asked calmly. Of course, the elder would no longer conceal the information after this display. Chapter 433, The Ghost Gate. The ghost market was located between 2 peaks in the Bilu city of Guangxi province. Due to its tropical and subtropical damp climate, the place bred miasma and was teeming with mosquitoes, rats, and ants. At night, it was enveloped by a mass of white mist, with crows and magpies crying mournfully, creating an atmosphere that was very frightening. However, these things were only scary for ordinary people. They certainly couldn't scare Lin Qing, this cultivator. She followed the direction indicated by the old man, and came to a stone stele. On it were written two large blood-red characters, Ghost Market. Next to this stele stood a massive locust tree, from which hung a white lantern that emitted twinkling star-like lights, seemingly serving as the guiding light for the Ghost Market. In the wilderness here, everywhere was covered with tall trees. Suddenly, amidst them appeared a blood-red stele and a white lantern, looking all the more bizarre. Following the guidance of the lantern, Lin Qing walked forward. After about half an hour of winding paths, she finally arrived at a place that resembled a night market. Although the place wasn't brightly lit, it was much brighter than before, with white lanterns hanging everywhere. Lin Qing wandered inside and found that what was sold here were all items used by the dead, such as incense, paper money, paper clothes, shoes, houses, beautiful women, and even mobile phones. Lin Qing discreetly utilized the talisman given to her by Lu Changsheng. Soon enough, the ghosts in this place started appearing one after another. A young girl around 15 or 16 years old, with two ponytails, was happily bouncing around, checking out various types of clothes. "Mom, I want this set of clothes." "Okay, I'll buy it for you." A voice of a middle-aged woman could be heard. After a while, a charming middle-aged woman approached the stall. The owner burnt the clothes the little girl had her eyes on, and immediately those clothes appeared on the little girl's body. Hee, they look great. The little girl's eyes bent into crescents, revealing a pair of dimples. If not witnessed firsthand, it would have been hard to imagine that this cheerful and lively little girl was merely a ghost. Typically, the ghosts that come to browse the ghost market are unable to reincarnate, staying suspended along the yellow spring road, waiting for their young lifespan to end before being reborn again. They gain access by giving bribes to the ghost officials to enter the ghost market to purchase what they need. As there is a saying goes, money can make the devil grind his mill. Apparently this saying holds true indeed. It seemed even the underworld had back doors. Thinking that her counterpart would soon return to the twilight path, Lin Qing quietly trailed them. After that mother-daughter duo finished browsing for some time, they prepared to leave. Lin Qing suppressed her breath and hurriedly followed. After walking a considerable distance, the two arrived between two mountain peaks. There were towering cliffs and deep gorges, the terrain perilous, with a tablet pavilion inscribed boldly with three big characters, the Ghost Gate. In front of the Ghost Gate stood the Yin Shao Di Fu, Underworld, Gate Pavilion, with a stele outside reading in official script. This is the Netherworld. On either side of the entrance stood 18 vivid, lifelike ghost kings, their images fearsome and grotesque, instilling a sense of gloom and horror. Both the mother and daughter handed over two guiding passes and were smoothly let through by the ghost guard. Lin Qing also presented her guiding pass and was similarly allowed to pass without trouble. At that moment, the little girl also noticed Lin Qing. She whispered softly, "Wow, sister, you're so pretty. It's really unfortunate that you died so young." Her mother tugged at her, seemingly wanting her to refrain from random talk, for fear of offending others. As the saying goes, rather offend a gentleman than a villain. Because if one offends a gentleman, the latter has a broad mind and won't hold grudges easily. But if one unintentionally offends a villain, the other party might act out of revenge even without malice. The little girl pouted slightly and said, "Mom, I don't think this sister is bad." That weather-beaten, yet dignified woman looked quite helpless. Are villains labeled with villain written on their foreheads? But seeing her daughter's bright eyes, she didn't bear to refuse. Plus, judging from Lin Qing's appearance, she indeed didn't seem like a bad person. Thus, the woman did not object to the chat between her daughter and Lin Qing. Lin Qing helplessly shook her head. If anything, it was the other way around. How pitiful for someone so young to die prematurely at such a flower-like age. "By the way, sister, how did you die?" that little girl asked with a smile. Her smile carried a touch of innocence, making it hard for anyone to feel repulsed. "I was killed by someone. How about you?" Lin Qing replied. "What kind of crazy person would do something like that to such a beautiful sister?" "My mom and I died in a car accident. Now only my dad is left alone in the world." "Poor dad." The little girl expressed sadness. Upon hearing her daughter's words, the brows of the middle-aged woman knitted tightly. Clearly, Lin Qing noticed this scene, indicating that the deaths of the two weren't that simple. During their idle chat, the two came to the Twilight Road. The Twilight Road was blooming with a large number of biar flowers, also known as mandarava. The bright red flowers were strikingly vivid, almost black red, and resembled fresh blood. Mandarava blooms on the other shore, where only the flower can be seen but not the leaves. It blossomed with bizarre and intense dark red flowers, making the entire field of mandarava appear shockingly crimson, like fire, blood, or even tea leaves. "By the way, have there been any new ghosts on this Twilight Road in the past 2 days?" Lin Qing casually inquired. Of course, the previous world always sees many people dying tragically each day, so the Yellow Spring Road constantly gets new arrivals. The little girl stuck out her tongue and replied, "Is that so?" Lin Qing said with some disappointment, having not obtained useful information. But recently, something rare happened in the underworld. 2 days ago, a super handsome man came to the underworld. He's incredibly handsome, far surpassing all the megastars I've ever seen before. Wow, he's just too handsome. The little girl's mischievous big eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. She was certain that the little girl was talking about Jiang Baichen. After all, There were very few people in the world who were as handsome as him, and it had also coincided with his death within these past couple of days. Hurriedly, she urged, "Little sister, stop being starstruck. Tell me what exactly happened." "I heard that when this handsome man arrived at the Three-Life Stone, he absolutely refused to drink the forget-me-not soup and reincarnate. So, they sent him to King Yama for judgment. Ah, poor guy. I wonder what kind of cruel punishment such a good-looking man will receive." The little girl sighed deeply. After listening to her, Lin furrowed her brows tightly. She didn't expect the situation to have escalated to such a serious extent. However, fortunately, Jiang fierce resistance to rebirth allowed her time to save him. Initially, she had planned to quietly take away Jiang soul, but now, it seemed that stealth wasn't an option. She would need to directly confront King Yama to retrieve him, and she had already prepared herself for battle. Chapter 434. The King of Yama turns out to be an elegant uncle. "Do you know the location of the Yama Hall?" Lin asked. "I don't know either, but I heard that in order to go to the Yama Hall, one must pass through the Naiha Bridge and Wanxiang Terrace. However, only the ghosts who have been there or ghost officers might know the exact location." The little girl shook her head and said, Then we will take our leave now. The Twilight Road has reached its end, but I still need to move forward." Lin stared straight ahead and said, So sister, your young lifespan has run out? I thought you were like us, a victim of wrongful death. Alas, I originally wanted to make friends with you. It seems that we must part ways again." The little girl pouted unhappily. Lin didn't explain anything. She just said, "Goodbye," and continued walking forward. After about 10 miles, the Twilight Road soon came to an end. Lin saw a wide river, which was clearly the River Forgetfulness. The water of the River Forgetfulness was blood yellow, full of lost souls unable to reincarnate. It teemed with snakes and insects, and foul winds swept by. The lost souls would occasionally rise above the surface, baring their teeth and claws as they lunged towards the water's surface, incredibly terrifying. Above the River Forgetfulness stood the Naiha Bridge. The bridge had 3 layers. It was said that virtuous spirits could safely cross the upper layer of the bridge. Half good and half evil ones crossed the middle layer, while evil spirits had to traverse the lower layer, often being obstructed by demons beneath and dragged into turbid waves by copper snakes and iron dogs biting them fiercely. By the Naiha Bridge sat an old woman with silver hair, yet not looking aged. Her name was Mother Ming. To cross the River Forgetfulness, one must pass over the Naiha Bridge, and to cross the Naiha Bridge, one had to drink Mother Ming's soup. Without drinking it, one couldn't cross the Naiha Bridge, and failing to cross it meant no rebirth. Mother Ming's soup was also called the water of oblivion. Once drunk, it erased all memories of past lives. All the joys, hatreds, gains, and losses of one's life were forgotten completely. The people one cherished in this life, or those one hated, would be strangers in the next, never recognizing each other upon meeting. Some people unwilling to forget their past life memories who wished to cross the River Forgetfulness had 2 options: finding a soul ferryman to help them cross the River Forgetfulness, or jumping into its turbid waves, enduring bites from copper snakes and iron dogs, suffering unbearable torment without release. If after 1,000 years, one's intentions did not fade and they remembered their previous life, they could re-enter the mortal world to find the person they loved most in their last life. From afar, Lin looked at Mother Ming sitting beside the Naiha Bridge and found her emanating a startling power, far more intimidating than the Yuan infant cultivation practitioners she'd met before. Therefore, she could confirm that Mother Ming possessed extraordinary cultivation. Even in her previous life, she probably wasn't a match for Mother Ming, let alone herself who had just attained Golden Dan level. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to walk across the Naiha Bridge. Although she wasn't a true ghost spirit and could directly fly over the River Forgetfulness using her sword, doing so would surely expose her identity. It was likely that she'd be surrounded by some ghost officers long before reaching the Yama Hall. As she was deeply conflicted, a small boat appeared on the River Forgetfulness near the shore. A burly man stood on the boat with a beard, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a sturdy build. His glaring eyes were somewhat frightening. "Ferryman," Lin exclaimed joyfully. She hurried to the side of the boat and asked, "Sir, can you take me across?" "Certainly. I've been waiting for you," the bearded old man replied. "What? You are here to pick me up? Do you know me?" Lin was surprised. "I don't know you personally, but King Yama calculated that today a distinguished guest from the human world would arrive. That must be you. Board the boat. King Yama awaits you in the Yama Hall ahead," the bearded old man stated calmly. "What? King Yama knew I was coming." Lin was astonished. Of course. After all, King Yama is an earth immortal. His divine powers are beyond our imagination. The bearded man disdainfully glanced at Lin. In his view, the girl before him was merely at the Golden Dan stage of cultivation, far weaker than him. He didn't understand why King Yama had said that the person arriving was an important guest, advising him not to offend her under any circumstances. When Lin learned that King Yama was of earth immortal cultivation, she showed a look of despair. With King Yama's earth immortal cultivation, how could she fight? How could she possibly seize someone's soul? Bear in mind, the stages of cultivation, starting from the lowest to the highest, are Chi refining period, foundation establishment period, Golden Dan period, Yuan infant period, transformation spirit period, return emptiness period, union body period, and ascension period. Above the ascension period lie human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal. And earth immortal cultivation obviously represents the pinnacle of the food chain. The gap between her current level and his was as vast as 108,000 miles. She estimated that he could wave his hand, and she would die instantly, utterly. Could she really not take Beichen back? Even if she remained strong, faced with such an unbridgeable gap, she could not help but feel desperate. Apparently, she had underestimated the underworld earlier. However, since she was already here, there was no going back. Beichen could die for her. Couldn't she venture into the dragon's lair and tiger's den for him? Oh yes, the bearded uncle just said that King Yama called me an honored guest. It seems he won't make things difficult for me. Perhaps there is still a way out. Looks like she would have to dare to intrude into the hall of Yama after all. With that, she stepped onto the small boat without hesitation. As soon as she boarded the boat, it slowly started to move toward the other side. And the solitary spirits which were originally belligerent, constantly showing their arms and heads attempting to tear apart other souls, now kept far away from this small boat. It was as if there was something deeply terrifying on this small boat. However, that thing clearly wasn't her, but emanating from the bearded uncle. Seems like this bearded uncle is not a simple character. Lin Qing muttered privately. It's unknown how much time had passed, but finally they arrived at the other side of the river Forgetfulness. Looking forward, there was a straight road ahead, its end unclear due to heavy fog, giving it a sinister and fearful air. Go on, the hall of Yama is up ahead, the bearded uncle reminded. As he spoke, he took the lead walking forward. Lin Qing followed closely behind. Along the quiet path, only the sound of their footsteps and breathing could be heard. For an unknowable amount of time, they walked until they finally saw a 3-story building looming ahead, its appearance extremely sinister. The building sat atop some stairs, exuding classical elegance, reminiscent of celestial buildings often seen in TV dramas. Its corners bent unnaturally. In the center of the 3-story building were 3 big characters, Hall of Yama. Lin Qing entered with the bearded uncle, immediately spotting an exceptionally elegant middle-aged man sitting dozing off in a chair above. King Yama, the person you asked me to bring has arrived. The bearded uncle reminded. The elegant middle-aged man in front of me is actually King Yama? This is too shocking. In China, King Yama's image has always been described as incredibly terrifying. I guess rumors really can't be trusted. Lin Qing silently thought. Chapter 435, The Dark Heart. In fact, in legends, the image of Yama has always been terrifying and fearful. This makes sense, as these tales are spread by the living, and yet none of them have actually seen Yama. Moreover, the underworld is often depicted as extremely eerie and sinister, so Yama, the supreme ruler of this underworld, has also been portrayed with terror. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, Yama opened his half-closed eyes and looked at Lin Qing with a smile, saying, You must be Lin Qing. Yes, I am Lin Qing. Where is Jiang Beiqing? How is he now? Lin Qing asked anxiously. Hee, you're really worried, aren't you? Don't worry, he's fine, and hasn't been subjected to any punishments. Yama laughed. Thank you. I know, Lord Yama, that you are a generous and benevolent deity. I beg you to let him return to the world of the living. He should not have died like this. He died to save me. Lin Qing pleaded earnestly. Hee, your meaning is that if I don't let him go, I'm not a merciful god, right? Yama couldn't help but tease. My lord, please forgive me, I didn't mean it that way, Lin Qing said in alarm. Yama, seeing Lin Qing's expression, couldn't help but explain. I do not blame you. I was only joking with you. But, you can't take Jiang Beiqing away now. Why not? Are you refusing to release him? Lin Qing frowned deeply. Even if I were willing to let his soul go, you wouldn't be able to revive him, Yama said indifferently. Why? Lin Qing questioned, very confused. Because Jiang Beiqing's soul power isn't complete. To bring him back to life, you need to find something, Yama explained. Incomplete soul? How could that be? I've never detected any problem with his soul before. Lin Qing widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be that Yama was deceiving her? Finding an excuse to prevent Jiang Beiqing's soul from leaving? Could it be that you think I'm lying to you? What benefit would it bring me to deceive you? Yama suddenly changed from his previous laid-back demeanor, his eyes flashing with intimidating light as he stared at Lin Qing. Apparently, he had read through Lin Qing's thoughts. Although he wasn't using his aura to suppress her, even one glance from him made Lin Qing feel uneasy. No wonder he's the supreme leader of the underworld. His power truly knows no bounds. Never. Lin Qing quickly defended herself. This Yama, after all, was the highest leader of the underworld. With immense strength, he didn't have to give her reasons or waste time on pleasantries if he chose not to let someone go. Naturally, what I meant about Jiang Beiqing's incomplete soul power does not refer to a missing part of his 7 soul components and 3 spirits. Actually, as you've noticed, Jiang Beiqing doesn't lack the 7 soul components or 3 spirits. However, this does not mean his soul power is intact. He lacks a core element in his soul power known as the personality trait. Yama resumed his lazy posture. Personality deficiency? Why did this happen? Lin Qing wondered. She felt utterly lost by the situation described by Yama and couldn't help but ask her doubts aloud. As for why this happened, I'm unclear too. It might be due to an unforeseen incident during his reincarnation, which resulted in the loss of the personality element in his soul power. Then may I ask, what must I find to restore his personality and revive him? The Dark Heart. What exactly is it? What does it look like? It's a pendant made of the purest black chalcedony in the world. In dim light, it appears black, and from the naked eye, it seems entirely dark. But when lit, you can see a blue hue. It's essentially greenish-black jade. Its color is more uniform. Without impurities, not a single flaw can be found, making the jade completely flawless. On the jade is carved a black dragon, with a heart carved at the dragon's mouth. After Yama finished speaking, Lin Qing committed every word he said to memory. So how do I find this dark heart? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. The dark heart does not exist on the planet where you reside, Yama stated simply. Where is it then? No matter where it is, even if it's at the end of the earth, I will definitely find it, Lin firmly declared. Do you know that your current planet has been abandoned by the cultivation realm, severing the path to immortality? You can only find the dark heart once you reach the nearest cultivation realm, the divine realm. By reopening the path to immortality, Yama gazed at Lin while calmly smiling. Thank you, Lord Yama. Please tell Jiang Beiqing to wait for me. I will definitely retrieve the dark heart to save him. Then, I shall take my leave, Lin said respectfully. Truthfully, Lin felt incredibly grateful to Yama. She hadn't expected him to be so cooperative. Oh, before you leave, don't you want to see Jiang Beiqing? Yama teased with a smile. I would like to see him, but I'm afraid of troubling you, my lord. They say meeting might ruin the beauty of reminiscence. Hence, I'll take my leave now, Lin said helplessly. She knew that for ghosts, it was unsuitable to be in contact with people carrying strong yang energy. Moreover, the red lotusy fire within her was a bane to all evil entities. She feared touching Jiang Beiqing's soul too much might have an adverse effect on him since his soul was already incomplete and couldn't withstand further turmoil. Saying this, Lin departed reluctantly. After Lin left, the bearded man voiced out his doubt. Master, why were you so friendly toward that woman just now? Even too friendly. She's merely at the gold core stage. There's no need for you to be so accommodating. Yama chuckled and shook his head. She may seem unremarkable now, but in the future, she will be someone none can dare to offend. What? Does she have some grand background? The bearded man exclaimed in surprise. In his eyes, anyone who could make Yama wary enough to grant favors must possess an overwhelming background. As Buddha said, it cannot be told, Yama smiled faintly. Chapter 436, Dual Personality. Yinluo Wang's memory returned to yesterday when someone reported that a ghost, after seeing the past life memories on the 3-life stone, refused to be reincarnated and caused a disturbance at the Naiha Bridge. Soon, this ghost was brought before him. The first thing Yinluo Wang noticed upon seeing Jiang Beiqing was how stunningly beautiful his appearance was. He thought himself handsome and elegant, but compared to the man in front of him, he paled in comparison. Even during his visits to the celestial realm, he had seen many celestial lords, none of whom could match the surpassing beauty of the man before him. What is your name? Why do you refuse to drink the Mengpa soup and be reborn? Yinluo Wang asked sternly. With a grim face, if it were an ordinary ghost, they would have trembled in fear by now. But the man in front of him not only showed no fear, but stood straight as he said, My name is Jiang Beiqing. In my previous life, I was Mo Yi, the sacred son of the demon realm. In this life, I am here to undergo the emotion trial, and my trial partner is named Lin in this life, known as the Red Lotus Immortal in the previous one. What? The Red Lotus Immortal? The daughter of the 9 heavens female immortal? Yinluo Wang's initially stern face revealed a look of astonishment. The 9 heavens female immortal, this deity, was not unfamiliar to many Chinese people. Known also as the 9 heavens lady, the 9 heavens female immortal empress, or the 9 heavens mother supreme divinity. She originally came from China's ancient mythology as a goddess who taught military strategy, later venerated by Taoism as a high-ranking female immortal and a god of divination and calculation. While her status and folk belief may not have been prominent, she was revered as a goddess of justice who possessed profound strategic wisdom and divine power. Her image often appeared in various classic Chinese novels, aiding heroes in eradicating evil. Hence, she held an important place in Taoist beliefs about immortals. She was one of the most powerful deities in the divine realm, and the Red Lotus Immortal was her beloved daughter. The Red Lotus Immortal did not just inherit the cultivation talent of the 9 heavens female immortal, but also bore extraordinary beauty, unparalleled in all realms. The 9 heavens female immortal named her daughter Red Lotus because she loved lotuses and because, at a young age, the Red Lotus Inferno fire recognized her as its master. This rare fire in the world was no less powerful than other divine flames. Though the Red Lotus Inferno fire was fire, it was extremely sentient, choosing its own master. Because of her great strength and exquisite beauty, the Red Lotus Immortal attracted numerous admirers from the divine realm, yet she never found anyone suitable until her encounter with Mo Yi. Like any other ordinary girl, she was first drawn to Mo Yi's striking good looks, then his character, and soon enough found herself unconsciously falling into the realm of love. Initially, she didn't know Mo Yi's identity, and when she learned he was the sacred son of the demon realm, she felt conflicted and struggled, but eventually decided to face it bravely. Having been influenced by some human love stories while undergoing her trials in the mortal world, she believed that love transcended age, race, position, and status. Loving is simply loving. And Mo Yi felt the same. However, Mo Yi harbored a deep internal conflict. On one hand, he carried the heavy responsibility and ambition of the demon realm. On the other hand, he was deeply entangled in love, unable to extricate himself. At that time, the demon realm and the divine realm were bitter enemies, with the demon realm continuously striving to replace the divine realm as the rulers of the universe. Eventually, their romance was discovered, leading to opposition from both the divine realm and the demon realm against their love. Despite putting up a strong fight, the two couldn't gain everyone's blessing and were forced apart, gradually becoming frail with sorrow. Heartbroken for her daughter Red Lotus, the 9 heavens female immortal made them a bet. She would help them reincarnate with a 1,000-year limit. If within 1,000 years they could transcend life and death to reunite, proving their so-called love, they could return to the divine realm, which would then no longer oppose their relationship. However, if after 1,000 years they failed to reunite and prove their life and death devotion to each other, the Red Lotus Immortal would return to the divine realm and sever all ties with Moe. To increase the challenge, the 9 heavens to female immortals sent Red Lotus to a common cultivation world for reincarnation, while sending Moe to a planet abandoned by the cultivation world. However, when Moe was about to be reborn, the Holy Emperor of the Demon Realm, Lin Family, secretly tampered with his reincarnation. He split Moe's 2 distinct personalities apart, one that inherited his ambition and another that yearned for peace and the status quo. In Lin Family's eyes, love meant nothing compared to becoming the most powerful and authoritative being in the universe. What kind of woman couldn't he have then? In Lin Family's view, Moe began to defy him because he had been bewitched by this so-called love. Moreover, the person within Moe who fell in love with the Red Lotus Immortal must have been the part of his personality that longed for peace, not the side that carried on his ambition. Thus, without anyone noticing, Lin Family secretly used a forbidden technique to split Moe's dual personality. To cover his tracks, Lin Family sent Moe's other personality to the closest cultivation world near Earth, the Xian domain. Lin Family believed that even if the part of Moe's personality reborn on Earth were to reunite with the reincarnation of the Red Lotus Immortal, it wouldn't prove true love since her soul would already be incomplete. In 1,000 years, Moe and the Red Lotus Immortal would surely go their separate ways, never crossing paths again like bridges and roads that do not intersect, nor rivers whose waters never mix. With the millennium approaching, the Demon Realm scheme could finally begin to unfold. After Jiang passed away, he originally refused to reincarnate because he couldn't bear to part from Lin. He had even decided not to drink Mingpa soup, choosing instead to endure endless torment in the river of forgetfulness until the 1,000 years had passed, and he could search for Lin once more. But when he arrived at the 3-life stone, his memories of his previous life suddenly awakened. He remembered he had once been Moe, the sacred son of the Demon Realm. More importantly, he realized his own soul was incomplete. He lacked the other part of his own personality. Although this other personality was once a part of him, it now felt as though it belonged to someone else entirely. How unwilling he was to share Lin with another. But if the other half of his personality failed its trial, there would be no chance for him and Lin to reunite after the 1,000 years agreement. Even though he could live the remaining few hundred years together with Lin, he thought of their inevitable separation afterward and felt as if his heart were being cut by a knife. 100 years were far too short. Even 1,000 years weren't enough. He wanted to live forever with Lin. Despite his anguish, he convinced himself to send Lin to find his other missing piece of soul. On the body of his other personality, there was a jade pendant he had once worn close to his chest, the Dark Heart. Chapter 437, The King of Hell as the Matchmaker. To achieve his purpose, he deliberately caused a commotion at the Stone of 3 Lifetimes, which indeed caught the attention of the King of Hell, and he was brought to the Hall of the Underworld. Of course, to achieve his goal, he needed the help of the King of Hell, so from the beginning, he revealed his identity. The King of Hell had not yet recovered from his shock when Jiang continued. You should know that the Demon Realm and the Divine Realm have always been in opposition. The Holy Lord of the Demon Realm has always wanted to replace the Divine Realm and become the supreme existence in this world. When Honglian and I were together initially, we faced opposition from both the Demon and Divine Realms. Of course, the Divine Realm opposed it, believing I harbored malicious intentions. They did not want their little princess, Honglian, to be harmed. And the Demon Realm opposed it because it has always had ambitious plans. If the Crown Prince of the Demon Realm, who will also become the next Holy Lord of the Demon Realm, and the Princess of the Fairy Realm were to come together, then they would no longer fight. The King of Hell remained solemn and silent. What Jiang said was a secret to him. After all, it was the romantic history of an upper immortal, and she was a beloved princess of the Divine Realm. Naturally, the Divine Realm tried to keep it hidden. Later, the 9 Heavens Empress observed that Honglian and I were exceptionally resolute in our feelings for each other. She also empathized with Honglian's pain, so she made us a bet. The bet was that she would assist us in being reborn, with a limit of 1,000 years. If the two of us could transcend life and death to reunite once again, verifying the love we spoke of, then we would return to the Divine Realm, and the Divine Realm would no longer oppose our being together. If after 1,000 years, we still do not reunite, then after 1,000 years, Honglian will return to the Divine Realm, having no further connection to me. Later, I was reborn on Earth, a place of sparse spiritual energy, a planet abandoned by the cultivation world. Unbeknownst to me, fate smiled upon us, and the person reincarnated as Honglian and I reunited once more. But unexpectedly, I died. Perhaps this was destined by the universe. In front of the Stone of 3 Lifetimes, I awakened my memories of the past life, only to discover that my soul personality was incomplete. When I was reborn, my soul personality was divided into 2 parts by the Holy Lord of the Demon Realm and reborn separately. The other part was in the nearest cultivation world to Earth, the celestial domain. Naturally, his goal was simple. He wanted us to lose. So even if Lin and I validated our love, we still don't count as winning this bet. Lin can only find my other split personality and validate the love in the same way. Only then does this bet truly count as a win for me and Honglian. Jiang continued. What do you intend to say by telling me all this? The King of Hell furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but feel like he was unknowingly pulled into a grand conspiracy involving either the Nine Heavens Empress or the Holy Lord of the Demon Realm. People he, as a minor ruler of the underworld, couldn't afford to offend. They were powerful figures capable of turning the world upside down. I need your help. After all, if Hong Lian and I cannot win the bet, it is estimated that in a few hundred years, the demon realm might conspire to wage war against the divine realm. This will undoubtedly result in much destruction and many deaths, likely affecting your underworld domain as well. Of course, if you do not believe me, you can investigate the relationship between Hong Lian and me. With a careful search, you will uncover some traces. Jiang Baichen stated. His brows carried a tinge of worry, evoking an instinctual desire to soothe his concerns. What exactly do you want me to help with? Let me tell you up front, I'm lowly ranked and my abilities are mediocre. If it exceeds my capability, I simply won't be able to assist. The King of Hell responded helplessly. If the divine and demon realms were to go to war, there would certainly be great upheaval in other places as well, leading to collateral damage. Furthermore, if too many people die, their underworld management system may collapse. He certainly did not wish to witness such an outcome, hence this favor must be done. Rest assured, this favor is rather simple and almost effortless for you. Soon, Lin Qing will seek me out, wanting to revive me. At that time, all you need to do is tell her that my soul personality is incomplete, making revival impossible currently. To revive me, she must locate the dark heart, which exists within the closest cultivation world to Earth, the celestial domain. This dark heart is a sacred artifact of the demon realm. He suspected that his other split personality wouldn't readily give it to anyone unless that other split personality fell in love with someone. Thus, Lin Qing must make his other split personality fall in love with her to obtain the dark heart. The reason why he plotted this without directly telling Lin Qing the truth was his fear that she would not choose this path after knowing, since this choice somewhat resembled betrayal. Although the two personalities belonged to the same soul, it was still difficult to readily accept such a situation, given the significant disparity between them. She might choose to spend the remaining few hundred years with him, but how could a few hundred years suffice? At this moment, he thought of a popular movie in China. There was a line in the movie. Once, I had a sincere love before me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it bitterly. The most painful thing in the world is none other than this. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that girl. I love you. If I must add an expiration date to this love, I hope it would be 10,000 years. But how could life offer do-overs? He didn't want a second chance. He didn't want regrets later on. It was at this moment that Baichen Jiang profoundly understood the meaning of these words. When he first watched the movie, he found them somewhat amusing, but now, how could he possibly laugh? All right, I agree with you. The King of Hell responded solemnly. If this union could indeed prevent the war between the divine and demon realms, then it would count as his good deed, helping others while also helping himself. Who would have thought that one day, the King of Hell would become the matchmaker, bringing two people together? After leaving the underworld, Qing Lin followed the spiritual mark she left behind and discovered her enemy's whereabouts. Her next step was revenge. The one closest to her was the Chinese Taoist priest located on Zhongnan Mountain at the moment. Zhongnan Mountain was the birthplace of Tao culture where many practitioners lived in seclusion. Presumably, the old Taoist priest was also secluded there. Since it was winter, there were no tourists around. On the day Qing Lin arrived, snow began to fall. The snow initially fell lightly in white specks, but slowly grew heavier, falling like feathers drifting softly down. In no time, the ground was covered with a thin layer of cotton-like whiteness, and the tree branches seemed wrapped in a white veil, instantly transforming the entire world into a silver-dressed landscape. Stepping on the soft snow, Qing Lin could hear the crunching sound beneath her feet. Chapter 438, Revenge. However, Lin Qing had no mood to appreciate the beautiful snow scenery before her eyes. Her only goal at this moment was revenge. Following the direction of the spiritual mark, she turned 7 ways and 8 directions until she arrived at a very remote mountain slope in Zhongnan Mountain. Below a cliff, there was a flat area. This area was not small, covered by cliffs and huge surrounding trees, making it difficult to discover. On the flat ground stood 2 small wooden houses. The wooden houses were built with excellent pine wood and looked simple and ancient. Lin Qing detected that spiritual mark inside one of the small wooden houses. Apparently, the old Taoist priest named Zhang Wandao was inside. Before Lin Qing could speak, Zhang Wandao, who had been meditating in the house, sensed an overwhelming momentum. Accompanying this was a nerve-wracking mental pressure. Compared to his own mental awareness, it was like the difference between a stream and the ocean. He quickly stopped his cultivation and silently questioned, where on earth has this old monster appeared from? How can he have such a powerful mental awareness? In his worldview, he had reached the peak of the world. There weren't many people in this world stronger than him, let alone someone that could make him feel so fearful. If he could have obtained the flying sword and that legendary celestial technique when he was in Antarctica, perhaps his strength would be even stronger. Unfortunately, that little girl actually encountered a thunderstorm at exactly that time. Such a powerful lightning strike probably turned that young lady and the celestial technique into ashes. Truly a pity. A day after the thunderstorm ended, he returned to that icy island again. He found out that the flying sword was gone. He estimated that it had been picked up by someone else. And that little girl was struck by lightning without leaving even a corpse behind. He was relieved that he had fled quickly, otherwise, he might have lost his life as well. Of course, he didn't think that Lin Qing was still alive because the thunderstorm back then was truly terrifying. In his view, that young girl was roughly as strong as them, and even if she was slightly stronger, She wouldn't be able to survive through such a powerful thunderstorm. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. That was the legendary flying sword, which had disappeared just like that. He had just returned home from abroad for not too long, and unexpectedly met such a powerful figure again. Truly a bad year. However, no matter how deep his confusion was, he had to respectfully ask, I do not know which elder is present. I am Jiang Wandao, greetings. But Lin Qing did not care whether he showed any respect or not. Her goal was to kill him. She said coldly, Jiang Wandao, come out and die. Senior, I seem not to have offended you. Why are you doing this? Jiang Wandao questioned. He couldn't recall offending anyone so powerful. Usually, as a cultivator, they were especially adept at assessing situations and followed relatively simple principles. Might makes right. He dared not offend anyone stronger than himself. Humph. If there's no enmity, just come out and see who I am. Wouldn't that tell you if we have enmity or not? Lin Qing laughed coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wandao immediately felt the voice sounded familiar. Could it really be someone he knew? He pushed open the wooden door and walked out, spotting Lin Qing not far from the doorway. Surprised, he exclaimed, how could it be you? You didn't die? How is that possible? Humph. Am I not dead? Are you not disappointed? I came here today to take your life. Lin Qing's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty gleam. Although I attacked you once before, weren't you fine? Moreover, our attack along with others helped stimulate a further enhancement of your cultivation. I apologize, let us turn swords into plowshares, what do you say? Jiang Wandao quickly said. He knew he was no match for the young girl before him now. After all, she survived such a terrifying thunderstorm. Her power must have greatly increased. He could sense a powerful aura emanating from her. The wise know their times. I have been in society for many years and survived. My ability to be flexible is rather well trained. Oh, so according to you, I should thank you then. Lin Qing laughed wickedly. Dark storms brewed in her eyes, seemingly ready to drag the person in front of her into the depths of darkness anytime. Not dare, not dare. The top experts of China are but a few. I am one of them. We should not harm each other. Doing so would give other countries a chance to exploit. Jiang Wandao continued to persuade. In his opinion, as long as one understands the bigger picture, they should be convinced by his words. After all, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, and priority should be given to the greater good. Ho ho, I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. May I ask you then, my man was killed by you guys. How do you calculate that? Lin Qing laughed coldly. At this moment, the dark storm in her eyes seemed to be mixed with bloody red colors, creating an ominous feeling akin to the calm before the storm. Are you talking about that overly handsome man by your side? He was nothing but a weakling. His death doesn't matter. I can offer you some more handsome men as compensation, even gentler and more pleasing than him. What do you think? Jiang Wandao said in a fawning tone. In his mind, this woman was obsessed with male beauty. Thus, tempting her with it might resolve the issue. Ha ha ha, weakling? In my eyes, you are also a weakling. So does that mean I can treat you like an insignificant ant? Lin Qing laughed loudly. The storm in her eyes suddenly turned into a sharp blade that shot toward Jiang Wandao, accompanied by a spiritual attack. Jiang Wandao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, he surged with boundless anger, but this quickly faded, replaced by fear. He had thought the other person was powerful, but never expected them to be so powerful. A single attack of mental awareness nearly shattered his mind like a hammer blow. The sea of his spiritual consciousness was now like a place hit by a typhoon, leaving it broken and chaotic. He suffered severe injuries from this, and if he did not properly recuperate, he would likely never fully recover, because damage to one's spiritual consciousness was the hardest to cure. How could he compare to me? Jiang Wandao muttered under his breath. At this moment, he no longer dared to speak arrogantly. The seemingly cute young girl before him now appeared like a devilish being in his eyes, completely disregarding any normal logic or rules. He was preparing to flee, doing everything possible to delay and distract her attention. TSK, there is no comparison. How can someone like you, a worthless insect, compare with him? People like you are pests of the country, presuming to have some power and then becoming selfish. Moreover, you may turn traitor at any moment. You're polluting China's land just by being alive. You'd be better off as fertilizer for it. Lin Qing sneered coldly. In her view, this individual was definitely the type who would sell out the nation for personal gain. Jiang Wandao had already realized that the other party was not planning to let him go. Without hesitation, he hastily turned around and fled like a mad dog unleashed. Chapter 439, Jiang Wandao's Demise. Ho ho, you think you can escape? But it depends on whether I'll let you go, Lin Qing coldly laughed. As she spoke, the flying sword in her hand transformed into a streak of golden light and shot after Jiang Wandao's fleeing figure at lightning speed. No matter how fast a person could run, they couldn't possibly be faster than a flying sword. In an instant, Jiang Wandao was caught up with. The golden sword swiftly pierced through his body. Clutching his wound, he angrily looked at Lin Qing as she approached and said, "You devil, I've already apologized. What do you want from me to forgive me? Oh, there are still some celestial herbs in my little wooden house. I've placed restrictions on them so that only I can retrieve them. I'll give them all to you. Please let me live." "Humph, those things I will take, but your life is mine as well," Lin Qing coldly replied. With a flick of her finger, the sword moved under her command and lunged towards Jiang Wandao. In no time, he was riddled with wounds, his white Taoist robe splattered with blood, resembling blossoming plum flowers. "Ah, you're a devil poot." Jiang Wandao angrily spoke these words before collapsing to the ground. When he died, his eyes remained wide open, truly not closing in death. He was not ready to accept this fate, unwilling to die like this. Ho ho, this is what you call a devil. Soon, I will make you experience true hell. Lin Qing coldly laughed, looking at Zhang Wandao's corpse. As she spoke, she casually grabbed, and from Zhang Wandao's body emerged a transparent soul, which looked exactly like Zhang Wandao, undoubtedly his own spirit. How can you see my soul and catch me? This can't be possible. Zhang Wandao struggled fiercely in her grasp. Ho ho, there are many more unbelievable things about to happen to you. Lin Qing coldly laughed. Without hesitation, red lotus heat fire bloomed in her palm, its crimson flame burning brilliantly in her hands. Instantly, Zhang Wandao found himself in a sea of red fire. What place is this? Why is it so hot? It hurts so much. Zhang Wandao screamed in agony. However, no matter how much he shouted, Lin Qing ignored him, leaving him to sink deeper into endless pain until his soul was burned away. In his final moments, he often thought that where he was must be hell. How else could it be so excruciating, so tormenting? And as the rumors went, the red lotus fire was the karmic flame of hell, capable of burning away all souls. Looking around at the beautiful yet terrifying red lotus flowers blooming everywhere, he became even more convinced that this was indeed hell. Could it be that his many evil deeds had condemned him to this fate? Previously, he thought hell was merely a scare tactic, believing it did not exist, but now he realized it truly does. He used to be a very honest young Taoist priest. However, once he entered society, he gradually changed, becoming cunning. To gain higher powers, he betrayed his master, killed people to steal treasures, committing countless bad deeds. At first, his teacher thought him restless and lacking virtue, so he refused to teach him better cultivation methods. Out of hatred, he poisoned his unsuspecting senior disciple, obtained the cultivation techniques, and fled. Initially, he was a bit scared, but later he discovered that doing evil without being caught wouldn't have major consequences while his power continued to grow. As his strength increased, he earned fear and respect from others. Therefore, he never believed that evil would bring retribution. At the moment his soul finally disappeared, he believed it. It seems that retribution does come, just not immediately. A profound regret grew in his heart. Master, I was wrong. I always thought you treated me unfairly, but you were actually thoughtful. Unfortunately, however remorseful, it was too late. After all, in this world, there are no pills for regrets. Lin Qing watched Zhang Wandao's soul perish painfully in the red lotus heat fire. Without changing her expression, she burned his corpse completely, turning it into fertilizer for the earth before she departed. This time, her target was the werewolf. The mental mark showed he was currently in Russia. Then, she soared on her sword and flew towards Russia. Upon entering the Russian border, Lin Qing was detected by the Russian intelligence services. However, those people merely observed a flash of golden light whizzing past, considering it some unknown flying object entering their airspace. They then closely monitored this unknown flying object, but soon realized it had vanished. They thought perhaps it was a UFO incident. This event instantly became an unsolvable mystery. After all, around the world, there are occasional sightings of unidentified flying objects, and humans generally like to call these unexplainable events UFOs, thinking they might be signs of extraterrestrial life. As for the culprit behind this incident, Lin Qing was now making her way through a snowy landscape, heading toward the location of the werewolf. Since she had entered foreign territory, it was best to proceed with discretion to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The werewolf's location was deep within an extremely remote forest in Russia. Since it was winter, everything was blanketed in white. Due to Russia's northern position, the snowfall here was heavy, accumulating to over a foot high. Dozens of miles away from that forest, there was a tavern. After traveling for a day, Lin Qing decided to find a place to rest and grab something to eat. After such a long journey across difficult snowy terrain, combined with her high speed, she had expended quite a bit of energy. Although places like taverns weren't really her style, they were too noisy, she didn't have much choice at the moment. The tavern before her looked rather run down, its crooked sign barely hanging on. Noisy voices emanated from inside, indicating that there were still quite a few people there. I never would have guessed that such a secluded tavern could attract so many customers. Truly baffling, Lin Qing muttered to herself. When Lin Qing pushed open the door, a biting north wind swept in along with snowflakes, causing everyone inside the tavern to shiver slightly. The previously boisterous tavern fell silent as soon as the door opened. This sudden silence made the atmosphere incredibly eerie. Barkeep, bring some food and hot soup, Lin Qing said in English. Although her English pronunciation wasn't perfect, it was good enough for basic communication. Hey, look who we've got here, a pretty little Chinese girl. Do you even know where you are? A very muscular Russian man stepped forward, speaking in English as well. He knew if he spoke Russian, Lin Qing might not understand him, but since English was Russia's second language, most people could converse in it without issue. Chapter 440, The Real Bloody Mary. What place? Isn't it a tavern? Lin Qing asked lightly. Ha ha ha, tavern, indeed it's a tavern. So do you know what wine we are drinking? A man with very small eyes and an extremely vulgar appearance laughed loudly. How would I know what wine you're drinking? It's not like I'm the roundworm in your stomach. Lin Qing rolled her eyes and said, Ho ho, aren't you afraid of us? The bulky man smirked evilly at the corner of his mouth. Oh, what is there to fear from you? Lin Qing still spoke indifferently. Lin Qing's calm voice made the other side burst into laughter. The burly man turned his head toward the vulgar man and said, Hey, Pete, this girl isn't even scared of us. Tell her, what's the name of the wine we drink? The wine we drink is truly Bloody Mary. The vulgar man revealed a set of pearly white teeth and laughed. This smile made him look all the more vulgar. Bloody Mary, Lin Qing knew, is the name of a cocktail. This cocktail is made by mixing vodka, tomato juice, lemon slices, and celery root. The bright red tomato juice looks much like blood, hence the name. Bloody Mary is also the name of a ghost spirit derived from a legend. This drink was very popular in underground bars, known as the tomato juice that never gets you drunk. Bloody Mary refers to Queen Mary I of England in the mid-16th century. She was cruel and killed many Protestants to revive Catholicism, thus earning this nickname. The cocktail has a bloody red color, reminding people of the massacres back then, hence its name. The real Bloody Mary. Could it be that they were drinking actual blood? Lin Xing looked at their table and saw that it was full of tall wine glasses containing a red liquid that exuded a bloody odor, obviously actual blood. Since they drank blood, it was clear that the people in front of her were no good people, but some dregs hidden in the dark corners of society. And those men, upon seeing the Chinese beauty right before them, didn't see the expression of panic they expected. They believed she hadn't understood their words. The vulgar man continued, saying, "Didn't get it, did you, little beauty? Let me be frank with you. We're drinking real human blood. My favorite type is the blood of girls like you because your blood is really delicious." As he spoke these words, the vulgar man couldn't help but take a sip of the blood in his glass, and then looked at Lin Xing as if inspecting a piece of merchandise. Lin Xing used her divine sense to probe the tavern and found that below the tavern was a basement. Inside the basement were 2 rooms. One room held 2 Russian beauties, and the other contained various human organs preserved in glass containers. After just a glance, Lin Xing generally figured out what these people in front of her were doing. Trafficking women and children, as well as dealing in organs. Trafficking women and children and trading organs existed in the dark corners of many countries. Sometimes such news broke in China as well, and Lin Xing hadn't expected to come across something like this today. Now that she had encountered it, she couldn't let it go. Although she wasn't someone overly sentimental, always upholding justice, she detested and found revolting what she witnessed most. Furthermore, these people intended harm against her. When you think about it, for a tavern to appear in such a barren, remote area, far away from the crowd, was indeed somewhat illogical unless it was engaging in some shady business. Huh? Want to drink my blood? I'm afraid you don't have the life to. Lin Xing grinned wickedly. Hey, did you hear that, Pete? You got mocked by a frail little girl. A burly-faced man teased. Bitch, asking for death. Then I'll show you what it feels like to face your master, Pete. The vulgar man walked toward Lin Xing with an evil laugh. In his mind, a woman as exquisite as the beauty in front of him could fetch a high price when sold in the dark world. He seemed to see countless banknotes rushing toward him. Before his sly smile even faded from his face, a streak of golden light flashed, and the vulgar man's head dropped off his body. Seeing this scene, the people inside the tavern fell into chaos. All of them were skilled fighters, especially Pete, whose abilities ranked among the top among them. Yet none of them had seen the petite beauty make a move. All they saw was a streak of gold flashing before Pete's head was severed. How bizarre and terrifying a sight. Even people involved in black market dealings felt chilled to the bone. Who exactly are you? The bulky man involuntarily took a few steps backward. Lin Xing didn't answer his question, instead speaking coldly. Humph, I've dirted my sword. You, it truly is you. Oh no, my lord, please forgive us. We were just joking with you and didn't expect you to take it seriously. Huh? The burly man laughed nervously. Oh, aren't you going to avenge your companions? Lin Xing sneered evilly. No, Peter dared to offend your excellency. He deserved to die. The burly man quickly interjected. Oh, but I don't intend to let you go either, because you make me feel sick. Lin Xing's eyes glinted with a bloody glow. In just a few seconds, the tavern was filled with corpses, all of them decapitated, lying haphazardly on the floor. Lin Xing didn't linger, heading straight for the basement. Although it was locked, such a minor obstacle couldn't stop her. In no time, she reached the room where the 2 Russian girls were imprisoned. She could sense that the moment they heard footsteps, their bodies began trembling violently, clearly terrified. With a swipe of her hand across the thick iron chain, it snapped instantly into 2. Pushing open the door, she saw the 2 girls crouched in a corner. From their expressions, it was clear they were in deep despair. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. All those bad people outside are dead. Lin Xing spoke gently. For the 2 girls before her, this soft voice was nothing short of celestial music. What? Are you saying we're saved? Oh my God. Are you an angel sent by God? The girl with brown hair showed an expression of surprise and joy. In her eyes, this beautiful savior standing before them was like an angel. All right, both of you should go home now, and I'll leave as well. Lin Xing said indifferently. Savior, can you escort us home? My home isn't far from here, and I haven't repaid you for saving my life yet. The brown-haired girl asked with captivating large eyes. You don't need to repay me. Now, both of you can leave. Lin Xing didn't want to waste too much time on irrelevant matters. But we don't know the way home. The brown-haired girl opened her mouth timidly yet helplessly. Chapter 441, The Death of Werewolf David. Lin Xing, observing the state of the 2 girls in front of her, reluctantly agreed to send them back. After all, this was a remote wilderness, and it was snowing heavily. Getting lost would be far too easy. Since she had already saved them, she might as well see the rescue through to its conclusion. Otherwise, if something happened to them on their way back and they ended up dying in the snow, then her rescue efforts would have been for nothing. Based on the direction provided by the 2, Lin Xing used her spiritual awareness to quickly find their home and delivered them safely. Of course, while escorting the 2 girls back, she employed the divine travel technique, which was even faster than a galloping horse. Oh my God, you're not an angel, you're actually Superman. The brown-haired girl exclaimed with wide eyes as she watched the barren trees beside the road zoom backward in rapid succession. Of course, Lin did not offer any further explanation regarding the girl's bewilderment. The home of the brown-haired girl was located in a village near this snowy forest. Her family warmly welcomed Lin with expressions of gratitude. The brown-haired girl's family had prepared a large amount of food, but Lin still ate it all. The brown-haired girl couldn't help but marvel as she saw Lin flat stomach consume an amount of food equivalent to 6 people's share. She thought inwardly, no wonder she's a superhero. Even her appetite is different from an ordinary person's. For her, this experience could become one of the deepest memories etched into her heart. After leaving the brown-haired girl's house, Lin walked deeper into the snowy forest. She could sense that the werewolf's location was deep within the snowy forest. And just moments ago, she felt the werewolf move. He seemed to be running at an extremely fast speed. Did he detect me? Lin mused silently. With that, she ran swiftly across the snow like a gust of wind, leaving no trace on the fluffy white ground. This was truly the skill known as leaving no mark when stepping on snow. Though the werewolf was moving incredibly fast, how could he possibly match the speed of Lin who possessed a golden dance stage cultivation? It wasn't long before Lin caught up with the werewolf. At this point, the werewolf had transformed his form and was chasing a leopard that had come out to forage for food. It was clear that the werewolf had shifted forms in order to eat better. Just as the snow leopard was about to meet its demise under the wolf's jaws, Lin arrived right on time. We meet again. Lin voice resonated with an icy menace, akin to coming straight from the depths of hell. Even the snow leopard, chilled by the atmosphere of such coldness, instinctively shivered. It's you? You're not dead? David asked in surprise. At that moment, he stopped attacking the snow leopard and instead tensed his muscles, bracing himself cautiously. He clearly remembered that the little girl before him was extraordinarily powerful, capable of holding off both him and 3 other top-tier world warriors. As for the snow leopard, upon noticing that the great wolf was no longer focused on pursuing it, it instantly transformed into a streak of light and fled in a flash. You think I would die while my enemies are still alive? Not likely, Lin replied with a cold laugh. Although your strength is impressive, killing us won't be so easy. David tightened his fists, appearing eager to try his hand against her. Strictly speaking, he could be considered a battle maniac, or perhaps more accurately, a battle wolf, due to his dark race heritage. Beings of the dark race were always bloodthirsty and warlike, and although his lineage wasn't pure, he had inherited the talent for being fierce in combat. Chuckle, since you want to fight, I'll oblige you. And I won't take advantage of you either. I'll simply use your strongest form of attack, physical combat. Lin smirked coldly. Speaking, she activated the 4th layer of the phoenix refining body art, shape mimicking. Her entire body became radiant with golden light, and faintly behind her back, there was the silhouette of a phoenix. The magnificent and dazzling phoenix stood out gloriously amidst the white expanse of snow, radiating charm in every direction. What is this thing? David asked in horror. From Lin David could feel an overwhelming force of bloodline pressure. This power made him involuntarily want to kneel and bow down. As he wasn't Chinese, he naturally wouldn't recognize the divine beast Feng Huang from Chinese mythology. Although the dark races were very powerful, they still paled in comparison to the phoenix, one of the divine beasts. Not recognizing a phoenix makes you a fool, Lin mocked. Upon hearing the insult, David strained with all his might to resist the pressure. His body began to swell, his muscles expanding significantly, looking as if they were inflated balloons. This showed that he was putting forth full effort right from the start, not daring to underestimate Lin As he attacked her like a savage beast with claws extended wide, Lin immediately transformed into a streak of golden light and charged head-on toward him. If there were someone here, they would surely see a streak of golden light flash by, and when Lin reappeared, she was already behind David. David remained motionless, having only managed to utter a single word before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The bleeding from his mouth wouldn't stop. With a thud, David's body immediately collapsed into the snow, silent. Due to the heavy snow, his body was quickly covered, with only a bit of clothing faintly visible. If someone could look inside David's body, they would absolutely see that his internal organs had been crushed into mush. Lin previous strike had pierced through David's thick flesh, directly injuring his internal organs. Looking at the corpse, Lin showed no emotion. She flicked a spark onto David's body, instantly igniting it with a fiery red flame. Even in the snow, the flame grew larger and larger, as if the snow wasn't snow but gasoline instead. Soon, David's corpse was completely burned to ashes, and Lin leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of gold and disappearing. Her next target was Edward, the vampire. Though originally in Russia, Lin appeared several hours later in an ancient castle in England. Her spiritual awareness clearly indicated that the nauseating vampire named Edward was right here. The sunset enveloped the vast forest, penetrating this lush greenery and passing through dense branches revealed a towering ancient castle, encircled by countless brambles and roses. The castle looked extremely old, its tall gray walls covered with dark green vines so numerous they almost surrounded all the windows, some even snaked inside, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The surrounding trees were tall and large. Soon after the sun set, the ancient castle became pitch black, the newly risen moon casting a cold glow, and stars were scarce. The garden outside the castle had long since withered, and the wind, like a ghost, whistled through the stairwells, emitting a mournful woo-woo sound. Chapter 442. Edward, the Blood Prince. The moment Lin Qing stepped into the castle, an extremely handsome vampire appeared. Beautiful lady, who are you looking for? Could it be me? My name is Alan, and may I ask for yours? The vampire grinned. His beautiful blue eyes were as mesmerizing as sapphires submerged in water, shining with allure. His lips curled up slightly at the corners, creating a perfect blend of innocence and seduction, while his thin lips hinted at an aloof nature. From the beautiful Chinese woman before him, he sensed a pleasant aroma. He knew her blood must taste absolutely exquisite, and he almost couldn't resist biting her right away. Lin Qing hadn't expected that a foreign vampire could be so stunning. No wonder it was so easy for vampires to charm women. It truly was alluring. Unfortunately for him, she wasn't the type to be easily bewitched by beauty. Of course, Jiang Beichen was an exception. And compared to Jiang Beichen, this vampire's charm still fell short. Sorry, I'm not here for you. I'm looking for someone named Edward, Lin Qing replied coolly. What? You're looking for Edward? Alan exclaimed, surprised. Yes, is there a problem with that? Lin Qing's lips tilted upward slightly, hinting at her mischief. She guessed that Edward held a relatively high position among vampires. To be more precise, Edward belonged to the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan is commonly known as vampires, though this term is actually derogatory, originating from the early Christian church as a way to belittle their race. Pure blood members of the Blood Clan are all born from the blood pool, which contains an unknown, blood-red liquid. Every year on the 7th full moon night, an unpredictable number of new Blood Clan members are born. This day marks the most significant festival for the Blood Clan. When the Blood Clan first appears, they form as a mist-like cloud above the blood pool. After 3 months above the pool, they transform into human shape. This stage is referred to as the nascent phase of the Blood Clan. The hierarchy of the Blood Clan is entirely determined by their capabilities. Generally speaking, there are 6 ranks within the Blood Clan, ranked from bottom to top as Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, and Prince. Clearly, considering the current state of this planet, someone like Edward would belong to the Prince rank. As far as she knew, the hierarchical distinctions within the Blood Clan were strictly defined. You're looking for him? What's so special about him? Why not go for someone young like me who knows how to make you happier? Alan smirked devilishly. Lin Qing had expected the mention of Edward's name to intimidate him, but instead, he responded with such arrogance. Clearly, this handsome youth also held an important position. I'm visiting him for a reason, something only he can accomplish, which you certainly can't replace. Lin Qing said, tilting her lips higher. Oh, what exactly can I not replace? Alan asked irritably. Certainly something like dying. Suddenly, Lin Qing's eyes shot a chilling light, startling Alan and making him take several steps backward. You're here to kill Edward? He's incredibly strong. You're no match for him. Alan exclaimed in shock. And how do you know that I'm no match for him? Lin Qing retorted coldly. Because I do. He's Prince Edward, a prince. That means he's the strongest being in our Blood Clan. Alan declared solemnly. Although he too was part of the Blood Clan, he had always been in conflict with Edward. He had long suffered under Edward's oppression and was trying every possible way to replace him. Though he looked youthful, Alan was already hundreds of years old. Due to his powerful talent, he attained the rank of Duke at such a young age. Of course I know. Just the other day, I fought him, but unfortunately, we didn't finish. Thanks to your earlier warning, I'll let you off when I deal with him later. You can leave now, Lin Qing said coldly. Hearing these words, Alan was even more astonished. Not long ago, after Edward returned from outside wounded, he retreated deep into slumber inside a coffin. At that time, Alan was perplexed as to who could possibly have harmed Edward. Now, it turned out that the answer was this deceptively delicate-looking young woman standing before him, whose strength was evidently immense. Perhaps today would be the opportunity for Alan himself to seize control of the Blood Clan. Then let me guide you to Edward. Alan offered enthusiastically. It's unnecessary. I already know where he is. With that, Lin Qing ignored him and proceeded ahead. After taking several twists and turns, she arrived at a rather concealed room inside the castle. The entrance was a stone door, clearly designed to avoid disturbances. There were likely mechanisms set up at the entrance as well. Lin Qing slammed her palm onto the stone door. With a loud boom, the stone door shattered instantly, its fragments scattering violently around her. Lin Qing quickly dodged, and with the stone blocks emerged an extremely handsome vampire. How come all vampires are so handsome? Lin Qing helplessly complained in her heart. Who are you? How dare you disturb my lord's rest? The vampire coldly said. As he spoke, his sharp claws attacked Lin Qing. Clearly, this person was Edward's guardian. After all, blood nobles of prince level usually have guardians. However, generally these guardians don't serve much purpose since their strength can't compare to that of a prince. They only play a significant role when the prince is injured or under enemy attack. Humph, the one who intends to take his life, Lin Qing said coldly. A sword immediately appeared in her hand as she slashed towards the other's claws. She was quite helpless about how these blood races always like to use their claws to grab people. Humph, if he dared to extend his claws, then she would sever them. A flash of golden light passed, and a pair of claws was cut off. Error. The piercing scream made Lin Qing even more repulsed. She swung her sword towards the head of the blood race guardian, and the howling stopped as the body fell down. At this moment, Edward sat up from the coffin. He coldly glanced at the blood race guardian, whose death did not cause even a flicker of emotion in him. Truly a cold-blooded race. However, upon seeing Lin Qing, Edward showed a look of surprise. How is it you? Huh, why do your expressions all look alike? Why shouldn't it be me? Lin Qing coldly laughed. Who else has said something like this? Edward asked while stepping out of the coffin. It's obviously those who attacked me together with you. But now, they've already perished completely, Lin Qing coldly responded. What? Unbelievable shock flashed in Edward's eyes. Don't worry, you will meet the same end as them. Those who attacked me and my man in the Antarctic, I will let none of them go. Lin Qing's voice was filled with frost. Chapter 443. Clues to the entrance of the immortal realm. After hearing the other person's words, Edward turned and ran, quickly spreading his gray wings and flying into the sky above the ancient castle in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a fiery red light resembling a lotus rapidly shot into Edward's body. An incredibly pitiful scream echoed out, immediately scaring away many nocturnal birds that were resting near the castle. Edward's body seemed like kindling. The small lotus-like flame, upon meeting Edward's body, began to burn ferociously. With a bang, his body fell from the air. He rolled on the ground trying to extinguish the flames, but within a few seconds, his limbs had already burned completely. He watched helplessly as his body was gradually devoured by the fiercely burning flames, accompanied by excruciating pain. Even as a member of the bloodline, with an extremely high tolerance for pain, under the burning of this fire, he couldn't help but let out piercing screams until his death. From a corner of the ancient castle, Alan secretly observed everything happening here. Seeing this scene, beads of cold sweat involuntarily formed on his forehead. Evidently, he was startled by his previous actions and developed a sense of fear afterward. He was glad he didn't attack the Chinese beauty before him. He thought that someone daring enough to seek revenge on Edward would be strong, but he never imagined just how powerful. In just one encounter, Edward turned into ashes. He sensed immense danger from that flame, as if it were their bloodline's natural nemesis. Alan took a deep look at the girl before him, engraving her features firmly in his mind, categorizing her as one of the few people in the world who should not be offended. After killing Edward, Lin Qing didn't linger. She felt that some of the dark force experts who fought against Jiang Family were located in the UK. For those individuals, she quietly headed toward them, unknowingly wiping them all out. By the time the dark forces in the UK stirred and sought to find the true culprit, Lin Qing had already quietly arrived in the US. Because America's technology was extremely advanced, there were many high-tech combat weapons, so the Vatican could only retreat to a secluded area and lead a covert existence. After all, they didn't want to attract the attention of the American authorities. The Vatican was originally established in Italy, but after the great battle with the werewolves, they started to go into hiding. After considering various locations, they chose to settle in the superpower United States. The United States was a country with highly developed freedom, despite possessing the strongest technological capabilities. It is said that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Ultimately, ES brought a small group of core personnel to live in the US, while the other members of the Vatican were scattered across different regions, only being called upon during special circumstances. In an ancient courtyard, Lin Qing had just arrived when she heard a voice. You've come. A white-bearded old man walked out of the main house. Clearly, this was ES. How did you discover me? Lin Qing asked in surprise. In addition to being a light series energy user, I am also a spiritual energy user. In fact, I've known you were coming for quite a while. I can feel the mental mark you placed inside my body, and I know your spirit power is very strong. I am no match for you. ES replied helplessly. So are you preparing to surrender without a fight? Lin Qing smirked. No, I'm planning to make a deal with you. ES said with a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Oh, a deal? Tell me more. Lin Qing said dismissively. In her view, there wasn't much in this world left that interested her anymore. Even if there was, she wouldn't spare his life just to obtain it. After all, he was one of the murderers of Jiang Family. I know of an entrance in this world that leads to another dimension, a world that your Chinese people refer to as the immortal realm. ES revealed, smiling. He knew the person before him would absolutely be interested in this information. After all, the allure of becoming immortal is enormous for every powerful individual on this planet. What? Are you saying, the immortal realm? Lin Qing revealed a surprised expression. It truly felt like searching everywhere and finding what you need delivered right to you. She was worried about how to find the entrance to the immortal realm, but unexpectedly, now there was a clue. It really felt like wanting to sleep and having someone hand you a pillow. Yes. ES nodded. How do you know the place you mentioned is the immortal realm? Lin Qing quickly regained her composure and questioned doubtfully. Previously, she had called some top-notch martial artists in China, and none of them had even heard of the immortal realm. Yet, this foreigner knew of such a place, which was incredible. If not for the impossibility of the person before her meeting Yama, she would have suspected collusion between them. I learned of it from an ancient text over 1,000 years old. One of our church's predecessors once wrote in his autobiography that one day, while he was walking by the seawater suddenly began to churn violently, as if a tsunami were about to occur. Not long after, a vortex appeared far out in the sea, and figures emerged from it. Judging by their appearance, they should have been Chinese. And those people possessed great power. They could fly on swords, clearly Eastern cultivators. Of course, only I would collect such ancient texts, ES spoke. Where's that place? Lin Qing asked next. You haven't told me yet whether you're actually going to make this deal or not, ES said calmly. If what you say is true, I can spare you. Lin Qing clenched her fists and, after some deep thought, responded. Though vengeance was important, the most pressing matter at hand was reviving Jiang Family. If she could bring him back to life, then she could set aside their grudge, wiping the debt clean. I trust you're a person of your word, little friend. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I wouldn't leave you alone, Es said with a serious expression. Rest assured, I do keep my promises. Please proceed, Lin Qing solemnly replied. Of course, sparing him wasn't because she feared his threats. Ghosts? She didn't fear them at all. It's just that she followed her principles no matter what. One must conduct themselves with certain moral boundaries. Once they abandon those boundaries, it's easy to fall into an endless abyss. The location recorded in the books is beneath the sea to the west of the United States. The exact location is unclear, but I believe the elder mentioned what is now known as the Hawaiian coast. Es spoke up. Fine, I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Lin Qing turned around and left immediately after saying this. As soon as she left, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Es and respectfully said to him, She's just a girl. Why should we fear her when His Majesty is so powerful? Chapter 444, Danger Beneath the Sea. Hee. George, you've underestimated your opponent. I'm not a match for her right now, said AIC with a grave look in his eyes. He could feel how powerful her mental strength was, making his seem like a small river compared to an ocean. When they first met, he hadn't sensed such an overwhelming and potent mental force from her. Why had she become so powerful this time? AIC looked deep in thought. Could it be, as Zhang Wandao had said, that the little girl had survived the thunder tribulation, significantly enhancing her powers? But this improvement seemed too apparent, didn't it? What he didn't realize was that he was able to clearly sense her mental energy, because he had been imprinted with a spiritual mark. Otherwise, with Lin Qing's current strength, hiding her awareness and cultivation would have posed no difficulty. What? That little girl is so powerful. But Your Holiness, there was no need to reveal such a critical secret. You could have offered something else in exchange. George exclaimed in surprise. Hee. Among the world's most formidable supreme masters, few things can attract her interest. Even if there were, there's no guarantee she'd give up on the idea of killing me just for them. After all, I owe her my life. Just now, I felt her determination to kill me. That's why I decided to tell her this secret. I believe that no powerful person in this world can resist such temptation. And according to ancient texts, traveling to another world is almost certain death, even for experts at the Earth Immortal level. AIC smiled faintly. In his view, Lin Qing's strength should have reached the Earth Immortal realm. As recorded in ancient books, more than 1,000 years ago, there were still some high-level Earth Immortal experts around, but none of them managed to enter the space portal before encountering danger in the depths of the sea and meeting their demise. The ancestor who wrote the book had once known a friend who ventured deep into the ocean and escaped back alive. This person remained tight-lipped about what had happened in the deep ocean, only revealing a terrified expression when mentioning it. They merely stated that it was far too dangerous, warning against going there. If not for having escape skills, they might have perished underwater as well. Even though they did manage to escape, they ended up disabled and their cultivation greatly diminished. And yet this person was an Earth Immortal level expert who considered it perilous. Clearly, going to another world meant facing almost certain death. I understand what you mean, Holy Father. This is a case of using someone else's blade to kill, highlighting the temptation without revealing the dangers. If she goes, she'll most likely perish under the sea. Even if she survives, her strength will likely be greatly reduced, leaving her no longer a match for you. George brightened as he said this. Hee. Even if I warned her of the dangers, I doubt she'd abandon the plan. She might even think I'm questioning her abilities. So why bother being good-natured? AIC smiled lightly, though not acknowledging George's implication, nor denying it. After all, nobody wanted there to exist someone stronger than themselves who also wanted to kill them. After Lin Qing left, she traveled to several countries sequentially, eliminating all the strong opponents who were after Jiang Beichen, before finally returning to China. Of course, her reason for returning to China was clear. She intended to inform them of matters and visit Grandpa Jiang. Since she was about to venture into the celestial domain, she didn't know when she would return. Her sole concern in this world were her 2 disciples and Grandpa Jiang. Upon returning home to Zhongzhou, everyone was gathered enjoying hot pot. Little Jean, Little Lin, and the Kylan Sable were sensitive enough to feel Lin Qing's presence, rushing towards the yard. Hey, Little Jean and Little Lin, where are you running off to? It's snowing outside, and it's cold. Zhou Linger called out. Arg, the master has returned. How could you not notice? You're so clueless. Little Lin cast Zhou Linger a disdainful glance as she said this. Zhou Linger felt quite helpless. Once again, she was dismissed unnecessarily. Saying this, Little Lin began pawing at the door, behaving remarkably like a silly dog. Ha, Little Lin, you really remind me of a silly dog. Zhou Linger mocked while pointing at him. Oh, you're the silly dog. Your whole family are silly dogs. I'm a mighty, handsome silver wolf, humph. Little Lin again gave Zhou Linger a scolding glare filled with both anger and disdain. Just at that moment, Little Jean had leapt onto the doorknob, opening the wooden door indoors. Through the glass door outside, Zhou Linger caught sight of Lin Qing. Master, you've returned. I wondered why these little ones were so agitated. Zhou Linger laughed as she spoke. Having hot pot? Lin Qing asked as she stepped inside the door. Yeah, master. It's cold, so hot pot is the best. Mom, prepare some more ingredients for master. Zhou Linger smiled faintly. Sure, prepare plenty. I'm hungry too, agreed Lin Qing. By the way, master, why are you back now? Li Chengfeng followed up with his question. I am back this time to inform you all of some matters. This time, I estimate I'll be here for a few days. After these few days, I may leave for a very long time, possibly even a few years, Lin Qing said helplessly. As soon as her words were spoken, it caused a great commotion in the living room. At this moment, there were no outsiders in the living room. Only Li Chengfeng and his father, Wei Jie, mother and daughter Zhou Linger, and the 3 adorable pets. Master, where are you going? Zhou Ling'er furrowed her brows deeply. I'm leaving this planet to go to other worlds, Lin Qing explained. What? Master, do you mean outer space? Li Chengfeng also asked in surprise. Not exactly, but it's somewhat similar. I'm going to the celestial domain, a world of cultivation, Lin Qing said again. What? Master, are you abandoning us? Zhou Ling'er pouted, looking pitifully at Lin Qing. I'm not abandoning you. I have important matters to attend to, but I will return, Lin Qing clarified. Then master, can we go with you? We haven't been to other worlds yet. Zhou Ling'er continued. Li Chengfeng also stared earnestly at Lin Qing, expressing his wish to join. No, the journey is too dangerous, and your powers aren't sufficient. I fear I won't be able to protect you both. Once you've improved your abilities in the future, I'll take you along. So while I'm gone, make sure you practice diligently and don't slack off, Lin Qing emphasized seriously. All right, master, both replied together. Oh yes, master, what about the items from the Red Lotus auction house? Zhou Ling'er suddenly remembered and hurriedly reminded. Don't worry, in a few days, I'll pass these things on to you. Additionally, I'll provide you with the elixirs needed for your cultivation. Just as Lin Qing was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat, the Kylan sable suddenly jumped onto her body. Chapter 445. Is Xiaoyin a pervert? Oh, the master has returned, and you didn't notice at all. You're such an idiot. Xiaoyin gave Zhou Ling'er a disdainful look and said. Zhou Ling'er was utterly helpless. She was inexplicably despised again. Then Xiaoyin started scratching at the door, and at that moment, his actions resembled those of a second-rate husky. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyin, your behavior really resembles a second-rate husky. Zhou Ling'er pointed at Xiaoyin and mocked him. Ow. You're the second-rate husky. Your whole family is full of second-rate huskies. I am the mighty, majestic silver wolf, HMPF. Xiaoyin once again shot Zhou Ling'er a look filled with anger and disdain. Just at that time, Xiaojin had already jumped onto the doorknob and opened the wooden door inside. Through the glass door outside, Zhou Ling'er immediately saw Lin Qing. Master, you've returned. Now I understand why these little guys are so excited, Zhou Ling'er said with a smile. Eating hot pot? Lin Qing asked while walking through the door. Yes, master, it's cold outside, and nothing beats hot pot. Mom, prepare some more ingredients for the master, Zhou Ling'er said with a slight smile. Prepare more, I'm hungry too. By the way, master, why did you return now? Li Chengfeng continued to ask. I came back this time because I have something to tell you. This time, I'll stay for a few days. After a few days, I might leave for a very long time, possibly several years, Lin Qing said helplessly. As soon as her words fell, it immediately caused quite a stir in the living room. At that moment, there were no outsiders in the living room. There were only Li Chengfeng and his father, Wei Jia, Zhou Ling'er and her mother, and 3 adorable pets. Master, where are you going? Zhou Ling'er furrowed her brows deeply. I have to leave this planet and go to other worlds, Lin Qing said. What? Are you planning to travel into outer space, master? Li Chengfeng also asked, surprised. No, but it's similar. I am heading to the immortal domain, a world for cultivators, Lin Qing explained. What? Master, aren't you leaving us? Zhou Ling'er pouted and looked pitifully at Lin Qing. I'm not leaving you behind. I have important matters to handle. I will come back, Lin Qing clarified. Then, can we go with you, master? We haven't been to other worlds yet, Zhou Ling'er added. Li Chengfeng also looked at Lin Qing with eager eyes, indicating that he wanted to go as well. No, the journey ahead is too dangerous. Your current strength isn't enough, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you all. When you become stronger in the future, I will take you there. So, when I'm gone, make sure to cultivate diligently without slacking off, Lin Qing emphasized solemnly. All right, master. Both responded in unison. All right, master. What about the items auctioned at the Red Lotus auction house? Zhou Ling'er quickly reminded him. Don't worry, I will teach you how to deal with these items over the next few days. Additionally, I will provide you with pills for your cultivation. Just as Lin Qing was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat, the Kirin ferret suddenly jumped onto Lin Qing's body. SSSSSSS. Master, you're a liar. The Kirin ferret looked at Lin Qing with accusing eyes. What's wrong, little Kirin? Lin Qing looked at the Kirin ferret. SSSSSSS. You promised me daily poisons, but I haven't eaten them many times. Although the other foods are also delicious, I want to eat poisons. All right, I'll let them arrange some poisons for you from now on, Lin Qing replied helplessly. As the owner of an adorable pet, one should always indulge their pet's reasonable demands. Master, what is this snow ferret saying? You named it Kirin? Isn't that funny? How could it possibly be the magnificent divine beast Kirin? Zhou Ling'er laughed. As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly felt the tiny eyes of the snow ferret glaring at her coldly. This snow ferret told me that it wants to eat poisons every day, like venomous snakes, centipedes, poisonous spiders, or even herbal poisons. Teaching this ferret to eat is your responsibility, yours and Li Chengfeng's. Also, I called it Kirin because it carries Kirin bloodline within its body, Lin Qing said with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. What? A snow ferret carrying the Kirin bloodline? Oh my god, does that mean ancient divine beasts like the Kirin actually existed? Zhou Ling'er widened her eyes in shock. Of course they did exist, Lin Qing asserted firmly. After all, dragons and phoenixes existed, and it was normal for the Kirin to exist too, even though she hadn't seen one personally, but records of these divine beasts still existed in the cultivation realm. My goodness, is this world turning fantastical? Zhou Ling'er said, her gaze vacant. If you've already started cultivating immortality, wasn't that fantastical enough? Li Chengfeng joked. The thought of a massive Kirin becoming a pair with such an adorably small snow ferret and producing a Kirin ferret makes me feel chilled all over, Zhou Ling'er said. her eyes emitting an evil glint. Lin Xing clearly understood what Zhou Linger was implying, and she sighed in exasperation. Where are you going with this? The Kirin and the snow ferret can transform into human form once they reach a certain level of cultivation. Master, do you mean that like Xiaojin and Xiaoyin, they could also transform into human form if they cultivate to a certain level? Zhou Linger asked, her eyes wide open. Of course, to transform into human form, they need to cultivate to the divine beast level. To speak human language, they need to reach the sacred beast level. Lin Xing nodded. Master, is Xiaoyin male or female? Zhou Linger continued to ask. It should be male. After some consideration, Lin Xing replied. Indeed, she hadn't really paid attention to Xiaoyin's gender, but from various behaviors of the creature, it seemed to be male. What? Xiaoyin, you pervert. How dare you sneak peek me bathing? I didn't know you could transform before, so I didn't mind it then. But now I know, and I think it must have been deliberate. HMPF. Pervert. Zhou Linger glared angrily at Xiaoyin. Ow. It wasn't on purpose, and there's really nothing worth seeing. Xiaoyin helplessly responded. Master, what did it say? Zhou Linger asked. It said it wasn't intentional. Of course, Lin Xing didn't reveal the rest of the sentence. Otherwise, considering Zhou Linger's temper, Xiaoyin would definitely get beaten up. So it was on purpose. Xiaoyin, you're asking for it. Zhou Linger shouted as she attacked Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin panicked and fled wildly around the room. Given Zhou Linger's current strength, he could only fight her to a draw. However, since she was his master's disciple, he didn't dare to hurt her too much. Otherwise, the items in the room would be destroyed. All he could do was rely on his agility to evade. Watching this warm scene before her, Lin Xing couldn't help but think of Jiang Beiqin. She quietly reassured herself. Don't worry, Bei, I will surely bring you back to life. Just wait for me. Chapter 446, A Coincidental Encounter with the Movie Emperor. Over the next 3 days, Lin Xing spent all her time in the house except for meals. She was refining medicinal pills and magical artifacts. The medicinal pills included qi supplementing pills, primordial qi pills, renewing complexion pills, spirit gathering pills, and detoxifying pills. The magical artifacts were mainly prepared for auction at the Red Lotus Auction House. These artifacts would be enough for the Red Lotus Auction House to use for 3 to 5 years. After teaching Zhou Linger and Li Chengfeng everything about these items, she then reminded them to practice diligently before preparing to leave Zhongzhou City for the capital. Master, if you go, what will happen to your studies? Zhou Linger asked. You can first help me arrange for a leave of absence. Anyway, it doesn't really matter to me whether I continue studying or not. After finishing her words, Lin Xing left. This time she did not casually fly on her sword again, because this time she was heading to the capital. As the capital of China, the airspace defense around it is extremely strict. Furthermore, the capital housed some of China's top experts, such as one of the nation's pillars, Long Aotan. If she were to ride her sword into the capital, these experts would definitely sense her presence. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she decided to take a flight instead. As soon as she boarded the plane, she began closing her eyes to rest and consolidate her cultivation powers. Since advancing to the Golden Core stage, she had been busy with various matters and never had the chance to properly consolidate her cultivation base. Now there was some time and no disturbance on the airplane. She figured she might as well meditate while waiting. Just as she entered a meditative state, her spirit senses picked up the arrival of someone sitting beside her. The person glanced at her for a moment, then picked up a book and started reading. She didn't pay attention to the person beside her anymore and focused on channeling her techniques. What she didn't know was that the person sitting next to her was Liang Sheng, one of the most handsome actors in China with both looks and acting talent. However, even if she saw his face, she wouldn't have recognized him because she paid little attention to the entertainment circle. Liang Sheng wore sunglasses and a hat. When he took his seat, he was shocked by the stunning beauty of the girl sitting next to him. In the entertainment industry, he had met quite a few beauties, but none of them had given him such a visual impact as the girl sitting next to him. Not only was she incredibly beautiful, but her aura was also incomparably unique. Since they sat so close together, he could clearly see every pore on her face. Her skin was smooth and delicate like an unshelled egg, looking just like that of a newborn baby. Her perfectly shaped willow-like eyebrows required no makeup enhancement at all to present the best form. Her long, thick black lashes quivered slightly, creating a ripple of emotion within his heart. Her rosy lips, without any lipstick applied, surpassed the beauty of the world's finest and most luxurious lipsticks. They looked like a freshly plucked cherry in the morning, gleaming with moisture and inviting one to take a bite. Her straight nose and shiny, sleek black hair made her look flawless, truly a creation akin to an ethereal being. A face and demeanor like this were naturally suited for the entertainment circle. Speaking solely of appearance, it was enough to achieve instant fame. Thinking that the girl was asleep since her eyes were closed, Liang Sheng gazed at her for a while and then pretended to read a book, though his eyes unconsciously kept glancing towards the girl next to him. As a movie emperor, Liang Sheng was always busy. He had just finished shooting a drama and was exhausted. He originally planned to catch some sleep on the plane. However, after taking his seat, he lost all drowsiness, feeling unusually refreshed as if he had just woken up. They say beauty makes people feel pleasant and happy, but who says it can alleviate fatigue? Liang Sheng mused inwardly. So, while pretending to read a book, he secretly kept glancing at the girl beside him, liking her more and more. Being single for so long, he suddenly felt that this might be fate. Time passed slowly, and there were still no signs of the girl waking up. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng was contemplating how to approach her and get her contact information. Perhaps he wouldn't need too much effort to obtain her contact details. After all, with his face known by almost everyone in China, All he needed to do was take off his sunglasses, and he might easily win her favor. At that moment, the plane announced descent, and Lin Qing opened her eyes. Of course, she had sensed that the person next to her was watching her, but as there were no further actions from him, she simply ignored him and turned to read a book. Liang Sheng thought that when the girl saw him, she would display surprise. However, she treated him just like an ordinary person. Ah, that's right. He hadn't taken off his sunglasses yet, so perhaps she hadn't recognized him. Then, he removed his sunglasses and hat, but the girl next to him still didn't glance at him. She kept flipping through her book quickly, as if she wasn't paying much attention. Cough. Cough. Liang Sheng coughed twice. Lin Qing glanced at him for a second, and then turned back to her own book, as though the book was more fascinating than he was. However, she actually hadn't been reading that carefully. Could it be that the other party was using reverse psychology? But after a while, the plane began its descent, and the girl beside him still made no move. He had to speak up. Excuse me, miss, may I have your attention? Do we know each other? Lin Qing replied with a tinge of resignation, turning her head toward him. Why wouldn't he just stop? First, he disturbed her cultivation, and now her reading. Of course, she read at an extraordinary speed. She could devour 10 lines in one glance, and so the pages turned rapidly. This unusual behavior had led Liang Sheng to mistakenly think she wasn't focused on the book. I don't think we know each other. Let's start over. No, wait, you don't recognize me. Liang Sheng sounded astonished. She looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, an age where most people are crazy about TV dramas and movies. If she didn't know him, did that mean his fame wasn't as widespread as he'd imagined? Should I know you? Lin Qing said, somewhat speechless. If you don't, let me introduce myself. My name is Liang Sheng, and I'm an actor, he stated, feeling rather frustrated. Nice to meet you. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Clearly, she wasn't particularly interested in getting to know him, a reaction that made Liang Sheng feel deeply disheartened. Suddenly, Liang Sheng felt perhaps he'd been too arrogant, taking for granted that everyone knew him when, in fact, there were many who didn't. By the way, what's your name? You look quite stunning and would suit the entertainment circle well. I happen to have some connections in the industry, so I can assist you. Liang Sheng immediately felt somewhat pitiful. He realized that he now had to resort to bribes just to capture the attention of a girl. Chapter 447. No interest in entering the entertainment industry. Sorry, I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Entertainment industry? What's so great about entering the entertainment industry? It's busy work with no freedom, and you're constantly being followed by paparazzi. There's no privacy at all. She'd have to be insane to want to enter it. Of course, for Lin Qing, there was absolutely no attraction to joining the entertainment industry. After all, she didn't lack money, fame, or status, nor did she need to rely on the entertainment industry to make quick money. But for some ordinary people, it wasn't like that. Even some rich second-generation heirs like to get involved in show business. Given the current level of entertainment development, becoming a star in the entertainment industry is relatively easier for making money, which is why competition in this field is quite fierce. The words that Liang Sheng had just said were equivalent to giving Lin Qing a stepping stone into the entertainment industry, which would be highly attractive to most people. Liang Sheng never expected her to refuse, and to do so decisively. Is that so? That's too bad. With your talent, you would definitely become a superstar in the entertainment industry. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Liang Sheng stared into Lin Qing's eyes, hoping to see even a hint of hesitation. But Lin Qing's gaze remained as calm as ever, without any ripple, as if they were discussing something very ordinary. What's so good about entering the entertainment industry? No freedom, busy work, constantly harassed by various haters. What's so sad about missing out on this? Lin Qing scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng immediately felt that the entertainment industry was indeed harsh. He realized that the other party wasn't someone who lacked money. She might even be a wealthy young lady, thus being even more self-centered and unwilling to enter the entertainment industry. Just then, the plane landed. Lin Qing quickly stood up from her seat, preparing to leave. Liang Sheng also stood up and retrieved his luggage, watching the beautiful girl walk away resolutely. He hurried after her. Hey, wait a moment. However, Lin Qing didn't have the leisure to chat with a stranger, so she ignored him. Liang Sheng thought that perhaps the other party hadn't heard him, so he rushed forward. Unexpectedly, despite her petite appearance, she walked extremely fast. In just a short while, the two had already reached the airport exit. At the exit, Liang Sheng saw fans gathered everywhere, some even holding up his photos. He quickly put on his sunglasses and cap. But still, an observant fan spotted him. Wow, Mr. Liang has arrived. The scene became noisy instantly as fans blocked his path, shouting his name and asking for autographs. At this point, Lin Qing was pushed aside by the swarm of fans. Liang Sheng had lost sight of her amidst such chaos. Moreover, if rumors were to spread about him and the girl, it would certainly stir up excitement in the entertainment industry. Most importantly, a majority of his fans were women. Some irrational fans might dig into the girl's information and even attack her. The entertainment industry was always like that. So many people chose to keep their relationships or marital status hidden. He couldn't selfishly force her into an unpleasant situation just because he wanted her contact details. If he did, the girl would probably end up hating him to death. When exiting the airport earlier, he noticed that the girl discarded the ticket she used. Quietly, he picked it up. Thus, he learned her name, Lin Qing. She came from Zhongzhou City to the capital, so she was likely either from Zhongzhou or the capital. Although he couldn't obtain her contact details yet, knowing her name meant he would eventually find her. Lin Qing glanced at the crowd of young people surrounding her and casually asked a little girl beside her, "Is this Liang Sheng very famous?" That little girl gave Lin Qing a huge white eye as if she were looking at a monster. You don't know Mr. Liang? Are you even Chinese? He's our country's film emperor and one of the 4 heavenly kings. Lin Qing touched her nose. She didn't expect that the handsome guy who talked to her on the plane was actually an acclaimed film emperor, which explained why he mentioned having connections in the entertainment industry. Even so, what difference did it make? She had no interest in entering the entertainment industry. To her, it was merely a waste of time. With that thought, she left resolutely. Chapter 448. Farewell to Grandpa Jiang. After leaving the airport, Lin Qing took a taxi to Grandpa Jiang's residence. On the taxi ride, she called Grandpa Jiang. Hello, Lin girl. Is there anything you need from your grandpa? Where is that little boy Beichin? Recently, he hasn't even called me. HMPF. When Grandpa Jiang saw Lin Qing's call, he happily answered it. He complained about Jiang Beichin on the other end, completely unaware that Jiang Beichin was already dead. Grandpa Jiang, I've come to the capital, and I'll be visiting you shortly. Lin Qing's face showed signs of sorrow, but her tone gave nothing away. Lin girl, you've come good. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some extra delicious dishes. Oh, where's that little boy Beichin? Did he come with you? Grandpa Jiang had a smile on his face. His voice couldn't hide his happiness. As an elder, he was extremely busy, managing the vast Jiang family enterprise, but he still hoped for more company from the younger generation. Of them all, he liked Jiang Beichin and Lin Qing the most. As for the Jiang family, their visits just made him angry. Grandpa Jiang, Beichin has an important mission to carry out, and this task is rather secretive, so he can't make contact with the outside world. It will probably take a long time. Since he won't be able to reach you, he asked me before he left to inform you so that you wouldn't worry. Lin Qing explained helplessly. Regarding Grandpa Jiang, she truly couldn't tell him about Jiang Beichin's death. She feared that he wouldn't be able to bear such a shock. So, she had no choice but to keep this matter hidden, as long as possible. What? That boy is going on another mission? In the future, let him leave that department, come home to inherit the family business, live well together. I'm waiting for a grandson. However, since he hasn't left yet, we can only support him. But poor girl you, Beichin doesn't accompany you like other boyfriends do. I hope you can understand. Beichin might have a cold character, but his integrity is definitely flawless. I can assure you that if he did anything to betray you, I would absolutely break his legs. Grandpa Jiang spoke solemnly. For this girl Lin Qing, he liked her very much. He knew his grandson's nature, seemingly cold but deeply emotional. That's why these years there haven't been any women around him, causing some people even to suspect there might be something wrong with him physically or psychologically. If Lin Qing were to break up with Beichin because he couldn't accompany her often, it's likely that Beichin would remain single for the rest of his life. As Beichin's grandfather, he obviously had to play the role of a great supporter. Grandpa Jiang, don't worry, I won't harbor resentment against Jiang Beichin because he cannot spend time with me. I understand and believe in his integrity. Good. Lin girl, I didn't misjudge you. You're really a good child. Grandpa Jiang was increasingly satisfied with Lin Qing's response, considering her a thoughtful young woman. Not only was she beautiful, but also a gifted doctor, and most importantly, she lacked the capriciousness many girls today have. Where could one find such a perfect granddaughter-in-law? No wonder his grandson, who hadn't shown interest in any women for years, finally chose Lin Qing. She was clearly the type not to make light promises, but once she committed, it would be something significant. Soon, Lin Qing arrived at Grandpa Jiang's house. Grandpa Jiang warmly instructed the servant to brew the mountain tea he liked best to entertain Lin Qing. This mountain tea was sent by Jiang Beichin during his last visit, saying it was bought by Lin Qing. Lin girl, where did you get this mountain tea from? It's incredibly delicious. After drinking it, it makes one feel refreshed, comparable to the tea leaves from the mother trees on Mount Wui. Grandpa Jiang enjoyed the fragrance of the tea. Grandpa Jiang, if you like it, then that's good. This tea was discovered in a very remote mountain village. It's homemade mountain tea from a farming household. I believe drinking this mountain tea is very beneficial to health, so I asked someone to buy it for you. I know you'll like it. Uncle Rong knows where I got it from. Next time you can order him to purchase more. Anyway, I've already arranged everything with them. They can supply us with quite a lot of tea each year, Lin Qing replied with a smile. Although Lin Qing was smiling, her expression suggested she had heavy thoughts on her mind. She usually had a cool personality, even when she smiled. It came from within with a light-hearted grace, so forcing herself to smile joyfully now instead felt somewhat off. Lin girl, what brings you to the capital this time? Grandpa Jiang noticed something amiss in Lin Qing's laugh and couldn't help but ask. Grandpa Jiang, I came to bid you farewell this time. Farewell? What do you mean? Are you leaving? Where are you going? Grandpa Jiang looked puzzled. I'm planning to study abroad, and I may not come back for a long time. If I have the chance, I will definitely visit you often. This was Lin Qing's prepared excuse. What? You're going to study abroad? Weren't you in high school in Zhongzhou City before? You were doing fine. How did you suddenly think of studying abroad? Mr. Jiang's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He was worried about how much time had already passed with Jiang Beichin and Lin Qing rarely seeing each other, and if they went overseas, it would be even harder for them to meet. This couldn't be allowed to happen. He didn't want to risk losing such a wonderful future granddaughter-in-law. The main issue is my English speaking skills. No matter how I try, I can't improve them significantly. So, I thought studying in an English-speaking environment might help more. But, Grandpa Jiang, I know what you're concerned about. You're worried that the distance between me and Beichin could affect our relationship. Rest assured on this point. These days, traveling abroad isn't difficult, and it won't stop me from seeing Beichin. And you also know that Beichin is very busy sometimes, and doesn't have much time to spend with me. Actually, when people are busy, nothing goes wrong. It's only when we're idle that we start overthinking things. Lin Qing hurriedly explained. All right, I understand. It's your decision. I won't interfere too much. Even if I tried, I doubt you'd listen to me. Mr. Jiang said helplessly. After all, the children had grown up and would have their own ideas. Excessive interference from parents might just cause resentment. At this moment, a servant came in to report. Master Jiang, young Master Jiang Cheng has arrived. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang's face immediately turned grim as he coldly asked, what does he want here? I don't know either, but since the new year is approaching, he probably wants to visit you, master. The servant replied quietly. Visiting me. It's enough that I haven't been angry to death already. Fine, let them come in. Mr. Jiang snorted. The servant, noticing the darkening expression on the old master's face, quickly exited to inform the Jiang family to enter. When Mr. Jiang saw Yao Shishir walk in together with the group, his eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly asked, who allowed her to come in? Chapter 449, Yao Shishir strikes again. When Grandpa Jiang was at home, he never allowed Yao Shishir to come in. And Jiang Cheng also knew this well. He had never brought Yao Shishir before the grandpa. But unexpectedly, the two of them walked right in today. Old he, you've been with our family for such a long time. Have I ever mistreated you? Grandpa Jiang cast a sharp gaze towards the servant. No, sir. You have always been generous to people. Old he broke out into a cold sweat. Despite Grandpa Jiang's usual mild demeanor, once he lost his temper, his wrath was formidable. So why did you take it upon yourself to allow that woman inside without my approval? Are you losing your mind? Since you're so confused, you can stop working here. I certainly don't want others saying that the Jiang family abuses the mentally incapacitated. The glances emitted from Mr. Jiang's eyes were as fierce as those of a wild beast, making old he involuntarily soften in the knees and collapse to the ground. Sir, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. I have an elderly mother above and school-going children below. I really cannot lose this job. My mother is gravely ill, and I am desperately in need of money. So when young Master Jiang Cheng wanted to bring someone in, he slipped me a red envelope, and I just turned a blind eye. It wasn't intentional. Old he wept helplessly on the floor. If you lack money, you could have told me. You could have asked me to advance your salary. But letting someone in without permission, that makes you incompetent. Given that you've worked hard in the Jiang family for many years, I'll forgive you this time. But don't let it happen again, or you will leave immediately. Housekeeper, didn't you hear me tell you to drive out that woman who's annoying my sight? Grandpa Jiang said coldly without even sparing Yao Shishir a glance. Miss Yao, please leave. Don't make everyone uncomfortable. The housekeeper said emotionlessly. Dad, wait a moment. Shishir has something to say to you. Jiang Cheng interjected hurriedly. Oh, do I have anything to discuss with her? Sir, I know you dislike me, believing I'm devious. However, Jiang Cheng and I are truly together because we love each other. I also understand that you feel disappointed with Jiang Cheng because of me. I have decided to divorce him. I don't want to hold him back, causing you further disappointment. But Jiang Chongbao is innocent. Please, don't force him away. He cannot be without his father. Yao Shishir tearfully pleaded, creating a pitiful impression. She was sacrificing herself for love and tolerating everything for the sake of her son. Shishir. Jiang Cheng called out Yao Shishir's name, full of deep affection, appearing unwilling to let her go. Big brother Cheng, it's because I love you that I don't want to hold you back. Dad is already so old. You shouldn't upset him anymore. It doesn't matter what happens to me as long as both of you live well. I'll be happy. Tears still lingered in the corners of Yao Shishir's eyes, presenting her image as helpless and tragic. Clearly, her previous plan had not worked, so she began to stir trouble again. Actually, her plot was very simple. She would divorce Jiang Cheng, reconcile Jiang Cheng with Grandpa Jiang, allowing Jiang Cheng to return to the Jiang family and inherit their wealth. After all, the elder was getting older, and his time was limited. At that point, after acquiring the Jiang estate, Jiang Cheng could remarry her, bringing the wealth back into her and her son's hands. Of course, this matter was something she discussed with Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the divorce. Clap, clap, clap. Miss Yao, your acting skills don't surprise me since you came from the performing arts world, and this performance deserves applause. You say you're true lovers, but how can scumbags and third parties claim true love? When you first hooked up with him, did you know he was married? Acting like a promiscuous woman and trying to look noble. How shameless you are. Isn't this just another scheme to gain control over the Jiang family fortune? Last time, you two hired a voodoo master to attack Jiang Beichen. If it weren't for me, Jiang Beichen would have already fallen victim to your voodoo. What do you plan to scheme against Jiang grandfather and Jiang Beichen this time? Let me guess. You're probably preparing a fake divorce, though the certificate may be real, so that Jiang Cheng can reconcile with his grandfather, thereby inheriting the estate. Then, while he focuses on the inheritance, you'd harm the old man, thus controlling the Jiang family. Lin Qing applauded mockingly. Since the conspiracy involved property belonging to Jiang Beichen, and since it was his, it was also hers. She couldn't let the enemy succeed. What's more, she was about to leave for a long period of time, so these two hazards had to be resolved to prevent any potential harm toward Grandpa Jiang in her absence. Jiang Cheng might not have harbored such thoughts, but that Yao Shishir definitely could. You're lying. I never intended harm toward father. Jiang Cheng rebutted instantly. Oh, does that mean everything else I guessed was correct? Lin Qing said with a cold laugh. Of course, Lin Qing had used the mind-reading spell to retrieve information from Yao Shishir's mind. That's not true. We never hired a voodoo master against Jiang Beichen, nor did we plan to seize the Jiang family fortune. You're talking nonsense, and spreading rumors will incur legal consequences. Yao Shishir replied hastily, her voice betraying a hint of panic. Nonsense. Do you dare to report me? The voodoo master you hired must have met and conducted transactions with you. Something that can't withstand scrutiny, Lin responded with a sneer. Who are you? What right do you have to interfere in the Jiang family's affairs? Jiang Cheng glared at the difficult woman in front of him, his face flushed with anger. Before Lin could respond, Grandpa Jiang jumped in to support her. She is Jiang Beichen's fiancée and will become the head mistress of the Jiang household. Her words represent my thoughts. What? Dad, I cannot agree with this. Jiang Beichen cannot marry such an acidic, malicious, and deceitful woman. Jiang Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Does your disagreement matter? Who would listen to you? You don't have any say in the Jiang family. If it weren't for Lin revealing your treachery against Jiang Beichen, I wouldn't even know what misdeeds you've done behind his back. Fine, you two really outdid yourselves. Get out. I forbid you both from stepping into the Jiang family ever again. Grandpa Jiang suppressed his fury but still spoke coldly. He thought Jiang Cheng had truly repented when he wanted to divorce that woman, but he didn't expect the outcome to be so deceptive. He almost softened up and fell into their trap. Jiang Beichen had mentioned before that Lin wasn't just a divine doctor, but also had strong ties to the esoteric world. Hence, he trusted Lin words entirely. With their plan ruined this time, Jiang Cheng and Yao Shishir had no choice but to leave helplessly. This wicked son actually wants to harm his own son for a woman. Cough, cough, cough. Grandpa Jiang got so angry that he began coughing violently. Grandpa Jiang, please don't get too upset. This isn't entirely Jiang Cheng's fault. Lin interjected gently. Earlier, she hadn't interacted with Jiang Cheng much, so all she knew was that Jiang Beichen's father was a terrible person. But upon closer contact today, she realized that Jiang Cheng had been cursed with voodoo. Chapter 450. I like the title Devil. What do you mean? Is someone forcing him? Mr. Jiang asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Jiang Cheng has been cursed by Yao Shishir using love magic, so he is deeply in love with her and does things that hurt you. Lin said. To be honest, because Mr. Jiang is an upright father, even if Jiang Cheng were to deviate, it wouldn't be too serious. The reason he has done so many hateful things probably has much to do with being under the influence of love magic. What? That poisonous woman. What can we do now? Is Jiang Cheng in danger? Mr. Jiang's expression at this moment was very complex. On one hand, he hates Yao Shishir, but on the other hand, he worries about Jiang Cheng. After all, Jiang Cheng is his son. Even though he has done some wrong things, deep down he can't help but worry about him. Especially now when he knows that all these actions are due to the curse. Grandpa Jiang, you don't have to worry, I'll take care of it, Lin said with a faint smile. Well, are you sure? If it doesn't work, we can find some more masters, Mr. Jiang replied. Lin knew that he wasn't doubting her, but worried for her, especially since Mr. Jiang didn't know much about her abilities. Don't worry, Grandpa Jiang. If I can't solve it, there won't be many people in this world who could. I will return shortly, Lin confidently said. All right, but you must be careful. Even rabbits will bite when desperate, Mr. Jiang reminded. After leaving the Jiang residence, Lin followed the two individuals. When she caught up, they had already returned home as their place was not far from the Jiang house. Without hesitation, Lin followed them inside. Damn, the plan failed again. It's all that girl's fault. We can't let her off easily. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Yao Shishir angrily exclaimed. But she is Jiang Beichen's girlfriend. If we deal with her, Jiang Beichen definitely won't sit idly by, Jiang Cheng frowned. Then we'll deal with him together. With that girl's character, do you think we'd have any place left to stay here? Brother Cheng, it's also for your good. Consider how Jiang Beichen and that girl treat you. If they win and the old man passes away, do you think you'll still have any peace? Yao Shishir persuaded Jiang Cheng further. After struggling for a while, Jiang Cheng eventually said, all right then, but we must spare their lives. Even tigers don't eat their young. I don't want to bear such a bad name. Haha. Just then, both heard a string of clear, cold laughter. Who's there? Both shouted simultaneously. Important people often forget little details like voices we've just met recently. Are you confident enough to confront me? Lin smirked coldly. It's you. How did you end up here? Both looked startled, revealing signs of panic as they had just decided to handle the person before them. Of course, I'm here to deal with you. People like you shouldn't mess with others unnecessarily, acting like troublemakers without cause. Lin remarked indifferently. Yao Shishir glanced around and saw no one else. Mocking, she responded. You're small and dare to come alone? There are two of us. Huh. Looks like you're asking for trouble. You chose to walk into hell instead of heaven. Now you're here. Leave no more. Do you know where the last person who said that went? Lin mocked. You aren't implying? To hell, are you? Yao Shishir snorted disdainfully. No, hell would be too lenient. If I really hate someone, I'll make them suffer endlessly, begging for death, without finding it. And you, I truly despise. By the way, the previous sorcerer you hired was killed by me. Lin shook a finger as she spoke. What? That's impossible. Master Kumping is so powerful. How could he be defeated? Chung brother, let's fight her together. Yao Shishir insisted. Humph, stubborn fools, shadow snake appear. Lin spoke icily. Instantly, chilling winds rose, shaking the curtains inside the house with loud, tinkling sounds from little bells below them. And out of nowhere, a massive green python coiled in the once spacious room. The python stretched several dozen meters long, its body thicker than a water bucket, lifting its head with a flickering forked tongue, hissing ominously and glowing with cold eyes, creating quite a terrifying scene. Yao Shishir's living room, though large, was completely filled by this giant snake. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Yao Shishir screamed in horror as she backed into a corner. Though skilled in scheming, she had never seen such an enormous creature. By now, horns had grown on the python's head, so it no longer looked entirely like a python. Jiang Cheng also wore a face full of fear, his eyes wide with terror as he, like Yao Shishir, retreated to a corner of the house. Shut up. If you keep screaming, I'll let it swallow you whole. Lin Xing pointed at the python. Upon hearing this, the python's forked tongue flickered faster. Its massive head drew close to Yao Shishir, and faintly, one could smell the stench from its mouth. Yao Shishir was overwhelmed by fear, but dared not make a sound, clamping her mouth shut tightly. She kept giving Jiang Cheng subtle signals, and though he was scared too, he had no choice but to speak. Miss, I don't oppose your being with Jiang Baichen anymore. I am his father, and I hope you'll spare us for his sake. He hadn't expected that his son's girlfriend would be so terrifying, capable of commanding such a horrifying giant python. It was simply unimaginable. Ho ho, his face isn't that big when it comes to favors, Lin Xing sneered. She didn't expect them to remain so shameless, even attempting to exploit Jiang Baichen at a time like this. Jiang Cheng wanted to get angry, but seeing the giant python before him, he suppressed his rage. What about me? Come here, or I'll have the python eat both of you, Lin Xing said, showing signs of impatience. That's illegal. Jiang Cheng glared at Lin Xing. Ho ho, illegal? The law needs evidence. Even if my python devours you, no one will find any irregularities. They may not even know I've been here. Lin Xing coldly laughed. You're a devil. Jiang Cheng blurted out in panic. Ho ho, a devil? I actually like the title. Will you come or not? If not, I'll ask Yao Shishir to come over instead. My little snake is hungry. One of you has to serve as its meal. Lin Xing coldly stared at Jiang Cheng. Chapter 451, Yao Shishir dies. Jiang Cheng thought that Lin Xing was going to kill both of them, and thus he became even more hesitant to move forward. However, upon hearing that the other party intended to kill only one of the two, he hesitated for a moment and resolved to go and die. After all, Yao Shishir was so delicate, and she had always been unapproved by his family, enduring much hate. As her man, he should take on the responsibility of a man and not let her die. Though sometimes she would also scheme against others, it was all for self-preservation, which he could understand. If she hadn't fallen in love with him, how would she have suffered such misfortune? Just as he took a difficult step, preparing to die, Jiang Cheng felt someone push him from behind with great force. He lost his balance, walked a few steps forward, and fell down right in front of the giant python's mouth. The person behind him could only be Yao Shishir. You? Jiang Cheng looked back and revealed an expression of disbelief. What do you mean you? You're the one who is going to die, you coward. After so many years together, you couldn't even get your hands on 1/10 of the family property. What use are you to me? Yao Shishir said with a hideous face. At this moment, it was hard for her to be the charming and pitiable person she used to be. Although she was greedy and loved money, she loved her life even more. Once dead, everything else would be meaningless. Only living gives hope, and there were wealthy people in the world beyond just the Jiang family. If she could scheme against one, she could scheme against another. At this point, she no longer had the leisure to scheme against the Jiang family's wealth. What she thought about was only how to preserve her own life. Jiang Cheng recovered from his shock, thinking that Yao Shishir might have been scared by Lin Xing and was talking nonsense, which was unlike her usual self. Shishir, don't be afraid, I won't let you die. Lin Xing found Jiang Cheng even more repulsive after seeing this scene. While a love curse played a large role, it wouldn't confuse right and wrong to such an extent. She walked over to Jiang Cheng's side and struck a palm against his back, causing countless steel needles to shoot out from his body. Jiang Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood and thought to himself, my end is near, but this is better than being bitten to death by that huge python directly. But after spitting out the mouthful of blood, he surprisingly felt refreshed and did not die. He showed a look of astonishment. Humph, that woman Yao Shishir cast a love curse on you, and it's a variant known as a needle curse, so you largely cannot leave her, allowing her control. If you once leave her, you will feel extremely uncomfortable, even having headaches that seem unbearable. Yes, I always thought this was because of love, Jiang Cheng said with a grimace. Humph, you mustn't disgrace love. Do you really think that woman loves you? She just has her eye on the Jiang family's fortune. If she truly loved you, why would she cast a love curse on you? Love magic is not beneficial to one's body. In the long run, it can shorten your lifespan. She has continuously controlled you for so many years, constantly casting curses, which explains why there were so many needles in your body, Lin Xing sneered. Jiang Cheng returned to normal at this point, without any signs of obsession towards Yao Shishir. He coldly stared at her and asked, why did you do this? What did I do to deserve this from you? Lin Xing had already secretly embedded the truth talisman in Yao Shishir's body to prevent any unexpected changes. Thus, if Yao Shishir noticed anything amiss, she still had to tell the truth. Of course, it was for the Jiang family's money. You haven't done anything wrong to me. Yao Shishir revealed a cruel expression, her inner resistance manifesting but unable to control her words. Now she had figured it out. It was a conspiracy. The woman in front of her didn't want to kill Jiang Cheng, but wanted Jiang Cheng to see her true nature. For the sake of money? When you pursued me, rich men weren't limited to me. Why did you choose me? Jiang Cheng was full of doubt, utterly confused. Because you were foolish enough, and the Jiang family was richer than those rich men. They all viewed our relationship casually, knowing they wouldn't marry me, but I knew your feelings for me were genuine. Yao Shishir smiled bitterly. I'm foolish. And willing? Huh. If that's the case, why did you still cast a curse on me? Jiang Cheng chuckled wryly. To control you better, despite your real feelings for me. Men's hearts are always changeable. I couldn't risk it. Plus, you were a married man then. Who knows what would happen in the future? If you stopped liking me, wouldn't it mean I wasted my efforts? Yao Shishir confessed again. Ha ha ha. I'm stupid. Good to you. Yet you treat me like this, huh? You shameless woman. Shameless. Jiang Chang's eyes were bloodshot, laughing wildly. Calling me shameless? You're no good either. You're a scumbag. If it weren't for your married status, would you have meddled with me? Yao Shishir showed disdain towards Jiang Chang. That's enough, little snake. Go ahead and eat that woman. Lin Xing coldly interrupted their mutual accusations. SSSSSS. Master, I don't want to eat that woman. Her soul is too filthy. The green giant python turned its head and coaxed Lin Xing. However, with this movement, the whole house trembled slightly. Yao Shishir was scared out of her wits, her face turning pale as she screamed wildly. No, you can't kill me. Brother Chang, save me, save me. But Jiang Chang didn't respond. Instead, he stared coldly at Yao Shishir, looking at her as if she were nothing but a beast ready for slaughter. As the green python was reluctant to consume her, Lin Xing had no choice but to conjure up a red lotus-shaped flame, launching it onto Yao Shishir's body. Instantly, Yao Shishir's body started burning. First her arms and legs, then her torso, causing her excruciating pain deep to the bone marrow. Such agony was unbearable even for some commonly trained robust men, let alone a frail woman like her. She emitted shrill cries, which startled the small creatures nearby into fleeing everywhere in panic. Fortunately, this was a villa area far from the crowd. Otherwise, people might have thought something terribly cruel or abusive was happening here. Kill me. Please, kill me. I can't take it anymore. Ah. In the end, Yao Shishir could barely manage to scream due to the intense pain, yet no one felt pity for her. Under constant torment, both her body and soul turned to ashes. I was wrong. I'm sorry to Bei Chun and his mother. I know you're no ordinary person. I hope you will treat Bei Chun well. He suffered in his childhood. Jiang Chang looked at Lin Xing with a glimmer of tears in his eyes. After regaining normalcy, he realized how inappropriate his previous actions were. Bei Chun, I naturally will treat him properly. If you want to apologize, do it personally. I'm not interested in being your messenger. Lin Xing spoke coldly. After finishing her words, she left without delay. Old Master Jiang was still waiting for her to have dinner. Chapter 452. The truth of the assassination that year. When Lin Xing returned to the Jiang family, the food was already prepared and kept warm in the kitchen, waiting for her to return and start serving. Grandpa Jiang immediately asked upon seeing Lin Xing come back. How did things go? Grandpa Jiang, don't worry. Everything is settled. Besides, someone has come back to apologize to you. Lin Xing said with a smile. Jiang Cheng closely followed behind her as he walked in. Upon seeing the old man, Jiang Cheng knelt down and cried bitterly. Dad, I was wrong all these years, incredibly wrong. I've caused you too much worry. Grandpa Jiang's expression turned cold at the sight of Jiang Cheng's condition, and he coldly snorted. What tricks has that woman given you again? Clearly, Grandpa Jiang had been disappointed too many times and no longer trusted Jiang Cheng easily. Lin Xing leaned close to Grandpa Jiang's ear and whispered quietly, Grandpa Jiang, don't worry. I've dealt with that woman, right in front of Uncle Jiang. And this time, Uncle Jiang might truly know his fault. As she spoke, she made a gesture of cutting her throat. What? Grandpa Jiang widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Little Lin, I sent you to solve problems, which meant solving the issue of the curse placed on Jiang Cheng by that woman. But now you have killed her? That woman should be dealt with personally by me. I didn't want to soil your hands. Grandpa Jiang let out a long sigh. Grandpa Jiang, there's no need to worry. It was just dealing with a minor troublemaker. It's not an issue, Lin Xing said calmly. Hearing her talk about killing as if it were nothing, so calm and composed, Grandpa Jiang realized how extraordinary this girl was. She was more than just a divine doctor. However, looking into her clear eyes, Grandpa Jiang understood Lin Xing might be extraordinary, but she was certainly not a bad person. Knowing this was enough. The mistress of the Jiang family in the future doesn't need to be one who is compassionate and soft-hearted. Such a Lin Xing would fit perfectly and also suit Bei Chun best. Turning his head, Grandpa Jiang coldly said to Jiang Cheng, you know you're wrong? Then tell me where you went wrong. There are many mistakes I've made. I should have listened to your teachings. I shouldn't have succumbed to temptation, and I shouldn't have been so stupid as to fall prey to bad people, harming Wen Shu and Bei Chun. Moreover, I shouldn't have troubled you so much at your advanced age. Jiang Cheng's eyes were completely red, revealing his deep sense of shame. You kid aren't beyond redemption after all. Now, the person you most deserve to apologize to is Bei Chun. The assassination attempt against him nearly took his life those years ago. Grandpa Jiang coldly sniffed. Although his words were still icy, it was evident from his face that he was truly letting go of the burdens he carried inside. Assassination? What assassination? How could I send anyone to assassinate Bei Chun? He is my son. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Jiang Cheng looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't it the assassination attempt when Bei Chun was 10 years old? When Bei Chun was 10, I indeed sent someone to teach him a lesson, but I only wanted them to discipline him slightly, make him respect me a bit more. I never instructed anyone to hurt him. Jiang Cheng frowned deeply, clearly confused too. Why did a mere teaching turn into an assassination? Lin Xing naturally could tell that at this moment. Jiang Cheng wasn't lying. She questioned, Uncle Jiang, who gave you this idea back then? That conniving woman, Yao Shishir. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and spoke. Mentioning Yao Shishir filled him with anger. It symbolized his disgrace. Of course, he hated himself for misjudging her, being manipulated like a puppet in her hands. I guess the person who sent the assassins was Yao Shishir. This way, she could kill Bei Chun, secure the Jiang family fortune for her and her son, and estrange the relationship between you and Bei-chun, killing two birds with one stone. Humph, she deserved to die, Lin Qing said coldly. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely tormented the woman even more. Originally, that evil woman, I was truly blind back then. Jiang Cheng's face expressed extreme anguish. Realizing Bei-chun had almost lost his life brought him immense self-blame. After finishing her meal, Lin Qing gave a bottle of vital energy pills to Grandpa Jiang and handed over a protective artifact that could be used multiple times before taking her leave. Then she departed from the capital and headed toward the Hawaii Island. Hawaii Island is the only archipelago state of the United States, consisting of 132 islands located in the Central Pacific Ocean. Known as the Crossroads of the Pacific, it serves as a key maritime and air transportation hub between Asia, America, and Oceania, holding great strategic importance. Hawaii is an island along the Hawaiian coast, formed by volcanic eruptions. With its perpetually pleasant climate, it is one of America's famous tourist destinations, attracting large numbers of visitors each year. Lin Qing flew with her sword, crossing vast oceans. A few hours later, she arrived at Hawaii. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, she retrieved the water-repellent bead and dived into the sea, swimming deep toward the ocean floor. Lin Qing looked like a mermaid, freely wandering in the sea. She opened her eyes and saw a deep blue, with an endless sense of mystery in the distance. Originally in the shallow sea area, she felt the water temperature was very comfortable. The seawater flowed past her side, as if giving her a full-body massage. Further down, there were many deep-sea fish swimming beside her. Those fish were colorful and varied, making the charming scenery of the sea look like a vibrant watercolor painting. There were mountains, canyons, forests, and grasslands in the sea, with plants in diverse colors, red, blue, and yellow. The underwater world was so beautiful that it resembled a fairy tale kingdom. The gorgeous scallops nurtured beautiful pearls. The constantly moving fish were like the guardians of the sea, continuously patrolling. The schools of jellyfish looked stunningly like brides dressed in wedding gowns. The octopuses with countless tentacles twisted their bodies, as if dancing beautifully. The bright red coral swayed its head with the movement of the seawater. Sometimes, one couldn't help but admire the masterful artistry of nature. At this moment, a huge shadow swam over, and other animals scattered and fled in panic. Lin Qing turned around and first saw a row of sharp, white teeth. Clearly, what was coming toward her was the notorious ocean killer, the shark. Its head was triangular, with large elliptical eyes like bells and sharp teeth that made anyone who saw them fearful. It came rushing with its wide-open mouth toward the shoals of small fish. Lin Qing quickly dodged, only to find that the shark did not chase the flock of small fish, but instead quickly pursued her, evidently seeing Lin Qing as a tastier meal. As a cultivator, Lin Qing's body was filled with spiritual energy, which was a fatal temptation for many animals. Although animals are less intelligent than humans, they have keen senses and can sharply pick up information beneficial to them. Chapter 453, Being Called Mother by a Bird. Humph, you beast. If you want to eat me, I'll knock your teeth out. Lin Qing sneered coldly. A streak of white light flashed by. With a tremendous crack, a row of giant shark teeth was severed. In intense pain, the shark convulsed violently, its eyes flashing with hatred, as if it wanted to tear Lin Qing apart and devour her bones. However, Lin Qing wouldn't give it the chance. Clenching her fist tightly, she delivered a powerful punch towards the shark's side. The enormous body of the shark rapidly retreated dozens of meters underwater. Then it contorted as if suffering from a severe injury. Surrounding seawater surged into streams, striking the aquatic plants on both sides. These plants swayed continuously like drunken people. Afterwards, the shark gave Lin Qing a wary glance and fled swiftly in the distance like an untamed wild horse. Looks like this shark has learned some tricks. Once it realizes it can't win, it flees immediately. The speed of escape is almost trained, Lin Qing smirked. Though sharks are known as marine killers, they aren't invincible. One of the creatures they fear is dolphins. A group of dolphins can organize themselves and attack sharks systematically, taking turns using their powerful snouts to strike at the shark's sides. Due to the softness of shark bones and poor defense for internal organs, clever dolphins target these vital areas relentlessly without allowing them any respite until the shark's insides are destroyed. Often, sharks perish quickly during such an encirclement battle. Another natural predator of the ferocious shark is the killer whale, because their teeth are extremely sharp and they always travel in groups. If a shark encounters killer whales and doesn't escape quickly, it could easily be torn into pieces. Lin Qing continued swimming further into the depths of the ocean. Gradually, the water temperature became colder, approaching 0 degrees. Lin Qing began channeling her spiritual energy to drive away the cold. If there was an entrance to the divine realm under the sea, it must surely be in the deepest part of the ocean. Lin Qing kept descending, not knowing how long she had been swimming. The temperature of the seawater started becoming hotter and hotter, as if it were about to boil. Far off, Lin Qing spotted an underwater volcano. Through the appearance of the mountain, she could see the fiery molten lava surging inside. Lin Qing's sharp intuition sensed the presence of an array beside the volcano. Could the teleportation portal to the divine realm be here? Lin Qing wondered inwardly. Of course, for others, this place would certainly be impossible to approach. After all, the water temperature near the volcano could reach several hundred degrees Celsius. Even a celestial sage-level powerhouse couldn't withstand being here for long. But Lin Qing was different. She possessed the crimson lotus-heat fire, one of the hottest existences in the world. Under the refinement of the crimson lotus fire, Lin Qing's body had excellent heat resistance. Ordinary flames simply couldn't harm her. As Lin Qing moved closer to the array, a figure darted out of the volcano. It was covered in roaring flames, making it impossible to discern its exact features. As it distanced itself from the volcano, the fire gradually extinguished. Present before Lin Qing was a stunningly beautiful little bird. It had a pointed beak, golden mischievous eyes embedded in its yellow head, and a coat of light yellow feathers. It looked adorable. Little bird. Lin Qing stared in surprise at the bird in front of her. She was certain that the bird was an extraordinary breed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to emerge from the fire. When the little bird saw Lin Qing, it showed signs of joy and excitedly cried out, "Mother!" Seeing the bird actually talk made Lin Qing even more shocked. To know directly opening speaking required at least holy beast-level spirit beasts, equivalent to a cultivation practitioner reaching the divine transformation stage. Truly unimaginable that this little thing was actually a saint beast. Lin Qing secretly raised her guard. No wonder Pope S said that over 1,000 years ago, even some earth immortals disappeared without a trace after venturing deep beneath the ocean. "I'm not your mother." Lin Qing smiled and showed as much goodwill as possible towards the tiny creature. "Wah, you're my mother. Isn't it just that you don't want me anymore? So you say that?" "Wah." The little bird began wailing loudly like a child. Don't cry, don't cry. I don't want to abandon you. But why do you call me mother?" Lin Qing was flustered. She had no experience calming children, so facing the little bird now filled her with both panic and helplessness. Being called mother by a little bird was quite something indeed. "You are my mother. I smelled mother's scent on you." The little bird cooed as it cuddled up in Lin Qing's embrace. "Scent? Is that even possible?" Lin Qing felt quite helpless. She had heard before that newborn animals would regard the first living creature they see as their mother. It seemed that she had encountered exactly such a situation. In fact, Lin Qing didn't know that things were far more complicated than she thought. This little bird was actually the young form of a phoenix. Though it looked like an ordinary little bird, its unusual golden eyes revealed its extraordinariness. This was also why it could speak from the start. After all, as the young body of a divine beast, it was naturally different from ordinary spirit beasts. The reason it regarded Lin Qing as its mother was because Lin Qing was the reincarnation of the Crimson Lotus Fairy, and the Crimson Lotus Fairy was the daughter of the Nine Heavens Mystic Lady. As everyone knows, the Nine Heavens Mystic Lady possessed the bloodline of the ancient mystic bird, and Lin Qing also inherited this bloodline of the ancient mystic bird. The phoenix is the offspring of the ancient mystic bird, though it has evolved over a very long period to become what we now call the phoenix. The appearance of the mystic bird closely resembles that of a swallow and lacks distinctive features. In contrast, compared to the mystic bird, the phoenix appears even more beautiful and noble. Looking at the cute little bird in front of her who insisted on clinging to her, Lin Qing had no choice but to accept this daughter. "By the way, mother, you haven't named me yet." The little bird stared at Lin Qing with its golden eyes, filled with longing. "Naming? All right, from now on, you'll be called Xiaofeng. I hope you will grow up to be as beautiful as the phoenix." Lin Qing frowned slightly. To be honest, she was terrible at naming things. Names like Little Silver and Little Gold already revealed that she wasn't good at this. "Mother, I really like this name. I will definitely grow up to be as beautiful as the phoenix, because I am the phoenix." The little bird gazed at Lin Qing with innocent eyes. "What?" Lin Qing was so startled that her eyes widened. She hadn't expected that a random little bird she happened upon was actually the young form of a phoenix, and it had recognized her as its mother. But after thinking carefully, this little bird did indeed fit the characteristics of the phoenix. It was born from fire, and it could speak during its early stages. Clearly, this wasn't just because it was a saint beast, but because it was in the juvenile stage of a divine beast. How had she failed to notice this? Chapter 454, Arrival at the Immortal Realm. Lin Qing soon recovered from her shock. She said to Xiaofeng, "Xiaofeng, later don't tell others that you're a phoenix. Moreover, when there are outsiders around, you cannot speak." "Mother, why? The phoenixes are the noblest race, so why can't I say that? And why can't I talk?" Xiaofeng asked, confused. It had just been born not long ago, and its thoughts were like those of an infant. It did not know how perilous the hearts of men could be. Because in this world, there are many bad people. If they knew you were a phoenix, they would capture you, or even eat you. "With my current strength, I might not be able to protect you," Lin Qing said helplessly. Phoenix younglings were extremely tempting for practitioners at the soul transformation stage, or even higher stages, so she couldn't help but warn carefully. On this planet, perhaps in places like submarine volcanoes, there was no existence that could harm the young phoenix, but things would be different in the cultivation realm. However, if she left the young phoenix here, she wouldn't bear it. Moreover, only by entering the cultivation realm and obtaining sufficient resources could Xiaofeng truly become a divine beast. On her planet, that would be impossible forever. Also, judging by Xiaofeng's clingy behavior now, it was estimated Xiaofeng wouldn't want to either. So, Lin Qing had no choice but to take Xiaofeng with her into the cultivation realm. "All right, mother, I'll listen obediently. You mustn't let them eat me." Xiaofeng revealed a look of fear. "Just as long as you behave well, no one will be able to hurt you," Lin Qing said firmly. Then, she walked to the location of the array, discovering that it was indeed a teleportation array. However, the array was slightly damaged, fortunately not severely. Repairing it should make it usable again. She took out spirit stones and began repairing the array. Xiaofeng looked at the spirit stones in her hand greedily, licking its lips before saying, "Mother, I want to eat." Lin Qing threw it a few spirit stones, which it happily pecked with its sharp beak. In a short while, The few spirit stones were eaten by it. It unconsciously belched, accompanied by spewing out a little flame. After approximately half a day, Lin Qing finally managed to repair the array. Xiaofeng, we're leaving, Lin Qing said with a smile. Mother, where are we going? Xiaofeng's golden little eyes revealed excitement. Of course, we're going somewhere with plenty of delicious things. Lin Qing smiled slightly. Xiaofeng immediately jumped into Lin Qing's arms. Lin Qing held Xiaofeng, forming a protective barrier with her spiritual energy, walking toward the teleportation array. The moment Lin Qing stepped into the array, she felt a dizziness, followed by an excruciating tearing sensation. This feeling was too familiar. Not long ago, she had gone through this, suffering severe injuries, nearly costing her life. Her luck was really terrible. There were also spatial rifts within this teleportation array. No wonder Yama said this planet had been abandoned by the cultivation realm. If there were spatial rifts in the passage to the immortal realm, wasn't that considered abandonment by the cultivation realm? The damage to the external arrays was probably deliberate, aiming to prevent some powerful individuals from stepping into this teleportation array, becoming wandering souls. She felt her body being torn apart by spatial forces, as if countless blades were slashing across her body. She used all her strength to form a protective shield, barely protecting her head and Xiaofeng. As time went on, she felt increasingly more pain. She was covered in wounds, her meridians shattered, feeling as though she had endured the punishment of being hacked into 10,000 pieces. Was heaven destined to destroy her? She faintly regretted bringing Xiaofeng along. She originally intended to provide better development opportunities for Xiaofeng, but instead endangered its life. Finally, she couldn't endure any longer and passed out. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself on a carriage. Xiaofeng had burrowed into her arms and was still sleeping. She hadn't died. Lin Qing showed a look of pleasant surprise, realizing that she must have arrived at the immortal realm. She could distinctly feel the much denser spiritual energy here. She wanted to check whether Xiaofeng had survived. When she tried to lift her arm, she felt excruciating pain shooting through her heart. Her fingers lightly touched Xiaofeng's body, sensing a faint thread of life force. She sighed in relief, muttering, "Good, it's still alive." She quickly retrieved several healing pills from her spatial ring and consumed them, starting to refine their power. With the passing time, her wounds began to recover slowly. Although she had only healed a little, she could at least move. At this moment, she felt the carriage stop, hearing voices outside. "Do you think Master is sick in the head? How could he rescue someone who's dying? That's nothing but dragging us down. Moreover, we have to spare 2 people to protect her. The Master has his reasons for saving people. As subordinates, we do not need to comment and only need to follow orders. However, we have a purpose for coming to the Demon Beast Forest. If young Master cannot achieve his goal, then this time, the position of successor in the Mu family will be uncertain for him. Don't you know that his cousin has always been eyeing the position of heir? So, all we can do is complete our task as best we can. The rest isn't something we should concern ourselves with." Listening to their conversation, Lin Qing realized she had been saved by someone. Presumably, it was after she fainted and somehow ended up in the Demon Beast Forest. The Demon Beast Forest. Lin Qing knew just how perilous it was without anyone needing to explain further, let alone being there herself when grievously injured. It seemed she owed someone a great favor. Judging by the current time of day, Lin Qing guessed that this group was setting up camp and preparing to rest. After all, traveling at night in the Demon Beast Forest would easily cost one their life. Lin Qing pulled back the curtain at the front of the carriage and said, "Excuse me, my 2 Taoist friends. Could you fetch me something to eat?" "You've awakened. I'll inform the young master," replied the cold-toned guard. Though his voice was icy, his actions revealed him to be a warm-hearted person. Not long after, a strikingly handsome young man arrived at Lin Qing's carriage. His features were distinct, his eyes purely black like an endless abyss of the universe that instinctively drew one in. His nose was straight and rounded at the tip, while his skin was pale but not snowy white. It was smooth and fine, like warm jade yet softer and more comforting than even that. His pitch-black hair swayed gently in the breeze, making him appear starry-eyed and dignified. What a gentlemanlike figure. The young man's lips curled slightly, revealing a row of clean white teeth. "Young lady, you've awakened." "Yes, my name is Lin Qing. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your esteemed name?" "There's no need for formality. My name is Mu Qinxian. Anyone would have helped you given your condition. After all, the Demon Beast Forest is such a dangerous place, especially since you were so badly injured." Chapter 455, The Mysterious Master. Even though Mu Qinxian said so, Lin Qing knew that in the immortal cultivation world, there were plenty of cases where people would just watch others die. This time, her face was scratched by wind blades from a space crack, and it was absolutely not because this person had designs on her beauty. He truly possessed a kind heart. "Mr. Mu, could you give me something to eat? Preferably spirit beast meat, which will also help me recover from my injuries," Lin Qing asked with resignation. At this point, she had suffered severe wounds and needed an energy replenishment to quickly recover. In the Demon Beast Forest, spirit beasts were the best food. Their spiritually charged delicious meat was the finest thing for restoring strength. "I must have overlooked this. I'll have someone deliver it shortly," Mu Qinxian acknowledged with a nod. "Oh, by the way, I eat quite a lot. Please ask them to send extra," Lin Qing spoke again. Mu Qinxian hadn't yet replied when another guard in front of her carriage angrily scolded. "Ugly monster, will you ever stop? Our young master saved you, and not only did you fail to reciprocate, but you are now asking for more. Do you know how expensive spirit beast meat is? We ourselves don't dare to eat too much of what we hunt, but you aren't hesitating. This you can rest assured about. I won't take your offerings without repayment." After my injuries heal, I will certainly repay generously. Lin Qing coolly responded, clearly not wanting to quarrel with the guard. Shut your mouth. Do you need to teach me how to act? Mu Qinxian glared at the tall and thin guard, evidently dissatisfied with his behavior. Master, I dare not. I'm wrong. Quickly apologized upon seeing his master's anger. Miss, my guard may be straightforward and hasty with his words, but he has no ill intentions. I hope you do not hold this against him. Mu Qinxian helplessly interjected. Rest assured, I am not one to argue over such things. Lin Qing faintly smiled. She could see that was genuinely looking out for his young master. Though his actions were disagreeable, his loyalty was commendable. As Mu Qinxian looked at the woman before him, a peculiar sensation arose within him, as if the woman before him was an enchanting beauty whose simple smile left him marvelously impressed. But on closer inspection, her face was still scarred. How strange. How could he find even a hint of charm in the face of a woman full of scars? It was truly odd. Lin Qing saw Mu Qinxian frozen in thought and waved her hand in front of his eyes to remind him. Mr. Mu, is something wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment, Mu Qinxian hastily explained. Subsequently, he walked away from Lin Qing's carriage. A while later, a slightly plump man delivered a large portion of roasted meat. Of course, in a place like this, roasting was the only feasible method. Smelling the spirit-filled flesh of demon beasts, Lin Qing confirmed that this was the meat of a third-grade spirit beast. She took a bite, discovering that the roasted meat had only a hint of saltiness, lacking any other flavors. Although it was still good due to the inherent quality of the ingredients, it seemed she had been spoiled by the unique flavors of Earth's cuisine. Fortunately, her space contained various seasonings. She pulled out cumin, chili powder, black pepper, and more, sprinkling them on the roast. After taking another bite, she happily continued eating. After finishing her meal, ignoring the wistful look of the tall, thin man, she pulled down the carriage curtain once more and closed her eyes to practice cultivation. An indeterminate amount of time passed, and then she heard the sound of battle from outside. Apparently, this caravan had encountered an ambush. Even the two guards beside her carriage had left to join the fight. She had previously assessed the group to consist of about a dozen people, among whom 5 or 6 were cultivators at the initial foundation stage, while the rest were at the peak of breath refinement. The fighting sound ceased quickly. It was clear that the other group had surrounded Mu Qinxian and his party, ready to wipe them out. Lin Qing probed with her divine sense. The opposing group consisted of nearly 20 individuals, 7 or 8 cultivators at the initial foundation stage, and 1 cultivator at the advanced foundation stage. Outnumbered and outranked, Mu Qinxian's group had little chance and were quickly surrounded. You bunch, who exactly are you? Don't you know who we are? My young master is the 3rd son of the Mu family. If you offend the Mu family, you won't end well either. The Mu family will definitely seek revenge for us. Coldly rebuked, standing in front of Mu Qinxian. Ha. It's precisely Mu family's 3rd son we are killing. As for who we are, you can go to the underworld and ask King Yama, came a hoarse voice. This individual was the advanced foundation stage expert. Just as Mu Qinxian and his group were about to become victims under the blade, a voice suddenly rang out. Hold your hands, I'm cultivating here. How dare you disturb me? Don't you want to live anymore? This was accompanied by a mental oppression. Everyone present felt the endless pressure. Under this pressure, their faces turned pale, with cold sweat covering them, and those weaker in power directly fainted. Everyone on the scene realized that compared to the powerful mental energy of that mysterious person, theirs was like a small boat in the sea, always at risk of being swallowed up. It could be seen that the mysterious person had an achievement of at least the gold core stage, or possibly even the spirit infant stage, because the mental energy of someone at the gold core stage wouldn't create such an oppressive feeling for them. Senior, we did not mean to disturb you. We will leave right after we deal with these people, said the hoarse voice in a fawning tone. Evidently, this person was the Cultivation Foundation late-stage cultivator. Must you force me to act? Since you don't want to leave, then stay. As he spoke, a strong mental attack shot towards the man with the hoarse voice. Before the man could evade, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior, please don't be angry. We will leave immediately, said the hoarse-voiced man, his face showing signs of panic. Go. This one word was like a thunderclap, causing the uninvited guests to flee instantly. With the departure of these intruders, tranquility returned once more. Mu Xian's companions all revealed expressions of terror as they feared the elder would lash out against them. Given the elder's strength, they probably would die before realizing it. Only Mu Xian looked at Lin Qing's carriage and fell into deep thought. None of the people present dared to speak or move randomly, fearing they would alarm the adept, yet also afraid that running away might result in falling back into the hands of the group who had just left. Let's rest. Take turns according to the previous arrangement. I believe the elder has no malice towards us, came Mu Qinchuan's calm voice. Master, are you saying that elder helped save us? Could it be you know him? Asi exclaimed in surprise. Hush, perhaps, Mu Qinxian responded with a slight curl at the corner of his lips. Chapter 456, Lin Qing tells a lie. At this moment, Temple's heart was full of doubts, thinking to himself, what does young master mean by this? Does he recognize that person or not? However, looking at the young master now, it was clear he did not wish to answer. What Temple didn't know was that even his young master wasn't certain whether the master they encountered was someone familiar. This was because Mu Qinxian guessed that the expert might be the girl named Lin Qing whom he had saved. He made the judgment based on the voice, although the other party deliberately suppressed it a little. However, Mu Qinxian was an extremely sensitive person, and his intuition told him that the expert was indeed Lin Qing. Inside Lin Qing's carriage, blood trickled from the corner of Lin Qing's mouth. Apparently, using her divine sense for an attack earlier had worsened her slightly improved injuries. In fact, Lin Qing had no choice but to do this. First of all, Mu Chenxian was her savior, so she couldn't just stand aside. Secondly, if Mu Chenxian and his companions were killed, Lin Qing would be discovered by those people, which would put her in danger herself. So, she chose not to show up, only stunning the enemy with her divine sense to secure a slim chance of survival. Secondly, Lin Qing had been woken up rudely. With her body injured, she naturally wanted more rest. "Miss Lin, are you awake?" came Mu Chenxuan's voice from outside the carriage. "What is it?" Lin Qing's clear and cool voice rang out, confirming Mu Chenxuan's belief that the previous expert was indeed Lin Qing. "I have brought you breakfast. I suppose you must be hungry by now," Mu Chenxian respectfully said. "A bit of hunger does come to mind now." "Thank you," Lin Qing said with a faint smile. "It's my pleasure if you like it." Mu Chenxian smiled broadly. Lin Qing, looking at his respectful demeanor, thought, "It seems Mu Chenxian has guessed that I was yesterday's expert. He truly isn't simple." Ordinary people, upon seeing Lin Qing's heavily wounded state, would absolutely never guess that she could be the previous expert, just as the guard temple considered her a burden. As for guard temple, seeing his young master acting this way, his lips curled upwards, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with Lin Qing. He could not understand what had happened to his young master. Why was he being so respectful to this ugly person before him? What kind of magic potion had the other given to his young master? After eating breakfast, Lin Qing returned to the carriage again to recover her injuries. The carriage continued moving towards the depths of the beast forest. After 2 more days, Lin Qing's injuries had healed halfway. This also had much to do with her eating well and continuously taking medicinal supplements. Of course, these medicines were all collected by Mu Chenxian in the beast forest, and he sent some healing herbs to Lin Qing's hands. Regarding the other's kindness, Lin Qing accepted it. At this point, Lin Qing had changed into a different set of ancient clothing, something she had specifically bought beforehand in case of emergencies. The external scars on her face were already completely gone. She stepped out of the carriage. Staying inside it too long made her feel like rusting away. As soon as Lin Qing stepped out of the carriage, everyone revealed looks of amazement. They found it hard to believe that the former, ugly person had turned out to be such a breathtaking beauty after recovering. Before them stood a 16 or 17-year-old girl, dressed entirely in white silk robes as pure as snow, her hair casually draped open. Her skin compared to frost and snow, eyes bright like autumn water, eyebrows as graceful as spring clouds, features resembling peach blossoms, red lips like cherry pearls, posture delicate as willow smoke, perfectly proportioned without a hint of excess or deficiency. Her charm shone like evening clouds reflecting over a clear pond, and her presence glowed like moonlight dancing over a cold river. Moreover, a pleasant fragrance floated around her. They couldn't help but admire their young master's discerning eye, who managed to see such stunning beauty hidden beneath plain appearances. When Mu Chenxian saw Lin Qing step out of the carriage, he was equally stunned, really not expecting that the woman he had casually saved was not only a powerful expert, but also a super beautiful woman. "Miss Lin, why did you get down? Are your wounds healed?" Mu Chenxian showed signs of concern. I feel much better. If I stayed in the carriage any longer, I would have rusted away," Lin Qing's clear, cool voice responded. Of course, the carriage referred to a type of vehicle pulled by beast horses. Beast horses were tamed demonic beasts, providing convenience for travelers in many ways. "Miss Lin, this method of yours is quite refreshing. It's the first time I've heard it." Mu Chenxuan's corners lifted into a refined and elegant smile. "By the way, where are we? What are you doing here?" Lin Qing couldn't help but inquire about information. She didn't know much about many things in the immortal domain. To find the dark jade, it probably wouldn't be easy. "This is the beast forest, the nearest training ground to Yanbei City. Our group is currently undergoing family training. We can only pass if we manage to defeat a level 5 spirit beast," explained Mu Chenxian. "Yanbei City? Are there cities in this immortal domain?" "Miss Lin, you don't know?" Mu Chenxian looked puzzled. In theory, given her advanced abilities, she should have known the major cities within the immortal continent. "I have been cultivating in a remote place until recently." "How could you get injured so severely?" Mu Chenxian asked curiously. Logically, given the strength her divine sense had shown, she should be able to dominate in the beast forest. Even if she encountered an extremely powerful beast, escaping should not have been difficult. "I met an incredibly strong spirit beast at the deepest part of the beast forest. I fought with it. The beast was only slightly stronger than me, but unexpectedly, another more powerful spirit beast arrived, likely its mate. It was much stronger than the previous one. The moment we met, it unleashed countless wind blades toward me, hence my injuries are all over from being slashed repeatedly." Lin Qing fabricated her story, as she couldn't possibly tell them that she came from another dimension, which might expose Earth's location and bring danger to her original world. Although there were spatial rifts inside the passage, some might manage to pass through by chance, or even repair those rifts. Even the weakest cultivator in the immortal domain at the Qi refining stage would be considered a powerful figure on Earth. She had deep feelings for her former home and did not wish for it to be disturbed. "What? Did you actually reach the deepest part of the beast forest? Was the spirit beast you encountered the Howling Wind Divine Lion?" "There is a rumor about a pair of Howling Wind Divine Lions deep within this forest. A male one who is a 9th-tier spirit beast that some initial stage Yuan-ing cultivators wouldn't dare confront directly, and a female 8th-tier spirit beast who can stand against peak Jindan cultivators when enraged." Mu Qianxian appeared astonished. He had guessed that Lin Qing was very strong, but he never imagined she could be this powerful. Even the heads of the 4 major families in the immortal domain were only at the Yuan-Ing cultivation level. What kind of prodigy was this young woman to possess such strength at such a young age? Yes, it was the Howling Wind Divine Lion. I barely managed to escape using all my strength. Lin Qing knew the lie had to align with the other party's words since it was something made up. Chapter 457. The 5th rank spirit beast, the adamantine ape. Senior Lin, you really are lucky. Even if you're strong, you shouldn't gamble with your life. Spirit beasts generally have stronger physiques than cultivators, making them quite formidable. Most cultivators wouldn't dare to directly confront a spirit beast of the same rank. Since you don't know which cities exist in the Xian realm, let me explain. There are mainly 4 large cities in the Xian realm: Yanbei City, Yanshui City, Xingdu City, and Yanji City. Since Mu Qianxian had confirmed that the other party's cultivation was extremely high, his actions became more respectful. Of course, apart from these 4 largest cities, there are also some smaller ones. However, those cities do not possess any particularly powerful factions, so Senior doesn't need to pay too much attention. Among these 4 major cities, the largest is Xingdu City, which is also the most prosperous city in the Xian realm. All 4 of the most powerful families are gathered there. The 4 most powerful families? Lin Qing asked, raising an eyebrow. The 4 most powerful families are the Yi family, the Hua family, the Lung family, and the Mo family. In addition to these 4 great families, the Xian realm also has 8 major sects: the Zishao sect, the Xuanjian sect, the Fahua temple, the Divine Beast sect, the Fengqing sect, the Wuxing sect, the Hehuan sect, and the Wuji devil sect. Cultivators from the Hehuan sect and the Wuji devil sect practice demonic cultivation. Mu Qianxian explained respectfully. By the way, have you heard of the Dark Heart? Lin Qing suddenly blurted out a question. Dark Heart? I haven't heard of it. What is it? Mu Qianxian was filled with confusion. Oh, it's just a jade pendant. I need to find that thing. I suggest you go to the King of Darkness Pavilion in Xingdu City. It's the largest intelligence agency in the Xian realm. Even with just a jade pendant, you might still find information there. You could also check some auction houses. In the following days, Mu Qianxian and his group wandered in the midsection closer to the outer edge of the demon beast forest. This area generally did not have very powerful demon beasts, with the strongest being no more than 4th or 5th rank spirit beasts. It was the ideal trial range for them. They were investigating the 5th rank spirit beasts around them and wanted to choose one that would be relatively easy to deal with. Unfortunately, their plan didn't work as they intended. Just as Lin Qing's injuries were finally about healed, one of them mistakenly entered the den of an adamantine ape, triggering its pursuit. Master, this is bad. Not far away is the den of an adamantine ape. We accidentally entered it, and it's coming after us now. We need to escape quickly. A guard named C panted anxiously. What level of spirit beast is this adamantine ape? Mu Qianxian frowned slightly. It's a 5th level demon beast. Let's flee, or we won't make it in time. A C hurriedly said. Why are you fleeing? Aren't you trying to hunt a 5th level demon beast? A clear, cold voice came from behind, obviously belonging to Lin Qing. Do you even know what you're talking about? The adamantine ape, as a 5th rank spirit beast, has incredible defense and ranks highly among 5th level spirit beasts. There's no way we can defeat it. A C angrily retorted. To him, even though Lin Qing was beautiful, she lacked common sense. Everyone knew this fact, yet she seemed unaware. Why on earth did Master treat her so well? Could it be that he's charmed by her looks? Truly a red-hued beauty disaster. Don't worry, isn't it just a 5th level spirit beast? I'll help you. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Help us? How exactly do you plan to help us with all those wounds on your body and your scrawny arms? A C mocked disrespectfully. In his eyes, she couldn't possibly be beyond early stage of the Qi refinement realm, and her heavy injuries made her nothing but a burden. How could she help them? A C shut up. Quickly apologized to Senior Lin, Mu Qianxian rebuked. Though A C felt wronged, he dared not disobey his master's command. Sorry. A C reluctantly muttered an apology. Senior Lin, A C does not know your capabilities. Please forgive him. Mu Qianxian bowed apologetically. Forget it, it's just a kid. I won't bother arguing with someone like him. Lin Qing calmly said. After hearing her words, A C opened his mouth to retort, but then noticed his master's warning gaze. Helplessly, he closed his mouth. Senior Lin, are your wounds healed enough? Would you feel pressured handling a 5th rank adamantine ape? Mu Qianxian showed concern, though what mattered most was the survival of his entire group. From Lin Qing's previous tales, she seemed somewhat reckless, so he couldn't help but tread carefully. Rest assured, my body is almost fully recovered. Whether it's a 5th rank spirit beast, or even 6th rank, it's no problem. Lin Qing smiled confidently. Although A C completely disbelieved her claims, looking at how enchanted the young master appeared to be by Lin Qing left him baffled. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In case any danger arose, he was prepared to risk his life to secure a glimmer of survival for the young master. Right at that moment, the massive adamantine ape lumbered toward them with heavy strides. The place it passed through saw various animals scurrying away as fast as they could. Even the ground around shook in response. Coming into view was a colossal ape, roughly 4 to 5 meters long. Its entire body was covered with dark brown fur. Its well-developed muscles bulged beneath its robust frame, and its cheeks resembled 2 walls standing upright. Its extremely green eyes stared angrily at everyone present, clearly mistaking the group for enemies planning harm against it. With an open mouth revealing its yellow teeth, the adamantine ape charged towards the group for an attack. At the sight of this, fear crept onto everyone's faces. Just then, a white figure suddenly appeared before the giant ape. With her sword, she lunged directly at the adamantine ape's eyes. While the adamantine ape had extraordinarily strong defenses and was highly perceptive overall, its hearing abilities were relatively weak. Thus, its eyes became its vulnerable spot. Piercing them would severely reduce its combat strength. Her movement was exceptionally swift, like a bolt of lightning. In but a fleeting moment, the white figure returned to its original position. Oh wow! Almost simultaneously, a painful roar from the adamantine ape reverberated. Two streams of bloody tears flowed down below the ape's eyes, clearly indicating Lin Qing had blinded its eyes in that very instant. Everyone looked on in horror at Lin Qing, struggling to believe that this beauty whose appearance could topple kingdoms was an unmatched expert, wielding such brutal skills. What are you waiting for? Start attacking. Or do you expect me to kill this adamantine ape all by myself? Lin Qing shot them a casual glance, leaving them feeling as though needles pricked their backs. To Lin Qing, if this was supposed to be a trial, it ought to serve its purpose. Teaching someone to fish rather than giving them the fish was always better. Hence, while she could lend a hand, she wouldn't help them slay the adamantine ape outright. Chapter 458, Robbery. After Lin Qing's words, everyone immediately attacked the adamantine ape. One would throw a fireball, another would strike with a sword. They cooperated seamlessly. The adamantine ape, having lost its eyes, was quickly injured and eventually fell down. With Lin Qing's help, Mu Qinshuan's group finally hunted a 5th-grade spirit beast. When Xi saw that Lin Qing was not only beautiful but also a formidable expert, he admired his young master even more for his foresight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill a 5th-grade spirit beast so easily. Afterward, Lin Qing parted ways with Mu Qinshuan and others at the outskirts of the fiendish beast forest. She had saved them, and they had helped her finish her family's trial. Thus, she could consider her debt repaid. Next, she intended to search for some resources in the fiendish beast forest before seeking the Dark Heart. Upon investigation, she realized it wasn't easy to find the Dark Heart. It required money and power, something unlikely to be accomplished in the short term. After all, even if it were found and held by someone stronger than her, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. If it took a lot of spirit stones to buy it, she wouldn't be able to get it either. Even just finding information required many spirit stones. So currently, the most important thing was to cultivate while earning spirit stones. The best way to earn spirit stones was by drawing talismans and refining elixirs. Previously, when she was on the Cultivation Continent, talisman masters and elixir refiners were rare. After all, in the eyes of many people, these things were considered unorthodox, and only focusing on cultivation could lead to higher achievements. Lin Qing got up and walked around. Suddenly, she discovered several herbs, something that couldn't be found on Earth. On Earth, where the spiritual energy was thin, medicinal herbs needed over 1,000 years to become spirit herbs. But here, some grasses became even more potent than millennium-old herbs after only a few years. Happily, she approached those spirit herbs, only for an unexpected wolf to suddenly emerge from somewhere. This was a second-tier fiendish beast. Given its robust body, it was evident that it thrived under abundant spiritual energy. Ayo! It began growling menacingly at Ling Yuran. Humph! Asking for death, Lin Qing said coldly. Apparently, her concealed aura had made this beast misjudge her strength. Drifting leaves, flying petals. Lin Qing casually employed a skill she practiced before called the profound decision method. Leaves on nearby trees were stirred by the spiritual force and fell off one by one, forming whirlwinds of leaves surrounding the wolf. Instantaneously, these leaves turned into sharp knives, slicing across the wolf's body. Although a second-tier fiendish beast had relatively tough skin, it still suffered numerous cuts in the blink of an eye, blood spurting out red. Aoyu! It let out a painful howl, revealing its sharp fangs with red eyes as it charged toward Lin Qing. Humph, foolish. Lin Qing slapped her palm directly at the wolf's head. A bang sounded. The massive wolf hit the ground, creating a depression. Its body already bled from every orifice and was dead. Lin Qing grabbed one of the wolf's legs and hoisted it up. She prepared to extract the second-tier fiendish beast's crystal core and store its corpse to sell for money in Yanbei City. Suddenly, a lewd voice came from not far behind her. Haha, our luck is truly good today. We've stumbled upon a second-tier fiendish beast for free. Lin Qing turned around to see a few men, the leader being of Initial Foundation Establishment Cultivation, with the ones behind him at peak breath condensation. She coldly laughed. You want to rob me? The leading man was slightly plump with keen eyes. He didn't seem to take Lin Qing seriously at all, opening his mouth and saying arrogantly, What if I do? Our Yi family ranks among the top families in Yanbei City, and you definitely can't offend us. But given your pretty looks, if you willingly become my 13th concubine and go home with me, I'll gladly give you this second-tier fiendish beast. As he spoke, he flashed a lecherous smile at Lin Qing. Lin Qing slightly tilted her lips upward, suddenly feeling like teasing them. She blinked innocently, feigning admiration, and said, Really? Is your Yi family such a large family? Lin Qing's seemingly genuine question caused the man to think she was enticed by his family, and he immediately replied, Of course. When you come to my house, life will definitely be much better than being a wandering cultivator. You'll gain far more cultivation resources. He assumed the beauty before him must be a wandering cultivator without great backing forces. Otherwise, how could she be wandering alone in the extremely dangerous area of the fiendish beast forest? Moreover, judging from the fact that she hunted a second-tier fiendish beast, her strength should be at the breath condensation level. Otherwise, she wouldn't be lingering in the outer regions hunting mere second-tier fiendish beasts. He thought it was perfect timing to deceive her back to act as his cauldron partner. This would hopefully boost him to reach the middle foundation establishment. The man with the lewd eyes looked at Lin Qing's charming face and grinned in even greater satisfaction, almost drooling. What a premium beauty. He decided that this time he must not kill her so easily. A beauty like this deserved to be cherished properly. However, just as he began imagining inappropriate things, a streak of silver light flashed. Before he could make a sound, his head had already been separated from his body. Humph, you scum, like you even dared to lust after me. Lin Qing coldly laughed. Ah, you're courting death. How dare you kill young Master Yi? The several guards immediately attacked Lin Qing. If they couldn't kill young Master Yi's murderer, they'd certainly be killed when they returned to the Yi family. Lin Qing smirked coldly and deployed the profound decision method. Instantaneously, the guards were enveloped by numerous leaves, which turned into sharp blades and swirled rapidly, forming a green tornado. From within the center of the vortex came cries of anguish. When the screams died down, the leaves fluttered to the ground, revealing that those wrapped in the leaves had vanished without a trace. The red stains on the leaves made Lin Qing think of a line of poetry. Fallen flowers are not heartless things. They turn into spring mud to protect the blossoms. Let these vermin nourish the soil. Lin Qing picked up a few storage bags, erased their traces, and quickly moved towards the central region of the Fiendish Beast Forest. In the central area of the Fiendish Beast Forest, Lin Qing located a mountain peak. She gathered herbs, refined elixirs, hunted spirit beasts, and collected spirit beast blood. After half a month, Lin Qing's injuries were completely healed, and she had thoroughly stabilized her cultivation at the early gold core stage. In this half-month period, she refined no shortage of elixirs from 1st rank to 4th rank, enough for her to use for some time. Next, she needed to begin searching for the Dark Heart, and her first destination would be Yanbei City. Chapter 459, Arrival at Yanbei City. After leaving the outer region of the Demon Beast Continent, Lin Qing flew for a great distance on her spiritual sword before arriving at Yanbei City. This distance would be enough for her to circumnavigate the earth if she were still there. This immortal realm truly was vast. She gazed at the splendid and majestic architecture of Yanbei City and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She waited in line to enter Yanbei City, and when it was her turn, one of the city guards extended his hand. Lin Qing was utterly confused, not understanding what was expected of her. The guard instructed her, "Show your identification token." The guard was merely at the Qi refinement stage of cultivation, so because Lin Qing had concealed her aura and spiritual energy fluctuations, others could not detect her cultivation level. Consequently, the guard assumed that the beautiful young woman before him was an ordinary person. He added impatiently, "Your identification token." Lung Yuran spoke up, apologizing. "Excuse me, fellow Taoist. I have just arrived here from afar and do not possess an identification token for this place." The guard replied coldly, "Then you must submit 10 lower-grade spirit stones and obtain a temporary identification token from the nearby room." Understanding that this was the regulation, Lin Qing did not argue. After submitting the spirit stones and receiving her temporary identity token, she proceeded to walk into Yanbei City. Once inside Yanbei City, Lin Qing's striking beauty drew attention from many, and soon enough, more than a dozen people approached her to make conversation. Whether on Earth or in the immortal realm, the love for beauty was a universal trait among all beings. Frustrated by the attention, Lin Qing considered cross-dressing as a man, but she had no male clothing with her. Soon, Lung Yuran noticed a clothing store. The sign above the shop displayed 3 large characters, Jinl Feng, Gold Embroidery Shop. Upon entering, they saw an array of various clothes for both men and women on display. As soon as the shop assistant saw customers, he approached enthusiastically to promote their products. "Lady Immortal, what kind of clothing are you looking for? Our shop is a branch of the largest clothing store in this city, offering all styles of clothing, including some functional Dharma robes that ensure you look ethereal and surpassingly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing became interested and asked, "Oh, what kinds of functions do your clothes have?" Though she had lived in the immortal realm in her previous life, the research into clothing in the cultivation world hadn't been highly developed. Clearly, the immortal realm where she now found herself differed from the cultivation world she used to live in. The shopkeeper responded with a laugh, "Lady Immortal, you're from some remote area, aren't you?" Hearing this, Lin Qing immediately became cautious and defensive, asking, "What makes you say that?" Still laughing, the shop assistant replied, "These Dharma robes have certain special functions, which are common knowledge among cultivators in our large cities. Seeing as Lady Immortal is unaware, I assumed you might hail from a remote region." Lin Qing relaxed at this point, responding, "Indeed, I'm from a rather remote area. Could you please explain the functions of these Dharma robes?" The shopkeeper then explained, "Certainly. Some Dharma robes can defend against attacks. The pricing varies depending on the type of attack they counter. However, most clothes generally provide defense only against attacks below the foundation establishment stage. Others offer concealment capabilities, differing in price based on their effectiveness. For example, some can hide from detection by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, while others can even resist the probing of golden core cultivators." Intrigued, Lin Qing asked, "How much do such concealment function robes cost?" The shopkeeper answered, "Dharma robes capable of hiding from foundation establishment stage cultivators require 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, whereas those effective against golden core stage cultivators need 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lin Qing was shocked, exclaiming, That's so expensive. She only possessed over 1,000 spirit stones she had plundered from the Yi family's young master and his entourage, far from sufficient to purchase a single robe of this kind. In fact, these specially functioned clothes simply applied artifact refining techniques onto garments. For merchants, this allowed them to earn far more profit, as purely purchasing defensive artifacts wouldn't usually cost so much. It was akin to bundled sales. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "This is the standard price, and our store absolutely doesn't cheat either the young or the old. If you're truly interested in buying, I'll give you a 10% discount. Rest assured, you won't get ripped off or deceived at our store, guaranteed value for money." Despite the tempting offer, Lin Qing lacked the spirit stones needed to buy, thus responding, "Just regular men's dharma robes without any special functions. Give me 3 sets, and also 3 sets of women's." Although unable to sell their precious dharma robes, the shop assistant was still delighted. Selling clothing was beneficial nonetheless, given that those special functional dharma robes weren't affordable for everyone. Lin Qing provided her measurements and selected a few types of clothing styles she liked. Once the shop assistant handed her the clothes, she asked, "Is there a fitting room available?" The shop assistant replied, "Of course. Please follow me." Subsequently, he led Lin Qing towards the fitting room. Not long after, a handsome and elegant young man walked out from the fitting room, almost stunning the shop assistant. Although Lin Qing was incredibly beautiful, because of her cold personality, along with her relatively tall height, around 170 centimeters, and deliberately thickened eyebrows, she really appeared as a charming young gentleman when dressed as a man. Lin Qing noticed the awkward expression on the other person's face, so she casually coughed and asked, "How much are these clothes?" The shop assistant quickly averted his gaze and replied with a smile, "In total, it's 120 lower-grade spirit stones. Each piece of clothing costs 20 spirit stones." Lin Qing didn't know about the prices of clothing, but she was aware that spirit stones weren't easy for many people to obtain. She thus casually inquired, "Why is this clothing so expensive?" The shop assistant hurriedly explained, "Esteemed immortal, these garments aren't made from ordinary fabric. They are spun from the silk of spirit silkworms. In summer, they cool you down, and in winter, they provide warmth. Moreover, they are exceptionally light when worn. You should be able to feel it, immortal." The shop assistant had strong abilities in reading others' expressions and reactions. He saw Lin Qing disguised as a man, and therefore transformed his address from immortal lady to immortal. Lin Qing nodded slightly, and then handed over 120 lower-grade spirit stones to the shop assistant before leaving Jinlfeng. The shop assistant was very pleased. By selling 6 pieces of clothing, he could earn 3 lower-grade spirit stones as commission. For the past week, he finally had some spirit stones for his cultivation practice. This shop assistant was a 3rd-level qi refinement cultivator with rather mediocre spiritual roots, and because of his poor family background, he could only find work to earn spirit stones for his training. Subsequently, Lin Qing began wandering around Yanbei City. It was indeed quite prosperous, with all kinds of businesses available. Suddenly, she noticed a shop called Treasure Pavilion. Her eyes lit up, and she entered. As soon as she went inside, a young assistant warmly approached and asked, "Esteemed senior, what do you need? I can introduce our products to you." Lin Qing questioned, "What kinds of things do you sell here?" Proudly, the young assistant introduced their merchandise. "We have a wide range of items, spirit herbs, magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, and more. There's anything you can think of. Only something you couldn't imagine would be missing." Chapter 460, High-Grade Elixirs. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. "Do you have something called the Heart of Darkness here?" "Heart of Darkness? What is that?" The young apprentice asked in utter confusion. "What do you mean you don't know what it is? And you still claim to have everything available?" Lin Qing sighed heavily. "Esteemed immortal, I only know about common items. Our treasure pavilion is indeed one of the most diverse shops in Yanbei City." The young apprentice apologized humbly. All right, I understand. It wasn't my intention to intentionally challenge you. I'm just a little disheartened. By the way, does your shop buy elixirs?" "Of course, but this matter requires the approval of our shopkeeper," the apprentice responded. Lin Qing then followed the apprentice upstairs to a room in the middle of the 2nd floor. As soon as she entered, it was clear the decoration of the room exuded classical charm, far surpassing modern retro aesthetics. A middle-aged man sat at the center of the room. Although he looked like a typical middle-aged man, who could tell how old he truly was? The middle-aged man was a cultivation practitioner at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He greeted the assistant with, "Zhang Yuan, what's the matter?" Zhang Yuan answered, "Shopkeeper, this elder has some elixirs to sell to our treasure pavilion." Apparently, the shopkeeper had been observing Lin Qing from the beginning and now invited her in with, "Please come in, esteemed Taoist friend." Lin Qing walked in, and Zhang Yuan excused himself, knowing the subsequent conversation was beyond his participation level. The shopkeeper began, "What kind of elixir would this friend like to sell?" Lin Qing replied calmly, "Shimi elixir and jeweling elixir." Spirit stones were equivalent to money in this world, indispensable for any purpose. The shopkeeper was surprised. There are actually jeweling elixirs here. These elixirs are used by those at the foundation establishment stage. Could this esteemed friend be a pill refiner? Lin Qing believed revealing her pill refining abilities prematurely, being unfamiliar with this place and its people, might cause trouble. Even though she didn't fear complications, her primary goal in the spirit realm was to find the Heart of Darkness, so avoiding unnecessary trouble was prudent. She smiled lightly and said, "I'm not a pill refiner. I have a friend who is, and he entrusted me to help sell these elixirs." The shopkeeper also thought the current gentleman didn't appear capable of refining such a high-level pill as the jeweling elixir. After all, The other party looked no older than 16 or 17. If the person simply appeared young due to longevity cultivation techniques or exceptionally high talent leading to early breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage, their actual age remained uncertain. But achieving foundation establishment purely on appearance seemed impossible at such a tender age, no matter how talented they were. Usually, at least reaching 20 years of age was necessary. Jeweling elixir was considered a third-grade elixir, and third-grade pill refiners, regardless of talent or potential, usually couldn't achieve that level without being in their 30s or 40s. Therefore, the shopkeeper introduced himself. "My name is Lu Bin, and I am the shopkeeper here. Esteemed friend, please wait a moment while I summon an appraiser." Typically, we invite renowned appraisers when acquiring elixirs, herbs, magical artifacts, and such, and our resident appraiser is well known in Yanbei City. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Lu Bin first ordered a servant girl to serve spiritual tea to entertain the guest, and subsequently left to summon the appraiser. During the waiting period, Lin Qing tasted the spiritual tea. Its flavor immediately invigorated the heart and lungs, offering total relaxation and leaving a long-lasting aroma. It had been quite some time since she last drank spiritual tea, and the nostalgia was strong. In less than the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the appraiser arrived along with Lu Bin into the room where Lin Qing waited. Lin Qing noticed immediately that the appraiser had reached the late stage of foundation establishment cultivation. Despite having no wrinkles on his face, his hair was slightly graying, suggesting he was advanced in years. Upon entering the room, the appraiser closed the door and cut straight to the chase, asking, "I heard you have a Juling elixir to sell?" Lin Qing stood up respectfully and bowed slightly, saying, "Indeed." From within her storage space, she took out 2 bottles of pills, one containing Shimi pills, the other Juling pills, each bottle containing 10 pills. All of them were upper-grade pills. She hadn't planned to bring out the peerless grade pills yet, intending to reserve them for her own use. Due to her experience from her previous life, combined with an incredibly high spirit force and the assistance of red lotus seed fire, Lin Qing's pill refining skills were quite exceptional. However, during her time on Earth, she hadn't been able to fully utilize her potential due to limited resources. Earth's insufficient spiritual energy and lack of spiritual herbs had greatly restricted her capabilities. She handed over the 2 bottles of pills and explained, "The one on the left is Shimi pills, and the one on the right is Juling pills." The appraiser accepted the 2 bottles and first poured out a Shimi pill. As soon as the bottle opened, the medicinal aroma wafted through the air. He inhaled deeply and, after identifying the pill's quality, exclaimed in surprise, This is actually an upper-grade Shimi pill." Then, he quickly opened the other bottle. When he saw that it contained upper-grade Juling pills, his astonishment surged through him like a tumultuous sea. It was well known that while Juling pills were third-grade elixirs, only alchemists of at least 5th grade could produce an upper-grade version. What did a 5th-grade alchemist entail? In the vast Yanbei city, the most accomplished alchemist was merely a 4th-grade one, and there was only one person in that rank. He held an esteemed position and frequently secluded himself in seclusion for training, making it absolutely impossible for him to sell any pills to others. There were a few third-grade alchemists in Yanbei City, yet each of them acted with their noses turned upward. This was understandable, as alchemists were in high demand in the cultivation world. Advancement in practice or levels depended heavily on elixirs. However, it took immense quantities of spirit stones, herbs, and time to nurture an alchemist. Moreover, a great talent for pill refinement was essential. Lu Bin noticed the appraiser lost in thought over the Juling pills and asked, "Is something wrong with the Juling pills?" To everyone's surprise, the appraiser burst out laughing. "Ha, nothing's wrong. Everything is absolutely perfect." The appraiser then asked, "I heard these elixirs are sold by someone on behalf of an alchemist." Lin Qing confirmed this was indeed what the shopkeeper had conveyed, replying, "It is." The appraiser roared with laughter again. All right. I'll offer you 1,200 lower-grade spirit stones for your Shimi elixir, and 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones for your Juling elixir. A regular Shimi elixir can only fetch around 50 spirit stones per pill, and a regular Juling elixir sells for approximately 500 spirit stones. However, given the superior quality of both your elixirs, I'm doubling their prices. What do you think about that? Lu Bin was shocked upon hearing these words, but trusted the appraiser's judgment fully, so he didn't raise any objections. All right, let's settle on this price. Also, I'd like to buy some blank jade slips, talisman paper, vermilion sand, and similar items from your store. Lin Qing smiled faintly and said, "This won't be an issue. These things don't cost many spirit stones anyway, so consider them as a gift to you. If next time that alchemist entrusts you with selling more elixirs, please keep our treasure pavilion in mind." Lu Bin grinned widely. Despite having countless doubts swirling in his mind, this wasn't the right moment to voice them. "That sounds fine." Lin Qing nodded briefly. Before long, her requested items were brought up. After putting the spirit stones and the items related to talisman making into her storage pouch, she left the treasure pavilion. Chapter 461, The Independent Practitioners Alliance Trade Fair. As Lin Qing left, Lu Bin couldn't wait to ask, "Master Wan, the price of the pills we collected seems a bit high. Do you know what level these 2 pills are?" "They are top-grade pills. The price I paid is indeed not low, but it will definitely not cause a loss. After all, one who can refine upper-grade 3-star pills must be highly ranked. It's likely that they are a 5-star pill refiner or even an exceptionally talented 4-star pill refiner. If we could gain their favor through some kindness and recruit them, it would absolutely be a wise investment." The appraiser opened his mouth leisurely with a calm smile. After hearing these words, Lu Bin's eyes lit up. He agreed deeply with the appraiser's approach. Experience really does come from being seasoned. After Lin Qing exited the treasure pavilion, she casually strolled around before entering a tavern, planning to eat something while gathering information. Such places are teeming with people of various kinds, making it an excellent place to learn about Yanbei City. Just as Lin Qing had anticipated, some dishes here were indeed made from spirit plants and the meat of low-tier beast souls, yet they tasted good. She immediately found her appetite increased. Since she intended to gather information, naturally being in the main hall was better. Not long after, Lin Qing overheard two individuals at a nearby table who looked to be nearing the peak cultivation level whispering. Since Lin Qing's realm was higher than theirs, she naturally caught the content of their conversation. Brotherly, have you heard of a recent event in Yanbei City? Brother Wu, could you mean the trade fair held by the Independent Practitioners Alliance within Yanbei City? It seems Brother Wu has heard of it too. I plan to go take a look, perhaps I might find something valuable. If Brother Wu is interested, why don't we travel together? This way, we can also keep an eye on each other. Otherwise, if we purchase any precious items, we may still end up being killed and robbed. Brotherly makes a valid point. For us, independent practitioners, our access to resources is limited. If we cannot obtain foundation-establishing pills, our lifespans will only extend for another short 30 years. Hopefully, this trip will yield some results. Could Brother Wu possibly think that we might acquire foundation-establishing pills at the trade fair? Not exactly. Foundation-establishing pills are so rare that they only appear during large-scale auctions in major trading cities. How could any wandering cultivators possess and sell them? I simply hope to purchase some useful items to enhance my combat power. Within the next 30 years, it's possible I might acquire a foundation-establishing pill and succeed in advancing. True. Then let's make plans to attend the Independent Practitioners Alliance trade fair together in half a month. After finishing their meal, they paid with more than 10 lower-grade spiritual stones and then departed from the Golden Fortune Tavern. At this time, a woman cultivator with an ingenious look entered. Behind her followed a maid, who also had late refining energy stage cultivation. From her attire, it was evident that she came from a decent family. As soon as she entered, she reserved a private room and headed upstairs. As the cunning beauty ascended the stairs, whispers began downstairs. That woman who just went upstairs is quite charming. If I could win her as a dual cultivation partner, I'd have no regrets in life. A younger-looking male cultivator remarked. You can stop dreaming about that female practitioner. Do you know her background? A burly man beside the young male cultivator warned. What? Is she from one of Yanbei City's prominent families? The young male cultivator asked, puzzled. She comes from the Yi family, one of Yanbei City's 5 great clans. Her name is Yi Ling. Once, by sheer coincidence, I attended an event hosted by the Yi family and met her. She is only 20 years old, but has already reached the 9th layer of the refining chi stage. Her talent for cultivation is remarkable, and she is preparing to participate in the entrance examination of the 8 great sections. Clearly, a male cultivator with excellent qualifications and a commendable background would be suitable for her. The rough-looking male cultivator showed a yearning expression. Upon hearing this, the young male cultivator instantly understood that an unspoken romance never even had a chance to begin. He was merely born into an ordinary family, with mediocre talent himself, and even at the age of 30, after hard work, had only managed to reach the 9th level of refining chi. He was far inferior compared to Yi Ling earlier. One favorable aspect of cultivators is their practicality. They have a clear understanding of themselves. Otherwise, it would lead to humiliation and potentially lose their lives unnecessarily. Unlike some men on Earth who know they aren't competent in many ways but persist in empty flattery and incessant pursuit, only to later become self-righteous. Lin Qing suppressed her cultivation to the late refining stage and approached to initiate a conversation. Esteemed Taoist friend, beautiful grasses grow everywhere under the sky. A man needn't fear finding a wife. The two noticed Lin Qing coming over to strike up a conversation and became immediately cautious. Seeing Lin Qing's graceful and composed demeanor, she smiled lightly and said, Esteemed Taoist friend, since our tables are relatively close, I inadvertently overheard your conversation. I apologize. That burly male cultivator, upon seeing Lin Qing's strikingly handsome features and cultivation level similar to his own, as well as Lin Qing's courteous speech, immediately felt a sense of goodwill. Thus, he asked, Friend Taoist, what do you need? Not just in modern society, but also in the world of immortal cultivation, good looks often earn favor. Lin Qing smiled and said, I have just arrived at Yanbei City, and I am unfamiliar with many things. Hence, I would like to ask for your guidance. Let me treat you both for this meal. Seeing such generosity from the elegant male cultivator before him, the burly man instantly became very patient, diligently explaining various pieces of information about Yanbei City. Yanbei City was located at the farthest northern edge of the Xian domain, making it an average-sized city that paled in comparison to the bustling grandeur of Chengdu City. The 4 major families of the Xian domain resided in the Holy City. Yanbei City had its own 4 prominent families, the Jiang Family, Mu Family, Yi Family, and Chen Family. The Yi family among them must surely be the clan of that lewd male whom she killed. And likely, the Mu family was where Mu Chenxian originated from. After finding out the location and timing of the Independent Practitioners Alliance trade fair, Lin Qing settled her account and left the tavern. She then found an inn within Yanbei City and settled down there. The time for the trade fair was set 3 days later. As long as there was a possible chance for the Dark Heart to appear, she wouldn't let go. She was unwilling to miss any potential opportunity. The Xian domain was vast, and finding a single jade pendant seemed nearly impossible. But no matter how difficult, she refused to give up. During the following 3 days, Lin Qing did not leave the inn once. Within her guest room, she alternated between cultivating and creating talismans. Before Lin Qing knew it, the 3 days had passed. Following the information she gathered earlier, she headed toward the Independent Practitioners Alliance. When Lin Qing reached the location of the Independent Practitioners Alliance trade fair, it was about to start. To enter, everyone needed to obtain an entrance token by submitting 20 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Qing briefly glanced around and estimated that the Independent Practitioners Alliance must surely gain quite a lot of spirit stones just from holding this trade fair. After Lin Qing handed over 20 lower-grade spiritual stones, she received an identity token and entered. Most of those who came here were still at the refining chi stage in their cultivation. Those at the foundation establishing stage were rather few. Lin Qing stayed low profile and controlled her cultivation level to the late refining chi stage. Chapter 462. Clues of the Dark Jade? Lin Qing entered and found many people setting up various stalls. Some were selling incomplete versions of martial arts techniques at low prices, others were selling magical artifacts, and some were selling corpses, skins, and furs of magical beasts. As she wandered around, she eventually arrived in front of an old man's stall with gray hair. She scanned it roughly at first glance, noticing a book about formations among his wares. Although Lin Qing had dabbled in formation knowledge, she wasn't an expert, which is why it caused her trouble twice. Realizing this, she resolved to study formations more seriously. She picked up the book on formations and asked, "How much for this book?" 100 lower-grade spirit stones, no bargaining, replied the old man without raising his head. After the old man finished speaking, a young man nearby, who also had a stall, interjected, "Brother, don't fall for it. A basic formation manual only costs 60 lower-grade spirit stones elsewhere, while his looks so worn out that you don't even know if it's real or fake. Yet he dares to charge 100 lower-grade spirit stones, definitely overcharging." The old man didn't respond, looking half asleep as if he didn't care whether anyone bought from him or not. "Why are your books more expensive than those in the market outside?" Lin Qing casually asked. "I only sell to connoisseurs." The old man gave a faint reply and then stopped talking. Lin Qing picked up the book that looked like it was falling apart and flipped through it casually. From this book, she felt an ancient and elegant aura, an aura she had once felt from a very ancient classic work. Just because of this aura, this worn-out formation manual shouldn't be ordinary. "All right, I'll take it." After giving the old man 100 lower-grade spirit stones, Lin Qing placed the book on formations into her ring space. The young man next to her, seeing Lin Qing spending generously, evidently mistook her for an easy target and enthusiastically began promoting the items on his own stall. However, there was nothing on his stall that Lin Qing truly wanted, so she quickly left his vicinity. Continuing to explore, she examined carefully for any clues leading to the heart of darkness. Soon, she came across a stall selling magical beast skins, claws, teeth, etc., where she spotted a herb called penetrating heart grass. This was a herb that could improve the quality of refining pills. She couldn't help but ask, "How much for this herb?" The stall owner looked like a very honest and kind-hearted person. He responded, "This grass was just collected on the side when I hunted beasts. It doesn't worth much spirit stones. You can check these pelts and claws. These are second-level beast skins, which can be sent to weapon shops to craft things." Lin Qing said, "This grass is a type of herb, but its age isn't high enough to be valuable. I will offer you 10 lower-grade spirit stones for it. How about that?" The honest middle-aged man immediately recognized Lin Qing's cultivation level had reached the peak of the chi refinement stage. Originally, he hadn't expected the herb to fetch much money, but earning 10 spirit stones made him quite pleased. Lin Qing scoured the entire trade fair and found no trace of the heart of darkness. She couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. At this moment, she came to the stall of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The stall contained some low-level talismans for sale, along with talisman paper, vermilion, and brushes. The girl was using a brush to paint a picture on the ground casually. On the painting was an image of a dragon, and there seemed to be a heart in the dragon's mouth. Could this not be the thing carved onto the pendant of the Dark Jade? Perhaps this girl knows the clue to the Dark Jade's whereabouts? Lin Qing quickly approached the girl's side. Her voice slightly rushed as she asked, "Where's the Dark Jade?" "Ah." The girl was startled by the sudden sound and stepped back hastily. When she raised her head and saw Lin Qing's appearance, she froze momentarily. The male cultivator standing before her was exceptionally handsome. Indeed, the most handsome man she had ever seen, and being so close to him made her somewhat flustered. She could faintly detect a fresh and refreshing fragrance emanating from him. At this realization, her face involuntarily turned red. At that moment, a tall and refined man walked over. He too carried a scholarly air and had reached the peak of the chi refinement stage in cultivation. Seeing his sister looking downcast, he assumed she had been bullied and asked immediately, "Muo, what happened?" The shy girl named Muo became lively again upon hearing her brother's voice. "Brother, have you come back? Did you buy the things you wanted?" The elegant and scholarly man did not answer the girl's question but asked instead, "Muo, what just happened? Has someone bullied you?" Muo shook her head hurriedly, saying, No. It's just that this gentleman asked me a strange question." "A strange question?" Jun Yong, the male cultivator, immediately became alert. Seeing his sister's flushed face, he mistook the man in front of him for a philanderer. When he saw that the man before him was only at the late stage of the condensation of chi realm, his eyes flared with anger as he said, "Humph, you lecherous fellow, how dare you flirt with my younger sister? Do you think everyone will like you just because you're handsome? I tell you, we don't buy into your act. If we weren't in this place where troublemaking is forbidden, I would have beaten you to a pulp." Lin Qing was utterly baffled. She hadn't done anything wrong. So why had she been mistaken for someone who was flirting with the girl? It must have been because she'd asked the question while standing too close to her sister, causing the misunderstanding. Apparently, this guy was overprotective of his sister. He couldn't tolerate anyone getting near her, otherwise, he'd start imagining all sorts of things. Brother Daoist, I think there's been a misunderstanding, Lin Qing said helplessly. After all, she could not afford to tangle with such an overprotective sibling, especially when she was currently disguised as a man. I haven't made any mistake. Don't think that sweet-talking us will make us forgive you, Jun Yong declared with an air of, I see right through you, leaving Lin Qing even more speechless. Brother Daoist, you truly misunderstood me. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. I did not flirt with her, Lin Qing explained helplessly. Brother, you've misunderstood this gentleman. Qin Mu hastened to interject. If that's true, what on earth did you mean by your earlier strange comment? Jun Yong still couldn't comprehend. I simply didn't know what he was talking about. Qin Mu quickly explained herself. Let me explain it then. I noticed your sister drew a picture on the ground. See, it's right here. Have either of you ever seen a pitch-black jade pendant? On the pendant, it should be carved with the exact pattern that your sister painted. Lin Qing pointed to the drawing on the floor and asked. No, we've never seen such a pendant. Jun Yong replied hurriedly, though his eyes betrayed signs of nervousness. We really haven't seen it, Jun Yong reiterated hastily. Well, if you haven't, never mind then, Lin Qing said nonchalantly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qing noticed that Jun Yong subtly let out a sigh of relief. Looks like this brother-sister duo has some connection to the dark jade. To find a clue to the heart of darkness so quickly made Lin Qing quite happy. Chapter 463. What a despicable person. Lin Qing appeared to walk away disappointedly, but she was always paying attention to the movements of the brother and sister. Since the other party was unwilling to answer, then she would make them answer. Even if they had to resort to physical force, with so many people around here, it was not a suitable place. To be honest, in general, she did not want to directly threaten or use force. However, dealing with some people indeed required unconventional methods, which were more effective. Lin Qing noticed that after a while, the brother and sister quietly left the trading fair and took a carriage towards the outskirts of Yanbei City. And Lin Qing secretly followed them. At the same time, there was another group of people who had also targeted them. This group of people was attracted by beauty. Inside the carriage, Qin Xiang looked solemnly at his younger sister and said, Mo, didn't I tell you not to divulge the information about that black bead? Why did you draw the scene inside that bead? And even at such a place like the trading fair? Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. You all think this bead is a treasure, but I don't see it as useful. It's just a bead. Because of it, our parents are dead, and we still don't know what this bead can do. I don't want anything bad happening to you. Let's just throw it away, Qin Mo said with some sorrow. But this bead was something our parents entrusted us with before they died. How can we just throw it away? I will definitely find out the use of this bead, Qin Xiang replied, his brows furrowed tightly. Just after the carriage left Yanbei City, they were stopped. Qin Xiang lifted the curtain and coldly said, Who are you? Why block my way? Haha, I'm Yi Jian, a direct line descendant of the Yi family of Yanbei City. When I was wandering around the trading fair earlier, I saw your sister. Your sister is really pure and charming. Let me put it straight, I fancy your sister. As long as your sister follows me, I guarantee you both a life of luxury. Yi Jian revealed a flirtatious smile and unabashedly cast a lustful glance at Qin Mo. You're dreaming. Qin Xiang blocked Yi Jian's view and angrily said, Ho, are you looking for death? Do you think my Yi family doesn't fight back? Are you stupid, or just plain stupid? Earlier inside Yanbei City wasn't the right moment to act. Who would have thought you'd leave so early? Yi Jian coldly laughed as he released a pressurizing aura. Qin Xiang's face changed drastically when he realized that the frivolous man before him was actually a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the two bodyguards behind him were also at the Foundation establishment stage. Was this meant to exterminate him? Even so, he would never hand over his sister easily. Even if he were to die, he would bite off a piece of their flesh. Sister, are you afraid of dying? Brother, I'm not afraid. Even if I die, I won't let beasts like these harm me. Qin Mo replied with determination. Good. In an instant, dozens of fire talismans appeared in Qin Xiang's hand. Although these talismans were not of high grade, if detonated simultaneously, Yi Jian and his group might survive, but would certainly be severely injured. Of course, once detonated, Qin Xiang and Qin Mo in the center of the explosion would lose their lives immediately. Although these are only Chu Ji Fu, talisman, in large quantities, even a Foundation establishment stage cultivator like you might not be able to endure it. If you insist on forcing us, then don't blame me. As Qin Xiang spoke, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Ha, you've got guts, I like that. At that moment, a cool, clear laughter rang out. Who dares interfere? Yi Jian said vigilantly. When Lin Qing's figure appeared in front of Yi Jian's eyes almost turned red with excitement, and he was practically drooling. You're called Yi Jian, right? Lin Qing smiled slightly. Yes. Could it be that the beautiful lady has heard of my name? Yi Jian's face was full of infatuation. Ho, practicing silver swords rather than golden ones. You're truly a despicable person. Lin Qing coldly chuckled. And originally tense Qin Mo, hearing this line, also burst out laughing with a pooh. How dare you insult me? Since you're rushing toward death, then don't blame me. Both of you, grab him for me. Oh yes, don't harm his face, it'll ruin it. Afterward, young master, I will personally educate him. Yi Jian commanded the two guards coldly. However, as soon as those two guards approached Lin Qing, she swiftly killed them with two sword strikes. What kind of person are you? Do you know who I am? I'm young Master Yi of the Yi family. Yi Jian revealed a look of panic. I don't care who you are. Since you offended me, you must die. With that, Lin Qing transformed into a streak of light. In no time, Yi Jian and his 7 or 8 men were eliminated by her, without even a chance to escape. Lin Qing then directed her gaze at the brother and sister Qin Xiang and said with a smile, "What? Shouldn't you thank me?" "Thank you, Master, for saving us." Qin Mo's shy voice echoed. Qin Xiang looked at Lin Qing with a scrutinizing gaze and said, "Young sir, you've saved us, and I'm grateful. However, you probably didn't save us without reason. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that you happen to be here?" "I do have a purpose, and it's still the question I asked you earlier. You certainly didn't tell the truth before." Lin Qing replied calmly. "All right, I can give this treasure to you, but you must agree to my 2 conditions." Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment and then said, "Go on, as long as they're within my capability, I'll try my best to satisfy you. 1. You give me 2 foundation building pills. 2. You give me a high-grade talisman making technique." Qin Xiang opened calmly. He could see that the young master in front of him was no ordinary person. Someone who dared to kill the Yi family members without changing expression definitely possessed many treasures. Currently, what he lacked most were foundation building pills. Since these pills required rare medicinal herbs that were difficult to find and even harder to refine into pills, they were very hard to obtain. He needed 2, one for himself and another for his younger sister. Qin Xiang originally came from a family of talisman makers, but after encountering powerful enemies, his family declined, leaving only the techniques for low-grade and mid-grade talismans. Now, he was about to become an intermediate-level talisman master. However, high-grade talisman-making techniques were extremely difficult to acquire. Even if they were available, they would likely be priced so high that he couldn't afford them. Therefore, if he could exchange that treasure for something more useful, he'd accept it. After all, despite trying for such a long time, he had been unable to uncover the secret of that treasure. If it wasn't meant to be his, he might as well trade it for something practical. 2 foundation-building pills, I can give you right now. But regarding the talisman-making technique, Lin Qing frowned slightly. Qin Xiang thought the other party was reluctant and hurriedly spoke. "No bargaining is allowed here. I'm not haggling. It's just that for the high-grade talisman-making technique, I think I'll need a little more time." She indeed had the high-grade talisman-making technique, but it existed only in her mind. She had to inscribe it onto a jade slip before giving it to him. "It doesn't matter if it takes a little longer. We can wait." Qin Xiang sighed with relief. To be honest, if the person in front of him had decided to seize the treasure by force, there was nothing he could do. Yet, unexpectedly, the other party was willing to make a deal. Chapter 464, A Mix-Up. Lin Qing and her 2 companions found an inn to stay at along the way. During the night, Lin Qing finally managed to record the advanced talisman-making technique in her mind. When Lin Qing handed over the 2 foundation-building pills and the advanced talisman-making technique to Qin Xiang, he unexpectedly gave her a black bead in return. The bead was about the size of a ping-pong ball, completely black, with no sense of spiritual energy emanating from it. "What do you mean? I've already given you everything, so why are you giving me a bead?" Lin Qing's face immediately turned cold. "Aren't you looking for this bead?" Qin Xiang asked, puzzled. "I wanted a dark jade pendant. It had what your sister drew at the trade fair engraved on it, not just a black bead." Lin Qing said angrily. "But we don't have that jade pendant. We only have this black bead." Qin Xiang replied helplessly. "It seemed there was a mix-up. Where did your sister see the pattern?" Lin Qing asked, confused. "From inside this black bead." "What?" Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise. She quickly picked up the black bead and peered into it, holding it towards the sunlight. She really did see the image of a dragon attempting to bite a heart. "It seems like this bead must be related to that jade pendant of the dark heart," Lin Qing thought privately. "So, are we still exchanging or not?" Qin Xiang looked at her, waiting for a reply, cautiously asking. When he had opened the bottle containing the foundation-building pills earlier, he discovered that they were actually superior quality foundation-building pills, something even money couldn't buy. "Yes, since the exchange has already happened, I won't go back on my word. There might be clues about the jade pendant in this bead," Lin Qing responded calmly. "As long as there's even the slightest possibility, I need to investigate thoroughly. All right, now that the exchange is complete, I'll take my leave. Farewell." With that, Lin Qing walked off toward the distance. After parting ways with Qin Xiang and his sister, she came alone to a secluded mountain cave, starting to study the black bead. However, after studying it for a long time, the bead didn't exhibit any reaction. Just when she was feeling incredibly disappointed, the bead suddenly lit up once. When she checked again, it returned to its original state without any further response. Having no choice, Lin Qing put it aside and decided to continue searching for other leads. Since Yin Beiqing had been visited, the next stop would be Yunsui City, a major city closer to Yin Beiqing. Near Yunsui City lay one of the 8 great sects, Fengqing sect. Normally, large sects such as these have their own marketplaces. Since she had decided to head towards Yunsui City, visiting the marketplace of Fengqing sect along the way made perfect sense. After flying for several days by sword, Lin Qing arrived near a town close to Fengqing sect. Estimating that the market wouldn't be far away, she noticed a few late qi refinement cultivators outside the town. Curious, she approached them to block their path. Upon seeing Lin Qing approach by flight, the late qi refinement cultivators instantly realized that she was likely a foundation establishment cultivator. Fear crossed their faces, wondering why she stopped them. In this world, killings and plundering were all too common. Even if they all teamed up, they'd be no match against her due to the vast disparity in levels. One of the elder-looking Qi refinement cultivators respectfully asked Lin Qing. Esteemed senior, is there anything we can assist you with? Lin Qing inquired. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Fengqing Sex Marketplace? The older cultivator relaxed immediately, understanding that the reason she had stopped him was merely to ask directions. He answered, Senior, are you planning to attend Fengqing Sex Auction? Traveling north past this town for approximately 50 kilometers should lead you to some shops belonging to Fengqing Sect. Curious, Lin Qing probed further. Oh, is there going to be an auction at Fengqing Sex Market? The cultivator continued. Senior isn't aware? This auction will occur in a week. It's Fengqing Sect's annual auction event, and it's rumored rare treasures unattainable otherwise may surface. As he spoke, a yearning expression surfaced on his face. Though he wished to attend the auction himself, he knew his limited wealth wouldn't afford him much anyway. Moreover, each entry ticket cost 100 lower-grade spirit stones, which likely deterred many who lacked the resources but craved knowledge. Hearing the words, rare treasures, Lin Qing's eyes brightened. Thank you for informing me. With that, she took off in the direction of Fengqing Sex Market using her flying sword. Not long after, Lin Qing reached Fengqing Sex Marketplace. The place was bustling, filled with numerous stalls of various types, indicating the vibrancy typical of such prosperous areas. Adjusting her cultivation level to mid-foundation establishment, she entered the largest medicinal herb and pill shop. As soon as they noticed her cultivation level, the shopkeeper eagerly approached. Senior, may I inquire what you require? She took a quick glance around and noticed that even the common staff of a shop was at the late Qi refinement stage, clearly indicating the profound strength of Fengqing Sect. I need some spiritual herbs, Lin Qing said indifferently. Could it be that the senior is a pill refiner? The staff member asked with a smile, inquiring further. Just cultivating already takes so much time. How would I have the leisure to refine pills? A friend I know is a pill refiner, and since I happened to pass by here, I decided to help them purchase some herbs, Lin Qing casually replied. Hearing this, the staff agreed. Given her youthful appearance but advanced foundation establishment cultivation level, it was evident she had devoted significant time to her own cultivation, and one's energy was limited. Even if she were a pill refiner, her skill level likely wouldn't be high. Understood. However, if your friend plans to sell any pills, they can come to our Danfeng shop. We will definitely offer fair prices. After purchasing the required spiritual herbs, Lin Qing left. Looking at her nearly empty storage bag, she privately thought, it seems I really do need to make some money. With the auction still a week away, Lin Qing chose to stay hidden in the inn during these days, refining pills and creating talismans. This time she created 6th and 7th grade spirit talismans. Actually, 8th grade talismans were within her capability as well, but they consumed too much spiritual energy, and she hadn't attempted them yet. Talismans are classified into 12 grades. Grades 1 through 3 are low-grade talismans, grades 4 to 6 are mid-grade talismans, grades 7 to 9 are high-grade talismans, and grades 10 to 12 are top-grade talismans. Above the 12th grade, they become spirit treasures. Low-grade talismans can be drawn using cinnabar, while for mid-grade ones, or higher, beast blood should ideally replace cinnabar to create better talismans. The stronger the beast's blood used, the more powerful the talisman produced. Naturally, the attributes of the blood must align to yield the best results. During her previous visit to the spirit beast forest near Yanbeiqing, Lin Qing had collected the blood of numerous spirit beasts, ranging from 4th grade to 7th grade beasts. Now she also possessed sufficient raw materials needed to create high-grade talismans, which required either jade slips or talisman papers made from beast skins. Previously, most of her talismans were drawn on regular talisman paper, thus they lacked the quality of high-grade ones. In order to make money, it was best to create high-grade talismans. Chapter 465, Consigning Elixirs for Auction. On the day before the auction, Lin Qing finally managed to create more than 10 7-rank spirit talismans and several dozen 6-rank spirit talismans, along with quite a few elixirs. She then left the inn. She decided to dispose of some of the spiritual beast corpses below rank 6 in her spatial ring, since these things were taking up too much space. They would be more useful as spirit stones. What had previously seemed like ample space in her ring now appeared very cramped. Lin Qing resolved that if she obtained any more or stones capable of expanding the spatial capacity of her ring in the future, she would certainly craft a larger one. Soon, she found a fairly decent market plaza and entered it. Many people frequented this plaza. Even some gold core cultivators could be seen, a few of whom she'd spotted earlier on the road. This auction was proving to be significant, no doubt yielding many fine items. Not long after entering, Lin Qing realized how bustling the plaza was. She waited for a while, estimating that the staff must have been too busy to attend to her. She subsequently walked out and arrived at another less crowded shop. As soon as she stepped in, a middle-aged man who looked well off and slightly plump approached and asked, "Friend Taoist, what are you looking for? Do you buy items?" Lin Qing replied indifferently, "We do. What would you like to sell? Can we talk inside?" The shopkeeper instantly understood there must be something valuable and grinned broadly. "Jiang, Wu, you two watch the store." He then invited Lin Qing inside with a wave of his hand. Once inside a room, Lin Qing immediately took out 3 6-rank spiritual beasts and 5 5-rank spiritual beasts. Her spatial ring still contained the corpse of a 7-rank spiritual beast, which she did not intend to sell, but planned to use for refining spiritual artifacts instead. Some high-grade spiritual beasts had bones so hard they were excellent materials for crafting such artifacts. Seeing everything laid out, the shopkeeper was quite astonished. He could tell that the person in front of him was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and normally, A cultivator at this stage would struggle to hunt just one 5-rank spiritual beast, let alone manage 3 6-rank spiritual beasts and 5 5-rank ones. It was unbelievable. Moreover, looking at the fresh remains, it appeared these creatures had been hunted recently. Thus, the shopkeeper surmised Lin might be concealing her true cultivation level. The portly shopkeeper smiled and said, "Friend Taoist, your skills are impressive. The bodies of these spiritual beasts are all intact. For each 5-rank spiritual beast, I'll offer 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and for each 6-rank spiritual beast, 5 times that amount, totaling 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this price, Lin felt it was reasonable enough and didn't bargain further. "Fine deal. Shopkeeper, may I ask why the treasure-gathering pavilion nearby is so lively?" The shopkeeper sighed. "It's because their shop has a 4th-grade alchemist standing behind them. Occasionally, this alchemist releases some elixirs for sale in the treasure-gathering pavilion, which makes it so popular." "Do 4th-grade alchemists rarely appear?" Lin couldn't help but inquire curiously. Of course, the entire Wind Clear sect only has one 5th-grade alchemist, and 6th-grade alchemists are extremely rare. The main reason is that some ancient elixir formulas have been lost, and others can no longer be successfully refined, leading to the scarcity of elixirs. Consequently, alchemists hold very high status. Achieving the level of a 4th-grade alchemist requires gathering vast amounts of spiritual herbs, time, and spirit stones, the shopkeeper explained. Listening to his words, Lin realized that though some aspects of the immortal domain were more advanced than the Cultivation Continent she used to live on, other areas were indeed lagging behind. For instance, when it came to advancements in clothing, the immortal domain was ahead, but in alchemy and talisman-making techniques, it fell behind compared to the Cultivation Continent. After leaving the shop, Lin proceeded towards the auction venue. The architectural style of the auction site was classical, and currently, its gates were tightly shut. Lin stepped forward and knocked on the door. After waiting for a bit, a fierce-looking man with a scruffy beard opened the gate, coldly glancing at Lin and saying, "The auction will take place tomorrow. Please come back then." After inspecting closely, Lin noticed that this scruffy-bearded man was actually a gold core cultivator. Hiring a gold core cultivator to guard the auction was quite extravagant, indicating that the merchants behind this auction also had an intricate background. Just as the scruffy-bearded man was about to close the door, Lin bowed politely. "Senior, please wait. I've come to consign some items for the auction." Curious, the scruffy-bearded man inquired. "Oh? However, items accepted by our auction generally aren't ordinary." Of course, Lin understood what he meant. He doubted whether someone at the mid-foundation establishment stage could possibly bring anything valuable. She faintly smiled. "I am confident in my items." The scruffy-bearded man stared at her for a few seconds before speaking. "All right then, please enter. Follow me to see the manager." Lin followed him into the building, which had an oriental classical charm. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the distinctive decoration. A grand hall that could seat over 1,000 people featured a semicircular platform at its front. This platform was where the auction would likely take place. Decorated predominantly in golden hues, it symbolized nobility and wealth. The perimeter of the room was lined with 4 tiers of private booths, mainly using purple and brown as the dominant colors, adding to the elegant atmosphere of the auction house. Clearly, this owner valued quality. Each booth was protected by an anti-detection array, clearly designed for those of power and authority. Even the outer perimeter of the auction site was fortified with complex arrays beyond Lin understanding, emphasizing security for both items and transactions. Noticing Lin scrutiny, the scruffy-bearded man coolly said, "This way, please." They came upon a nondescript door, which led to a secluded courtyard lush with greenery. It gave off an impression akin to bridges spanning over a babbling brook. Lin clearly felt a denser spiritual aura within the courtyard compared to the outside, indicating the presence of a spirit-gathering array. Maintaining such conditions in such a large space must consume a significant number of spirit stones, showing how lucrative running an auction could be. For cultivators, walking speeds far exceeded those of ordinary people. Crossing a wooden bridge over a stream, they quickly reached the residential area of the courtyard. Suddenly, a tall man appeared. He had handsome features, resembling jade, with alluring peony-like eyes, dressed in a dark cloak. Swinging a folding fan casually, Lin couldn't help but think he looked like he was trying to act superior. Though his appearance was attractive, he paled in comparison to Jiang. Seeing the scruffy-bearded man, the dark-cloaked man smiled and asked, "Uncle Chi, who is this?" The scruffy-bearded man spoke amicably. "Young master, this cultivator has come to consign items for the auction." Chapter 466, The Surprising Jian Pill. The man in dark robes, seeing the bearded man smile, asked, "Uncle Chi, who is this?" The bearded man kindly replied to the man in dark robes, "Young master, this cultivator has come to consign an item for auction." The man in dark robes looked curiously at Lin Ye's handsome features. Though he didn't think the other party could produce something of great value, he was still interested to see what might come out. "Uncle Chi, it just so happens I have nothing to do at the moment. I will accompany you too and take a look." The bearded man saluted. "Young master, please go ahead first." Though the man in dark robes was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, due to his family background, the bearded man had to treat him with full respect. This man in dark robes did not refuse either, but led the way up front. Meanwhile, Chi Feng, the supervisor of this auction, was reading inside the room when suddenly a voice came. "Elder Chi, someone has come to consign items." Chi Feng, hearing the sound of young master's voice, opened the door, and saw Lin Qingye and two others. He couldn't help saying, "Then please come in." After entering, Qi Feng's expression turned rather cold as he spoke towards Lin Qingye. "Could you please tell me what it is that you wish to consign for auction?" Lin Qingye took out her prepared items from the storage bag, the foundation establishment pills, spirit gathering pills, essence increasing pills, and the Jian pills. Qi Feng first noticed 4 jade vials and guessed they were pills. He opened one vial, which turned out to be a foundation establishment pill. Upon seeing the quantity and quality of the foundation establishment pills, his face showed astonishment. Then he quickly opened the other 3 vials, discovering all upper-grade medicinal pills, making him even more surprised. Lin Qingye asked with a smile, "Esteemed sir, does this meet the auction standard?" Qi Feng recovered his composure, then said, "There are definitely no issues, though there's one pill type I am unfamiliar with. I hope you can inform me about it." Lin Qingye realized that the Xian realm had foundation establishment pills, essence increasing pills, and spirit gathering pills available in shops, so the one that Qi Feng did not recognize must certainly be the Jian pill. "Esteemed sir, isn't it the Jian pill?" Jian pill. The other 2 people also expressed shock. They had all heard of this kind of pill before. It was reportedly possible to refine in the ancient times, but with time shifting and celestial objects revolving, even its formula had been lost. Lin Qingye continued, "Yes, it's the Jian pill. One pill ingested allows for youthful preservation." Qi Feng's hand started trembling while holding the vial of Jian pills. He could imagine how huge of a sensation the Jian pill would cause at the upcoming auction. "May I ask, who refined these pills? Unless at your auction, the origin needs to be disclosed?" Lin Qingye frowned slightly. "Esteemed friend, you've misunderstood. It's merely out of my curiosity regarding which famous alchemist master has managed to create the Jian pill," Qi Feng hastily explained. Even if the current practitioner was just a foundation establishment level practitioner, he wouldn't dare look down on him, because behind him stood a great alchemy master. Judging by the quality of the offered pills, Qi Feng believed that their creator could very well be one of those rarely seen 6th grade alchemy masters. Only such a 6th grade master could consistently craft superior 3rd and 4th grade pills, and further manage to create legendary Jian pills. 6th grade alchemy masters often rallied many Yuanying stage powerful figures, and possibly even Huashan stage experts. While most people thought the strongest experts in the Xian realm were Yuanying stage complete experts, it was not entirely true. Some Huashan stage experts chose reclusion, thus keeping them largely out of the public consciousness. "It's alright to tell you, these are refined by my teacher," Lin Qingye answered with a gentle smile. To avoid trouble, she decided to fabricate a mentor figure. "Who is your esteemed teacher among alchemists?" Qi Feng revealed a curious expression. "My teacher has always been living in seclusion, so I cannot disclose his name. May I inquire about esteemed friend's surname and personal name?" Qi Feng politely questioned. "Esteemed senior, I am Lin Qing," Lin Qingye modestly responded. Of course, the man in dark robes also perceived Lin Qingye's exceptional talent and immediately attempted to extend an invitation. "I am Qi Yufeng, the young master of the Qi family. It's delightful meeting Taoist Lin. Seeing Taoist Lin, I feel like recognizing a peerless dragon among men. Here, I present you with our Qi Jade Pavilion's purple gold VIP card. I gift it to Taoist Lin, hoping we can become friends. With this card, you not only can participate in this auction without charge and utilize a private chamber, but you also enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing things at the Qi Jade Pavilion. Moreover, should you sell elixirs hereafter, we offer a 10% higher price for pills of the same grade." Qi Yufeng handed over a purple gold card to Lin Qingye. It looked noble and elegant. One must admit that Qi Yufeng displayed excellent leadership qualities and high commercial sensitivity. Lin Qingye clearly understood his intention to win her favor, but she found it beneficial and was not against it. "Then I thank young Master Qi. Of course, I'm willing to be friends with you. Since you consider me a friend, call me Yufeng." Qi Yufeng revealed a kind smile. "Of course, there's no problem. But similarly, you should call me Qingye." Lin Qing then turned to Qi Feng and said, "Esteemed Sir Qi, here are 8 more bottles of pills. They're still the same 4 types, 2 bottles for each type, with 6 pills in every bottle." Qi Feng was surprised and asked, "Do you actually have more pills?" Lin Qing responded, "These are all the pills I intend to auction. I must leave now as I have other matters to attend to." Qi Yufeng smiled and said, "Qingye, let me see you out." Near the venue of the auction, people only saw a handsome man with peach-shaped eyes enthusiastically chatting with another male cultivator of striking good looks. Not long after, Qi Yufeng returned to the room they were previously in. He couldn't help but ask, "Elder Qi, aside from the Jian pills, what else makes Lin Qing outstanding?" He had also noticed the hint that Qi Feng gave him with his eyes earlier. He was curious why this Lin Qing deserved such attention from Qi Feng, considering it wasn't just the profit that Jian pills would bring his family that made an impression. Although he found the Jian pill surprising, he believed the impact alone was insufficient to warrant Qi Feng's behavior. Originally, he planned to give Lin Qing a gold card, but because of Qi Feng's actions, he upgraded it to a purple gold card. Qi Feng sighed and said, "Young master, I know you're wondering, but do you know what quality those pills Master Lin gave me were?" Qi Yufeng guessed. Could they all be intermediate grade pills? Qi Feng shook his head and said, "No, they're all superior grade pills." "What?" Qi Yufeng was astonished. At this moment, he was glad he didn't treat Lin Qing rudely. Given that his master could mass-produce top-grade pills, his master was at least a 5th-grade pill master, possibly even a legendary 6th-grade pill master who rarely showed themselves to the world. He now understood why Elder Qi regarded Lin Qing so highly. With a 5th grade or higher pill master as his teacher, Lin Qing's future potential was boundless. Chapter 467, Auction. So you should understand why I am so eager to befriend Lin Qing. It's not just about his potential, but also about our competitor, the Zhou family. According to our information, the Zhou family has recruited a 5th rank alchemy master as their honorary elder, while our Qi family's best alchemist is only 4th rank. If we can't attract a 5th rank alchemist, sooner or later we will fall behind in our competition with the Zhou family. Qi Feng said earnestly. Uncle Qi, your deep planning truly makes me feel inferior. Qi Yufeng flattered. Yufeng, you don't have to undervalue yourself. Your commercial mind and cultivation talent are both very good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been established as the young lord by all the elders. Qi Feng was immediately filled with laughter. After all, old sayings go that no matter how things change, flattery never loses its effect. In any world, and regardless of one's position, most people love to hear kind words. After Lin Qing left the auction site, she returned to the inn for meditation and cultivation. Time passed quickly, and Lin Qing noticed an increasing buzz outside, guessing it must have gotten light. He immediately flew off towards the location of the Qi family's auction. Entering the auction required either an admission ticket or an invitation letter. Tickets cost hundreds of spirit stones or more depending on seat quality, better seats costing significantly more. Invitation letters were distributed to wealthy or powerful individuals by the auction house. Lin Qing joined the queue at the entrance. A guard extended his hand, but when Lin Qing seemed confused, a woman cultivator from the line behind him mocked coldly. Umph, what a country bumpkin. No ticket or invitation, yet dared to come to the auction. The sound struck Lin Qing as familiar, prompting him to cast a cold glance at her. She was the unruly female cultivator he'd encountered at the inn days ago, then bullying another guest. Clearly, this unruly woman had some backing here. Unwilling to deal with such a brainless troublemaker, Lin Qing thought if someone like her ever leaves the safety of her protectors, calamity will inevitably follow. Suddenly producing a purple gold card, he waved it in front of the guard and asked, "Will this do?" The initially indifferent guard's expression immediately warmed up. "Of course, honored guest, please proceed." The unruly woman hadn't seen exactly what happened and muttered indignantly. If he had tickets, why didn't he show them earlier? What a bother. Her senior brother behind her reminded her, "Sister, don't provoke that male cultivator. I sense something unusual about him. Didn't you see the stark contrast between the guard's warm treatment of him and the regular handling of those using admission tickets?" At this warning, the unruly woman became more cautious. Though she was unruly, she wasn't completely devoid of common sense. Her taunts stemmed from mistaking him for a wandering cultivator. Had she known of his connections from the start, she would have avoided provoking him altogether. Once inside, an elegant attendant led Lin Qing to a private room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he discovered an excellent view from within, enabling a clear sightline of the auction ground while preventing others from probing inside due to the protective formations installed in each private room. Not long after, a pot of spirit tea and some spirit fruits were served in the room. Although these meant little to Lin Qing, for ordinary cultivators, they were quite extravagant. Spirit tea and spirit fruit were far from inexpensive. Enjoying the fruits and savoring the tea, Lin Qing found himself feeling more content. As the scheduled time arrived, a crisp ringing of bells sounded. On stage appeared a charming beauty adorned in a close-fitting outfit akin to the Qi Pao of the Republican era, but distinct with classical embellishments such as tassels and long sleeves. While beautiful, the garment did not expose excessive skin, emphasizing her voluptuous figure without making her appear vulgar. This bewitching beauty had cascading black hair, smooth skin, delicate eyebrows, lustrous almond eyes, and under a pert nose lay rose-tinted, plump lips inviting a taste. Seeing this enchanting vision, Lin Qing could not help but marvel. What an exceptional beauty! Just then, a voice, soft as a nightingale's trill, rang out. "Dear guests, welcome to the Qi family's auction hosted by me. Some of you may recognize me. Yes, I am Qi Xiang from the Wind Pure sect." As she stepped onto the stage, whispers erupted among the audience. "Ha, it's actually Qi Xiang, the first beauty of the Wind Pure sect. What a stunning face and body. This trip hasn't been wasted. Seeing her is worth it alone. Hee, fellow Taoist, she is not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also possesses extraordinary cultivation talent. Now under 40 years old, she has already reached late foundation establishment stage. Whoever earns her favor must certainly be extraordinary as well." Not long after, a clear ringing sound was heard again. "Esteemed guests, please quiet down. Our auction has begun. We hope everyone can find something satisfactory here. Now, let me introduce the first item for auction, the Blaze Sword. This is an exceptional attack magical tool suitable for fire attribute cultivators. I'm sure everyone understands how an exceptional magical tool enhances one's attack power. Moreover, this is a fire attribute offensive artifact. The starting bid is set at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now." Qi Xian smiled as she spoke. As soon as her voice fell, heated bidding began below. 10,000, 15,000, 48,000, 50,000. Mostly, it was Fire Attribute Foundation establishment cultivators participating in the bidding. Spirit artifacts were not particularly appealing to those at the Golden Core stage, and very few Golden Core cultivators took part. Soon, the exceptional magical weapon was sold for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, a price already above its actual value. From the satisfied smile on Qi Xian's face, it was evident that she was pleased with this successful start. Qi Xian continued with a radiant smile. "Our next item up for auction is an advanced protective talisman, the Adamantine Talisman. It was crafted by an advanced talisman master and is of medium quality. As everyone knows, these advanced talismans are specifically designed for golden core cultivators. This high-tier defensive talisman can withstand an attack from a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Imagine being able to resist a single blow from a golden core cultivator during battle, possibly saving your life. So how much is your life worth? The base bidding price for this adamantine talisman is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unavoidably, Qizian's voice was highly enticing. As soon as her words were spoken, various bids flooded in, with many golden core cultivators also joining in. However, most participants were golden core cultivators below the mid-stage. 20,000, 25,000, 50,000. The price quickly soared to 50,000. Then suddenly a voice came from a private room on the third floor. 80,000. It was apparent that many people recognized that this price was already quite high, and since the surge had been significant, advanced talismans weren't overly difficult for many golden core cultivators to obtain. Therefore, this talisman was eventually purchased by a customer from one of the rooms on the third floor. Chapter 468, Frenzied Auction. Several auction items were sold consecutively. Lin Xing was not particularly interested in those items, so she closed her eyes to rest until she heard about one particular item that made her open her eyes again. Qizian smiled and said, "The next auction item is sure to interest many families. It's the Foundation Establishment Pill. There are 6 pills in a bottle, and each one is an excellent quality Foundation Establishment Pill. I'm sure everyone understands how difficult it is to refine excellent quality pills. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few of them. For cultivators who have reached the peak of the Qi refining stage, these excellent Foundation Establishment Pills greatly increase the chance of successfully establishing their foundation. With these Foundation Establishment Pills, it's obvious that a family would be able to cultivate 6 more young Foundation stage cultivators. Everyone understands what this means for a family. The starting price for this bottle of Foundation Establishment Pills is 30,000 spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, there was intense bidding below. 40,000, 50,000, 100,000. Then an elder from room number 11 bid aloud. The price quickly skyrocketed to 100,000 before Qizian continued. Is there anyone willing to outbid room 11? An elder from room 15 then shouted, 120,000. It seemed room 11 was unwilling to give up and responded, 130,000. Room 15 retorted without hesitation, 150,000. Hearing this, the elder in room 11 sneered. Do you dare to oppose the Wang family? The elder from room 15 wasn't intimidated and replied, haha, who's afraid of the Wang family? Qizian stepped in to maintain order. Gentlemen, our auction house rule is that the highest bidder wins. If someone relies on threats, we will revoke their bidding qualification. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 150,000? Seeing no one responding, she struck the table 3 times with a hammer. So this bottle of Foundation Establishment Pills goes to room 15. Our next auction item is also extraordinary. It's the Spirit Gathering Pill. As everyone knows, this is a pill used by Foundation stage cultivators for cultivation. It's a third-class pill, and there are 6 in this bottle, all being excellent quality pills. You should know how much benefit an excellent quality Spirit Gathering Pill can bring to cultivation. There's no need for me to elaborate further. And the base price of this bottle of Spirit Gathering Pills is also 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. At the mention of excellent quality Spirit Gathering Pills, the crowd immediately became lively. Many Foundation stage cultivators wanted to participate in the bidding but lacked the spirit stones. Those participating were either from powerful families or wealthy individuals. Eventually, the first bottle of Spirit Gathering Pills was auctioned off at a price of 120,000 spirit stones. Although many Foundation stage cultivators needed Spirit Gathering Pills, they were easier to refine compared to Foundation Establishment Pills, so the final sale price was lower. Next, they auctioned Enhancement Spirit Pills, which were 4th-class pills. Even in areas where spiritual energy wasn't abundant, they could still be used effectively, with better cultivation results than Spirit Gathering Pills. They also had significant benefits for cultivators in the late stages of the foundation level. Qizian smiled and said, according to our Master Alchemist's evaluation, this excellent quality Enhancement Spirit Pill even has some effects on cultivators at the early Golden Core stage. After Qizian finished speaking, it caused quite a stir. Their trust in the Qi family's credibility was high, so someone couldn't help but shout, start the auction quickly. She smiled and announced, a bottle of Enhancement Spirit Pills, containing 6 pills, base price 500,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. No sooner had she finished speaking when fierce bidding began. 600,000. Are you serious? This is an excellent 4th-class pill. 1 million. Lin Xing didn't expect that pills would attract cultivators so much. The price shot up to over 1 million right from the start. 1,200,000. 1,800,000. With the price rising to 18 million, people were still continuing to bid, until it reached 20 million, at which point everyone realized its true value. Qizian's beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent smile as she asked, is there anyone willing to make another bid? Seeing no response, she smiled and announced, this bottle of Enhancement Spirit Pills is won by room 18. The next item drew Lin Xing's attention again. Qizian announced, the next auction item is a medicinal herb called whitebeard ginseng. It is a crucial ingredient in refining 5th-class elixir of eternal life. The elixir of eternal life can extend one's lifespan, beneficial to both cultivators and ordinary people alike. When your lifespan is nearly over and there's no way to break through to the next cultivation stage, the elixir of eternal life can offer immediate relief. This whitebeard ginseng is over 500 years old. Starting price is 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Bidding starts now. 200,000. 300,000. 800,000. From room 5 came the voice of an elder. 1 million. Lin Qing bid aloud. 1.1 million. That person refused to back down. 1,200,000. This spiritual herb was not easy to find, and Lin Qing also needed this herb. After all, among her acknowledged relatives were ordinary people, and she didn't want them to pass away too early, like Elder Jiang. 13 million. This humble one is Wan Gu from the Immortal Alchemy Pavilion. I ask for your consideration, my friend. As soon as this voice sounded, a stir spread through the crowd below. It's actually Master Wan, Vice President of the Alchemy Association's Yinshui City branch. He's already a 5th-rank alchemist master capable of refining superior 5th-class pills, and it's said he's close to breaking through to 6th rank. Everyone thought that the cultivator in room number 28 wouldn't continue bidding anymore. After all, no one wanted to offend someone connected with the Alchemy Association. However, unexpectedly, the person from room number 28 spoke up again. Sorry, but this spiritual herb is very important to me as well. 15 million. Upon hearing these words, Master Wan Gu did not continue bidding, and everyone realized the young cultivator in room 28 had offended Master Wan Gu. In the end, Lin Qing successfully purchased the white beard ginseng. Lin Qing didn't care about what others thought. After all, he was merely a 5th-rank alchemist, so why should she give in to him? If you don't have money, then don't buy. Relying on seniority doesn't work with her. 5th-class pills, she could refine too. 6th-class pills weren't an insurmountable challenge for her either. It would just waste some spiritual energy, but they weren't impossible. Qi Zian then announced. The next auction item is a pill rumored to have been lost to time. This pill is a blessing for many women. It's the ageless beauty pill. Some knowledgeable individuals may have heard of its effects. It allows one to maintain youthful beauty until the moment of death. Upon hearing this, there was another commotion in the crowd below, and this time mainly among the women who seemed particularly excited. After all, looks weren't as crucial to many male cultivators. Qi Zian tapped the bell once more and said, for the ageless beauty pill, each bottle contains 6 pills, and the starting price is 8 million. Though the ageless beauty pill was easier to refine compared to the other pills, since its formula had been lost to history, only Lin Qing in the celestial realm still knew how to refine it. Therefore, its base price was higher. There's a saying that women's money is easier to earn, and it turned out to be quite true. Chapter 469, Killing for Treasure. At this moment, a female cultivator asked with suspicion, how can we be sure whether the pills are genuine or not? After all, this kind of pill has already been lost. Zian smiled and said, this doubt that this friend of the Tao has is one shared by many. We've already had someone test it. Please let the ant demonstrate. A young girl then walked onto the auction platform. One could sense from her aura that she was at the golden core stage of cultivation. However, a golden core stage cultivator who looked so youthful certainly caused astonishment. Zian explained, this person is my aunt. She's already 200 years old. In the wind clearing sect, she serves as an elder of the outer sect. Many disciples of the wind clearing sect would recognize her. She only broke through to become a golden core cultivator after being around 150 years old. Her appearance had already grown old. But after consuming a youth retention pill, she restored the visage of her youth. The crowd immediately started buzzing again. Someone followed up, asking, could these youth retention pills be auctioned off individually? Evidently, this female cultivator was deeply moved by the youth retention pills. But unfortunately, since the 6 pills were being auctioned together, their price was too expensive. Even though she possessed quite a bit of spirit stones, she still couldn't afford them. Zian smiled and said, sorry, but the entire jar will be auctioned off together, as determined by the party who entrusted it. Lin Qing understood very clearly that this method could maximize profits. That questioning female cultivator revealed a look of disappointment on her face. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. She quickly consulted with several people nearby whom she knew, discussing having one person bid, with 6 people collectively footing the bill. Once obtained, each would get 1 pill. The funds would be split evenly, thus successfully influencing some people around her. Subsequently, the youth retention pills entered a frantic bidding war. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000, 200,000. And this time, the bidder was Wan Gu from booth number 5. Immediately thereafter, those who had originally intended to continue raising their bids didn't dare provoke him further, causing the first bottle of youth retention pills to be ultimately won by Wan Gu. It was clear that he planned to research its formula upon his return. Seeing the disappointed looks on others' faces, Zian spoke up, saying, don't lose hope if you haven't gotten it. We still have more auctions of youth retention pills coming up. Please patiently wait. At once, those who had originally felt disheartened regained hope. Thereafter, there were 2 rounds of competitive bidding involving foundation establishment pills, spiritual gathering pills, spirit enhancement pills, and youth retention pills. As expected, each round became more fiercely contested than the previous one, and naturally, the prices climbed higher in each round as well. For this, Lin Qing felt very pleased. Before she knew it, she had turned into someone who possessed over 1 million spirit stones. This was why alchemists were considered the most profitable. Of course, alchemy could make money, but most alchemists who reached a certain level wouldn't specialize in refining pills just for profit. Of course, how much money they made depended largely on their own success rates in alchemy. As for the next auction items, there were magical arrays, mineral rocks, and various pills. Except for one mineral rock that caught Lin Qing's interest, none of the other items attracted her attention significantly. By the end, there was still no trace of the dark heart. It seemed that she should leave and head to Yinshui City for a visit. After settling her spirit stones at the Qi family auction house, she left the auction. Not long after leaving, she realized that she was being trailed. The group tracking her consisted of a leader who was at the late foundation establishment stage of cultivation, while the rest had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, the cultivation level she displayed was also mid-foundation establishment stage, hence why they dared to track her. Surely they couldn't know that she carried within her possession over 1,000,000 spirit stones. After all, each auction house strictly kept client information confidential. Clearly, it was her actions during the auction that drew their attention. What did they plan to do? Steal her treasures by killing her? Lin Qing did not stop. Instead, she flew far away into the beast forest using her flying sword technique. Only when she arrived at a secluded place did she halt. The pursuers followed doggedly. They could see her about to enter deep into the heart of the beast forest. They hesitated. If she entered deep, would they continue pursuing? After all, even though spirit stones were tempting, life was more precious. Deep inside the beast forest was exceedingly dangerous, and even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't rashly go in. Who could have guessed that at this time, that cultivator stopped? The 4 or 5 male cultivators swiftly surrounded Lin Qing. The lead cultivator sneered coldly. "Little miss, you've given us quite the chase. Hand over that white beard ginseng you got from the auction, along with a few tens of thousands spirit stones, and we'll spare your life. If you're capable, come take it. If you manage to, good for you. But if you think I'll surrender without a fight, you're dreaming." Lin Qing coldly retorted. "Brother in charge, seems like we have here someone who doesn't know when to back down." A slightly chubby male cultivator said with a lewd grin. "I have one small curiosity," Lin Qing inquired curiously. "How do you know it was me who got the white beard ginseng?" "Hehe, let me enlighten you. When you left the private room, we specially left a subtle trace of tracking mark on you. This tracking mark is colorless and odorless, but we can sense it." The leading cultivator sneered coldly. Apparently, in his eyes, the cultivator before him was already like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Qing suddenly remembered that when she left the private room after the auction, she had just brushed shoulders with 2 people. It seemed those 2 were 2 of the 5 who had been trailing her. Lin Qing couldn't help but sigh. The schemes in the cultivation world were truly impossible to guard against. Apparently, since she had been away from the cultivation world for too long, her vigilance had decreased. Judging by the clothing of the 5 people, they should be disciples of the wind-clearing sect. She didn't expect that sect disciples would also do such thievery. Are you disciples of the wind-clearing sect? Does your sect know about what kind of low tactics you're involved in? You'd better not disgrace the face of your sect," Lin Qing sarcastically remarked. The faces of the 5 immediately changed dramatically. The leading cultivator's eyes became as poisonous as venomous snakes as he glanced coldly at Lin Qing and said, "Since you've recognized us, don't expect to live. Who will know what we've done if we kill you?" The 5 then attacked Lin Qing. As soon as the fight began, Lin Qing turned into a streak of light. In a moment's time, the heads of the other 4 male cultivators had fallen to the ground. "Aren't you a foundation establishment cultivator?" the leading cultivator exclaimed in horror. Who told you I was a foundation establishment cultivator?" Lin Qing coldly mocked. Just as he finished speaking, the leading cultivator tried to flee. Being able to kill several mid-foundation establishment level experts so quickly was something he himself could not accomplish. The other party must probably be a golden core cultivator. However, the moment he hadn't escaped far, Lin Qing reappeared before him. "Don't go too far. My grandfather is an elder of the wind-clearing sect. If you kill me, you won't survive either." The cultivator panicked and said, "I'll see whether killing you will make me unable to live or not," Lin Qing retorted coldly. Thinking about taking her life, and yet hoping she'd let him go, what a daydream. At this moment, Lin Qing flicked her finger and shot out a fiery red spark. As soon as the spark touched the male cultivator, it was as if it entered gasoline, bursting into flames. A miserable scream echoed. In no time, the male cultivator and his soul were reduced to ashes, completely vanishing without a trace. Chapter 470, The Message of the Alchemy Conference. Lin Qing picked up the other 4 storage bags, wiped off the traces on them, and put them into her storage ring. She didn't dare to linger here long, and quickly ran toward the direction of Cloudwater City. The person she had just killed, if his grandfather was truly an elder of the Fengqing sect, would probably already know about his death at the moment he died. Generally, such blood relatives would have their elders leave marks on their younger ones. Lin Qing dared not fly with her sword now. It would be too easy to be discovered. At a mountain peak of the Fengqing sect where the energy was dense, an elderly man with silver hair was meditating in seclusion. His cultivation had clearly reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, constantly looking for opportunities to break through to the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, anger flaring as he said, "Who dares so recklessly to kill my grandson?" He had planted a divine thought on his grandson. The moment his grandson died, he felt it, and he could sense that the location of his grandson's death was near the demon beast forest close to the Fengqing sect. He didn't waste any time and swiftly flew toward the demon beast forest. Indeed, the speed of the golden core stage was not to be underestimated. It was several times faster than that of foundation establishment cultivators. Fortunately, Lin Qing had left quickly, otherwise she might not have escaped. Elder Lu Rue of the Fengqing sect's 4th division arrived at the place where his grandson had fallen. He saw the bodies of the other 4 inner disciples of the Fengqing sect, but did not see his grandson's body. In the distance, however, he noticed some burn marks, and from that place, he sensed his grandson's essence. "Who is this?" To dare incinerate my grandson so thoroughly that not even bones remain. If I find out, I will not let you off, Lu Rue ground out through gritted teeth. He carefully examined the other corpses and found that their storage bags were missing. Whoever had killed them was undoubtedly a cultivator, not a spirit beast, because spirit beasts couldn't possibly want their storage bags. Moreover, the killer's strength must have been no less than Foundation establishment at its peak, or even that of the Golden Core stage. A fierce wind swept across, and Lu Rue scoured the demon beast forest back and forth, seeking the possible murderer. After searching thoroughly, no suspicious targets were found. Even the strongest cultivators practicing there at the time only reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Such people couldn't quickly deal with his grandson and those other disciples. Nevertheless, he took several Foundation establishment cultivators back to the Fengqing sect to have his subordinates interrogate them thoroughly. By then, Lin Qing had quietly arrived at the distant Cloudwater City, though relatively speaking, the Fengqing sect wasn't far from Cloudwater City. However, since the immortal domain was vast, they still had some distance between them. It took her 2 days of non-stop travel to reach Cloudwater City. Quickly, she settled into a comfortable inn called the Yulai Inn. Lin Qing immediately took out several spirit stones to check in. Once inside the room, she shut the door right away, set up a simple defensive formation, and fell into a deep sleep. During these 2 days, her continuous journey without rest had tired her out somewhat. After waking up, Lin Qing left the inn and prepared to eat something. Although eating wasn't strictly necessary for her anymore, and if she got hungry, she could take Bi Gudan, spiritual fasting pills. But being someone who used to love food back on Earth, she preferred real delicacies. Soon she discovered a restaurant named Jinwei Tower and went inside. A server led her to a window seat on the second floor. Looking at all the dishes, made from the meat of demon beasts and some spiritual vegetables and fruits with various kinds, she felt hungrier. She immediately ordered 4 or 5 dishes without hesitation. The server, noticing Lin Qing was alone yet ordering so much food, was slightly surprised. After all, meals at Jinwei Tower were quite expensive. Most cultivators couldn't afford it, and even those who could usually only order 2 or 3 dishes at a time unless they were extremely wealthy. Firstly, cultivating spirit plants and fruits was not easy, and hunting those spirit beasts wasn't simple either. The restaurant bought fresh demon beasts hunted by some cultivators at very high prices. Secondly, the boss of the restaurant employed some chefs knowledgeable in medicinal principles who added some low-level spirit medicines to make the food taste better. So these delicacies could not only satisfy the palate, but also strengthen a cultivator's body and enhance the spirit force of lower-level cultivators. Are you sure, sir? The server asked cautiously. Yes, bring this much first. I'll order more if it's not enough, Lin Qing replied casually. The server, hearing her words, swallowed his saliva and said, all right. He thought this gentleman before him must be quite wealthy and thus became even more enthusiastic. While waiting, Lin Qing overheard a conversation between a few cultivators at a nearby table. Did you hear? A big event in Cloudwater City recently. Could it be the upcoming Alchemy Union Branch's alluring alchemy conference that you're referring to, Zhang Daoist? Yes, it's this very conference. Do you know what the prizes for this alchemy competition are? What the prizes makes no difference to us anyway since we aren't alchemists, and such competitions usually target those under 40 years old. It's not like it has nothing to do with us. After all, the top 10 in the competition have to help some on-site cultivators refine their pills for free after the competition concludes as part of the Cloudwater City branch of the Alchemy Union's way to give back to northern cultivators. That's an incredible opportunity for us. Normally, paying a third-rank alchemist or above comes at a steep cost, so this could be our lucky break. This triennial event must not be missed. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Zhang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about this. Speaking of which, what are the prizes? It's said that the champion will receive a treasure, but its exact nature is currently kept secret, only to be revealed after the results of the alchemy competition are announced. Moreover, the champion will also receive a dragon bone herb, one of the key ingredients in refining 5th-grade dragon bone pills. The dragon bone herb happens to be the hardest ingredient to find when making the dragon bone pill. Each of the top 5 contestants will receive a 4th-grade enhancing spirit pill, and each of the top 10 will get a 3rd-grade gathering spirit pill. What? It's actually the dragon bone herb? You see, the dragon bone pill can help gold core stage cultivators enhance their cultivation, and as everyone knows, improving cultivation past the gold core stage is extremely difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few nascent soul cultivators in Lin Continent. At this moment, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. A treasure? Could this treasure be the heart of darkness? Whether it is or not, she'll only know if she wins the championship. However, just for the dragon bone herb alone, it's worth her participation. Others may not know, but Lin Qing was well aware. The dragon bone herb isn't just one main ingredient in making the dragon bone pill. It's also a critical component in crafting the 5th-grade spirit augmenting pill. Lin Qing didn't know whether the recipe for the spirit augmenting pill had been lost in the immortal domain, but this pill enhances one's soul power. Previously, Lord Yanjiang Baichen suffered from a loss of soul power, and who knows if this pill would benefit him. No matter what, she must win the championship in this alchemy competition. While others might be unaware, Lin Qing knew clearly that dragon bone herb wasn't merely an essential material for dragon bone pill, but also one of the primary components in crafting the 5th-grade divine spirit pill. Does the formula for divine spirit pill still exist in the immortal realm? She wondered if the medicine would benefit someone like Yanjiang Baichen whose soul strength had previously been compromised. Regardless, she absolutely had to secure the championship in this alchemy contest. Chapter 471, Alchemist Examination. If she was to participate, there was no time to waste. Lin Xing walked toward the Alchemist Guild's branch. According to her intelligence, registration for the Alchemist Convention had already begun. She arrived at the registration point and found that the queue wasn't very long. After all, it was still a week before the Alchemist Convention. Quite a few alchemists from other cities hadn't arrived yet. And Yinshui City didn't have many alchemists. Those with both strength and the appropriate age were even fewer. However, the area covered by the Yinshui City Alchemist Guild branch was relatively extensive. Every year, over 1,000 alchemists would register, but only about 100 people managed to pass the preliminary examination to enter the competition. Soon it was Lin Xing's turn. The person responsible for registration was an old man with gray hair. He asked indifferently, "What's your name? Please show your alchemist badge. Afterward, you will need to undergo a bone age test." "My name is Lin Xing. I don't have an alchemist badge." "What? You don't have an alchemist badge, and you dare to come to the Alchemist Convention? Do you know how many excellent alchemists will be attending?" That old man clearly regarded Lin Xing as an apprentice alchemist who hadn't even reached the level of a first-class alchemist. "I understand this. I mainly forgot to take the alchemist exam." "Excuse me, where can I take the alchemist certification exam?" The old man with graying hair was taken aback. Apparently, he hadn't expected her to have forgotten the alchemist exam. Still, considering her young age, her ranking wouldn't likely be too high. He waved his hand dismissively. "Go 100 meters forward and turn left. You'll see a sign for alchemist exams, where the certification process takes place." Lin Xing quickly arrived at the place indicated by the old man. There were 2 guards at the entrance, who looked haughty, naturally. After all, why shouldn't they act like this when alchemists held a relatively high status? One of the guards saw Lin Xing, dressed plainly, without any insignia representing an alchemist on her body, and couldn't help but coldly rebuked, "Strangers, stay away. This is the place for alchemist examinations." "This friend, I'm here to participate in the alchemist examination." Just as the guard was about to let Lin Xing enter, a haughty female voice rang out. "Hee, what is the Alchemy League doing allowing just anyone to come? Even stray cats and dogs are showing up." Lin Xing turned around and gave the speaker a cold glance. What met her eyes was a luxuriously dressed and arrogant young lady. She wore a deep rose-colored robe, paired with a peach-colored skirt and draped in a pink silk outer garment. On her shoulders hung a high-quality yellow silk cape, matching well with her outfit. The skirt embroidered with golden peonies exuded a dignified and luxurious aura. Her rosy complexion complemented her hair styled into a round bun adorned with ruby-encrusted hairpins, while her earrings also featured rubies. In contrast, Lin Xing's attire seemed plain. Hers was merely a simple robe with no special function compared to the woman's high-grade magical attire. Clearly, the hairpins and rubies were no ordinary objects. Lin Xing could sense that they were defensive magic items. A transparent crystal hung from the other girl's neck, a similarly extraordinary piece. Though she acted arrogantly, Lin Xing couldn't deny the girl's striking beauty. However, with such a temperamental nature, it was clear not many would willingly tangle with this thorny rose. Lin Xing was sure that the other girl must hail from a good family background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to behave so impudently. People like this, once outside their family's protection, easily offended others and risked losing their lives. When the gatekeeper saw the haughty young lady, his previously condescending expression immediately changed to a fawning smile. "Huan's sister, why are you here? Could it be you're participating in the Alchemist Convention?" "Hee, you guessed correctly. I am going inside now to be examined as a second-class alchemist to join the Alchemist Convention," Huan Mingyue said with a laugh. "Wow, Huan's sister is really amazing. You're less than 25 years old, yet you're testing to become a second-class alchemist. Truly a talented individual in the world of alchemy. Your teacher must be proud." Huan Mingyue playfully accepted the compliment, then added, "Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and let me through." After Huan Mingyue entered, Lin Xing prepared to go in as well, but the gatekeeper immediately reverted to his pompous demeanor. "You really want to take the alchemist exam? Are you here to make fun of us? Look at you, dressed like a beggar. How could you possibly afford the spirit herbs needed to practice alchemy?" As everyone knew, nurturing an alchemist required vast resources and spiritual stones. Yet the poor appearance of the person in front suggested otherwise. It was difficult to associate her with being a real alchemist. Judging people by appearances. Lin Xing looked coldly at the guard and asked, "What? Doesn't the Alchemy Guild allow alchemists to register?" With that, flames erupted intensely from her hand. The guard had initially seen Huan Mingyue making things difficult for Lin Xing and therefore decided not to pay her much attention. To flatter Huan Mingyue, he intended to let the other person retreat due to difficulties. After all, every year there were quite a few people who knew just a bit about alchemy and came for the assessment, hoping to make an instant breakthrough. From the person's attire, they likely fell into this category. However, the success rate for such individuals was less than 1 in 10. Without professional guidance, mastering alchemy was no easy feat. What the guard didn't expect was that the individual could actually conjure up alchemist fire, indicating they were either an alchemist or an apprentice. As a gatekeeper for the Alchemy Guild, he had no capital to offend a prospective alchemist or a future alchemist. Many young alchemists or apprentices had some support behind them or a powerful alchemist as their master. This was what he feared most. Seeing the astonished look on his face, Lin Xing coolly asked, "Can I go in now?" Please enter. I'm truly unworthy and cannot afford to quarrel with you, sir." The guard immediately flashed a fawning smile and dared not be disrespectful anymore. Even if the other party's accomplishments were nothing compared to Huan Mingyue, they were someone he couldn't offend. Lin Xing waved her sleeve and walked inside. Upon entering the hall, she smelled the strong aroma of alchemical pills. A cute female cultivator approached to receive her, asking politely, Excuse me, fellow Taoist. What brings you here? I want to take the alchemist exam. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Has your excellency taken the exam before? Lin Qing shook her head. The female cultivator continued. Then please enter examination room 1. Clearly, she took Lin Qing for a beginner attempting to become a first-class alchemist. Following the directions, Lin Qing went to examination room 1. Upon entering, she saw a middle-aged man with a square face reading a book. Seeing someone come in, he stopped. Here to take the first-class alchemist examination. Lin Qing nodded slightly, and then moved to the center of the room, where a table held an alchemical furnace. On a corner table lay some low-quality spiritual herbs. The square-faced man said calmly, "Go choose your ingredients from the left table, but select no more than 3. Successfully create any type of first-class pill, and you'll pass the examination for first-class alchemist." Chapter 472. Like teacher, like student. Lin Qing walked over to the left table, casually picking out 3 batches of spiritual herbs for refining chi pill, and returned to the side of the alchemy furnace. The chi pill was already so familiar to her that she could refine it successfully with her eyes closed. The middle-aged man was startled when he saw the herbs she had chosen. These were among the more challenging herbs for refining a first-grade pill. He watched as she skillfully cleaned the ash from the furnace and began the refining process smoothly, demonstrating great familiarity. It was clear she had done this many times. Of course, Lin Qing was still using mundane fire, primarily because she didn't want to attract attention with her spirit fire. The allure of spirit fire was immense for alchemists, and although few knew about it, if she were to encounter some skilled alchemist who recognized her spirit fire and sought to take it, it would be troublesome. Although she had already reached the golden core stage, within the immortal realm, she wasn't powerful enough to fear nothing. Thus, discretion was key for now. After approximately the time it took for an incense stick to burn down, Lin Qing successfully refined the chi pill. She placed the pills on a jade plate and handed them to the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw that the pills produced were 5 high-quality pills, he was greatly astonished. You actually managed to refine high-quality pills. Though they are first-grade pills, surely you aren't just a first-grade alchemist, right? Lin Qing was actually holding back some of her abilities, hence why all the pills were high quality. She knew that superior-grade pills drew too much attention. That's correct. I've come to take the 3rd-grade alchemist examination. I hadn't participated in the alchemist assessments before due to certain reasons. Ah, I see. Let me take you to room 2 then. In his view, given her young age, becoming a 3rd-grade alchemist made her a true prodigy, truly surpassing even Xiaoyu's talent in alchemy. After all, even Xiaoyu had trouble refining high-quality pills, even first-grade pills. With this girl's participation in the upcoming alchemy competition, the ranking of Yinshui City wouldn't be too bad. Generally, 4th-grade alchemists can secure at least the top 3, and based on her fluency in refining, placing within the top 5 seemed likely. Previously, the head of the Yinshui City Alchemy Guild had been troubled by this very matter. While Yinshui City had a good foundation of alchemists, recent years had seen a lack of new talents emerging. If Yinshui performed poorly this year, it would not only embarrass the city, but might also result in other cities taking away the title of the guild headquarters. After all, the Yinshui branch covered dozens of cities, and some of those city lords harbored ambitions. 10 years ago, Yinshui produced an alchemical genius who won the championship in the once-a-decade alchemy competition, which led to the Alchemy Guild's headquarters being established in Yinshui. This year, one of the participants from Yinshui needed to rank among the top 5 to retain the title of guild headquarters. And the champion of the last session had aged out. Each city could send 5 representatives, but currently, the best among Yinshui's younger generation was only a 2nd-grade alchemist. Due to Lin Qing's appearance, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a spark of hope and asked, "Can you refine 4th-grade pills?" Lin Qing, puzzled by his inquiry, still replied, "Yes." Who would have thought that upon hearing this, he immediately burst into laughter. "What's your name? I'd like to invite you to represent Yinshui City in the alchemy competition." "My name is Lin Qing, but what's in it for me?" Lin Qing's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. The middle-aged man didn't expect such a response and hesitated momentarily. "I don't know what you desire, but I believe the guild master will offer you something satisfactory, if you indeed possess this ability." Soon, they arrived at room 2. The middle-aged man knocked, and a commanding voice quickly responded, "Enter. You wait outside for a moment. I'll go inside and greet him first," the middle-aged man said to Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded, and then closed her eyes to rest. Shortly after, footsteps could be heard, revealing none other than senior sister Xian Yuan. She looked down at Lin Qing disdainfully and said, "What are you doing here?" Lin Qing ignored her, choosing not to respond. However, the other party continued to press. "Humph. Do you even have what it takes to become an alchemist?" The noise outside soon drew the ire of those inside. The middle-aged man quickly stepped out and asked, "What happened? Why so noisy?" Xian Yuan Moon giggled sweetly and tried to ingratiate herself. "Uncle Zhou, she snuck into the alchemy assessment room. We don't know what her intentions are." However, the middle-aged man did not cover for her this time. "Miss you, do not be disrespectful. She is, like you, an alchemist participating in the exam. She has already passed the 1st-grade alchemist test and is preparing for the 2nd-grade assessment." As he led Lin Qing inside, Xian Yuan Mingyu was left standing outside, dumbfounded. After recovering from her astonishment, Xian Yuan Mingyu decided to enter room 2 and take the assessment for a 2nd-grade alchemist. Originally, her goal today was to pass this very test. When she first arrived, she bumped into an acquaintance and chatted with them in the lounge. She didn't expect that within such a short time, the person she had mocked would have already passed the 1st-grade alchemist examination. Seeing that the other party wasn't much older than herself, Xian Yuan Mingyu couldn't believe they could easily surpass the second-grade alchemy test. After all, she was a prodigy in alchemy with access to substantial spiritual herb resources. How could an obscure individual be more capable than her? Determined to uncover what made the other special enough to earn Uncle Zhou's protection, she resolved to investigate further. Once she understood this point, Xian Yuan Mingyu calmed herself down. Upon noticing Xian Yuan Mingyu follow suit and walk in, a grizzled elder seated at the head asked humorously, "Mingyu, why are you here?" "Senior Zhan, I'm here to take the second-grade alchemist assessment," Xian Yuan Mingyu replied with a coquettish tone. "Really? You're now able to refine second-grade pills." "A month ago, I successfully refined a second-grade pill. Since then, I've been practicing diligently and am confident I can now pass the second-grade assessment." "Ho ho ho, good job." As expected of Master Wan's disciple, Senior Zhan laughed approvingly. Hearing mention of Master Wan, Lin Qing recalled how she recently offended a certain Master Wan from the Alchemy Alliance's sub-branch. Not a pleasant encounter. So it seemed that Xian Yuan Mingyu must indeed be that very Master Wan's apprentice. TSK, what a coincidence. A teacher's behavior reflects in their student. It appeared both were overbearing and full of themselves. It was certainly true. Like teacher, like student, one really needed the same nature to belong to the same circle. Who wishes to go first? Senior Zhan smiled and asked. "I will," Xian Yuan Mingyu readily declared. She approached the warehouse cabinet where the spiritual herbs were stored, selected some herbs, and then returned to the side of the alchemy furnace. Chapter 473, Alchemy Genius. Huangxian Mingyue skillfully cleaned the ash from the alchemy furnace, and suddenly a cluster of pinkish-red fire appeared in her hands. Zhan Laosher looked at this scene with surprise and said, This is beast fire?" Huangxian Mingyue proudly responded, "Yes, it was separated from a level 7 fiery-natured beast, an illusion fox, by my master." Then she glanced at Lung Yuran with pride in her eyes. Zhan Laosher nodded with a smile and said, "Good." Huangxian Mingyue quickly adjusted her mindset, entering the alchemy state. This time she was going to make the Ling Dan, a common second-tier medicine which helps cultivators enter a meditative state more easily and calms their minds. It's actually a spirit force-acting medicine, but due to its weak effect, it's not difficult to produce. Judging from her alchemy skills, she could indeed produce second-tier medicines, but her proficiency still lacked, as well as her successful conversion rate. However, for her age, she was already quite good. In less than an hour, Huangxian Mingyue finally managed to successfully create the second-tier Ling Dan on the second try after failing once. She looked somewhat tired since her cultivation level wasn't high. She was just at the peak of the refining period, and continuously creating 2 batches of Dan pills would naturally tire her out. Seeing the success of the Ling Dan production, Huangxian Mingyue beamed with a bright smile and presented the Dan pills to Zhan Laosher. Old Zhan, upon seeing Huangxian Mingyue produce 3 second-tier Dan pills, one of which was a mid-grade pill, praised her saying, "Very good. Excellent work. Mingyue, you've successfully passed the second-tier alchemist examination. Your badge will be issued shortly." Huangxian Mingyue looked proudly at Lin Qing, obviously satisfied with her own performance this time. Lin Qing completely disregarded her provocation, given they were not on the same level. "Is it worth biting back if a dog bites you? You're called Lin Qing, right? Next is your turn," Zhan Laosher then said. Lin Qing nodded slightly. She first selected the necessary spiritual herbs from the storage cabinet, then walked over to the side of the alchemy furnace. With just a wave of her hand, she quickly finished cleaning and ash removal from the furnace, and subsequently released mundane fire to begin alchemy. Seeing that Lin Qing only used mundane fire, Huangxian Mingyue felt somewhat disdainful. Truly a bumpkin, Huangxian Mingyue thought quietly. Watching Lin Qing continue without a pause, old Zhan revealed a satisfied smile. The middle-aged man was named Zhou Wan, who asked softly, "Elder Zhan, what type of pill do you think she is making?" Elder Zhan glanced at the medicinal herbs and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it's actually the bone-washing pill. That is relatively hard among second-tier pills. I didn't expect this young person to have such courage, but judging from his alchemy skills, he might be beyond second tier." Elder Zhan, truly remarkable eyesight. Then Zhou Wan whispered something into Elder Zhan's ear. "Really?" Elder Zhan immediately burst into joyous laughter. Zhou Wan placed his finger over his lips with a show. "Elder Zhan, let's just watch silently." Elder Zhan nodded with uncontainable happiness inside. At this moment, Huangxian Mingyue couldn't help but feel irritated upon witnessing this. They had no such high regard for her, and it seemed like they favored the other party more. Meanwhile, Lin Qing remained unaffected by the external factors and immersed herself completely in alchemy. After around the time of a stick of incense burning, a beautiful aroma of Dan wafted out from the alchemy stove. This was the critical step of forming the pills. To hide her abilities, Lin Qing deliberately made 5 pills containing 1 mid-grade pill and 4 high-grade pills. In fact, according to her usual capabilities, she could transform all the pills into top-grade and exquisite-grade ones, with the majority being exquisite. Seeing the pills form within the Dan furnace, Lin Qing slapped the furnace lightly, and 5 pills immediately flew out. She caught them instantly, placing them onto a jade plate, then submitted them before Elder Zhan. Elder Zhan was astonished when he saw the 5 pills before him. What? There are actually 4 superior-grade pills here. It should be known that even Elder Zhan, as a 4th-tier alchemist, often fails to achieve such high quality and success rates in pill-making. Zhou Wan also stared at her in astonishment, never expecting that the quality of her second-tier pill crafting could reach such a height. Old Zhan could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Truly talented. Friend, you have passed the examination for the second-tier alchemist." Would you like to continue with the third-tier exam? Lin Qing nodded and said, of course. Old John smiled and said, great. I will arrange your examination right away. With that, he led Lin Qing outside, and Zhou Wen followed closely behind. At this moment, Huangxian Mingyue was completely shocked. She had originally thought that the other party would be far inferior to her. Even if Lin Qing could pass the second-tier alchemist examination, it would likely be with great difficulty. However, she never expected Lin Qing's level of alchemy to be so high, completely surpassing hers. Not only that, Lin Qing was even going to continue taking the third-tier alchemist exam. Now, jealousy surged within Huangxian Mingyue, and a feeling of failure began to arise. The joy from passing the second-tier alchemist test was entirely replaced by the sense of defeat. She walked out of room, too absent-mindedly. She didn't leave immediately, but instead waited outside to see whether Lin Qing could pass the third-tier alchemist test. Not long after, Lin Qing emerged from room 3. Upon seeing that Lin Qing wasn't wearing any badges yet, Huangxian Mingyue sighed in relief, thinking there was still not much difference between the two. No sooner had Huangxian Mingyue relaxed when Zhang Laosher spoke up cheerfully. Lin friend, do you want to take the fourth-tier alchemist examination? Given your evident expertise in third-tier alchemy, I believe you might have a chance at successfully crafting a fourth-tier pill. A third-tier alchemist badge is sufficient for now. Strength isn't always displayed on the surface, Lin Qing replied with a faint smile. In an instant, Zhang Laosher understood her meaning and laughed heartily. Even though I thought I already held you in high regard, I underestimated you again. Soon, I will bring you to meet the president, who will personally present you with your third-tier alchemist badge. Lin Qing didn't care whether this was part of the process or not. After a while, they arrived in front of the branch union president's office. Zhang Laosher tapped lightly on the door, and a voice from inside answered, come in. Lin friend, please wait outside for a moment while I go inside and inform the president, Zhang Laosher said. Since learning that Lin Qing possessed the ability to craft a fourth-tier pill, Zhang Laosher changed his address to Lin friend, which indeed matched a rule in the cultivation world, respect for strength and admiration for talent. Understanding this unspoken rule, Lin Qing nodded slightly as Zhang Laosher stepped into the room. Though Lin Qing was curious about what Zhang Laosher whispered to the president, she refrained from probing because both Zhang Laosher and the president clearly possessed higher cultivation levels than hers. Chapter 474, Help to Find the Dark Heart. Not long after, a kind voice was heard from inside. Lin Qing, come in. Lin Qing pushed the door and walked in, seeing an elderly man who looked slightly plump but had the air of a Taoist sage sitting at the upper seat. Despite his beaming face, he gave her a great sense of pressure. Lin Qing estimated that his strength had at least reached the initial stage of the Yuanying period. Are you Lin Qing? Yes, I am your junior. Have I heard correctly that you can refine fourth-grade pills? Lin Qing knew it must have been Elder Zhan who informed him, so she modestly replied, I occasionally manage to refine some. It's not worth mentioning. Ho ho, it seems that you are truly talented. Our Alchemy Guild branch has something we would like to ask for your help with. Senior, may I ask what task requires my assistance? Lin Qing asked, her brows slightly furrowed. This time for the alchemy competition, I believe you will participate, and I hope you can represent Yinshui City in the contest. Oh, then what do I get out of it? Ha ha, girl, as long as you can represent Yinshui City in the competition and place in the top 3, you can make a request of us. Lin Qing wasn't surprised that the other party could tell she was a woman. After all, the other side was a Yuanying period expert, while she was merely at the Gold Dan period. There was no way she could hide from their eyes. Alright, if I win one of the top 3 spots, I hope you will help me find an item. Oh, what is this item? The Dark Heart. What is that? It is a jade pendant made from the purest black agate in the world. It looks black under dark light, and even from a human perspective, it appears completely black. When illuminated by a lamp, however, you can see a bluish hue. It could be considered a green base beneath the black, and its color is more uniform with absolutely no impurities. Not a single flaw can be found, making the quality of this jade flawless. On the jade is carved a black dragon, and at the mouth of the dragon is a heart. Lin Qing carefully described it to the other person. She knew that on her own in this world, looking for such a pendant would be like trying to find a needle in the ocean. But the Alchemy Guild had widespread connections, so they might be able to find the Dark Heart. Alright, as long as you can place among the top 3, I will have someone help you search for it. Thank you, Guildmaster. In this alchemy competition, I will give it my all. Lin Qing expressed her gratitude. The Guildmaster, having resolved a matter that had troubled him for quite some time, suddenly became cheerful. After giving Lin Qing a third-grade alchemist emblem and a ceremonial robe representing the alchemists, Lin Qing bade farewell and agreed to attend the alchemy conference punctually. Lin Qing wasn't like some alchemists who couldn't wait to wear their robes and emblems to flaunt their identity and status once they received them. But Lin Qing didn't care about these things. She casually transferred both items into her ring space and then headed outside. As Lin Qing just stepped out of the assessment room of the Alchemy Branch Guild, she saw Xian Yuan Mingyue again. At this moment, there was another gatekeeper, and that gatekeeper already knew that Xian Yuan Mingyue had passed the second-grade alchemist examination, so he flatteringly said, Xian Yuan sister, it's no wonder you're a prodigy in the alchemy field. We were sure you'd pass. The guard then saw Lin Qing walking out of the gate. Seeing that she wasn't wearing any emblem, he remarked, Xian Yuan sister, look at some people who dare to take the exam without any skills. They're really fooling themselves. While the guard was still boasting, Xian Yuan Mingyue suddenly erupted in anger. Shut up. The guard had no idea how he had offended her and immediately fell silent. Xian Yuan Mingyue walked to Lin Qing and said, Lin Qing, don't be too cocky. I will definitely surpass you. Saying that, she turned around and left. Lin Qing showed no interest in her provocation and helplessly shook her head. The guard who had mocked her earlier dared not speak now, lowering his existence significantly. He understood the meaning of Xian Yuan Mingyue's words. This person had better alchemical abilities than Xian Yuan Mingyue, not someone he could easily offend. Behind her, there might be a colossal power. Lin Qing coldly glanced at the guard and coldly said, "You choose not to be a decent person but to be a dog. What an unique taste you have." Hearing her sarcasm, the guard trembled even more. Humph, bullying the weak. With that, Lin Qing paid him no further attention and turned away. A mere bug isn't worth wasting her time on. Lin Qing then arrived at the registration desk for the alchemy conference. The gray-haired old man at the registration desk looked at Lin Qing and lazily opened his mouth. "Show your alchemist emblem and report your name." Lin Qing handed over her third-grade alchemist emblem to the old man and said, "My name is Lin Qing." Upon seeing the third-grade alchemist emblem, the old man immediately perked up and quickly became friendly, saying, "You're quite talented. Please come with me to test your bone age." They soon arrived before the crystal ball used for testing bone age. Lin Qing followed the other party's instructions and stood upon it. Suddenly, a bright light was emitted, and soon her age was displayed on the crystal ball. The old man once again displayed a look of astonishment. "You're only 17 years old? Truly remarkable, even more talented than the champion of the previous alchemy conference. That champion was 35 when he became a third-grade alchemist, and over 40 by the time he reached 4th grade. Of course, advancing in alchemy grows increasingly difficult as one progresses. Can I go now?" Lin Qing asked indifferently. The gray-haired old man looked at Lin Qing's calm demeanor and muttered to himself. Not simple at all. So young with such an accomplishment yet remaining modest and composed. Impressive, very impressive. "Yes, you may leave. Just make sure to arrive at the venue of the Alchemy Guild branch in Yunshui City for the competition at Chenhour on the 7th day. The old man reminded her. "All right, thank you." After leaving the Alchemy Guild branch, Lin Qing decided to buy herself a new alchemy furnace. The one she had in her ring space was from Earth and, after being pushed beyond its capabilities during alchemical refinement, it was now completely broken. Alchemy furnaces are also graded, and the level of the furnace impacts the quality of refining. She inquired about directions and headed toward the largest shop in Yunshui City. "Master, what do you need?" The shopkeeper greeted her warmly. "I need an alchemy furnace. Could it be that you are an alchemist?" Then what quality would you like? Given your age, I suggest you start with a basic level furnace. They're less likely to explode if you haven't mastered the process well, and the price is relatively low, just 3,000 lower grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper recommended based on Lin Qing's attire and appearance. He had years of experience in reading people's intentions accurately while doing business. However, this time, he misjudged her, as Lin Qing couldn't be measured by common standards. "What grades of alchemy furnaces do you have?" Lin Qing ignored his suggestion and asked instead. "We carry basic level, intermediate level, and advanced level alchemy furnaces. The basic ones suit alchemists up to the 3rd grade, the intermediate ones fit those up to the 6th grade, and the advanced ones are designed for use up to the 9th grade. The quality of the alchemy also depends on the standard of the furnace. Thus, the higher the grade of the furnace, the more expensive it is." Chapter 475, Conflict Arises. "Do you have any supreme elixir furnaces?" Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. Yes, we do. But a supreme elixir furnace requires a fairly strong spiritual power to operate, not suitable for beginners. The shopkeeper replied. "I want a supreme elixir furnace." "Master, this supreme elixir furnace costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would you still like it?" The shopkeeper cautiously asked. In his eyes, the plainly dressed young master before him didn't appear to be someone who could afford such extravagant spending. "Of course I want it." Lin Qing took out a storage bag and quickly pulled out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. She accepted the supreme elixir furnace with satisfaction and left gracefully. Walking along, she arrived at a tea house, entered, sat down by the window, ordered a pot of spirit tea, and slowly sipped it. Inside the tea house, various discussions were going on about the forces within Yunshui City and also about the elixir refining convention. "Yuan brother, I hear that your family is competing with the Xian Yuan family for cultivation resources in Yunshui City's territory." A young cultivator who looked around 20 years old with an ordinary appearance opened his mouth. "Yes, Lu brother, the allocation of these resources this time depends on the ranking achieved at the elixir refining convention." The cultivator called Yuan brother had brown skin and a slightly exotic appearance. His name was Yuan Hong, a core disciple of one of Yunshui City's 3 great families, the Yuan family. "I've heard that the Xian Yuan family has produced another talented elixir refiner, Xian Yuan Mingyue, and her older brother Xian Yuan Mingri is a 3rd-rank elixir master. Does your family have plans to deal with them?" The man called Lu brother, whose real name was Lu Yuan, was also a core disciple of one of Yunshui City's 3 great families, the Lu family, which, though among the 3 great families, still lagged behind the Yuan and Xian Yuan families. "My brother, Yuan Lai, is also a 3rd-rank elixir master. It's uncertain yet who will win or lose. Besides, just being a 3rd-rank elixir master makes claiming one of the top 3 spots rather difficult," Yuan Hong said with a look of gravity on his face. "What? Could there be even more powerful elixir masters?" Suddenly, commotion arose from outside as a group walked through the street. Among them was a luxurious carriage pulled by 2 second-tier beast creatures, catching some attention. "Yuan brother, which family's young master has such grandeur?" Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. "If my guess is correct, This is the young master of the Southern Palace family, the first family of Starfield City, Ningongyu. 7 years ago, he was already a third-rank elixir master, and now he might have broken through to become a fourth-rank elixir master. Yuan Hong whispered. What? A fourth-rank elixir master? In many great families, a fourth-rank elixir master can already become a family elder. Could it be that Yuan brothers champion at the elixir refining convention is him? Not just him, there's another person named Kong Ling, who I estimate is a fourth-rank elixir master as well. They are the two people who have a chance to win the championship. My brother and Xian Yuan Mingri might just be able to make it into the top 5. Who would have thought that the regional branches of the Alchemical Alliance would produce so many remarkable talents, truly becoming famous throughout the immortal domain? Haha, they indeed are remarkable talents, but wanting fame throughout the immortal domain is still quite hard. You should know that the main branch of the Alchemical Alliance holds its own elixir refining convention. That event is far grander. It's not only attended by representatives from all Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central regional branches, but members of the Spirit Herb Valley also attend. Only those who secure the top 3 positions in that alchemy competition can truly be considered famous throughout the immortal domain. Although Nangongyu and Lu Ling are considered talented alchemists, whether they'd even achieve the top 3 in that competition is uncertain. Wow, that's impressive. Brother Yuan truly knows much. Lu Yuan exclaimed, seeming to derive a sense of satisfaction from the compliment. Yuan Hong laughed and said, I was brought to watch that grand event when I was young by my grandfather. Though many years have passed, the memories are vivid. That's the true feast of alchemy. Compared to it, next week's alchemy conference pales significantly. When will that alchemy convention take place? You don't mean to say Lu brother wants to go for fun? Yuan Hong joked. Brother Yuan, please don't mock me. I merely want to witness it. With my level of elixir refinement, I likely wouldn't even meet the entry requirements. Better for me to focus on improving my cultivation. Understood, understood. Is the alchemy feast taking place in Holy City 6 months later? What? The capital city? It's not just the holy land of alchemists, but also the holy land of cultivators. I hear it's extremely prosperous, with the highest concentration of spiritual energy across the Lon continent. The royal family resides there, and it's rumored that female cultivators there are exceptionally beautiful. Haha, looks like Brother Lu is interested in the beauties there. After gathering enough information, Lin Qing had also finished the pot of spirit tea. After paying with a few spirit stones, she was about to leave when suddenly, Nangongyu, who seemed like a butterfly attracting bees, arrived at the tea house and bumped into her. The guard of Nangongyu arrogantly said, Move aside. Make way for my young master. It wasn't much of an issue just to move out of the way, but the unremarkable-looking guard, upon seeing Lin Qing's shabby attire and realizing how strikingly handsome she looked, felt an urge to flirt. He said, Young master, this person isn't bad. You can reward them to me. The guard had reached the later stage of the Foundation establishment period and appeared relatively young, clearly showing that being Nangongyu's guard was no easy task. It seemed that alchemists indeed could rally considerable forces of strength around them. Clearly, Lin Qing had hidden her cultivation level, causing others to underestimate her. Meanwhile, other people on the scene witnessing this couldn't help but sigh over her ill fortune. However, no one dared to step forward to speak up as it was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and they dared not offend the Nangong family. They could only feel sorry for Lin Qing in their hearts. Such incidents were too frequent. Many female cultivators with low levels and without backgrounds were often abducted by male cultivators with high levels for using their yin energy to supplement their yang, improving their own cultivation. Even though the plainly dressed individual was a male cultivator, his appearance was so delicate that he could still face some dangers. But it was unfortunate for whoever provoked Lin Qing, because, before Nangong could even say anything, everyone only felt a powerful aura surge toward them. That unremarkable guard suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, followed by a flash of white figure whizzing past. A sword was already pressed against the guard's throat. Everyone was astonished to find that the person they initially perceived as a vulnerable bunny had instantly transformed into a big gray wolf. The seemingly inexperienced young master they assumed to be weak was actually at the late Foundation establishment period level. Moreover, to reach such a high cultivation level at such a young age undoubtedly marked someone as an outstanding talent, which was usually produced only within large families. Looking at the guard's grimacing face, everyone knew that he had underestimated the wrong person this time. Chapter 476, The Alchemy Conference begins. Nangongyu, upon seeing the situation, bowed and said, This Taoist friend, I apologize sincerely for the actions of my guard. Since you've not been harmed, on my account, please let my guard off. Lin Qing, who was clearly aware of his identity, but repulsed by his insufferable expression, couldn't help but sneer coldly. And just who are you supposed to be? Why should I give you face? The crowd originally thought that with Nangongyu's intervention, there wouldn't be any more drama, but unexpectedly, another astonishing scene unfolded. As it turned out, an infuriated Nangongyu declared, I am Nangongyu, the young master of the Nangong family in Xingye City, and also a fourth-rank alchemist. Oh, so being an alchemist makes one special. Lin Qing coldly mocked. Of course, everyone inwardly knew that this was true. Who doesn't want to associate with alchemists? At crucial moments in cultivation, a single pill could facilitate a rank advancement. Moreover, fourth-rank alchemists were scarce in the immortal domain, especially one so young. The prospects ahead were boundless. No one could predict when they would need a favor from someone like him for a pill. Right then, Lin Qing took out a third-rank alchemist badge and wore it around her neck. The crowd once again displayed expressions of astonishment. Judging by her age, she became a third-rank alchemist at an even younger age than Nan Gongyu, indicating that her talent in alchemy surpassed his. Where had this freak appeared from? Not only was her cultivation strength incredible, but her talent in alchemy was similarly unmatched. It was truly demoralizing. Upon witnessing this scene, Nan Gongyu's expression turned solemn. Unaware of her background, he dared not offend her lightly. Guard, apologize to this gentleman. The guard himself seemed terrified now. He hadn't realized he'd offended a cultivator with a strong backing, and felt quite bitter about it. Who would have guessed that such a plainly dressed man could possibly hold great power? You look so shabby. Are you intentionally causing harm? Yet, at this moment, he didn't dare defy Nan Gongyu's orders. Reluctantly bowing his head, he apologized. I'm sorry, sir. That was disrespectful and hurtful of me earlier. Since you're apologizing, why don't you slap yourself 100 times, loudly enough for everyone present to hear? Also, remember not to act arrogantly or abuse your power again, Lin Xing stated coldly. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu frowned deeply and asked sternly, Sir, is this your way of not giving me respect? Although the order was directed towards slapping the guard, the insult was clear. It humiliated Nan Gongyu as well. Humph. If you had kept your guard in check, would these things have happened? Slapping oneself isn't necessary either. I could just kill him. Lin Xing responded with a sudden coldness in her eyes. Her audacious words made Nan Gongyu feel increasingly wary. Fine, slap yourself. Reluctantly, Nan Gongyu gave in, his complexion pale. Slap, slap. The sound of self-inflicted slaps echoed. Afterwards, Lin Xing ignored them completely and departed gracefully. As soon as she left, chatter broke out within the tea house. People began speculating about who she was, what her background was, and why no one had ever seen her before. Nan Gongyu coldly gazed at Lin Xing's retreating figure and questioned, Do any of you know who that gentleman was earlier? No idea. We've never seen him before. I'm unsure too. This was the first time I encountered him. Looking at the surrounding reactions, Nan Gongyu grew even more curious. Esteemed Dao friends, if anyone recognizes that male cultivator earlier, do inform us. Your efforts will be greatly rewarded. But nobody responded. Nan Gongyu's curiosity deepened even further. Just who was this mysterious person? However, he was about to find out soon. Since the other party was an alchemist, they were bound to participate in the upcoming alchemy conference. Thinking about the superior alchemy skills the other party possessed, a strong sense of crisis arose within Nan Gongyu. Nonetheless, during this conference, he would step over the opponent to climb onto the champion's podium. In the future, the opponent's alchemical resolve would surely be severely impacted. Whether they would rise again was uncertain. Perhaps their decline had begun, for there were many like that. One must understand that while the immortal domain was vast, geniuses were abundant. Yet, only a few managed to reach the peak due to a single reason: the fragility of extraordinary talent. Many of these talents had rarely experienced any setbacks, making them prone to faltering after encountering a major setback, resulting in a loss of resolve, which eventually led to their decline. Indeed, Nan Gongyu was quite calculating, but one thing he misjudged was Lin Xing's state of mind. It wasn't nearly as fragile as he imagined. With a memory from her past life enhancing her abilities, her current alchemical skills were not inferior to his, rendering his schemes futile. In the following days, Lin Xing stayed in the inn cultivating until the day of the alchemy conference. On the designated day, Lin Xing arrived early at the venue of the alchemy conference. The alchemy conference was held at the Liandan Union Melu Square, which was now filled with cultivators. If one lacked a strong mental fortitude, it could affect their performance. As she entered the square, she immediately saw the president smiling and waving at her. Next to him sat none other than Wang Gu, who had previously competed against her for the white-bearded ginseng. She had anticipated his presence here, but clearly, he couldn't recognize her. President Jean, who is this? Wang Gu asked with curiosity. This is Lin Xing, a talent I recently discovered. She will be one of our representatives participating in the alchemy conference. Wang Gu obviously understood that anyone becoming a third-rank alchemist at such a young age would certainly count as a top-tier talent. However, in this world, talented individuals were abundant. Moreover, Wang Gu also knew that Cloudwater City lacked skilled alchemists in recent years, but he certainly didn't think someone named Lin Xing could turn the tide. She might at best lose less embarrassingly. Wang Gu said coldly to Lin Xing, Do your best. Your turn is coming soon. Achieve a spot within the top 5, and we'll give you a reward. Lin Xing replied with a faint smile, I will. Then, she walked onto the competition site of the alchemy conference. After preliminary screening, more than 100 alchemists qualified to participate in the conference. These over 100 alchemists put on their ceremonial robes and gathered at the competition venue, making quite an impressive sight. At this moment, Lin Xing noticed that the black bead she carried flickered. Her eyes suddenly lit up. The dark jade truly is here. She had always felt that there was a connection between the black bead and the dark jade, otherwise they wouldn't share the same pattern. She suspected that the dark jade might be the prize for the champion of this alchemy conference. That would explain why the bead hadn't shown until she arrived here, possibly due to proximity. It appeared that securing the championship title was indispensable. Before long, the alchemy conference began. Various judges ascended to their seats, among them President Jin Ming from the Yunshui City branch of the Alchemy Union, as well as 4 master alchemists from other cities. Upon meeting, the judges exchanged pleasantries, indicating they'd known each other for some time. Chapter 477, The First Contest with Creativity. One of the elders who looked particularly jolly saw President Jin and teasingly said, President Jin Ming, Why haven't you advanced to the ranks of a 6th grade alchemist yet? President Jiang slightly smiled and replied, Brother O, aren't you in the same situation? You are older than I am and haven't entered the ranks of 6th grade either. I have been busy managing the branch association affairs, so it's normal that my cultivation has been delayed. Lin didn't expect that beneath President Jin's usually amiable appearance lay such sharp words. On one hand, he pointed out that the other party's alchemical capabilities were inferior to his, and on the other hand, he also implied that their identity status wasn't equal. It was possible that the other party had previously lost to him or failed during the competition for the position of president of the alchemy branch. As expected, upon hearing President Jin's words, the other person's face immediately changed color. But soon, they deflected the topic. My disciple Kong Ling will definitely win this time. Perhaps there is no one in Yunshui City who can match my disciple. Yes, I have once been defeated by you, but my disciple will certainly surpass you. Clearly, with Lin Qing's participation, this man's wish would be difficult to realize. In the world, there are always people who love to bring disgrace upon themselves. Apparently, the alchemist master surnamed O is one of them. The Alchemy Congress was just about to announce its start when suddenly an unkempt-looking old man appeared at the scene. President Jiang, I represent the Alchemy Guild headquarters to participate in this year's alchemy assessment. Elderly, this year, it's actually you representing the guild in this alchemy conference. It's truly an honor for our Yunshui City alchemists. This year, the Alchemy Guild headquarters hasn't responded for a long time, and I thought there would be no representative participating in this conference. President Jiang Ming respectfully said. Before Brother Wen handed over this matter to me, letting me represent the guild, I've been busy preparing to refine a medicine and collecting various herbs, forgetting the time. Luckily, I'm still in time. Elder Li's face turned a little red. Apparently, his brother Wen held a high status. These past years, Master Wen has devoted himself to breaking through and becoming a 7th grade alchemist. How is the progress? Jiang Ming asked with concern. Yai, how could it be so easy to break through? After all, the boundary between 6th grade and 7th grade is crucial. Becoming a 7th grade alchemist grandmaster, is that so simple? Otherwise, in nearly hundreds of years, not a single 6th grade alchemist has broken through. And 7th grade alchemist grandmasters are getting fewer as well. Even the Valley Master of Spirit Medicine Valley is only a 6th grade alchemist. Perhaps only those hermit-like grandmasters can possibly reach this level. Elderly sighed heavily. Elderly, the alchemy conference is about to start. I need to ascend to host the opening ceremony. Please excuse me. Elderly nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Ming walked to the front of the stage and used sound wave techniques, so his voice resonated throughout the entire venue without creating an oppressive atmosphere. Welcome all the alchemists here to participate in this year's alchemy conference. I believe every participant is considered talented in your locality, and I hope each alchemist will show off your true strength. Now let me announce the prizes of the conference. First, the top 10 alchemists can represent Yunshui City's Alchemy Guild branch to participate in the main guild's alchemy conference. The first place winner, apart from receiving a 500-year-old dragon bone herb, will also receive a mysterious gift. Everyone should know that dragon bone herb is the main component for refining dragon bone pills, and is also one of the hardest ingredients to find. The top 5 will each receive one upper 4th grade dan called Zungling pill, while the top 10 will each receive one upper 3rd grade dan called Juling pill. Now, let the competition begin. As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, a commotion erupted below. It seems the rewards this time are quite generous. After all, upper grade dan drugs are hard to produce. Only experienced alchemists can make them. For example, to produce upper 4th grade dan, one needs to be an experienced 5th grade alchemist. Even the judges couldn't help but desire the champion's prize since the dragon bone pills greatly aid their cultivation, but, due to their rarity, are difficult to obtain. Hearing the noise, the personnel maintaining order immediately spoke up. The contest begins. Please quiet down. There will be 3 rounds in this exam. The first round starts now. Please choose from the more than 20 herbs given to you. Formulate a pill prescription, write down your prescription along with the necessary herbs, and describe the steps required for the refining process. This indeed sounds like a rather simple question. Each alchemist confidently looked at the spirit herbs placed in front of them. These were quite ordinary spirit herbs, but combining them to form a common medicinal pill turned out to be unexpectedly difficult. Each contestant sank into deep thought. At first, they thought the problem was easy, but later realized they were gravely mistaken. Combining the herbs presented to create common pills was indeed challenging. Obviously, because Yunshui City didn't have many talented individuals, they increased the difficulty of the test, giving the local alchemists a fighting chance. At the same time, this question tested each alchemist's creativity. If one wanted to progress further, one had to possess a critical mindset and a spirit of doubt towards anything unclear, not blindly adhering to old rules. Otherwise, advancement would be nearly impossible. Lin looked up and observed that even Nangong Yu and the so-called Kong Ling were frowning, lost in deep thought. Clearly, this exam was indeed difficult. After some consideration, Lin realized that this question wasn't designed for her to truly produce a specific pill formula, but rather to assess her innovativeness. Otherwise, almost everyone would fail. Once she understood this, Lin began contemplating the substitutability of spiritual herbs. She recalled reading in a book called Alchemy Sage Handbook before that by using special alchemical techniques, some spiritual herbs could indeed be substituted. However, many people, even if they attempted substitution, wouldn't succeed in making pills because they lacked the unique methods to neutralize the drug characteristics, causing their furnaces to easily explode. But Lin Qing had mastered the technique from the Alchemy Sage Handbook, meaning that for her, certain pills could actually be successfully produced. Realizing this, she thought about a third-rank divine medicine called Jushin Pill, Save Heart Pill. Though it differed from Hushin Pill, Protect Heart Pill, by only a single character, its efficacy and rank were vastly different, and its effects were much stronger. The Save Heart Pill required a supporting herb called Shinshin Lotus, Sacred Heart Lotus, which grew in extremely cold snowy regions like the polar frost mountain range, a perilous area in the Xian realm. The beasts there were powerful due to the harsh environment, so ordinary people weren't willing to take the risk of gathering it. Consequently, although the Save Heart Pill was a third-rank medicine, it was rarely seen. In the Save Heart Pill, Shinshin Lotus was used to balance out the fiery properties of Huasha Chow, fire snake grass. If during the process of refining the herbs into medicinal liquid, the explosive fiery components of fire snake grass were removed, then the cold properties of Shinshin Lotus wouldn't be needed to counterbalance it. A substitute herbal ingredient with similar properties to Shinshin Lotus would suffice. Among the provided herbs, Wujialian, five-angle lotus, had precisely such an effect and was a more common ingredient. Chapter 478, Two Shocking Dark Horses. Lin Qing was glad at this moment that she had extensive knowledge of alchemy. Otherwise, it would have been hard for her to stand out in the first round. She scanned the surrounding alchemists and noticed that most were still deeply pondering without any clear idea. On the other hand, Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling clearly understood the purpose of this exam, appearing much more relaxed, truly deserving their status as two of the favorite candidates to win this alchemy conference. Nan Gongyu also knew it was fundamentally difficult to refine the elixir, realizing the test aimed to observe the innovativeness and skepticism of the participants. In a situation where failure was inevitable, the better performance would decide the champion. Having comprehended this, he started writing his answer on the exam paper. Seeing the others begin answering, Lin Qing didn't hesitate either. She substituted Wujialian, five-angle lotus, for Xingzinlianlian, Saint Heart Lotus, writing down Lifang Jiuxin Dan, extract heart-saving elixir. Following that, she listed her detailed steps of alchemy. The exam duration was 1 incense stick's time, which quickly elapsed. With a crisp ringing sound, the invigilator announced, "Begin submitting your answers." One by one, the alchemists handed in their papers. Quite a few turned in blank sheets, evidently eliminating themselves in the first round. Then the invigilator declared again, "In half an hour, the list of the top 20 will be announced. Those outside the top 20 will be eliminated." The crowd below buzzed with surprise. None had anticipated such intensity in the first round of elimination. Under a tense rhythm, the 6 judges began grading the papers. The highest score possible was 100 points. Only Lung Yuran, Nan Gongyu, Kong Ling, and a sturdy-looking alchemist with plain features appeared unruffled, while the rest dejectedly entered the rest area. At that moment, Nan Gongyu noticed Lin Qing. Seeing her composed expression, he sneered, "Friend Taoist, judging from your confident appearance, could it be that you managed to refine the elixir?" This was clearly a trap, a question likely to embarrass anyone else into awkwardness, regardless of how they answered. But his target was Lin Qing. Lin Qing merely smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. A question this simple. I naturally succeeded in refining it." "Ho ho, really?" Nan Gongyu obviously didn't believe her words. Kong Ling had always considered Nan Gongyu his rival, keeping an eye on him as the sole obstacle in his path to victory. Now, seeing Nan Gongyu chatting with another alchemist in apparent harmony, he couldn't help but step forward. "Nan Gong brother, long time no see. And who might this be?" With a smile, Nan Gongyu introduced, "This friend I only met briefly once. He is quite talented, more so than both you and me. He can even refine the elixir from the first round's exam question. Isn't he impressive?" Though seemingly praising Lin Qing, Nan Gongyu was actually digging a pit for her, trying to provoke negative sentiments from other skilled alchemists toward her. Kong Ling, hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qing. Upon learning that she was merely a third-rank alchemist, his expression of contempt deepened. He apparently thought of her as someone fond of boastful talk. Despite her young appearance, third-rank alchemists were far too common in this competition. He reckoned she might barely make it to the second round and wasn't worth his attention. Glancing briefly at Lin Qing, he then refocused on Nan Gongyu. "Nan Gong brother, I look forward to facing you in the following rounds." Nan Gongyu returned his gaze, replying, "It's truly an honor to face off against Brother Kong." After speaking, Kong Ling turned and left, acting as though Lin Qing didn't even exist. Although many among the alchemists shared Kong Ling's arrogant demeanor, Lin Qing found this attitude irritating. She inwardly smirked coldly, looking forward to seeing his astonished and humiliated expression later. As for Elderly from the Alchemy Union headquarters, when he looked at Lin Qing's answer sheet, he was stunned by her ingenuity. He murmured to himself, "Why didn't I think of that?" Seated beside him, President Jean noticed his reaction and asked, "Elderly, what's wrong?" Smiling, Elderly stroked his beard and said, "Take a look at this test paper." President Jean took the test paper Elderly handed over and examined it carefully. After finishing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a brilliant idea. If successful, this would undoubtedly be a major revolution in the history of alchemy. Heart-saving elixirs could then be mass-produced in the future." Elderly burst out laughing, saying, "Exactly. The next generation surpasses the last. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Meeting someone as daring as this. It's only people like her who can break through the limits of 6th-rank alchemy and reach even greater heights." When President Jean noticed the name signed on the test paper, he also felt surprised. He hadn't expected that a deal he had no choice but to make could bring in such a prodigy. In an instant, Elderly wrote down a high score of 90 points on Lin Qing's exam sheet. Besides Lin Qing, there was another alchemist who caught the attention of both Elder Li and President Jiang. His ideas were also very original, and he scored 89 points from Elder Li as well. The half hour passed quickly. When the bell rang again, everyone heard President Jiang stand up and announce, "I know you're all eager to know your scores, so I will announce them now. 20th place, Zhang Kuan, 60 points. 19th place, Li Hongchang, 61 points." Those who made it showed delighted smiles. Soon it was time to announce the top 5. President Jiang continued steadily. 6th place, Yuan Lai, 75 points. 5th place, Xian Yuan Mingri, 77 points. 4th place, Kong Ling, 79 points. 3rd place, Nan Gongyu, 80 points. 2nd place, Wu Sheng, 89 points. 1st place, Lin Qing, 90 points. 3rd to 6th places were known geniuses among many alchemists, while 1st place Lin Qing and 2nd place Wu Sheng were entirely unknown to everyone. Curiosity shone on their faces as a result. Both Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling were greatly shocked to hear that the 1st and 2nd places went to people they didn't recognize. Jealousy spread across Kong Ling's face. He thought their success must have been pure luck. A 3rd-rank alchemist winning 1st place truly was ironic. And as for the runner-up being equally obscure, he believed this was because the questions were too biased, leading to such unexpected results. However, this was only the 1st round. The 2nd and 3rd rounds remained ahead, and he resolved not to lose. Lin Qing securing the 1st place astonished Xian Yuan Mingyu immensely. She wasn't qualified to participate in this competition since she had just become a 2nd-rank alchemist, whereas the least skilled participants here were experienced 2nd-rank alchemists. She knew Lin Qing had passed the 3rd-rank alchemy test, but she always considered Lin Qing only slightly better than herself. Yet this time Lin Qing surpassed her brother, which left her even more incredulous. This gap made her feel intensely envious. She believed Lin Qing merely got lucky. Otherwise, how could she never have heard of her before? Moreover, Lin Qing only recently completed her evaluation to become an alchemist, clearly proving insufficient previous experience with refining elixirs. Chapter 479, The Second Trial. All sorts of thoughts were swirling below, but they didn't affect the normal progress of the alchemy assembly. Just then, President Jiang continued. The second trial will begin. Contestants who enter the 2nd round, please come up. The question for this round is to refine the pill formula you filled in during the 1st trial. The time limit is 1 hour. Upon hearing these words, another roar of noise came from below. Many contestants thought that the bizarre 1st trial was over, not realizing the 2nd trial was closely related to the 1st. Even Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling, who had always been very composed, showed a moment of astonishment upon hearing the question. However, they quickly grasped the core issue. Apparently, the 2nd trial wasn't just about who could succeed in refining the pill, but also the alchemist's level in the entire refining process, such as purification of medicinal liquids, removal of impurities, proficiency in using the fire for pills, etc. Once everything was clear, everyone started preparing to refine their pills. Each Dan stove provided by the Alchemy Union had instruments that recorded the purification degree of the herbs. Not even President Jiang and the others expected anyone to really refine the pills, since indeed, the purpose of the 2nd trial was as everyone had guessed. Now, in front of each contestant, there were 3 batches of required herbs. Everyone gradually entered the state of refining. First step, clean the ash from the Dan stove. Second step, preheat the Dan stove. Instantly, various flames appeared before everyone. Among them, the flames of Nan Gongyu, Kong Ling, and Xianyuan Mingri were the most eye-catching. Evidently, the flames of these 3 individuals were very strong from the beginning. Nan Gongyu's flame was purple, Kong Ling's was blue, and Xianyuan Mingri's was red. These 3 abnormal flames, different from ordinary human fires, immediately drew everyone's attention. These guys aren't simple at all. They've tamed beast fires. You must know, obtaining a beast fire relies not only on ability, but also on opportunity and support from the forces behind them. The judges sighed. At this point, Elder Li and President Jiang were closely observing Lin Qing and Wu Sheng, wanting to see if their performances would be as excellent as before. Lin Qing leisurely summoned a yellow flame. Judging from its size and shape, this flame was clearly inferior to the other 3 peoples and should merely be an ordinary pill-making fire. Lin Qing feared that using strange fires might attract too much attention, so she didn't use her strange fire. Otherwise, once it revealed itself, all other flames would unconsciously bow to it. Though few knew about strange fires, it couldn't be guaranteed that none of the judges on site were knowledgeable enough to recognize it. If the idea of killing someone to steal their fire occurred to them, she would surely meet with tragedy. Meanwhile, Wu Sheng calmly summoned a green flame, and once again the scene became a commotion. Youth Lotus Earth Fire. This is a world-famous earth fire in the Xian realm. Who exactly is Wu Sheng? How does he possess Youth Lotus Earth Fire? The pill-making flames are divided into levels. The most common ones are Dan fires, and if conditions allow, they can extract beast fires from fiery-natured beasts. However, earth fires are even better, yet they are rare in the Xian realm. So those who can obtain earth fires usually belong to extremely powerful factions. Of course, strange fires are even more superior than earth fires, but fewer people know about them. After all, strange fires' traces are exceedingly hard to find, and they automatically recognize their masters. It's not something even a faction with power can easily attain. Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling noticed that Lin Qing's flame seemed weaker compared to theirs, and were initially relieved. Yet they didn't expect another unknown individual, Wu Sheng, to possess Youth Lotus Earth Fire. How could this not make them envious? But even with envy, They had no choice because possessing Youth Lotus Earthfire implied that the forces behind Wu Sheng were definitely not ones they could offend. They reined in their feelings and focused on preparing for their own pill refining. After all, refining requires complete concentration, or else a single distraction could ruin their efforts. Lin Qing naturally remained unaffected by any of these disturbances and began refining the pills according to her plan. Although the fire used in pill refinement was important, the most critical factors were still experience and strength. This pill refinement could be considered an innovation. She wasn't sure what the chances of success were. First, she needed to achieve maximum purification of the spirit medicines, which was no easy task. This required substantial spiritual power. On the other side, the others had already begun refining. Lin Qing, however, leisurely placed the spirit medicines inside her stove while paying particular attention to the actions of Nangong Yu and Kong Ling, who especially caught everyone's eyes. By this time, the spirit medicines in their stoves had undergone some purification, and their control over the fire methods garnered significant attention. Nangong Yu and Kong Ling truly live up to their reputations as talented individuals. Their purification of the spirit medicines has reached above 85%. Kong Ling has even reached 89%. The judges at the scene praised them. Haha, President Jean, my disciple Kong Ling is quite exceptional, isn't he? He is most likely to win this championship. If Kong Ling wins this time, your Yinshui City pill-making guild branch's position may be at risk. It was obvious that if Kong Ling really won the championship, this Ohao would definitely play tricks behind the scenes to make Yinshui City lose its branch position. Although President Jean was worried inside, he still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Ho ho, Kong Ling's strength is indeed remarkable, but Lin Qing, Nangong Yu, and Wu Sheng are all quite capable too. It's still uncertain who will win the championship. Apparently, even if Nangong Yu won the championship, it would be better for Yinshui City than if Kong Ling did. But only if Lin Qing won the championship could Yinshui City retain its 100% position in the alchemy assembly branch. You must know that the competition for resources in each city's alchemy field is pretty fierce, mainly depending on the talents of the new generation of alchemists. Jin Ming, you're truly one who won't cry until you see the coffin. Kong Ling also has strong support from the bigwigs behind him. If he wins the championship, the power backing him will surely help me gain the title of president of the alchemy assembly branch. Just wait and see. Ohao thought inwardly. President Jean obviously had no way of knowing Ohao's thoughts. He could only pray in his heart that Lin Qing would defeat her opponents. He couldn't help but observe Lin Qing's purification process. When he saw the degree of purification displayed on Lin Qing's dance stove, his heart was filled with hope. And at that moment, elderly beside him also noticed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "This Lin Qing is really extraordinary. Her herb purification has reached 95%, which is simply incredible. She's even more skilled than I am. I could only reach up to 94%. However, for Lin Qing, 95% was not satisfactory because 95% still couldn't eliminate the fiery and violent nature of the fire snake grass. Only reaching above 96% would suffice, so she had to go through the purification steps again. At this time, Lin Qing was employing the techniques of a master alchemist. It looked simple, but it contained boundless Taoist methods that outsiders couldn't understand. Only elderly could barely grasp a glimpse of it, immediately astonished. This, Jean President, where exactly did you unearth such talent? Look at her alchemy technique, it's unusual. I can only feel something similar from my senior brother one. Chapter 480, once again comes in first. Although Jin Ming could not fully understand the pill refining techniques Lin Qing used, he could still feel the intricacy involved. He couldn't help but marvel. Elderly, is he truly so powerful? Elderly seemed dissatisfied with any doubt cast on him, despite both being 5th-tier pill refiners, as Jin Hui was merely a common 5th-tier pill refiner, whereas Elder Lu was someone who could potentially advance to the 6th tier upon encountering the right opportunity. Moreover, as the younger brother of the president of the pill refining guild, his status had always been quite high. Of course, one must have formidable spiritual power to achieve 95% purification. Usually, such individuals have great potential. Even at this age, our elder one did not possess spiritual power as formidable as hers. I simply must recruit her into the headquarters of the pill refining guild. It would be even better if she becomes my disciple. If she does not favor me, perhaps elder one might appeal to her. Given how young she is, she will probably surpass even my elder brother someday. Apparently, Elderly had developed an admiration for talent. Elderly, do you think such talent exists without a mentor? Jin Ming reminded him. Ah, it's true. Without a mentor, how could someone reach this level at such a young age? Elderly sighed deeply. Even if she has a mentor, that won't prevent me from bringing her into the pill refining guild's headquarters. I only regret that my elder brother and I didn't get to know this girl sooner. It was evident that he harbored many regrets over not being able to take her as a disciple. Elderly stared intently at Lin Qing while she remained oblivious to being watched. She was fully engrossed in further refining, continuously depleting her spiritual energy. Finally, she successfully increased the refinement to 96%, a feat which Elderly promptly noticed. Amazing, she can refine it even further. Elderly revealed a look of delighted surprise. After finishing the purification, Lin Qing began blending the medicinal liquids using a sacred technique of pill refining. The mixture became very harmonious without any reactions causing rejection, leaving behind only their efficacy. Indeed, as the process continued smoothly, the pills gradually took their initial form. Soon, the set of pills was about to be completed. Elderly, look. That Wu Sheng achieved a purification of 92%. Jean Ming pointed out. What? Your Yinshui city sure is having incredible luck. Pill refiners keep emerging one after another. Ha ha ha, elderly praised. With Lin Qing achieving 96% purification, Wu Sheng's 92% seemed inferior by comparison. Meanwhile, others had encountered many explosions during their attempts at pill refining. This included Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling, who, however, carried on calmly because they believed no one else could succeed. Suddenly, a rich fragrance of medicinal pills permeated the air, drawing the attention of Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling, who were not far from Lin Qing. At that moment, they saw Lin Qing extinguish the flames. With a distant wave of her hand towards the pill furnace, 3 pills flew out. They were stunned. Both of them saw their first attempt fail again. Seeing this, Kong Ling exclaimed loudly, "Impossible! How could someone refine medicinal pills? She must be cheating." At this point, even Elderly was shocked. Also, since this was Lin Qing's first attempt at refining the improved heart-saving pills, her technique wasn't yet smooth enough. As a result, only 3 medium-grade pills were created. Although somewhat dissatisfied inwardly, she felt confident about passing the second trial and stopped worrying about it. Elderly also heard Kong Ling's complaints and sternly retorted, "Do you think we judges are blind? To blame others for cheating just because you lack the strength? How is there any chance of cheating under such examination conditions?" Kong Ling, hearing Elder Li's rebuke, although still indignant within, dared not say anything further. He once again focused on refining the pills. Lin Qing walked toward the judging platform and placed the 3 pills on a jade plate. When Elderly saw the 3 pills, he murmured softly, "She actually succeeded." The time for the second round of trials arrived quickly. At that moment, Wu Sheng managed to refine a single first-class pill, which was a modified version of the Yuanqi Dan. No one else managed to refine any more pills afterward. Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling, during their last attempt, refined failed pills instead. As expected, these failed pills contained many harmful components and could not be consumed. It seemed like they forced the medicinal liquids to fuse just for the sake of appearances, failing to balance yin and yang properly. Therefore, though they managed to produce pills, they were defective ones, completely useless. As the judges saw this scene, they already knew how to evaluate the results. Only President Jean announced, "The result of the second match is as follows. Lin Qing, first place, 100 points. Wu Sheng, second place, 95 points. Kong Ling, third place, 82 points. Nan Gongyu, fourth place, 81 points. Xian Yuan Ming Ri, fifth place, 75 points. Yuan Lai, sixth place, 72 points." Upon the announcement of the results, Oh Hao angrily protested. "This is unfair. How could Lin Qing use the pentagram flower instead of the sacred heart lotus to refine the heart-saving pills? She must have secretly kept the sacred heart lotus and replaced the pentagram flower with it. Oh Hao, don't slander others just to help your own disciple." Throughout the pill refining process, Elder Li and I watched Lin Qing continuously. We did not detect any cheating from her, did we? Besides, how easily obtainable is the sacred heart lotus? None of us possess such a spiritual herb, so how could she possibly get one? Elder Li was dissatisfied with Oh Hao's baseless accusations and defamation. He also worried that if the situation continued, it might lead to the Dan Refining Alliance losing talent. How would I know how she got it? Maybe she happened to obtain it. Oh Hao stubbornly argued. "Why don't you smell the finished pill then? Tell me, does its ingredient come from the sacred heart lotus or the pentagram flower? I don't believe the master pill refiners present cannot distinguish between the two." Elder Li coldly laughed and handed the pill over to Oh Hao. After sniffing carefully, Oh Hao immediately realized it was indeed the pentagram flower. Although the sacred heart lotus and the pentagram flower had the same efficacy, their smells were certainly different. He had no choice but to shamefully admit, "Sorry everyone, I was only being cautious for the sake of fairness in the competition." Subsequently, Jean Ming revealed the remaining rankings. Only 15 people advanced to the next round. The proctor announced, "Rest for half an hour. The third round will begin after half an hour." Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling placed all their hopes on the third round. But even if they won the final round, it would be hard to secure the championship position after losing the previous 2. In the following half an hour, Lin Qing sat cross-legged at the resting area, beginning to restore the spiritual power she had consumed earlier. Nan Gongyu was extremely curious about how Lin Qing managed to refine the pills. He had racked his brains and still couldn't figure out how to use the pentagram flower to refine the heart-saving pills. What could neutralize the violent fiery attribute of fire snake grass, which the pentagram flower was unable to achieve? However, there was no escaping this outcome since the truth was right before their eyes. Chapter 481. Lin Qing wins the championship. Half an hour passed quickly, and then the invigilators walked to the front of the stage and said, "The third round of the competition will now begin. The topic for this round is to use the spirit herbs provided to refine the highest grade pill within your capabilities. The time spent refining, the grade, and the quality of the pills will be crucial in determining the winner. Each person will receive 3 sets of spirit herbs." At that moment, Nan Gongyu and Kong Ling finally sighed in relief. This was a normal question for the third match, boosting their confidence. Moreover, the herbs provided were for common 5-rank or lower pills, and both decided to refine 4-rank pills of greater difficulty while improving their quality as much as possible. Soon after, all alchemists participating in the third round selected their herbs and entered into the alchemy process. Among them, some had their furnaces explode due to rushing, but compared to the second round, such occurrences were far fewer. Lin Qing carefully thought about what pill to refine. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, Dalu pill. Although Dalu pill was a 4-rank pill, Its difficulty of refinement was comparable to a 5-rank pill. Its function was for cultivators to take it beforehand, hiding its effects in the body. In times of life-threatening situations, the pill would activate, saving one's life. After deciding on which pill to refine, Lin Qing systematically entered the state of alchemy. Her smooth control over the flames made it seem like she was tossing the herbs into the cauldron carelessly. The crowd noticed that Lin Qing's approach to refining pills wasn't as cautious as other participants who followed each step meticulously. Sometimes she combined 2 steps simultaneously. An old saying goes, amateurs see excitement, professionals see the craft. Just then, Xianyuan Mingyue spoke up. This Lin Qing really has poor alchemy skills. I admit her thinking is flexible, which helped her win the first 2 rounds, but watching her refine pills now, she isn't following any steps in adding ingredients. She won't win this round. Besides Xianyuan Mingyue, another alchemist flattered her. Yes, Sister Xianyuan. Who knows where this bumpkin came from, accidentally winning first place in the previous rounds. She definitely won't succeed in this last round. On the judges panel, however, Elder Li and Jin Ming had entirely different opinions. They believed that only someone with extremely high alchemy skills could operate so freely without causing an explosion, and such an effortless state likely matched their own levels. Soon after, Nangongyu, Kong Ling, and Xianyuan Mingri had completed their pills and presented their respective cauldrons full of pills to the judges. Nangongyu refined a 4-rank enhanced spirit pill, which was relatively challenging among 4-rank pills. Kong Ling refined a 4-rank revived spirit pill, which had a degree of difficulty and allowed cultivators who had exhausted their qi in battle to recover quickly. Xianyuan Mingri refined a 3-rank antidote pill, effective against most poisons. 3 people's gazes remained fixed on Lin Qing and Wu Sheng because Lin Qing also finished very quickly. As soon as she tapped her pill furnace, 5 pills immediately flew out, which she caught with a jade platter and delivered to the judges' platform. Next, all contestants proceeded at a similar pace, refining pills within the half-hour time frame. Wu Sheng followed closely behind, presenting his jade tray as well. After the contestants submitted their pills, they had to wait aside while the judges evaluated the quality of the pills. Scores were quickly tallied, and President Jin announced, results of the 3rd competition are out. First place, Lin Qing, 99 points. Second place, Wu Sheng, 98 points. Third place, Nangongyu, 95 points. Fourth place, Kong Ling, 92 points. Before he could finish, Kong Ling lost control, exclaiming, impossible. How can a 3-rank alchemist be the first? President Jin glanced at Kong Ling with disapproval. He already strongly disliked Kong Ling, thinking indeed she resembled Oh Hao's disciple, not only in skill but also in character, unable to remain calm and tolerate others. To demonstrate fairness, he continued, Kong Ling, I understand you're dissatisfied, but Lin Qing deserves the first place. Your master would probably agree too. Lin Qing refined the Dalu pill, a 4-rank pill, but with a difficulty level equivalent to a 5-rank pill. Even if I were to try, my chance of failure would still be very high. What's even more valuable is that the pills she refined were all superior grade. Wu Sheng refined the 5-rank Qingguanyuan pill, a pill to increase the chances of promotion for foundation stage peak cultivators. However, the quality of his pills fell short. Despite this, he still secured the 2nd highest rank. After all, it was a 5-rank pill. Nangongyu's 4-rank enhanced spirit pill included 5 pills in total, for being superior grade and 1 middle grade. Is this satisfactory to you? Kong Ling was greatly disheartened at this moment. He couldn't believe that he hadn't even surpassed Nangongyu, and he immediately hung his head in silence. Following that, the overall rankings were announced. Elderly stood up to address everyone. This alchemy conference has been splendid, giving me a taste of the true strength of the Yunshui City branch of the Alchemy Alliance. I'm glad I came to Huanyuan City today. Now I announce that the champion of this alchemy competition is Lin Qing. 2nd place goes to Wu Sheng. 3rd place to Nangongyu. 4th place to Kong Ling. 5th place to Xianyuan Mingri. As the final results were declared, the top 10 alchemists were rewarded with various prizes, and they were tasked to serve the cultivators of Yunshui City by refining pills for them. Lin Qing had successfully obtained the dragon bone grass she desired, as well as the mysterious gift. The moment the contest ended, Nangongyu approached Lin Qing and said, Friend Lin, congratulations. You truly are a person of great hidden talent. Allow me to invite you to dinner to celebrate your victory. There were some misunderstandings between us before, but let's resolve them now. How does that sound? Even though Nangongyu had harbored some discontent towards Lin Qing earlier, upon recognizing her superior alchemy skills, he willingly lowered himself to reconcile any past grievances and act far beyond what Kong Ling could achieve. This was probably why Kong Ling couldn't even defeat Nangongyu, and it would be even harder for him to surpass both of them in the future. Lin Qing smiled and replied, If friend Nangong is offering to treat, how can I refuse? But first, I need to return to mine briefly. Let's meet up tonight, shall we? Her priority was to check the mysterious prize for the champion, to see if it was indeed the dark jade stone. Seeing Nangong use humility in resolving their disputes, Lin Qing naturally wouldn't turn him down. After all, having more friends than enemies is always better. Upon hearing their conversation, Elder Li and President Jin stepped forward, saying, Would you two mind bringing these 2 old men along? Nangongyu clearly didn't expect Elder Li or President Jin to come seeking relations with Lin Qing either. With a bright smile, he responded, Of course not. It will be our honor to have you both there. Chapter 482, Encountering Crisis Again. After Lin Qing returned to the inn, she immediately opened the mysterious brocade box and discovered a jade bottle inside. Within the jade bottle was a 6th grade pill, the settling spirit pill. The settling spirit pill could enhance cultivation, calm one's spirit, and reduce the invasion of mental demons, making it much easier to form a yuan baby. Although this pill was extremely precious and exactly what she needed, she was still very disappointed that it wasn't the dark jade. Then why did the black bead suddenly light up at the branch of the Alchemy Alliance back then? It was truly baffling. At the same time, she was glad that she had made that deal with President Jiang. If the dark jade were at the Alchemy Alliance branch, President Jiang would eventually hear about it. With the agreed time drawing near, Lin Qing headed towards the appointed tavern. Under the guidance of a servant, she entered a private room where Nan Gongyu, President Jiang, and elderly were already present. Ha ha ha, friend Lin, you've arrived. It's true that heroes emerge from the young. Each generation surpasses the last. You youngsters will soon overtake us. Lin Qing heard Elder Li's hearty laughter as soon as she entered. Elderly, you flatter me, Lin Qing humbly replied. Had it not been for her memories from her past life, there's no way she would have won the championship this time. As for someone named Wu Sheng, he was the real talent. By the way, friend Lin, would you like to join the Alchemy Alliance? Talented alchemists like you should only join the Alchemy Alliance to allow your alchemical gift to be maximized, Elderly said with shining eyes. Sorry, Elderly, I don't want to be constrained, Lin Qing helplessly said. She didn't know when she would find the dark jade, so how could she afford to waste time on other things? Our Alchemy Alliance also has positions for free members. You wouldn't have to worry about losing your freedom if you joined. Moreover, the most important thing is that at the headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance, you would more easily obtain many hard-to-find spiritual herbs, all for just an appropriate price, Elderly earnestly said. Just at this moment, a person who claimed to be from the Clear Wind sect came to visit. Clearly, they had also watched this alchemy competition. They just heard that President Jiang and Elder Li were having dinner in the adjacent private room, so several elders from the Clear Wind sect came to invite them. Upon entering, the disciple of the Clear Wind sect respectfully addressed President Jiang and Elder Li. President Jiang, Elder Li, our 4th elder, Elder Lu, would like to invite the two of you for a meeting. Elder Li was interrupted in his conversation, clearly somewhat unhappy. Though the Clear Wind sect belonged to one of the 8 major sects, Elder Li obviously didn't care, because the influence of the Alchemy Alliance was no weaker than any of the 8 major sects. Elder Li waved his hand and said, I'm currently busy with important matters, and it's inconvenient to meet guests right now. He unhesitatingly dismissed the disciple of the Clear Wind sect. Elderly, you are truly straightforward. Aren't you worried about offending the Clear Wind sect? That is one of their elders. Lin Qing liked Elder Li's straightforward character. Ha ha, friend Lin, how could those Clear Wind sect's 4th elders be as important as you? Moreover, our Alchemy Alliance doesn't fear any power. Would you like to join us? Elderly laughed heartily. At least let me consider it. I'll give you my answer once I've thought it through. Lin Qing helplessly spoke. Seeing Elderly trying to recruit Lin Qing, Nangongyu couldn't help but admit he was jealous. He felt Lin Qing was at most just slightly better than him. How come Elderly was fervently trying to recruit Lin Qing, but showed no interest in him? Apparently, Elderly and he were not on the same level in terms of perspective. The reason Elderly was aggressively recruiting Lin Qing instead of him was that although people like Nangongyu were relatively common among Elderly's acquaintances, most of them could only become 6th grade alchemy masters. It was hard for them to achieve any greater heights. Though 6th grade alchemy masters were top-level alchemists in the Lin continent, it was insufficient for someone like Elderly, who pursued alchemy fanatically. Lin Qing was different. She had the potential to surpass the 6th grade and reach even higher levels of alchemy, evident from her performance in this competition. Most people just lacked the insight to see this. So without hesitation, Elderly humbled himself and called Lin Qing friend. If some people were to hear this, they might have been shocked beyond belief. Just at this moment, there was another knock on the door. Nangongyu opened it again and saw the 4th elder of the Clear Wind sect, smiling broadly as he entered the private room, and said, I heard Elders Li and President Jiang are here, so I've come specially to establish connections. Sorry, who are you? Elderly asked indifferently. I am Lu Rue, the 4th elder of the Clear Wind sect. Earlier, our disciples did not act properly. Please forgive us both. Lu Rue said with a smile. Oh, so you're the 4th elder of the Clear Wind sect. Long admired. Elder Li's words made Lin Qing almost burst into laughter. A moment ago, she didn't even know him, and now he was saying that he had long admired her. How comical this Elderly was. Suddenly, Lu Rue's expression changed drastically. He coldly turned his gaze toward Lin Qing and said in a low voice, More than a week ago, did you happen to kill several disciples of the Fengqing sect near the Beast Forest? Of course, Lin Qing would not admit to this. She wasn't foolish. She could see that Lu Rue had reached the peak of the gold core stage, and she was no match for him. She feigned astonishment and said, Where is the Beast Forest near the Fengqing sect? I have never been there. Lu Rue, of course, knew that Lin Qing was the champion of this alchemy competition, but his extremely sensitive spiritual beast told him that it had sensed the aura of someone who had killed his grandson emanating from Lin Qing. Humph, 4th elder, I can see right through you. You're here to cause trouble for the Alchemy Alliance. Elderly coldly scoffed. As he released his overwhelming aura, he was a master at the great perfection level of the gold core stage, likely about to break through and become an origin baby expert at any moment. Most importantly, he still had over 200 years of life ahead of him. Such a powerful individual was also a formidable alchemist, which meant even an elder of the Fengqing sect wouldn't dare to easily provoke him. Moreover, Lu Rue was no match for him. Upon seeing how both Elder Li and President Jiang were protecting Lin Qing, Lu Rue realized that killing her in their presence was impossible. After retreating, he stepped outside and confirmed again. Did you truly sense the same murderous aura on Lin Qing as the one from the murderer? I sensed a trace of the same aura from her. Even if it wasn't her directly, the murderer must have some connection to her. The beast communicated via telepathy. The thought of his grandson's body being left without remains twisted Lu Rue's face. Lin Qing, I won't let you off the hook. I will definitely make you accompany my grandson in death. And I don't believe you'll always stay within the influence of the Alchemy Alliance. Once you leave, no matter how talented an alchemist you are, you'll meet your end because of me. Chapter 483, Pursuit. Lin Qing indeed never expected that, after such a long time, someone could have traced the killer back to her and come seeking revenge. She was sure she hadn't left anything behind at the killing site. This indicated that Wind Clear Sect's fourth elder must have had some spirit beast extremely sensitive to residual aura around him. In the world of cultivators, there were all kinds of spirit beasts, some powerful in strength, others sharp in perception. Clearly, Wind Clear Sect's fourth elder had a spirit beast very sensitive to aura at his side. That spirit beast must have sensed her aura where she killed the Wind Clear Sect disciples. From their previous delay in coming for revenge, it could be inferred that they just happened upon detecting her trace. Alas, what bad luck today. The moment the fourth elder left, Elderly questioned, Friend Lin, what's going on? It appears you have some enmity with Wind Clear Sect's fourth elder. You can tell me, if the grudge is not too big, I can act as mediator. I'm afraid this cannot be reconciled. At the time, that fourth elder's grandson followed me intending to kill me and seize my treasures, but ended up being killed by me instead. Lin Qing replied helplessly. I see, then indeed this cannot be reconciled. But still, be careful of him. I sense he has killing intent towards you. Elderly warned. Thank you, Elderly. I will definitely be careful. Lin Qing nodded. She planned to leave tonight. Though it was free to refine pills for others according to the rules, not everyone would abide by them. Besides, this was an urgent crisis. Soon Nangongyu announced his departure, seeing that Elders Lu and President Jin seemed to have matters they wanted to discuss alone with Lin Qing, thus wisely leaving. Once Elderly saw Nangongyu go, he cast a formation to prevent eavesdropping before speaking. I suggest you wait a bit longer, return with me to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Once we get to the guild headquarters, they won't dare do anything. After all, Yinshui City is close to Wind Clear Sect, part of their influence zone. However, it's uncertain whether they might secretly send people to lie in ambush. If two peak Jindan cultivators appear, it will be troublesome. At that point, I may not be able to protect you. Thank you, Elderly. I'd rather take care of myself so as not to drag you into it. Moreover, can I forever hide within the Alchemist Guild headquarters? There will always be a day when I must step out, Lin Qing said with gratitude. Friend Lin, how can I be someone who fears getting dragged into trouble? Moreover, you should at least elevate your cultivation to Jindan level before venturing out. By then, buy plenty of defensive spirit artifacts and flying spirit artifacts. Even if you encounter Wind Clear Sect's fourth elder, he might not necessarily be able to kill you, Elderly suggested. Obviously, he couldn't perceive Lin Qing's concealed cultivation base, assuming her to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Of course, Lin Qing's technique to hide her true cultivation was quite advanced. Even those with deep abilities would find it difficult to see through. I appreciate your kindness, but I truly have something important to attend to, Lin Qing stated firmly. In the end, Elderly sighed helplessly. Fine then, but you must live and arrive at the Alchemist Guild headquarters. I wouldn't want talent newly discovered to be gone so soon. Here, take this life-saving flight spirit artifact. I temporarily lend it to you, don't refuse. Thank you. Rest assured, Elderly, I also have means to preserve my life. For the Wind Clear Sect's fourth elder to assassinate me isn't easy. Lin Qing did not reject Elder Li's well-meaning offer. She knew he genuinely cherished talent. By the way, President Jin, if you get any information about the Black Jade, remember to send me a sound message. Here, this is the sound jade. Lin Qing reminded. This was her main purpose for coming to the Immortal Realm. Soon after, Lin Qing left the tavern, heading toward a perilous area outside Yinshui City. Sigh, why is Lin Qing so stubborn? I wonder if he'll be able to escape this crisis. Elderly sighed. Elderly, didn't you notice Lin Qing, from the start to finish of hearing about being pursued, never showed any sign of tension? You know, those are peak Jindan cultivators, differing by an entire large realm. They could possibly destroy him with just a few moves. This shows either he is ignorantly fearless or confident he can avoid them. Apparently, a person so smart as him cannot be the former. Perhaps his master gave him many life-saving spirit treasures? Or maybe he sent people secretly to protect him. President Jin analyzed. Let's hope so. Elderly thought for a moment, finding President Jin's analysis reasonable. It was just that he cared too much about talent, leading to such worry about potential dangers facing the other party. Just as Lin Qing stepped away from the inn, she found herself under surveillance. She scanned with her spiritual sense and found that the other party actually dispatched a mid-Jindan cultivator and 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators to chase and kill her. They really overestimated her. It seemed that only by heading towards the dangerous area of Yinshui City could she better escape pursuit, or even turn it around to kill them. The 4 of them watched as Lin Qing walked further off the beaten path and couldn't help but exchange glances secretly. This Lin Qing is really foolish. Knowing that someone's out to kill her, she still dares to walk in such a secluded place. It was clear that the 4th elder had instructed them not to act within Yinshui City, but rather to assassinate her quietly. After all, he didn't want this matter to affect the relationship with the Alchemist Guild, whose influence was far greater than Wind Clear Sect's. Although Windclear sect was one of the 8 major sects, it ranked at the bottom among them. While much better than some second or third-tier sects, it still lagged far behind the top 3. What the 4 of them did not know was that just as they viewed Lin Qing as prey, Lin Qing saw them in the same light. After several hours of continuous flight, Lin Qing finally discovered a desolate place suitable for a battlefield and stopped, waiting for their arrival. Seeing that Lin Qing had stopped, the 4 sensed an opportune moment and swiftly appeared before her. The cultivator at the peak of Midjindan stage burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha, Lin Qing, you offended the 4th elder, so now prepare to die." "Humph, I've been waiting for all of you. Who ends up dead isn't set yet," Lin Qing responded coldly. The Jindan stage cultivator noticed her composed demeanor and began to suspect an ambush, hesitating momentarily before taking action. He carefully probed with his spiritual sense and found no signs of any traps. Laughing loudly, he said, "Ha ha ha ha, truly foolish. Do you think you can handle the 4 of us? Maybe not." Then, Lin Qing suddenly unleashed her full aura, sending a powerful gust of energy toward the 4 on the other side. The Foundation Establishment cultivators were immediately forced back several steps by the oppressive force. You're not a Foundation Establishment practitioner?" the Jindan cultivator asked in shock. "Humph, who told you I was a Foundation Establishment practitioner?" Lin Qing shot him an exasperated look. "Humph, even if you are a Jindan practitioner, what difference does it make? A practitioner at the initial Jindan stage could never be my match. If you'd run fast enough, perhaps you could escape death. Who would have thought you'd come seeking your own doom?" The Jindan cultivator smirked with sarcasm. Is that so?" With that, Lin Qing transformed into a streak of light, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. She thrust her sword at one of the cultivators. That cultivator thought Lin Qing would hesitate when facing their 4-person group, never expecting her to attack directly. Thus, he had no defense prepared. In just a fleeting moment, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator met his end. Lin Qing did not stop, continuing her assault on another Foundation Establishment cultivator. She used deadly moves, emphasizing speed, ferocity, and precision. "Do you dare?" roared the core formation cultivator in anger. He could not believe she would kill in front of him like this. He acted a beat too late. In that time, 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were already dead. Of course, this was also related to them being unprepared, careless. The last Foundation Establishment cultivator, upon seeing this, hastily tried to hide behind the core formation cultivator, having lost all courage to fight. "Oh, I've already killed the person. Do you dare or not?" Lin Qing smirked coldly. Her smile carried a trace of evilness, making the other party even angrier. "You're courting death." The core formation cultivator raised his sword and charged toward Lin Qing, who faced him head-on. She had just consolidated her cultivation level and was looking for someone to practice with. Now, here came her practice opponent. Even if the opponent intended to kill her, how easy would it be? Her experience from her previous life was invaluable. Although she was merely at the early core formation stage, it was difficult for someone at the mid-core formation stage to defeat her. Within moments, the 2 had exchanged dozens of blows. Lin Qing skillfully wielded her sword using the mysterious god sword technique, a form of swordsmanship she practiced in her past life. The patterns of her swirling sword turned into ice spears piercing towards the core formation cultivator. The core formation cultivator immediately activated his defensive treasure, blocking those ice spears. Lin Qing quickly changed her style of attack. With a graceful leap akin to a dragonfly skimming water, she soared into the air, spinning like a compass needle. Head downwards, her swiftly twirling sword formed a massive drill aimed at the core formation cultivator. Turtle shell shield. A yellowish earth glow emanated around the core formation cultivator, instantly forming a turtle shell pattern hovering above his head. ZZZT. ZZZ. The white sword light turn drill collided with the yellow glow, producing a shrill noise. In quick succession, the turtle shell was drilled through, splitting apart and fading away without a trace. The core formation cultivator was swept by the drill's cyclone-like force and spat out a mouthful of blood. "This can't be. How could you overpower me? There's nothing impossible about it. Not only will I wound you, but I'll kill you," said Lin Qing coldly. The sole remaining Foundation Establishment cultivator, noticing that the core formation cultivator was at a disadvantage, made a run for it. However, as he fled just a few steps, a small flicker of fire swiftly penetrated his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body began burning fiercely. In just a few seconds, the Foundation Establishment cultivator's body completely turned into ash. The core formation cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva, alarmed. What kind of flame is this? "Humph, you're not worthy to know." Lin Qing immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks like a storm. Before long, the core formation cultivator had been struck multiple times. Not good. This woman is too bizarre. The core formation cultivator was ready to flee. Though the person before him wasn't high in cultivation, her attacks were extremely aggressive and tricky, suppressing him completely. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Lin Qing immediately fired off a fiery red lotus, which shot towards the silhouette of the core formation cultivator. Soon afterward, a tragic scream echoed from far away, then stopped abruptly after just a few seconds. Lin Qing knew the core formation cultivator had died, without a doubt. Subsequently, Lin Qing continued walking deep into the perilous territory. The environment here was damp with lush vegetation. After walking for a short while, she encountered a patch of toxic miasma filled with poisonous creatures. After consuming a poison avoidance pill, she ventured inside. On her way, she cut down numerous venomous snakes, thinking that if the Kylan weasel were here, it would probably enjoy it very much. Just then, she heard Feng's voice. Mother, where are we? Why does it smell so awful? Feng, you're awake. Lin Qing exclaimed with joy. Ever since bringing Feng here, he had fallen into a coma. Despite feeding him plenty of restorative pills, Feng remained unconscious. At first, Lin Qing worried whether there was something wrong with Feng, considering how severely wounded she herself had been when they arrived. But after checking, she discovered that Feng's injuries had healed greatly after the medicinal pills, yet he still hadn't woken up. Later, Lin Qing simply placed Feng inside her clothes and stopped paying attention. But now, surprisingly, he had awoken. Mother, the smell here is so unpleasant. Feng said innocently as he looked at Lin Qing. Never mind, we'll leave here soon. After passing through the poisonous haze and walking for a long time, Lin Qing spotted a pool of spiritual hot springs. The surface of the spring bubbled with hot steam rising into the air. At this sight, Feng's eyes sparkled. He immediately flew out of Lin Qing's embrace and jumped into the water, beginning to swim around joyfully. If it were an ordinary person watching a chicken swimming in the lake, they might have thought that the world had suddenly turned fantastical. Lin Qing took a quick glance around her and noticed that there was no one nearby. She then also dived into the hot spring, starting her cultivation method to absorb the spirit liquid within. After about one night, Lin Qing opened her eyes. She had finally broken through to the middle stage of the golden core realm. Once she opened her eyes, she swam around gracefully in the water like a mermaid. It was as if she was a spirit from the forest. At this point, her hair was already down. The makeup on her face designed to resemble a man had been washed off, revealing her stunning beauty. Her skin, which could be popped like a bubble, her exceptionally lively big eyes, and her curvaceous figure. Every single feature was flawless. Just then, the breathing of someone hidden in a nearby tree sped up slightly. Who's there? Who is hiding? Lin Qing asked vigilantly. Suddenly, a beautiful woman dressed in red descended from a tree nearby. This beauty had mesmerizing eyes that captured the soul, with exotic shapes and dark pupils that accentuated her seductive demeanor. Her face was radiant like blood, her eyes deep, her lips resembling blood red, adorned with a purple gold crown. Most of her hair swept upward, but with a few strands falling carelessly over her cheeks, making her appear slightly unrestrained. Her bright red robes had sleeves lined with fox fur, making her seem truly otherworldly. Her robe was slightly open, revealing an evil smile, and Lin Qing would not have been able to determine her gender had she not noticed his Adam's apple. But when Lin Qing saw the person's face, her eyes immediately clouded with confusion. Chun, how are you here? Oh no, you're not Chun. How could Chun possibly be here? Lin Qing shook her head and said. Chapter 485, finally found the dark jade. Lin Qing mistook the other person for Jiang Beichen for a moment because the demonic beauty in front of her looked too much like Jiang Beichen. Of course, this likeness was only in appearance. Their auras were vastly different. Jiang Beichen had the air of a cold and tough man, while the man in front of her exuded immense charm. Lin Qing submerged her body further into the water and said coldly, Who are you? Why are you spying on me? The beauty before her smiled and said, Immortal, you don't recognize me? Who is this Chen you speak of? Does he look like me? I wasn't spying. I was openly admiring. Yes, admiring. Lin Qing, hearing his words, angrily said, You're truly shameless. Why should I know you? Are you famous or something? The enchanting beauty revealed a mouthful of white teeth and said, I'm not toothless, see, I have plenty of teeth. Since a mortal doesn't know me, let me introduce myself. My name is Hua Fei Hua, still unmarried. Since I inadvertently saw your body, it's my duty to be responsible for you. If you don't mind, we can become cultivation partners. Hua Fei Hua, Wu Fei Wu, arriving at midnight and leaving at dawn, coming like a fleeting spring dream and leaving like morning clouds that cannot be found again. Could Hua Fei Hua's name come from this? Lin Qing was once again angered. She couldn't believe there were people like him. After calming herself down, she coldly said, I don't care, you don't need to take responsibility. Just leave. Anyway, she was wearing an undergarment while bathing in the spirit spring, so nothing private was exposed. Thus, it didn't matter. No, I do need to take responsibility. Hua Fei Hua replied with a mischievous smile. Originally, for such a situation, he wouldn't have asked to take responsibility. Cultivators acted freely and followed their hearts. However, he didn't know why, but the beautiful scene he'd just seen made his heart flutter slightly. While proposing to become cultivation partners was partly due to this heart flutter, it also had some playful elements. He assumed that, like many women, she would fling herself at him. But unexpectedly, she refused. Turn around first, I need to dress. Don't dare to suddenly turn back, otherwise, I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to my spirit beast, Lin Qing coldly rebuked. Alright, get dressed first. I promise not to turn around. Hua Fei Hua obediently turned around while his lips curled slightly upward. Lin Qing, so you're a woman. I thought the one who disrupted my plan was someone else. Who would have thought it's a beauty of stunning looks? Hua Fei Hua muttered to himself. The Wusheng who won second place at the alchemy conference was actually disguised as Hua Fei Hua. His original intention was to win the championship at the alchemy competition in Yinshui City, gaining the attention of the Alchemist Union headquarters, thereby infiltrating its internal structure. But Lin Qing's sudden appearance disrupted his plan. Without Lin Qing, he would surely have gained the Alchemist Union headquarters' attention. Now, with Lin Qing present, everyone's attention towards him significantly diminished. Soon, Lin Qing finished dressing in male attire. During this process, she used her spiritual power to dry her inner garments. Looking at Hua Fei Hua, she said coldly, Why haven't you left yet? Hua Fei Hua laughed and said, I need to take responsibility for you. darling. Lin Qing was speechless regarding these ancients' way of thinking. She didn't understand how he could be so conservative. On Earth, if she wore a bikini and went swimming, there would be plenty of men staring, but no one would make a fuss about it. I don't need your responsibility anymore. What's wrong with you? Can't you understand human language? Lin Qing said coldly. With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring him. At this moment, she felt the black bead on her body glow. She quickly turned back, scanning Hua Fei Hua with eyes akin to X-rays. What are you going to do to me? Hua Fei Hua shivered involuntarily. The other person's gaze was truly terrifying. Lin Qing extended her delicate hands and started searching Hua Fei Hua's body. Ah, molestation. Shut up. Before long, Hua Fei Hua was thoroughly searched from top to bottom. Finally, Lin Qing discovered the dark jade within his embrace. Finally found it. Lin Qing's face lit up with joy. Darling, if you wanted to do that, why didn't you say earlier? For others, I wouldn't have agreed. They're all too ugly. Of course, if it's you, darling, I'd absolutely agree without hesitation. Why bother to search yourself personally? Hua Fei Hua adjusted his clothes and said. There was a natural elegance in his every move that stirred the heart. Standing very close to him, Lin Qing looked at his face mere inches from hers and, recalling accidentally touching his robust figure, unconsciously blushed and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't even think about that. Why did you touch me right when we met then? Was it because you were dazzled by my incomparable looks? Hua Fei Hua's lips curled slightly upwards, looking extremely happy. Why are you so narcissistic? I didn't fall for you. I fell for it. I feel so sad. I lost to a jade pendant, Hua Fei Hua said, supporting his forehead. Lin Qing grabbed the dark jade and leaned closer to Hua Fei Hua, asking, I'll buy this jade pendant from you. How many spirit stones do you need? This jade pendant is not for sale. No amount of spirit stones can make me sell it, Hua Fei Hua said with a slight frown. Why not? Because it's an heirloom in my family. I will not sell it. But I urgently need it. Naturally, I won't sell it, but I can give it away. If you agree to one thing, I might give it to you. What is it? Marry me, and I'll give it to you as a betrothal token. Are you playing tricks on me? Lin Qing angrily asked. I'm not. I'm serious, Hua Fei Hua replied with burning eyes looking at Lin Qing. He himself didn't know why, but when facing this woman he had just met, the words slipped out of his mouth before he could stop them. He was always the one who disliked women the most, finding them bothersome. Could it be because she was the first woman who stirred his heart? As his heartbeat raced faster than usual, thump thump, the smile on his lips became even brighter. The feeling of being moved by love wasn't bad after all. Is there no other way? Lin Qing frowned and asked. Nope, Hua Fei Hua shook his head with a sly smile. Hearing that, Lin Qing gathered her fingertips into a blade of white energy, aiming at the string that held the dark jade. However, just as she moved, Hua Fei Hua seized her wrist. Dear, what do you think you're doing? Do you want to murder your husband? Hua Fei Hua whispered into Lin Qing's ear, his lips close to it. His voice was like a beautiful melody played on a cello, intoxicating. Let go. Who is your wife? Don't be so shameless. I just want to take the dark jade. Lin Qing blushed with anger. She used all her strength to struggle, but she couldn't break free. Apparently, this demonic beauty had higher cultivation than her. Chapter 486. You are responsible for me. We've already shared intimacy, so if you're not my wife, then who are you? You've taken away my purity, and now you must take responsibility for me. Additionally, this rope made from dark jade is made of a special material. Unless I personally remove it, no one else can take it off, unless you kill me. Of course, I don't think you, my wife, have what it takes to defeat me. Hua Fei Hua said with laughter in her eyes. You, who said we had any intimacy? And how am I supposed to be unclear with you? You stubborn ancient person. Lin Qing glared at him angrily. However, hearing this, she realized obtaining the dark jade wouldn't be easy. Was she truly meant to marry him? No, that's impossible. How could she face Jiang Beichen, the fool willing to die for her? But killing him? Looking at his face resembling Jiang Beichen's, she found herself unable to move a finger against him. Moreover, unnecessarily killing an innocent person just to obtain the dark jade didn't fit her principles. This won't do, nor would that. Then what on earth could she do? Thinking about this, Lin Qing grew increasingly restless. Yet, she knew one thing. For the time being, she was likely to stay close to Hua Fei Hua until she obtained the dark jade. At this very moment, mist began swirling around them, rendering the already quiet forest even more sinister. Lin Qing quickly used her spiritual senses to investigate, but discovered they could only reach dozens of meters before becoming ineffective. She instantly understood why this place was considered perilous. If someone attacked out of nowhere, those trapped in the fog would find defense extremely difficult. At that point, Foam, wrinkling its nose, seemed to smell something, immediately perked up, ran off, and vanished in the mist. Lin Qing called out using her mental communication. Foam, where are you going? It's dangerous. Apparently tempted by something, Foam responded telepathically. Master, there's plenty of food nearby. Hurry over. Lin Qing cursed silently, calling Foam a glutton, yet rushed after it. Even if danger lay ahead, she couldn't abandon Foam. As for Hua Fei Hua, knowing his name, she believed she'd always find him again. Given his demonic beauty, staying obscure in the divine realm would be nearly impossible. She hadn't taken a few steps when she felt someone grabbing her wrist. Where are you going? This fog blocks spiritual awareness, and it's dangerous here, Hua Fei Hua warned solemnly. I know, but I need to look for my pet. It just ran off, Lin Qing answered with an anxious expression. What kind of pet? A yellow chicken. Haha, a chicken? Seriously? You've actually bound a chicken as your pet? Too funny. Oh man, I'm laughing to death. Hua Feihua laughed heartily. Umph, laugh all you want, Lin Qing coldly snorted. If only you knew this chicken is the ancient divine beast, Phoenix. Watch how quick you stop laughing and understand what a spirit beast should never be judged by appearance means, Lin Qing thought internally. Alright, I'll stop. Let's go find it quickly. Hua Feihua stopped laughing and suggested. You? What is it? Given how dangerous it is here, of course I must accompany you, my wife, Hua Feihua urged, fearing rejection. In truth, though it seemed Lin Qing disliked him currently, he found himself growing increasingly intrigued by her. For this moment, Lin Qing paid no mind to Hua Feihua's motives. The current situation offered her the best choice. She swiftly chased in the direction Feng had gone earlier. But chasing halfway through, she suddenly lost any sign of Feng, receiving no response even via their mental link. What's wrong? Hua Feihua asked as Lin Qing's demeanor became increasingly serious. I've lost Feng's trail. Even using my spiritual call produces no response. I fear some misfortune may have befallen it. Lin Qing expressed worry. Don't worry, watch this. Hua Feihua took the dark jade hanging on his chest and channeled his energy into it. An instant later, a dragon roar sounded, followed by a surge of blue light radiating from the dark jade. Then, Lin Qing witnessed a scene she wouldn't easily forget. A colossal blue dragon emerged from the dark jade, its massive form making her feel like a mere ant before it. The dragon opened its enormous mouth and sucked in a deep breath, creating a powerful hurricane sweeping through the thick fog, sucking it all into its mouth. Lin Qing even observed the dragon burp, after which it dived back into the dark jade. Witnessing this, Lin Qing's thoughts raced. She could tell that the blue dragon wasn't in its full form, but merely a fragment of its soul. Even so, she dared not underestimate it. After all, it was the remnant soul of a fully grown divine beast. No wonder Hua Feihua was unwilling to sell the dark jade. If it were her, she probably wouldn't sell it either. Thinking of this, her frown deepened even further. Alright, we can leave now, Hua Feihua reminded her. Lin Qing immediately came back to her senses and called out telepathically. Feng, where are you? Mommy, I'm here. There's so much tasty stuff here, came Feng's cheerful voice from afar. This reassured her instantly. Lin Qing communicated through her mental link to confirm Feng's exact position and headed in that direction. After walking about a few kilometers, she finally found Feng. What surprised her even more was the sight of a pile of precious spiritual herbs, all of them rare and with an extremely high age. Feng was quickly using its claws to dig into the roots and eat. So this is what you call tasty? Lin Qing revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Yep, eating more of these will help me grow faster, Feng mumbled while chewing. Haha, this chicken doesn't seem ordinary, being able to find spiritual herbs. No wonder you choose a chicken as your pet. Hua Feihua smirked slightly at the corner of his lips. It was by chance. I didn't know it could find spiritual herbs. I just thought it looked cute, Lin Qing hastily explained. She feared inadvertently revealing Feng's identity. After all, chickens capable of finding spiritual herbs were too rare. However, Hua Feihua clearly didn't believe her words, assuming she was only concerned about him trying to snatch her pet. Relax, it's just a creature. I wouldn't stoop so low as to compete with you for a pet, Hua Feihua spoke up. Seeing that he had no suspicion regarding Feng's true identity, Lin Qing followed up, stop gnawing on those spiritual herbs. Don't you think refining them into pills would be better? This way, you can get rid of the impurities inside and directly absorb their essence. Really? Feng's eyes lit up. Of course. Hearing Lin Qing's words, Feng immediately stopped chewing on the herbs and started digging them up instead, acting efficiently like the pet it was supposed to be. Chapter 487, The Path of Life and Death. Lin Qing, upon seeing the vast field of spiritual herbs, immediately squatted down to start gathering them. However, these herbs all carried a tinge of yin qi, indicating that the yin qi in this place was quite strong. The wuhuan flowers, yin sugargrass, and jiuyin flowers were all herbs used for refining 5th or even 6th rank Dan pills. No wonder this perilous place deep within could potentially leave even a gold core cultivator going without return. The mist that cut off spiritual awareness from earlier was truly dangerous. Of course, Hua Feihua hadn't been idle either. He also collected some of the herbs that he needed. After Lin Qing finished collecting most of the spiritual herbs, she took out some spirit pills from her ring space and handed them over to Feng. Feng opened a bottle and started pouring them into his mouth. Before long, he had swallowed an entire bottle. Bottle after bottle. Not until the 5th bottle did Feng finally pat his round belly and burp, saying, delicious. These are definitely tastier than just chewing on raw spiritual herbs. If these herbs were considered ingredients, then the pills were like cooked food. Of course, there was no way the taste could compare. Lin Qing foresaw that continuing further might present many more dangers. Just as she hesitated whether to proceed, a voice came. Master, I sense something inside calling me. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. Clearly, this voice belonged to the soul of the dead python, the one with dragon bloodline. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qing replied, I promised you before that I would help you transform into a true dragon when I had the ability. Since this is your chance, I'll take a risk. Seeing Lin Qing prepare to move forward, Hua Feihua grinned. Are you ready to go ahead? Yes, there's something I need ahead, Lin Qing nodded and said. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to accompany my lady. Hua Feihua joked again. Get lost, don't think I don't know you. If there's something up ahead that you can't handle, you'd have already run far away. Lin Qing gave him a glare. So the lady understands me well, does she? Could it be that you've secretly admired me for a long time? Otherwise, how could you understand me so well? That must mean you've been playing hard to get, haven't you? Don't worry, my lady. If I have to flee, I'll make sure to take you with me too. Hua Fei Hua said with a glint in his eyes. Hua Fei Hua, shut up. I've never met anyone as self-absorbed as you. Lin Qing responded with exasperation. My lady, may I ask what get lost means? It means scram. Lin Qing exploded, losing her temper. My lady, I really have to go now. I really do. Hua Fei Hua turned back every few steps, wearing an expression full of regret. Come back. Lin Qing had no choice but to relent. For the sake of the dark jade, she endured. Hee, I knew the lady couldn't let me go. Hua Fei Hua returned to Lin Qing's side, smiling happily. As for everything happening beside her, Lin Qing pretended not to see. She endured. She endured. She endured. After adjusting her mindset, Lin Qing once again headed forward. Unsure of how long she had walked, Lin Qing found 2 paths ahead. At each path's entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, life and death. It seemed they represented the path of life and death respectively. At this point, Lin Qing hesitated which path to take. Did the stone tablets at the entrances reflect reality? If they were real, then wouldn't everyone naturally choose the path of life? In that case, could this still be called an extremely dangerous place? If they were false, then what was the purpose of setting up these stone tablets? Snake, since you can feel something calling you, do you know which path we should take? Lin Qing communicated mentally with the python's soul. Master, though I can sense something calling me from within, I don't know which path to take. I cannot feel what dangers lie ahead, he responded. Suddenly, Foam jumped off Lin Qing's shoulder and ran toward the path marked death. She immediately called out anxiously, Foam, don't go in there. It's dangerous. Come back quickly. Mother, there's something good in there. Foam revealed a genuine smile. A sudden flash of insight hit Lin Qing. Indeed, the path of life offers more chances for survival, but danger always coexists with opportunity. Thus, the path of life must not lead to the location of treasures. On the other hand, the path of death, despite being filled with countless dangers where survival is uncertain, will certainly offer great rewards for those who pass the tests. As the saying goes, life and death are intertwined. Life's road can become a path to one's demise, while death's road can bring rebirth and despair. Having figured this out, she stepped onto the path of death. Lady, are you sure? Hua Fei Hua asked, his face showing serious concern. Relax, as the saying goes, doubting there's no way ahead where the mountain runs out and the river seems blocked, yet finding another village beyond the dark willow-lined shore. Even if it's a dead end, why not give it a try? Lin Qing strode forward resolutely. Not long after, she encountered another checkpoint. The originally flat road turned into a swamp, and Lin Qing accidentally fell in. Before she could react, a huge earth dragon suddenly emerged from the swamp mud. Lin Qing immediately used her sword art to fly into the air, but unexpectedly, the swamp had gravitational pull, and she couldn't control the sword art properly, continuing to fall. She quickly released a binding spell that wrapped around a nearby tree, allowing her to escape the swamp. However, Lin Qing's flying sword fell into the swamp mud. The giant earth dragon mistook it for prey and shot out a stream of sticky liquid toward the sword. Unexpectedly, upon contact with the sword, it immediately began hissing and emitting white smoke. In some places, the blade even started to corrode. Damn, this earth dragon is terrifying. Not only is it massive, but its spit can corrode magical weapons. Afterward, Lin Qing patted her chest, sighing in relief that she'd reacted fast enough. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? After all, if that spit could erode magical tools, she certainly didn't think her body was any more resistant. Hua Fei Hua also recovered and quickly asked, Lady, are you alright? I'm fine. Truly, this death path lives up to its name. It's perilous. We must stay vigilant at all times. That earth dragon might be an 8th-rank spirit beast, Lin Qing said solemnly. No wonder people outside say that even core formation cultivators entering this place face near certain death, let alone others. Just considering the fog she'd encountered after delving deeper, along with various sudden ambushes, one wrong step could cost her life. I have a suggestion. We can find this earth dragon's weakness and then kill it. Subsequently, you could use your wood element spells to construct a net bridge over the swamp so we can pass, Hua Fei Hua proposed. The idea sounds good, but how do we discover the earth dragon's weakness? Lin Qing questioned, raising an eyebrow. That part is my job. I'll go test it, Hua Fei Hua said, with a serious expression on his face. It seemed that even this earth dragon was somewhat challenging for him. Chapter 488, Breaking Through the Barrier. Hua Fei Hua walked up to the marsh mud and smelled a pungent odor, forcing him to immediately retreat a few steps. He wrinkled his nose and sarcastically said, Oh, it's just a worm, and you dare to call yourself Earth Dragon? Ha ha ha, that's absolutely hilarious. Upon these words, the swamp pool began to churn violently as if the Earth Dragon was clearly offended. Just as the huge Earth Dragon revealed its head, Hua Fei Hua spread his arms and waved his hands, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle instantly. 10,000 arrows. Soon, they fell from the trees like a shower of arrows, all shooting towards the giant Earth Dragon. Seeing this scene, the giant Earth Dragon quickly dived into the marsh mud and disappeared. Wind blades cut through the air above the swamp pool, leaving trails of dirt before dissolving back into the earth. Seems like this earth dragon is rather cunning and will be difficult to deal with. Hua Fei Hua exclaimed. Got it. Lin Qing inhaled the stench around her, observing the bubbles continuously surfacing from the marsh mud. Suddenly, she thought of a method to defeat the earth dragon. Do you have any plans? Hua Fei Hua revealed an interested look on his face. Did you see those bubbles? My idea comes from them. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Those bubbles? What are they good for? Hua Feihua looked puzzled. Those bubbles are methane gas, produced in swamps, consisting of methane and carbon dioxide, along with a little carbon monoxide, hydrogen, nitrogen, and hydrogen sulfide. These gases are flammable. When exposed to fire, they burn or explode easily, which is why the earth dragon fears fire. Lin Qing said confidently, smiling all the while. This scientific knowledge came from Earth, and it proved useful unexpectedly. What's methane? What's carbon dioxide? What are all these things? I've never heard of them, Hua Feihua asked, utterly confused. By all logic, setting fire to mud should be useless since both mud and water suppress fire. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. You just need to set the swamp alight, Lin Qing helplessly replied. Are you sure? Hua Feihua still harbored doubts. However, if she wanted to play, he would go along with her plan. If it failed, there would be time for other ideas later. Certainly, don't worry. Just create fireballs and throw them into the marsh mud, Lin Qing declared confidently. Roiling rivers. Lin Qing immediately cast a spell from the earth school, causing the marsh mud to start rolling as if brown fabric was dancing in the wind. Meanwhile, the bubbles were emerging even more furiously. Throw fireballs, Lin Qing shouted. In response, Hua Feihua created several fireballs and threw them into the marsh mud. The instant the fireballs touched the mud, they ignited violently. Boom boom, bang bang bang. As the fireballs were tossed in one by one, explosions began erupting in the marsh mud pool. Hua Feihua, who was standing too close to the swamp, found some parts of his clothes torn apart and his hair partially scorched. In an instant, the elegant gentleman had become akin to a beggar. You tricked me? Hua Feihua complained with a hurt expression. I did not. I thought you'd move after throwing the fireball, but instead you stood confidently without moving. Lin Qing insisted seriously. Inside, however, she couldn't stop laughing. Serves you right for being so disrespectful always. Now you got what you deserved, Lin Qing thought secretly. In no time, Hua Feihua performed a cleaning spell and a change outfit spell, quickly returning to his devilishly handsome appearance. Right then, the colossal earth dragon rose its head out of the swamp. Its body was covered in black burns and wounds. It cursed angrily through telepathy. What's up? All I did was block your way a bit. Did you really need to exterminate me? If you don't want us to completely destroy you, let us pass. Alright, I won't block you this time. However, this swamp has a gravitational field. Whether you can get past it remains to be seen. The large earth dragon reluctantly admitted. It certainly didn't want to get blasted again. Another round might mean losing its life. That's none of your concern anymore, Lin Qing coldly remarked. After the earth dragon submerged into the swamp once more, Lin Qing exerted her maximum spiritual energy. Instantly, vines shot out toward the trees outside the swamp. But before they reached halfway, they dropped into the marsh mud. She muttered inwardly. Seems like this gravitational field isn't easy to resolve after all. Watch me. Hua Feihua then took out a small boat. It wasn't very big, about enough to fit 3 or 4 people. He threw the boat into the swamp mud, then jumped onto it, as countless vines shot out from his hands and entangled themselves around the nearby trees. What are you waiting for? Get on the boat, Hua Feihua urged. Lin Qing hurriedly boarded the boat, leaning closely against him, feeling somewhat awkward as she breathed in his scent. Feng quickly jumped onto the boat too, which was now being dragged forward by the vines. Once they passed through the swamp pool, Lin Qing immediately started communicating with Feng. After all, finding treasures like these required its assistance. She continued to move forward, quietly pondering that if the first barrier had been so challenging, there was no telling what awaited her at the second one. After about half an hour, Lin Qing finally encountered the second trial. The second test was a bridge spanning over a misty abyss below. The sound of flowing water could be faintly heard beneath it. At the sight of this solitary bridge, Lin Qing immediately grew cautious. She sensed that something peculiar must be involved here, although nothing seemed amiss at first glance. As Lin Qing and Hua Feihua stepped onto the bridge, the black fog below began to dissipate, revealing a river whose waters were blood red. Floating in the blood-red river were skulls. It looked exactly like the bridge of necessity from the underworld. But Lin Qing scoffed inwardly. She had already crossed the real bridge of necessity. How could this mere imitation possibly frighten her? Just then, shadowy figures emerged from the river. Each one of them clearly represented someone she had killed in her past lives or in this life, including her stepmother Yang Chun or the Japanese sword saint, among others. Return our lives. Return our lives. The ghost-like shadows extended their growing hands toward her. I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive. Why would I fear you now that you're dead? Lin Qing coldly reprimanded them. Her sword emitted brilliant beams of light as she swung it fiercely, slicing through those ghostly shadows. They wailed in agony before vanishing. Continuing forward, Lin Qing suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing at the other end of the bridge. The presence of this figure sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 489, Advanced Illusion. Beichen, what are you doing here? Lin Qing revealed a surprised smile. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of kindness in Jiang Beichen's expression, only cold eyes as he looked at Lin Qing and said, shouldn't I be here? Am I interrupting you as you look for a new love? Is that it? Jiang Beichen glared icily at Hua Feihua, behind Lin Qing, as if wanting to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Chen, why are you talking nonsense? My heart towards you, the sun and moon can attest. Lin Qing's face was full of anguish. Just then, Hua Feihua walked to Lin Qing's side. He gently hugged her waist, his face filled with vigilance as he looked at Jiang Beichen and said, Lady, who is he? Why does he resemble me so much? Haha, lady, why am I talking nonsense? You claim your heart towards me is like the light of the sun and moon, but does it manifest like this? Jiang Beichen laughed wildly. Chun, you must believe me. There's nothing between me and Hua Feihua. He speaks without thinking and likes to joke around. I stayed with him because I wanted to use the dark jade on his body to save you. Lin Qing explained further. Ho ho, excuses, just excuses. Do you really think I'll believe you? Women are indeed untrustworthy. For your sake, I nearly died, and now you have turned around and found someone else, someone resembling me. Since I cannot obtain you, neither shall others. Jiang Beichen's face showed signs of madness, as he swung a sword wildly toward Lin Qing. Then, as the sword was only 1 centimeter from Lin Qing's heart, her sword also plunged toward the heart of Jiang Beichen. You dare to kill me? How regretful. I deeply regret dying for you, Jiang Beichen said, looking at Lin Qing with hatred in his eyes. Humph, whatever ghostly illusions may try to impersonate Shun, do you think mere resemblance would make me unable to recognize you? Lin Qing's eyes displayed a calm, icy demeanor far removed from the grief-stricken woman she'd been earlier. At that very moment, everything around her disappeared. Now Lin Qing stood on the edge of a precipice. If she took one more step back, she would fall into the 10,000-foot abyss. Lin Qing, you finally awakened. Earlier, you seemed entranced, walking straight toward the cliff's edge. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop you. You almost fell over the edge, but fortunately, you awoke in time. It was then that Lin Qing heard Hua Feihua's concerned voice echoing in her ears. I'm fine, Lin Qing responded with a faint smirk. It appeared she had fallen into an advanced illusionary array. Everything inside felt incredibly real, the environment heavy with energy, ghostly apparitions. Even Jiang Beichen himself appeared. The fake Jiang Beichen resembled the real one closely, but the one flaw was the lack of trust and support towards her. If it were the true Jiang Beichen, considering their current feelings for each other, he certainly wouldn't have doubted her like that or been so mistrustful. Moreover, he was willing to sacrifice himself for her survival. Such a petty person couldn't possibly be the real Beichen. Had she not struck down the false Beichen but instead evaded his blade or allowed herself to be hit, she would have fallen into the depths below. Apparently, Jiang Beichen's death was still a deep-seated knot in her heart, which was why it manifested within the advanced illusory array. After passing the second level, they continued moving forward until they reached the entrance of a cave. As soon as Lin Qing stepped in, she noticed the dazzling glow of gold and countless treasures within. One could easily mistake it for a tycoon's residence. Quickly here, she spotted an enormous skeleton. Judging by its form, this likely belonged to a water dragon. Is the thing that will be useful to you this water dragon skeleton? Lin Qing communicated telepathically with the giant snake spirit. Yes, master, this skeleton is valuable to me, especially for when I resurrect myself, replied the snake spirit. Lin Qing glanced at Hua Feihua, saying, Flower friend, this dragon skeleton holds importance for me, but as for the spirit stones and other treasures, you can keep them. My lady, there's no need for such caution with me. Rest assured, I won't contest this skeleton with you, and all the spirit stones will belong to you. Your husband-to-be isn't lacking in wealth, Hua Feihua declared with a generous air. Really? Lin Qing asked in delight. So many spirit stones. This truly counted as a major windfall. Who would have thought that Hua Feihua was such a big tycoon? To be so unmoved by so many spirit stones. Perhaps he came from the prestigious flower family in the divine realm? Lin Qing couldn't help but entertain this speculation. Certainly, Hua Feihua smiled affectionately. Once Lin Qing collected all the items from within the mountain cave, she prepared to head toward the nearest city. A few days later, the two arrived at a city named Qinhuai. It brought to mind the saying, anchored under the Qinhuai River close to taverns. But Lin Qing wondered whether this Qinhuai matched the grandeur of its earthly counterpart. Observing the majestic gates, Lin Qing couldn't help but ask, Hua Feihua, judging from the city gate alone, this Qinhuai city seems extremely prosperous. Hua Feihua couldn't help but wonder, didn't you come here before? Lin Qing nodded slightly. Yes, could you introduce it for us? Hua Feihua grinned lecherously. Since my lady requests it, how can I possibly refuse? You won't. Lin Qing felt somewhat exasperated. Hua Feihua was the type who would take advantage of any opportunity. Hua Feihua hastened to speak. This Qinhuai city is one of the top 10 bustling cities in the Xian realm. It's a relatively large second-tier city, while the holy capital is a first-tier city. There are 4 first-tier cities, also known as the 4 great cities, and over a dozen second-tier cities. So, Qinhuai city is considered quite a big city. Lin Qing followed up with another question. Why is this city called Qinhuai City? Hua Feihua, his charmingly flirtatious eyes fixed on Lin Qing, asked, Do you really want to know? At once, Lin Qing felt goosebumps all over her body. She shuddered and replied, Never mind. Am I not good enough? But first, tell me which Qing your name refers to. Hua Feihua quickly added, It's the Qing from How Can Life Be Perfect Without Betraying Buddha or the Beloved? Lin Qing answered, How can life be perfect without betraying Buddha or the Beloved? What a wonderful poem. Who would have thought that not only is my lady beautiful and skilled at refining pills, but her literary talent is also outstanding. Hua Feihua's eyes sparkled as he said this. Lin Qing wanted to mention that she didn't write that poem herself, but considering that it wasn't known in this world, and explaining it would be too cumbersome, she simply didn't bother. Hua Feihua, mist not mist, arriving at midnight and departing at dawn, coming like a fleeting spring dream, going away like clouds dissipating in the morning light. Your friend Hua's name certainly has profound meaning. Lin Qing intended to convey that she would ultimately be nothing more than a fleeting dream to him. If he dared to fall in love with her, it would be like fishing for the moon in the water, an impossible task. Unfortunately, Hua Feihua paid no heed to her subtle message. He responded, "My lady, you flatter me too much. The reason this city is named Qinhuai City is because there is a river that runs through this city, called the Qinhuai River, and by this river, a romantic love story once unfolded." A love story? Lin Qing was astonished. Chapter 490, A Love Story. Yes, this actually happened more than 3,000 years ago, on one year's Qixi festival. At that time, both sides of the Qinhuai River were bustling with activity, including lantern fairs and riddle-guessing events. Nearby, there was a large immortal cultivation family whose direct-line female descendant was said to be as beautiful as a flower, practically Qingguoqing, a term meaning so beautiful she could topple nations. Added to her cold elegance, such beauty was hard to find even in the cultivation world. This woman was named Xue Qianyun. Although she lived in the immortal realm's cultivation world, where one should logically understand the cruelty of society and act rationally, due to her family's overprotectiveness, her personality was quite romantic despite being already an initial stage foundation establishment cultivator at the time. It was during this particular Qixi festival that she lost her heart. What happened next? Lin Qing asked casually. Hua Feihua, hearing Lin Qing's question, smiled and said, "At that time, there was a man named Xiao Chun who was indeed also handsome, valiant, and of extraordinary demeanor. And really, Sister Xue had snuck out of her home without any family guards for protection. During the Qixi festival, when she encountered a notorious flower thief specializing in an evil technique known as collecting yin to supplement yang. If that flower thief succeeded, not only would her chastity and reputation be ruined, but her future cultivation would also be significantly affected. Sister Xue had already anticipated her fate and prepared to commit suicide at a critical moment, but unexpectedly, she wasn't able to do it herself before Xiao Qin saved her. Xiao Qin turned out to be extraordinarily handsome and elegant, like a pear tree branch pressing down upon a lilac, rescuing Sister Xue in a moment of despair which deeply touched her heart. Before Lin Qing could ask, Hua Feihua continued. Subsequently, they attended the Qixi festival together. During the event, Xiao Chun displayed remarkable talent, effortlessly solving every riddle he came across. When Xiao Chun first saved Xue Qianyun, it was purely because he couldn't stand what the flower thief was doing. He didn't feel much emotion towards Sister Xue at the start. As their interactions increased, he discovered how pure-hearted, kind, and clever Sister Xue was, and slowly, he fell in love with her as well. However, at that time, Sister Xue didn't tell Xiao Chun about her background, and thus they fell in love regardless. Isn't the next part about Sister Xue's family showing up and strongly opposing them? Though Xiao Chun had decent cultivation potential, from the perspective of the Xue family, they valued family interests more highly, and marriage alliances with other families could provide greater benefits. Lin Qing lightly chuckled. Wow, how did you know? Have you heard this story before? Hua Feihua was surprised. With a storyline so cliched, I could probably make it up. These types of love stories play repeatedly on our TV back at my place. Lin Qing gave her a dismissive look and replied. Television? What is that? I've never heard of it. Where's your home? Hua Feihua curiously asked. My place is too remote, you wouldn't have heard of it. Television, it can be seen as a storytelling picture book with sound and images, Lin Qing explained. Is there such a book? How come I've never seen it? Could it be made using advanced magical artifacts? But that would be quite wasteful. Hua Feihua shook her head. Let's not dwell on this. Continue with your story. Lin Qing helplessly said. If they kept discussing this, the topic would drift further off track. At the time, another problem arose. There was another young master of a powerful cultivation family, Yan Kai from the Yan Family, who also fell in love with Sister Xue. He actively sought a marriage alliance and secretly attempted to assassinate Xiao Chun. Yan Kai was extremely domineering. Whatever he wanted, he must get. Thus, after Sister Xue was found by her family, she was placed under house arrest, while Xiao Chun was relentlessly pursued and hunted. What happened next? How did the plot develop? Did Xiao Chun escape unscathed? Of course. Otherwise, this would just be an ordinary tale of a poor man and a rich girl, and it wouldn't have been passed down for so long to become a classic love story. Xiao Chun, driven into dangerous situations by Yan Kai's relentless pursuit, stumbled upon great fortune. He inherited the legacy of an early divine transformation stage cultivator, leading to faster cultivation progress and mastery of some powerful techniques with astonishing destructive force. Later, his influence spread widely within the immortal realm. As for Sister Xue during the period Xiao Chun was absent, she was constantly pressured by the Yan family and her own family to marry against her will, yet she refused completely. She even tried committing suicide as a form of resistance, though she didn't succeed. Her fierce opposition caused her family to stop forcing her to marry, opting instead for a slower approach. Later, it's obvious, Xiao Chun became increasingly formidable. When he came to the Xue family to seek out Xue Qianyun, even with his enhanced abilities, the Xue family still refused to acknowledge him. After all, acknowledging him would offend the Yan family, which at that time was even stronger than the Xue family. In the end, Sister Xue decided to elope with Xiao Chun, but they were caught and brought back. Even though Xiao Chun's abilities were quite good among the younger generation, he couldn't stand up against the deep resources of these large families. Later, when the elders of the Xue family were about to cripple Xiao Chun, Sister Xue agreed to return to the Xue family and never see Xiao Chun again, using this as a condition to have her family release Xiao Chun. Later, Xiao Chun was released, and Sister Xue returned to the Xue family. Truly, Sister Shui was a woman of great love and righteousness. To find such a woman, what else could one ask for? At this point, Lin Qing was also drawn in by Hua Feihua's story, asking curiously, and then? Then Xiao Chun continuously cultivated himself until he reached the soul transformation stage, surpassing the openly known highest cultivators in the immortal realm. He then came to seek out Shui Qianyun, only to discover that she had committed suicide a long time ago. Committed suicide? She wouldn't do it because she feared loneliness. She wasn't that kind of person. Lin Qing was surprised. Hua Feihua remained unusually sane at this moment. Continuing, Xiao Chun had already been gone for a long time pursuing the peak of cultivation. Gradually, Yan Kai's bad intentions resurfaced, and he played underhanded tricks on Sister Shui, feeding her aphrodisiacs. However, Sister Shui would rather die than submit, so she committed suicide. Alas, didn't Xiao Chun go mad when he returned? Lin Qing sighed deeply. Yes, when he learned that Sister Shui had passed away, he nearly lost his mind and almost fell into demonic transformation. It said that Xiao Chun went completely white-haired overnight. In a fit of rage, he slaughtered many people from the Shui family and Yin family. Since then, both the Shui family and Yin family have declined. Then Xiao Chun disappeared. Some say he ascended to a higher plane of existence. Hua Feihua was also touched by the story. Are there passages here leading to a higher plane of existence? Lin Qing's eyes brightened. Hua Feihua made a shu gesture and whispered softly. Yes, but this is a relatively secret matter. Most people don't know about it. Everyone assumes that the current world of cultivation has declined, and the highest cultivation level is the nascent soul stage. But in reality, after reaching the nascent soul stage, many will come to learn some insider information. The immortal realm, despite its vastness, cannot match the higher planes in terms of spiritual essence concentration or cultivation methods. After reaching the soul transformation stage, many flew towards higher planes, while some remained in the immortal realm. Chapter 491, Love at First Sight. Then why is that? Isn't it true that higher planes have denser spiritual energy and better cultivation techniques? Lin Qing asked in confusion. That is indeed the case. However, when the mighty divine transformation cultivators reach a higher plane, they find themselves among the weakest there instead of the strongest. One wrong move, and they might lose their lives, thus living cautiously. Some more cautious individuals prefer to stay longer in the immortal realm to further advance their cultivation before ascending to a higher plane. Still, these are the minority. Cultivation itself is a race against fate, and without an adventurous spirit, how can one cultivate towards immortality? Truly. The joy is infinite whether you strive with heaven, with earth, or with people. Lin Qing laughed heartily. She recalled a saying she had learned back on earth. Lady Lin, your grand vision and realm are remarkable indeed. Hua Feihua looked at Lin Qing with admiration. Hua, my friend, you know so many secrets that you're the one who's truly extraordinary. Lin Qing smiled faintly. Hua Feihua let out a hearty ha-ha-ha and followed Lin Qing into the legendary city of romance, Qinhuai City. Upon entering Qinhuai City, Lin Qing could immediately sense that this city was far more prosperous than many others she'd visited in the immortal realm, though it still couldn't match the four great cities. As she strolled along, exploring the bustling streets, she suddenly noticed several hateful glares directed her way. Following the gazes, she realized all were from women, strangers to her, who, meanwhile, cast adoring looks toward Hua Feihua. Apparently, she'd inadvertently been pegged as a rival. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, but her envious expression significantly marred her beauty. Yet, turning her head toward Hua Feihua, her demeanor instantly softened to a charm-inducing grace. Truly, she was adept at shifting expressions. The woman stepped up to Hua Feihua and said, Young Master Hua, how come you've arrived in Qinhuai City? Hua Feihua gave her a cold glance and responded, Do I know you? Have we met? Seemingly unfazed by his chilly reception, she excitedly introduced herself. I am Qin Shanshan, the daughter of the Qinhuai City Lord. We met briefly in Holy City once. Ah. Hua Feihua merely acknowledged her with a curt nod before redirecting his appreciative gaze toward Lin Qing. Sigh, compared to these Yungu and ordinary women, my wife remains unmatched in elegance. He thought inwardly. Unfortunately, the woman appeared entirely oblivious to Hua Feihua's lack of interest. She pressed on, saying, Young Master Hua, since you've arrived in Qinhuai City, why not stay at my place? Let me show my hospitality. Hua Feihua interjected with a polite smile. That wouldn't be appropriate. My wife is standing right beside me. Stunned, the woman replied incredulously. What? Young Master Hua, why have I heard nothing about your marriage? He turned loving eyes toward Lin Qing and affirmed, It's true I haven't married yet, but it's only a matter of time. I trust that my wife will eventually agree to marry me. Fie, Hua Feihua, you must be joking. There are limits to such jokes. Lin Qing rebuked him angrily. Wife, I'm not jesting. My feelings for you are earnest and sincere. Hua Feihua replied with an aggrieved look. This expression, akin to Shizi clutching her chest, left many nearby women swooning once again. Oh heavens! How could anyone resist Master Hua's stunning handsomeness? Even when he seems dejected, he's utterly irresistible. I can't take it. His beauty knows no bounds. How envious I am. Why has Master Hua chosen her over me? Lin Qing tuned out the chorus of shrieks from the surrounding females, feeling speechless. Apparently, obsession knew no boundaries of nation, geography, or time. Lin Qing ignored Hua Feihua and addressed Qin Shanshan. Miss, I have no relationship with him. Don't believe his nonsense. If you like him, pursue him bravely. He is quite shy and masks it with indifference. Moreover, I already have someone I like, so any relationship with him is impossible. Lin Qing hoped another woman would claim Hua Feihua, so she could avoid marrying him while securing the dark jade. Is that true? Qin Shanshan queried skeptically. Absolutely, I'm certain and very sure. Everything I've said is true. I'm merely a wandering cultivator, powerless and lowly. In terms of family background, you surpass me greatly, Mississippi. And as for beauty, you are superior as well. Compared to you, I have absolutely no advantages. Though praising sincerely, Lin Qing found herself almost nauseous, quickly quelling the feeling. At this moment, although Lin Qing was dressed as a man, she hadn't disguised herself carefully, so people could still tell that she was female. However, her appearance and demeanor were completely dragged down by her clothing. Though it was clear she was a beauty, unless one looked closely, it was hard to notice her stunning looks. This truly echoed a saying. In this world, there are no ugly women, only lazy ones. I believe you. My name is Qin Shanshan. Welcome to my place. Hearing these words, Qin Shanshan revealed a satisfied smile. Lin Qing clearly knew how dreadful jealous women could be. She didn't want to unnecessarily make an enemy over some unfounded connections. Moreover, there was already someone in her heart, Jiang Beichen. Therefore, there was absolutely no chance for her to have anything with Hua Feihua. Who is the person you like? Hua Feihua had obviously been provoked by Lin Qing's one sentence. What does it matter to you? Lin Qing found Hua Feihua utterly exasperating. Didn't he have too much control over her life? She just wanted the dark jade. Why did he have to focus on her? There were millions of women in the world. Why single her out? Of course it matters to me. I will challenge him to see if he is my equal. Hua Feihua's face was full of fighting spirit. Boring. Lin Qing said this and turned away, no longer paying any attention to Hua Feihua. Yet, Hua Feihua quickly caught up. Hua, Lord. Qin Shanshan stomped her foot and glared angrily from behind. Lin Qing sighed in relief after putting distance between herself and those fanatical females. Her expression became solemn as she asked, Hua Feihua, aren't you quite famous in the immortal realm? Your looks and cultivation talent must have made you very well known. Lady, do you realize my strengths now? I can charm countless maidens, Hua Feihua smirked. Reasonably, you've seen countless beauties, and there must be no shortage of women who would willingly throw themselves at you. Why then are you Zhuchan me? Lin Qing asked in confusion. I feel that you are special. I fell in love with you at first sight. Do you believe me? Hua Feihua grinned mischievously. Even though his face showed a carefree smile, he knew deep down his words were sincere. That grin was merely hiding his inner nervousness. Chapter 492, You Family Wine Shop. Hua Feihua never believed in love at first sight, but it truly happened to him. He could clearly feel his heart pounding uncontrollably, and the closer he got to her, the sweeter he felt, as if he had eaten honey. This feeling was both strange and fresh, making him quite reluctant to let go. What do you think? Lin Qing sneered coldly. She didn't believe that Hua Feihua had fallen in love with her. She wasn't that self-centered. She thought he merely found her unique, giving him a sense of novelty, which wasn't love. Hua Feihua obviously saw through Lin Qing's disbelief, but he would make her believe. Looking at Lin Qing, who showed no interest in the man she liked, Hua Feihua assumed there must be something wrong with him that made her hesitant to mention him. No matter who that person is, he would prove to her that he was stronger than the other. Seeing Lin Qing's lack of enthusiasm at the moment, Hua Feihua quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's not talk about feelings for now. Let's just become friends first. You shouldn't refuse that, right? Of course. Lin Qing nodded. If I don't befriend you, how can I get the dark jade from you? We've come to Qinhuai City too. Not visiting some places here would mean we've come for nothing. Hua Feihua once again restored his devilishly charming smile. Oh, what places are worth visiting in Qinhuai City? Lin Qing asked. Wine, auction house, arena. These 3 places are must visits. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. I'll take you to taste Qinhuai City's spiritual wine first, then I'll show you the arena. Hua Feihua introduced. What's this arena all about? Lin Qing asked, confused. In her previous life on the Cultivation Continent, she was busy practicing for revenge, plus after following the dark path, she acted alone and rarely participated in gatherings involving large crowds. Therefore, she didn't know much about things like entertainment. Seeing Lin Qing's interest in the arena, Hua Feihua instantly showcased his impressive eloquence. The arena, as its name suggests, is for beast battles. It's where cultivators and mystical beasts fight in a confined space, and only the victor can leave that area. Some spectators can place bets. Never expected such a thing to exist in the cultivation world. Why would those cultivators be willing to stake their lives on a gamble? Lin Qing asked curiously. She only knew that such things existed secretly in the mortal world, but she hadn't expected them to also exist in the cultivation world. This isn't an issue of whether or not those cultivators are willing. Some cultivators are enslaved captives, others participate in such games for spirit stones. At its core, it's simply the plaything of those in power, Hua Feihua said quietly. It seems the backers of this arena aren't simple. In a world where the strong are revered, there will naturally be some darkness. So, the existence of slaves isn't surprising. As they walked, before long, Hua Feihua led Lin Qing to a very classical courtyard. The houses inside were built from top-notch sandalwood, complete with pavilions and bridges, making it hard to believe this was a drinking place. There were a total of 5 houses, each accompanied by a pavilion. Each pavilion could accommodate only 10 people, and every pavilion had 2 guards standing beside it. Hua Feihua first took Lin Qing to a neighboring pavilion. Luckily, there were 2 empty seats available, so the 2 sat down. They had just sat when Hua Feihua took out a mid-grade spirit stone and placed it into the hole on the table. A pot of wine and two ancient-looking metal cups appeared. He poured each of them a cup and immediately raised one towards Lin Qing. Cheers. Lin Qing, upon realizing that this pot of wine required a mid-grade spirit stone, internally thought, it's really expensive. She drank a big gulp very readily, and immediately she was choked by a fiery taste. This wine wasn't only fiery, it contained violent energy, but this energy couldn't harm Lin Qing now. However, if a chi practitioner drank this suddenly, it might injure their meridians. How is this wine so fierce? And it's full of violent energy. Lin Qing furrowed her brows slightly and asked, how would I know you'd drink it so hastily? Usually, people wouldn't gulp this wine but would savor it sip by sip. And didn't you notice anything about that violent energy? Really good wine. Clear wine costs thousands, while rare delicacies cost tens of thousands. No wonder it's so expensive. Lin Qing could feel that this wine contained spirit force. If a low cultivation practitioner drank a cup, it could increase their cultivation. However, for Lin Qing, the effect of this wine wasn't significant. The two then left the neighboring pavilion and went to the second pavilion. They found it was already packed full, so they had to wait for a bit. This wine is really popular, Lin Qing exclaimed. Before Hua Feihua could respond, a male cultivator beside them spoke up. Of course it is. The fine wines from the Yu family are renowned across the celestial realm. So many people want to taste them, but their production is limited and supplied in limited quantities. The prices are extremely high, worth 1,000 gold, doesn't even begin to describe them. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would come. Thank you for the information, Lin Qing replied with a polite bow. At this moment, there happened to be 3 empty seats. The 3 of them took the seats. Following the method used in the first pavilion, a pot of wine soon appeared on the table. As soon as the wine pot showed up, Lin Qing caught a whiff of peach blossom fragrance. The cups were made of colorful glassware that sparkled under the light. After Hua Feihua poured 2 glasses, Lin Qing refrained from hastily downing it this time, instead, tasting it carefully. The instant it entered her mouth, a sweet aroma filled her senses, with the intoxicating scent of peach blossoms reaching her nostrils, immediately making her feel refreshed and invigorated. Fine wine served in jade-like cups under moonlight. I wish I could drink without the imminent warlike music urging me on. What excellent wine, Lin Qing praised. What kind of wine is this? To have an effect that clears the mind and awakens the spirit. It's truly remarkable. Hua Feihua was about to answer when the same male cultivator interjected again. I didn't expect a fellow practitioner to possess such poetic sensibilities and literary talent. This wine is called Peach Clarity, brewed partly from peach blossoms, which indeed has a mind-clearing and spirit-awakening effect. After a few cups, one can quickly enter a meditative state for cultivation. My name is Yin Hao, from the Yin family of Qinhuai City. May I ask what this distinguished friend's name is? The man greeted politely. My name is Lin Qing, just a wandering cultivator, nothing worth mentioning, Lin Qing said in a cool voice. And yet, despite being a wanderer, with your remarkable talents, you're bound to be no ordinary person. And who might this gentleman be? He asked, turning his attention toward Hua Feihua. Interrupted twice already, Hua Feihua was growing increasingly irritated and responded coldly. Heh, my name is also not worth mentioning. Chapter 493, Yulinger, Yin Hao, in disbelief, said, I don't think you are an unknown figure judging by your appearance and cultivation. Could it be that you look down on me? Haven't I gained some fame in the Qinhuai city? Hua Feihua retorted. What is there about you that deserves any respect? You? Lin Qing, there's something unpleasant to say. One must be cautious when making friends, or else they might bring calamity upon you. Yin Hao glared angrily at Hua Feihua. Friend Yin, my friend here has a peculiar temperament. Please forgive him. Lin Qing pulled on Hua Feihua's sleeve. In consideration of Brother Long, I won't argue with you, Yin Hao coldly remarked. After that, he sat back down, poured himself a cup of peach clear wine, drank it down, and his anger slowly dissipated. The commotion caught the attention of other onlookers. Yin Hao was somewhat well known in the Qinhuai city, yet someone had openly clashed with him. This dispute also drew the attention of people from the Yu family. Soon after, a stunningly beautiful woman in white emerged from room 5. She exuded an ethereal grace. As soon as the beauty appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Lin Qing was no exception. Even as a woman, she was momentarily captivated. The lady in white was exquisitely elegant, with delicate skin, a relaxed demeanor, and charming eyes accompanied by a soft smile, carrying herself with the fragrant elegance of orchids, and radiating infinite gentleness. After scanning the room, the woman suddenly spotted a familiar figure and cheerfully rushed towards pavilion number 2. Lin Qing was about to ask Hua Feihua who the woman was, but before she could open her mouth, the other had already approached. The woman in white gazed affectionately at Hua Feihua and said, Flower brother, why have you come? And you didn't inform me beforehand. Sister you, it was merely a coincidence. It wasn't something I planned. Hua Feihua smiled faintly. I'm fine, Flower brother, you can call my name directly. The woman in white responded with kindness. All right then, Linger, let me introduce you to a friend. This is Lin Qing, one of my friends. Lin Qing, this is Yulinger, the beloved daughter of the Yu family. Hua Feihua introduced them. Yulinger glanced at Lin Qing briefly. Before coming to the Yu family's inn, Lin Qing had disguised herself to avoid encounters with overly enthusiastic admirers, making her appear more masculine. However, Yulinger immediately discerned that Lin Qing was a woman, not as oblivious as Yin Hao. This likely stemmed from a woman's intuition, and Lin Qing's presence made her feel threatened. The threat did not stem from Yulinger's lack of confidence in herself. As the top beauty in Qinhuai City, she was quite self-assured. Rather, The source of this threat lay in the way Hua Feihua looked at Lin Qing, a gaze brimming with affection she had never seen before. Indeed, Yulinger harbored feelings for Hua Feihua, feelings that had grown over many years. Though Hua Feihua seemed devilishly charming and perhaps fickle, to Yulinger who had known him since childhood, his heart had always been devoid of any affection for anyone. Beneath his seemingly flirtatious exterior, he was incredibly heartless and rarely ever inclined towards liking a woman. Over these years, she had gradually offered him warmth, hoping to eventually break through to his inner world. But now, another person had brought color to his eyes. Yulinger entertained countless thoughts, but outwardly remained calm. "Friend Lin, hello, I am Yulinger. I've been a friend of Flower Brother since we were children." Yulinger introduced herself. Wow, childhood sweethearts, truly a match made in heaven. Lin Qing's interest was piqued. That Qing Shanshan from before was too obsessed. Lin Qing found her difficult to tolerate. This young woman right here, however, truly embodied elegance. Just from observing Hua Feihua's attitude, the disparity between the two became apparent immediately. Lin Qing evidently perceived Yulinger's feelings for Hua Feihua and the implicit hints of their connection, but she paid it no mind. Inwardly, she couldn't help but marvel at how lucky Hua Feihua was to have so many beautiful women vying for his attention. If Hua Feihua had affections for this Yulinger before him, he wouldn't have used the dark jade as bait to force their marriage. Thus, obtaining the dark jade would become easier for her. "Friend Yu, it's delightful to meet you. I like the wine here, and I'll visit often given the chance. You and friend Hua are truly childhood sweethearts, a pair suited perfectly together." Lin Qing praised enthusiastically. Yulinger turned back and flashed a radiant smile at Lin Qing, instantly reminding her of the line, "A single glance reveals countless charms." She softly said, "If friend Lin enjoys it, you're welcome anytime. Why don't friend Lin and brother Hua follow me to pavilion number 5? Yulinger didn't know whether Lin Qing genuinely thought that she and her flower brother were well suited as a couple, or if Lin Qing had some deep designs. To her, it was more likely the latter. After all, how could anyone not be fond of someone as outstanding as her flower brother? The other party was probably pretending to be broad-minded in front of flower brother. Not long after, the two followed Yulinger to pavilion number 5. Unlike the other pavilions that were crowded, this one had only a few people sitting around sparsely. When these individuals saw Yulinger walk in, their eyes lit up immediately, clearly indicating that most of them harbored interest in her. Unfortunately for them, her heart already belonged to Hua Feihua. Upon seeing Hua Feihua and Lin Qing walk in, a rather handsome man in purple attire asked, "Sister Yu, who are these two?" The skill level of one of them doesn't seem impressive at all, yet they dare to come to pavilion number 5 to drink Luotian wine. Lin Qing naturally knew the less capable person referred to her, since her displayed cultivation level was merely late foundation establishment stage. Everyone else present, except Yulinger, possessed core formation cultivation levels. Moreover, each of them looked quite young, suggesting they had broken through to the core formation stage at an early age, preserving their youthful appearance. Although moving from late foundation establishment stage to core formation seemed like a small step, the actual difference was vast. Each individual daring enough to enter pavilion number 5 for Luotian wine evidently reached the core formation cultivation stage, making Lin Qing the first outside of the Yu family still at the foundation establishment stage who dared to partake in Luotian wine, thus earning her sarcasm. Moreover, Luotian wine was not something anyone could easily consume. For those at core formation stage, drinking it would be just right. However, those at foundation establishment stage might find it hard to absorb its energy, potentially causing more harm than good. "These two are my friends whom I invited. Do you have any objections?" Yulinger responded coolly. Upon hearing her words, the man in purple hastily said, "If they're Sister Linger's friends, then of course, I have no objections." Chapter 494, Luotian wine. Subsequently, everyone took their seats. Yulinger smiled at Hua Feihua and said, "Hua Gij, last time when you came, you didn't try this Luotian wine. This time, under no circumstances should you miss it." Hua Feihua nodded, then explained to Lin Qing via telepathy, "My lady, this wine is suitable for those with the cultivation of the Golden Dan period because it enhances one's spirit sense. However, those in the foundational phase have too weak of a spirit sense. Drinking this wine would be detrimental as it could shock their spirit sense, so the man in purple earlier was mocking you." Lin Qing instantly understood Yulinger's plot. If not for Hua Feihua whispering secretly to her, she wouldn't have known that there was an ulterior motive in coming to pavilion number 5. Yulinger probably hadn't anticipated that Hua Feihua would transmit telepathically with Lin Qing. According to her plan, although Hua Feihua liked her, they were childhood friends after all, so he should not thwart her schemes. Upon arriving at pavilion number 5, Lin Qing would feel discriminated against. Should she refuse the Luotian wine, her heart might inevitably hold some resentment towards Hua Feihua and Yulinger. And if she drank it, her spirit sense might be harmed. Based on her calculation, Hua Feihua would likely stop Lin Qing from drinking, thus setting the stage for a perfect scheme of sowing discord. Lin Qing never expected that Yulinger, despite her exquisite beauty, possessed such profound cunning. Soon enough, the Luotian wine appeared before them, and Yulinger hesitated to say, "Friend Lung, you'd better not drink this wine, right?" How could she not? It enhanced the spirit sense after all. Usually, spirit-enhancing elixirs are priceless treasures. Moreover, they had to be ingeniously refined into pills to function optimally. Now, there was a chance to achieve enhancement through wine. How could she let this opportunity slip? "I'm going to drink it," Lin Qing declared resolutely. But, Yulinger paused, trying to say something more. It seemed like the other party only heard about how the Luotian wine could enhance spirit sense, but did not know who it was suitable for. There's nothing to hesitate about. It's just a few cups of wine. I won't get drunk, Lin Xing said calmly with a smile. After hearing Lin Xing's words, Linger muttered internally, what a fool. Unable to see the conspiracy at play. Encountering such an idiotic rival is truly boring. I wonder what exactly Hua Gij sees in her. Hua Feihua knew Lin Xing's true level of cultivation, so he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, the rest of them snickered inwardly without offering any warning, seemingly eager to watch a joke unfold. As soon as the sound of 100 Lingbird-like call, bring the wine, echoed, a jug of Luo Shun wine appeared on the table. After each person's cup was filled, an exclusive aroma of wine immediately enveloped pavilion number 5. Linger suggested, with such a beautiful night, I might as well perform a sword dance for everyone. Except for Hua Feihua and Lin Xing. The others lit up their eyes immediately, saying, if elder sister Linger is willing to perform a sword dance for us, we are most grateful. Hearing everyone's words, Linger looked meaningfully at Hua Feihua, then pulled out a jade-white sword to begin her performance. At the same time, the man in purple present drew out a flute to accompany her with music. The white silhouette moved gracefully like a fledgling swallow, accompanied by the melancholy notes of the flute. With delicate hands, she pulled out the elegant-looking jade sword. Her wrists spun lightly, and the jade sword flashed quickly like lightning, emitting bright flashes of sword light that blended harmoniously with her perfectly poised movements. A white streak formed in the air as her slim waist followed the glow of the sword, soaring forward. Yet in an instant, she extended a white water sleeve, hooking it onto a nearby tree branch, encircling the pavilion like a celestial being. In the blink of an eye, the water sleeve retracted, and the beauty performed a flying fairy stance, throwing her jade sword into its sheath flawlessly. The scene concluded with the performer descending elegantly, clad in flowing white robes. Even Lin Xing couldn't help but admit that the sword dance was breathtakingly beautiful, recalling a famous poem from a certain TV series. Graceful as startled swan, supple as gliding dragon, splendor of autumn chrysanthemums, brilliance of spring pines. Like the light cloud veiling the moon, like the drifting wind sweeping back snow. Seen from afar, she shines as the rising sun amidst rosy clouds. Looked closely, she burns as the lotus blooming in clear green waves. Unable to resist, Lin Xing glanced at Hua Feihua, curious about his reaction. To her surprise, Hua Feihua was looking at her with a grin, which made her sigh inwardly. How oblivious he was to the grace of a charming woman sitting nearby, yet still fixated on her. Realizing Lin Xing's gaze, Hua Feihua gave her a playful wink and transmitted a message to her. In my eyes, lady, you are the most beautiful one. No matter how stunning others may be, none can enter even a fraction of my vision, especially the sight of you in the water. Rogue, Lin Xing whispered coldly. At the same time, she glared furiously at him. To the onlookers, it seemed as if the two were exchanging deep, affectionate gazes through their expressions. Just after finishing her sword dance, Linger witnessed the intimate stare between the two and couldn't help but feel vexed. She said, I wonder if friend Lin Xing can demonstrate a talent to liven up the gathering. Lin Xing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but ponder why good women became so unappealing once love got involved. She then spoke, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint everyone. I've always been unlearned and inept in all sorts of talents. It's an exception that you've been invited by elder sister Linger to the pavilion number 5. If you refuse now, it's quite disrespectful, the man in purple said unhappily. He had a deep affection for Linger and certainly didn't want to see her lose face. Since everyone wants me to, I will compose a poem based on this Luo Shin wine. For wine and song, how long is human life? Like morning dew, with too many sorrowful days gone by. How to dissipate worries. Only through this Luo Shin, Lin Xing recited helplessly. After finishing, she lightly sipped the Luo Shin wine, immediately feeling clarity in her spirit and refreshed mind. As she drank a few more gulps, she quietly used her energy to refine it within herself. Soon enough, she discovered her spirit sense had genuinely improved just a little bit. Although this increment might be insignificant, it accumulates over time. Besides, she wasn't one to complain about such gains. Hua Feihua applauded and praised. Wonderful poem. Wonderful poem. Of course, he knew she wouldn't falter under challenges since he had witnessed her literary prowess before. Linger, upon hearing Lin Xing's poem, was clearly astonished as well. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Xing possessed such remarkable talent. Before Linger could recover from her shock, Lin Xing had already finished her cup of wine. Without hesitation, she refilled her own glass and downed another cup, making it 3 consecutive drinks. With a bright laugh, she exclaimed, ha ha ha, drinking this wine feels absolutely invigorating. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Xing's actions. They all knew that Luo Shun wine generally required only 1 sip for cultivators at the early golden dance stage. Drinking 2 consecutively would be beyond most people's tolerance. Drinking 3 in a row was even more shocking. Moreover, Lin Xing was currently only at the late foundational phase level, which left people deeply pondering. Seeing Lin Xing drink the wine with no apparent harm, Linger felt even more uncomfortable inside. In her eyes, Lin Xing must have concealed her true cultivation level. Truly, she had underestimated her rival. This plan had backfired spectacularly. Chapter 495. Is your brain a spoon? Lin Xing suddenly looked at Linger with shining eyes and said, Sister Linger, I have something to ask for your help. I wonder if it's appropriate. Even if Linger didn't want to help her, she didn't want to appear unapproachable in front of Hua Feihua. Thus, she smiled gently and said, Friend Lin, please don't hesitate to ask. You are Brother Hua's friend after all. Even if we don't consider the monks, we can look up to the Buddhas. If I am capable, I will surely offer my assistance. What she actually meant was that she would only help within her capabilities, and it was because of Hua Feihua. This also hinted that Lin Qing shouldn't daydream. Of course, Lin Qing didn't catch all these implications. She had grown up in a warm family in her past life and hadn't experienced many conspiracies. Even though her clan had been wiped out, she avenged them through sheer strength. She firmly believed that any conspiracy was useless against absolute power. But she could sense that despite the gentleness of the words spoken by the other party, it didn't make her comfortable. Lin Qing slightly smiled and said, "Of course Sister Linger can achieve it. All I need is a few jugs of Luotian wine, and I'll definitely pay accordingly." Yu Linger giggled lightly and said, "It seems friend Lin Qing doesn't know how difficult it is to brew Luotian wine. Our family produces only a few jugs every month. You're truly making an excessive request. And it's not like Luotian wine can be bought with money alone. If we give you a few jugs, our Yuzhou studio might not be able to produce Luotian wine for a whole month." I really didn't know. Then perhaps just one jug would do, Lin Qing suggested following. At this point, Hua Feihua noticed Lin Qing's eagerness for the Luotian wine, which he had never seen before, so he spoke up, "Sister Yu, consider this as me owing you a favor. Give her one jug." Yu Linger gazed affectionately at Hua Feihua and said, "Brother Hua, you know how hard it is for me to refuse your requests." Seeing this, Lin Qing couldn't help but shiver. What a difficult beauty to appreciate. Subsequently, she heard Yu Linger saying, "Friend Lin, I will present you with one jug." "Thank you, Sister Linger." Lin Qing joyfully responded. After all, there were very few things that could enhance divine consciousness, and obtaining some was a great opportunity. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed man beside her had already grown impatient. He himself harbored an admiration for Yu Linger, and she had always treated him kindly, leading him to believe there was hope. Unexpectedly, when a man who looked feminine appeared, Yu Linger immediately displayed deep emotions towards the newcomer. Naturally, he found it unbearable. However, he refrained from creating a scene earlier to prevent forming a bad impression. But now, he could no longer hold back. He sarcastically remarked coldly, "I don't know who this beautiful flower gentleman is. How come I've never heard of you in Qinhuai City?" His words mocked Hua Feihua for resembling a woman. Since the purple-clothed man resided in Qinhuai City and rarely ventured to the Holy City, he did not recognize Hua Feihua, who was rather famous in the immortal realm as the charismatic prince, Mei Gongzi. Although the purple-clad man had heard his name, he failed to recognize him personally. Hua Feihua loathed others mocking him for being feminine. Though he occasionally teased himself as a beauty, Lin Qing understood he didn't mean it derogatorily. Instead, it was pure appreciation for beauty. With a smirk, Hua Feihua retorted, "Who I am is none of your damn business." Enraged, the purple-clothed man shouted, "Haha, you're the first of my generation to dare speak to me this way. I challenge you. Let's see what skills allow you to be so arrogant." TCH, Hua Feihua cast a disdainful glance at him. The tension escalated. When Yu Linger sharply interjected, "Young Master Chun, do you not know that dueling is forbidden within our Yuzhou studio?" Making a bow, the man known as Young Master Chen explained, "Sister Linger, I do not intend to violate Yuzhou Studio's rules. That flower gentleman is just too arrogant." Yu Linger once again coldly warned, "Whatever the reason may be, if you cannot abide by the rules, then leave." She certainly knew Hua Feihua wouldn't lose against Young Master Chun, yet she disliked seeing anyone disrespect Hua Feihua. Young Master Chun reluctantly ceased his provocation, but secretly plotted to teach the other a lesson once they left the premises of Yuzhou Studio. Before long, a pot of Luotian wine was served. Without hesitation, Lin Qing took it into her spatial storage and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Linger." Having acquired what she desired, Lin Qing soon bid farewell. She wanted to give the childhood sweethearts time alone together. She signaled subtly to Hua Feihua, implying, "I won't interrupt your moonlit tryst." Unbeknownst to her, Hua Feihua misinterpreted her gesture, believing Lin Qing was urging him to leave. Seeing this, Yu Linger couldn't help but say, "Brother Hua, you can stay at my place." Upon hearing this, quite a number of envious gazes emerged. "Refined Sister Yu, this truly wouldn't be convenient. I will visit Father Yu when I have time." Hua Feihua refused politely. Yu Linger followed up, "Then how long will you stay in Qinhuai City?" Hua Feihua replied evasively, "I'm not quite sure yet, but I will definitely let you know when I leave." With that, he cast a glance at Lin Qing, who was already walking further away, and hurriedly followed. Yu Linger hadn't finished speaking when Hua Feihua disappeared like the wind. She looked in the direction he had chased after, and her eyes flickered with a hint of malice. "Flower brother is mine. None of you can take him away from me, or else don't blame me for being ruthless." If Lin Qing knew what the other was thinking, she would surely be grateful that she didn't have any feelings for Hua Feihua. Not only could infatuation with women bring calamity, so too could an obsession with men. And there she was scheming ways to make Hua Feihua stop liking her. However, before long, she was caught up by Hua Feihua, who asked angrily, "Why did you leave without saying goodbye just now? Big brother, are you silly? How could you come out? I was deliberately signaling to give you and Yu Linger some space for your two-person world. Is your brain really a spoon?" Lin Qing suddenly felt mentally exhausted. Why didn't he play by the rules? Are you pushing me onto someone else? Are you avoiding me? Hua Feihua half closed his alluring eyes, casting a cold glare towards Lin Qing. Instantly, Lin Qing felt a dangerous vibe and quickly took a few steps back. "Big brother, do you even realize how much of a womanizer you are? To me, you're a dangerous person who brings nothing but trouble. Of course, I should distance myself from you. You see, Ever since we came to Qinhuai City, 2 ladies have already caused me difficulty because of you. It's strange if I didn't try to avoid you. Lin Qing sighed helplessly. Although she wasn't afraid of troubles, she still didn't want to constantly face them. But I don't like them. Hua Feihua revealed an innocent look. Who told you to attract so many romantic entanglements? You need to understand how terrible women's jealousy can be. I certainly don't want to get involved unnecessarily. Lin Qing furrowed her eyebrows and said, Oh, I see. Hua Feihua thought for a moment and said, Good, as long as you understand. Lin Qing spoke in a tone implying he was finally teachable. Chapter 496. My lady, your ears are getting red. Rest assured, I will absolutely not pursue any romantic entanglements in the future. I won't let any woman bother you. You are the only person in my eyes. How about that? Hua Feihua said with deep affection. What? Do you understand anything? Lin Qing felt a bit speechless. She somehow had the feeling of talking to someone who just couldn't comprehend her meaning. I know you were definitely jealous just now, upset about all the admirers I have. You're annoyed that I bring trouble to you, but don't worry, it will never happen again. Hua Feihua's eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, that's right. Lin Qing must be upset because she likes him. He missed this crucial piece of information and assumed it was part of her clever teasing before. Damn it, what nonsense do you understand? Which I saw me being jealous. Lin Qing exploded in frustration. Even though from her perspective, Yulinger wasn't worthy of Hua Feihua, given how scheming the woman was, finding someone whose looks matched Hua Feihua's and who also had good character was incredibly difficult. She could only Minchang try to push them together. Lin Qing felt somewhat disillusioned at this moment. Communication truly is a skill, and her brainwaves were clearly on an entirely different frequency from Hua Feihua's. Could it be that men who are too handsome always end up so conceited? But Chen at home isn't like that. Hua Feihua, noticing Lin Qing's wandering eyes and her expression of indifference, quickly interjected. Okay, am I not taking you to the beast fighting arena? There is a match tonight. Would you like to go? Of course I'm going. How could I miss it? Lead the way. Lin Qing gritted her teeth and said. Hua Feihua smiled, then led the way, twisting and turning until they arrived at a vast area. This region looked similar to European-style architecture. The massive round stone pillars appeared extremely sturdy. He bought 2 tickets first, then entered with Lung Yuran. They soon found their seats and glanced around. Aside from the performance ground in the middle, the arena was circularly arranged. This design could accommodate as many guests as possible while allowing spectators on all sides to see more clearly. Moreover, a betting system was set up before each animal fight, increasing the entertainment value for the audience and enabling the forces behind it to profit heavily. 2 individuals soon appeared in the arena. Around the performance ground, there were mechanisms set in place. Once the duel began, only when one side died would the participants be released. Otherwise, no one could interfere with the competition. Why are there 2 people this time? Isn't this the beast fighting arena? Although this place is called the beast fighting arena, there are also people who fight for spiritual stones, as the reward for winning a single battle can be quite lucrative. These fights generally attract wandering cultivators who lack resources, forcing them to stake their lives to obtain the desired resources. Signs of major families wouldn't come here. Also, this place holds slave auctions. Generally, these slaves have cultivation levels below the foundation establishment stage, as those above that level are rare and not easily captured. I'll take you to the slave auction area later. Hua Feihua quietly explained. Lin Qing simply hummed, then didn't say anything further, focusing intently on the duel unfolding before her. The 2 cultivators on the field, one with a thick beard and a scar by his eye, exuded an intimidating aura, seeming dangerous and unapproachable. In contrast, the other man, much thinner and with a delicate appearance, held an unruly gaze, akin to that of a wolf. This is getting interesting, Hua Feihua. Who do you think will win? Lin Qing smirked. It's really hard to say. Both have the same cultivation level, 12th tier of the Qi refinement stage, so it all depends on whose magical techniques are stronger and higher in grade. Generally speaking, in beast fighting arenas, matches pit 2 individuals of similar cultivation levels against each other or sometimes a human versus a beast, making the battles more entertaining. If one individual has significantly higher cultivation than the other, the bets would become meaningless, since overcoming such differences was quite rare. My guess is the slim, elegant-looking man will win. I'm ready to bet 3,000 low-grade spirit stones on him. What about you? Lin Qing asked. I agree with you. Let's put down 5,000 spirit stones. Hua Feihua added casually. They quickly placed their bets, since the life-and-death duel was about to begin. Additionally, the odds for the younger man were higher, offering a payout ratio of 1-5. Apparently, most people believed he didn't stand much of a chance based solely on appearances. A nearby bettor observed Lin Qing and Hua Feihua placing large sums on the young man, and couldn't help but mock them, saying, No discernment at all. Do you know who that bearded cultivator is? You're probably just spending your family's wealth recklessly. Oh, now I am actually curious about who that bearded guy is. Lin Qing asked aloud. He is a very famous mercenary in the Qinhuai city. His killings of magical beasts are ruthless, and he's basically unmatched against level 2 magical beasts and below. How could an ordinary person possibly rival such power? Now, you regret betting on him, don't you? But there's no turning back. Once bets are placed, they can't be retracted. Lin Qing smiled faintly, choosing not to argue with that person any longer. She returned to her seat. She didn't believe the elegant-looking young cultivator would lose. His defiant gaze made her feel that he was extraordinary. How could someone so strong accept his fate easily? Moreover, this duel was literally a fight for life or death. Wouldn't anyone in such a situation give it their all? The look in his eyes revealed someone capable of terrifying determination when driven to extremes. Judging by that guy's comments, do you regret your bet? Hua Feihua whispered beside Lin Qing. What should I regret? The outcome isn't certain yet, Lin Qing replied with a composed smile. Ha ha ha, you're quite confident about him. As Hua Feihua breathed warm air onto Lin Qing's face, she suddenly realized how close they had inadvertently become during their conversation. When had she allowed another man to get this close to her? Hua Feihua stepped back. Lin Qing turned toward him furiously. My lady, your ears seem to be turning red. Hua Feihua smirked teasingly. You, Lin Qing pouted in frustration. At that moment, the duel commenced. As soon as the two combatants entered the arena, a fierce battle unfolded, but instead of the typical exchange of magical techniques among normal cultivators, they engaged in physical combat. It seemed both had practiced body-strengthening martial arts. But who was better? After dozens of exchanges, the bearded man took the upper hand, clearly due to his long-standing battlefield experience, whereas the younger man appeared less skilled in this regard. Before long, magical techniques came into play. The younger man used fire element spells, while the bearded man countered with earth element methods. Although fire element spells possessed greater offensive capabilities, the earth element defense remained quite resilient. Neither side gained an obvious advantage over the other. Just as the two seemed evenly matched, suddenly, the younger man struck at lightning speed towards the bearded man, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. By the time they reappeared before the audience, the bearded man had collapsed after suffering a fatal blow to the chest. Amidst the astonished gasps from the crowd, Lin Qing detected traces of dark force. She couldn't help but marvel internally. It seems the young man also practices demonic cultivation methods based on the dark element. Hua Feihua was also greatly surprised, amazed that Lin Qing could identify this subtle detail. Chapter 497, The Scorpion Beauty Yu Linger. After watching several duels and winning some spirit stones, Lin Qing and Hua Feihua left the arena. The two booked 2 adjacent guest rooms at an upscale tavern in the Qinhuai city. After a hearty meal, both of them returned to their respective rooms to rest. Darkness slowly approached, like an endless ink spilled across the horizon, with not even a hint of starlight visible. Lin Qing felt that Hua Feihua in the neighboring room had fallen into a deep sleep. She quietly opened her door and sneaked into Hua Feihua's room. Although no one but Hua Feihua himself could remove the dark jade from him, she did not trust it completely and wanted to test it herself. Despite the complete darkness of the room, Lin Qing could see clearly without being affected by the darkness. There lay a bewitching man on the elaborately carved wooden bed. This sleeping Hua Feihua lacked his usual demonic charm, but resembled Jiang Beiqing more than ever. His crimson robe was scattered over the bed, his pitch-black hair messily spread over the red garment, creating an extreme beauty contrasting red against black. Lin Qing cautiously moved closer to Hua Feihua. Seeing he didn't wake up, her hand extended towards his chest, where the dark jade was hidden. Quickly, she located the dark jade and slightly smiled as her fingers brushed its cords, trying to unhook it from around Hua Feihua's neck. However, after attempting several times, the string automatically tightened, making it impossible to slip it over his head. What if I use my mystical fire to burn it? Would the cord break under the flame? Just as Lin Qing thought this, she noticed Hua Feihua turning in his sleep. Oh, I've been discovered, Lin Qing whispered anxiously. She tried to move away but instead was pulled into Hua Feihua's embrace. Thinking he might be furious, Lin Qing started yelling, but then she realized his eyes were still closed, indicating it was purely accidental while rolling over. Now, they found themselves in a highly awkward situation. As Lin Qing carefully attempted to slide the arm of Hua Feihua off her, unbeknownst to her, his lips slightly curled up into a sly smile. When she thought she was nearly out of the predicament, Hua Feihua moved again, this time pulling her directly into his embrace. Hua Feihua, when will you stop? Lin Qing angrily asked. By now, she cared little whether or not he knew she was there. Hua Feihua gave a startled appearance as he looked at Lin Qing with a puzzled expression and said, Dear wife, what are you doing here? And how come you're so close to me? Oh, I know. You must have taken advantage of my sleep to do something mischievous. You really do like me. Screw you, who likes you? Lin Qing scolded. How else would my dear wife end up in my room late at night, unless she secretly cares for me? Hua Feihua said with a blink of his enchanting eyes. I just wanted to ask you something, Lin Qing admitted sheepishly. You want to ask me something? Then why are you hugging me? Hua Feihua smirked. This is all because of you. I just wanted to wake you up, but your flip pulled me into your arms. Lin Qing said, glaring furiously at Hua Feihua. So, my dearest wife, what is it you truly intend? Hua Feihua chuckled. I want you to stop calling me wife, Lin Qing replied coldly. If not wife, what should I call you? How about my sweetheart, or liver? Hua Feihua looked at Lin Qing intently. Hua Feihua die. Lin Qing threw a punch straight at Hua Feihua's face. Hua Feihua grabbed one of her fists with one hand and the other wrist with the other, smirking. If you hit me, I'll be disfigured. Serve you right if you keep calling me wife, Lin Qing sniffed. At this moment, nearby came a startling surge of energy, clearly signaling the presence of an extraordinary martial artist who seemed intent on harm rather than stealth. My dear, stay here. Let me go check. Hua Feihua's playful smile vanished, replaced by seriousness. Hua Feihua, are you alright? Lin Qing asked with concern etched on her face. She sensed the powerful aura emanating from nearby. Neither of them might be a match for such strength. Yet she told herself it was the dark jade that she worried about, not Hua Feihua himself. What's wrong, my love? Are you concerned about me? Don't worry, I may lose, but I won't die easily. Even if I'm no match, escaping is always possible. Besides, I haven't married you yet. How can I bear leaving you behind? Hua Feihua chuckled softly. Go die yourself. Lin Qing angrily conjured up a sword chi. Hua Feihua dodged it in time and yelled, Dear wife, you're attempting to kill your husband. With that, he pushed the window open and quickly fled. He knew if he stayed, Lin Qing would probably rip him apart. Lin Qing watched as Hua Feihua's retreating figure disappeared, her face red with anger. However, at that moment, a man in black appeared outside the room. As soon as he saw Lin Qing, he attacked her with his sword. Lin Qing narrowly avoided the sharp blade's energy and said coldly, Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Why do you wish to kill me? Humph. It's only your own fault for daring to have delusions of love and offending those you shouldn't. The black-clad expert coldly sniffed. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qing immediately guessed who was behind this. If her guess was correct, then the one who sent assassins after her must be Yulinger. Delusions of love, she thought bitterly. Isn't that just about Hua Feihua? The insult of having offended someone, she should not seem tied directly to Hua Feihua as well. Ever since arriving at Qinhuai City, she'd only managed to rouse animosity from two of Hua Feihua's suitors. Among them, Qin Shan had been more straightforward, lacking cunning. As the saying goes, a barking dog won't bite. So Lin Qing believed it unlikely to have come from her. This left the deeply scheming Yulinger as the most likely suspect. Initially, Lin Qing assumed that Yulinger merely harbored jealousy or resentment, nothing more than plotting some underhanded tricks. But now, the level of obsessive selfishness shocked her. From the start, Lin Qing clearly expressed no romantic interest in Hua Feihua. She even took efforts to help bring him closer to Yulinger. Yet, Yulinger still resorted to sending assassins simply because Hua Feihua showed an interest in her. It made Lin Qing sneer internally. Did Yulinger think her made of clay? Likely, the very fact that Hua Feihua was lured away by someone stronger earlier could also be attributed to Yulinger's doing, if not outright orchestrated by her. In any case, such schemes were bound to be related to her manipulations. After all, no woman would want the man she loves to see her cruel side. So now, Lin Qing finally realized what a genuine scorpion-like beauty truly looked like. As Lin Qing flew towards the outskirts of the city, her intent wasn't fleeing, but leading the black-clad man to a better location for a fight. Somewhere out of the public eye within the city where actions could quickly attract the attention of more powerful cultivators. Trying to escape? The man in black smirked coldly and pursued her. About half an hour later, Lin Qing stopped in a secluded place. Chapter 498. Is this a phoenix? Haha, it seems like you've already chosen your burial place. This spot is secluded and serene, indeed a good place to die. The man in black robes laughed heartily. If you like it so much, then this is the burial place I've specifically chosen for you. Lin Qing sneered coldly. You're asking for death. The man in black robes became enraged, roaring as he charged at Lin Qing. In his mind, as an expert at the peak of the Golden Core stage, the foundation-building cultivator before him was no more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Qing immediately raised her sword and deflected his attack, while quickly retreating several steps, cautiously guarding herself against the man in black robes before her. At this moment, Feng emerged from Lin Qing's embrace. It opened its drowsy eyes and said coquettishly, Mother, what's making so much noise? Evidently, it had been awakened. It transmitted sound to Lin Qing, remembering well her words, do not speak aloud when there are outsiders present. Feng, stay still in my embrace. There's a wicked person here now, and I'm fighting them. Lin Qing quickly sent her thoughts back. What? A bad person is bullying Mother. I will burn the bad person alive. Feng said angrily. Its eyes brewed with blood-red light, as though they could ignite at any moment. At this time, the male cultivator launched another attack. Before Lin Qing could evade, Feng jumped out and moved toward the streak of sword light with extraordinary speed. Feng, danger! Don't worry, Mother. This wicked person is no match for me. After uttering these words, Feng's agile body dodged the opposing attack. Its sharp claws swiped toward the hand that held the sword. Ah! A howl of agony sounded out. The hands of the man in black robes were instantly torn flesh and blood. Even though Feng was still in its juvenile phase, it was, after all, a divine beast. The hardness of its claws could rival spiritual treasures, whereas the sword wielded by the opponent was only a spirit-level weapon. Filthy chicken, you're asking for death. I'll pluck all your feathers and roast you. With a roar of fury, the male cultivator attacked Feng. Wicked person, you not only bullied my mother, but you dare to bully me as well? I'll peck you to death. Instantly, Feng transformed into a streak of flowing light, appearing before the male cultivator. Ah! Immediately, another cry of anguish followed. The male cultivator's eye had been pierced by Feng, the eye socket oozing dark red blood, making his entire face look grotesque. You, what kind of monster is this? How can a chicken possibly be so powerful and fast? The cultivator backed away in panic, clearly preparing to flee. Feng, don't let him escape. Seeing Feng's great strength, Lin Qing revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Upon hearing this command, Feng immediately unleashed all its power, spewing a mouthful of flame. The flames took on the shape of a phoenix of desolation, shooting swiftly toward the direction the cultivator was fleeing. Having barely taken a few steps in retreat, the male cultivator was instantly struck by the fire phoenix, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. This is a phoenix. The male cultivator stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what had happened. Yet before he could say anything else, Lin Qing condensed a streak of fiery red flames within her palm and shot it at high speed towards the cultivator's body. Following this, the cultivator's body burst into flames. He let out a piercing cry of agony. Do you know who I am? Do you know which family I belong to? Do you know what consequences await those who offend us? Isn't it just the Yu family? They dared to send people to kill me, treating me as if I'm some soft target. I may not know what awaits me for offending the Yu family, but your fate surely won't be good, because you're about to die. Lin Qing sneered. Even if I die, the Yu family will know it was at your hands. You won't have a good end either. I'll wait for you in the underworld, watching your miserable demise. The cultivator broke out in cold sweat due to pain. You're overthinking things. My flames aren't ordinary ones. Very soon, you'll die beyond redemption, your soul consumed entirely, probably leaving you without a chance at reincarnation. Lin Qing revealed a derisive smile. You're a devil. In no time, the cultivator vanished without a trace, completely dissolving both body and soul. Lin Qing quickly left this contentious place, sending a jade communication disc to Hua Feihua, agreeing to meet in the holy capital city, then hurriedly made her way towards it. Not even an hour after Lin Qing departed, people from the Yu family arrived at the location where the black-clad cultivator died, among them Yu Linger. Who exactly did this? Who dares oppose our Yu family? An elderly man with graying hair roared in anger. It shouldn't be Lin Qing. Even if she conceals her cultivation level, she wouldn't surpass the Golden Core realm, making it impossible for her to stand up against Uncle He. After all, he is a peak Golden Core cultivator. Perhaps she simply got lucky and someone rescued her, Yu Linger analyzed. No matter who that person is, anyone who opposes our Yu family must pay a terrible price, the old man with graying hair said coldly. Lin Qing, do you think just because you escaped once, everything's fine? As long as I'm around, you'll never be with Brother Hua in this lifetime. I doubt Uncle Hua would agree to let someone like you, a wandering cultivator, into the Hua family. This world is just so realistic. A flash of viciousness flickered in Yu Linger's eyes. Subsequently, she sent a jade communication disc to Hua Feihua's father, Hua Zhao. When Hua Zhao received this message, it was deep into the night. He hastily climbed out of bed, started dressing, and walked out. Lord, so late, where are you going? One of Hua Zhao's wives called out coyly. Of course, this woman was not Hua Feihua's mother. Hua Feihua's mother had died in an accident years ago. This woman was Hua Feihua's stepmother, a female cultivator only slightly older than Hua Feihua. Though Hua Zhao was several hundred years old, for cultivators, as long as one had high cultivation, this age was still youth. Moreover, from his appearance alone, Hua Zhao didn't look much older than Hua Feihua, and he was handsome and graceful. I have some business outside, go back to sleep. Hua Zhao left these words before quickly vanishing from the room. In a hidden underground chamber in the Hua residence, Hua Zhao lit an incense stick, bowing respectfully toward a portrait of a masked man. He spoke softly. Venerable sage, I have something to report. After a while, a voice, seemingly both near and far, echoed out, a weathered and ancient sound. What is it? Don't disturb me unless it's something important. Sweat poured down Hua Zhao's brow as he stammered nervously. Venerable sage, you instructed me that if Hua Feihua falls for a girl, I should inform you immediately. Now, I've received news. It seems Hua Feihua has developed feelings for a wandering cultivator. That indeed is noteworthy news. Seize the opportunity and get rid of the girl Hua Feihua likes as soon as possible. The elderly voice gave instructions coldly. Chapter 499, The Hua Family Secret. Your Holiness, why is that? It's just a woman who can't amount to much anyway. Hua Chao said in confusion. Do you know anything? Do as I tell you and stop asking for reasons. I have my own logic. The deep voice rebuked him. Was he afraid of a woman? He feared the woman Hua Feihua liked could be the reincarnation of the Red Lotus Fairy. Once Mosie's two souls pass the test of the divine realm, his long-plotted conspiracy will have no chance to come to fruition. Mosie was the prodigy of the demon realm, carrying the most powerful gifts from it. He was the one who could lead the demon realm against the divine realm. If he falls in love with the fairy of the divine realm, how would this meticulously plotted conspiracy continue? How could his ambition to dominate the three realms ever be realized? Fortunately, he was wise enough to separate part of Mosie's soul during the testing period for the Red Lotus Fairy, and another half of Mosie's personality in the divine realm. Hua Feihua turned out to be the reincarnation of Mosie's ambitious part of his soul that was sent into the mortal world. Since the divine realm had interrupted the probe into Red Lotus Fairy's fate, and also Mosie's other soul fragment's rebirth, this information wasn't accessible to him. However, better safe than sorry. He couldn't tolerate even the slightest chance of failure. Understood, Your Holiness, replied Hua Chao hastily with terror in his tone. In truth, several hundred years ago, the Hua family was an ordinary clan. They became one of the four major families in the immortal domain largely due to the support of this hidden figure they called Your Holiness. As for who exactly this Your Holiness was, Hua Chao didn't know clearly, but suspected he might be high-ranking in the demon world. Though Hua Chao knew that the path of demons always clashed irreconcilably with righteous forces, once tasting the power and influence that it brought, he found himself deeply ensnared, unable and unwilling to go back to the days when his family was trampled upon by others. And even if he wanted to stop, he likely couldn't. He could feel the immense strength of this shadowy figure behind the scenes, far stronger than any he had ever encountered before in the immortal domain. No one else there could exert such overpowering pressure on him. If he refused, this mysterious figure would probably annihilate the entire Hua family outright, a consequence he couldn't bear. Hence, he felt compelled to keep going forward. When Hua Chao walked out of this secluded basement, he was drenched in cold sweat, showing just how oppressive the presence of Saint Lord was. Feihua, It's not that I am heartless or willing to tear you apart from your beloved woman. It's simply beyond my power to change things. Hua Chao muttered under his breath. Quickly after, he summoned one of the Hua family's late Nirvana stage experts, ordering him to assassinate a female cultivator named Lin Qing. According to intelligence gathered by Yulinger, Lin Qing was only at the golden core stage of cultivation. As a precaution, he dispatched a middle Nirvana expert and gave strict orders to eliminate anyone who got in the way, including Hua Feihua, if necessary. Neither realized that all of their schemes were overheard by a spirit fox raised by Hua Feihua. Though this spirit beast was not particularly powerful, it was rather clever. Sensing danger, it grew anxious for its master's safety. Yet its low level left it incapable of doing much besides waiting for its master to return so it could relay this urgent message. At the same time, unaware of these machinations, Lin Qing was pretending to be at the early foundation establishment stage of cultivation to avoid attracting unwanted attention. With her companion Feng, a cute familiar, she leisurely made her way towards sacred capital city through remote areas. The duo, along with their pet, caught some beasts and cooked them on open fires as they traveled. It was truly a carefree journey. On the road, Lin Qing met a pair of siblings. The older brother appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessed elegant looks, and carried a cultivation base at the 12th layer of qi condensation stage. His sister looked around 18 or 19 and also cultivated at the 10th layer of qi condensation stage. She had big eyes and a lively demeanor. Intrigued by the grilled meat that Lin Qing was cooking, she approached with a smile. "Big brother, your barbecue smells so good. Could I please have some?" The elegant-looking brother immediately scolded his sister. "Sister, don't be impolite. Esteemed senior, my sister is simple-minded and means no offense. We beg your forgiveness." He sensed an overwhelming aura radiating from the handsome male cultivator before them. Clearly, this man was vastly more powerful than himself, someone he should not provoke. "Relax, I won't eat anyone, and your sister hasn't offended me in any way. Here, young lady, if you want to taste delicious barbecue, try making it yourself. Self-sufficiency is key. Watch carefully, and you'll understand why my barbecue tastes so good." Lin Qing smiled gently. The big-eyed girl revealed a delighted smile. "Handsome brother, you're willing to teach me how to grill meat. My name is Zhou Xiaohua, and that's my brother Zhou Xiaojun. What's your name? Are you also here to join the recruitment of the major sects near sacred capital city?" "Young sister, don't be impolite. We should address him as predecessor." Zhou Xiaojun rebuked her. "Brother Handsome is so young. If I call him predecessor, I'm afraid it'll make him old. All our family's predecessors are very old." Zhou Xiaohua teased with a tongue flick. "You don't need to be courteous. Your sister is truly cheerful and adorable." Lin Qing gave a slight smile. "My name is Lin Qing. Are there any of the great sects around sacred capital city recruiting students?" "Predecessor, you don't know?" Zhou Xiaojun replied in surprise. I come from afar. I've come to sacred capital city to prepare for the alchemy competition and didn't know about the recruitment of these great sections." Lin Qing nodded gently. When she left Yinshui City, Elderly had helped her, and she kept his kindness in mind. She remembered his hope that she would attend the alchemy competition hosted by the Grand Alchemy Union. It was estimated that the competition would start in a few months. Of course, during the process of obtaining the Dark Heart, if she could repay this favor by doing some other deeds, it would be an added bonus. "Brother Handsome, you're actually an alchemist. It's said becoming one is extremely difficult. Yet you're already so young and will participate in Sacred Capital City's alchemy competition. That's amazing. And those who can even join the Alchemy Grandmasters Association's grand competition must all be talented." Zhou Xiaohua looked at Lin Qing with admiration. "By the way, which of the nearby sects around Sacred City are holding recruitments?" Lin Qing asked with a faint smile. "There are 3 major sects near Sacred Capital City out of the 8 great sects: Purple Sky Sect, Mystical Sword Sect, and 5 Elements Sect. Among them, Purple Sky Sect and Mystical Sword Sect lead among the 8 great sects, while 5 Elements Sect has always been rather low-key, making its depth unclear. Still, as one of the 8 major sects, it certainly isn't bad. Of course, within 10,000 miles of Sacred Capital City, there are also some medium-sized sections. However, most of the younger generations coming here aspire to enter these 3 great sections. Only if they fail to be accepted will they consider the other middle-ranked sections. But these major sects aren't easy to get into," Zhou Xiaohua explained enthusiastically. Chapter 500, The Anxious Xiaobai. "By the way, Brother Mei Run, why don't you also take part in the sect's recruitment exam? There won't be any problem for someone like you. You know, many major sects have their own alchemy departments, and alchemists are more likely to enter the sects than other cultivators," Zhou Xiaohua suggested. "Why is that?" Lin Qing asked curiously. Before Zhou Xiaohua could speak, at this moment, a rude-looking and ugly male cultivator nearby scoffed. "Isn't it because most of the alchemists in the Xian domain are controlled by the Alchemy Guild? And those major sects still need to negotiate with the Alchemy Guild for medicines. Sometimes there are even individuals who pocket the profits privately, which upsets the major sections. In order not to be controlled by the Alchemy Guild, major sects have respectively established their own alchemy departments to meet the basic needs within the sects. However, for alchemists, the Alchemy Guild has more resources and opportunities, so most alchemists would rather join the Alchemy Guild." "Ladykiller, are you an alchemist? How could you not even know this?" "Sister, people outside are dangerous. You must not be deceived by some seemingly impressive people. Someone like me is reliable." His dirty look, paired with his pig-like face, made Lin Qing feel so nauseous that she almost threw up the roasted meat she had eaten. "You're talking nonsense. Brother Mayrin doesn't look like a bad person at all. I think you look like a bad person." Zhou Xiaohe said angrily. Xiaohe, shut up. Friend Daoist, my sister has offended you greatly. Please forgive her, Zhou Xiaojun spoke. He sensed a cultivation level higher than his from that pig-headed man, so for safety, he had no choice but to back down. Since your sister has offended me, how will you apologize to me? The pig-headed male cultivator grinned wickedly. What? What do you want? Zhou Xiaojun's expression changed suddenly. Ha ha ha, what do I want? I don't want anything. I just want your sister to marry me. The pig-headed male cultivator laughed loudly. Wow, Brother Zhu, you sure are blessed with good fortune. That female cultivator looks quite young and very beautiful. Yeah, and she's a beauty too. The male cultivators around the pig-headed man flattered him one after another. Lin Qing saw that these male cultivators were all at the foundation establishment stage, which was why they acted so arrogantly toward Zhou Xiaohe and Zhou Xiaojun. Humph, no wonder you're surnamed Zhu. Your appearance truly resembles a pig. Lin Qing coldly ridiculed him. Zhou Xiaohe wanted to defend her and insulted the pig-headed man. Lin Qing couldn't let that slide. I spit on you, lady killer. Who are you? How dare you ridicule grandfather Zhu? The pig-headed man became furious instantly. What he hated the most was people mocking his ugliness. Who agreed? Obviously who did. Didn't expect someone to not only look like a pig, but also have a brain as stupid as a pig's. Lin Qing ridiculed. Originally, Zhou Xiaohe was full of worry, but upon hearing these words, she burst out laughing. Hearing Zhou Xiaohe's laughter, the pig-headed male cultivator became even angrier. He thought it was a mockery against him. Damn it, you're asking for death. Brothers, attack. Brother may run. Be careful. Zhou Xiaohe wanted to help since Brother Mei Rin was surrounded and attacked by the pig-headed man and his group due to her. But when she moved, a flash of white light appeared. Seconds later, the 6 members of the pig-headed man's group all lay moaning on the ground in agony. All right, let's go. What are you still standing around for? Lin Qing opened her mouth indifferently. The brother and sister of Zhou Xiaohe immediately snapped out of their daze and quickly followed Lin Qing away. When they reached a safe place, the 3 of them parted ways again. Flower Feihua had already been in Chengdu City for several days, yet there was no news about Lin Qing. He couldn't help but become anxious. Hasn't something happened to Lin Qing? Otherwise, why would she suddenly leave Qinhuai City and decide to head to Chengdu City? Thinking of this, he grew even more worried. After pacing around at the Chengdu City gate for a few days, he decided to go home first. After all, to find her quicker, it's still faster to rely on the power of his family. As soon as he returned home, the spirit fox he kept pounced into his arms. Since he didn't sign a contract with this spirit fox, he couldn't communicate telepathically with it. After all, this spirit fox had too low cultivation, and cultivators can only sign contracts with a limited number of spirit beasts, so he wasn't willing to waste the quota on it. This spirit fox was accidentally rescued from the deep forest of beasties. Back then, he found it adorable and with some spiritual nature, so he saved it. Ever since, it had always been raised in his separate courtyard. Ayo 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 ayo. The spirit fox anxiously grabbed his clothes and called out. Bai, you go play first. I have things to do, Flower Feihua said. Bai was the name he gave to the spirit fox, as its whole body was snow white, so he casually named it Bai. He thought that Bai hadn't seen him for a long time and just wanted to get closer to him. Little did he know Bai had something important to tell him. Hua Feihua took Bai out of his arms and placed it on the ground, preparing to send someone to investigate Lin Qing's whereabouts. At this moment, Bai followed him again, tightly holding onto Hua Feihua's clothes. Ayo 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 ayo. Alright, if you want to follow, then follow. Hua Feihua then mobilized a few top-level dark guards from his family, instructing them to look into Lin Qing's information. He also mentioned that she was from Qinhuai City and showed them her portrait, which he had painted himself. Although he had not known Lin Qing for long, her face was deeply etched in his mind. Since their separation, he thought about her every day. It seemed like a destined connection from a past life, deeply imprinted in his heart. Once they met, this profound feeling was ignited, making him feel as if each day apart felt like 3 autumns. Perhaps this was love. He had never experienced such feelings: excitement, longing, sadness, joy, worry, all these complex emotions intertwined. She was like poison, intoxicating and addicting him willingly. There were several convenient major roads leading from Qinhuai City towards the holy capital, while other routes were less traveled. Typically, cultivators preferred the safer highways. The dark guards split up along these major roads and headed back towards Qinhuai City. But they could never have imagined that Lin Qing didn't take the highway. Instead, she chose the smaller paths, which were longer but allowed her to evade pursuit more easily, despite the risk of being robbed. After a few days, the dark guards returned, having found no trace of Lin Qing. Thanks to their flying spirit weapons, they traveled at great speed. This only made Hua Feihua more worried. He sent even more dark guards to investigate the smaller paths. These days, Bai had been trying its best to convey its meaning to Hua Feihua, waving its paws dramatically and occasionally pointing to Lin Qing's portrait in his room. But Hua Feihua failed to understand its intentions. Bai, do you think she is beautiful too? Ayo 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 ayo. Master, she's in danger. Bai roared. Chapter 501, Return to the Divine Realm. Hua Feihua looked at the excited Xiao Bai and smiled slightly, saying, I know you're excited too. Don't worry, I will definitely find her and make her your mistress. Ow ow. You dumb master, you deserve to be single. Xiao Bai felt like he was playing the lute to a cow when it came to his master. The sound-transmitting jade disc that Hua Feihua had given Lin Qing only had one-time messaging capabilities. After Lin Qing informed him she would come to Holy Capital City, she could no longer be contacted. In the immortal domain, there are also sound-transmitting jade discs that can send multiple messages, but those are usually of the spirit artifact level. Using them for everyday communication is simply too wasteful. From this perspective, the cultivation world is not as good as the world of technology. A mobile phone would be much more convenient than this thing. Thinking about this, Hua Feihua secretly regretted not giving more sound-transmitting jade discs to Lin Qing at the time. However, he didn't anticipate that after one trip outside, they would end up facing separation. One day, Hua Feihua saw a late Yuanying Qi, Yuaning stage, expert from his home leave. As Yuaning experts, these individuals rarely went out. They often seclude themselves in long retreats, appearing intermittently like a dragon whose tail is rarely seen. Seeing this person leave, Hua Feihua felt an odd sensation. When Xiaobai saw this person leave, its entire demeanor seemed to change abruptly. It grabbed onto Hua Feihua's clothes forcibly, gesturing wildly with great restlessness. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Are you so restless? Are you unwell? Hua Feihua frowned slightly. He felt something strange recently about Xiaobai. Perhaps it was sick? At this moment, a flash of spiritual light passed through Xiaobai's eyes as it forcefully bit onto Hua Feihua's clothing and dragged him into the study room. It leaped onto the bookshelf and pulled down a book, which fell directly to the ground. Xiaobai, books must not be damaged, Hua Feihua reprimanded. Ow. Ow. Master, if you don't understand me soon, it will be too late. Xiaobai's claws flipped through the pages quickly. In a short while, it pointed out one character after another with its claw tips. Xiaobai, are you trying to tell me something? Hua Feihua lightly raised an eyebrow. Xiaobai nodded. Ow. Ow. Master, you finally understood me. It wasn't easy for me. Following the pointing of Xiaobai's claw tips on the book pages, Hua Feihua slowly made sense of what Xiaobai was trying to convey. Are you saying someone wants to kill the person I love? Hua Feihua asked seriously, his expression turning grave. Xiaobai nodded again. Do you know who the person I like is? Hua Feihua questioned further, fearing he might have misunderstood Xiaobai's meaning. Xiaobai then pointed at the portrait of Lin Qing drawn by Hua Feihua. Do you know who wants to kill her? Hua Feihua's voice grew somewhat urgent. Xiaobai once again flipped through the book, pointing out a bunch of characters on the page. Are you saying that Elder Zhou, the guest elder of the Hua family who just left, wants to kill her? But they don't even know each other. Why would he want to kill Lin Qing? Hua Feihua expressed his confusion. Xiaobai pointed out some more words with its claw tip. Are you saying my father sent him to kill Lin Qing? But my father doesn't even know Lin Qing. Why would he do this? Hua Feihua was filled with doubts. Xiaobai gave Hua Feihua a disdainful look. Ow. Ow. How am I supposed to know if you don't? As a low cultivation spirit fox barely stepping into the path of cultivation, I'm exhausted. Realizing Xiaobai had no answer either, Hua Feihua quickly stood up and chased after Elder Zhou. Regardless of whether this matter was true or not, he had to check it out. If it were true, he wouldn't have any regrets. Since Elder Zhou did not conceal his presence and had just departed not too far, Hua Feihua quickly detected his energy trail. He immediately mounted his flying spiritual treasure and sped after him at his fastest speed. Otherwise, at his usual pace, it would have been hard for him to catch up. After chasing for about 2 to 3 hours, Hua Feihua felt Elder Zhou stop. Had he found Lin Qing? Hua Feihua speculated silently, running his full spiritual force as fast as he could toward the direction. Soon, he heard the sounds of fighting. This made him increasingly anxious, and his speed quickened further. When he arrived at Elder Zhou's location, he saw Elder Zhou's sword moving at an extraordinary speed, ready to pierce Lin Qing's heart. And at this moment, dark red blood flowed from the corner of Lin Qing's mouth, showing signs of serious injury she had already sustained. Seeing Lin Qing unable to dodge any further, Hua Feihua's graceful figure blocked Lin Qing just in the nick of time, faster than ever before. Elder Zhou's sword pierced through Hua Feihua's body. Young lord, you. Elder Zhou exclaimed in horror. He didn't expect to harm the young lord accidentally. If it had been an ordinary sword strike, the young lord still might have survived, but the fatal blow of a Yuaning cultivator meant no hope of survival. If the young lord died, then he wouldn't survive either. Though he was a powerful expert at the late Yuaning stage, he well understood the profound strength of the Hua family, which included masters at the Huashan stage. No, I can't stay here any longer. I must escape, he thought as he hastily fled in the direction away from Holy Capital City. At this moment, Lin Qing's eyes widened with disbelief at what she was witnessing. In that instant, Hua Feihua seemed to merge into Jiang Beichun in her mind. She had always believed that Hua Feihua's feelings for her were not deep, that it was only a fleeting infatuation. She never expected him to block a sword for her. Hua Feihua, how are you? Lin Qing hugged his body as Hua Feihua leaned against her, his crimson blood soaking her clothing red. Dear, I fear I won't make it. Cough, cough, cough. Hua Feihua coughed up more blood. No, it won't be like that. With sorrow covering her face, Lin Qing quickly took out the healing pills she had prepared and stuffed them into Hua Feihua's mouth. It's useless. That blow pierced my heart. Without having reached the Yuaning stage, being impaled through the heart means certain death. Hua Feihua revealed a pale smile. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have come to this. I will definitely find a way to save you. Lin Qing blamed herself. No, it's not your fault. This is something I willingly did. Listen to me now before I leave. I've been able to hold on only by sheer determination, so let me finish. Though our time together has been short, those days we spent together were the happiest days of my life. Before then, I was only instructed by my father about reviving the Hua family and how to control everything alone, but none of that matters as much as you. Hua Feihua smiled faintly. Hua Feihua, I'm sorry. As if with great effort, Hua Feihua reached for his neck and pulled a little black jade towards him. I know you've wanted this darkness jade all along. From now on, it belongs to you. I knew there was someone else in your heart, though I never dared ask for fear I'd appear too forward. Looks like after this, I won't be able to compete with that person for you anymore. But laugh. If ever that person treats you badly, remember to take care of yourself. How could my beloved wife be bullied by others? My only regret is that you couldn't become my wife. After saying this, Hua Feihua relaxed his hand and closed his eyes. Seeing Hua Feihua close his eyes, Lin Qing felt tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks, feeling an overwhelming heartache, comparable to when Jiang Baichen passed. Without realizing, this stunning, enchanting Hua Feihua had unknowingly entered her heart. However, she had no time to grieve, because suddenly, everything before her eyes began to change. The place where she stood was no longer the same. She found herself standing on clouds, facing a man dressed in white, who had both the features of Jiang Baichen and Hua Feihua, yet combined their unique qualities. When he didn't smile, he looked just like Jiang Baichen, but when he smiled, he carried that same mischievous charm akin to Hua Feihua. Just as she was about to ask who he was, a flood of memories surged into her mind. Moments later, she broke into a radiant smile. Mo Yi, does this mean we've passed the test? Hong Lian, it seems so, otherwise we wouldn't have returned here. Mo Yi quickly held onto Hong Luan Immortal Maiden's hand. At this point, Mo Yi still harbored the memories of Hua Feihua and Jiang Baichen. After experiencing such partings and reunions, the affection between them grew even stronger. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed around them. Mo Yi promptly let go of Hong Luan's hand, for the celestial being who had appeared without warning was none other than the renowned goddess of the divine realm, Zhu Tianxiannu, also known as Mother of the Red Lotus Immortal. Her presence shone brilliantly, exuding solemn majesty, elegance, and grandeur beyond words. Truly worthy of being the goddess of beauty and justice. And Red Lotus Immortal Maiden had inherited her mother's beauty. Congratulations for passing the trial, a dignified voice announced. Mother, thank you. The Hong Luan Immortal Maiden expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for her mother arguing logically, resisting all the pressures within the divine realm, she and Mo Yi would have had no chance to be together. After all, one was a celestial maiden from the divine realm, and the other the saint's son from the demon realm. No one from either side supported the union of these two opposing identities. You don't need to thank me. If your bond couldn't withstand the trials, I wouldn't have agreed to your union. Upon finishing her words, Zhu Tianxiannu turned gracefully and drifted away. By the way, it's been quite some time since we last returned to Earth. I wonder how grandfather is doing. With the memory of Jiang Baichen now part of him, Mo Yi possessed an additional touch of tenderness. If you want to return, then let's go back and visit. The Hong Luan Immortal Maiden spoke earnestly. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at Jiang's door. To avoid drawing attention, Mo Yi transformed into the original form of Jiang Baichen, and Hong Luan Immortal Maiden also changed her former Nichang Shanyi, neon attire fairy robe, into normal earth clothing. Mo Yi pressed the doorbell. Soon, the gate opened. When the servant saw Jiang Baichen, a surprised smile appeared on his face. Master, you're back. I'll notify grandfather right away. When Mo Yi and Hong Luan entered the Jiang family's living room, Jiang's elder immediately embraced Mo Yi tightly. You good-for-nothing boy, where have you been for more than 2 years? No phone calls, no messages. Don't you know how worried Grandpa was? Jiang's elder slapped Mo Yi's back hard. After all, 1 day in the divine realm is equivalent to 1 year on Earth. Adding Lin Qing's time in the immortal domain, unknowingly, 2 years had passed. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I had an urgent mission and couldn't get in touch with home. It made you worry, Mo Yi said with some remorse. At this moment, a voice came from nearby. It was Jiang Cheng. Son, how could you be here? Mo Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. You little wretch, your father has repented. He was previously bewitched by that woman Yao Shishir through a black magic curse. That's why he did so many things wrong to you. As for the assassination attempt, your father wasn't the mastermind. It was Yao Shishir. He was misled. Thanks to Lin Qing, the truth has come out. From now on, you must treat Lin Qing well. If you hurt her feelings, I won't forgive you. The elder earnestly said. Mo Yi glanced at Hong Luan Immortal Maiden, who nodded after confirming that what they said was true. Even so, Mo Yi still harbored little goodwill toward Jiang Cheng. If his thoughts hadn't been so weak, how could he have been exploited? Rest assured, Grandpa, no matter who I may let down, I will never let down Qing. Mo Yi didn't look at Jiang Cheng again, but tenderly looked at Hong Luan Immortal Maiden instead. Although Jiang Cheng knew it would take more than just a few days to make up for the accumulated estrangement over the years, he still couldn't help feeling somewhat disheartened. After staying at the Jiang family's place for several days, the two then flew towards Zhongzhou City. As people of the divine realm, even though they were in the Earth dimension, they couldn't unleash their full power lest the space-time collapse due to carelessness. But in just an instant, the two arrived at the Wanhao Grand Hotel in Zhongzhou City. What used to be the bustling Wanhao Grand Hotel was now deserted at its entrance. Hong Luan casually grabbed a security guard at the entrance and asked, "What happened? Why is Wanhao Grand Hotel so desolate?" "Ah, it's because Master Lin disappeared. This Red Lotus auction house was such a big piece of cake when Master Lin was around. Various forces dared not make any moves against her. Then, news came out saying Master Lin met with misfortune. At first, nobody believed it, but after a year, whoever tried to find Master Lin couldn't locate her, and thus people began to believe the rumor. And now, since Master Lin has been missing for over 2 years, various forces have begun to move in greed for the Red Lotus auction house. That's all I can say before I resign too. Right now, even Xiao family can't withstand those forces anymore." Hong Luan pulled out her old mobile phone from her ring space. Since it hadn't been used for a long time, the battery had long died out, so she used her divine powers to charge the lithium battery inside with a bit of energy. She then turned on the phone and dialed Zhou Linger's number. The frowns of those present deepened as they worried about the impending crisis. Do we really have no way to contact anyone to help us fight them? Xiao Mutant sighed deeply. Master, there's really no way. We've contacted all our connections, but nothing works. This isn't about one force targeting the Red Lotus auction house. It's multiple forces against us, replied someone. I really feel useless, unable to protect the Red Lotus auction house left by my master. If only I could get in touch with master. Zhou Linger furrowed her brows and sighed. I wish the same thing, but for over 2 years, we've been unable to contact Lin Qing. I don't know what exactly happened to her, Xiao Mutant said with concern. Our master will definitely be fine. She's so strong. How could something happen to her? Zhou Linger stated firmly. Just at that moment, a cheerful phone ringtone sounded. Zhou Linger picked up the phone and seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up with joy. Master, it's you contacting me. I told you, everything would be alright with you. Ha ha. Chapter 502, Side Story. My name is Zhou Linger, and I was born into a humble family in Pingshan County. My father is a terrible man. He lacks responsibility. He deceived my mother with smooth talk and married her. But from then on, my mother never had a single day of peace. My mother worked hard to support our family, but most of the money she earned was taken by my father for his reckless indulgences. Sometimes, when he was drunk, he would even beat my mother. Therefore, my greatest wish in life is to help my mother get away from him, the man who makes me feel so nauseated. I know my mother can't escape this situation, partly because of me, and partly because we have no money. So, I've always studied diligently. I understand how difficult it is for someone from a poor background to become wealthy. Studying has been the most effective way for me to break free from this predicament. However, one night, my life changed completely. It was an autumn evening. The moon was dark, and the wind was fierce. That night, I stayed up studying late. By the time I headed home, there was no one left on the road. Just then, out of nowhere, a man dressed all in black appeared. He was entirely wrapped up, and it was clear that he wasn't a good person. I immediately turned around and ran. I'd vaguely heard that recently some girls in the county had disappeared. Clearly, the black-clad man in front of me was either a homicidal maniac or a trafficker. Many scenarios flashed through my mind. But what happened next left me utterly stunned. A clump of black fog, manipulated by the man, surged towards me. From within the black fog came eerie screams, just like the ghostly cries described in legends. Although I had never seen a ghost, hearing those sounds made the hair on my body stand up straight. My first instinct was that these were ghostly cries. I shook my head forcefully, thinking to myself that as a new generation materialist who believes in scientific truth, how could I possibly believe in superstitious nonsense? At that moment, the clump of black fog quickly caught up with me and enveloped me. I realized I couldn't escape it anymore. Inside the fog, I witnessed horrifying scenes. Things that normally only appear in scary movies now presented themselves right before my eyes. These entities surrounded me, tearing at my body. I could feel my energy being gradually drained away. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't shake off those ghostly beings. All I could think at that moment was that it was over. I was probably going to die there. Using every last bit of my strength, I shouted for help, even though I knew the chances of anyone rescuing me were slim. Still, I prayed earnestly that some miracle might happen, otherwise, I was too unwilling to die this way. Too unwilling. If I died, what would happen to my mother? She would be devastated. Soon afterward, I felt my body growing colder and colder, more and more out of control. Then I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself surrounded by darkness. At the time, I thought I must have entered hell. Thinking about never seeing my mother again, I couldn't help but burst into tears. Right at that moment, a voice reached my ears. Why are you crying? After exchanging a few words with this person, I realized I had been saved. When they told me they had eradicated those ghosts, I was absolutely astounded. Apparently, this world is far more complex than I had imagined. When they mentioned that my physical constitution made me susceptible to attracting malicious spirits or ill-intentioned people, sadness washed over me. I knew that this time escaping danger was purely coincidental. Perhaps heaven had heard my prayers, but if something similar ever happened again, I likely wouldn't be as lucky as to survive it once more. At that moment, I had no other thoughts besides surviving and ensuring a better future for my mother. Considering that this person could deal with spirits, it occurred to me, if I asked them to be my master and learn their skills, wouldn't I then be safe from such supernatural threats? With that in mind, I knelt down immediately and pleaded, Master, please take me as your disciple. Naturally, they didn't agree right away, instead speaking some things I didn't fully understand, something about the way of the Tao not being easily passed down. At that point, I had already resolved to ask them to be my master. I simply wished to live on and enjoy peace. The next day, when I saw that my savior was actually a girl around my age, I was astonished. That explained why her voice sounded so young. Even more surprising was learning that she was Lin Qing, a well-known figure at my school. You see, Lin Qing's reputation isn't exactly stellar. At that moment, I became even more convinced that rumors cannot always be trusted. Could the person in front of me truly be the infamous person they described? In no time, I began to notice Lin Qing's extraordinary qualities, further strengthening my belief to become her disciple. About 10 days later, perhaps moved by my persistence, Lin Qing finally agreed to take me as her apprentice. At that time, I had no idea that my life would undergo earth-shattering changes because of this persistence. Following Master, I experienced many things I had never heard of before, and also befriended two good friends, Li Chengfeng and Xiao Muting. Later on, I discovered that making money was no longer a difficult task for me. Soon, I earned enough and took my mother away from my father, the despicable man. Afterward, I smoothly helped Master assist Xiao Muting in managing the Red Lotus auction house, and my life moved forward without any ripples. Until one day, Master had to leave for a long time. I thought a long time meant just a few months, but unexpectedly, Master was gone for 2 years. Without Master's intimidating presence, many forces wanted to seize control of the Red Lotus auction house, which they viewed as a big piece of meat. They said Master was dead, but I didn't believe it. In my heart, Master was incredibly powerful. How could she die? Yet, when we were in dire straits with no way out, Master appeared, along with Grandmaster. Seeing Grandmaster again, I felt he was different from before. His aura became even more ethereal, and an occasional flow of malevolent charm combined with his icy nature, a mixture that was both contradictory yet harmonious. After Master showed up, those forces quickly submitted and did not dare to act recklessly because they knew Master was one of the strongest figures in the world. Very few people in the world could surpass her. I have always known that Master is strong, but it wasn't until one day in 2019, when Li Chengfeng and I followed Master to the capital city to deal with some matters, that I truly witnessed her greatness. That day, Master led me to a well and told me, "This is the dragon locking well." At the time, I joked, "Dragon locking well? Could it really lock a dragon inside?" Unexpectedly, Master nodded and said, "There's a dragon imprisoned here." Knowing Master always tells the truth, when I heard there was a dragon, I was shocked beyond measure and widened my eyes significantly. Li Chengfeng was also greatly surprised at the moment. Though dragons exist in mythology, we never expected that such legendary creatures could actually exist in modern society. Thinking about these legendary beings, I worried despite Master's great strength and power. This was after all a water dragon. Could Master handle it? Unable to resist asking, I inquired, "Master, is this water dragon very powerful?" Master nodded and said, "Yes, it can control clouds and rain, causing catastrophic floods that can easily submerge a city." Hearing this from Master, I became increasingly concerned. Even though Master was powerful, she couldn't control clouds and rain or effortlessly destroy a city either. Unable to hold back, I suggested, "Master, how about we run away?" Run away? If we ran away, this dragon would bring immense disaster to the planet. Moreover, why should I run? This dragon will not be my match. Master said this casually. However, at that time, I thought Master was showing off, fearing the destruction that the dragon might cause. Before I could speak further, an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying force emanated from the dragon locking well. This power was so formidable that it almost made it hard for me to breathe. Bear in mind, by then I had reached the foundation building stage, considered an absolute master-level expert on this planet, with only a handful who could surpass me. Yet, even I found it hard to breathe due to the dragon's overwhelming aura, proving its immense strength. Before I could think deeply, a huge black shadow emerged from the dragon locking well. In no time, I clearly saw its figure. It was massive, over dozens of meters long, covered with pitch-black scales, having 4 legs and 5 claws, its head adorned with whiskers and horns. Its large eyes resembled lanterns. One glance froze me with fear. Over, totally over. I lamented in my heart. Just at this moment, I saw Master shout, "Wretch, don't you dare to surrender now? Do you want me to peel your skin and tear out your tendons?" Master's voice remained as cold as ever, as if she knew nothing about fear. "Master, look at what's happening now. Couldn't you say something nice?" I thought, feeling like crying. Upon hearing this, the water dragon roared furiously in the air. Even though I didn't understand the language of dragons, it was clear from its reaction that it was furious. In an instant, Master leaped into the air and pulled out a black whip from somewhere, its surface glowing with a chilling light. She swung the whip towards the enormous water dragon. The black whip was incredibly agile, seemingly able to lengthen itself, and every strike landed on the dragon's body. Master's movements looked effortless, but the water dragon let out piercing cries of agony. After about a minute, Master chuckled coldly and said, "Jialong, do you surrender or not? If you don't, then I will lose all patience. My next step is to peel your skin and tear out your tendons. I am only discussing with you because of the virtue of cherishing life. Otherwise, I would have acted directly. I originally thought that the Jialong would struggle a bit since it hadn't even shown its full strength yet. Who would have expected the Jialong to lower its head so easily, leaving me utterly astonished? At the time, I wanted to ask the Jialong, where's your backbone? What I didn't know was that the whip wasn't ordinary. It was, in fact, the legendary whip for subduing gods, which could even break through divine defenses. How could a mere Jialong resist it? Later, Master established a sect at a mountain in Central Plains, calling it the Dao sect. The deity they worshipped turned out to be the renowned 9-day dark goddess from legend. I asked Master why we were worshipping this deity, but Master replied that the 9-day dark goddess was her mother. Only then did I realize that Master was none other than Lin Family, the famous daughter of the 9-day dark goddess from the heavenly realm. The end.